The songs you write are either a hit or a flop, but the entire online audience is crying out for you to stop writing because every song is too real and heart-wrenching. Yet you can't stop, because you have been reborn in a body that is on the brink of death from cancer. The only way to extend your life is to write good songs. The higher the popularity of the songs, the longer your life will be extended. When you open your eyes again, you see a doctor in a white coat. This is the attending physician who treated the original owner. In an instant, the original owner's memories flood into your mind like a tide. You're awake. Unfortunately, I have some news to tell you. Your throat cancer has worsened, and the situation is critical. You can last at most another month. The doctor's words are calm and cold, yet they strike you like a thunderclap in your ears. A month, just after crossing over, you are faced with a death sentence. It's hard to believe, yet you have no choice but to accept it. Trembling, you pick up the diagnosis report and slowly turn to leave the consultation room. You feel as if you have been abandoned by the entire world. Various emotions surge like roaring waves, instantly engulfing you as you struggle step by step to move outside the hospital. The air outside is fresh, and the sun is bright, but you feel no warmth at all on your body. Suddenly, a mechanical prompt sounded in my mind. Host emotional breakdown detected. God-level entertainment system successfully bound. Collect stories from others to unlock corresponding songs. 10,000 influence points increase lifespan by 1 day. This message struck like a lightning bolt. An immense joy instantly spread throughout my body. Taking a deep breath, I tried to calm myself down. Having the system meant there was hope for survival. But how was I supposed to obtain these 10,000 influence points? You immediately thought of live streaming. But you were just an unknown nobody who would come to watch your stream. Even if someone comes, how can I ensure the stories are real and can trigger the system to unlock songs? After pondering for a long time, you furrowed your brows. How would you know if you don't try? At this moment, nothing was more important than surviving. 2 hours later, you returned home, which was the inheritance left by the original owner's parents. You opened the live stream and titled it "Please share your story, and I will write a song for you." Time ticked by, and the number of viewers in the live stream remained in single digits. Occasionally a few comments floated by. I broke up, my girlfriend ran off with a rich second generation, I need comfort, I failed in my business and am heavily in debt, I need encouragement. Looking at these hollow messages, you felt no waves in your heart. Such stories could not trigger the system at all. On the other side, Chen Yushi was dejectedly curled up on the sofa. As a singer, she signed up for the variety show Who is the Singer, full of hope, wanting to use this opportunity to take her career to new heights. However, after several rounds of competition, she frequently made mistakes due to nerves and unfortunately fell into the losers group. In 3 days, if she loses again in the elimination match, she will have to regretfully exit. She despondently picked up her phone to scroll through videos when suddenly a live stream title caught her eye. Share your story, and I will write a song for you for free. Chen Yushi paused, surprised in her heart, wondering if there really were such good things as free songwriting these days. Now that I am out of inspiration and can't write good works anyway, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. So she decisively clicked to connect. At this moment, your throat feels as if filled with iron sand, and every swallow is excruciatingly painful. Seeing the connection request, you instinctively clicked to agree. Using all your strength to squeeze out a sentence from your dry throat, you can start sharing now. Chen Yushi was slightly taken aback. Looking at the pale face on the other side of the screen, the person looked weak like a candle in the wind, clearly suffering from a serious illness. She didn't rush to share her story but first sent a gift effect worth thousands, and instantly, the number of viewers in the originally sparse livestream began to slowly increase. At that moment, Chen Yushi began to tell her story. Xiaoye and I have been companions since childhood. She dreamed of becoming a singer, while I wanted to be a police officer. She has a great voice and sings beautifully. I often said she would definitely become a big star in the future, and she always smiled and replied, "Then you have to be my protective police sister." We promised to work hard together. In our senior year of high school, it rained heavily, and during class, the homeroom teacher called Xiaoye away. I didn't pay much attention at the time, but later I learned that Xiaoye's father had died while on duty. It's hard to imagine the pain she endured at that moment. Later, Xiaoye applied to the police university, saying she wanted to fulfill her father's unfinished wish, while I was admitted to Sichuan Conservatory of Music to continue her musical dream. After graduating from university, we were both busy and hadn't been in touch for many years. Our reunion was unexpectedly at her funeral. She was stabbed 13 times by a criminal while trying to protect the crowd. By the end, Chen Yushi was in tears. The barrage in the live broadcast room fell silent for a long time, and suddenly the long-lost system prompt sound echoed in your mind. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the song Echoes of Dusk. Immediately, information such as lyrics and arrangement surged in like a flood. As long as you are willing, you can present this song completely by yourself. The song is filled with emotion, and regret and memories flow through the lines. You open the software, coughing as you output the information in your mind in text form. Chen Yushi, seeing you cough violently, asked with concern, "Host, are you okay? If you can't do it, just go offline and go to the hospital." You weakly respond, "I'm fine." At this moment, you just want to quickly write the song and send it to her, as it concerns your survival. In the live broadcast room, doubts were constantly raised. Writing a song isn't that easy. It's probably just a trick to fool people. You ignore them, your fingers flying over the keyboard. Your physical condition is deteriorating. Time is tight, and every second is incredibly precious. After more than 10 minutes, you turn to the camera, "Send me your email privately." Although Chen Yushi had expectations, what could be written in just a few minutes? But she still sent her email. Soon, she received a compressed file, and after opening it, she was stunned. The melody and arrangement of Echoes of Dusk were perfect, and the level of completion was unbelievable. Chen Yushi's breathing unconsciously quickened, sometimes frowning in thought, sometimes nodding, completely immersed in the music. After a while, she asked, "Host, do you mind if I sing this song in the live stream?" You smiled and replied, "The song is yours, sing if you want." At that moment, your body felt like it was about to collapse, wishing she would perform in the live stream, as it would bring more influence and extend your life. Chen Yushi clicked play, and a soothing melody flowed out, instantly igniting the bullet comments in the livestream. "This melody is so sophisticated." As the prelude ended, Chen Yushi's voice began to sing. "The rocking chair creaks and won't stop. The wind carries away all the fallen leaves and flowers in the garden. The noise from the neighbor's child is so loud, but why do I always feel that it is him?" Perhaps you have also heard him speak, in a low or hoarse voice. That is him expressing his concerns. He may be at the place after this, by your side, in your dreams. If you see him, please don't be afraid, considering that we are both worried about each other. Even if it's a gust of wind or a fleeting glance. Thousands of netizens sat in front of the screen as if they had been struck by a spell. A professional comment caused a sensation. From a professional perspective, this song's composition and arrangement are outstanding. The melody is smooth, the harmonies are clever, the high notes in the chorus test the singer's skills and are highly infectious. The lyrics and melody blend perfectly, and the emotional expression is vivid. If it was truly created by the streamer in just a few minutes, it can be called genius. The netizens were deeply shocked, and the live broadcast room was completely boiling, watching the number of viewers continuously rise. A hint of a pleased smile appeared on Zhang Li's pale face. He didn't expect that a song produced by the system would cause such a stir. Ahem. A violent coughing fit interrupted the thoughts, and a tearing pain came from his chest. The strong spirit could not hold out any longer, and he lost consciousness in front of his eyes. A screen full of question marks floated across the live feed. Chen Ruoshi's song came to an abrupt end. The endless darkness was torn open in two ways. The light then surged in frantically. Drip, drip, drip. The regular beeping of the heart monitor echoed through the empty room. Zhang Li slowly opened her eyes, and her vision was pure white. With a slight movement of his mind, a light blue illusory light screen floated before his eyes. Name, Zhang Li. Current life expectancy, 27 days. Has gained influence, 78,000. Have I slept this long? Muttering, his voice was hoarse as hell. There was a sinking pressure on his arm, and with a slight sideways glance, a girl came into view. She was lying on the edge of the bed, seemingly asleep. Long hair like a waterfall, covering half of the face. Still hard to hide that shocking beauty. The sunlight poured through the window, spilling over the girl and outlining soft silhouettes. The whole person exudes an unearthly aura. At the sound, the girl's long eyelashes fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. A pair of clear eyes as clear as autumn water. "Why are you on the air when you're so sick?" Chen Ruoshi's voice was soft, with a hint of reproach. Retracting her gaze, Zhang Li didn't answer but changed the subject. "How do you know where I live?" About the system, he didn't want to tell anyone. It's too much effort to explain, and the other person doesn't always believe it. Most importantly, there's no need for that. Outside the window, a few sparrows rested on a branch, chattering and chirping. "You suddenly fainted on the air the other day and I freaked out and called the police." Chen Ruoshi rubbed her sleepy eyes, and her beautiful eyes still had some tiredness in them. "When the operator asked for the address, it occurred to me that I don't know anything about you. I was like, where's your family? How come they didn't realize you were sick? Then on second thought, how could you be allowed to go live with your illness if your family was around? So I hooked up with a hacker and traced your address by IP through the mail. It's a good thing they're all in Kyoto, otherwise I don't know what I'd do." Chen Ruoshi gently stroked the broken hair in front of her forehead, revealing her glossy forehead. "You are not allowed to broadcast live again in the future. The body is the most important thing." "Thank you." Zhang Li closed her eyes and smiled to herself. "I didn't think anyone would care about him. A dying man. No need to guess." After losing consciousness, the girl in front of me didn't sing the whole song on the air. Otherwise the impact couldn't have been even 100,000. "My name is Chen Yushi. And you?" The girl's voice was soft, with a hint of anticipation. Jiang Li, by the way, you're on the hot seat. Jiang Li took the phone and slid his fingertips across the screen. Twilight Echoes is ranked hashtag 27 on the Shake Shack Hot 100. Anchor with Sickness writes songs for free. Passes out on air is at number 36. Click on a random video and there are many users in the comments section who are curious about the song. The whole fainting thing was hardly a concern. The few sporadic comments were still questioning Jiang Li's hype. The anchor couldn't be Karma, could it? Am I the only one who thinks this song is great? I'm begging for the full version. This song is toxic. I've been looping it all day. Why did you remember to write songs for free? Not to mention your body. Chen Ruwashi wanted to say something. Jiang Li flipped through the articles one by one, without any expression on his face. After a long time, it spoke slowly. I don't have much time left. I have to leave something behind so I can prove that this world was here. So, hopefully you can take that song to a bigger stage, before life comes to an end. I want to use songs and record more people's stories. I'm afraid that Chun Yushi will be embarrassed to sing that song. Jiang Li had expressed writing songs to renew his life in a euphemistic way that the other party could understand. Only when these words fell into Chen Ruwashi's ears, they changed flavor. Perhaps it was her delicate mind or her great ability to empathize. From just a few words, Jiang Li's desire for life and his infinite attachment to the world were heard. This older boy, about his own age, was obviously so sick that he could leave this world at any time, yet still thinking about singing and recording other people's stories. How much he should love the world. Why did fate play such a trick on this kind and talented boy? The tomorrow that is within reach of others is a dream that is out of his reach. A wave of heartache welled up and tears welled up in his eyes. Chen Ruwashi forced herself not to let them fall. Chapter 4, Take his hope and stand on the stage. Her eyes were red and her nose was slightly sore. Chen Ruwashi's voice choked with tears as they finally came out of her eyes. I will, and I will definitely bring Twilight Echoes to a bigger stage so that more people can hear your work. Hearing those words, a hanging heart finally dropped. Jiang Li breathed a sigh of relief, tiredness coming in like a tidal wave. The cardiac monitor beeped sharply. Doctor! Doctor! Several white coats heard the commotion and rushed into the ward almost instantly. Prepare the defibrillator. Adrenaline push. Boom! With a sound, Jiang Li's body violently bounced up and fell heavily again. On the monitor, the straight line did not fluctuate in the slightest. Defibrillate again. Increase the dose. Chen Ruwashi was squeezed into a corner, her hands covering her mouth tightly. Tears blurred his vision, not daring to make the slightest sound for fear of disturbing the doctor's resuscitation. Boo! Another electric shock, and Jiang Li's body popped up again. Again! 360 joules. The nurse quickly adjusted the defibrillator, and the doctor pressed the electrode plates to Jiang Li's chest. Boo! This time, Jiang Li's body almost leapt off the bed. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the monitors without blinking. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in that stubbornly straight line. A faint, regular heartbeat followed. Drip, drip, drip. The doctor took off his mask and let out a long sigh of relief. Turning to look at Chen Ruwashi, the cancer has spread. The patient is very weak now. Try not to disturb and let him rest more. In that case, maybe for a while longer. Doctor, my friend, he can still. Holding out a finger, the doctor spoke slowly. An optimistic estimate would be a month. Almost 10 days if you lose your mind like you did earlier. Chen Ruwashi seemed to think of something. If we transfer to ICU, will we be able to hold out for a while longer? Not very effective. The doctor sighed. ICU is billed by the hour, and the average person can't afford it. I can arrange that on my end if needed. Help transfer him to ICU, and for the cost, I'll figure it out on my end. The time came quickly to evening. Inside the backstage lounge, Ruwashi Chen was a million times more nervous. At that moment, the staff pushed open the door to the room. Mr. Chen, it's your turn to go on stage. Okay, got it. Chen Ruwashi closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then she got up and walked towards the stage. The lights are shining brightly at the I'm a Singer taping. New generation singer Sun Xiao finished the song, rocking out in a black leather jacket with studded flashes. The applause from the stage was thunderous, and the four mentors all had looks of approval on their faces. Wang Shen even got right up and applauded him. Sun Xiao's vocals were explosive and this rock song was performed by him. Na Glimmer also nodded his head in agreement. He has a strong stage presence. He can quickly ignite the atmosphere of the scene. He's a good talent. Zhou Yi, on the other hand, was consistently shy with his words, nodding slightly. Gu, not bad. Oh. Shuijilu was very active and said half-jokingly, Sun Xiao, you're trying to steal Mr. Wang Shen's job. There was a burst of laughter and a relaxed atmosphere. Now there is only one final advancement spot left, and next, there are two contestants left. Among them, Song Wan's performance in the last round of the tournament has earned the glittering recognition. This girl, Song Wan, is a really solid singer. She, Needs a song that shows off the strengths of her voice. Wang Shen crossed his arms and rested them on the table. Yes, it's just that the song choice is a bit of a distraction. Too skillful, rather less emotionally infectious. Joey rarely spoke at length. Shuijilu was more to the point. Singing this thing, sometimes too much focus on skills, but easy to craftsmanship. Spinning his words, I'm rather optimistic about Chen Ruoshi. Her mistake in the last round was mainly a matter of mentality. Wang Shen nodded. Chen Ruoshi's singing is very emotionally infectious, which is her strength. But the disadvantages are also obvious. The level goes up and down, not very stable, not glimmer added at the right time. I think, the most important thing for a singer, is to play consistently. Let's hope she can adjust her state tonight. The audience was silent. The last two games were very much on everyone's mind. Once Chen Ruoshi succeeded in advancing, it also meant that Songwon had lost her last chance to advance. The reverse is also true. As long as Chen Yushi is eliminated, Songwon will also be guaranteed a spot in the finals. The entire audience held their breath, for no other reason than that Chen Yushi's looks are much more impressive and her previous performances have all been outstanding. If it wasn't for the misplay in the last round, it would have definitely made it to the finals. Although Songwon was also strong, anyone with a discerning eye could see the gap between the two. Therefore, this last promotion spot is not for Chen Ruoshi, but there are no absolutes, and Songwon's uncle is the project producer of the. Whether the opponent will use the great summoning technique in the final game of life and death, no one can guarantee. After all, it might be a bit of an insult to the viewer's intelligence to be on all the time, but once in a while, no harm, no foul. If Chen Ruoshi is nervous and makes a mistake again, she won't even need to hang on. The host, Wasa, takes the stage with his handcard in hand. With a smile on his face and a magnetic voice, he paused and swept his gaze across the room. The importance of these last two games must be clear to everyone. This could be their last time on this stage. Let's all cheer for both players and hope they can withstand the pressure and play their best. The words were followed by thunderous applause from the stage. Various cries of support for Chen Ruoshi rose and fell. This shows how popular she is with the audience. In fact, it is true that not only the live audience, even the online support rate, it is also Chen Ruoshi is far ahead. The applause thinned out and Warshaw took the microphone again. Next, please welcome the next competing singer, Chen Yushi. The smile on his face faded as Warshaw turned and walked off the stage. A wave of cheers erupted from the audience. All kinds of shouts and cheers converged, almost toppling the roof of the entire studio. Dressed in a white evening gown, Chen Ruoshi walked slowly onto the stage. The skirt is embellished with fine sequins, and a silver belt at the waist outlines a slim waist. The long black hair was put into a delicate bun, with a few strands of broken hair hanging down around her ears, adding a little more softness. On the stage, the lights faded out, leaving only a chasing light that hit the girl. Chen Ruoshi stood in the center of the stage and could clearly hear her heart beating. Like the beating of a drum, the sound was tight. Take a deep breath and try to calm the tension inside. But the more he did, the more nervous he became, and his hand on the microphone trembled slightly. The four mentors have their backs to the stage. Joey and Shuijilax can't see Chen Yushi though. Still, her every move could be clearly seen through the large screen not far away. Ouch, that looks intense. Chapter 5, 10 minutes? The mentor is confused. Joey rested his right index finger on the bridge of his nose and sighed slightly. Although I'm very optimistic about Chen Nuxi, her performance and ability to withstand pressure is really poor. With that kind of mentality, even if you make it to the finals, you won't get much. The finals are in public performance mode, and the contestants will face hundreds of thousands of viewers. I was so nervous in the studio. I was afraid that if I were to go on a bigger stage, my performance would be even more crushed. The expression on Sit's face looked even more nervous than the contestants. If she can't overcome the psychological hurdle, the road to Chen Ruoshi won't be too far. Let's hope she can handle the pressure. The intro plays and the boisterous crowd gradually quiets down. Wang Shen and Nog Lam, seeing Chen Ruoshi's nervous reaction, felt that Songwon's advancement should be assured. But when they heard the song's intro, the two men's faces suddenly changed. Insiders look in, outsiders look out. The song reflects an extremely high level of songwriting, both in the strings and the mix. Most importantly, the corresponding song was not found in the mind. In other words, what Chen Nuxi is going to sing is an original. This is not good news for them. Already boasted to Uncle Songwon that he would make sure the other side advanced. If you can't do that, it's like slapping yourself in the face, saying that there is a star in the vast Milky Way that is him, and still choosing to stay after stepping out of time. Gentle and unlikable in the lacquered day, quietly guarding his regrets. An ethereal voice rang out, and Xiaoyu's voice and smile appeared in Chen Ruoshi's mind, as well as the pale-faced teenager, lying in a hospital bed. They are all fearless in the face of death. But what about yourself? The mere act of stepping up to the stage scares the hell out of me. Compared to them, Chen Yushi felt like a coward. Thinking of the agreement with little Yu, Thinking of the promise to Zhongli to bring his work to a bigger stage, Chen Ruoshi gradually became firm in her heart. God, may I not feel it? Seeing as we're comfortable with each other, even if it's a gust of wind or a leaf or a touch of the eyes, it's all good. An ethereal voice with lyrics that seem to pray to the gods, straight to the soul. Every note is supremely sublimated. Off stage, the audience had long forgotten to cheer, or even to breathe. They listened quietly, feeling the sadness, the persistence, the thoughts of the deceased in the song. Good music resonates with the listener, and that's the case with this song. Twilight echoes. Some had moist eyes, some clenched their fists, some prayed silently. Think of the blurred figures that once warmed you and then turned away. The face gradually became clearer and clearer in his mind. Mommy, I miss you so much. Haunted can call his daddy. Honey, did you see that? Dad, I shouldn't have messed with you before I left the house the other day. I'm sorry. The four mentors slammed the button and the seats slowly turned. They saw the radiant girl on the stage, and they saw the tears glistening in her eyes. Wang Shen frowned. He didn't expect that Chen Ruoshi would be able to bring such a shocking original song. The song, both lyrically and in arrangement, is perfect. What's even more rare is that Chen Yushi blends her emotions and the song perfectly, giving the song a soul. The glistening eyes were full of appreciation, as if he had seen his younger self. Joey didn't move and wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. He hadn't heard, in a long time, such a moving song. Shui Jixie's eyes reddened a little, remembering her experience of being snowed in. Those days of fighting for your dreams, those unknown sorrows and sufferings. A million emotions flooded the mind. Barta, one teardrop slid down her cheek. Then when the universe dies, when the yellow springs are stranded, we'll turn to dust and we'll see each other again eventually. Chen Ruoshi closed her eyes and sang the last line of the song. The music stops at first and the lights come on. The whole room was silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, thunderous applause resounded throughout the studio. It's so good. What's the name of the song? Goddess, you sing so well. The crowd went wild with shouts and waving glow sticks in their hands. The four mentors rose to their feet and applauded Chen Nuxi. Did you write this song yourself? Wang Shen's expression was agitated, and there was a faintly undetectable tremor in his tail voice. No, a friend wrote it. Chen Ruoshi shook her head and became emotionally lost as she remembered that pale yet handsome face. What's his name? The glimmer asked impatiently. Jiang Li, Jiang of River, Li of Li Shower. Chen Ruoshi said word for word. Jiang Li. Zhou Yi muttered. This is the first time I've heard this name. It's hard to imagine that this song was written by a newcomer to the music scene. By the way, what's the name of the song? Echoes of Twilight. Twilight Echo? Shui Jilu repeated the title of the song and turned his head to Joey. Senior, what do you think? This song is special. Joey mused for a moment and spoke slowly. It reminds me of something. Well, long ago. Indeed. Shui Jilu nodded. The song is very delicate and sincere in its emotional expression. Wang Shen frowned, his fingers gently tapping on the desktop, his gaze inquisitive. This song is very well done. Jiang Li must have put a lot of effort into it, right? After a pause, he turned his head to look at Zhou Yi and Shui Jilu. Old Zhou, old Shui, you're both songwriters. How long would it probably take for a song like this? Zhou Yi pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. The melody is catchy, the lyrics have depth, and the arrangement is just right. If it were me, it would take at least half a year, and it wouldn't necessarily have that effect. Shui Jilu nodded with deep empathy. Heavenly King Zhou is right. This song is too finished. I estimate that Jiang Li spent at least a year polishing it. After a pause, he added, inspiration is important in creating a song of this caliber, but it takes even more time and energy to sink in. Wang Shen and Na Glimmer glanced at each other, both of their eyes filled with shock. A year? That's too much. Ruoshi, how long did Jiang Li take to compose this song? Roughly? Wang Shen turned his head to look at Chen Ruoshi. He hoped to get an affirmative answer from the other party. At least a year, or more. Chen Nuxi looked at the four mentors and hesitated for a moment before finally saying truthfully, it only took him 10 minutes. 10 minutes? The four tutors spoke in unison, disbelief written all over their faces. Wang Shen's pupils plummeted, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Subconsciously, he repeated, 10 minutes? Are you sure? Shui Jilax directly stood up and paced back and forth, muttering under his breath. 10 minutes. How is this possible? 10 minutes. Chapter 6. Shady? Mentor retires. Server blows up. This is absolutely impossible. The glittering denial was categorical and vehement. When I was young, I had a lot of talent, but even so, I couldn't create such a masterpiece in 10 minutes. The melody, lyrics, and arrangement of this song are of a very high caliber. It's simply impossible to accomplish without a long period of polishing and settling. Wang Shen didn't say anything, only his brows wrinkled tighter. He believed that Chen Ruwashi wouldn't lie about something like this, but reason told him that it didn't make sense at all. 10 minutes to create a song? No kidding. Which of those heirloom classics was not created with great dedication before it was finally presented to the world? Joey rubbed his chin in thought. It was a song that made him feel a shock that had been missing for a long time. It was a touching feeling that hit the soul and could never be faked by artifice. Rui, can you tell us about this friend of yours? Joey opened his mouth, breaking the silence. Chen Ruwashi opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. Telling people that the teenager is terminally ill and doesn't have long to live? Or do you want to tell them that Jiangli burnt herself in order to live? And then be suspected by others of marketing with a terminal illness? He's that sick and doesn't deserve to be subjected to malice-filled speculation and denigration. He's a very talented man. Chen Ruwashi weighed the words and said softly, "It's just that I'm usually busy, so I don't have much time to write songs." There was no lie. Jiangli was indeed busy. I am busy fighting my illness, racing against time, and documenting the beauty of the world with my work. Busy in general? Shui Jilan keenly captured the key message in this sentence. Those eyes, which were already large, were now even more rounded. Is he not a professional musician? What does he do? Chen Ruwashi hesitated for a moment, but finally shook her head. I don't really know exactly what he does, just that he's busy. This is really... Shui Jilu scratched his head with a puzzled look. Ouch. Interesting. The corners of Zhou Yi's mouth rose slightly. It had been a long time since he had encountered something so interesting. A musician of amazing talent, yet obscure. This is a story-filled topic in itself. If you have the chance, you really want to meet this Jiangli. Zhou Yi's tone was filled with anticipation. I'd like to meet him too. Shui Jilu followed closely behind, curiosity written all over his face. If he's really that good, I'd like to have a song date with him. Wang Shun and Na Glimmer looked at each other, both seeing helplessness in each other's eyes. Originally, I was counting on Song Wan to advance. Now it seems that there is little hope. Where is this friend of yours now? Joey looked at Chen Yushi and asked again. Chen Ruwashi lowered her head, her eyes slightly red, and her voice became a little choked. He's in the hospital. Probably. Not very convenient. Hospital? Shui Jilu froze, then realized. Oh, I see. Doctors? Of course they're busy. He thought he had guessed the truth and had a look of I see on his face. Joey didn't say anything and just looked at Chen Ruwashi quietly. It always felt like it wasn't that simple. Chen Ruwashi's expression, that sadness and helplessness, is more like a farewell. Can we go see him after the match? Joey spoke again. Chen Ruwashi hesitated. She didn't know how to answer. I'm afraid Jiangli's current condition is not suitable for meeting guests, but he didn't want to reject Joey. After all, Jiangli's bedroom was plastered with the other poster. At that moment, a whisper came from Wang Shen and the glistening headset. The two of them looked slightly stagnant and glanced at each other, seeing the dismay and helplessness in each other's eyes. Coughing lightly, Wang Shen drew everyone's attention to himself. There's something I have to point out. The song is excellent though, but original songs is required to report to the program in advance? You reported? Chen Ruwashi's eyes widened as she sniffed, her entire body confused. His lips trembled slightly, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. His mind was blank. Only Wang Shen's sentence "Did you report it?" echoed continuously. Press didn't even notice that in the rules of the game, there was such a rule. Besides, didn't they know about the backing tracks when they handed them over to the program? Doesn't this count? Or are these people deliberately looking for a fight? Zhou Yi and Shui Jilu's thoughts were interrupted, and they all looked at Wang Shen and Na Glimmer in disbelief. How could they not expect that these two would strike at this time? Old Wang, what do you mean by this? Shui Jilu was straight and immediately opened his mouth to question. It doesn't mean anything. Rules are rules. Wang Shen avoided Shui Jilu's gaze, his tone hard. I remember in the rules of the tournament, there is indeed such a clause. That Glimmer spoke up as well, his voice wavering a bit. But, Joey wanted to say something but was interrupted by Wang Shen. No buts, Heavenly King Zhou. It's all the more important for us as mentors to follow the rules. Though I appreciate the song, the author Jiangli, and the singing of Chen Ruwashi, but I just got Uncle Song Wan's instructions from the headset. No matter what, we have to eliminate Chen Yushi. After all, the hand that takes it is the hand that eats it. What's more, he and Na Lan were counting on it to make some money in Uncle Song Wan's new project. At this point, host Washo took the stage with a professional smile on his face. I'm sorry, Ruwashi. He looked over at Ruwashi-chan with a hint of regret in his tone. According to the rules of the competition, original songs that have not been reported in advance will be considered null and void. Therefore, your score for this match is voided. Boom dash. Chen Ruwashi only felt an explosion in her head, and her entire body was dumbfounded, standing frozen on the stage, like a puppet whose soul has been drained. tears slipped silently. In this moment, she even forgot to cry, just felt so tired and wanted to find a place to sleep. Off stage, the audience exploded as well. What the hell? How come it's not working? Shady. There's definitely something shady going on. The program came out to explain. The crowd was outraged, and a wave of voices rose. However, all of this, Chen Yushi no longer cared. Slowly, he turned around and headed downstage. The back is lonesome and the steps are hobbling. Zhou Yi's heart was mixed, and he opened his mouth to say something, but it eventually turned into a sigh. Shui Jilan was even more furious. Standing up violently, he pointed at Wang Shen and Na Glimmer's noses and snarled angrily. Do you guys still want to be ashamed? Even such underhanded tactics are used for the sake of a connected person. The song Twilight Echoes is of a level that you, as veteran musicians, must know very well. Will there be a future for the Chinese music scene in the long run? This kind of program is not taped. Old Shui, calm down. Zhou Yi hurriedly pulled Shui Jilu back, fearing that he would do something drastic. I can't calm down. Shui Jilu shook off Zhou Yi. Straight away, he took off his headset, slammed it heavily on the table, and sauntered backstage. Zhou Yi shook his head helplessly and followed him out of the tutor's seat. Late afternoon, the top streaming king of the Chinese music world, Zhou Yi, and the popular superstar, Shui Jilax. It was also unilaterally announced that the withdrawal from the taping of the At one point it dry-humped the Twitter servers. Chapter 7, Genius Boy emerges from the sky. The whole network is shocked. On the internet, the discussion about the shady practices of I Am a Singer is getting bigger and bigger like a snowball. Various forums, postings, social media, the related topics are hot. Countless netizens disguised as Sherlock Holmes, trying to restore the truth from the clues. On Weibo, several well-known entertainment marketing numbers, almost simultaneously, posted the latest revelations about the These marketing numbers are usually known for being fast and accurate with their messages and have a huge fanbase. Their collective voice, undoubtedly to this storm of public opinion, added another fierce fire. According to reliable sources, I Am a Singer recording site appeared a major change. Zhou Yi and Shui Jilu, two mentors, announced on the spot to withdraw from the program. The reason is actually shocking. Genius Boy emerges out of nowhere. One song triggers an earthquake in the music industry. Zhou Yi and Shui Jilu broke with capital for him. I Am a Singer shocking shady exposure. Chen Yushi was eliminated miserably. Who is the mastermind behind the scene? These headlines, one more powerful than the other, quickly attracted the attention of a large number of netizens. The comment section was instantly flooded with countless netizens who were eager to eat melon. The crowd was talking to each other, trying to piece together the full picture of events. Really? King Chao and Shui Jilax withdraw from the competition at the same time? This melon is a bit big. It must be shady. Why else would the two mentors be so rigid? So what happened? Are there any brothers or sisters on the scene who can explain? I know. My friend was there and said it was for a guy named Zhang Li. The other guy wrote a song for Chen Yushi, and it's super catchy. Then the program team eliminated Chen Ruoshi in order to preserve the relationship. Zhang Li? That's an unfamiliar name. Is he a newcomer? I've never heard of this character, but it's probably a bit of something to get both King Zhou and Shui Jilu to speak out at the same time. So, what about that song? Has anyone recorded it? I want to hear it. Same request. A song that can make two tutors turn their backs on capital is surely not ordinary. As the discussion progressed, more and more details came to light. The name Jian Li began to appear frequently on all major social media platforms. People wondered who this unknown teenager was, what magic his work has. It is possible to make Zhou Yi and Shui Jilu, two pivotal figures in the Chinese music industry, to do him justice, even at the cost of confronting capital? That's when a netizen, who claimed to have been in the booth at the time, posted a lengthy message, a detailed description of Jiang Li's process of creating Twilight Echoes. I was at the Jiang Li livestream and witnessed the song. He was looking in bad shape, pale and coughing all the time, like he was seriously ill with something. Chen Ruoshi linked up with him and told him a story, and then he started writing a song. It took only 10 minutes from inspiration to completion. I was in awe. It was a miracle. The long post set the internet ablaze. 10 minutes to write a song? Really? That's too much. I don't believe it. It must be scripted. For the sake of hype, even King Chao couldn't possibly, in 10 minutes, write a quality song. Could he? Could it have been pre-written and then pretended to be created on the spot? Upstairs is overthinking it. How could Chen Ruoshi have written the story beforehand when it was so complicated to tell? Whether you guys believe it or not, I do anyway. After all, it's no joke that both Zhou Tianwang and Shui Jilax have withdrawn from the competition. Has anyone searched for this song? Is it good or not? Skepticism mingled with awe. The keywords Jiang Li and Twilight Echo have been pushed to the top of the hot search list. Soon after, a netizen found a clip of Chen Yushi singing Twilight Echoes on the air. Although it is not the full version, the ethereal voice, beautiful melody, and lyrics full of deep feelings, still quickly conquered countless netizens. This song is too good to cry. I'm a burst of tears. Was this really written in 10 minutes? I don't believe it. Loop in progress, poisoned. This song has a magical power that makes you want to cry when you listen to it. What kind of person is Zhongli? It's too talented too. You guys check it out. The song's on the Hot 100. As Twilight Echoes gets hotter and hotter, there is more and more discussion about Zhongli. People were surprised to find out that this talented teenager was a little-known anchor, and his act of writing songs for free on the air has left countless netizens dumbfounded. Is he stupid? A song this good can make a ton of money by selling it to just any singer, right? Perhaps. This is the world of genius. We don't understand it. He doesn't look well. Shouldn't he be? For a while, the entire internet was buzzing about Zhongli and his Twilight Echo. The song quickly caught fire all over the internet in an unexpected way. First People's Hospital, Jianglu City. Outside the ICU, the atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. Shui Jilu stuck his hands in his pockets and frowned, his gaze falling on the teenager covered in tubes through the glass window. Zhou Yi stood aside, his arms wrapped around his chest in silence. Chen Ruoshi came out of the guardianship room and took off her protective suit, exhaustion written all over her face. What brings you here? Come see him. Shui Jilan's voice was low, and his gaze still didn't move away from Zhongli. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Turning her head, she looked at Chen Ruoshi with a hint of reproach in her tone. I thought he was a doctor. I didn't expect. Here the voice ended abruptly, as if it couldn't bear to say any more. I guess he was sick. I just didn't realize that it was so bad. Joey took a deep breath and spoke slowly, breaking the silence. How did you find this place? Chen Ruoshi asked the question in her heart, inquired all the way around. Explains Xerxes. First, I asked the hospital if there was a doctor named Zhongli. Just realized there is no such person. It ended up coming from one of the nurses that there was a terminal cancer patient with the same name as you said. When they finished, the three fell silent once again. Originally, he wanted to find Zhongli to ask for a song, but when he saw him in this state, he couldn't open his mouth. At that moment, there was a slight rattling in the ward. Zhongli slowly opened her eyes, her consciousness gradually returning to clarity. Before his eyes, a curtain of light blue light emerged. Name, Zhongli. Current life expectancy, 33 days. Has gained influence, 6,000. Lifespan has increased by 6 days and influence has been reset. Zhongli secretly sighed in relief. This proved that the system could indeed keep him alive. Only, the shadow of death still follows. More songs must be created soon. Zhongli didn't like this feeling of being stuck with tubes all over her body, like a potted plant, being watched. He wants to go back to a normal life. He wants to breathe free and run wild. Thoughts were interrupted by a soft sound of talking. Zhongli turned her head and saw Zhou Yi and Shui Jilu standing outside through the glass window. The heart pounded like it was going to pop out of his chest. That's Zhou Yi and Shui Jilu, the top streaming king of the Chinese music industry and a popular superstar. How did they get here? But the whirlwind was wrapped in a great surprise, just to be able to write songs for these two, with their fan base and influence. Definitely get yourself more longevity. Chapter 8, The Request of a Terminally Ill Teenager. The King of Heaven is moved. With all her strength, Zhongli struggled to sit up and rang the bedside pager. It didn't take long for Chen Ruoshi to change into her protective clothing and re-enter the ward. Immediately afterward, several nurses and attending physicians fishtailed in. I want to get out of the hospital. Zhongli opened her mouth, and although her voice was weak, it was permeated with a sense of determination. No way. Chen Ruoshi didn't even think about it and directly refused. How can you be discharged from the hospital in your current condition? The attending doctor frowned, his tone serious. With your current physical condition, leaving the ICU will only accelerate the deterioration of your condition. But I feel, physically, much better already. Zhongli argued reasonably. He didn't want to continue staying in this, like a display case. That's because in the ICU, there are all sorts of instruments and medications that can help you with your condition. The attending physician patiently explained and tried to dissuade him from being discharged. Seeing that there was no hope of being discharged from the hospital, Zhongli had to settle for the next best thing. So, can you transfer me to the general ward? This time, with an unusually determined attitude. His eyes burned into the attending physician. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what to do for a moment. Chen Ruoshi looked at his pale and thin face and felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Eventually, he was too upset to turn his head to the attending physician. Why don't we just do what he says? The attending physician pondered for a moment and nodded helplessly. It can only be this way, but you have to be prepared that his condition could worsen at any time. After being transferred to the general ward, Zhongli obviously felt much more relaxed. Although his body was still weak, at least the smell of disinfectant no longer filled his breath. Looking over to Chen Yushi, he said softly, can you invite Heavenly King Joe and Mr. Shue to come in? I have something to say to them. Chen Ruwashi hesitated for a moment, but still nodded her head. Okay, wait a minute. A few minutes later, Zhou Yi and Shui Jilu walked into the hospital room. Are you guys trying to get a song date with me? Jiangli opened the door and asked directly. The two men froze and quickly waved their hands in denial. No, we just came to see you. Yeah, we're just a little curious. Jiangli looked at them and smiled, a slight bitterness in her smile. Actually, I'm okay and I can still write songs. After a pause, he continued. I'd like you to each share a story if you can. In return, I will compose a song for you, each of you. Zhou Yi and Shui Jilu glanced at each other, both seeing shock and hesitation in each other's eyes. Originally did come with the purpose of dating the song, but when he saw Jiang Li's condition with his own eyes, he couldn't open his mouth. Now, the other party has offered to write a song, which both surprises and disturbs them. Surprised to finally have the opportunity to acquire the work of this genius. The unsettling thing is, would that be too cruel? After all, what he needed most right now was rest, not creativity. Zhou Yi weighed his words and politely declined. Jiangli, we appreciate your kindness, but the most important thing for you right now is to get well. The songwriting will come later. Shui Jilu nodded along. Yes, the body is the most important thing. When you recover, it's not too late for us to talk about music. True death is not physical demise, but oblivion. Jiang Li's voice was soft, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Maybe one day I'll leave this world, but hopefully, my work will continue to be sung. In this way, it is another degree of immortality. Raising his head, his gaze swept over Zhou Yi and Shui Jilu in turn, his eyes filled with expectation. I realize that this may be a little unfair to you, but I really wanted to leave something for the world. In the hospital room, there was silence. Only outside the window, unknown birds occasionally issued a few chirps to break this gloomy atmosphere. Chen Ruwashi stood on the sidelines, already in tears. She clenched her lips to keep from crying out. At this moment, she finally understood why Jiangli was so obsessed with creation, because for him, it was the only way to resist oblivion. Zhou Yi and Shui Jilu were also deeply shocked. They had never imagined that such a young being could have such a deep understanding of eternity. What's more, I didn't expect to be taught a lesson by a terminally ill teenager. I promise you. Zhou Yi was the first to speak, breaking the silence. Shui Jixie followed suit. I happen to have a story. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Zhang Li's pale face. I'll go first. It was as if Zhou Yi had made some sort of determination to bring that long dusty past to light. That year, I was a little unknown singer, running from bar to bar every day, just looking for an opportunity, until I met Haruko, who was gentle and smiling. We met at a friend's party when she was sitting in the corner, quietly listening to me sing. Then we fell in love. She always encouraged me, saying that my music was soulful and that I would be able to succeed. For my sake, she gave up the opportunity to study abroad and stayed at home, quietly supporting my music dream. But I was so young and focused on getting ahead that I ignored her feelings. We started arguing, cold wars, and drifted apart, until the day she had a car accident and left me forever. Speaking here, Zhou Yi's voice had choked up, his eyes reddened, and he forced himself not to let the tears slide down. By the time I got to the hospital, she was not breathing. The doctor said she was brought to the hospital clutching my concert ticket. She had planned to come to see the first concert of my life, but instead I will never see her again. Shui Jilu and Chen Yushi both fell silent. They didn't expect the radiant king of Zhou on stage. It's amazing that there is such a painful past. All these years I have lived in remorse and self-loathing. If in the beginning, I can care about her more and sympathize with her more, maybe the ending will be different. I put all my thoughts of her into a song, but no matter how many songs I write and how many awards I win, I can't make up for the regrets in my heart. If I could, this is a song I'd like to give to her, and to all who have loved, but missed. Joey raised his head and looked out the window. Those originally deep eyes were now filled with sadness and nostalgia. In the hospital room, it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Only the tireless birds outside the window were still crowing happily. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the song, Nocturne. In Zhang Li's mind, a system beep sounded. Immediately afterward, countless notes and lyrics, like a tidal wave, flooded into his mind. Play Chopin's Nocturne for you in honor of my lost love, while I play the piano for you incognito. In the moonlight, every note, every lyric, is full of endless thoughts and sorrow. Out of nowhere, Zhang Li seemed to see a lonely figure, playing the piano under the moonlight. The girl in the white dress danced limply in the chasing light not far away. Chapter 9, Is this guy an alien? My turn. Shui Jilu's voice pulled Zhang Li back from her thoughts. He looked at Zhang Li and slowly opened his mouth to tell his story. I was once deeply in love with a girl named Anren. a very special girl. We met in the micros and have weathered many storms together. She walked me through the lows and saw me grow step by step. I thought that we would go on like this until we grew old together. But reality hit me hard. Her family couldn't accept a poor boy with nothing to lose. We were forced to separate and she married a so-called family man. The day we separated, she cried and told me, "I'm sorry, I tried my best." Shui Jilu's eyes glittered with tears, and his voice became a bit hoarse. I looked at her departing back and felt my whole world fall apart. Like a fool, I stood still for a long time. Later, I took my thoughts of her and wrote a song about it. That song recorded the bits and pieces of what we used to be, and buried me, the love that didn't end. I often wonder if I could have changed the ending if I had tried a little harder. But there are no ifs in life. A miss is a miss and there's no going back. Shui Jilu smiled bitterly and shook his head. His eyes filled with despondency and helplessness. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the song, Manhwa Bridge. In Jiang Li's mind, the system beep sounded once again. At the same time, a beautiful and slightly sad melody played in his head. I know that those summers can't come back like you, and I won't be able to look forward to anyone with anticipation. I know that the world has too many regrets every day, so hello and goodbye. The lyrics are full of nostalgia and sadness for the passing, as well as helplessness and compromise with reality. Jiang Li closed her eyes and quietly listened to the song. At some point, the corners of my eyes were wet with tears, seeing Jiang Li contemplating with his eyes closed. Zhou Yi, Shui Jilu, and Chen Yushi held their breath. The atmosphere didn't dare to take a breath for fear of disturbing him. Zhou Yi recognized Jiang Li's talent though, but to say that two quality songs in a row in such a short period of time still feels impossible. After all, Twilight Echoes crossover was shocking enough. If there were two more of equal caliber, it would be simply. Zhou Yi didn't dare to continue thinking about it. I'm afraid that my heart, which has been baptized by the music industry for a long time, can't withstand this succession of shocks. Shui Jilax is in a completely different frame of mind, both expectant and apprehensive, like a gambler waiting for the lottery. The expectation is that perhaps one might actually witness a miracle being born. The apprehension was that if Jiang Li played poorly, wouldn't that be an empty joy? He didn't want his story to be wasted in a mediocre piece. Chen Ruoshi had the most mixed feelings. On the one hand, she knew Jiang Li's creative speed better than anyone else. On the other hand, he was worried about whether Jiang Li's body could withstand the load of such a high-intensity creation. After all, that was extremely mind-consuming. Stealing a glance at the monitor, the up and down curve. In his heart, he silently prayed that Jiang Li would be able to perform another miracle. However, just under 2 minutes had passed. Jiang Li then slowly opened his eyes. Those originally dull eyes were actually flashing with a bit of starlight at this moment, gesturing for Chen Yushi to bring him paper and pen. In fact, he can't wait to hear the story and start working on it right away, but that would be appalling. He didn't want to be treated like a monster, captured and sliced up for study. Even so, the scene before them still shocked Joey and the others. This is starting to write? Shui Jilu's eyes widened, his mouth opened into an O shape, and disbelief was written all over his face. Even wondered if I was hallucinating. Joey wasn't much better, and those not-so-large eyes were glaring at the moment, trying to calm the inner shock, trying to look less out of sorts. Chen Ruoshi, on the other hand, was filled with worry as she quickly walked over to the hospital bed and handed Jiang Li a pen and paper. How do you feel now? Do you want to rest for a while first? I'm fine. Jiang Li took the pen and paper and smiled at her. Then, to the astonished eyes of the crowd, he put pen to paper. Rustle. The tip of the pen scratched across the paper, making a small sound that was especially clear in the silence of the hospital room. Zhou Yi and Shui Jilu coincidentally went over to find out what was going on. They would like to see how this genius actually created it. However, upon seeing the paper, the lines of lyrics that jumped out at him, once again, he was shocked beyond words. To play Chopin's Nocturne for you, in honor of my lost love, while I play for you incognito, in the moonlight, Joey recited softly, each word like a stone, thrown into the lake of calm heart, stirring up layers of ripples. It was as if I saw myself once, playing the piano for Haru under the moonlight. The familiar melody, the moving scene, made him instantly red in the eyes. I know those summers, like you, can't come back, and I won't be expecting anything, from anyone, anymore. Shui Jilu, on the other hand, stared at the lyrics in a daze, as if he had been evoked by a certain memory he didn't want to mention. Think of the girl you used to love so much. Think of all the good times spent together, thinking of her determined back as she left, and her own torn heart. How does this work? Shui Jilan muttered, his voice trembling. It's unbelievable that these soul-stirring lyrics came from a teenager who had just heard the story. Joey just looked at Jiang Li silently. The concentration, the fluidity of the brushstrokes, It made him believe that this teenager in front of him might really be a musical genius that would be hard to come by in 100 years. Even a sudden thought popped into Zhou Yi's mind, one that even he found absurd. This guy's not an alien, is he? How else to explain this unbelievable series of behaviors? Chen Ruoshi looked at Zhang Li, who was writing furiously, her eyes filled with heartache and admiration. She knew that Zhang Li was creating with his life, racing against time and fighting against death, and all this just to leave more traces of his own in this world, having existed. Tears flowed uncontrollably once again at the thought. Chen Ruoshi hurriedly turned around and secretly wiped away her tears, not wanting others to see her weak side. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Li stopped her pen. The 2 pieces of paper filled with lyrics were handed to Zhou Yi and Xue Jilu respectively. This is good? Xue Jilu picked up the lyrics with a shudder. Aha! Zhang Li nodded. I hope you guys enjoy it. Zhou Yi also took the lyrics and scrutinized them. Thank you. This song, I like it very much. Lifting his head, he looked at Zhang Li with gratitude in his eyes. Xue Jilu also nodded repeatedly. I also like it. This song is simply customized for me. You guys like it? Zhang Li smiled, with a bit of exhaustion in his face. Composing 2 songs in a row, even with the system, was still a considerable burden for him. Can feel the body is gradually getting weaker. Leaving the hospital, a heavily armed Zhou Yi and Xue Jilu stood by the nanny car. You can't take this song for nothing. Zhou Yi pondered for a long time, then slowly spoke after a long time. Xue Jilu nodded. Let's open a concert in Zhang Li's name and give him all the proceeds. Chapter 10, I Am a Singer. Shady shadows continue to fester. Ratings. Although Zhang Li repeatedly excused himself from any financial assistance, but hospitals are bottomless pits, and no amount of money is enough to throw into them. With this expense, Zhang Li will be able to enjoy the best medical resources. Okay, I'll have someone prepare it as soon as possible when we get back. Joey got into the nanny car and took off. A concert big enough to rock the entire Chinese music scene was finalized in a few words. A few days later, the show aired as scheduled. Chen Ruoshi, dressed in a white dress, stood at the center of the stage and sang echoes of Twilight with deep emotion. The ethereal voice, with its heartfelt lyrics, mesmerized the audience in front of the TV. This song is too good. It's like heavenly music. Chen Yushi's vocals are superb. This high pitch, superb, superb, superb. These lyrics are so well written, they brought tears to my eyes. Who is Zhang Li? He wrote this song? It's too talented. Not, this can be eliminated? It's also too outrageous. After the program aired, Twilight Echo, Zhang Li, I Am a Singer. Shady and other phrases, quickly on the microblogging hot search. Netizens marveled at Zhang Li's talent, but at the same time, they had serious questions about the fairness of the program. As well, 10 minutes to write a song of this quality. Zhang Li is open, isn't he? This song is definitely a hit. I'd been singing it all night. The crew comes out and explains why such a great song was eliminated. Shady. There are definitely shady practices. Why else would King Chao and Xue Jilu drop out at the same time? My heart goes out to Chen Yushi, such a powerful singer, but she was eliminated by shady practices. Boycott I Am a Singer. Return a clean slate to the Chinese music scene. Faced with a growing storm of public opinion, the I Am a Singer program team finally couldn't sit still. They released a statement claiming that the scoring process was open and transparent and in no way shady. However, they avoided talking about key issues such as Joey and Xue Jilu's withdrawal and the elimination of Twilight Echo. Instead of calming the anger, this statement made the netizens even angrier. This declares a loneliness? When we're cuties. What? Avoiding the important and talking about the right and the left. Isn't that a sign of a weak heart? Do you really think we're children? How dare they issue such a statement, when even King Chao and Xue Jilax can't watch it anymore? What credibility is there for this program? Everyone stop watching and boycott this trashy program together. With the spontaneous boycott by netizens, the ratings of I Am a Singer slipped at a rate visible to the naked eye. Many brands that were planning to place ads have also pulled out, saying they will no longer work with the program. For a while, I Am a Singer was in an unprecedented crisis. In an effort to regain the momentum, Song Wan and her uncle, who is the producer of the program, began to work in secret. They've paid off a lot of marketing numbers and sailors, spreading rumors online, questioning the originality of Twilight Echoes and pointing the finger at Zhang Li. Shocker! Twilight Echoes is actually a plagiarized work? Genius teenager Zhang Li's persona collapsed. It turns out he's a fraud. Take a peek at Zhang Li's black history to see what kind of person he really is. These marketing numbers, with a decent list of similarities between Twilight Echo and other songs, and with various so-called real proof that the song is plagiarized, they even rehashed Zhang Li's previous comments and behavior, taking them out of context and interpreting them maliciously. An attempt was made to portray him as a morally corrupt person of low character. Under the Water Army's push, the rumors spread quickly. Many unknown netizens began to shake. No way. Is this song really plagiarized? I told you, how can you write such a good song in 10 minutes? Who's Zhongli? I've never heard of him. I guess he's a small 18th line singer? For the sake of being popular? You even do things like plagiarizing. What a shame. Thanks, I kinda like this song. I didn't realize it was plagiarized. Disgusting. Boycott plagiarism. Support the original. There were even some extreme netizens who began to physically attack Zhongli. Through various channels, they inquired about the hospital and ward where Zhongli was, and then sent elegiac couplets and reeds to the front of the ward. In the hallway, a couple of nurses were pushing carts, clearing out the obscure stuff, out of the way. Young people nowadays are really getting unqualified. That's right, people are sick and hospitalized, and they still send these things. Isn't that cursing people to die? I heard that Zhongli offended someone to get screwed like this. Alas, the internet environment nowadays, it's really getting worse and worse. Anyone can talk nonsense on the internet. I don't know if he'll survive this. The nurses cleaned up while whispering words of helplessness and regret. In the hospital room, Chen Ruwashi looked at her cell phone. Those unpleasant comments? So angry that she was shaking. These people are so vicious that they won't even spare a person who is seriously ill. It's too much. Tightening her lips, tears welled up in her eyes. How can they do this? Meanwhile, Zhou Yi and Shui Jilu, who are buried in preparations for the concert, are also concerned about these negative news online. The two conferred and decided to speak out for Zhongli through their personal social media accounts. It is hoped that they can use their influence to help Zhongli clarify the facts and return his innocence. Zhou Yi's personal account, always low-key, except for the necessary publicity, rarely released personal dynamics. But this time, he broke the mold with a dynamic update. Only a few short sentences, but like a deep water bomb, it stirred up 1,000 waves on the internet. There are some voices that should not be buried. Some talents deserve to be heard by all. Zhongli, your song, I hear it. The accompanying picture is a photo of him and Zhongli in the hospital. In the photo, Zhongli was pale but still smiling. Joey stood beside him with concern in his eyes. Xerxes followed suit, posting on his social media accounts. In this era, there's no shortage of clowns who clamor for attention. What's missing is people with real talent. Luckily, I met Zhongli. His songs make me find a long-lost touch. The accompanying picture shows another photo of him with Zhongli. The statement of the two big names in the music industry instantly pushed the name Zhongli to the forefront. Those netizens who were still questioning and hurling insults had all shut their mouths at this moment and began to re-examine the teenager they were attacking. Those netizens who had originally supported Zhongli were even cheering at this moment as if they had won a battle. Both King Chao and Shui Jilax have spoken. Those black people, does their face hurt? So there's really something shady going on in I'm a Singer? Think about it carefully. Who else is questioning Zhongli's talent now? Come forward and take 2 steps. Immediately after that, Zhou Yi and Shui Jilax once again posted at the same time. It was announced that the two would be co-headlining a concert called Echoes. He also released 2 new songs written by Zhongli at the concert. This news, like pouring a ladle of water into a boiling frying pan, instantly blew up the entire internet. Chapter 11, A Blessing in Disguise. Live broadcasting starts again. King Chao and Shui Jilax are joining forces for a concert? What kind of divine combination is this? Lifetime series. It's unbelievable that these two can perform on the same stage. The point is, they're also going to release a new song written by Zhongli. This card is too big. What is Zhongli all about? How could he get both Heavenly King Zhou and Shui Jilu to stand up for him at the same time? I'm just bursting with anticipation for those 2 new songs right now. Those marketing numbers that previously questioned Zhongli have quietly deleted the relevant articles at this moment, fearing that the netizens will rehash old scores. However, there are still netizens who took screenshots to save the remarks of these marketing numbers and posted them online. These marketing numbers, weren't they jumping all over the place before? Why are they all mute now? Laughing my ass off. These marketing numbers are just wallflowers. They go whichever way the wind blows. They were the ones who cursed Zhongli the most before, and now each one of them is acting like a shrinking violet. The marketing numbers had to issue an apology after the netizens' outcry, stated that he had previously received false information before posting those statements. And when Song Wan's uncle saw that things were falling apart, he quietly withdrew the circular that smeared Zhongli. But he was not satisfied and contacted several so-called music critics. Attempts to disparage Zhongli's work from a professional point of view. On their social media accounts, these music critics have posted seemingly professional, but flawed reviews. The song, Twilight Echoes, is so virtuosic that it rather loses the soul of the music. Zhongli's song, which is only moderately good, has been overhyped. His compositions lack depth and are just disease-free. The comment was immediately countered by netizens. You so-called music critics are probably paid to do this, aren't you? If Zhongli's songs can only be regarded as medium level, then there are no good songs in the Chinese music scene. I'm afraid I'm not jealous of Zhongli's talent, so I'm saying this on purpose. right? The two sides have been engaged in a heated debate online for a while. Fans organized themselves to fight back against the comments that smeared Zhongli. In the midst of this online scolding, the heat of Twilight Echoes has increased rather than decreased, quickly surging to the top of the charts of major music platforms. Zhongli's influence was spreading at an alarming rate. In the hospital, the attending physician held Zhongli's examination report with a frown on his face. How is this possible? The indicators on the report show that Zhongli's health is improving. At this rate, it won't take long to meet discharge criteria. It's a medical miracle. It was important to realize that Zhongli's physical condition was almost a death sentence before. Doubt filled the physician's mind. I have been practicing medicine for many years and this is the first time I have seen this. In the hospital room, Zhongli was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. During this time, Chen Yuxi often found excuses to stay with him. This made Zhongli feel slightly helpless. It could be felt that Chen Yuxi seemed to have developed some kind of special emotion towards herself. But right now he didn't have the energy to think about that, just trying to catch up and create more songs to build influence. In this way, it is possible to live. With a slight movement of his mind, a light blue illusory light screen floated before his eyes. Name, Zhongli. Current life expectancy, 47 days. Has gained influence, 85,000. 47 days is still too little. Zhongli sighed softly and muttered. Meanwhile, the hospital cafeteria. Chen Ruoshi is standing in line to give Zhongli his meal. Buzz. The cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Pulling out his cell phone, he saw the word Joey on the screen, and hurriedly stepped aside and pressed the answer button. Hey, Mr. Tao, Yu-hee, the concert has been finalized. It's next Saturday night. Is that okay with you? Joey's slightly magnetic voice came through the receiver. No problem, Mr. Joe, I'm always available. That's good. Joey continued. When the time comes, you'll sing Twilight Echoes at the concert as a supporting vocalist. This song is hot right now and would be a great opening track. There's a rehearsal going on during this time, at the workers' gymnasium, so it's okay to take a few hours out of your day, right? No problem, Mr. Joe, I'll be sure to prepare properly. A warm current welled up in Chen Yushi's heart, and she knew that this was Joey lifting herself up. One more thing, Joey's voice paused. All the proceeds from the concert will be used to pay for Zhongli's medical expenses. Don't tell him yet, give him a surprise then. Got it, Mr. Joe. I'll thank you for Zhongli first. Hanging up the phone, Chen Ruoshi took a deep breath and turned back to the line to continue queuing. He returned to the hospital room 10 minutes later and handed Zhongli the meal. I've got something going on at home, I have to go out, and I may not be able to come over as often as I'd like in the last few days. Oh, it's fine, go about your business. Zhongli took the lunchbox. His tone was calm, but inside there was a slight imperceptible loss. These days, one has gotten used to the presence and company of Chen Yuxi. The sudden talk of leaving left him feeling empty inside, but that was good. She was out of the picture, so she could be on the air again. There were several times before when he was ready to start a live broadcast, but Chen Ruoshi forcefully took away his laptop. The beauty of it is that it allows him to rest. After Chen Ruoshi left, Zhongli rummaged under the bed to find the computer that had been hidden away. Skillfully flip open your laptop and tap on the live streaming software. Just opened. The number of people in the live room is very few, only a few sporadic water friends. Hello everyone, hello again. He turned to the camera and gave a slightly pale smile. At that moment, the number of people in the live broadcast room suddenly began to soar. From a few, to dozens, to hundreds, to thousands. The speed was so fast that Zhongli was a bit unable to react. A look at the system alerts. It turned out to be the official push stream for the live stream. On the screen, a constant stream of pop-ups floated by. It's the living Zhongli. I didn't realize he was so young. Looking at the background strangely, is it hard to be in a hospital? Zhongli tries to guide everyone to share the story, but with little success. Have a friend who shares experiences? I can customize a song for you based on the story. We're just ordinary people. We don't have any amazing stories. Singing Little Star, does that count as musical talent? Don't give us a hard time. We can't even hear the sound of our voices. Anchor, it's not that we don't want to share. It's that we really don't have anything to share. Every day we go to work and get off work. 2 o'clock in one line. It's boring as hell. Why don't you just write a random song and we'll listen to it? +1 upstairs. Just listen to the songs. Forget the storytelling. Looking at the screen full of pop-ups, Zhongli was somewhat helpless. When you think about it, you can understand the reaction of the netizens. The song was written for free, but it was on the air after all. Anyone who would actually take a song he wrote and sell it for money in full view of the public would surely be sprayed to death. For the average person, there are neither singing skills nor avenues for realization. Naturally, there is no desire to share the story. Only then, wouldn't the plan to gain influence by writing songs fall through? No, we need to find a way to mobilize people. While thinking hard, A pop-up caught his attention. Why are you so obsessed with writing songs? Looking at this pop-up, John Lee was silent for a moment and slowly spoke. I've loved music since I was a kid, and I studied composition in college. If I hadn't had problems with my voice, I might have been a famous singer by now. So you're from the academy. No wonder you're so good. What's wrong with your voice? Is it still curable? Don't feel bad. You're doing great even as you are. Thank you all for your concern. John Lee smiled. The problem with my voice, I can't tell you at a moment's notice. Anyway, I can't sing now. I can only write songs. At this time, a Connect application suddenly popped up in the lower right corner of the live broadcast room. Chapter 12, The Capitalist Black Hand. Coercion. Someone wants to link up? John Lee's spirit lifted, and he hastily nodded in agreement. A very handsome, but slightly haggard-looking boy appeared on the screen. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Yang. The boy spoke, a hint of exhaustion in his voice. Isn't this the same Zhang Yang from I Am a Singer? It's really him. How did he get here? Isn't Zhang Yang the favorite to win the championship? Why does he look so haggard? The live feed instantly exploded. Netizens speculated on the reason for Zhang Yang's appearance. Mr. Zhang Li, I've listened to your songs and they're great. Especially the song Twilight Echoes. It simply sang to my heart. Thanks. Zhang Li smiled. Are you ready to share a story? Zhang Yang wanted to say something, as if he had something difficult to say. What's wrong with Zhang Yang? If you have something to say, just say it. Shouldn't be in any trouble, right? Looking at this, I guess something really happened. Under the urging of the netizens, Zhang Yang finally opened his mouth. Teacher Zhang Li, truth be told, I want to ask for your help this time. Help you? Zhang Li was a bit puzzled. What can I help you with? Here's the deal. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and slowly told the story. As it turns out, Zhang Yang was seen as the favorite to win the show after his outstanding performance on the show. On the eve of the final, however, he was threatened in some way. They told me to drop out. Zhang Yang's voice trembled a little, said that if I didn't withdraw, I would be made to fail in this circle. Who are they? Zhang Li asked with a frown. I can't say. Zhang Yang shook his head. They are very powerful. I can't afford to offend them. What era is this? And this kind of thing? In broad daylight, in a clear sky. Is there any law? Is there any law? What is the secret behind this? What's the secret behind this? So what are you going to do? I don't know. Zhang Yang eyes filled with confusion. I am just an ordinary person. I can't fight them. So I'd like to ask you to help me write a song. Writing songs? Zhang Li froze. Writing songs will help you solve your problems? I don't know. Zhang Yang said with a bitter smile. My brain is really messed up right now. Okay, I get it. Zhang Li pondered for a moment. Tell your story. Zhang Yang smiled bitterly and said, the story is actually very simple and common. I was born in a small remote mountain village and my family was very poor when I was a child. Loves to sing, but hasn't had the opportunity to train professionally. In order to chase the dream of music, he came to the capital city alone to fight. Over the years, he has been a waiter, a delivery man, and a construction worker, who has suffered from everything. But I never gave up on my dreams. I've always believed that if I work hard, I'll be on my own stage someday. Later, I participated in all the way to this point. I thought, finally, I could realize my dream, but I didn't expect. At this point, Zhang Yang's voice choked and he did not say anymore. I didn't expect to run into a shady situation. Did I? This crew really sucks. My heart goes out to Zhang Yang, who worked so hard but was capitalized on. Suddenly, a system beep sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host, unlocking the song, Someone Like Me. Then the lyrics, melody, arrangement, and mix all came to mind. The netizens didn't realize that Zhang Li had written 2 songs for Joey and the others in just a few minutes. So it feels like there's an element of coincidence involved in Zhang Li writing Twilight Echoes so quickly. There were even bets on the pop-ups, guessing how long it would take him this time. I bet a pack of chili fries. How can I start with an hour this time? An hour? You're underestimating the anchor. I bet half an hour. Half an hour? You're not here for a laugh, are you? You think it's easy to write a song? I bet 50 cents you'll lose. Gambling is gambling. Who's afraid of who? If you lose, you'll eat the keyboard live. Eating the keyboard is too hard. How about live streaming a handstand to wash your hair? Wash your hair upside down +1. Bets are placed. Wait for the draw. The vast majority of the internet's guess is 1 hour. A small number of those who guessed for half an hour were asserted by other users to have lost. Zhang Yang wasn't that nervous. It's actually just a trial and error mentality. If Zhang Li could write a good work, then he would bring the song to the final stage even if he had to carry the capital hard. If not, perhaps they will choose to keep their heads down for a while. Just how to choose. In fact, he couldn't decide right now. Subconsciously, he didn't want to compromise, which is why he came on the air to seek a silver lining. Okay, private message me the email address. In less than 10 minutes, John Lee looked at the camera again. That's it? Did I hear right? 10 minutes? You call that writing a song? This is homework. Upstairs, you do your homework this fast? I doubt it's in Versailles. Zhang Yang also froze. He did not expect John Lee to write so quickly. After receiving the email, he half-heartedly clicked on the mailbox and downloaded the file sent by John Lee. In addition to the song's short score, there's actually a demo. Put on your headphones, hit play, and hum along with the lyrics. A slightly melancholic intro plays, instantly pulling him into that lonely world. A good person like me should have lived his life splendidly. How is it that in the end, after more than 20 years, he is still floating in the sea of people? The low and magnetic voice sang out of Zhang Yang's heart. The self that had dreams but repeatedly hit the wall and reality came to mind. Eyes were moist and every lyric hit hard on the heart. How many other people have you met who are as lost as I am, as searching as I am, as bumbling as I am? When he sang this, Zhang Yang could no longer control his emotions and tears came out of his eyes. Think of all the years of hardship, of the cold stares and taunts. All the bitterness welled up in his heart and he began to cover his face and cry. A big man, in the live broadcast room, in front of tens of thousands of netizens tearing his heart out and crying. Only on the pop-up screen, there was no one to mock and ridicule. At this time, Zhang Yang represents countless ordinary people who are struggling at the bottom of the society, silent and unappreciated. After a few moments, stop crying. Zhang Yang reddened his eyes and smiled a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, for making you laugh. I've decided not to withdraw. This song, Someone Like Me, must be heard by more people on the final stage. This was exactly the result Jiang Li wanted to see. Just now Zhang Yang didn't finish singing. Otherwise the live streamers alone would have provided him with a huge wave of influence. Smiling and nodding, Jiang Li was about to speak. Numerous pop-ups were seen floating by quickly. Don't big brother. First let the brothers through the ears. Those lyrics, that melody, it's a bit catchy. It's so strong. 10 minutes to write a song that's so awesome. Zhang Yang, go ahead and finish the song. We all want to hear the full version. My mom asked me why I was kneeling down to watch the live broadcast. Chapter 13, very fortunate, not willing to be ordinary. Okay, I'll sing it for you. Zhang Yang wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, took a deep breath and clicked on the accompaniment. A slightly raspy voice sings with deep emotion. Someone as good as me should have lived his life splendidly. How 20 years have come to an end and still floating in a sea of people. A smart guy like me said goodbye to simplicity a long time ago. How it's still a love affair that's been traded for a bruise. People like me who are lost. People who are looking like me. A bum like me. How many other people have you met? After the song was sung, the live broadcast was silent, and no one posted pop-ups. Everyone was immersed in the song for a long time. Zhang Yang's singing voice, like a key, opens people's dusty memories for a long time. Those former dreams, those former persistence, those former confusion and struggle, all came to mind at this moment. I don't know how long it took before someone broke the silence. It's so good. The lyrics are written to my heart. I'm a big old man who cried at the sound of it. It's a shame. Upstairs, you're not alone. I'm crying too. This song reminds me of the person I once was, the one who had dreams but was battered by reality. We're all like that, lost, struggling, but never giving up. Very fortunate, not willing to be ordinary. Mr. Jiang, awesome. What's the name of this song? I'm going to download it. Song title request. People Like Me. Jiang Li whispered the name of the song. It's so aptly named. It's practically tailor-made for us. Mr. Jiang, quickly upload this song to the music platform. I want a single song loop. Kneeling for upload. If this song catches on, I'll wash my hair upside down live. Upstairs, you'd better think about how to wash your hair upside down first. I'll eat my keyboard if this song doesn't catch fire. Zhang Yang was also excited. Mr. Jiang, can I use this song for the finals? Sure. Jiang Li smiled and nodded. Well, that's it for today's broadcast. I'm a little tired. Good night everyone. After saying that, he turned off the live broadcast. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, couldn't wait to record the song and upload it to his social media accounts, with the caption, dedicated to all those like me. I hope you all find your own stage. Soon after, the dynamic was topped on the Hot 100. Hashtag a new song by Janet. Hashtag people like me. Hashtag John Lee 10 minutes to write a song. Hashtag 3 phrases that quickly dominated the top 3 on the Hot 100 list. Countless netizens flocked to Zhang Yang's social media accounts to try out this new song. How is it that a vulgar man like me, who never likes to pretend to be deep, suddenly wobbles when he hears an old song once in a while? A coward like me, who leaves a few points for everything, how once would have thought of defying the odds for anyone? The low voice, melancholic melody, and soul-stirring lyrics had instantly broken the defenses of countless people. I cried. This song is about me. Me too. So empathetic. This song reminds me of my ex. The one who once said he'd be with me for the rest of my life, but ended up getting off the bus early. We are all such people. Ordinary and unordinary. I'm going to sing this song 10,000 times. Soon, all the major music platforms, pirated resources of the song appeared. Although the sound quality was mixed, it still couldn't stop the netizens from being enthusiastic. In just a few hours, the number of plays exceeded 500,000, and it's growing at an alarming rate. Many professional songwriters and musicians have also taken notice of this song. The lyrics to this song are just brilliant. Famous musician Liang Bo, on his social media accounts, did not mince words of praise, especially the lyrics. Every line is written to the heart of a person. Anyone who can write lyrics like that is definitely a genius. The arrangement of this song is also very impressive. It looks simple but it's hidden. Su Feng, a renowned composer, also expressed his views. The chorus, in particular, has the kind of layered emotion that makes you cry when you hear it. The singer of this song, Zhang Yang, is also a good talent. Gold producer, Li Yan, was full of praise for Zhang Yang's singing. He has a very recognizable voice and a great emotional delivery that brings out the soul of the song. The song's lyricist, Zhang Li, what kind of person is he? Ding Lei, a famous music critic, raised his own questions. To write a song of this quality in 10 minutes is unthinkable. I've never seen such a talented young man. How the hell did he do that? Could he really be a genius? Does anyone have his contact info? I want to work with him. For a while, the entire Chinese music scene was looking for Zhang Li. Major record labels, too, have thrown their weight behind him, and at this moment, Zhang Li was lying on the hospital bed, looking at the growing influence on the system panel, the corner of his mouth rising slightly. Name, Zhang Li. Current life expectancy, 63 days. Has gained influence, 125,000. It seems that the song is working better than I thought it would. Zhang Li muttered. Just a few more songs like this and I'll be free of the threat of death once and for all. Meanwhile, the internet discussion about people like me continues to fester. Many netizens have spontaneously created a music video for the song, and upload them to major video platforms. Some of these music videos are clips of Zhang Yang singing on the air. Some of them are slice-of-life footage taken by the netizens themselves. There are also clips from some classic movies, but either way, it fits the mood of the song perfectly. It's a sight to behold and you can't help but cry. This song is a tearjerker. I've been playing it on loop all night and my eyes are all swollen from crying. This song reminds me of my youth. A youth full of dreams but full of regrets. We are all such people. Ordinary and unordinary. This song is sure to become a classic. Mr. Jiang, I'm your biggest fan. Meanwhile, inside a high-class apartment in the third ring road of the capital, Songwon paced back and forth, unable to hide her anxiety under her delicate makeup. Fingernails are pitted from biting, and lips that were originally moisturized have been ravaged to the point of peeling. What to do? What to do? Zhang Yang's song, Someone Like Me. She listens to it. I have to admit, that song has the power to hit the heart. She had a feeling that once this song was presented on the final stage, her chances of winning would be greatly reduced. No, I can't lose. Jerking to a halt, I must win. Picking up his cell phone, he dialed the familiar number. Uncle, did you listen to that Zhang Yang song? As soon as the phone was connected, Songwon asked eagerly. Chapter 14. Enraged. The black hand reappears. On the other end of the phone, a slightly somber male voice rang out. Listen, what's wrong? I am not sure I can beat him anymore. Songwon's voice was filled with uneasiness. That song is too powerful. I'm afraid. Afraid of what? The voice on the other end of the phone steeply raised a few points. How can you be afraid of a nobody? But, nothing but, the man interrupted Songwon. The championship must be yours. It must be yours. I know. Songwon bit her lip. But that song. I'll figure out that song. The man's voice was grim and determined. You just need to do your own thing. Hanging up the phone, Cui Ziyuan lit a cigarette and took a hard drag. The smoke was so thick that his eyes were horribly shadowy. Jiang Li. It's this Jiang Li again. Spoiling my good deed 3 times. Do you really think I, Cui Ziyuan, am made of clay? Songwon is more accurately described as his lover. This unseen relationship is the biggest secret between them. It was also the sword of Damocles hanging over his head. Once exposed, he will be disgraced and left with nothing. Cui Ziyuan got where he is today thanks to his wife's maiden name. Over the years, he had utilized his position to gain countless benefits for himself and Songwon. If we don't win the title this time, there was no guarantee that Songwon wouldn't get annoyed and make their relationship public. With that in mind, pick up your cell phone and dial a number. Hey, it's me, Choi Ji-won. Contact Zhang Yang for me and tell him I want to see him. A few minutes later, the call was returned. Mr. Shui, Zhang Yang's side replied back, saying that he's busy right now and doesn't have time. No time? Choi sneered. Tell him I have a way to make time for him. After a few more minutes, the phone rang again. Mr. Shui, Zhang Yang has agreed to meet. You set the time and place. Okay, right now. Have him come to my office. Half an hour later, Zhang Yang appeared in Chui Ziyuan's office. Zhang Yang, sit. Chui Ziyuan pointed to the sofa, signaling Zhang Yang to sit down. Zhang Yang sat down with an expressionless face and a wary look in his eyes. Do you know why I asked you to come? Choi asked as he got right to the point. I don't know. Zhang Yang shook his head. Your song Someone Like Me? I heard it. Chui Ziyuan spoke slowly. It's well written and well sung. Thanks. Zhang Yang's tone remained cold. But, Choi said, this song is not suitable for the final stage. Why? Zhang Yang frowned slightly. Because it's so negative. So pessimistic. Chui Ziyuan lit a cigarette. The final stage needs songs that are positive and full of positive energy. I don't think so, Zhang Yang retorted. Although this song is a bit sad, it expresses a real emotion, a persistent pursuit of dreams, and I'm sure it will resonate with many people. Resonance? Chui Ziyuan snorted. Do you think those judges, those viewers, will like this tone? They'll love it. Zhang Yang nodded, his gaze firm, because it's a true voice, a voice that can move the heart. Impressing people? Chui Ziyuan looked like he heard some joke and spat out his eyes. You're too naive. This circle, you can't succeed by impressing people. Then by what? Zhang Yang asked. By capitalizing on the operation. Chui Ziyuan said unabashedly. As long as there is capital in operation, you can turn a piece of into a flower. And you, Zhang Yang, don't have the capital or the operation. So, your best bet is to drop out of the race. I can give you a sum of money, enough to clothe and feed you for the rest of your life. Chui Ziyuan made an offer. How about it? Think about it? Zhang Yang was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. Mr. Trey, thank you for your kind words, but I'm not dropping out. It's a song that I would definitely sing, even if they are blocked. Chui Ziyuan's face sank. Are you sure? I'm sure, Zhang Yang said decisively. Good, very good. Chui Ziyuan laughed angrily. Then you're just waiting to be blocked. Zhang Yang didn't say anything else and turned to leave the office. Looking at the departing back, Chui Ziyuan ruthlessly pressed the cigarette butt in his hand out in the ashtray. If you don't do it until you've toasted, then don't blame me for not being polite. Zhang Yang, you all wait for me. Picked up his cell phone again and dialed another number. Hello, Mr. Wang, this is Chui Ziyuan. There's a favor I'd like to ask you. Yes, it's Song Wan, the one from I'm a Singer. Who wants to ask you to write a song for her? The price is negotiable. As long as the song is good, any amount will do. On the other end of the phone, a slightly arrogant voice rang out. Mr. Shui, it's not that I won't help you. It's just that, as you know, something like writing a song requires inspiration. I don't have much inspiration right now. Tell you what, you ask Songwan to come to me and we'll have a chat and see if we can collide some sparks. As for that Jian Li's work, there's no need to give me a listen. It's a waste of time. What level can something written in 10 minutes be? I'm afraid of dirtying my ears. Alright then, let's do that for now and have Songwan contact me as soon as possible. Hanging up the phone and folding his fingers crossed behind his head, Chui Ziyuan had a smile on his face. Wang Lifeng is willing to make a move. This is a sure thing. Wang Lifeng, a veteran musician in the industry, has composed countless popular songs. Although there have not been many works in recent years, each one is a masterpiece. He is highly regarded in the industry and has a wide range of contacts. Jiang Li, aren't you a genius? Chui Ziyuan muttered. I'd like to see if you, a genius, can compare to Wang Lifeng. Zhang Yang, aren't you going to sing that Thai song? I'll let you sing, and I'll make your song a stepping stone for Song Wan. I'll let everyone know what happens when they offend me. Chui Ziyuan. A few days later, Song Wan's apartment. Will this song really work? Song Wan held the lyrics, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and her tone carried a few moments of uncertainty. Don't worry, this is Mr. Wang Lifeng's latest masterpiece. Chui Ziyuan sat on the sofa, crossing his legs, with a look of success. If he makes a move, how can it be bad? But I've always felt that. Song Wan wanted to say something. There was always a trace of uneasiness in her heart, feeling that the song seemed to be missing something. No buts. Chui Ziyuan impatiently waved his hand. You just think too much. What kind of person is Mr. Wang? That's a titanic figure in the music industry. He writes songs that are hot with his eyes closed. Besides, this song cost a fortune to beg for, and the deposit alone was 6 figures. Chui Ziyuan stretched out a finger and waved it in front of Song Wan. If this is still unwinnable, it'll really be a joke. Song Wan took a deep breath and forced down the uneasiness in her heart. So, I'll practice again? That's right. Chui Ziyuan nodded his head in satisfaction. Practice hard, and in the finals, make sure you amaze the audience. Aha! Songwon turned around and walked into the practice room. In the practice room, put on your headphones and tap on the backing track. A melodious tune played and she closed her eyes and began to hum softly. The wind of spring, gently brushing my face, like your tenderness, haunts me. Chapter 15, A Song for a Song, A Song for a Song. I must say that Wang Lifeng's piece, with its beautiful melody and delicate lyrics, is indeed a rare masterpiece. Songwon's voice, ethereal and clear, interpreted the song to perfection. After the song was finished, Songwon took off her headphones with a satisfied smile on her face. Well, I told you this song was good, right? Cui Ziyuan asked with a smile as he stood in the doorway of the practice room at some point. Well, Mr. Wang's level, it really lives up to its name. Songwon nodded. The song did give her a lot of confidence. That's good. Cui Ziyuan walked into the practice room and wrapped his arms around Songwon's waist. Now you should be relieved, right? Aha! Songwon snuggled into Cui Ziyuan's arms and whispered, this song will definitely help me win. That's for sure. Cui Ziyuan lowered his head and kissed Songwon on her forehead. The championship must be yours. By the way, I'm going to sing this song on the air. Songwon suddenly said, I want to warm up a bit in advance to see how the netizens react. That's a great idea. Cui Ziyuan's eyes lit up. Just do it. I'll help you find a few more friends in the circle to stand up for you and build momentum. Thank you, Uncle. Songwon smiled sweetly. A few days later, Songwon went live. Hello, everyone. I'm Songwon. Songwon appeared in front of the camera wearing a long white dress with delicate makeup and a sweet smile. As for today, I'm going to sing a new song for you. I hope you'll like it. A large number of viewers then flooded into the live broadcast room. Won is so beautiful today. New song? Is it the one written by Mr. Wang Lifeng? Definitely. Expectations are drawing full. Tell everyone the good news. Songwon winked at the camera. I've invited a few special guests to the live broadcast today. They are all my seniors and close friends in the music industry. Let's welcome them. With Songwon's words, the live broadcast screen split into several, and the faces of several heavyweights in the music industry appeared. Famous music producer Zhao Jie, gold medal lyricist Qian Yu, veteran singer Sun Tao. Each one of them is a resounding figure in the music business. Hello everyone, I'm Zhao Jie. I'm here today to support Wan's new song. I'm Qian Yu. Wan's new song is very good. Everyone must support it. I'm Sun Tao. Wan's vocals are getting better and better. This song is sure to be a hit. The appearance of several guests instantly brought the atmosphere of the live broadcast to a climax. Mr. Zhao Jie are here. Mr. Qian Yu is here too. This card is too big. Mr. Sun Tao is my idol. I didn't realize he'd come to stand for Songwon. The number of people in the live broadcast room continued to climb and soon surpassed the million mark. Songwon also did not expect that a live broadcast of her own could attract so much attention. Even Zhongli, because of the official push, entered the live broadcast. Well, without further ado, next, I'm going to sing this new song for you, Spring Breeze. Songwon took a deep breath and clicked on the accompaniment. The soothing intro sounded, and Songwon closed her eyes and began to chant softly. The spring wind, gently brushing my face, like your tenderness, haunts me. The song was as sweet and moving as ever. Several guests also nodded in appreciation. This song has a catchy melody and has pop potential. Zhao Jie commented. The lyrics are also beautiful. The mood is profound. Mr. Wang Lifeng's skills are still profound. Qian Yu marveled. Wan's vocals have improved a lot, and the emotional expression of this song is spot on. Sun Tao also gave a high evaluation. The live stream was also swept up by fans. Good to hear. Wan sings so well. This song will be a hit. Go Wan. We'll always support you. However, in addition to these voices of praise, some different voices emerged. The song is okay, but it doesn't feel like anything new. Agreeing with Upstairs, the melody is a bit corny and the lyrics are average. Compared to Jiang Li's song, Someone Like Me, it's not even close. It's just that the Jiang Li song is really good, and this one is just SOSO. What do you know? This is Mr. Wang Lifeng's work. It's much better than Jiang Li's. What about Wang Lifeng? He's just out of talent. That is, it's not as good as a newcomer now. In the live room, the two factions of viewers were arguing, and no one could convince anyone. After the song was finished, Songwon couldn't wait to ask, Teachers, what do you think of this song? Very good. Zhao Jie gave a thumbs up. Wan, you're very hopeful of taking the title with this song. I think so too. Qian Yu agreed. The quality of this song is very high, and with Wan's rendition, you're definitely a strong contender for the title. Wan, go for it. Sun Tao encouraged. I'm optimistic about you. Hearing the praises of several seniors, Songwon's heart burst with joy. Thank you teachers for your encouragement. I will continue to work hard. The reaction of the netizens, however, was not as enthusiastic as expected. There were all kinds of comments in the live feed. Some people think the song is good, some think it's average, and some think it's not as good as John Lee's 10 minutes of writing. Songwon looked at the comments and felt a little uncomfortable. That's when a pop-up caught her attention. Mr. John Lee is also in the live broadcast? Songwon froze and hurriedly searched through the list of viewers, and sure enough, she saw John Lee's name. Teacher John Lee is here too? Songwon smiled and said, I wonder what teacher thinks of this song. John Lee didn't expect to be named, and hurriedly typed a reply. The song is very well written. Mr. Wang's talent is admirable. It's so much better than the one I wrote. However, the netizens are not buying it. Mr. John Lee, have you had your number stolen? This song is a piece of compared to your Someone Like Me. That is, Mr. John Lee is the best. Looking at these pop-ups, John Lee cried and laughed. I didn't realize that I was so high in the hearts of the netizens. Songwon, on the other hand, was so angry that her face turned blue. She didn't realize that her carefully prepared song had been reduced to nothing by these people. What made her even more angry was that these people even used John Lee to step on her. It humiliated her to no end. Looking at the screen full of bragging, John Lee's heart did not have half a ripple. These netizens, too, are too brainy. The reason why he praised Songwon was just that he didn't want to make enemies for himself. After all, the other uncle looked quite energetic. There was no need to get himself into trouble because of this little matter. Fingers flew across the keyboard. Thanks for the love, but I'm really not as good as you guys make me out to be. After typing this line, he quickly exited Songwon's live broadcast. As he left, the popularity of the live room began to drop at a rate visible to the naked eye. The live room, which was originally still bustling with activity, instantly chilled out. Chapter 16, John Lang's talent is gone? Live competition. Songwon's face became increasingly ugly as she looked at the decreasing number of people online. Originally, I thought that it was enhanced by Mr. Wang Lifeng's songs, coupled with the support of several music industry veterans. This broadcast is sure to be a huge success. But she didn't expect that a John Lee would come out halfway and make her efforts go down the drain with a few words. The number of people in the live broadcast room dropped from over 1 million to less than 500,000. And it continues to fall. This John Lee, what an abomination. Watching her popularity continue to decline, Songwon was so angry that she stomped her feet. It's all you're doing. Chui Ziyuan's face was gloomy as he angrily looked at Songwon. What did I tell you to mention him in the live broadcast? Now it's good. The popularity has all gone to him. Songwon bit her lips tightly, her eyes full of unwillingness. I just wanted him to compliment me. Compliment you? Chui Ziyuan sneered. You don't look at how many kilograms you have. What right do people have to praise you? Uncle. Songwon's eyes reddened. So what now? What else? Chui Ziyuan didn't have the heart to say. Hurry up and get off the air. At this time, the famous musician Wang Lifeng also noticed the live broadcasting room movement. Looking at the pop-ups that belittled his work and touted Zhang Li, his face was so gloomy that it could almost drip water. This generation of netizens? They're really getting less and less tasteful. Wang Lifeng muttered in dissatisfaction. Mr. Wang, calm down, the assistant advised in a low voice. These netizens are just following the trend. You don't have to be general with them. Follow the wind? Wang Lifeng snorted coldly. I think they are just jealous. Jealous of my talent. Yes, you're right. The assistant nodded repeatedly. No, I can't swallow this. The more Wang Lifeng thought about it, the more angry he became. It's just claptrap. Who can't write a song in a few minutes? You mean? The assistant froze. Go, start a live broadcast for me. Wang Lifeng waved his hand. I'm going to meet this Zhang Li. The assistant didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly opened the live broadcast software and debugged the equipment. Wang Lifeng cleared his throat and appeared in front of the camera. Hello everyone, I'm Wang Lifeng. The live streaming room instantly flooded with a large number of viewers. Isn't this Mr. Wang Lifeng? How come he's on the air too? We're in for a treat. Wang Lifeng looked at the rising number of people online and felt smug in his heart. I heard someone questioned my creative abilities? That I'm not as good as a brat? Yo, is this a fight with Zhang Li? There's a good show. Quickly go to Zhang Li's live studio and tell him that Wang Lifeng is here to kick the bucket. I admit, Zhang Li is a bit talented. Wang Lifeng paused, but I don't agree with his kind of claptrap. Today, I'll show you all what true creation is. At this time, Zhang Li had just opened the live broadcast not long ago, and her popularity had already broken through 100,000 people. Suddenly an application for connecting to the microphone appeared in the lower right corner of the live broadcast room. Someone wants to link up? Zhang Li froze and clicked on it, realizing that the person who was connected to the mic was actually Wang Lifeng. Mr. Wang? Zhang Li was a bit surprised. Why are you here? What? Not welcome? Wang Lifeng's tone was unkind. and he was obviously still holding a grudge over the matter of Songwon's live broadcast. Of course you're welcome. Jiangli smiled. What's the matter with Mr. Wang? I hear you're a fast songwriter? Wang Lifeng opened the door. I'd like to meet you, genius, and see just how much skill you have. Wang Lifeng is going to battle with Mr. Jiangli. There's a good show to watch. It's a match between a veteran musician and a talented teenager. Wang Lifeng wouldn't be unable to lose, would he? Surprisingly, he came to compete with a junior. Who cares? Just watch the fun. This old man is shifty. People have real skills. He's in a hurry. In the live room, the netizens were instantly excited. Mr. Wang is joking. My little skill is not worth mentioning in front of you. Jiangli said modestly. Cut the crap. Wang Lifeng impatiently interrupted him. Just say it. Dare you to compete with me? This. Jiangli hesitated a little. What? Scared? Wang Lifeng sneered. Isn't it called a genius? Not even this much guts? Mr. Jiangli, don't be afraid to compete with him. That is, show him what you're made of. Mr. Jiangli, if you win, I'll swipe 10 rockets for you. Netizens were up in arms, all wanting to see this hilarity. Jiangli didn't actually care who she competed against. His main concern was his physical condition. A number of songs have been unlocked through this time of writing. For each song you unlock, you get a lot of influence to redeem for longevity. You can clearly feel that your body is gradually getting better. So, for him, it's the same with whoever he writes the song with, as long as it unlocks the song. Since Mr. Wang is so interested, I'll make an offering. Seeing this, Jiangli no longer pushed back. Humph, that's more like it. Wang Lifeng smiled contemptuously. Say, how do you compare? Let's just compare who writes songs faster. Jiangli thought for a moment and said, within 10 minutes, whoever writes a high-quality song will win. Alright, it's a deal. Wang Lifeng agreed in one breath. However, I have a condition. Jiangli suddenly said. On what terms? I need a story as an inspiration for creation. Jiangli explained. Story? Wang Lifeng frowned. What kind of condition is this? Although he looked calm on the surface, inside, he was actually not completely sure. After all, 10 minutes is too short a time. Must come up with a good melody, good lyrics soon. Otherwise, once he lost to Jiangli, there would be no place to put this old face. The news of the two men's battle spread quickly throughout the internet like it had wings. Countless netizens flocked to Jiangli's live room, wanting to witness this unprecedented showdown. The pinnacle showdown between the talented youngsters and the veteran musicians attracted countless eyes. Even Songwon and Chui Ziyuan had quietly entered Jiangli's live broadcast. This Jiangli, he really doesn't know the heights of heaven and dares to compete with Wang Lifeng. Songwon looked at Jiangli on the screen and skimmed her mouth in disdain. Humph, make a fool of yourself. Chui Ziyuan sneered. Who is Wang Lifeng? That's an evergreen in the music industry. Can't he be compared to a brat? Both of them felt that as talented as Jiangli was, he was still not good enough in front of the senior veteran musicians. Wang Lifeng is a recognized creative master in the industry. Can't he be compared to Jiangli? And at the workers' stadium, the rehearsal scene, Zhou Yi, Shuiji Lax, and Chen Ruoshi were also told about this by their assistants. What? Jiangli is going to compete with Wang Lifeng in songwriting? When Shui Jilu heard this, he immediately became energized. This is interesting. Quick, go and take a look. A few people stopped rehearsing and greeted everyone in the backstage conference room. Used the big screen to enter the Jiangli live broadcast. This Wang Lifeng is too shameless to compete with a junior. Shui Jilu looked at Wang Lifeng on the screen and said with dissatisfaction. That's not like him. Joey stroked his chin in thought. Suddenly thinking of something, he stepped aside and dialed a phone number. Chapter 17, Inspirational Collision. Diva's Desire. Hello, Joey? A familiar voice came from the phone, lifting Joey's spirits. Faye, it's me, he responded in a rush, with a bit of respect in his tone. Why did you remember to call me? Sun Fei's voice was soft, but it carried a sense of detachment. After all, she has been out of the music business for years. Contact with this former descendant is limited to greetings on New Year's holidays. I heard that you've been looking for someone to write songs lately? Joey didn't beat around the bush and asked right to the point. That's what happened. Sun Fei did not deny it. Why? Are you interested? I wouldn't dare to show off in front of you. Joey smiled. However, I do have a candidate here who might be able to satisfy you. Oh, Sun Fei became interested. Who is it? Jiangli. Jiangli? Sun Fei repeated, searching her mind for the name. She hadn't paid attention to the music scene for a long time, and was, naturally, unfamiliar with the name. You probably don't know him. He's new, but very talented. Joey explained. He's on the air right now, competing with Wang Lifeng to write a song. Competing with Wang Lifeng? Sun Fei was even more surprised. This young man, he's a bit interesting. You'll just have to go and see, Joey said. He has a special way of writing songs and needs to hear other people's stories to be inspired. Stories? Sun Fei Fei pondered for a moment. Okay, I'll go take a look. Hanging up the phone, he opened the live streaming software and found Jiang Li's live room. This kid, he's quite handsome. Looking at the slightly pale teenager on the screen, Sun Fei Fei muttered to herself. At this point in the live broadcast, it had long since exploded. Sun Fei Fei is actually here. Oh, my god, did I see it right? It's really Fei. Why is Sister Fei here? Could it be that she's also a fan of Jiang Li's? Looking at the screen full of pop-ups, Sun Fei Fei's heart was a little more curious. Hundreds of thousands of people online. This Jiang Li, how could he make so many netizens follow him? Moreover, he dared to compete with Wang Lifeng in songwriting? She would like to see what this young man who could make Joey hold him in such high esteem was capable of. At the same time, Wang Lifeng also saw the prompt of Sun Fei Fei entering the live broadcast room. A heartbeat later, he typed, "Sister Fei is here too? Why don't I write one for you too?" Fei Sun's position in the music industry is unrivaled. If he could get her to sing a song he had written, then his own value, for sure, would rise. However, Sun Fei Fei only replied faintly, "Thank you, Mr. Wang, but no need." Looking at the reply, Wang Lifeng's face went green and white for a while. The live stream was also mocked by the netizens. Ha ha ha, Wang Lifeng is defeated. Sister Fei is so bossy, she doesn't give a damn about him. Wang Lifeng should save himself the trouble. Don't make a fool of yourself. Looking at these pop-ups, Wang Lifeng was so angry that he was trembling. This Sun Fei Fei, really take herself seriously. She just sang a few songs. What's the big deal? And these netizens, one and all, are blind. Strongly suppressing his anger, he continued to conceptualize his song. And at this time, Jiang Li also received a private message from Sun Fei Fei. "Mr. Jiang Li, hello, I'm Sun Fei Fei. I have a story that I wonder if it could serve as an inspiration for you to create." Jiang Li looked at Sun Fei Fei's private message and was a bit surprised that this music diva would take the initiative to contact herself. "Of course," Jiang Li replied. "Go ahead." Sun Fei Fei hesitated for a moment and began to tell her story. It was a story about youth, about dreams, about love. After the story was told, Jiang Li did not reply for a long time. Sun Fei Fei was a little apprehensive, wondering if her story would impress the young musician. Just then, Jiang Li's reply came. "Thanks for the story, I'm already inspired." At the same time, a system beep sounded in Jiang Li's head. "Congratulations to the host, unlocking the song, 1000K songs. Congratulations to the host, unlocking the song, Legend, 2 songs?" The heart was happy, but did not show it, to avoid being too shocking. Didn't nail either song first time. Instead, he pretended to think hard, and glanced at Wang Lifeng on the screen from time to time, only to see the other party scratching his ears and sweating coldly. It seemed to be very difficult to create. The old man really can't write, can he? That wouldn't be fun. Time passed by, and the netizens gradually raised their hearts. Why do I feel more nervous than I do for my own exams? Me too. My palms are sweaty. This is a 10-minute live composition, and it's still too much pressure to compare it to a veteran musician like Wang Lifeng, another veteran musician and a diva. How has Mr. Jiang Li ever seen such a big battle? I guess his mind is blank at this moment. Alas, Mr. Jiang Li is still too young and shouldn't be competing with Wang Lifeng. Retracting her gaze, Jiang Li glanced at her cell phone time. 10 minutes had passed, and it was time to start working. Straight from the booth, countless netizens saw that Jiang Li, who had originally been glancing left and right, idly walking around, suddenly began to crackle and strike the keyboard, and instantly got into the spirit. It's starting. Mr. Jiang Li has started writing. This hand speed. How many years do you have to be single to practice? This is much faster than Wang Lifeng. Not bad for a genius. You guys see Wang Lifeng? Still scratching his head there. I guess he hasn't figured out how to write it yet. Ha ha ha. Wang Lifeng now knows what it means to be a genius. Don't get too happy. Writing fast doesn't necessarily mean writing well. It also depends on the quality. Seeing Jiang Li, who had already acted, Wang Lifeng was also very anxious inside. What to do now that you don't have half a clue? To lose? Suddenly I had a flash of insight and remembered that I had written a song for a singer before. He was happy with that song. Except that so much time had passed and the other guy hadn't published it. Perhaps it could be used to make up the numbers? It's important to save face first, but the big deal is that you'll be able to write another song for the guy for free when the time comes. His songs don't come cheap, and I'm sure the other guy will agree. So, 10 minutes later, Wang Lifeng was the first to take out the finished product and publicize it for the netizens to read. Wang Lifeng wrote it so quickly? As expected of a veteran musician, this is too fast. The vast majority of netizens can't read the sheet music, but just by looking at the lyrics, they know that Wang Lifeng wrote this song, and it's particularly good. these lyrics are so well written, they look like Wang Lifeng style. Yes, this level is worthy of the evergreen of the music industry. Some netizens coaxed Sun Fei Fei to sing so they could have a good time. Sing a song, Fei. I want to hear Fei sing. Sun Fei Fei originally didn't plan to sing, but after seeing the lyrics, she thought it was quite good, so she tried to sing a few lines. The past is like a dream, touching my heart gently. Once upon a time I couldn't understand how the road of life could be so difficult. Right out of the gate, the netizens were mesmerized. When Fei opens her mouth, I'm on my knees. It's so good. My ears are getting pregnant. This song is also too well written, isn't it? It's a perfect match for Fei's voice. The vast majority of netizens began to worry about Zhang Li. The quality of this song is so high that it's hard for Mr. Zhang Li to win. Still too young. Shouldn't be compared to Wang Lifeng. Mr. Zhang Li, you must resist the pressure. In the live broadcast room, the netizens were talking and sweating over Zhang Li. This song, Mr. Wang, is indeed good. Sun Fei Fei gave Wang Lifeng an affirmation. Hearing the compliment, Wang Lifeng's heart was pleased to the extreme. He glanced provocatively at Zhang Li, as if to say, kid, you're still a bit young to fight me. Zhang Li, where's your song? Have you written it yet? There was some contempt in his tone, and he had obviously won. Almost. Zhang Li faintly replied back, and sent the song he had written to the public screen as well. Chapter 18, Talent is revealed. The diva is amazed. Mr. Zhang Li has finally written it. Let me see how well it's written. The netizens came to life and looked at the screen. Only on the screen, 2 song titles were clearly written: 1,000 K songs and Legend. 2 songs? Mr. Zhang Li actually wrote 2 songs. Write 2 songs in 10 minutes? Is that something a human being can do? The live feed instantly exploded. Everyone was shocked by Zhang Li's maneuver. Granted, 20 minutes had passed and 2 songs seemed normal, but in those first 10 minutes, Zhang Li did nothing. In other words, his creative speed was actually twice as fast as Wang Lifeng's. Is this nifty or human speed? Wang Lifeng was also dumbfounded. How could he not expect that Zhang Li had written 2 songs? This kid, is he still human? Sun Fei Fei also froze, looking at the title of the song on the screen, her eyes filled with incredulity. 10 minutes, 2 songs? What kind of monster is this Zhang Li? Sister Fei, do you want to sing Mr. Zhang Li song as well? A netizen asked cautiously. Everyone held their breath. After a moment of silence, Sun Fei Fei slowly spoke. Okay, I'll try. Look toward the lyrics of 1,000 Queer Songs first. Su Su looking back. Once belonged to each other's night. Red red still you. Gift my heart colorful sun. After just one look, I was mesmerized by the lyrics. The lyrics, they're so beautifully written. Humming softly, her voice was gentle and moving, like a sob. Everyone in the live room was mesmerized by the song. This song is too good too. It's practically tailor-made for Fei. Mr. Zhang Li is so good that he can write such a nice song. This song is called 1,000 Queer Songs. The name is too beautiful. After the song was finished, Sun Fei Fei's eyes were filled with color. This song was literally made for her. Look to another song, Legend. Just because I looked at you one more time in the crowd, I never forgot your face. The lyrics, even better. Unable to resist humming again. His voice was ethereal and indistinct, like heavenly music. Everyone in the booth was mesmerized. This song is too good to be true. These lyrics are simply outstanding. How on earth did Mr. Zhang Li write them? It's so awesome. Mr. Zhang Li is simply a godlike existence. These 2 songs, if you take out any one of them, it can beat Wang Lifeng's song. I really want to break open Mr. Zhang Li's brain to see how many CPU cores are inside. After singing the 2 songs, Sun Fei Fei did not speak for a long time. She was completely blown away by both songs. The quality of these 2 songs is simply terrifying. Both the lyrics and the melody are perfect. There's no doubt that both songs, any of them, have the potential to become classics. And such 2 songs were surprisingly written by Zhang Li in just 10 minutes. It's nothing short of a miracle. Looking towards Zhang Li on the screen, his eyes were filled with admiration. This young man, so talented. Mr. Zhang Li, Sun Fei Fei slowly opened her mouth. These 2 songs, can you sell them to me? Sell? Zhang Li froze, then shook her head. These 2 songs, which were originally created based on your story, are given to you. Without Fei Sun's story, it's still unknown whether these 2 songs would have been unlocked. So, in a sense, these 2 songs originally belonged to Fei Sun. These words, of course, he would not say. After all, the existence of the system was so unbelievable that no one would believe it if they said it. What's more, he was now counting on exchanging his influence for longevity. For me? Sun Fei Fei obviously didn't expect that Zhang Li would say this. She couldn't be more aware of the quality of these 2 songs. If it was taken out and sold, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. But Zhang Li, he wants to give it to her? This young man, interesting, yes. Jiang Li nodded. Without your story, I wouldn't have been able to write these two songs. These words, to Sun Fei Fei's ears, were Jiang Li's self-effacing words. She'd seen too many talented young men, bullying, with no one in sight. It was rare to find someone as talented as Jiang Li, yet so humble. This made her feel a little more favorable towards Jiang Li. A little more. If it's someone else, they'll pay anyway or they'd rather not. But Jiang Li's clear eyes and humble attitude made her unable to refuse. Not to mention the fact that these two songs, she really liked them. Good, then I'll take it. Sun Fei Fei nodded. However, Sun Fei Fei, never take advantage of people. This favor, I'll keep it. A favor can be much more valuable than money. Much more valuable. Especially, a favor from her. Fei's son. You're welcome. Jiang Li smiled and didn't say anything else. For Sun Fei Fei to say that was already the greatest endorsement. It had been worth it to trade those two songs for her favors. After all, Fei's son's status in the music industry is there for all to see. In the live broadcast room, the netizens were once again boiling. Mr. Jiang Li actually gave these two songs to Sister Fei. This is too generous. These two songs, any one of them, could sell for a fortune. Mr. Jiang Li, I'm not targeting anyone. I'm just saying, everyone here is trash. Upstairs, do you have some misconception about garbage? Mr. Jiang Li, I just want to deliver a song. Why is it so hard? Ha ha ha. Mr. Jiang Li is too cute. Sister Fei has made a lot of money. These two songs will definitely set her on fire again. More than just another fire. It's a king bomb. The live feed was buzzing with activity. Everyone was impressed by Jiang Li's generosity and talent. And at that moment, Cui Ziyuan, who was hiding behind the screen, felt a congestion in his heart. The song he spent 6 figures on was not as good as the one Jiang Li wrote for someone else for free. It made him feel like a little cutie, being played for a fool. Then he looked at Song Wan on the side. His face was hard to see. Jiang Li's growing popularity was not good news for her. This Jiang Li is so hateful. Song Wan asked through gritted teeth. Uncle, what do we do next? Let's see what happens first. That's when the live feed came in. A pop-up screen was like a flat thunderstorm, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Wang Lifeng, do you have any shame? I obviously paid $600,000 for this song half a year ago. What's wrong with you taking it out now? A user with the ID musician Chang Jie angrily questioned. Chang Jie? That name sounds familiar. I remember. Isn't Chang Jie that famous singer-songwriter? He even said that Wang Lifeng wrote this song for him half a year ago? The melon is a bit big. Is Wang Lifeng flipping out? In the live broadcast room, the netizens instantly boiled over. Chang Jie is a well-known singer-songwriter in the music industry. With his unique music style and deep voice, he has won a large number of fans. His appearance, no doubt, dropped a heavy bomb on this farce. Wang Lifeng's face was pale, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. How could he not have expected to make such a low-level mistake in the heat of the moment? What was even more unexpected was that Chang Jie would be lurking in the live broadcast. Chapter 19, all come to Jiang Li to write songs? Now it's a good thing that you can't steal a chicken and lose a wife and a soldier. Originally, he wanted to suppress Jiang Li and save face. Now not only did he fail to achieve his goal, but he got himself involved. Chang Jie, you, listen to my explanation. Wang Lifeng stuttered and tried to salvage the situation. Explain? What's there to explain? It's a shame to take someone else's song and pretend to be someone else. Wang Lifeng gets out of the music industry. Netizens were furious and blamed Wang Lifeng. This song, it's true that I wrote this song for you before, but didn't you never use it? I thought you didn't want it. The more Wang Lifeng spoke, the more vain he became, and his voice became smaller and smaller. I don't want it? I paid $600,000 for a song and I'm gonna not want it? Wang Lifeng, don't think that I don't know what you're playing at. Don't you just want to suppress your juniors and put gold on your own face? This song must give me a statement, or I'll see you in court. Wang Lifeng's face was like ashes. This time it was really planted. If Chang Jie sues, then he will not only have to compensate the other party for the loss, but also face the risk of losing his reputation. Chang Jie, let's have a good discussion. Don't make it to court. Now you're scared? It's too late. I'll give you 1 day to get the compensation for this song ready. Otherwise, you'll be waiting for a lawyer's letter. After saying this, Chang Jie directly exited the live broadcast room. The live feeds were in an uproar. Wang Lifeng is totally cool now. Serves him right. Who told him to act tough? Mr. Jiang Li is the real deal. Writing 2 songs in 10 minutes and with such high quality. When the tide goes out, we'll know who's swimming naked. Mr. Jiang Li YYDS. The netizens turned their guns around and started touting Jiang Li. Looking at the screen full of ridicule and abuse, Wang Lifeng felt remorse in his heart. Himself is really finished this time. It's over. It's all over. If time could be turned back, he would never choose to compete with Jiang Li. Not only did he lose the match, he also offended Cheng Jia, possibly even cut short his own future. The more I think about it, the more scared I get and the more I regret it. Off live, said Wang Lifang, his voice trembling, to his assistant. The assistant also freaked out and turned off the live stream. On the other side, Jiang Li also turned off the live broadcast and looked at the system panel. Name, Jiang Li. Current life expectancy, 70 days. Has gained influence, 135,000. 70 days is still too little. This live broadcast gained not as much influence as expected. Could it be because, in the recent past, I've been in the public eye too often, leading to a higher threshold of listenership and a decline in influence? Jiang Li guessed that the so-called influence should refer to the additional listeners. If it's always the same audience that listens to their songs over and over again, then the influence will diminish or even disappear. It seems I need a cooldown period to reset the threshold. Thinking of this, he decided not to go live for a while. It's also a good idea to take a break from the intensity of the creative process. After all, it is the body that makes the revolution. He didn't want, before the song was finished, the person to be gone. And so, for the next few days, Jiang Li lived a life of deep indifference. Every day, besides eating and sleeping, I read books, listened to music, and occasionally take a walk in the hospital's small garden. Perhaps it was because someone deliberately suppressed the hot search. What happened in the live broadcast room didn't make too many waves on the internet. Only a few melon-eating netizens. According to the live stream slices, follow the trail to find Jiang Li's live account, only to find out that he never went back on the air. This was a disappointment to those who were looking forward to his continued creativity. Why isn't Mr. Jiang Li on the air? Is he sick? It's not like you've run out of steam, is it? Don't talk nonsense upstairs. Mr. Jiang Li is not that kind of person. That is, he just needs a break. After all, creating is also very draining. That said, I'm still dying to hear the new songs he's written. Who says it isn't? I've been single cycling someone like me 4 days. Online, the discussion about Jiang Li gradually subsided. After a few more days, news broke that Wang Lifang, a famous music producer, was sued by singer Cheng Jia. The news didn't make too many waves. The majority of netizens also do not care. The two people to the court for what exactly? Because at the moment, everyone was caught up in another piece of news that grabbed their full attention. Diva Faye Sun, surprisingly, has decided to retire and will hold a farewell concert to thank her fans and followers. It's a story that's making waves on the internet. Fans have heard for a long time that Faye Sun is thinking of retiring from the industry. It was only due to the lack of good works that brought his career as a singer to a successful conclusion. Hence the semi-retirement over the years. Now that she has publicly announced that she is retiring, she must have something that satisfies her. Following this trail, fans found bits and pieces of Faye Sun singing 1,000 queer songs along with Legend on the air. It was also for this reason that Jiang Li's name, once again, entered the public eye. Everyone was curious as to where Jiang Li had gotten so much inspiration to write so many excellent works one after another. But his disappearance during this time is also seen by some netizens as a sign of a jaded man. No way, you're not inspired? I thought it was a diamond in the rough, but I didn't realize it was just glass. Some, like shooting stars, are brief but dazzling enough. Upstairs, it's too obvious that Mr. Jiang Li just needs to rest. Understand? Resting? I think you're at your wit's end. Sit and wait for Mr. Jiang Li to come out and punch you in the face. Oh, well, I'll see what happens then. Online, the debate about Jiang Li was once again rampant. Some say he's a journeyman, others say he just needs a break. But either way, it doesn't change one fact. That is, the name Jiang Li had been deeply imprinted in people's hearts. And at that moment he was lying in his hospital bed, enjoying a rare moment of peace. The sunlight poured through the window, gilding the pale face with a faint golden glow. The music scene is changing and the hotspots are taking turns. In the past few days, the news of Sun Fei's retirement, such as a hurricane, swept the network. The wind for a moment. Meanwhile, the capital airport. A woman with a tall figure and outstanding temperament was walking out in style. She wore a long black dress that outlined her figure. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, framing her skin. The delicate features are made more mysterious by the sunglasses. Sister Tone, slow down. The assistant trotted after him, carrying a large bag. Aha! Lin Shireen answered softly, her steps unceasing. Do you have any special arrangements for your return this time? No, just want to take a few days off. Then why did you bring your work cell phone back as well? The assistant pointed to the cell phone in Lin Shireen's hand. Get used to it. Faintly returned, but his eyes never left the cell phone screen. These days, the internet is full of news about Faye Sun's retirement and her farewell concert. This made Lin Shireen's heart very upset. In terms of strength, in terms of popularity, she thought she was not inferior to Sun Fei. Why is everyone's attention focused on that old woman? Sister Tone, if you ask me, you're just too low-key. Broker Sister Lee's voice came from the other end of the phone. If you were to organize some kind of concert as well, the limelight would definitely overshadow Sun Fei Fei. You think I don't want to? Lin Shireen bristled. But where am I going to find a song that will shut everyone up now? It's not easy. Didn't Sun Fei Fei ask that Zhongli to write a song? You can look for him too. Zhongli? Lin Shireen froze, then reacted. You mean that Zhongli who wrote 2 songs in 10 minutes? Chapter 20, refusing to sing a song. The hot search has exploded again. Yeah, now the internet is saying that he's a once-in-a-century musical genius. If you could get him to write you a song, wouldn't it be on the hot seat in minutes? That's an idea. Lin Shireen pondered for a moment. But I don't know him well. Why would he write me a song? With your status and position, it's his honor to ask him to write a song. Not to mention, it's not like we're not paying for it. That's true. Hanging up the phone, Lin Shireen opened Weibo. Fans were found praising her in the comments section for not having a diva demeanor and being down to earth. Smiling smugly, his fingers tapped rapidly on the screen. Soon, a tweet was sent out. At Zhongli, I heard you're a fast songwriter. Are you interested in writing one for me? The microblogging immediately attracted countless netizens. Lin Shireen actually took the initiative to ask Zhongli for a song date. This is a diva. Zhongli is making a fortune. Is Lin Shireen trying to fight with Sun Fei Fei? At this time, Zhongli is with the attending physician for a tug-of-war. How many days has it been and you still can't get out of the hospital? In the hospital room, Zhongli frowned, a few hints of impatience in her tone. I'm bored to death. Not yet. The attending physician, a middle-aged man in his 50s, was adamant. Your health has improved, but it's not something to be taken lightly. But I feel better already. Zhongli argued with reason. Look, I can even get out of bed and walk now. That won't work either. The attending physician didn't budge an inch. What if the condition recurs? You have to be observed for a while longer. Observe, observe, observe. Observe every day. I'm becoming a monkey in the zoo. Zhongli muttered in a small voice. The attending physician pretended not to hear him and went through his chart. At that moment, Chen Ruoshi hurried into the hospital room. You don't have to worry about the cost, just be at ease with the treatment. She thought that Zhongli was in a hurry to get out of the hospital because of the cost and hurriedly explained. Zhongli wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Chen Ruoshi. I'll accompany you wherever you want to go when the day of recovery comes. The cell phone suddenly rang, and Chen Ruoshi clicked on it to see that it was a Weibo message. The newest diva, Lin Shireen, wants to date Zhongli for a song? Chen Ruoshi looked at the text on the screen and frowned slightly, handing the phone to Zhongli. What do you think? Receiving his cell phone and looking at the content of Lin Shireen's microblog, Zhongli frowned. At Zhongli, I heard you're a fast songwriter. Are you interested in writing one for me? The condescending tone made Zhongli uncomfortable. This Lin Shireen he had heard of. The newest little diva in the music industry is said to be in full swing, and already has a tendency to overshadow Sun Fei Fei. Lately online, there's been news about her everywhere, but the tone was too dismissive, wasn't it? What do you think? Ruoshi Chen asked. No idea. Zhongli handed the phone back to Chen Ruoshi. Help me get back to her. Just tell her it's my rule to share a true story or else she's exempt. Good. Chen Ruoshi nodded. She also felt that Lin Shireen's attitude made people uncomfortable. Slender fingers, tapping rapidly on the screen. I'm sorry, but Zhongli needs to hear true stories to write songs, so if you can provide them, he'll be happy to create them for you. Lin Shireen looked at the screen of her cell phone and almost crushed it. Outrageous. How dare he reject me? Who is she? She's Lin Shireen. The newest diva in the music industry has millions of fans, and any tweet can trigger the existence of hot searches. Usually it was people begging her to write songs. When was it her turn to take the initiative to ask for a song and be rejected? It's just a strange shame. Sharing stories? Who does he think he is? Who is qualified to hear my stories? The more Lin Shireen thought about it, the more angry she became, and her delicate features twisted. Getting to where we are today depends on more than just strength. Those unseemly past events, those dirty dealings hidden under the glamorous exterior, just to pick out one of them would be enough to make her lose her name. How is it possible to share these secrets with a stranger? Ungrateful thing. Lin Shireen cursed viciously and threw her cell phone to her assistant. Spinning around, he switched to a smiling face and greeted the fans who picked him up. This is something that can't just be left alone. Soon, news about Zhang Li's refusal of Lin Shireen's song date spread rapidly on the internet. The marketing numbers were like cats that smelled fishy, swarming around, and all sorts of remarks that smeared Zhang Li came out all over the place. Fubris. Newcomer Zhang Li refuses a song date with diva Lin Shireen. No one in sight. How dare Zhang Li not give face to Lin Shireen? Hype without limits. Zhang Li used Lin Shireen as a stepping stone to get attention. These marketing numbers portrayed Zhang Li as an arrogant, unself-conscious villain who would do anything for hype. Some people even brought up his previous feud with Wang Lifeng, calling him a tumor in the music industry who should be banned. For a while, Zhang Li's popularity on the internet took a sharp turn for the worse. Many of the netizens who had originally supported him began to waver. No way, Zhang Li is really this kind of person? I thought he was quite talented before, but now it seems that his character is no good. Refusing Lin Shirin's song date? Who does he think he is, King Chao? That's right, Lin Shirin can ask him for a song date. That's giving him face, and he's still stomping on his nose. Depowered. I didn't expect Zhang Li to be this kind of person. That's why it's better for people not to be read. When they are read, they drift away. Don't be awkwardly hacking upstairs. It's not floating, it's pressing up and falling down. Laughs, is this a case of debut at the top, peak at the bottom, exit at the top? Retreating from the industry not so much, but at most on the edge of showbiz. Trying again and again? Zhang Li, are you guys polite? You people, you're just going to follow the trend and hack. If you're capable, you'll write a song like Someone Like Me out. That is, Mr. Zhang Li, no matter what, is much better than those who only plagiarize. Hey, you're the water army hired by Zhang Li, aren't you? How much for one? Take me with you. Take you? Do you deserve it? Online, the debate about Zhang Li intensified. Some called him arrogant, some said he was a bully, and some staunchly supported him. It was only these remarks that Zhang Li didn't take to heart at all. At the moment he was leaning against the bed, watching Chen Ruoshi clumsily peeling an apple. The peel was lumpy and pitted, and as she looked at an apple, she was peeling it away. Zhang Li wanted to say she'd do it herself several times, but Chen Ruoshi was like a stubborn child who had to do it herself. He had no choice but to give up. Here, Chen Ruoshi handed Zhang Li the fruit pulp with a few inviting looks on her face. Zhang Li took a bite. The sweet and sour juice burst open in his mouth. The flavor was not bad. You've got some practicing to do with that skill, he joked. It's up to you. Chen Ruoshi gave him a blank look and picked up her cell phone to brush shakeology. Suddenly, as if he had realized something, he patted the back of Zhang Li's hand and turned the screen towards him. Zhang Li then noticed that the rules for the finale were announced. Simply put, it's a competition for the number of followers. You can do your own concert or be invited to someone else's, and whoever has the largest live audience wins the title. This Cui Ziyuan, he really took great pains. It's shameless to come up with such tricks in order to bail Song Wan out of the championship. How could Zhang Yang, a dreamer with no background, compare with Song Wan, who had capital to back him up? As long as Cui Ziyuan was willing, he could put together a powerful concert for Song Wan even if he had to pay people to do it. But what about Zhang Yang? How can he compete with Song Wan? At that moment, Chen Ruoshi's cell phone rang. When he answered, his face turned a little grim. Zhang Yang is going back home. Putting down his cell phone, he said softly. He said he appreciated it and that he loved the song, Someone Like Me. He just didn't think he deserved it. He also said that you are welcome to visit his hometown, Chuanfu, when you have the chance in the future. Chapter 21, A Concert to Empty the Entertainment Industry. Zhang Li was silent. He could hear the helplessness and resignation in Zhang Yang's words. A young man who harbors a dream but has to bow to reality. This kind of taste must be very bad. A moment later, he opened his mouth and asked, Zhou Yi and Shui Jilu, aren't they going to have a concert? Can we invite Zhang Yang to be the supporting singers? Chen Ruoshi hesitated. I'm afraid I can't. Cui Ziyuan sighed. It wasn't explicitly stated, but the meaning was clear enough. Cui Ziyuan is determined to ensure Song Wan wins the title, and it's hard for Zhang Yang to make a name for himself without giving up the match. Zhang Li smiled. How do you know if you don't try? Even though Zhang Yang's hopes of winning the title were slim, he still wanted to give it a try. Not just for Zhang Yang, but for himself. The impact you can get on stage is much better than live. He didn't want to see Zhang Yang's dream shattered because of the involvement of capital. What's more, he needs influence. Massive impact. It was his only hope for survival. Now that the story has been heard and the song has been written, and it's time to reap the rewards, Zhang Yang wants to give up? Zhang Li would never allow this situation to occur, even if it's a lift. We have to lift Zhang Yang to the concert. Chen Ruoshi thought about it, but dialed Zhang Yang's number again. Zhang Yang, is it convenient for you to talk now? On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yang's voice was a bit low. Convenient. Go ahead, Mr. Zhang Li said that he wants to invite you to Zhou Yi and Shui Jilu's concert so that you can sing the song Someone Like Me at the concert. Really? Really? Zhang Yang's voice rose steeply with incredulous excitement. Did Mr. Zhang Li really say that? Well, he said it himself. Chen Ruoshi smiled. Would you like to? I'm willing. Of course I do. Zhang Yang's voice was trembling. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Zhang Li. Thank you, Sister Shi. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Li looked at Chen Ruoshi with some surprise. For something this big, Don't you ask Joey and Shuejilu and the others first? Chen Ruoshi froze slightly, her eyes flashing a little panic. These days, she had spent so much time with Jiangli that she had somewhat forgotten that this concert was meant for him. Joey and Shuejilu, how could they refuse Jiang Li's request? Only, this secret, Joey told her to hide it from Jiangli for now, not to tell him yet. How should I explain it? By the way, just say you forgot. Anyway, with Joey and Shuejilu's character, they wouldn't reject Zhang Yang's joining. Thinking of this, Chen Ruoshi smiled. I didn't forget in a hurry? I'll call them now. Don't worry, they're very nice. They'll say yes. After saying that, he turned to the side and dialed Joey. Time passed quickly and it was the day of the concert. Outside the Capital Workers' Gymnasium, the crowd was huge and lively. Fans were holding up lighted signs and waving glow sticks with anticipation written all over their faces. At the other end of the same city, outside the Wuxong Arena, it was equally crowded and lively. The two concerts, which started almost at the same time, were the first of their kind in the history of the music industry. Inside the backstage lounge, Choi has just finished a good fight. Slowly and methodically, he got dressed and walked to the window. Turning around, he looked at Song Won, who was already fully dressed and ready to take the stage, and nodded in satisfaction. Won, after today, you're the newest little diva. It's still uncle who's good to me. Song Won kissed Chui Ziyuan on the cheek. When I win the championship, I'll be sure to thank you properly. Silly girl, you're still polite with me. Chui Ziyuan smiled and looked through the window at the dense crowd downstairs. See all these people? They're all here for you. He had put in a lot of effort to ensure Song Won's success in winning the title. Not only did they bring in half the stars of the entertainment industry, but they also paid for tens of thousands of spectators. A good chunk of the tickets alone were given away. However, it was all worth it as long as it allowed Song Won to take the title. After today, Song Won would become the newest little diva, and he, too, would be able to benefit greatly from it. Uncle, do you think, on Zhang Yang's side, how many people will go to his concert? Him? Chui Ziyuan bristled in disdain. What's he comparing you with? With just a song written by that Jiang Li? I've invited half of the entertainment industry to stand up for you. So many green leaves, just to set off your one red flower. Song Won smiled sweetly. When I become a diva, I'll make sure everyone knows how good you are. Ha ha, it's still Won who understands. Chui Ziyuan laughed out loud, his tone full of complacency. But, Song Won's words changed, and a few moments of worry appeared on her face. That Jiang Li, although there is no movement in this recent period of time, what waves can he make? Chui Ziyuan interrupted Song Won. Talent is worthless in the face of capital. It's hard to believe that he could invite the other half of the entertainment industry to a concert. If he has this ability, I, Chui Ziyuan, will write my 3 words backwards. Song Won was stunned by this, then smiled back. Uncle is right. I was overthinking it. Grabbing my phone, I wanted to see what the internet had to say about the concert. At this look, the smile on his face froze. What's wrong? Chui Ziyuan noticed that Song Won was different and asked. Jiang Li, he really called in half the entertainment industry. Song Won's voice trembled as she handed her cell phone to Chui Ziyuan. Chui Ziyuan took the phone, only to see on the screen, it was Joey and Shuejilu's microblogging. The two released an almost simultaneous message announcing the guest list for the Echoes concert. In addition to a number of popular singers, movie stars, several veteran heavenly kings and queens are also listed. What is even more shocking is that Fei Sun, who is about to retire, is on the list. On top of that, there's Zhang Yang, who is competing with Song Won for the title of I Am a Singer. And at the end of the list, there was a small line. This concert is organized because of Jiang Li. How is this possible? Chui Ziyuan's eyes widened and his face was filled with disbelief. He couldn't figure out how Jiang Li could invite so many big names to stand up for him. Uncle, what do we do now? Song Won's voice was tinged with tears. Don't panic. Choi took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Even if he invites half of the entertainment industry, he won't necessarily win. We still have Lin Shireen. As long as Lin Shireen's fans are there, we still have a chance. But, Song Won was still a bit uneasy. No buts. Chui Ziyuan interrupted her. Things have come to this, we can only let go. All you have to do now is get in shape and put on your best performance. As long as we completely conquer the audience on stage, we still have hope of flipping the game. Chapter 22, The Desperation of Song Won, The Rebellion of the Family. Song Won forced down the uneasiness in her heart, nodded, and turned to leave the restroom. Now is not the time to panic. You must adjust as quickly as possible. In the dressing room, Lin Shireen sat in front of the mirror as several makeup artists gathered around her to do the final makeup. Walking over gently, Song Won piled a pleasing smile on her face. Shireen-san, you look beautiful today. Eyelids slightly raised, Lin Shireen faintly swept a glance at her without responding. Song Won was a little embarrassed, but continued. Sister Shireen, can we sing in chorus later? Chorus? Lin Shireen finally spoke, her tone disdainful. You think you're qualified to sing with me? Songwon's face turned red, not expecting Lin Shireen to give her so little face, but now this situation can only be endured. After all, nearly 2/3 of the fans in the Wuksong arena were all here for Lin Shireen. Still have to rely on those fans to help win the game. She had long ago gotten used to looking up to people in order to move up the ladder over the years. All those sneers, all those orders, Songwon suffered in silence, because if you want to get ahead, you have to pay the price. She had also fantasized that one day, she could be like Lin Shireen, or even more popular and dazzling than her. At that time, she would return all the grievances she had suffered over the years. Let those who once looked down on her prostrate themselves at her feet. Let Lin Shireen also taste what it's like to be coldly mocked. At that moment, the dressing room door was violently pushed open. Lin Shireen's assistant, Jie, ran in with a flustered face. Sister Tone, it's not good. What's all the panic about? Is the sky falling? Lin Shireen frowned and chided unhappily. Really collapsed. Jade came up for air and said, the fans are running away. Run away? Ran away where? Lin Shireen was puzzled. Both ran to the workers' stadium. Said, that Fei Sun was going to be there, for the last performance of her life. What? Lin Shireen stood up violently, bringing down the chair behind her. Are these people sick? What are they doing there at this hour? The arena is full. Are they going to stand outside and listen? Xiao Jian nodded. That's what they think. Said that even if they stand outside, they want to listen to Sun Fei's song. Lin Shireen's face became more and more ugly, and her chest rose and fell violently. Seeing this look of defeat, standing by the side of the Songwon did not hold back. Sound out of laughter. Lin Shireen turned her head violently and glared at her viciously. What are you laughing at? No, I'm not laughing. Songwon hastily covered her mouth, but she couldn't hide the laughter in the corner of her eyes. How dare you laugh at me? Lin Shireen was enraged, pointing at Songwon's nose and cursing. What are you? A dirt chicken that flew out of a pheasant troop is worthy of being compared to me? I'm telling you, don't ever try to replace me. Goods like you are only worthy of my shoes. Getting angrier and angrier. Lin Shireen grabbed the bag on the table and twisted her head to leave. This concert, I'm not serving. Sister Tone, wait for me. Jia carried her bag and ran all the way after her. Only Songwon was left standing dumbfounded in the dressing room. A few minutes ago, the place was a hive of activity. Now it was empty and terribly quiet. Snap, a tear, slipping down her cheek, fell on the polished floor. Songwon slowly squatted down, clasped her hands to her knees, and buried her head in the crook of her arm. Woohoo! Suppressed sobs echoed through the empty dressing room. The news of Lin Shireen's strike quickly spread throughout the arena like it had grown wings. Those fans who had originally come for Lin Shireen got up and left the table when they heard the news. What's the situation? Lin Shireen isn't acting anymore? Seriously? Then what are we still staying here for? Go! The departure of the fans set off a chain reaction like dominoes. Many of the uninformed spectators, seeing this, followed suit and got up to leave the stage. What's going on? Why are they all gone? I don't know. Was the concert cancelled? Cancelled? Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up! For a while, the entire arena was in chaos. The originally packed Wuksong arena became empty in a matter of moments. Backstage, Chui Ziyuan looked at the empty auditorium and grimaced. How could he not have imagined that it would turn out like this? What can we do about this? Someone cried so hard that her voice was muffled. Cry. That's all you know how to do. Chui Ziyuan was so upset that he couldn't help but yell. What's the use of crying now? Can you cry the audience back? Songwon was yelled at and then cried even harder. I don't want to be like this. But what can I do? Okay, stop crying. Choi rubbed his temples and forced himself to calm down. The most important thing now is to minimize the damage. Those singers and stars don't get paid a lot of money for their appearances. What's more, the tickets were half bought and half given away in order to hard boost Songwon in the first place. It's simply a losing proposition. If Songwon won the crown, then he could still make up for it elsewhere. But now that seems to be a remote possibility. Naturally, the concerts can't go on any longer. And those people have to be billed as soon as they open their voices. Stop crying for a moment and listen to me. Songwon sobbed and raised her head to look at Chui Ziyuan. The game is definitely going nowhere in this situation. Tell you what, you go on stage in a few minutes. Say you're not feeling well, then sing a song and end the show. Will this work? Songwon was a little hesitant. That's all that's left to do for now. Choi sighed. At least, there's a little face to save. But, no buts. Chui Ziyuan interrupted her. It's settled. All you have to do now is adjust and don't give me any more Songwon wanted to say something else, but was glared back by a look from Chui Ziyuan. Do you hear me? Understands. Songwon lowered her head, her voice as thin as a fly. That's good. Choi nodded. Go get ready. Songwon turned to leave, her back falling, and a flash of disgust flashed in Chui Ziyuan's eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that this woman still had some use for her, I would have wanted to kick her out of the way. Now that something like this had happened, even if he wanted to protect Songwon, there was nothing he could do. After all, he was the one who planned the program. If you don't even follow the rules you set for yourself, the show is completely over. All the previous investments will also be lost. What's more, even if he wanted a hard bail, someone would have to buy it. Now that the audience is gone, who's it for? Thinking about it gave Chui Ziyuan a headache. Must think of a way as soon as possible to get rid of this hot potato of Songwon. Otherwise, sooner or later, you will draw fire. As for those promises promised to Songwon before, they naturally did not count. Someone who has no use for them doesn't deserve to be allowed to waste resources. Gotta figure out how to squeeze the value out of Songwon, down to the last ounce. Better yet, you can sell it for a good price and make up for your loss. As for whether or not Songwon would lose her reputation as a result, that was not something he should consider. Man is not for himself, God is for him. In a place like showbiz, it's all about the weak and the strong. He, Chui Ziyuan, relied on more than just luck to get where he was today. Those unseemly tactics were not lost on him. On the stage, the lights are dimmed. Songwon stood alone in the center of the stage, looking particularly forlorn. Off stage, the sparse audience, chatting at one point or another, didn't even notice her. Ahem. Songwon cleared her throat and picked up the microphone. I'm sorry, but for some special reasons, today's show may have to end early. As an apology, I will sing a song for you. I hope everyone enjoys it. When he finished, he bowed deeply. There was still little reaction from the stage. Songwon smiled bitterly and closed her eyes as she began to sing. The song echoed in the empty arena, and it seemed especially poignant. After the song was over, there was still little movement on the stage. Songwon opened her eyes and looked at the empty audience, her heart cold. No applause, no cheers, not even boos. What there is just endless silence and indifference. Songwon slowly walked off the stage and disappeared into the darkness. This farce, too, has finally come to an end. I just wonder, how many people will remember her name? Workers' gymnasium that corresponds to it. At the moment the popularity was exaggerated to a horrible extent. Chapter 23, Zhang Li's talent rocks the internet. The workers' gymnasium was brightly lit and crowded. Outside the arena, the crowd was overwhelming, shoulder to shoulder, and waterlogged. Frenzied fans waved glowsticks, held up idol name tags and shouted at the top of their lungs. The streets and alleys around the stadium have long been occupied by support vehicles, booths, and fans of all colors. Even the main road, which is usually full of traffic, is now crowded. Officials had to urgently deploy a large number of police officers to come and maintain order. Hundreds of uniformed police officers weaved their way through the crowd, diverting traffic and maintaining law and order. These people, are they all crazy? A young policeman, wiping the sweat from his forehead, couldn't help but mutter as he looked at the frenzied crowd in front of him. What do you know? This concert. A few of my favorite singers are here. An older policeman, next to him, tapped the younger policeman on the shoulder and, the four heavenly kings of Shangjiang. You know it, right? The four of them have actually merged. This is the first time ever. Really? The young cop sucked in a breath of cool air. What kind of big shot would it have to be to get the four of them together? I heard that it's for someone named Zhongli. Another policeman interjected. Zhongli? I've never heard of her. What does she do? A singer too? The young policeman looked puzzled. It's not a singer. It's just a small anchor who seems to have some kind of serious illness. And this concert, it's to raise money for his medical expenses. A little anchor has such a big face? The young cop was even more puzzled. It's not some redneck, is it? You don't know that, do you? The older policeman smiled. This Zhongli is not simple. A few police officers were chatting away when suddenly a mountain of cheers came from inside the stadium, interrupting a few people's conversation. It's on. It's on. I wonder who the first one out is. It must be the heavenly king of show. I guess it's Shui Jilax. No. It should be Diva Fei Sun. Fans chattered excitedly, their voices rising. Several police officers also stopped talking and their eyes looked in unison in the direction of the gym. And at this moment, Zhongli was lying on the hospital bed, swiping her cell phone in boredom. On the screen was the live feed of the concert at the workers' stadium. Yesterday, Chen Ruoshi's lustful look was still fresh in his mind. Although nothing was said at the end, Zhongli's heart was as clear as a mirror. It must be related to the concert. The internet has been awash with news about this concert in recent times. It's hard not to want to know. What Jiangli didn't expect was that the concert was actually for him. Ever since he was a child, he dreamed of having a concert of his own, even if it's just on the street, in a bar, or even singing to yourself in an empty room. It's satisfying. But it never occurred to me that one day there would really be such a concert for him, despite not appearing in person at the concert. But Jiangli believed that after today, his name would spread throughout the streets of the Dragon Kingdom. I wonder how much influence will be gained this time? In the picture, the lights go from dim to bright. At the center of the stage, a woman in a long white dress arrived in style. Her posture was exquisite, her long hair was like a waterfall, and her delicate features were even more beautiful under the light. Chen Ruoshi stood in the center of the stage, under the spotlight, her long hair flowing, white dress trailing to the ground. Beautiful. Who's this? What a good-looking guy. This temperament. It's perfect. Why haven't I seen it before? Which company's artist? This face is more than enough for acting. But can you sing? It couldn't be some gold master who slipped it in, could it? With these looks, I'd believe it when I say she's being submarined. Upstairs, this dental calculus buckle down can be more than the brain sync tutu. Big night back. All the way to see the street. A lot of takeaway boy is still running around to send food. Suddenly heart mixed feelings. Other people so late are still eating. And I have what reason not to eat? In the live broadcast room, the screen was full of pop-ups, all talking about this sudden ferry. In the live broadcast room, the netizens were talking. At this point, the song information appears on the screen. Song, Twilight Echoes. Lyrics by Jiangli. Composed by Jiangli. Arranged by Jiangli. Mixed by Jiangli. Sung by Qing Yushi. I announce that from now on, she's my wife. Do you eat dumplings with vinegar? Dip it, with the humblest of dreams. You've got these teeth in front of you. You just got them out of the latrine, didn't you? Jiangli is the composer, songwriter, arranger and mixer? Who is this Jiangli? There's one thing to be said for Twilight Echoes. It's true that it's good, but I really don't know who Jiangli is. Legend has it that there is a star in the vast Milky Way that is her and still chooses to stay after stepping out of time. She may be in the last place, by your side, in your nightmares. If you see her, please don't be afraid. The melodious melody rang out, and Chen Yushi's ethereal and misty voice instantly conquered everyone's ears. I announce that from today, Ruoshi Chen is my fan. The lyrics, the melody, it's perfect. Mr. Jiangli is great. After the song was sung, there was thunderous applause and endless cheers. That was so good. One more song. Ruoshi Chen, Ruoshi Chen, Ruoshi Chen. The fans were enthusiastic and shouted at the top of their lungs. Chen Ruoshi stood at the center of the stage, enjoying this high moment that belonged to her. It's all because of that teenager. The teenager lying in a hospital bed, fighting death. Eyes looking through the crowd, looking into the distance. There, it was the direction where Jiangli was. Thank you, Jiangli. And there he was, lying in his hospital bed, watching the live feed on the screen. At the corner of his mouth, a smile of relief appeared. Influence, it's increased again. Looked at the system panel. Name, Jiangli. Current life expectancy, 85 days. Has gained influence, 355. 000. 85 days is still too little. But as long as the concerts continue, my lifespan will keep increasing. One day, I'll get rid of this damn disease. And at this point in time, the internet has exploded with discussions about the song Twilight Echo. Some people marveled at Chen Yushi's beauty and singing voice, while others were shocked at Jiangli's talent. Some people also questioned whether the song was really written by Jiangli. In any case, Jiangli and Chen Ruoshi's names once again topped the hot search list. And this concert, it's just beginning. Chapter 24, Zhang Yang's Battle of the Champions. After the song was finished, Chen Yushi did not walk off the stage directly, but raised the microphone with a quiet smile on her face. I know that everyone must be wondering why this concert is being held for one person. The voice was clear and carried through the microphone to every corner of the room. The noisy gym slowly quieted down, with only the sounds of light breathing and clothing rubbing clearly audible. After a pause, Chen Ruoshi swept her gaze over the faces on the stage that had doubt written all over them and continued. Because that person is terminally ill, but stubbornly wants to record the beauty of the world. With melody, he said he hopes his work will be heard by more people. That's why this concert is happening. When he said this, his eyes reddened slightly, and his voice took on a slightly choked tone. Off stage, the puzzled expressions on the faces of the audience were gradually replaced by shock and regret. A man who is terminally ill, yet still so committed to music, trying to leave something in the world with my work. How can the spirit not be moved? Jiangli, go for it, live. I don't know who shouted first. Immediately afterward, a second voice rang out. Jiangli, go for it, live. Jiangli, go for it, live. The voices grew louder and louder, more and more neat, and finally converged into a huge wave of sound that echoed in the stadium. Backstage, in the lounge, The crowd of Heavenly King superstars looked at each other in dismay. Before they came, they all thought it was Zhou Yi and Shui Jilu who invited them at great expense in order to flatter some powerful person. After all, concerts of this size cost a fortune. Their appearance fees alone are not a small amount. But I never thought that this concert would be for a talented musician who is terminally ill. This brat is somewhat interesting, a Heavenly King softly lamented. Yeah, it's not simple to be able to value music more than life. The other Heavenly King nodded in agreement. Old Zhou, old Shui, for this concert, we don't want an appearance fee. One of the 4 Heavenly Kings of Shangjiang suddenly spoke up. How does that work? Zhou Yi and Shui Jilu were startled at the same time. The appearance fees of these Heavenly Kings don't add up to a small amount of money. It's a favor they can't afford to repay. Nothing doesn't work. That Heavenly King waved his hand. Although Jiangli hasn't written any songs for us, his spirit of fighting against the disease has infected us. That's right. Another diva also spoke up. We are willing to do something for such musicians. Old Zhou, old Shui, don't be polite to us. The third Heavenly King smiled. Think of it as us, doing our part for the Chinese music scene. This, Zhou Yi and Shui Jilu exchanged glances, and for a moment, they didn't know what to say. Okay, that's it. The last Heavenly King patted Zhou Yi's shoulder. Prepare well, we're all waiting to go on stage. After saying that, the 4 of them smiled at each other and turned around to walk out of the lounge. Zhou Yi and Shui Jilu froze in place with mixed feelings in their hearts. This heavenly favor, I'm afraid they can't repay it for the rest of their lives. In the live broadcast screen, Chen Ruoshi stood in the center of the stage. The spotlight sprinkled on her, beautiful like a fairy who had mistakenly entered the mortal world. On the pop-up screen, densely packed messages surged like a tidal wave. Terminally ill? Really? I guess it's some rich kid who wants to get into showbiz. So the company gives him the whole terminal illness persona to gain sympathy. You this brain circuit can otherwise not to say also have to be an undergraduate. I'm a junior college student's think through the head cannot come up with this plot. Maybe it's the son of some big shots family who wants to come to the music scene on a whim. That's why there are so many big shots holding up their feet. Do you have a misunderstanding of the word cuddle? It's clearly all the stars are holding the moon. Okay, there's one thing to say. Zhang Li's songs are really good, but to say that he has a lot of works like Twilight Echoes, I don't believe it. That is, a fine song has to be polished for a long time. If he really had that many good songs, would he still be famous until now? In the hospital room, Zhang Li looked at the pop-ups and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He's desperately trying to write songs purely to stay alive. If you don't write a song, you die. I didn't realize that this girl, Chen Ruoshi, had taken all those words she had snubbed her with and moved them to the stage. Not to mention, it works pretty well. At least, the influence has gone up another notch. Staring at the screen with interest to see what else would happen next. Only in the picture, Chen Yushi had a gentle smile on her face as she slowly opened her mouth. Next, please welcome Zhang Yang to the ring. This will be the championship fight that belongs to him. As soon as the words fell, the pop-up screen instantly exploded. Zhang Yang? That Zhang Yang from I Am a Singer? No way. He can also participate in this level of concert? That's not even close. Which big shot is Zhang Yang hugging? After today, I'm afraid his value will skyrocket. The winner of I Am a Singer won't really be him, will he? It's hard to say. After all, the show is clearly trying to make Songwon win the title. Songwon? Is she still playing? I just came from her concert. Everyone's gone. Really? So exciting? It's true. I heard that Lin Shireen went on strike. I go, this is too bad. What's so bad about it? She deserves it. It's her fault for being so superior. On stage, the lights dimmed. Only a chasing light was left, hitting the center of the stage. Dressed in a simple white shirt and jeans, Zhang Yang slowly walked onto the stage, holding his guitar. There were a few moments of nervousness, a few moments of anticipation, and a few moments of disbelief on his face. Until now, he still felt like it was all a dream. A few days ago, he was an ordinary man who was powerless in the face of capital and was forced to give up his dreams. And now it's standing in the biggest stadium in the country, in front of tens of thousands of people, about to perform the song that was his. This huge contrast made it a little difficult for him to adapt for a while. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yang bowed deeply to the stage. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Yang. The voice was a little shaky, but full of sincerity. I'm very grateful to Mr. Zhang Li for giving me this opportunity to stand here and sing for everyone. This next song is called Someone Like Me and I hope you enjoy it. When he finished speaking, he plucked the strings of the piano, and a familiar melody rang out. A good person like me should have lived his life splendidly. How is it that in the end, after more than 20 years, he is still floating in the sea of people? The song carries a few vicissitudes, a few helplessness, and a few reluctance. He put all his emotions into the song. At this moment, he is no longer the obscure ordinary man, but the brightest star on the stage. Off stage, the audience listened quietly, and many were impressed by Zhang Yang singing. They seemed to see themselves in this song, the self that struggled through the sea of people for a dream, for a living. The pop-ups also became much quieter in the live room. Many people are silently brushing up on the lyrics and expressing how they resonate. Chapter 25. The whole internet is buzzing about Zhongli, a vulgar person like me, who never likes to pretend to be deep. How is it that when I occasionally hear an old song, I suddenly wobble? Like me, such a cowardly person. Everything to stay a few points. How once also for whom? Thought of defying. The lyrics are too good to be true. Is this the strength of Zhongli? Love, love, love. Zhang Yang also sang very well. Sang out that kind of helplessness and unwillingness. Yeah, it feels like he's just singing about himself. Ooh, listen to the tears. Me too, remembering who I used to be. After the song was sung, there was thunderous applause, which lasted for a long time. Many people stood up, cheering and applauding Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang stood in the center of the stage with moist eyes. He was finally recognized. No longer the little singer that no one asked for, but the center of attention. And it's all thanks to one person. That's Zhongli. In the direction of Zhongli's hospital room, he bowed deeply. Thank you, Ms. Zhongli. In this moment, he thanked the musician, whom he had never met, from the bottom of his heart. It was Zhongli who gave himself this opportunity to stand on this stage and realize his dream. It is also Zhongli who inspires herself with music so that she can face challenges bravely. Zhang Yang, Zhang Yang, Zhang Yang. Off stage, the audience chanted Zhang Yang's name in unison. The voice resounded and echoed for a long time. Meanwhile, just after the news broadcast, countless families sat around the television set. They had long heard that the final of I Am a Singer would be a concert to determine the ultimate winner. Past winners have ended up as hot singers, records, variety shows, movies. It can be said that I Am a Singer is the best stage for grassroots to rebound. The lad sings really well. In the living room, the gray-haired Lee pushed the old glasses on the bridge of his nose and pointed to the TV screen. Dad, he didn't write the song. The son at the side smiled and explained. It was written by that young man named Zhongli. Zhongli? Moncler Outlet Store Lee raised his eyebrows. That's the young man who is terminally ill and still insists on writing songs? Yeah, that's him. My son nodded. These lyrics are so well written. They sing the heart of our people. Yeah, how many young people nowadays can sit still and write songs like that? Moncler Outlet Online Lee lamented. This Zhongli, not simple. That's right. My daughter-in-law chimed in. I just looked online, and that guy, Chen Yuxi, sang Twilight Echoes, and he wrote it, too. Oh, Lee. Moncler Outlet Online came interested. I also listened to that song. It is really good. I did not think it was also written by this young man. It is really a talent. Dad, you don't know. This Zhongli is powerful. The son came energized and began to talk at length about Zhongli's exploits. He's written more than just these two songs. There's Johnny. Stop talking for a minute and let Dad finish the song. Li Chang's daughter-in-law interrupted him. Yeah. Listen to the song first. Listen to the song first. Li Chang then realized that he was being a bit boisterous and hastily shut his mouth. The family continued to watch the TV as Zhang Yang sang, echoing through the living room. Who is Zhongli? How come I've never heard of such a singer? He's not a singer. He's a songwriter. In the bedroom, Yuki swiped her phone while answering her mom who was watching TV. People Like Me and Twilight Echoes were both written by him. Yeah, Mom looked up then. That's pretty impressive. More than awesome. Yuki said excitedly. He's terminally ill and still insists on writing songs. Gee, what a shame. Mom sighed. How did such a talented young man get this disease? Who says it isn't? Snowy also felt a bit sorry for him. However, the songs he wrote are really good. I've decided that from today onwards, I'm his Iron fan. You girl, you're being a nymphomaniac again, aren't you? Mom laughed and shook her head. Okay, stop swiping your phone and come over here and watch TV with me. What's there to see? The singing is even better. The song behind it isn't written by John Liao. Yuki's mouth said so, but her body was honest enough to come over. Old Wang, have you heard? That young man called Zhongli writes great songs. In the park, the grandfather Zhang, who was playing chess, said to his old friend, I heard. Old Wang said without lifting his head. My son even recommended it to me, saying that the song he wrote was especially deep. Yeah, I listened to that song, Someone Like Me, and it felt like I was singing about myself. Moncler Outlet Online John lamented. There aren't many young people nowadays who can write this kind of song. Who says it isn't? Old Wang nodded. However, I still prefer the song Twilight Echoes sung by Ching Yushi. It's more meaningful. Is that you liking the song? That's you craving someone's body. You old immodest. Grandpa Zhang laughed and scolded. Screw you. I'm appreciating. Appreciating, understand? Old Wan's old face reddened and he said without any good humor, okay, not with you. Zhang waved his hand. I'm going home to watch TV. Let's see what other good songs Zhangli can write. I'll go back and take a look as well. Old Wang also stood up. This young man, he's a bit interesting. For a while, all over the country, countless families were discussing Zhangli and his song. There was admiration, lamentation, and skepticism, but no matter what, Zhangli's name was considered to have been thoroughly branded. And it all started with this particular concert. On the TV, the concert continues. The lights in the stadium dimmed, leaving only a single chasing light that hit the center of the stage. Shui Jilu was dressed in a casual outfit, holding his guitar and walking slowly. Shui Jilu. Before he even opened his voice, there was already a mountain of cheers from the stage. Fans frantically waved glowsticks, held up lighted signs and shouted at the top of their lungs, "Want to hear ugly? Do an actor." Fans were enthusiastic, calling out their favorite songs in waves. Shui Jilu stood in the center of the stage, gently plucking the strings. The prelude to and the bridge plays like a babbling brook, gently flowing through people's hearts. The originally noisy gymnasium instantly quieted down. Everyone held their breath, anticipation written on their faces as they quietly waited for the song to begin. In front of the TV, countless viewers were about to turn off the TV or change the channel after listening to Zhang Yang sing. What else is there to watch on this TV? The song in the back is definitely not written by Zhangli. In the living room, Mr. Wang picked up the remote control and was about to press the off button. Dad, wait a little longer. There might be a good song. The son rushed to stop it. What good songs can there be? I don't believe that Zhangli can write a better song. Master Wang looked disdainful. Just then, the prelude to manhwa bridge rang out, and the unique melody instantly caught Moncler Outlet Online Wan's attention. He stopped what he was doing and listened sideways, a look of surprise on his face. This song is kind of interesting, right, Dad? I told you, just listen again. Master Wang did not say anything, just quietly listening, his eyebrows slightly wrinkled, as if thinking about something. This song, it wouldn't be written by Zhangli too, right? In the kitchen, my daughter-in-law, who was washing dishes, poked her head out and asked, "No way." Moncler Jacket Sale Wang said categorically, that Zhangli, no matter how talented he is, could not have written so many good songs one after another. This song is definitely not written by him. That's not necessarily true. My son laughed. Young people these days are awesome. Humph, I just don't believe it. Grandpa Wang still refused to believe it. Dad, look, Shuijilu Weibo said that this song was written by Zhangli. The granddaughter held up her cell phone and ran to Wang Daki, received the phone, only to see Shuijilan microblogging, clearly written, "Thank you, Mr. Zhangli for creating this song for me on manhwa bridge." This, Mr. Wang was dumbfounded. At the same time, a few lines of text popped up on the TV screen. Song, manhwa bridge, lyrics, Zhangli, composer, Zhangli, arrangement, Zhangli, sings, Shuijilu. Seeing these lines, people who were still skeptical finally believed that the song manhwa bridge was written by Zhangli. Chapter 26, when the night song came out, the whole internet exploded. This Zhangli, he's also too powerful. Yeah, this song is classy just from the intro. I didn't realize that he could write so many great songs. What a genius. For a while, countless families were shocked by Zhangli's talent. There are still some, however, who continue to hold their ground. This song is definitely not as good as Zhang Yang's song, Someone Like Me. Exactly. That song is a true classic. These people stubbornly believe that Zhangli could not possibly write a better song. They hold people like me in high esteem, but they don't give a damn about Anwabashi. Shuijilu's slightly hoarse voice rang out. The emotions in the song are brought to life, in the best possible way. I know that those summers, like youth, can't come back, and in lieu of dreams, they can only be reluctant. I know that blowing off steam, and laughing with my youth, leaves me stuck in the city, honoring your memory. The song carries a bit of hopelessness, a bit of sadness, and nostalgia for the past. The skepticism disappeared completely. Many people finally realized at this moment just how big the gap between geniuses and ordinary people on earth was. While other musicians have written few masterpieces, Zhangli, however, used his actions to tell the world, if people can't do it, don't blame the road. The former martyrs were able to rival the gods with their physical bodies and reject the enemy outside the gates of the country. Those pillars of great nations use abacuses and they can knock out townships. And then there's the terminally ill teenager who is proving one thing with his actions. Nothing is impossible in this world. Many people were impressed by the song. They remembered their youth and the dreams and regrets they had. On stage, Shui's song continues. I know that in this world, there are too many regrets every day. So hello and goodbye. Unlike the bluntness of people like me, the lyrics are more subtle and introspective. And yet, it also hits home more. Backstage, in the lounge, the four heavenly kings had long since lost their previous idleness, and each one of them sat up straight, and the expressions on their faces became serious. The song. After a long time, a tall, hard-faced god of song was the first to speak, breaking the silence. Absolutely. Yeah, the caliber of the song can't be beat. The other slim, elegant Tenno Liming also nodded in agreement. For this one song, Xiao Shui won't have a problem eating for 10 years. The third heavenly king, Zhou Hua, sighed lightly, his tone carrying a few moments of envy, a few moments of jealousy. He has an upright figure, three-dimensional features, and despite being over 100 years old, he is still graceful and charming. I have a clear perception of Jiang Li's talent. The last heavenly king, Guo Chang, also spoke. Whether it was Xianjiang a few decades ago, or inland now, I'm afraid there's no other musician who can match it. He was not tall, but extremely well-proportioned, with smooth muscle tone and sharp eyes. Exudes a mature manly charm between his hands and feet. I really want to meet this teacher Jiang Li. The god of song's gaze flickered as if he was thinking about something. Unfortunately, he is terminally ill. I'm afraid. Liming wanted to say something, a look of regret on his face. Why don't we go see him? Zhou Hua proposed. Guo Chang was a little hesitant. This is not very good, right? After all, what he needs most right now is to recuperate. But I still want to meet him. The god of songs was adamant, even if, just from a distance. The other three looked at each other, and all saw the same longing in each other's eyes. Then let's go take a look. Liming finally nodded. However, we have to keep a low profile and not disturb him. That's natural. The four of them reached a consensus and prepared to visit Jiang Li in the hospital after the concert. On the stage, Shui Jilu's singing is nearing its end. So hello and goodbye. The last note fell and the room applauded for a long time. Many people stood up, cheering and applauding Shui Jilan. Shui stood in the center of the stage and bowed deeply towards the audience. Shui Jilu, Shui Jilu, Shui Jilu. Off stage, the audience chanted Shui Jilu's name in unison. The pop-ups also swept through the live feed once again. Mr. Jiang Li is great. Shui Jilu sings well, bringing out that regret and helplessness. Yeah, it feels like he's just singing about himself. Ooh, listen to the tears. Me too. Remembering who I used to be. Shui Jilu stepped off the stage, followed by Zhou Yi, who walked slowly in a straight suit. Zhou Yi. Before he even opened his voice, there was already a mountain of cheers from the stage. Fans frantically waved glowsticks, held up lighted signs and shouted at the top of their lungs. Tomato Channel headquarters, studio building. The top floor conference room was filled with smoke. A dozen men and women in suits with serious looks. At the conference table, station manager Su Zhang knocked on the desktop. Gentlemen, all of you, what do you think about this concert? As soon as the words fell, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was the first to speak. I think the impact of this concert has gone way beyond expectations, especially the song Manhwa Bridge. Both the lyrics and Shui Jilu's rendition are perfect. Especially the interlude section of the horsehead fiddle is simply the finishing touch, taking the mood of the whole song and elevating it to a whole new level. He's the Tomato Channel's music director, Levano. In the industry, it is also quite a prestigious music producer. Old Lee was right. Wan Hai, another slightly chubby deputy station manager with a kind smile, took over. Jiang Li's talent is truly breathtaking. I can't believe this is a song written by a young man in his early 20s, and that's with a terminal illness. The crowd chimed in, their words full of admiration. Station manager, I have a proposition. At that moment, a young man sitting in the corner suddenly spoke up. Oh, Cho, go ahead. Su Zhang looked at him. This young man, named Zhou Ming, was the youngest program planner at the Tomato Channel. It's also the mastermind behind the show I'm a Singer. I think we should contact Jiang Li as soon as possible and discuss a cooperation agreement with him. With his talent, he can definitely create a phenomenal music IP as long as it's run properly. Well, that's a good offer. Su Zhang nodded, but his health is not optimistic. Can't put too much pressure on him. Tell you what, Xiao Zhou, I'll leave this matter to you. Treatment, everything from the best. Zhou Ming rose. Yes, station manager, promised to complete the task. Inside the gym, the lights dimmed. Joey stood in the center of the stage and gently raised his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet. The noisy gym slowly quieted down. Today, I'm not singing Sunny Day or Chopin in November. The voice was low and magnetic. I'm going to sing a song, written by Mr. Jiang Li. This song is called Nocturne. As soon as the words left his mouth, the whole room once again boiled. Jiang Li? Jiang Li again? No way. This concert, how many songs did he write? By my count, Echoes of Twilight, Someone Like Me, Manhwa Bridge, plus this Nocturne. That's 4. My god, that's too prolific, isn't it? The point is that each song is still of such high quality. Mr. Zhongli is awesome, the audience murmured, their words filled with shock and admiration. Even the group of superstars in the backstage lounge all looked incredulous. What kind of monster is this Zhongli? The speed of creation is too scary, isn't it? The key is that he writes all the songs, and they're all so good. The four heavenly kings looked at each other in dismay, all of them smiling bitterly. It was the first time they had seen such a demonic existence after decades in the music industry. On stage, the intro plays, a low, rhythmic melody that fills the room like the night, playing Chopin's Nocturne for you in honor of my dead love. The same sound as the night wind, ruthless, drifting in the wilderness. I use pretty rhymes to describe a love that's been plundered for all it's worth. Slightly sad song, bring everyone into that poignant love story. Unlike the bluntness of people like me, the subtlety of The Bridge of Peace is subtle. The lyrics of this song are more gorgeous, more romantic, yet also more poignant. Chapter 27, Zhongli on the hot seat. In the live broadcast room, pop-ups poured down like a waterfall. This song is so great, it's totally grown on me aesthetically. How in the world did Mr. Zhongli write so many great songs? The lyrics are so powerfully written. Every line is like a poem. Have you noticed that every song written by Mr. Zhongli has a different style? Indeed, this creative power is unbelievable. It's a shame that someone so talented is. I hope Mr. Zhongli can overcome his illness. Going on 4 off 3 has greatly improved my mental state. Go, Mr. Zhongli. Backstage, lounge. The singers listened in silence, and none of them spoke. The room remained silent after Zhou Yi's singing. I don't know how long it took, but the first clap sounded. Immediately afterward, everyone stood up. This is not only for Zhou Yi, but also for Nocturne, for Zhongli to a kind of recognition. Although the broadcast of I'm a Singer is over, the concert is still in full swing. The atmosphere was pushed to a new climax, especially when the four heavenly kings of Shangjian made a joint appearance. Finally, the concert was drawing to a close. Chen Ruoshi appeared on stage again, dressed in a long white dress. The hem of the dress was embellished with dots of starlight, just like the Milky Way spilling down to earth. Under the light, the whole person is covered in a layer of soft halo, immortal, not like a person in the mortal world. Next, please welcome the last mystery guest to the stage. Before the words were out of his mouth, the whole room was abuzz. Who is it? Who is it? I've heard that Fifi is coming. It's not going to be her finale, is it? It must be Fifi. No need to guess. The audience was buzzing with anticipation. A chasing light hits the side of the stage. The woman in the gorgeous gown walked in style, amidst much anticipation. The body is graceful and the steps are elegant. The hem of the skirt gently swayed with the pace, just like a blooming peony, graceful and elegant. Ah, it's really Fifi. Fifi, Fifi. The crowd went wild, shouting at the top of their lungs. Many people even stood up excitedly, desperately waving the glow sticks in their hands. Thank you all for your continued support and love. The noisy gym slowly quieted down. Sun Fei Fei's voice was soft, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Today will be my last public performance. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. What? I thought it was a rumor. Don't back out of the circle. Fifi, why? Fans were incredulous and rose to their feet, shouting out their detentions. Sun Fei Fei's eyes were reddened, but she still maintained her smile. I'm very grateful to Mr. Zhongli for composing this song 1000 K songs for me. The music plays. Unlike the etherealness of Chen Yushi, Fei Sun's voice has more of a mature flavor and a sense of life. In the future, even if 1000 songs are floating on the far side of my road, the coming day will be brighter than the moon tonight, even if 1000 evening stars. Nothing compares to the beauty of this night, and in no way does it make me appreciate it more. The song is sad, lingering, and a few moments of relief. Many people have been struck by this song, remembering the good times they had in the youthful years that have passed. Some people hummed along softly. Some had wet eyes, some were sobbing uncontrollably. At the end of the song, the audience applauded for a long time. Sun Fei Fei stood in the center of the stage and bowed deeply towards the audience. Fifi, Fifi, Fifi. Off stage, the audience chanted Sun Fei Fei's name in unison, and many even shed tears of excitement. The pop-ups also swept through the live feed once again. It's so good. My ears are getting pregnant. Worthy of being a diva. This singing is superb. It felt like she was singing about herself. Singing about that attachment to the stage, to the fans. This next song, also composed by Mr. Zhongli, is called Legend. Sun Fei Fei took a deep breath and looked at the sobbing fans on stage with red eyes. Actually, the idea of retiring has been on my mind for years. It just got in the way of having the right song to use to give back to everyone who has supported me for so long. It was Mr. Zhongli who gave me this opportunity. The music plays. Sun Fei Fei got into the swing of things for a second. Just because I looked at you one more time in the crowd, I never forgot your face. Thinking of you when you're in the sky. Thinking of you when you're in front of me. Thinking of you when you're in your head. Thinking of you when you're in your heart. The song echoed through the stadium like heavenly music. In this moment, time seemed to stand still. Everyone was immersed in Sun Fei Fei's song, forgetting time and space and self. The song ended and the room was silent. Everyone was immersed in the mood of the song for a long time. I don't know how long it took, but the first clap sounded. Immediately afterward, thunderous applause resounded throughout the stadium. Sun Fei Fei stood in the center of the stage and once again bowed deeply towards the audience. Thank you for all the love and support. Before I say goodbye to this stage for good, I'd like to make an announcement. In the future I will start a foundation for cancer patients. I hope to help more people like Mr. Zhongli, who fought the disease unyieldingly for their dreams. The room roared once again at these words. The crowd gave the legendary diva a standing ovation. Many even shed tears of excitement. The concert has come to an end, but its impact is just beginning to fester. Outside the stadium, the crowd slowly dispersed. Many people still had a look of excitement lingering on their faces, and their mouths kept discussing the performance they had just seen. It was mind-blowing. It was definitely the best concert I've ever seen in my life. Who says it isn't? Especially when Zhang Yang sang the song, Someone Like Me. It simply sang to my heart. And Xue Zhilu's Anha Bridge and Zhou Yi's Nocturne. Every one of them is great. The most powerful is still Zhongli, writing 6 songs by himself, and every one of them is a masterpiece. Yeah, it's a shame he's terminally ill. Otherwise I'd really like to see what this musical genius looks like. On the other side, several middle-aged people were also discussing enthusiastically. It's amazing that there are such talented musicians among the youth of today. Yeah, especially the song 1,000 Queer Songs. It brought tears to my eyes. And the song Legend that Fei Sun sang at the end. It's just heavenly. It's a shame she'll never perform in public again. What a shame. However, she has done her bit for the community by setting up a foundation for cancer patients. Meanwhile, the internet has exploded with discussion about the concert. Video clips of the concert scene are being forwarded like crazy. Hashtag all 6 of John Lee's works have been sealed. Hashtag John Lee's long climb to the top. Hashtag Zhang Yang won the I'm a Singer championship. Hashtag Fifi's son bid a tearful farewell to the music world. Hashtag topics such as hashtag Nocturne, hashtag Anha Bridge, hashtag 1,000 K songs, and hashtag Legend quickly made it to the top of the hot search list on major social media platforms. Almost every topic was closely linked to Zhang Li's name. The word Zhang Li swept across the internet at an unprecedented speed. Countless netizens spontaneously searched for all information related to Zhang Li. Those who didn't follow the concert began to learn about Zhang Li's story through various channels. They were all moved when they learned that this talented musician was terminally ill, but still insisted on composing. Many people were touched by Zhang Li's talent and spirit, and they expressed their road to fame. Various media outlets also scrambled to report on the concert, as well as Zhang Li's exploits. For a while, Zhang Li became the center of attention for the entire population. His name, songs, and stories spread through the streets and thousands of homes. In the hospital room, Zhang Li frowned. Current life expectancy, 95 days. Has gained influence, 955,000, 95 days, still too little. Influence is approaching 1 million, and redeemable lifespans are still pitifully low. Not to mention the subsequent growth rate, which is bound to slow down gradually. This little influence is not enough to last until the day one is completely free of the disease. Not to mention the advanced stage of throat cancer, which can worsen at any time. Once you can't talk, how can you write a song yourself? If you can't write songs, where's the influence? Without influence you're just waiting to die. No, another batch of songs must be written soon. Only then can you gain more influence before your vocal cords become completely necrotic. Just, who to work with? The 4 heavenly kings of Xinjiang is a good choice. Any one of these people is a mainstay of the Chinese music scene. If you can work with them, you are bound to get more attention. Only, with his current connections, I'm afraid it would be a bit difficult to invite so many people at the same time. As he was thinking about it, there was a knock on the door. Chapter 28, Can't Write a Song? Come in. The door to the hospital room was pushed open and Chen Ruoshi walked in. How does it feel? Not bad. Zhang Li smiled. The concert was a success. Especially you. You're blinding me. When did you learn to be greasy? Chen Ruoshi inserted the flowers she had brought into the vase with gentle movements. By the way, there's something I want to discuss with you. What is it? The 4 heavenly kings of Xinjiang, they want to come and see you. Is it convenient? They're coming? Zhang Li froze, and then her heart was delighted. It's a real sleeper. He was worried about how to hook up with these bigwigs, but he didn't expect them to offer to come and visit. Of course it's convenient. Please. Well, then, I'll make the arrangements now. Chen Ruoshi turned around and left, leaving Zhang Li alone in the hospital room. It wasn't long before the door to the hospital room was pushed open again. Zhou Yi, Xue Zhilu, and the 4 heavenly kings of Shangjiang, fish in a row. Mr. Zhongli, I've taken the liberty of disturbing you. Zhou Yi was the first to speak, his tone very polite. Nowhere, it's an honor to have you all here. Zhongli struggled to get up, but Zhou Yi held him down. You have a good rest. Mr. Zhongli, no need to be so polite. Yeah, we're not outsiders, Shui Jilu said with a smile as well. Mr. Zhongli, we all appreciate your talent. The god of songs spoke, his tone sincere, especially that nocturne song. It's amazing. Yeah, this song can definitely become a classic in the Chinese music industry. Zhou Hua also praised. Mr. Zhongli, I wonder what other creative projects you have planned next. Wu Chang asked the question that everyone was concerned about. Truth be told, I do have a few more ideas. Zhongli smiled. I just wonder, are you all interested in cooperating? Oh, Mr. Zhongli, please tell me. The four heavenly kings spoke at the same time, their eyes fixed on Zhongli. Can each of you seniors share one true story that happened to you? I need inspiration for my creations. Zhongli wore a smile and his tone was sincere. He knew, of course, that he was being a bit presumptuous with this request. Songs can be unlocked by the system and must be based on a true story. A made-up story certainly won't do. This was something that he had long verified many times in his past live broadcasts. The four heavenly kings exchanged glances with each other, all seeing the ran in each other's eyes. Both have come a long way from being unknown newcomers and naturally understand the importance of inspiration for a creator. Even how talented Zhongli was, it was impossible to create something out of nothing. Only, due to the identity of the heavenly king, those privacy that cannot be disclosed, once leaked, will surely set off another storm in the entertainment circle. So a few people had reached a consensus after a brief exchange of eyes. It was decided to share with Zhongli the stories that had happened to him and had been known for a long time. The singer-songwriter was the first to speak, recounting his early years of alcoholism that nearly ruined his singing career. Immediately afterward, Zhou Hua also shared his past story of how he nearly went bankrupt because of a failed investment. The other two heavenly kings also spoke up, recounting the frustrations they had experienced. These stories are no secret and have been familiar to the media and fans for a long time. However, when several heavenly kings told it in person, it still made the people present feel emotional. After the sharing, everyone, including Zhou Yi, Shui Jilu, and Chen Rushi, all looked at Zhongli with anticipation. They were already used to Zhongli's genius persona, so they all felt that even if they had to compose 4 songs in one go this time, he should be able to do it without any problems. Even the 4 Shangjiang heavenly kings had expressions on their faces that were tense with a bit of anticipation. The crowd didn't dare to make a sound for fear of interrupting Zhongli's creative thoughts. Hold your breath and wait quietly. At this moment, Zhongli seemed to have become the center of the entire world. All eyes were focused on the body, waiting for him to perform another miracle. Meanwhile, the move of the 4 heavenly kings to visit Zhongli immediately after the concert triggered shocks in the music industry. Countless media outlets were out in a frenzy, all trying to get first-hand information on these divas. The name of the man, the shadow of the tree. The 4 heavenly kings have long been in semi-retirement though, but as one of the earliest batch of top stream idols on the mainland, almost half of China has grown up under the inculcation of the 4 heavenly kings of film and television. Not to mention the fact that these 4 have always had great word of mouth and excellent roadkill, so the potential fan base is huge. As long as they have first-hand information, then these journalists and paparazzi can write breaking news. They were like sharks that smelled blood, frantically flocking to the hospital. It hadn't been long since the god of song and the others had entered the hospital room before the door was crowded with reporters carrying long guns. The nurses were so obstructive that they did not dare to rush straight into the ward, but disliking the window, he could still see into the ward, holding the camera up and shooting constantly, hoping to capture some worthwhile images. In the hospital room, Zhongli closed his eyes and contemplated. He carefully combed through the stories shared by several of the divas in his mind, but it was a long wait. The system didn't pop up with the song unlocked either. Zhongli frowned slightly, a trace of uneasiness welling up in her heart. Could it be that you're going in the wrong direction? Or are these stories not enough to unlock new songs? The pressure in his heart increased steeply when he opened his eyes and saw the expectant gaze of the crowd. Chapter 29, Zhang Kai Lang is done. Doggy Carnival. Time passed by, and Zhongli still had no intention of opening her mouth. The ward was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath and gazed nervously at Zhongli, not daring to make any noise for fear of disturbing his thoughts. They both hoped that Zhongli would be able to perform miracles again, but they were worried that he would fail to perform due to excessive pressure. After all, for songs in one sitting, this is an almost impossible task for any musician. Even those talented musicians need to spend a lot of time and effort to create a great song. What's more, Zhongli was a terminally ill patient. His physical condition would not have allowed for such intense work, but even so, the crowd still had great expectations for Zhongli, because in their hearts, this teenager in front of them, has long been no ordinary musician. Rather, he is a genius who can perform miracles. His talent and work have long since conquered everyone. Therefore, they were willing to believe that Jiangli could create a miracle again, even if the miracle seems so unbelievable. Outside the window, the reporters still haven't left, holding up their cameras and shooting non-stop. All it takes is one worthwhile photo to write a national sensation. It means a promotion and a raise. And at this moment, Jiangli in the hospital room was the biggest news source in their eyes. Just a little bit of information they could dig out of each other would be enough to make them famous and rich. Jiangli opened her eyes again and saw the crowd's expectant gaze. The pressure in her heart intensified. Can't let them down. But for a moment, there was no better way to do it yourself. Teacher Jiangli, why don't you take a rest first? Zhou Yi broke the silence. No need to put too much pressure on yourself. Yes, Mr. Jiangli, we all know that you've done your best. Xue Jilu also opened his mouth to persuade. It can't really be done another time. The four heavenly kings also spoke up, urging Jiangli not to force herself. Although he longed to have the songs that Jiangli had created, he preferred not to see Jiangli exhaust his body as a result. I'm fine. Jiangli forced a smile. It just takes a little more time. When he finished, he closed his eyes again. In his mind, over and over again, he recalled the stories shared by the four heavenly kings, trying to find inspiration and keys that will unlock the songs. However, the system still didn't respond. Jiangli's heart was growing anxious. Something had to be figured out soon, or else he would not only disappoint the crowd, but also jeopardize his own plans. Just then, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be that these stories aren't enough? After all, these stories, while true, have long been known to the public. Perhaps what the system needs is a more unique, intimate story? Thinking of this, Jiangli's heart stirred as he looked toward the four heavenly kings. Seniors, I wonder if you would like to share some more personal stories? The four heavenly kings froze and exchanged a look with each other. Unexpectedly, Jiangli would make such a request. Mr. Jiangli, you mean? Zhou Hua asked tentatively. Jiangli nodded. It's just some untold stories that only you know. The four heavenly kings looked embarrassed. They are both public figures whose every move is highly scrutinized. If the untold stories were truly shared, God knows what consequences would be triggered. Of course, if it's inconvenient, forget it. I just wanted to try and see if I could find more inspiration. Mr. Jiangli, you've misunderstood. The god of songs spoke. It's not that we don't want to share. It's just that. I understand. Jiangli nodded. This is indeed a bit strong, but I really need some special stories to inspire creativity. Tell you what, I'll look for more inspiration. The four heavenly kings exchanged glances once again and finally nodded. Okay, Mr. Jiangli, then you rest more. Jiangli smiled. Well, it just so happens that I'm tired too. When the crowd heard this, they all got up to take their leave. Chen Nuxi has gone to see off a couple of divas. Jiangli was soon left alone in the hospital room. He lay in bed, staring up at the ceiling. At that moment, a long-lost mechanical beep sounded in his head. The host's strong will is detected, and the song's strong resolution function has been turned on successfully. Current life expectancy, 95 days. Has gained influence, 955,000. The host can consume their lifespan to force unlocking of songs, 20 days per song. Currently, 4 songs can be unlocked. Do you want to unlock them? Jiangli froze. His greatest wish now was to survive, even writing songs to renew themselves. But now the system was actually asking him to consume his lifespan to redeem the song. Jiangli chose to reject it at first, rejecting it only to feel empty inside. It's like when he was a kid and his family thought he'd get a perfect score on a test, but he ended up getting a failing grade. Although the family did not say anything, but in his own heart, still very difficult. That was how Jiangli felt right now. There's a sense of guilt about living up to someone's expectations, but what can we do if we don't? Should I just watch myself die? No, he doesn't want to die. He still has a lot of things left to do, a lot of dreams left to fulfill. How long can one live if one consumes life expectancy? 95 days, minus 80 days, only 15 days left. 15 days, enough for what? And what can be changed? Outside the door, the paparazzi didn't squat for nothing, and it actually allowed them to dig up such a hard-hitting story. Jiangli, who had been hailed as a genius, was unexpectedly jaded. What's more, the 4 heavenly kings are already extremely popular. Jiangli is now in the ascendancy, and almost all of the 10 positions on the hot search list are related to him. This is literally the hotness of hotness. It's hard for any of them not to get a promotion and a raise. The doggies were ecstatic and each one of them was ready for the big time. The feeling was like someone who had been starving for 3 days and 3 nights and suddenly saw a full table. It's like a traveler on the verge of dying of thirst in the desert who suddenly finds an oasis. I was so excited that I was trembling, and even the camera in my hand was a little unsteady. One of the doggies was the first to react, and couldn't be bothered to go back to the office. Found a cafe near the hospital, turned on the computer and started editing the copy. Fingers flipped and the keyboard crackled. In the back of your mind, you've long been conceptualizing a pop-up article title. Shocked. The talented musician Jiang Li has run out of talent. The four heavenly kings return in defeat. The myth of Jiang Li is broken. Is Jiang Li's fall from grace due to the exhaustion of his talent, or is there something else going on? The document is edited and emailed to the editor-in-chief at the first opportunity. Pro and feel wrong, afraid that the editor-in-chief did not see. Miss the best time. So another call was made. Just when I got through, the editor-in-chief on the other end cracked up. Do you want to quit? In the middle of the night, can't you let people sleep? Doggy immediately explained. Editor-in-chief, I've dug up the powerful news. I have to grab the first opportunity to publish it. The email has been sent to your mailbox. The editor-in-chief was slightly stunned. What news? More explosive than the birth of the heavenly king's wife? Absolutely awesome. You'll know it when you see it. Okay, let's see. The editor-in-chief was half convinced. If the news isn't strong enough, you boys will be waiting for your punishment. The phone hung up and Doggy crossed his legs and asked the waiter to bring him 5 more coffees. The waiter froze. Sir, what do you need so much coffee for? You can't finish 5 cups. Doggy raised an eyebrow. Can't you just pour it for fun if you can't finish it? I'll get a promotion and a raise soon anyway. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the editor-in-chief called in. Doggy hit the speakerphone first thing, all proud and self-satisfied, waiting for the editor-in-chief to compliment him and then give him a promotion and a raise. Only what he waited for was the editor-in-chief's rags to ricochet. Chapter 30, the whole internet is buzzing. The blacks are in a frenzy. You dumbass. Why didn't you call me earlier for such a big news? Do you know what time it is? 11 o'clock at night. You know what kind of people are still holding down the fort at this hour? Those are the roll kings of journalism. King of the rolls, do you understand? Now well, the headline has been stolen by teasing the goose next door. What do you want me to tell the boss? Ha, what do you want me to tell the boss? On the other end of the phone, the editor-in-chief sounded like an angry lion, shaking the doggy's eardrums. Doggy was completely confused and thought he had written the press release as fast as he could. Never thought that someone would be faster than him. Is it possible to even stay up late and start to implode these days? With a trembling hand, I clicked on the browser and typed Jiang Li into the search box. The headline of the first news item in line reads, Shocker! Jiang Li's talent has dried up and he's incapable of creating in the face of the 4 heavenly kings. Publishing media. Teasing goose news. The first thing that hits you when you click on this story is a photo, obviously taken from outside the ward, through the glass window. Although the angle was tricky, it could still be clearly seen that inside the hospital room, the 4 heavenly kings of Shangjiang, Shui Jilu, Zhou and others were standing around in front of a hospital bed. On the hospital bed, Jiang Li's face was pale and his brows were locked, as if he was thinking hard. Chen Ruoshi, who was standing beside her, looked on with a concerned expression, her eyes full of worry. Further down the page are article specifics. The author of this story, who writes extremely sharply, describes what could have been a simple matter with ups and downs and heart-stopping moments. The article first exaggerates and describes Jiang Li's arrogance. It is said that he is so proud of his talent that he has no one in his sight, and he does not even give face to the 4 heavenly kings. Then, with a twist of the pen, began to render how the 4 heavenly kings courtesy, not hesitate to open the sky price, just to get Jiang Li a new song. Jiang Li, on the other hand, couldn't write a single note even after racking his brains in full view of everyone. At the end of the article, the author also said conclusively that everything he said was supported by on-site photographs and was absolutely not false. In the end, he didn't forget to fan the flames, suggesting that Jiang Li's previous works might also have been plagiarized. It's only because there's no proof that no one has ever dared to question it. This article is incredibly hot. Only a few minutes past the posting time, the number of comments has already broken the 10,000 mark. The number of likes is in the hundreds of thousands and retweets are skyrocketing. In the comments section, the vast majority of netizens expressed their support for Jiang Li. I'm sure Mr. Jiang Li was just uninspired for a while. Which of the songs he wrote before were not classics? That is, some people don't fall down here. If you have the ability, you can also write a few songs like Nocturne and Anha Bridge to make a god? Yes, old immortal master spear. It hasn't rained on the Dragon King yet. You can't fall down. But there were some skepticisms mixed in. I told you, how can one person create so many high-quality songs in such a short period of time? It must be packaged by a team. I'm sure he did. Maybe he didn't write those songs at all and just lent his name to them. Now that the fox's tail is exposed, let's see how he can still pretend. Upstairs has a point. The small workshop under the material is fierce. I'm afraid it is not using any AI technology, right? Yes, I think he's using AI. How else to explain that he suddenly can't write a song? These questionable comments were quickly met with a fierce backlash from other netizens. The team? Where's the team? Why don't you find it and show it to me? That's right. If you have proof, show it. If you don't have proof, don't talk nonsense here. Black people will crickets people behind their back. I think you guys are just jealous of Mr. Zhang Li's talent. A bunch of sour grapes. In the face of the saturated attack from the netizens, those who questioned Zhang Li instantly subsided and didn't dare to say anything else. After all, Zhang Li's talent is obvious to all, and those who question him simply can't come up with any substantial evidence. And at that moment, that paparazzo's face was ashen. Looking at the computer screen, his heart full of remorse and unwillingness, he missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he could have gotten a jump on the release earlier, he'd be the one in the limelight right now, not the goose editor next door, who came out of nowhere. Sir, would you like more of your 5 coffees? We're about to close on this side. The waiter spoke again, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as if he was trying his best to hold something back. Doggy snapped back to his senses, shook his head breathlessly like a defeated rooster, got up disoriented, and stumbled out of the cafe. The hospital at night is quiet and deep. Wandering aimlessly around the hospital, his mind was a jumble of thoughts, but he couldn't grasp any of them. Suddenly, a familiar figure broke into view. The man, upright and with a hurried gait, walked straight into the hospital doors. Doggy fixed his eyes on it. Isn't this Tomato Channel program planner Joe Ming? He was the mastermind behind I'm a Singer. What's he doing here? A bold guess sprang to Doggy's mind. Could it be that Zhang Li's genius persona was created by the tomato counter? When I thought of this, I saw a bright light, as if I had seen the dawn in the darkness. If that was the case, wouldn't he still have a chance to bounce back? Just follow this thread to dig deeper and reveal the truth behind Zhang Li's genius. Then not only would he or she be able to get back in the game, but he or she would even take it to the next level. Thinking of this, the paparazzi's spirit was revitalized, quickly picked up the camera, and click, 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 click several times to Zhou Ming's back. Ben wanted to follow up and find out what was going on, but on second thought, if Zhou Ming was really there to deliver a song to Zhang Li, wouldn't he miss another opportunity? No, can't take any more chances. Turning decisively, he walked quickly back to his car, opened his laptop, and began to write furiously. Fingers flew across the keyboard and a single word leapt onto the screen. Under his pen, a shocking conspiracy gradually surfaces. The talented musician Zhang Li is in fact a pawn under the manipulation of capital. All talent is a carefully packaged illusion of capital. When Zhang Li was trapped by the 4 Heavenly Kings' invitation for songs and couldn't continue to create, the mastermind behind the scene finally couldn't sit still. Zhou Ming, the program planner of Tomato Channel, rushed to the hospital at a rapid pace to deliver the songs that had been prepared for Zhang Li, just to keep his faltering genius persona alive. In the article, the paparazzi also cited informed sources who claimed that each of Zhang Li's songs was created by a large team of gunmen. Zhang Li himself is just an actor in charge of publicity. As for those so-called inspirations and stories, they are even more nonsense, all fabricated lies. In order to support his point of view, the paparazzi also accompanied a photo of Zhou Ming walking into the hospital. Although the photo itself does not illustrate anything, but under his description, it becomes hard evidence. This article is full of holes and confusing logic, and Doggy is very happy with it. In an age where traffic is king, the truth has long since gone unnoticed. As long as it gets eyeballs and draws traffic, it's a successful story. As for what the facts are, it doesn't matter at all. All he had to do was post the article as fast as he could and seize the high ground of public opinion. As for reversals and clarifications, that's all an afterthought. On the other hand, Zhou Ming walked into the hospital, his heart restless. Got a call from the leader on the way here. What they mean is that Zhang Li can't write any songs now, so it's best to put the signing matter on hold for the time being. Zhou Ming didn't feel the same way. Everyone has lows and peaks. If you avoid them at the trough, what reason do they have to talk to you at the peak? As a result, he plans to plan a brand new show around Zhang Li. At first, the leader sternly refused. In the end, Zhou Ming told the other party that although Zhang Li was currently unable to write any songs for the time being, the heat in traffic was still there. Most importantly, he was very confident in the program he had planned. He even made a military order that if the show didn't live up to expectations, he would roll his own ass. Now the question is, with Zhang Li's body, will it be able to support him in recording the variety show? Or, if Zhang Li refuses, will the new program meet expectations without the heat? There is also a seriously ill wife at home. Zhou Ming didn't want to lose the job with a decent salary. With mixed feelings, he knocked on the door of the hospital room. Come in. Pushing the door, he saw Zhang Li sitting on the bed, her face still pale. Mr. Zhang Li, I've taken the liberty of disturbing you. Zhou Ming tried to make his tone seem as relaxed as possible. Chapter 31, Attractive Offer. Win-win cooperation. Hello, Mr. Zhongli, I'm Tomato Channel's program planner Zhou Ming. I'm the one who planned I'm a singer. Zhou Ming stood in front of the hospital bed and bowed slightly, his tone respectful. Zhongli frowned slightly, looking the stranger in front of her up and down, remembering something less pleasant. So, it was also your idea to change the format for the final of I Am a Singer? The voice was calm. No joy or anger could be heard. Zhou Ming was stunned and quickly waved his hand to explain. Teacher Zhongli, you've really wronged me here. That was the station's decision, which I had strongly opposed at the time. But, the arm can't be twisted. Zhongli nodded in understanding, then opened his mouth to ask, Mr. Zhou, you came to see me? What's the matter? If it's about writing songs, I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you. I am now. After a pause, he smiled to himself. The jungle is over. Mr. Zhongli, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to ask for a song. Rather, I would like to invite you to participate in a variety show. A show dedicated to musicians. Variety? Zhongli didn't even think about it and directly shook her head. With my current physical condition, do you think it's possible? Even if I wanted to, the hospital wouldn't agree. Mr. Zhongli, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Listen to me finish my sentence. It's not too late to make a decision then. Zhou Ming stepped forward, his tone sincere. Clearing his throat, he began to detail his plan. The show, which is a competitive arena specifically for musicians, will be featuring several talented musicians like yourself. Then have them each form a team. The contestants can be chosen by the musicians themselves, with the program taking care of the minutiae of inviting them and paying for them. Of course, if the musician doesn't have many contacts, the same number of contestants can also be assigned from the side of the program. These contestants will be competing on the same stage, singing the musician's compositions. Whoever's team has the most support across the network is the final champion. And as the winner, in addition to the prize money, there will be a special reward, the film and TV adaptation and development rights for the Immortal Sword series. After a pause, Zhou Ming added, of course, this adaptation and development right is still a blank check for now. I'll talk to the station later. As long as you agree, Mr. Zhongli, it shouldn't be a problem. Looking at Zhongli, his eyes were full of anticipation. This offer is extremely attractive to any musician. After all, the Immortal Sword series has a huge fan base. Its movie and TV adaptation and development rights are even a huge piece of cake. Just being able to take it would mean fame and fortune. And Zhongli, as a musician, surely wants his work, in a more diverse form, to be presented to the audience. So he was confident that Zhongli would definitely agree. Oh, Zhongli raised her eyebrows, a flash of surprise in her eyes. This proposal, it's a bit interesting. He admitted that he was moved by Zhou Ming's words. It's not because of the so-called Immortal Sword series of film and television adaptation and development rights. After all, that's still just a vague promise, and it's not yet known whether it will be honored. What really got to him was the format of this variety show. There is no need to perform on stage yourself. Just give the piece to the contestant to interpret. It was literally made for him. What's missing right now is time. And as amazing as the system is, it has its limitations. Frequent unlocking of songs triggers the cooldown mechanism, resulting in less efficient influence acquisition. Take the Echoes concert a while back, which gained less and less traction the later it got. Those two songs, Thousand K songs and Legend, sung by the diva Faye Sun, were originally expected to bring in at least $300,000 to $500,000 of influence. But in the end, the impact was set at $950,000. It made him realize that going for quantity is not a long-term solution. And while live streaming can quickly gather popularity, it suffers from the same problem. Frequent swiping interferes with the normal acquisition of influence. Therefore, in the future, live streaming should only be used occasionally as an aid to collecting stories. This variety show, by comparison, is a perfect fit for the needs. A weekly installment that doesn't trigger the system's cooling mechanism but continues to expand its reach. Moreover, variety shows can reach a much wider audience than live broadcasts. Not to mention that the influence of film and television works, again, is above that of variety shows. The opportunity to be in charge of the Immortal Sword series soundtrack in the future would undoubtedly push his influence to new heights. Thinking of this, Zhongli looked at Zhou Ming with a few more points of appreciation in his gaze. This guy's not easy. Being able to come up with such a clever idea was simply the best help he had at this stage. If you miss this village, you won't be able to find this store. Whether we will come across such a suitable program in the future is still unknown. After weighing the pros and cons, a decision was made in his mind. Mr. Zhou's offer interests me. Zhongli slowly opened his mouth, his tone steady. Zhou Ming heard this and a stone fell to the ground in his heart. But, the words turned, again causing Zhou Ming's heart to lift. I have one condition. Please tell me, Mr. Zhongli, as long as I can do it, I will do my best to fulfill it. Zhou Ming hastily responded with a sincere attitude. I need to have an absolute say in this show, in terms of the contestants, the songs, and ultimately the judging criteria. Zhang Li's tone was unquestionable. He doesn't want his work to be criticized by those so-called professional judges, and I don't want to let those connected contestants spoil the fine songs unlocked by the system. After a slight contemplation, Zhou Ming nodded his head in agreement. That's no problem, and I assure you that you have the power to make more decisions than any other musician on this show. Kidding aside, this program was originally tailored for Zhang Li. If you don't even have that autonomy, what's the point of playing? Besides, there is Zhang Li, the hit-making machine in the town. Still worried that the show won't catch on? By then, I'm afraid that even the most discerning investors will be rushing to send money over. It's not a bad wave. Well, in that case, let's have a good cooperation. Zhang Li stretched out her hand, a pale smile on her face. Zhou Ming hurriedly held Zhang Li's hand and shook it vigorously. Happy cooperation. Mr. Zhang Li, trust me, this is definitely a win-win choice. The two of them smiled at each other, and it was all in the air. Outside the ward, Chen Ruoshi was about to return after seeing off the four heavenly kings. Instead, he saw Zhou Ming from the tomato table, walking out with a spring in his step. His mind was puzzled, but he didn't ask any more questions, just nodded politely. Leaving the hospital, Zhou Ming immediately dialed the leader's phone, his tone unable to hide his excitement. Leader, Zhang Li has agreed to join our program. On the other end of the line, the leader's voice also dripped with surprise. And you really let your boy take care of it? But this variety show requires intense creativity, not to mention inspiration. Can Zhang Li physically carry it? Teacher Zhang Li's body is fine. There should be no major injuries. Just the face looks a little pale. I'm going to make this show a phenomenal hit. That's the leader. I'd like to apply to you for the rights to develop an adaptation of the Immortal Sword series. Believe me, our station's ratings next year will definitely be blown up by Immortal Sword. Chapter 32, Unscrupulous Media. Traffic first. Teacher Zhang Li's body is fine. There should be no major injuries. Just the face looks a little pale. I'm going to make this show a phenomenal hit. That's the leader. I'd like to apply to you for the rights to develop an adaptation of the Immortal Sword series. Believe me, our station's ratings next year will definitely be blown up by Immortal Sword. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Ming was in a good mood. Walking out into the hospital lobby, a couple of nurses whispered at the orientation desk. Have you heard? That Zhang Li? It seems like he didn't write any of those songs. Really fake? It doesn't look like it. It's all over the internet that he's packaged and not even that good. Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow and walked forward. A few of you. What you're talking about? Is it Mr. Zhang Li? Yeah, that's him. A round-faced nurse replied. You know him? Well, there have been a few encounters. Zhou Ming smiled. But how could you guys say that? I see that Mr. Zhang Li is so talented. Hey, who doesn't know who these days? The other nurse bristled. It's all just a result of capital maneuvering. And anyone really believes that about him? Zhou Ming was curious, so he asked the nurses why they made such a statement. You still don't know? It's all over the internet. You can just search for it. Zhou Ming nodded and returned to the car. Open the microblogging. Enter the word Zhang Li. The title of the news in the first place is clearly written. Shocking big melon. Zhang Li's persona collapsed. Genius is a capital doll? The first news headline reads, Publishing Media, Gossip Pioneers. Click on this story and a photo comes to mind. In the photo he is in a hurry and is walking through the hospital doors. Further down the page are article specifics. The writer of this story is pompous and describes what could have been a simple matter in a cloudy manner. The article begins by describing how Zhang Li was packaged as a talented musician by the Tomato Channel. It says that all his works are written by the team behind the scenes, and that I am just a puppet on strings responsible for throwing my head in the sand. Then, with a twist of the pen, he began to play up how Zhou Ming rushed to the hospital in a great hurry just to give Zhang Li a song that had already been prepared. At the end of the article, the author also swore that everything he said was supported by photographs and was absolutely not false. This article is hot as hell. Only a few minutes past the posting time. The number of comments has already broken 1,000. The number of likes is in the tens of thousands and retweets are skyrocketing. In the comments section, many netizens question Zhang Li. Looking at the piece, Zhou Ming frowned. These media outlets nowadays are literally losing their lower limits for traffic. If it was really as this editor said, he had gone to deliver a song to Zhang Li. What's the point of being so blatant? Cell phones and computers are a thing of the past? Wouldn't a phone call and a message be much more efficient than that? Only, with a black draft with such obvious logic holes, there's a whole bunch of uninformed netizens underneath. Chiming in, Zhou Ming sighed. How does this present pandemonium of the internet environment have nothing to do with these netizens? Unscreened, people are not. Who cares about the truth as long as it satisfies your own dark voyeuristic desires? Thinking of this, Jo Ming couldn't help but feel a little disheartened. In an age where traffic is king, the truth has long since gone unnoticed. As long as it gets eyeballs and draws traffic, it's a successful story. As far as the facts are concerned, it doesn't matter at all. These unscrupulous media outlets will do anything to get attention, catching wind and quoting out of context, even going so far as to fabricate facts and turn black and white upside down. The uninformed netizens, on the other hand, have become dolls in their hands to be manipulated at will, being incited to attack, abuse, and think they are the embodiment of justice. Jo Ming shook his head and turned off his cell phone. Whatever, rumors stop with the wise, and when the new show starts, everyone will be able to see Jiang Li's strength. As for Zhang Kai Lang's exhaustion or whatever, he didn't believe in it at all. Jiang Li wouldn't have agreed to him if he wasn't sure. A contract in black and white is a lawsuit if you don't get it right. The car started and slowly pulled out of the parking lot. In the hospital room, Chen Ruoshi lowered her head to organize Jiang Li's change of clothes. Who was that guy just now? It looked quite familiar. Asked casually as he folded the laundry. Jiang Li leaned against the bed, her face slightly pale, but she was still in good spirits. With a slight smile, he explained, Tomato Channel's program planner Ming Zhou. They are going to create a customized variety show for me. Variety? Chen Ruoshi stopped her hand movements, a little surprised. Jiang Li nodded and briefly introduced the program idea. Yes, the format of the show is that musicians form battle groups and then write songs for the contestants to sing. The team with the most popularity across the network will win the championship. In addition to the prize money, there are also the development rights for the film and television adaptation of the Immortal Sword series. Chen Ruoshi frowned slightly. You agree? Well, the contract has been signed. Jiang Li's tone was calm. Hearing this answer, Chen Ruoshi was momentarily speechless, opened his mouth to say something, but didn't know where to start. Although Jiang Li's physical condition was gradually improving, he still needed to recuperate. The condition is likely to worsen if it is overworked again. What's more, this kind of variety show is bound to require intense creativity. This is not only a test of strength, but also a huge physical challenge. Granted, Jiang Li did write a couple of very good pieces recently, but his creative juices seem to have begun to run dry. This was something that Chen Ruoshi saw in her eyes and was anxious about. All sorts of worries and anxieties came to mind at once, both worried about Jiang Li's physical condition and slightly dissatisfied that he had made such a major decision without authorization. How can you not discuss such a big deal with others? Only, it's too late to say anything. Chen Ruoshi sighed deeply and looked at Jiang Li again. By the way, when I sent the 4 heavenly kings away, they invited me to develop over in Shangjiang. They say it will be great to come back inland in a few years. Jiang Li's heart thumped when she heard this. You agree? Chen Ruoshi shook her head. I refused. Why? Jiang Li was a bit puzzled. This is a great opportunity. With the 4 heavenly kings escorting you, it's highly likely that you'll become the next diva. Chen Ruoshi was silent, just quietly looking at Jiang Li. You can't say that you're relieved to see someone, can you? It took a long time before he spoke slowly. I'm not used to life over there in Hong Kong. Give and take. Give and take. I know exactly what I want. Hearing these words, Jiang Li's heart suddenly cleared up. There is a give and take. With the status and position of the 4 heavenly kings, if you sing a song unlocked by the system, then he will gain far more influence than ever before. Retreat for advancement. In exchange for broad space for development, he could completely give up his 80-day lifespan, thus exchanging it for more time to survive. Thinking about this, Jiang Li opened the system interface with a thought. Chapter 33, Life and Death. Readmission to ICU. Host, Jiang Li. Current life expectancy, 94 days. Has gained influence, 945,000. The host can consume their lifespan to force unlocking of songs, 20 days per song. Currently, 4 songs can be unlocked. Do you want to unlock them? 80 days of life for 4 classic songs. That's a deal worth it. Unlock. Congratulations to the host, who has successfully consumed 80 days of his life. Current life expectancy, 14 days. Has gained influence, 145,000. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the song Kiss Goodbye. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the song Ice Rain. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the song Can't Get Enough of You. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the song Will You Come Tonight. A sense of vertigo instantly struck just as the system prompt fell. Jiang Li only felt that the sky was spinning and her eyes were black. Jiang Li. Chen Ruoshi's eyes and hands were quick, and she held his swaying body. Doctor! Somebody! Panic pressed the bedside call bell. Several paramedics arrived at a rapid pace and pushed Jiang Li into the emergency room. Standing outside the door, Chen Yushi clenched her hands into fists. How can this be? Obviously it was fine just now. Muttering, tears fell uncontrollably. The lights in the operating room were on for 3 full hours. The moment the lights went out, the attending doctor came out looking grave. The patient's cancer is spreading faster than expected and must be transferred to ICU intensive care immediately. Chen Ruoshi was struck by lightning. Her legs weakened and she almost fell. I thought, didn't you say it was under control? Why? She choked back tears. The doctor sighed. This situation took us by surprise. The patient's will to live is strong, but his health is deteriorating rapidly. 10 minutes later, through the glass window of the ICU, Chen Yu hoped to Zhongli on the hospital bed. Various instrument wires were wrapped around him, making a regular drip-drip sound. His face was as pale as paper and his lips were bloodless. You little cutie. Leaning against the glass, tears blurred Chen Ruoshi's vision. Turns out he's been toughing it out. Every time I see someone, I squeeze out a smile and say I'm fine. But in reality, the disease had long since taken him out of shape. Even signing up for that variety show just now, I'm afraid it was only because he forced himself to finish it, wasn't it? Why don't you wake up? Chen Ruoshi murmured softly. Didn't you say you wanted to make music? Don't you still have dreams to fulfill? Meanwhile, public opinion continues to fester. That story in the Gossip Herald was retweeted hundreds of thousands of times in just a few hours. The hot search list on microblogging, Jittery Voice, Small Red Book and other platforms. Countless marketing numbers smell the wind. The accompanying pictures are all of Zhou Ming rushing into the hospital. Hashtag shocked. Genius musician Jiang Li is actually a capital doll? Hashtag exclusive. Inside the collapse of Jiang Li's persona. Hashtag tomato station manipulator shows up at the hospital. Jiang Li's creative ability is questioned. Hashtag. Below each news item, there are countless netizens who follow the trend and leave comments. Old immortal master spear. It hasn't even rained on the Dragon King yet, and you're down first? Here comes the man who crickets you behind your back. Mr. Jiang Li, giving the world a billion abstractions. This wave of capital maneuvering is indeed abstract. Jiang Li is really hungry. So hungry that he doesn't even want his own life. Pretending to be a genius musician, but not a capitalist doll. Elder brother is like father. Elder powder is like honey. Elder eyes are like blindness. We've all been fooled. Those songs are very different in style. You taste, you savor them. Jiang Li, is this your idea of good and evil? Relying on packaging to cheat fans' feelings? This kid is a paper tiger. Living people microdebt are. I've been saying for a long time that no one can write so many good songs in a short period of time. It's all just capital operation. The fans who had been staunchly supporting Jiang Li also began to waver. Although there are still a few die-hard fans who are arguing their case. But it was soon drowned out by a surge of skepticism. The next morning, the headquarters of Zhuofeng Entertainment. Mr. Shui, the directors have arrived and are waiting for you, the secretary warned as she stood in the office doorway. Cui Ziyuan straightened his suit and tie and walked quickly to the conference room. The moment he pushed the door open, a dozen sharp gazes were thrown at him in unison. Mr. Choi, please have a seat. The chairman of the board of directors spoke coldly. I called you here today because I want to hear your explanation for privately changing the competition system of I Am a Singer. Cold sweat oozed from Cui Ziyuan's forehead as he forced himself to stay calm. It was a unique situation and I was thinking about the effectiveness of the program. A fact? The chairman of the board of directors interrupted him. The group explicitly states that non-professionals are not allowed to interfere with the production of the project. As an executive, you don't take the lead in complying with the system, but instead you use your position to meddle haphazardly. And that's your explanation? The conference room fell into dead silence. Cui Ziyuan lowered his head, not daring to meet anyone's eyes. Ultimately, the board made the decision. Cui Ziyuan was suspended without pay for 3 months. Considering his wife's status as a shareholder and the fact that the finals had decent ratings, the results of the process were withheld from the public for the time being. Walking out of the conference room, Cui Ziyuan had long been drenched in sweat through his shirt. He took out his handkerchief to wipe it off, but it wouldn't dry. Mr. Choi, would you like some water? The secretary handed over a bottle of mineral water. Cui Ziyuan took the water bottle, but his hand was shaking so much that he couldn't unscrew the cap. With trembling hands, he managed to unscrew the cap. It took a few gulps of water to barely calm down, returned to the office and slumped into the leather seat. A 3-month suspension without pay means he will lose nearly $1 million in income. The board's decision caught him off guard. Even though he has his wife's shareholder status, this disciplinary action has seriously affected his position in the company. Thinking of this, Cui Ziyuan gritted his teeth. I blame that damn Jiang Li. If he hadn't come out of nowhere and written that song for Zhang Yang, he wouldn't have changed the race system without authorization on an impulse. What's even more detestable is Song Wan, who looks good but is not useful, and is only somewhat useful in bed. Make an appointment for me with Song Wan, and tell him to meet me at the usual place at 8 o'clock in the evening. Cui Ziyuan pulled out his cell phone and casually scratched the microblog. Suddenly, a hot search caught his attention. Hashtag Jiang Li's persona has collapsed. Hashtag. Click on the link and all sorts of skepticism pours in. Some people say that Jiang Li is capital packaging. Some say that his songs are plagiarized. Some people even picked up photos of Zhou Ming entering the hospital late at night, saying that he was there to deliver a song to Jiang Li. Cui Ziyuan's eyes lit up and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Since they're all questioning it, I'll make it so you can't turn over completely. Open your address book and find a few musicians you know well. These are the famous gunmen in the circle, specializing in writing songs for celebrities. Hey, old Zhang, do me a favor. Yes, that's the Jiang Li. You write an appraisal report for me, and say that all those songs of his are plagiarized. Details are up to you. The more like the real thing the better. Hanging up the phone, Cui Ziyuan contacted a few more self-publishers. These are the water army he raised, specifically responsible for bringing rhythm. Hype topic. I'll give you guys a mission to hype up the Jiang Li thing. The point is just to say that he's capital packaged and he didn't write any of those songs. Remember, make a convincing case. After arranging all this, Cui Ziyuan leaned back in his chair with a smug smile on his face. Jiang Li, Jiang Li, let's see how you'll end up this time. While this was going on, the secretary hurried in. Mr. Shui, Songwan said she has something to do tonight, so she'll make an appointment another day. Something? A hint of anger flashed in Cui Ziyuan's eyes. She still dares to pose with me now? I picked up my cell phone and was about to send a message to Songwan, but then I saw a new message. Hashtag Jiang Li's condition has deteriorated and he has been transferred to ICU. Chapter 34, the entire internet is in revolt, and the reviews are all over the place. Cui Ziyuan froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. God help me. Now, who's going to believe that a terminally ill person can create so many songs? Immediately send a message to the media block. Add this, and say he's a victim of the capital squeeze. Looking at their own carefully arranged this drama, Cui Ziyuan moved much more comfortable. In his mind, it was a perfect revenge. Jiang Li, Jiang Li, this is what happens when you offend me. With a single order, the entire internet was completely abuzz. The storm of public opinion intensified like a runaway wildebeest. First of all, a few appraisal reports came out of nowhere, pushing Jiang Li into the limelight. Various professionals have made strong accusations of plagiarism by Jiang Li. They compared Jiang Li's songs, from the melody to the lyrics to the arrangement, with some unknown songs, and said that they had a nose for it. Each article is filled with so much musical jargon that the average person can't understand it and has to follow the rhythm of the professionals. The chord progression of the main song portion of Twilight Echoes is highly similar to a certain Japanese anime theme song. The chorus melodic direction is, moreover, a complete overlap with an old English song from the 1980s. The arrangement of Someone Like Me takes a clear cue from the early work of a well-known musician. From the drums to the orchestration, you can find a counterpart. The lyrical imagery of Nocturne and Anha Bridge is over 60% repetitive, which is an absolute taboo in the industry. And the song structures of both songs are strikingly similar to the work of certain underground musicians. As for 1,000 Queer Songs in Legend, it's simply a collection of patchwork edits. The main song, chorus, and interlude, each part can be found as prototypes in other works. 6 songs, none of them. These reports cite a great deal of evidence. How could ordinary netizens understand this? And they were bluffed for a while. Immediately thereafter, all kinds of anonymous sources have appeared on the scene, bursting out all kinds of so-called insider information. A person who claimed to be Jiang Li's ex-girlfriend said that he usually likes to borrow other people's works, but also called it homage. Some who claimed to be professors at the Conservatory of Music said that despite Jiang Li's plagiarism, the song lacked depth and could not stand up to scrutiny. There are also those who claim to be veteran music critics, saying that Jiang Li's works are all commercialized assembly line products with no artistic value. These people said one thing and another, putting Jiang Li down for nothing. The netizens who were still waiting to see how many professionals have come out to testify have also begun to waver. Those who were already dissatisfied with Jiang Li were even more like chicken blood, spreading these news around. For a while, there was a wave of curses on the internet, and Jiang Li became a street rat that everyone shouted at. And just then, another piece of news crept out. The Jiang Li is critically ill and has been admitted to ICU for resuscitation. However, the message did not attract much attention and was even mocked by many. Pretending to be sick at this time of the day to gain sympathy? The bitter trick is well used, but unfortunately we don't eat it. It couldn't be that he knew he was going to get cold, so he purposely pretended to be sick to avoid it, could it? It was even revealed that Tomato Channel would create a new variety show tailored for Jiang Li. Now all the evidence is connected. Tomato Channel has gone to great lengths to promote Jiang Li. Boycott this variety show. Start with me. That's right. We can't let this kind of person continue in the entertainment industry. Netizens were outraged and organized themselves to boycott the yet-to-be-released variety show. They have said that they will never watch any program on the Tomato Channel as long as this variety show is on the air. Inside the conference room, the ashtrays were stuffed with cigarette butts and the air smelled heavily of nicotine. Su Zhang, the director of the Tomato Channel, sat at the end of the long table with a grave expression on his face. On either side of him, in turn, sat deputy station manager Wan Hai, music director Li Wenbo, and a host of other executives. Zhou Ming sat in the far corner, his head lowered, his hands tightly clutching the copy of the talented musician plan, his knuckles white. Tell me, what now? Su Zhang broke the silence, his voice hoarse. Jiang Li's matter, the impact is too bad. Wang Hai sighed. The program, I think it's better to forget about it. Li Wenbo also nodded. Now that the internet is full of curses, I'm afraid that launching a new program at this time. He didn't go on, but those present understood what he meant. Jiang Li's body, too, is indeed a problem. Another executive added. Even if the show could be done, he wouldn't be able to participate in it in his current condition. The gazes of the crowd all fell on Zhou Ming. Raising his head, Zhou Ming's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not speak. He knew in his heart that the leader's concerns were not empty. Jiang Li is now being pushed to the tip of the storm, and with all the negative news, launching a new program at this time is like adding fuel to the fire, but really reluctant. This plan, he stayed up all night. Every detail, every part of the process has been poured out with total dedication. He is convinced that the show will become a phenomenal hit when it airs. But now, it's all gone to hell. Zhou Ming, what's your opinion? Su Zhang looked at him. Zhou Ming took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Station manager, leaders, the contract has been signed. Breaking it now will have an impact on our station's reputation. But, Wang Hai frowned. I know that people are worried about the negative news about Jiang Li. Zhou Ming interrupted him. But those so-called evidences don't stand up at all. I believe in Jiang Li's talent. He was wrongly accused. Even if he was wrongly accused, the audience didn't buy it. Li Wenbo shook his head. All the more reason why we should start this program as soon as possible. Zhou Ming raised his voice. As long as the program is aired, all the rumors will go away. But if Jiang Li's body, then speed up the preparations. A flash of determination flashed in Zhou Ming's eyes. If, by then, Jiang Li is unable to participate due to physical reasons, then it's a breach of contract on his part and has nothing to do with us. Silence once again reigned in the conference room. Several of the executives exchanged glances with each other, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. In the end, Su Zhang sealed the deal. Okay, let's do what you said and speed things up. But Zhou Ming, you have to be prepared. This is a program that we can't afford to lose. I understand. Zhou Ming nodded his head vigorously, his eyes carrying a few prayers. The station manager's subtext is clear. If the program ends up doing poorly, then, inevitably, one person will be pushed out to take the fall. As the program planner, he is also the main person responsible for pushing the project extremely hard to get it off the ground. There couldn't have been a better candidate other than him. Now that the opportunity has been fought for, the next step is to see whether Jiang Li's side, the body, can quickly get better. He's afraid it won't last too long. Chapter 35 Bluffing and Bluffing. The end of the line. Drip drip drip. The monitor beeped rhythmically, and various instrument lights flashed in the empty ICU room. Jiang Li slowly opened her eyes, and what she saw was the bleak white ceiling and the strong smell of disinfectant water. Moving his fingers, he only felt weak, as if his body had been emptied. The corners of his mouth tugged into a self-deprecating smile. The reduction in life expectancy was pretty immediate. Those days of physical normalcy are nostalgic now. With a thought, the system panel floated into view. Host, Jiang Li. Current life expectancy, 13 days. Current impact, 132,000. Unlocked songs, Twilight Echo, Anha Bridge, Nocturne. A burst of weakness came from within his body, and his consciousness gradually became blurred again. Jiang Li twisted her head with difficulty to look out the window, where Chen Ruoshi, Shui Jilu, Zhou Yi, and Zhang Yang stood, each with worry written on their faces. No more days of living for myself. If we can't give these songs to the 4 heavenly kings of Shangjiang as soon as possible and let them sing them out, I'm afraid that we'll really play it off. He was also counting on using the influence provided by the 4 heavenly kings to make his health improve and go to that variety show. Thinking of this, Jiang Li raised her right hand with all her strength and waved it towards the window. Outside the hospital room, Chen Ruoshi's eyes were red and swollen, and her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. The thick tiredness under his eyes couldn't be waved away. Zhou Yi and Shui Jilu advised her to get some sleep, saying that it would be fine if they were here to keep an eye on her. Chen Ruoshi just shook her head in silence. Several people all sighed when they saw this. After a long time, Zhang Yang, who had been holding his tongue for a long time, finally spoke. Several teachers, now that so many people on the internet have slandered and denigrated Mr. Jiang Li, are we just going to let it go? Zhou Yi pondered for a moment. Let's wait for now. Who's in the mood to argue with those netizens when Mr. Zhang Li is like this? Shui Jilan nodded back. The cleaner the clearer. When Mr. Zhang Li's condition improves and he produces more good works, these demons and monsters will naturally be revealed. Silence once again fell in the hallway. These people had all witnessed Zhang Li's illness and his writing of songs on the spot. Therefore, they will never be swayed even if the black posts on the internet say otherwise. What's more, Zhang Li is an orphan, and now they are the only friends left. Although Chen Ruoshi didn't say anything, her clenched fists betrayed her mood at the moment. Behind this fiasco, there was no shortage of Cui Ziyuan's push and pull, and perhaps Lin Shireen also played a big role in it. The education she received as a child told her to be kind to people and not to get into conflict with them, but this time, she really wanted to tear into these people regardless of her image. But it was just a thought. This kind of the lowest way would not help Zhang Li's reputation. Instead, it will bring him more scorn. At that moment, only Zhang Li lifted his right hand with all his strength and waved it towards the window. He's awake! Chen Ruoshi exclaimed in shock and hurriedly pushed the door open. Several people poured into the hospital room right behind them. Zhang Li, how are you feeling? Leaning down to hold his hand, Chen Ruoshi's voice was tinged with tears. Opening his mouth, Zhang Li made a hoarse sound in his throat. I am fine. Tried to sit up, but couldn't muster an ounce of strength. Chen Ruoshi hurriedly stopped it. Don't move. Lie down properly. Give me the cell phone, Zhang Li said with difficulty. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Ruoshi still handed him her cell phone. Laboriously unlocking the screen, Zhang Li opened the memo and typed slowly. Yu He gave these songs to the 4 heavenly kings, handing the cell phone to Qin Yushi, for song titles were clearly written on the screen. Kiss Me Goodbye, Ice Rain, Can't Get Enough of You, Will You Come Tonight? Chen Ruoshi froze. These songs, when did he write them? When did you? Ahem. Zhang Li coughed a few times and interrupted her. There's no time, paper and pencil for me. Hurry! Chen Ruoshi didn't dare to have any hesitation and rushed out of the ward, borrowing a few sheets of A4 paper and a pen from the front desk nurse. I even forgot to put on my protective suit because I was in a hurry. Handing Zhang Li a pen and paper, he only saw him using a trembling hand to write down a note and lyrics on the paper in a crooked manner. Every word written seemed to take every ounce of strength. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and soaked the pillowcase. The crowd was all silent, only tears slipping silently. This teenager still doesn't forget to write songs even at this juncture. He really loves the world. Even though he was such a pure person, there were still so many people who couldn't stand to look at him and slandered and denigrated him in all sorts of ways. Thinking about this, Zhou Yi and the others felt like they were blocking a big stone in their hearts. Zhang Yang's eyes widened as teardrops slipped from the corners of his eyes. It fell to the ground and broke into a few splashes. It was the first time that he had ever seen such a mind-blowing scene. Obviously plugged in with all sorts of instruments. Even holding a pen is exceptionally difficult. However, they still burn the remaining light of their lives and turn it into a warm sun that warms the world. He was also finally able to understand why Zhang Li had repeatedly helped him. Only someone who has been in the rain himself would think of holding an umbrella for someone else. What's more, this one, who gave him an umbrella, had been walking in the pouring rain himself. Compared to Zhang Li, what were the setbacks he had experienced? At the very least, he's in good health, and that alone is hard to find. Chen Ruoshi even covered her mouth to keep from crying out. To think that the usually gentle and easygoing teenager is now clenching his teeth and exuding a sharpness that doesn't belong to him. That's him turning his work into a spear, declaring war on fate. Every melody and lyric is his defiance and mockery of death. She couldn't think of anything else in the world that could defeat this teenager. Finally, Zhang Li put down her pen and handed the manuscript paper to Chen Ruoshi. Breathless told her that she must give it to the 4 heavenly kings as soon as possible. He's out of time. Wanted to hear my own work again before I left this world. After saying that, there was a blackout. Consciousness slipped back into unconsciousness. Drip drip drip. The monitor sounded a sharp alarm, and several paramedics rushed into the room and began emergency resuscitation. Chen Ruoshi was driven aside, clutching the pieces of paper tightly. Doctor, how is he? It's not looking too good. The attending doctor looked grave as he removed his mask. The cancer has spread throughout his body and we can only do what we can to keep it going. How did this happen? Chen Ruoshi murmured, tears coming to her eyes once again. Zhou Yi and Xue Jilu stood aside, also looking sad. Zhang Yang sobbed even more. Ruoshi, don't cry yet. Zhou Yi forced himself to hold back his grief and comforted. The most important thing for us to do now is to fulfill teacher Zhang Li's wishes. Chen Ruoshi nodded and wiped away her tears. Yes, these songs must be given to the 4 heavenly kings as soon as possible. She carefully folded the pieces of paper and put them in her bag, then turned to Zhou Yi and the others. I must make a trip to Shangjiang at once, and I'm counting on you here. Don't worry, we'll take care of MS. Zhang Li, Without further words, Chen Ruwashi turned around and left the hospital. Time is running out now, and every second counts. Getting into the cab, he pulled out his cell phone and dialed the god of song. Chapter 36, The Four Heavenly Kings Show Their Power. On the other end of the phone, Kagami seemed shaken by the sudden news. Although Zhongli had only had a one-sided relationship with him, he had long been deeply impressed by this young man's talent. The short silence seemed as long as a century. After a long time, the god of song finally spoke. Don't worry, Yu-He, we'll make sure to produce these songs as soon as possible. This is Zhongli's wish in our honor. Time is of the essence. Everyone must compete. Hanging up the phone, Chen Ruwashi could no longer control her emotions and tears came out of her eyes. Clutching those lyrics tightly, it suddenly seemed to hold Zhongli hands. On the way to the airport, he kept praying that Zhongli would be safe. This is not a simple errand run. This is entrusted. It's shouldering the dreams of a terminally ill-gifted teenager, in the last moments of his life. Every time I think of that figure who continues to create from his hospital bed, her heart felt like it was being clutched hard by a big invisible hand, and it hurt so much that she couldn't breathe. Tears blurred his vision again, and he forced himself not to cry out. One must get these songs to the four heavenly kings as soon as possible. Only in this way could Zhongli feel a trace of solace in the last moments of her life. Every second of the 3-hour voyage was as long as a century. The plane finally landed at Shangjiang International Airport, and Chen Ruwashi almost rushed out of the cabin. A quick glance showed that the god of song had been waiting there for a long time. Without exchanging too many pleasantries, the two of them went straight to the god of song's pinnacle mountain villa in Hong Kong. The car sped down the winding mountain road, the view out the window flying backwards. Chen Ruwashi did not care to appreciate it. Her mind was full of teenage figures. Inside the pinnacle villa, Zhou Hua, Guo Chang, and Liming had been waiting for a long time. The four heavenly kings were gathered together, and the atmosphere was grave. Chen Ruwashi walked into the living room and handed over the lyrics and sheet music of the four songs, solemnly, to them. Once again, Zhongli's condition was explained in detail, and his voice choked several times. Seniors, this is Zhongli's greatest wish right now, please. When he finished, he bowed deeply. The four took the lyrics and sheet music and poured over them. All were blown away by the sincere emotions and subtle melodies embedded in the songs. I didn't expect that he would be so seriously ill. Zhou Hua sighed, his eyes reddening. Guo Cheng rubbed the lyrics in his hands and loved them. Every one of these songs is a classic. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. It actually came from a 20-year-old boy. The god of songs took a few deep breaths. Don't worry, Yushi, we'll do our best to make these songs the best they can be. This is what we can and should do for Zhongli. It's been a long time since a couple of us old guys have been this serious about making music. Liming's eyes reddened. This kid, Zhongli, is marvelous. His talent is worthy of all of our admiration. The four of them looked at each other and it was all in the air. This battle against time is not only for Zhongli, but also for the music itself. They want to be at their best and pay the highest tribute to this young musical genius. Zhou Hua broke the silence with a little contemplation. I'll take care of the promotion of this song, Ice Rain. I know quite a few people in the movie business, and the mood of the song is perfect for a movie theme song. I'll contact director Wang and see if I can get him to direct the music video. After that, he pulled out his cell phone, stepped aside, and dialed a number. Hello, Director Wang? It's me, Zhou Hua. On the other end of the phone, it was none other than the well-known director of Shangjiang, Wang Jiawei. Zhou Hua briefly talked about the song and invited him to direct the music video. Wang Jiawei listened and was silent for a moment. The song is good. I'll take it. When will the shooting start? Zhou Hua was overjoyed at his words. The sooner the better. I can start anytime on my end. Guo Chang rubbed his fists together and his eyes went to another song. Can't Get Enough of You has a dynamic melody that is perfect for a dance remix. I'm going to premiere it at the concert and get Mr. Huang to choreograph a dance. The effect will be explosive. The Mr. Wang he was talking about was none other than the well-known choreographer in Hong Kong, Wang Kwok-wing. Rhyming pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. The song Will You Come Tonight has humanistic lyrics. It's perfect for making a charity song. I know Lam Ka-shing from the Love Foundation and he's always been passionate about charity. I want to work with him to promote the song and raise money for cancer patients. That's a good idea. The crowd agreed. Liming nodded, took out his cell phone, and dialed Lin Jiacheng. Hey, brother Ka-sung, this is Laman. On the phone, Liming detailed his thoughts. After hearing this, Lin Jiacheng immediately expressed his support. Hanging up the phone, Liming was relieved. Brother Jiacheng has promised that the Love Foundation will fully support the promotion of this song. The god of songs mused for a moment. The only song left now is Kiss Me Goodbye. The melody and lyrics are perfect for me. That's why I want to ask Lee Junxian to be the executive producer, and with him as the gatekeeper, the quality of the song will be guaranteed. Li Chung sang, a gold medal producer in the Chinese music industry, produces songs that are all classics. Chen Ruoshi stood at the side, watching the four heavenly kings busy themselves over Jiang Li's affairs. Her heart was touched. Walking up to the crowd, he once again bowed deeply. Seniors, thank you. I'm counting on you all for Jiang Li. Also, Chen Ruoshi wanted to speak. Jiang Li, he's been caught up in some negative news lately. She told the four heavenly kings about the negative public opinion about Jiang Li on the internet, as well as those so-called plagiarism and capital packaging rumors. Outrageous, Guo Chang said angrily. This is simply creating something out of nothing and maligning it. The internet environment nowadays is really messy. Zhou Hua sighed. Any rumor dares to be made, the cleaner the clearer. Li Ming said in a deep voice, when the song comes out, we'll come forward to corroborate it, and we'll inevitably return Jiang Li's innocence. That's right, the god of song nodded. The four of us old guys, we're somewhat influential in the entertainment industry, so we'll raise our voices together at that time, and see who dares to spread rumors. Thank you, seniors. Chen Nuxi bowed again, her eyes moist. Well, time is running out. The god of song looked at his watch. Let's split up. After the meeting, Chen Yushi took a flight back to the capital city of Qinglu without stopping, just out of the airport and straight to the hospital. Pushing open the door of the ICU ward, Shui Jilu, Zhou Yi, and Zhang Yang were all there. Sister Yushi, you're finally back. These songs. Zhang Yang was the first to speak, but was interrupted by Shui Jilu. It's been hard on the road. Sit down and rest for a while first. Chen Ruoshi shook her head, her gaze falling on the hospital bed. Jiang Li was still unconscious and her face looked worse than before. Heart tightening, he walked quickly to the bed and leaned over to check. What did the doctor say? As usual, Zhou Yi sighed. It's not looking too good. Chen Ruoshi was silent, holding Jiang Li's hand tightly. The cold touch made her heart feel like a knife. How about the four heavenly kings side? Zhang Yang couldn't help but ask. They've already started production. Chen Yushi's voice choked a little, saying they'll get the song out as soon as possible. Several people sniffed in relief. That's good. I hope Mr. Jiang Li can hear it sooner. Right. Chen Ruoshi looked like she remembered something. A few of them even said that when the song was released, they would stand up together and help Jiang Li clarify those rumors. Great. Zhang Yang said excitedly. Let's see how arrogant those black people can still be. Shui Jilu and Zhou Yi also wore happy faces. In the hospital room, the atmosphere was slightly more relaxed. Xiangjiang, Zhou Hua's private villa. Early in the morning Zhou Hua woke up early, and after a simple wash, he dialed Wang Jiawei. Hey, Director Wang, good morning. Ah Hua, calling so early? On the other end of the phone, Wang Jiawei's voice was slightly lazy. I have some ideas about the music video for the song Ice Rain that I'd like to talk to you about. Oh, you say. This song has a beautiful mood, I think. Zhou Hua detailed his understanding of the song, as well as some shooting ideas. On the other end of the phone, Wang Jiawei listened quietly, interjecting a sentence every now and then. Well, that's a good idea. That's about it. What do you think? Wah, your idea is good. Wang Jiawei mused for a moment, but I have something else to add. You say. For this song, I'd like to do it in black and white. What do you think? Black and white? Zhou Hua froze, then his eyes lit up. This is a good idea. A black and white picture will better emphasize the poignant mood of the song. Also, I wanted to use more slow mo to create that, well, lonely, sad atmosphere. Chapter 37, Race to the Top. Music video shooting. That one occurred to me too. Zhou Hua nodded and said, heroes see the same thing. The two of them talked to each other more and more. Without realizing it, more than an hour passed. Good, then it's settled. Wang Jiawei said, I'll make arrangements on my side as soon as possible, and try to start shooting earlier. Okay, then, please. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Hua took a long breath, walking to the window and looking at the distant seascape. An inexplicable emotion welled up in his heart. Jiang Li, you must hold on. At the same time, Guo Chang's exclusive practice room. 1 dada, 2 dada, 3 dada, 4 dada. Dynamic music echoed in the spacious practice room. Guo Chang, dressed in athletic attire, danced vigorously to the beat. Sweat, long ago soaked through the clothes. On the side, Huang Guorong clasped his hands to his chest, his gaze like a torch. Here, again. Huang pointed at Guo Chang. This movement, a little more amplitude. Guo Chang nodded, took a deep breath, and started over. No, that's not it. Huang frowned. Your eyes need to be harder, tougher. Guo Chang stopped and wiped his sweat. How ruthless. Imagine that you are now a wolf. A lone wolf. Huang Guorong walked up to Guo Chang and demonstrated himself. Eyes, be like this. Guo Chang looked at Huang Guorong's eyes and thought. Again. The music played again. Guo Chang closed his eyes, and Jiang Li's appearance appeared in his mind. He imagined that he was in a boundless wilderness, with no one around and only loneliness for company. Yes, that's it. Huang Guorong's voice came, keep it up, over and over again. The two were tireless. Lumen's private clubhouse. Inside the well-decorated parlor, Liming and Li Jiaqing sat opposite each other. Brother Jia Chang, what do you think of the public service theme of this song? Liming pointed to the lyrics of the song in front of him, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Li Jiaqing carefully read the lyrics and looked up at Liming. This song is very good, far-reaching in intent. I like it a lot. That's good. Lumen smiled. On the Love Foundation side, can you? Don't worry. Li Jiaqing waved his hand. This matter, it's on me. Thank you then. Lumen picked up his teacup. Here, a toast to you with tea instead of wine. You're welcome. Li Jiaqing also picked up his teacup. Let's work together for the sake of those in need. The two men clinked glasses and drank. Songwriters Recording Studio. What do you think of the arrangement of this song? Ayo? Li Jiansung sat down at the mixing desk and turned around to ask the god of songs. The god of song had his headphones on, eyes closed, listening intently. Very well. The god of song opened his eyes. But here, he pointed somewhere on the score. Is it possible to add more? Strings? Strings? Li Chungsong thought for a moment. We can try that. He picked up his walkie-talkie. Lu, get the string section ready. A short while later, the lilting sound of strings rang through the studio. Well, this one feels right. The god of song nodded in satisfaction. Do it again. Okay. Li Chungsong pressed the record button. All departments stand by. 3, 2, 1, go. The god of song took a deep breath and spoke slowly. The past becomes smoke and dissipates before each other's eyes. Time passed, and one day had passed since Chen Ruoshi left Xiangjiang, an abandoned factory. The former plant with roaring machines is now just a broken wall. The rusty iron frame is even more forlorn in the setting sun. This is the scene where the music video for Ice Rain was filmed. Wang Jiawei, dressed in a long black shirt, stood behind the monitor, his eyes like a torch. Zhou Hua stood alone in the center of the ruins wearing a gray trench coat. Action! At Wang Jiawei's command, filming officially began. Zhou Hua slowly raised his head, his eyes empty, looking into the distance. He opened his arms as if to embrace something, but then dropped them in dismay. A simple gesture that he interpreted in 100 different ways. Cut! Wang Jiawei shouted to stop. Wah! A little more melancholy in your eyes. Zhou Hua nodded his head and closed his eyes in contemplation. Once again, his eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. Sadness is even more. Good. Pass. Wang Jiawei nodded in satisfaction. Between shots, Zhou Hua stepped aside to take a break. The assistant handed him a bottle of water, which he unscrewed and drank. Brother Hua, you're in such good shape today, the assistant praised from the bottom of his heart. Zhou Hua smiled and didn't say anything. Only he knew the state. From that song, from that person. On the other side, Wang Jiawei is communicating with the photographer. For this shot, shoot from the bottom up to emphasize that sense of oppression. Dim the lights a little more. Yeah, that's what it feels like. He is like a painter, using the camera as a brush, sketching the picture in his mind. Filming continues, and with each shot, it's finely honed. Unconsciously, night fell. The abandoned factory was illuminated by lights as if it were day. Zhou Hua stood on a high platform overlooking the entire set. He thought of Zhongli, of the talented but sickly young man. In his heart, an inexplicable emotion welled up. Take a deep breath, turn around, and get back into the shot. Director Wang, Zhou Hua, what are you shooting here? A voice rang out abruptly. The crowd followed the sound and saw a man, tall in stature, with a stalwart face. Do sir, why are you here? Wang Jiawei was a bit surprised. The person who came was none other than the well-known director of Xiangjiang, Du Chesfeng. I've come to visit the class. Du Cheswen smiled. By the way, I'd like to see what you guys are up to. Walked over to the monitor and watched the replay. The song, it's good. Du Cheswind marveled. Who wrote this? A friend. Zhou Hua replied. Oh, Du Cheswind came to be interested. When you have the chance, introduce me to them. I'm afraid, not for a while. Zhou Hua smiled bitterly. He is, at the moment, not in good health. What's going on? Du Cheswind frowned. Zhou Hua was silent for a moment, and told Jiang Li's matter. Briefly, alas, Du Cheswind sighed. Heaven truly envies the talented. Patting Zhou Hua on the shoulder. Take a good shot at this song. It's worth it. After that, he turned and left. Zhou Hua looked at his back, pondering. Due to the rush, the shoot had to be done in one take. Wrap it up. With Wang Jiawei's order, the filming officially ended. The crowd began to pack up their equipment and prepare to leave the venue. Zhou Hua walked outside the factory alone and lit a cigarette. The night breeze carries a slight coolness. Look up, look to the stars. Zhongli, did you see that? Your song, which is getting more and more attention. Got to hang in there. Soon, Major media outlets reported the news that the music video for Ice Rain had begun filming. Heavenly King Chaohua joins hands with famous director Wong Kar-wai to create a mysterious new music video. Filming of Ice Rain begins, and the creator behind it is a mystery. The set of Chaohua's new music video is revealed, directed by Wong Kar-wai himself. For a while, speculation was rampant. All eyes focused on the song and the man behind it. And at this time, the First People's Hospital of Qinglu City, inside the ICU ward, Zhongli was still unconscious and his life and death were uncertain. One by one, the panel of experts came out, all sighing. Chen Ruoshi rushed forward. "Doctor, my friend is there still hope?" The head expert took off his mask, somewhat in spite of himself. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't bear to say those words, so he pushed out the shut-in disciple behind him. The cancer has spread throughout the body, and in this condition, even if the great Luo Golden Immortals come, there is nothing they can do. "I'm sorry, MS. Chan. We did our best. You need to be prepared. It could be just a few days away." Chapter 38, Capital Pawn. Pitiful man? Chen Ruoshi stared blankly at the distant back of the expert group, and her whole body was struck by lightning. It's just a few days away. He hasn't heard his new song come out yet. Why can't you give him more time? A tomorrow that others have abandoned and squandered. How did it come to be so precious to him? And at that moment, the reporters guarding the hospital caught wind of it. In their line of work, you have to throw away your conscience and bottom line. What's wrong with eating human blood? It's better than guarding your conscience and bottom line and then starving to death in an unattended corner. They surrounded the outside of the ward, aiming their long guns at Chen Ruoshi. The flashing lights are here and there, and the clamor is endless. On the contrary, Chen Ruoshi's face was haggard and her eyes were red. Sitting alone on a hallway bench, his hands clenched around his cell phone. On the screen was a photo of her and Zhongli. The photo shows the two smiling brightly and brimming with youthful energy. But now, in the photo, one is alive or dead, and the other is gloomy. MS. Chen, may I ask how Zhongli is doing now? MS. Chen, do you have anything to say about the negative news on the internet? MS. Chen, is Zhongli really packaged by Capital? Reporters were asking questions. Chen Ruoshi raised her head. Her empty eyes swept over the crowd. Her lips opened and closed, but she couldn't make any sound. At that moment, Joey and Shui Jilu pushed through the crowd and blocked in front of Chen Ruoshi. "Sorry, no comment." Joey's face was impassive and his tone was strong. "Please make way. The patient needs to rest," Shui Jilu also said in a deep voice. Seeing this, the reporters could only disperse unhappily. "Yu-hee, are you okay?" Joey leaned over and asked, his words filled with concern. Chen Ruoshi shook her head, her voice hoarse beyond recognition. "I'm fine, thank you. Let's not talk about this at this time." Shui Jilu sighed. "I hope Zhongli can hold on. His work will be out soon." The three men lapsed into silence. At the same time, the discussion about Zhongli on the internet intensified. In just a few hours, topics such as #Zhongli is critically ill #Jiang Li's cancer has spread and #Jiang Li's days are numbered #rushed to the hot search list on all major platforms. Major media outlets are scrambling for coverage, and all sorts of news is flying around. Some say Jiang Li has passed away, some say he's being resuscitated, and others say it's all hype. And just then, a few photos crept out. In the photo, Jiang Li was lying on the hospital bed. His body was inserted with all kinds of tubes, and his face was as pale as paper, lifeless. When these photos came to light, they immediately caused an uproar. The netizens who had been verbally attacking Jiang Li before were silent at this time. "Spear old immortal master, this is really down. It's time for the Dragon King to make it rain, isn't it? This kid is so crazy. His breath is bigger than his feet. Before he said he could hit them 9 times with one punch. Now he can only lie on the hospital bed and grunt. He really scares himself. What does that mean? It means that one section is better than 6. King of Kings, ham, and jelly. I want Haijiro. Jiang Li is going to grow up to be Haijiro Jelly. But the astronauts aren't happy about it. Jiang Li, I'll open it with Wang Lifeng. 1 punch for me. 9 springs for him. Now you know who's old 9, right? This is retribution. Who made him cheat on our feelings? Don't say it. I can't help but sympathize with him if I keep talking. Jiang Li is also pitiful. Abandoned after being used by Capital. 5 more days passed in the blink of an eye. The Hong Kong Coliseum in Hung Hom was packed with people. The heat wave, wrapped in screams, almost toppled the dome of the Hung Hom Coliseum. Inside the packed arena, fluorescent sticks converged into a sea of bright stars, dancing frantically to the rhythm. This is Kwok Chang's second solo concert after many years, just to fulfill one man's dream. In the center of the stage, the elevator rises slowly. Dressed in a gorgeous performance costume, Kwok Chang slowly made his way to the stage in front of all the attention. The intro to Can't Get Enough of You bursts into life, instantly lighting up the room. While singing, He danced a dance choreographed by Wang Kwok-wing. The movements are full of power and beauty, and the beats step on the drums with precision, sometimes waving, sometimes turning, sometimes jumping. Each action attracted a burst of screams. Wang's choreographed dance fits perfectly with the rhythm of the song and is very visually appealing. The fans on stage were completely ignited, waving glow sticks and vocally screaming along with the chorus. Backstage, Wang Kwok-wing, who acted as an interim director, was tightly calling the shots. Lights a little brighter. Sound, push the subwoofer up. Photography keeps pace. Don't fall off the wagon. The entire stadium seemed to have been transformed into a giant dance floor. Everyone immersed themselves in this musical feast and unleashed their passion. The singing, screaming, and applause intertwined and converged into a huge wave of sound that echoed through the arena. The concert ended and the live video of Can't Get Enough of You quickly went viral on the internet, and quickly topped the major music charts. With its dynamic melody and passionate rendition, this song has become the hottest gold song of the moment. Well-known music blogger Ear Emperor, after watching the video for the first time, in a lengthy post on Twitter, the song's arrangement and dancing were praised. In recent years, the Chinese music scene has been full of masterpieces, but it's rare to find something like Can't Get Enough of You, which is both artistic and popular. The song is layered and rhythmic. The perfect fusion of electronic music and pop music is another classic in the Chinese music industry. The lyrics and arrangements are simply a perfect fit for Kwok Chang. Whether it's the melodic direction or the rhythmic changes, it's like it was tailor-made for him. His voice is on full display in this song. The treble is clear and loud, the bass is thick and magnetic, and every turn is handled just right. The only thing I'm curious about is who exactly is the songwriter for this song? Why wasn't it announced at the concert? Such a talented musician should not be left in obscurity. If anyone knows, please do let me know. I can't wait to visit the musical mastermind. Once the early microblogging was issued, it immediately triggered a heated discussion among netizens. This song is so high. I was on a long run last night and had it on a single loop all night. I'd also love to know who wrote this song. It's so awesome too, right? Could it be John Lee? Suddenly someone popped up with this, only to be quickly rebutted by other netizens. Upstairs, are you still awake? A dying man can write something so full of life? Didn't you hear from your ear? This song is tailor-made for Guo Tianwang, and rightly so. Where would someone who made his name by plagiarizing come up with that kind of skill? Chapter 39, Songs for the Public Interest. Love gushes out. The live video of Can't Get Enough of You has been spreading like wildfire on the internet and the heat is on. The music video of Zhou Hua's Ice Rain, once released, was like a thunderbolt from the ground, quickly sweeping the major music charts. However, in stark contrast to this lively scene was John Lee's deteriorating health. Although the influence of the Four Heavenly Kings was as strong as ever, these works, however, did not bring Jiang Li any substantial help. The First People's Hospital of Qinglu City, inside the ICU ward. After 9 days, Jiang Li finally awoke from his coma. The bleak white light stung him with a wave of vertigo. The smell of disinfectant water drilled into your nose and made you want to gag. The dripping of various instruments was monotonous and cold. With great difficulty, he opened his eyes and popped up the system panel. Host, Jiang Li. Current life expectancy, 6 days. Has gained influence, 62,000. With only 6 days left to live, the impact has gone nowhere. Did Ruoshi not give the song to the Big Four? No, it shouldn't be possible. So why is the influence not increasing? This played out. There was an unexplained pang of panic inside. In a trance, Jiang Li seemed to return to that sunny afternoon. He walked out of the hospital with the confirmation report. Disoriented, the hot sun made him dizzy. The streets were filled with traffic and people, and none of it mattered to him. Just walking aimlessly like that, like a soulless shell. Teacher Jiang Li, you're awake. Chen Yushi's shocked cry pulled him back to reality. Immediately afterward, Zhou Yi, Shui Jilu, Zhang Yang, and the others, all flooded into the hospital room. What's going on over at the Four Heavenly Kings? Using all her strength, Jiang Li finally squeezed out a sentence. Chen Ruoshi's eyes were red and her voice was tinged with tears. They're already working on it. Saying that, he opened his cell phone and found out Zhou Hua's Ice Rain music video, as well as Guo Chang's concert video, and handed it to Jiang Li. The melody is haunting and the images are poignant. The scene puzzled him even more. If the Big Four have made a move, why is their influence slow to rise? Could it be? A bad feeling welled up in his heart. Yu He, click on the comments section and I'll take a look. Chen Nuxi hesitated. These days, she keeps an eye on online opinion. Those unpleasant remarks were almost all unfavorable to Jiang Li. The fear is that this negative information will irritate an already weak teenager. Only to click on one of the comments sections at Jiang Li's repeated request. This song is really awesome, but what does it have to do with Jiang Li? That is, a dying man can write this kind of song? My heart goes out to the Four Heavenly Kings for being rubbed the wrong way by people like this. Looking at the comments, Jiang Li came to a realization. Turns out it was because of the negative publicity. That's what led to the others not associating the songs with him. With a bitter smile, he only felt a sense of powerlessness sweep through his body. The eyes went black and lost consciousness again. Doctor! Doctor! The people were terrified and all ran out of the ward in search of the doctor. Meanwhile, Xiangjiang, the public service song Will You Come Tonight, jointly created by Liming and the Love Foundation, was synchronously launched on all major media platforms. The soothing melody, matched with Lumen's gentle voice, is like a warm current that flows into thousands of homes. The music video of the song is playing on the huge LED screen on Causeway Street. The image shows a terminally ill little girl lying on a hospital bed, her eyes full of desire for life. Tatsuaki plays a volunteer who gently holds her hand and sings tenderly, "Will you come tonight? Is your love still there?" Many passers-by stopped to watch and were touched by the touching images. A young mother, looking at the little girl in the picture, couldn't help but think of her own sick child with moist eyes. The 5 or 6-year-old child beside her tugged at the corner of her mother's coat and asked in a milky voice, "Mom, what's wrong with her?" "She's sick," choked the mother. "Just as sick as the baby. So is she going to be okay?" the child asked innocently. The mother was silent, unable to answer. "Just hold the baby tighter." The scene was captured on camera by a street photographer, not far away. Inside a small rented room, the middle-aged man buried his head and ate instant noodles. On the old television set, Will You Come Tonight was playing. At the sound of the song, the man stopped moving and looked up at the TV. The image shows Lumen's gentle singing voice, reminding him of his wife, who died of cancer. Those days and nights of pain, those moments of helplessness, all came back to me. Tears, silently slipping down. Young doctors push an elderly man in a wheelchair for a walk in the hospital corridor. In the old man's mouth, he hummed the song softly. "You like this song too, Grandpa?" the doctor asked with a smile. "Well," the old man nodded. "That song, it reminds me of a lot of things." "What are you thinking about?" "I was thinking," the old man lifted his head and looked out the window, "that in this world, there are still a lot of good people." Inside the luxury villa, the young woman is snuggling in her boyfriend's arms. "That's a touching song," the woman whispered. "Too bad I don't know who wrote it." "Who cares who wrote it?" The boyfriend was unimpressed. "As long as it's good." The woman shook her head. "You don't understand. In this song, there is great love." After saying that, he got up and walked aside, picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. "Dad, that charity event of the Love Foundation. Let's have our company participate in it." "Baby girl, you're finally willing to care about the company." On the other end of the phone, came the bright laughter of a middle-aged man. "Good, I'll arrange it right away." The Caring for Cancer Patients public service campaign has become a nationwide craze. People from all walks of life have reached out to help, passing on love and warmth with practical actions. Many well-known companies have also responded positively. One of the largest real estate companies in China, Vanke Group, was the first to donate $100 million. Chairman Wang Shi said in an interview, "The development of the enterprise cannot be separated from the support of the community, and it is our due responsibility to give back to the community." Immediately after that, the largest internet company in China, Penguin Group, also announced a donation of $50 million. President Colt wrote on social media, "Technology for good, let love pass." For a while, donations have been pouring into the Love Foundation like a tidal wave. A program recording session, renowned host, Wang Han, is watching the music video for Will You Come Tonight with his guests. This song, it's so touching. Wang Han wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. "I decided to sing this song live, to cheer up cancer patients." The audience was stunned at first, then burst into applause. Taking a deep breath, Wang Han spoke slowly. "If a thick fog enveloped me, would you still wait for me?" By the end of the song, the scene was already a sea of tears. This song, it's so well written, both the lyrics and the arrangement are impeccable. Wang Han exclaimed, "I'm curious, who actually wrote the song?" Chapter 40, The Classics Repeat. The whole internet talks, could it be Jiang Li? A voice rang out abruptly from the crowd. At these words, the scene instantly quieted down, and the atmosphere became somewhat subtle. Wang Han's brows furrowed slightly as all the rumors about Jiang Li flew through his mind. Plagiarism, capital manipulation, and collapsing personas. Negative public opinion is all over the place, but no one has ever come forward to explain and clarify. If he or she were to take a public stand on the program at this moment, no surprises, accidents would happen. Twitter is definitely getting blasted. Thinking of this, that little thought in Wang Han's mind began to come alive. Without moving, he steered away from the topic and turned to interacting with the live guests, skillfully avoiding this sensitive subject. On the other hand, the First People's Hospital of Qinglu City, outside the ICU, the atmosphere was suffocatingly stark. A crowd gathered around the doorway, waiting anxiously. Chen Ruoshi's face was pale. her lips pursed, and her hands were tightly twisted together, her knuckles white. Zhou Yi and Xue Zhilu stood beside her, one with a furrowed brow, the other pacing non-stop, both silent. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, leaned against the wall, his eyes empty, not knowing what he was thinking. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps came, breaking the silence of the corridor, only to see a middle-aged woman dressed in a black professional outfit with an elegant demeanor walking quickly with a few blonde foreigners. Seeing this, Chen Ruoshi and the others rushed to welcome them. Sister Fei, what brings you here? The person who came was none other than Fei Sun, a diva who had retired from singing. I heard about Mr. Jiang Li's situation, so I rushed over to take a look. Sun Fei spoke quickly, with anxiety in her voice. These are the top international experts in the treatment of throat cancer. This is the chief oncologist from Johns Hopkins Hospital in MI, Dr. William Jones. He is highly regarded in the field of pharyngeal cancer and has received numerous international medical awards. And Prof. Hans Schmidt from the University Hospital in Heidelberg, Germany. He has conducted in-depth research in tumor immunotherapy and has published many seminal academic papers. And Dr. Anna Lindblom from the Karolinska School of Medicine in Sweden. She is an internationally renowned tumor geneticist working on cancer genetic mechanisms and early diagnosis. Any one of these experts is a resounding figure in the medical world. When Chen Ruoshi and the others heard this, hope was rekindled in their eyes. Great, Sister Fei. Thank you. Chen Ruoshi was so excited that her voice trembled a little. Let's not talk about that for now. Sun Fei waved her hand. Let's go in first and check on the patient. Several experts walked into the ICU ward under the leadership of Sun Fei. National experts followed suit and joined in the consultation. After a detailed examination and discussion, the experts walked out of the ward with a grave look on their faces. How is the situation? Chen Ruoshi asked eagerly. Dr. William Jones removed his mask, sighed, and spoke in fluent English. The patient was in very bad shape. The cancer had spread throughout the body and there was nothing we could do. Sun Fei acted as a translator and relayed the words to Chen Yuxi and the others. Chen Ruoshi was struck by lightning. Her body swayed and she almost fainted. Zhou Yi hurriedly supported her. Ruoshi, are you alright? I'm fine. Chen Ruoshi fought back tears. Is there anything else I can do? Professor Hans Schmidt shook his head. With current medical treatments, there is no way to stop the cancer cells from spreading. We were told that the patient had briefly awakened before? Dr. Anna Lindblom asked suddenly. Chen Nuxi nodded. Yes, he woke up and watched those song videos and comments. Confused, Sun Fei suddenly interrupted her, her tone stern. How can you guys let him see these things at this time? We just want him to know that his work is popular. Chen Ruoshi's voice was getting smaller and smaller. Originally, he awakened with the will to live. It's not a good time to tell him something good to keep him firm in his beliefs about living. Instead, he was shown those remarks, which completely destroyed his will to live. Dr. William Jones became more and more agitated and finally even waved his fists in anger. Originally, we might have had a glimmer of hope to prolong his life as long as possible with some experimental therapies. But now, Professor Hans Schmidt shook his head helplessly. The patient's desire to live has been completely destroyed. We really can't do anything about it. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Chen Ruoshi could no longer control her emotions and lost her voice. Just as the foreign experts arrived at the hospital, Kiss Goodbye was synchronized on all major music platforms. With his magnetic voice, the God of Songs delivers a tear-jerking rendition of the song's deep sense of parting. Only half an hour after it went live, the number of comments exceeded 100,000. An hour later, the song airborne to the top of the charts of all major music platforms, and with amazing speed, sparked a buzz across the internet. This song is too good to cry, especially the line "I kissed you goodbye on a deserted street," which directly adds to my already unattractive face. Has anyone counted the total number of deaths created by this song? This song has the beauty of Shuebaochai punching Jin Guanxi. The god of song won't be taken over, will he? Shuebaochai punched Jin Guanxi? I think you're blind as a bat. It should be Lin Daiyu pulling down the willow. Long X as in X. Long mouth as in X. What else can you do but play bad stunt? The fit of the first few is as busy as my life. I don't know what I'm up to. Let's just say I'm more precocious. And while other kids are still throwing their handkerchiefs, I'm already throwing your mothers. Major media outlets are also clamoring for coverage of Kiss Me Goodbye. Song God's new song Kiss Goodbye is online, sweeping the major music charts. Kiss Me Goodbye, a love song that brings tears to your eyes. Singing God's vocals climb to another peak. Kiss Goodbye renders the ultimate deep emotion. They have praised the God of Songs for his superb vocals and the creator of the song. The whole internet is speculating because the God of Songs is keeping mum on the matter. Which music industry patriarch is making a comeback with this song? Renowned music critic, Takamatsu, reviewed Kiss Goodbye on the radio program he hosts. This song is definitely the most touching love song in Chinese music in recent years, bar none. Takamatsu sat in the swivel chair in the broadcast room, and it was hard to hide his excitement between words. Both the melody and the lyrics are perfect. The lyrics, in particular, convey the hopelessness of life and the sadness of parting. This is a rare masterpiece that deserves to be savored by each and every one of us. However, the lyrical style of the song, while mature, is very different from the style of the greats I know. Therefore, I guess the god of songs should have invited out whichever music industry seniors who have long retired for many years. Speaking here, Takamatsu paused for a moment and took a sip from the alabaster pot on the table. Does anyone suspect it's John Lee? Gao Song snorted. How can someone who capitalizes on packaging and whose songs rely on plagiarism write this kind of work? If he's capable of this, I'll eat this alabaster pot. The live streaming pop-ups flew by and skimmed over. Eat quickly, Mr. Gao. We're all waiting. Growing up, I've never seen an alabaster pot eaten before. All with a handle, a mouthful of spit and a mouthful of nails. Do not eat is not a real man. Takamatsu froze in place, his face full of disbelief. Eat a purple clay pot? What makes you think you can eat an alabaster pot? While muttering, he picked up his cell phone. Tapping the screen dazzled him with a flood of messages. Hashtag the 4 Heavenly Kings support John Lee. Hashtag Jiang Li's work is not plagiarized. Hashtag to clear John Lee's name. Hashtag. A hot headline hit him like a heavy hammer. Takamatsu's fingers trembled slightly as he clicked on one of the entries. The first thing that caught my eye was a statement released by the God of Song. Chapter 41, Heavenly King speaks out. Jiang Li's popularity reverses. I only met Mr. John Lee once, but I was deeply touched by his sincerity and love for music. Recently, I sang a new song, Kiss Goodbye, with words and music from Mr. John Lee. It's a song that pours all of his heart and soul into it. He has incorporated his feelings about life and the helplessness of parting into his work. He is a true musician and an artist who deserves all of our respect. However, it was such a talented young man who suffered from the disease. He was diagnosed with advanced pharyngeal cancer, which had spread throughout his body and his days were numbered. In the last moments of his life, he still insisted on composing and left us this touching song Kiss Goodbye. I don't understand why anyone would have the heart to vilify such a pure musician with rumors and malice. His talent should not be questioned, his kindness should not be let down. Gao Song stared at this text in a daze, only to feel a hot current surging up to his heart, and his eyes were actually a little moist. Clicked on another statement from the other 3 divas. Zhou Hua, the song Ice Rain is by Mr. John Lee. His talent, it's amazing. However, fate was so cruel to him. He is terminally ill but still keeps on writing, and pours his love of life into his music. Those who questioned him and denigrated him, doesn't your conscience hurt? Guo Chang, the lyricist of the song Can't Get Enough of You that I sang in my concert is none other than Mr. John Lee. It's a song that's energetic, passionate, and like the man himself, always hopeful for life. He has ignited the dreams of countless people with his music, but the fire of his own life is about to be extinguished. I implore those who have hurt him to stop your vicious attacks and let him walk this last journey in peace. Liming, the song Will You Come Tonight was specially composed by Mr. John Lee for the Caring for Cancer Patients charity event, using music to call the attention of the community, those who are struggling with the disease. He himself was one of them, illuminating the path ahead of others with a faint light, while you are about to go into darkness. I hope that all will remember his kindness and his dedication. When the statement came out, the whole internet was in an uproar. The discussion about Jiang Li continues, but the winds have changed radically. Those posts that used to denigrate and abuse Jiang Li disappeared silently. In its place, countless netizens apologized. The Heavenly Kings have spoken. So it seems we were really wrong about Jiang Li. I told you, the person who can write these songs, how can they be plagiarized? Where are those who scolded Jiang Li before? Why don't they say anything now? Jiang Li's background is too powerful, isn't it? How could he make the 4 Heavenly Kings all speak for him? Upstairs is overthinking it. The 4 Heavenly Kings still need to bow down to capital? They themselves are the biggest capital. That is, what are they? That's the top stream of the entertainment industry. The youthful memories of several generations. They'd help a little-known person for money? Then why did they speak for Jiang Li? Why else? Of course it's because they love and cherish talent. Jiang Li's talent is worthy of them. That's right. A musical genius like Jiang Li is rare in 100 years. It would be a loss to the Chinese music industry if he were to be destroyed because of some trumped-up charges. I've heard all of Jiang Li's songs, and every one of them is a classic. Especially that song Kiss Goodbye. It's a tear-jerker. I'm a big man. I can't help but cry when I hear it. And Ice Rain. That melody, those lyrics. Absolutely. I've been playing it for days. Can't Get Enough of You is great too. It's got a great beat and you just want to dance to it. Have you all forgotten Will You Come Tonight? That song is a public service song. It's written for cancer patients. Jiang Li is dying himself. and he's still thinking of others. What kind of spirit is that? That's love. Meanwhile, on Chen Nuxie's personal Weibo account, a video was updated. In the video, Zhongli is lying on the hospital bed. His body is inserted with various tubes. With a trembling hand on the paper, one stroke at a time, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and dripped onto the paper in a halo. Finally, stopping his pen, he handed the paper filled with lyrics to Chen Yushi, who was at the side. That song was none other than Will You Come Tonight. At the end of the video, Chen Yushi appears in front of the camera, eyes red and swollen, voice choked. Zhongli had a chance to live. After being diagnosed with terminal throat cancer, he never gave up hope. Stick to creating and want to leave something beautiful in the world with your work. I was handed the new songs from the Big Four, hoping to hear my own work one more time before I left this world. But when he saw on the internet the malicious and denigrating remarks, he was completely crushed, beginning to doubt myself. The music, the meaning of existence. Only 20 years old, he still has so many dreams unfulfilled, so many songs yet to be written. Those people, the ones who hid behind their keyboards and hurled insults, had personally destroyed his last hope. They are all murderers. Toward the end, Chen Ruoshi could no longer control her emotions and lost her voice and cried. The video immediately sent shockwaves across the internet when it was released. Everyone was silent. The truth of the matter turned out to be this: they have become accomplices to cyber violence. One word of abuse, one bad review, all were the straw that broke the young man's back. Oh my god, what am I seeing? Is this still the same Zhongli who's been hacked all over the internet? How could he be so stupid? Why did he give up hope of life? Those who denigrate him, do you see? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Mr. Zhongli, wake up. You still have a lot of songs left to write. You still have a lot of dreams left to fulfill. We all owe you an apology. I'm sorry, Zhongli. We were wrong. There are still some netizens who stubbornly believe that Zhongli plagiarism is solidly hammered. There is no washing this point. Even if he's dying, you can't deny the fact that he plagiarized. 1 yard is 1 yard. Plagiarism is plagiarism. It can't be washed away. Don't be fooled by the way he sells himself short. Who knows if this is a bitter trick he's directing? The one in front of you. You go out in the morning before dawn to rush to earn the mortgage, and you come home in the dark at night. What kind of lighting do you want? Can you see the light? Don't argue with them. It's just a bunch of internet spammers who don't know how miserable they are in reality. Can you guys stop fighting? I get so angry every time I see someone cursing them. Why didn't I come up with those words? Can you guys just delete all the comments and let me do the scolding? Soon, more industry insiders came forward to do right by Zhongli. Famous music producer, Lee Jong-sung, posted a long message on Twitter. I vouch for my years of experience in the field that Zhongli's work is absolutely original. Those so-called plagiarisms are simply nonsense. What's the difference between the way they identify and identifying a corpse? The body is still divided into cause of death. They don't even care about the cause of death. They just say the body is fake. There's also that chord progression, which is common in arrangements. How can you call it plagiarism when many classic songs have been used? Famous lyricist, Fong Wenshan, followed suit and posted an article in support of Zhongli. Mr. Zhongli's lyrics are far-reaching and poetic, which is his unique style. Those of you who say he plagiarized, do you really know anything about music? His talent is something that you jumped-up clowns will never be able to reach. The famous musician, Tao Ji, even directly in the interview, angrily denounced those who denigrated Zhongli. Bunch of idiots who don't know anything about music. You can't even imagine the talent of Mr. Zhongli. His musical talent is rare in 100 years. Who are you to question him? Chapter 42, A Survival of the Fittest. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. The 4 heavenly kings spoke out one after another, like 4 heavy bombs, completely triggering the network public opinion that was already boiling over. If anything, the netizens were just skeptical and wait-and-see about Zhongli before. Now, with the collective endorsement of the 4 heavenly kings and the dual role of Chen Ruoshi's tear-jerking video, the tide of public opinion has completely reversed. Those who once verbally attacked Zhongli have now turned their guns and aimed at those network spammers. For a while, the cry of "Return Zhongli and Innocent" resounded through every corner of the network. Meanwhile, more industry insiders have come forward to do right by Zhongli. Famous music producer Li Zongsheng, famous lyricist Fong Wenshan, famous musician Taoji, one after another. A big shot in the music industry spoke out in support of Zhongli. They analyzed Zhongli's works from a professional point of view, refuted rumors of plagiarism and praised his musical talent. With the endorsement of these authorities, Zhongli's charge of plagiarism was completely cleared, and his tenacious will to survive and his abiding love of music have touched countless people. The name Zhongli swept across the internet with unprecedented heat. Outside the ICU ward, First People's Hospital of Qinglu City, Chen Ruoshi, Zhou Yi, Shui Jilu, and Zhang Yang had been on guard for 3 whole days and 3 nights. Exhaustion and anxiety were written all over everyone's face. Their gazes, however, remained fixed on the closed door of the ward without the slightest deviation. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room opened and Dr. William Jones stepped out. The crowd rushed around. "Doctor, how is Zhongli?" Chen Ruoshi asked eagerly, a tremor in her voice. Dr. William Jones removes his mask, a relieved smile on his face. "He's awake." 3 short words, but they were like heavenly music, causing everyone present to cry with joy. Chen Ruoshi covered her mouth as tears came to her eyes. Zhou Yi and Shui Jilu embraced each other while Zhang Yang waved his fists in excitement. "Great! He's finally awake. I knew it. He'll pull through. Thank God for all the medical staff." The crowd was thrilled and expressed their joy. Dr. William Jones looked at the ecstatic group in front of him with a complicated look in his eyes. As a senior oncologist who has been practicing medicine for many years, he has seen too many life and death situations. It was unheard of for a case like Zhongli to miraculously wake up when everyone thought there was no way back. It can no longer be explained medically. Perhaps, it's the power of belief. Although the patient has now awakened, the situation remains bleak. Dr. William Jones' words made the hearts of the crowd, which had just dropped, hang again. He is very weak now, and the cancer has spread to every organ in his body, and it could get worse again at any time. All we can do is try to maintain his vital signs and minimize his pain. As for how long he can hold out, it's up to his own willpower. With that said, Dr. William Jones sighed softly and turned to leave. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what to say for a moment. Joy and apprehension were intertwined, making the moment particularly complicated. No matter what, waking up is a good thing. Zhou Yi broke the silence. Chen Ruoshi wiped away her tears and took a deep breath, her gaze becoming firm again, turning to look at the ward. "Zhongli, you must hold on. Haven't taught me yet, with all your weird and wacky musical skills, and to get me on the highest stage so the world can hear me sing. You big liar. You can't keep your word if you promised me. Wake up and live. There's so much more I want to say to you. There are so many more things that I want to do with you. Can't leave me like this. You can't." Biting her lips tightly, Chen Yushi didn't let herself cry out. Inside the ward, Zhongli slowly opened her eyes, and what met her eyes was a blinding white color. Blinking, Chaos Brain gradually became clearer. "Where is this? Why am I here?" Rolling his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings. White walls, white sheets, white instruments. "Is this ICU?" Memories came flooding back like a tidal wave, and Zhongli remembered everything that had happened before, thinking about being diagnosed with terminal throat cancer, the overwhelming negative publicity, and writing songs from my hospital bed. I also think of Chen Yushi, of those affectionate peach blossom eyes, of her gentle voice. Yushi. After opening her mouth, Zhongli realized that her throat felt like it was blocked by something and she couldn't make any sound. Struggling to get up, he realized that his body was as heavy as lead and could not move at all. At that moment, the door to the hospital room was gently pushed open, and Chen Ruoshi walked in. Quickly walking to the hospital bed, he held Zhongli's hand tightly, and tears once again came to his eyes. "You know, you've been in a coma for 13 whole days, and we've been worried sick." Chen Ruoshi spoke incoherently, her voice choked with sobs. Zhongli looked at her and a warm current surged in his heart. Trying to open his mouth to comfort, he still couldn't make any sound, could only signal with his eyes that he was fine. Seemingly reading his eyes, Chen Ruoshi hurriedly dried her tears and revealed a smile that was worse than crying. "Don't you worry, the specialist said you're past the danger stage. If you recuperate, you'll definitely recover. By the way, a lot has happened in the time you've been in a coma. The 4 heavenly kings have spoken up for you, saying that your song is original, and those who questioned you are now silent. And your song is especially hot now. It's playing in the streets. So many people have become your fans. Now you're a real big star, much more powerful than any of those top streams." Rambling on, Chen Ruoshi told Zhongli what had happened during this period of time in her head, listening quietly with a lot of emotion. It was amazing how much had happened in the time he had been unconscious. "What's more, I didn't expect the 4 heavenly kings to speak up for themselves. That's something you wouldn't have thought of before." Not long after, Dr. William Jones walked in with another expert. Once again, Zhongli was given a detailed examination. Simply a miracle in the history of medicine, Dr. William Jones exclaimed. With the patient's previous physical condition, being able to awaken is simply impossible. But now, the spreading cancer is contained and is slowly dissipating. Prof. Hans Schmidt also said, "It seems that his will to live is very strong, which is very favorable for the rest of his recovery. We will do our best to help him recover." Dr. Anna Lindblom added, listening to the crowd murmur. Zhongli opened the system panel with a thought. Host, Zhongli, current life expectancy, 80 days, has gained influence, 185,000. This one was a real firefight. and it almost played out. The good thing is that it turned out well in the end. The influence doubled straight away and is still going up. If I'm not mistaken, the impact of these 4 songs is still in the fermentation phase. Or maybe the public has a negative impression of him that hasn't been completely erased. That's what caused the influence to not fully translate into longevity yet. But 80 days is more than enough time to participate in the next Tomato Channel variety show. Chapter 43, System Reward. Tomato Channel's variety show. It's getting dark. The news of Jian Li's miraculous awakening flooded all major online social media platforms. Netizens have found it simply unbelievable. However, after realizing that it was the retired diva, Sun Fei Fei, who had brought in experts from abroad to consult with Jian Li, all of them thought that he was blessed with good fortune. But there are also some netizens feel that Jian Li so quickly out of danger. There are no other claims inside. No one can guarantee. After all, Jian Li still has to appear in the Tomato Channel's variety show. Why would he have an accident now? It's not electronic vomit, is it? The one who said vomit earlier. Did you eat too well at lunch and come here for a vomit bag? Is it possible, possible, that Jian Li isn't sick at all? That this is all an act on his part? Upstairs, don't be sour. They have the backing of the 4 heavenly kings. Do they need to pretend to be sick? You think they're all just like you? Little black men who can't do anything but smear others every day. Little blackie, show your chicken feet. No, isn't your focus skewed? Hasn't anyone noticed that the Tomato Channel variety show has already begun to advertise? I didn't notice until you said it. So Jian Li will soon appear in the program? Expectations are drawn up, waiting for Mr. Jian Li to return as the king. Meanwhile, inside the First People's Hospital, Zhou Ming came to the ICU with the latest plan. The preparations for the program were over, and due to pressure from above, he could no longer delay until Jian Li's health improved. Otherwise the show would have to be cancelled and Jian Li would face a lawsuit. He had just gotten out of danger, and if he were to go through this kind of shock again, it would be a bad influence not only on himself, but also on the tomato table. Walking into the hospital room, he handed the heavy plan in his hand to Chen Ruoshi. This is the latest music variety show planned by our station, specially tailored for Mr. Jian Li. The format of the program is simple, with the musicians being responsible for writing the songs. It is then given to the contestants to sing, and ultimately the audience votes for the favorite. After a pause, Zhou Ming continued. The station takes this program very seriously and has invested a lot of resources, so to speak. As long as Mr. Jian Li can participate, it will surely become a phenomenal hit. Moreover, this program is live. All the process is carried out under the eyes of the audience, absolutely fair and impartial. Those who questioned Mr. Jian Li's talent would naturally shut up then. This program is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Mr. Jian Li. As long as he can showcase his talent on the show, all that negative press will dissipate. Also, the show has a very strong lineup of judges who are some of the best musicians in the industry. With them escorting Mr. Jian Li, those black people will have to weigh their options if they want to make things happen again. Looking over the planner, Chen Ruoshi frowned. Zhou Yi and Shui Jilu glanced at each other, both seeing the worry in each other's eyes. Zhang Yang wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't. Mr. Zhou, thank you for your kindness, but I'm afraid that Mr. Jian Li's current physical condition is. Chen Ruoshi wanted to speak. I know, Mr. Jian Li's body is most important, Zhou Ming hurriedly said. So, our program team also took this into consideration. As long as Mr. Jian Li is willing to participate, we can schedule all the preparations at the hospital, never let him have any labor. And, we've hired the best medical team in the business. Be on call 24 hours a day to ensure the physical safety of Mr. Jian Li. Chen Ruoshi put down the papers in her hands. His current condition can't withstand any tossing and turning. But this is a great opportunity. Zhou Ming tried to persuade. Even if the opportunity is good, you have to have the life to enjoy it. Chen Ruoshi interrupted him with a resolute attitude. I understand your concerns, Zhou Ming sighed, but there is no time now. If Mr. Jian Li couldn't participate, the show would be cancelled and he would be at risk of defaulting. When the time comes, not only will his dreams be dashed, but he will also face a huge amount of compensation. It's going to hit him, probably harder. Silence fell again in the hospital room. But, Chen Ruoshi was still uneasy. Ruoshi, Jian Li suddenly spoke, her voice a little weak. I want to participate. The crowd's eyes went to him in unison. Mr. Jian Li, I know you guys are worried, but I really don't want to pass up this opportunity. Jian Li said slowly, her eyes clear. I want more people to hear my songs, and I want them to make more of a mark on the world. Even if I go away someday, as long as there are people who remember these songs and remember me, then I'm not really gone. The ward was silent, and only the slightest sound from the monitor could be heard. But your body, Chen Ruoshi still wanted to persuade again. You know me. I don't change what I've decided so easily. Jiang Li interrupted her, his tone soft and firm. I'm running out of time, and the more this goes on, the more I should do something about it. You're all doing me a favor, but I don't want to give my life any regrets. And this show is more about creativity. It's not a big burden for me to just write songs. Spinning around, he looked at Zhou Ming. Mr. Zhou, follow the contract. Well, Chen Ruoshi finally let go. But you must promise me that you will not push yourself, and that if you feel any discomfort, you will stop immediately. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Zhou Ming, who was standing on the side, looked at the scene in front of him and felt a great deal of emotion in his heart. This show is going to be a success, because, here's a musician who writes with his life. Even if it's only his last breath, he will leave his work to the musicians of the world. Musicians who light up the world with their music even in the darkness. His name is Jiang Li, a name destined to leave a colorful mark on the Chinese music scene. The ward became busy over the next few days. Zhou Ming led the program's staff in and out, and various equipment was moved into the ward. Chen Ruoshi and the others also cooperated fully and tried their best to create a comfortable working environment for Jiang Li. Everything is ready for the Best Buddies promotion to kick off. Tomato Channel released a preview of the show on all major platforms and highlighted the addition of Jiang Li. When the news was released, it instantly set the internet ablaze. In just a few minutes, hashtag Jiang Li recorded with illness, hashtag variety best buddy, hashtag heartache Jiang Li and other phrases, then firmly occupy the top few positions in the hot search list of major platforms. The media swarmed over the story, eager to pick up every detail. Outside the ward, reporters, who had caught wind of the news, surrounded the corridor. They carried long guns like vultures waiting to be fed. This is the most explosive news in the entertainment industry in recent years. If we can get first-hand information, we'll get a lot of money. It's just a shame that they're destined to be disappointed. Zhou Ming had long ago arranged for security personnel to protect the area around the ward tightly. Not to mention the press. Not even a fly will be able to get in. The internet is buzzing with voices. Some have questioned this as a hype by the show's organizers to gain attention and increase ratings. Some people think that Jiang Li's move is purely self-seeking, and that he doesn't even want to die for the sake of fame and fortune. Of course, more people still sympathized and admired Jiang Li. After all, a terminally ill man is clinging to a cause he loves in the last moments of his life. That spirit alone is enough to move people. If this program is muddled, can you reimburse Jiang Li's medical expenses? The terminally ill brother is also desperate for Red. This dedication must be praised. He's not going to record a fart in the middle of a song, is he? Upstairs, show some respect, or you'll turn into a jet fighter. These days, anyone with a dream is great. Chapter 44, since they want to play, let's go big. You guys, is it possible? I mean possible, that Jiang Li is trying to give us the whole big one before he leaves? The whole big one? You mean, nuclear explosion? Upstairs is knowledgeable about Lenovo. Don't speculate. We'll find out when the show airs. Sit back and wait for the show to start, and see what this terminally ill brother, in the end, can get up to. If this show catches on, I'll eat mooncakes stuffed with herring cans live on air. Upstairs is here to make trouble, right? Various sounds abound. But anyway, the show, Best Buddies, is kind of a total fire. Before it even started airing, it had already earned a lot of eyeballs and become the center of discussion on the whole network. Tomato Station. In the station manager's office, Su Zhang looked at the computer screen, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face as he looked at the various data about Best Buddies. Zhou Ming is really something. Picking up the teacup, he blew gently and took a sip. If this program really works, our station's KPIs this year, we won't have to worry. Wang Hai, who was standing on the side, agreed. Yeah, this program is so hot right now, it's hard not to be hot. However, he turned his words around. Jiang Li's body, is it really okay? Su Zhang put down his teacup. Don't worry, Zhou Ming has arranged everything. Let's hope so. Wang Hai nodded and didn't say anything else. He knew in his heart that what Su Zhang valued was never whether Jiang Li lived or died. Rather, it's the show and how much it will benefit the Tomato Channel. In the end, Jiang Li was just a pawn. Seeming to read his mind, Su Zhang smiled. Old Wang, you must know that in this circle, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. We are all businessmen. Businessmen value profit over parting, and it is common to buy tea in Fuyang in the previous month. Don't think too much about it, just watch the show. It's just beginning. After saying that, he picked up the teacup and took another sip, his eyes deep, looking out the window. 2 days later, First People's Hospital of Qinglu City, ICU ward. Jiang Li was half leaning on the bed, holding the tablet in her hand, and on the screen was the guest list sent by the Best Buddy program team. In addition to him, there are 3 other music producers. Jin Yi, 45 years old, known in the industry as the gold medalist, is best at blending different styles of music together. After working as a keyboardist for a rock band in his early years, he moved behind the scenes and has produced albums for many well-known artists. He produces songs that are always refreshing and representative of Summer Light Years, Flying Birds and Fish and Empty City. Jung Yoon, 50 years old, a veteran musician, recognized as a melody master in the industry. He creates melodies that always capture the heart easily, and his representative works include Red Bean, Rush Hour and Fairy Tale. Lin Shi, 42 years old, is a new producer, known for his unique arrangement style, known as the Ghost of Arrangement. He is good at using a variety of novel tones and rhythms to create a unique atmosphere. His representative works include Flammable Explosive, She Said and Bubble. All three, in the field of music production, are loud and clear. Moving on to the list of singers, Wang Xin and Na Lan, both of whom are mentors on the. In the beginning, they had forcibly eliminated Chen Ruoshi under Cui Ziyuan's authorization. Jiang Li frowned slightly at the thought. There is also the newest diva, Lin Shirin, who previously approached him for a song date with a rude and unreasonable attitude, been holding a grudge against him after being rejected. These three, I'm afraid, won't play well together. As her eyes fell on the last name, Jiang Li froze. It was actually Song Wan. At the beginning, Cui Ziyuan to ensure that she won the title to bully Zhang Yang to abandon the race. Why is this woman here too? Chen Ruoshi, Zhou Yi and Shui Jilu sensed the difference and curiously came over. Handing them the tablet, Jiang Li only said faintly, it seems that some people won't stop until they reach the Yellow River. Chen Ruoshi took the tablet and quickly skimmed through the list on it. After reading it, his face changed to anger. Immediately dialed Zhou Ming's phone, his tone cold. Mr. Zhou, what does this list mean? Are you guys deliberately making things difficult for Mr. Jiang Li? Zhou Ming had been so busy in the past few days that he hadn't even taken a close look at the list of contestants. At this moment, when he saw the photo sent by Chen Ruoshi, he also froze. Wang Xin, Na Lan, Lin Shirin, and Song Wan. He couldn't be more clear about the relationship between these four people and Jiang Li. There was a moment of silence, rubbing his temples and sounding tired. Ms. Chen, I know this list is inappropriate, but the station side, I try my best to communicate. These few people were clearly coming for Jiang Li. Even if he writes a great song, these people may not take it seriously. Instead of a contest, it's more like a Hong Kong banquet. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Ming immediately contacted the station's leadership to argue his case. 10 minutes later, Chen Yushi's phone rang again. Miss Chen, the program team side has given in. If Ms. Jiang Li doesn't accept the designation, she can form her own battle team. Chen Nuxi didn't hesitate. Okay, this championship, we're taking it. Zhang Yang, Zhou Yi, as well as Shui Jilax have also expressed their willingness to participate. Zhang Yang even suggested, since they want to play, let's play bigger. Why don't we ask the four heavenly kings to help out again? This, not good, is it? Zhou Yi wanted to say something. I've only been bothering them for a short while. Besides, they're busy. Will this boundaryless behavior be offensive to the big four? Seemingly seeing through what was in the minds of the crowd, Zhang Yang waved his hand and said, there's actually a paradox in relationships. The more afraid of trouble you are, the worse your relationships are, because bothering people is, in itself, a means of fostering relationships. What we should be worried about is, will the four heavenly kings help? Chapter 45, The Four Heavenly Kings. Zhou Yi's popularity in the circle is quite good, and when you think about it, what Zhang Yang said is not without some truth. Growing up, people who were close to him would always trouble each other. When he became famous, he had the aura of a heavenly king to support him. The original good brothers are getting more and more restrained in the face of him, and they are embarrassed to bother him with anything. Over time, the feelings for each other became fainter and fainter. In fact, at the end of the day, he's still the same Choi, and hopefully his friends will always be. Looking back now, the ones who still keep in touch are the ones who aren't afraid to bother him. So, the four heavenly kings have the same mentality, right? Hesitantly, his eyes swept over the faces of both Zhang Yang and Shui Jilu, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Try it, Shui Jilu spoke up. We don't have any other way now anyway. More friends, more ways. Chen Nuxi nodded back. I think Zhang Yang has a point. We can't always be afraid of troubling others. The four heavenly kings are all people of nature, so they shouldn't mind this. Joey pondered for a moment and finally made up his mind. That's good. I'll give it a try. But let's say it first. It's a favor if they help. It's a favor if they don't. We can't force it. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and dialed the god of song. It was quickly connected, and the gentle voice of the god of song came through the receiver. Hey, Eeyore, what's up? Fixing his mind, Joey tried to make his tone sound calm and natural. It's like this, Senior, we have a variety program over here that we would like to ask you to be a flying guest for a period. I don't know if you have the time. Oh, a variety show? The god of song seemed interested. What kind of program? Joey hurriedly explained the format of the Best Buddies program, as well as John Lee's special situation to the god of song in detail. On the other end of the phone, the god of song was silent. Joey was apprehensive in his heart, and beads of fine sweat oozed from his forehead. Oh Eeyore, the god of song finally spoke up. This program you speak of, it makes a lot of sense. John Lee, I also appreciate. Tell you what, send me the exact time and place of the program and I'll see if I can arrange to get it on. Joey was overjoyed at his words. Great. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. Don't thank me just yet. The god of song smiled. I haven't said I can definitely go. But don't worry, I'll do my best as long as time permits. Okay. Thank you, senior. Joey thanked him repeatedly, his voice trembling a little. Hanging up the phone, he took a long breath, a relieved smile on his face. Well, Chanruwashi asked eagerly. Elder Song God said that he'll try to arrange a time. Joey said excitedly. There's a chance. Great. Zhang Yang slapped his thigh. I told you, the 4 heavenly kings will definitely help us. Shui Jilu also wore a happy face. Now our chances of winning are a few points greater. Next, Joey called each of the other 3 heavenly kings. To his surprise, the other 3 heavenly kings also said that they would definitely come to support Zhongli as long as time allowed. After taking care of the side of the 4 heavenly kings, Joey felt much more relaxed. Turning his head to Zhongli on the hospital bed, he secretly vowed in his heart that he would help him win this match, for no other reason than that dedication and love of music. 2 days later, the recording of the first installment of Best Buddies officially began. Although this program, Zhou Ming told Zhongli, is a live broadcast format, but the songwriting process is, in fact, boring. Tomato Station made a combination of ratings considerations and finally decided to have the songwriting interspersed with the official broadcast in the form of recorded clips. Recording has the added benefit of making it easier for the program to use the work of various musicians for marketing purposes and attracting attention from all over the internet. At this moment, the recording site, 3 top musicians, Jin Yi, Zhang Yun and Lin Shi, were all present. The host stood center stage with a handcard and introduced their masterpieces in turn, as well as their individual tunes. First of all, let's welcome Mr. Jin Yi, the Gold Sage. The host's tone was stirring. Mr. Kim Yi was a keyboardist in a rock band in his early years. The work always skillfully blends different styles of musical elements, bringing listeners a refreshing feeling. He is best known for The Summer Light Years and The Birds and the Fishes. In the audience, a loud applause immediately rang out. Next up, our melody master, Mr. Zhang Yun. The host continued his introduction. Mr. Zhang Yun creates melodies that can always easily capture the heart, and his masterpieces include Red Beans and Rush Hour. Applause rang out again and Zhang Yun smiled and waved to the audience. Finally, let's welcome the arranger ghost teacher, Mr. Lin Shi. The host's voice rose again. Mr. Lin Shi is known for his unique arranging style, adept at using a variety of novel tones and rhythms to create a unique atmosphere. His representative works include Flammable Explosive and She Said. The atmosphere was pushed to a climax as the audience cheered enthusiastically while Lin Shi nodded her head humbly. I'm sure you've noticed that we have one more musician who is not here. The host's words changed and he turned his attention to the big screen at the back of the stage. He is Mr. Zhang Li. Due to health reasons, Mr. Zhang Li is unable to come to the scene, but he will participate in the entire recording of the program via video link. On the big screen, the picture switched to the ICU ward of the First People's Hospital of Qinglu City. Zhang Li was half lying on the hospital bed. Her body was filled with all kinds of tubes. The face was pale, but the eyes remained clear. He turned to the camera with a weak smile and a small wave. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Li. The sound was small, but it clearly reached every corner of the scene. Next, we'll move on to the contestant presentations. The host continued. On the big screen, art photos of the 4 contestants will appear, and they will perform their repertoire renditions in turn. After it's over, several teachers can form partnerships based on the contestants' performance, as well as the contestants' willingness to prepare for the first round of competition that follows. On the big screen, the picture switched again, and 4 artistic photographs of very different styles appeared. They were Wang Shun, Na Lan, Lin Shirin, and Song Wan. Meanwhile, backstage, Choi wrapped his arms around his chest and nestled into the lounge couch. Both legs were folded over the coffee table in a towering manner. Across from him, Song Wan lowered her head and said nothing. Only occasionally did he raise his hand to fiddle with the broken hair in his ear, making his expression unreadable. This is the last time I'm going to help you, and from now on, it's best to leave me alone. Chui Ziyuan's face was grim. If you dare to shake out what happened between us before, then before I die, I will pull you on my back no matter what. At those words, Song Wan's body trembled slightly. but quickly regained her composure and nodded her head, saying, "As long as I can get through this program and move up a level in curiosity, naturally I won't pester you anymore," he said, reaching into his handbag with his right hand. First, she fumbled to turn off the recorder, and finally took out her lipstick and smudged it on her red lips. Chui Ziyuan didn't notice Song Wan's small movements, and when he heard her say that, he finally sighed in relief. He had gone through a lot of trouble to shoehorn Song Wan into this program. Again, money was given, smiles were made, and many favors were promised. Fortunately it turned out well. It's all come down to this, and the selection is just a walk in the park. Chapter 46, Lin Shirin's car accident scene. The woman was a pain in the ass, but I have to say, it tasted pretty good. Thinking of this, Chui Ziyuan subconsciously licked his lips. With Song Wan taken care of, he could focus his attention on developing other minor stars. In the entertainment industry, there is no shortage of beautiful young girls. As long as there are resources, there are people willing to stick it to the top. As for Song Wan, just kick it away. I've seen a lot of these women anyway. As long as the benefits are given in place, it's okay to let them unlock whatever position they want. Song Wan finished touching up her makeup, stuffed her lipstick back into her bag, and glanced up at Chui Ziyuan. Those eyes, so cold that they had no emotion. This old man, does he really think he's still that little girl at his mercy? If it wasn't for the sake of climbing up the ladder, why would she be with such scum? But it's almost over. When she becomes a diva, the first thing she'll do is send the old thing to jail. Let him taste, too, what it's like to be stepped on. Thinking of this, the corners of Song Wan's mouth rose slightly. She never felt she was at fault. What's wrong is the world, the circle. In that case, don't blame her for being ruthless. Man is not for himself. God is for him. Everything she did was just to make her life better. That's all. I skimmed the screen to the recording session. Only the moderator's words changed. It's worth mentioning that one of these 4 contestants will be eliminated tonight, because Mr. Zhangli has chosen to form his own partner. The words were met with a lot of chatter from the audience. Isn't the program group a bit biased? Isn't this clearly opening the back door for Zhangli? That's it. The crown prince is going to inherit the throne of the champion? Heartbreaking for the other 3 musicians. Isn't that just plain bullying? You can't say that. Teacher Zhangli is like this. It's not wrong for the program to take care of it, right? That's right. Didn't you guys see that those few contestants have a grudge against Mr. Zhangli? For the sake of traffic, the program group is really a bit of a killer. Those players are all here for the championship. I'm afraid that Zhangli will really be played to death by them if he doesn't form his own partner. The front, pure passerby. Mr. Zhangli belongs to the category of cutting off his own arms, doesn't he? Those contestants are all popular. Where's he going to find a comparable strength? What if he invites the 4 heavenly kings? Are you awake upstairs? The 4 heavenly kings, what class will come to this kind of self-degrading program? On stage, the host continued. Next, please have the 4 contestants perform their talent show in turn. Song Wan's face was pale and her heart was in turmoil. She had originally thought that if she hugged Chui Ziyuan's thigh tightly, she would be able to make a good name for herself in this program. Even if he was assigned to the Zhangli battle team, at most, he would be perfunctory and give him some color. But now, Zhangli even chose to form his own partner. This means that one of their 4 contestants is bound to be eliminated. Wang Xin and Na Lan, both veterans of the singing world, have unquestionable strength. Lin Shirin is even the newest diva, with both popularity and strength. She, on the other hand, was no match for these 3 in terms of seniority or strength. Being eliminated seems to be a foregone conclusion. Chui Ziyuan's face turned blue, originally thinking that everything was under control. As long as Song Wan made it into John Lee's battle team, he would be able to make him lose face. But now, the other party was not following the rules. It made all his previous efforts go down the drain. It's him again. Why is it always him? Chui Ziyuan gritted his teeth, his heart burning with rage. He felt like he'd been played, and how could he swallow that? Something had to be done to salvage the situation. Otherwise, where would I put my face? Meanwhile, the host walked onto the stage and began to control the stage. Next, please welcome the first contestant, Wang Xin, to the stage to sing. The scene resounded with applause. Wang Xin walked slowly onto the stage, stood still and bowed slightly to the audience. The music started and he closed his eyes, his body swaying slightly as he quickly got into the mood. If there's a tomorrow, how do you want to dress your face? If there's no tomorrow, how do you want to say goodbye? As soon as he opened his mouth, the scene was instantly quiet. With a magnetic voice, the song If There's a Tomorrow is performed with depth and power. After the song was sung, there was thunderous applause, which lasted for a long time. Wang Xin bowed again and thanked him before walking off the stage. Immediately after that, Na Lan did not show any weakness. A song conquest shows the style of the diva. High and loud voice, the atmosphere of the scene to the climax. The steady play of the two players made Jin Yi, Jung Yun, and Lin Shi marvel in admiration. Worthy of being an evergreen in the music industry, this singing skill, it's really nothing to speak of, Jin Yi lamented. Yeah, this scene, it's too stable. Jung Yun also nodded in agreement. Lin Shi, on the other hand, observed silently, pondering in his heart. When it was Lin Shirin's turn to go on stage, the atmosphere was at its peak. Under the spotlight, she was dressed in a long white dress, just like a fairy descending to earth. Only today the state seemed a little off. The song, Summer Love Song, her biggest hit, is sung on weekdays as if it were a leisurely stroll. But today, during the high notes in the second half of the song, the voice was noticeably shaky and out of tune. The audience on stage was stunned at first, and then murmured, "What's going on? Is Lin Shirin having trouble with her voice? Couldn't have gotten too high from bouncing around last night, could you?" The three tutors also looked at each other with a few surprises in their eyes. Lin Shirin herself realized the problem, but instead of panicking, she forced herself to endure the discomfort and continue singing, only to miss the next one in a row. The highs don't go up, the lows don't go down, and the breath is unsteady. The whole song, sung in pieces. The song ended, and the atmosphere was awkward to the extreme. "This, car accident scene ah," someone on stage whispered. "It's embarrassing. This level is not as good as if I were to sing at a karaoke bar. It's not like the falsetto is wearing off, is it?" On the judges' table, the three musicians' faces also turned ugly. Backstage, Chui Ziyuan's face was blue. Lin Shirin was also an important part of his revenge against Jiangli. "I just didn't expect her to drop the ball at such a critical moment. That stupid bastard." A low curse was uttered. Songwon stood on the sidelines and watched with cold eyes. The feud between her and Lin Shirin had been going on for a long time. Now that he saw her in this state, there was a hint of pleasure in his heart. "It's your turn." Chui Ziyuan glanced at her with an icy tone. Songwon nodded and walked towards the stage. As he passed by Lin Shirin, the other party suddenly opened his mouth. "Don't argue. You can't argue with me." The sound was so small that only the two of them could hear it. Songwon's footsteps gave a slight lurch and she didn't turn around. She knew that Lin Shirin was warning her. But so what? It was the only chance she had, and she would never give it up. How did Zhang Yang feel when Chui Ziyuan forced him to withdraw from the competition? Perhaps the only way to truly appreciate it is to experience it firsthand. The lights came on again and Songwon stood in the center of the stage. Her choice for today is a lyrical song called Later. The gentle melody, with a slightly raspy voice, brings out the faint sadness in the song. The audience on stage gradually quieted down, all infected by Songwon's singing. The song ended with thunderous applause. The music slowed to a halt and the lights converged on the center of the stage. The host was smiling as Nalan, Wang Xin, and Lin Shirin followed, returning to the stage in turn. The exciting part of the selection process is here. Songwon stood aside, her palms slightly sweaty. She told herself to be calm. Tonight's performance had been perfect. She even felt that it was the best she had played since her debut. Originally thought that the fate of elimination has been finalized, but now it seems that there may not be no chance to overturn the situation. If she lost the election and Lin Shirin advanced, the show's shady practices would be made clear. She was sure the showrunners wouldn't play such a self-destructive trick in plain sight, especially in the first installment. Any negative press could be devastating to the program, so she concluded that the program wouldn't dare take the risk. At that thought, take a deep breath and calm down. First, let's see Mr. Jin Yi's choice. The host looked to Jin Yi. Without the slightest hesitation, Jin Yi opened his mouth and said, "I'll choose Mr. Wang Xin." A smile appeared on Wang Xin's face and he nodded at Jin. The two formed a smooth partnership. Next, it's Mr. Zhang Yun. The host's gaze turned to Zhang Yun. "Then would Mr. Lan like to sing my song?" Zhang Yun asked. Nalan smiled brightly and nodded towards Zhang Yun. "It's an honor." The two also managed to team up. Finally, it's Ms. Lin Shi's choice. The host looked at Lin Shi with some expectation in his tone. The eyes of the entire room were focused on Lin Shi. Songwon's heart was in her throat. Lin Shirin, on the other hand, lowered her head, unable to read her expression. Chapter 47, Difficult Proposition, Live Creation. The two remaining contestants, neither of them fit well with my style of work, so I also chose to form my own team. Lin Shi spoke slowly. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. Songwon's eyes were wide with disbelief. Jiangli for not teaming up with her, and even if he formed his own battle team. Now, even other musicians are forming their own battles. Wasn't she good enough tonight? Why should I throw myself away? Lin Shirin looked up sharply, her face hard to see. She admitted that her play just now was indeed a bit out of order, but that didn't represent her true level. "I blame it on the fact that I played too crazy with my boyfriend last night and accidentally caught a cold." But what did Lin Shi mean by that? Public execution? What's the difference between that and slapping her in the face in public? The The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and he put the blame on Zhongli. If he hadn't set this precedent, he wouldn't have been so humiliated himself. This negative press will definitely affect her value. That means that both of you are going to form your own battle groups? The host had a smile on his face, but in his heart, he was grumbling. This show, can it still be recorded? Yes, Lin Shi reconfirmed. Okay, let's honor the teacher's choices. The host forced control. So next, please ask the staff to bring the 3 teachers to their respective creation rooms. The 3 musicians rose, bowed slightly toward the audience, and then walked backstage, led by their staff. The crowd was buzzing, clearly not expecting the result. No, is the show still going on? What's all this mess with the group? Backstage, Cui Ziyuan's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip. How could I have not expected things to go this far? A plan that was thought to be a sure thing is now a mess. Songwon stood aside, not daring to breathe. Wastes, all wastes. Choi finally couldn't help himself and growled in a low voice. What next? Songwon asked cautiously. What to do? How do I know what to do? Cui Ziyuan snarled and whisked his sleeve away. At the taping, the host takes a deep breath and continues to move the process forward. Ladies and gentlemen, after the teaming session earlier, the 3 musicians will be working on their songs in 3 separate songwriting booths. In order to ensure fairness and impartiality, and to avoid all possibilities of cheating, the propositions for this creation will be chosen by the votes of the audience on the spot. On the big screen, 12 propositions will appear. Please take out your cell phone, scan the QR code on the screen, and cast your valuable votes for the propositions you support. In the end, the proposition with the highest number of votes will be the theme of this creation. As soon as the words were spoken, 12 propositions of very different styles appeared on the big screen of the scene. Viewers took out their cell phones and started voting. A few minutes later, the votes were in. Okay, time to vote, the host intoned. Now, let's reveal the final proposition. The winner of first place in this creative proposition is Nameless. On the big screen, the word Nameless was enlarged and occupied the whole screen. A gasp rang out from the scene, and it was clear that the proposition had taken many people by surprise. Nameless, that's a bit of an interesting proposition. It's not easy to write. It's too abstract. I wonder how a couple of teachers would interpret the theme. The host's face showed surprise as well, but he quickly regained his composure. Looks like the audience has given the 4 teachers a hard time. So, what do a few teachers think about the proposition no name? First, let's link up with Mr. Kim Yi. The camera switches to Jin Ye's creative room. Jin sat in front of his computer, his brow furrowed, obviously still thinking. Mr. Jin Yi, what are your thoughts on the proposition Nameless? The host asked. This is a proposition that is very difficult. Kim admits, Nameless can be understood as those who are obscure and unknown. In my career as a practitioner, this kind of high level of challenge is also very rare. I'll look for inspiration from those who are incognito and try to understand their inner world and express their emotions in music. Okay, thank you Ms. Kimmy. The host nodded. Next, let's hear what Mr. Zhang Yun has to say. The camera switches to Young Yun's creative room. Zhang Yun was holding a pen, writing and drawing in his book, seemingly recording inspiration. Mr. Zhang Yun, what do you think of the proposition Nameless? The host asked. Very challenging. Zhang Yun replied. Namelessness represents a state of being, a state of not being noticed or even forgotten. It requires us to dig deeper to discover the stories that are hidden in the corners. I will try to build a nameless world with melodies so that the listener can feel that loneliness and longing. Thank you, Mr. Young Yun, for sharing. The host says. Finally, let's hear what Ms. Lin Shi thinks. The camera switches to Lin Shi's creative room. Lin Shi was wearing headphones and had her eyes closed, as if she was listening to something. Mr. Lin Shi, do you have any unique insights into the proposition Nameless? The host asked. Being nameless doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Lin Shi spoke slowly. On the contrary, they may be all around us. We just don't notice. I will use my way to show the power of no name and let everyone see that those who seem to be insignificant actually have their own light. Thank you Ms. Lin Shi, the host said. All 3 teachers have expressed their views. So what are your thoughts? Mr. Zhongli, who is in the hospital? Everyone's eyes were focused on the big screen. Nameless, it makes me think of those corners of the world that are not cared for. Those who give silently but ask for nothing in return. Zhongli said slowly. I think this proposition is very good and socially relevant. The host laughed, half jokingly. It looks like Mr. Zhongli has already been inspired? Zhongli nodded. Jin Yi, Zhang Yun, and Lin Shi saw the scene through the screens in their respective creation rooms. None of the 3 had any particular expression on their faces. In his heart, however, a little contempt was uncharacteristically flushed. This kind of theme is extremely rare in the music market in the past. It's never easy to find inspiration and create great songs from it. Jiangli actually said that he had been inspired? What a big statement. Is songwriting really as easy as drinking and eating? The three exchanged a look, all seeing disdain in each other's eyes. They wanted to see what Jiangli could write. It's simply claptrap. Chapter 48. What is Jiangli doing? The screen cut back to the ICU ward, where Jiangli was half lying on the hospital bed, her brows slightly furrowed. The pen in his hand tapped lightly on the tablet. Close-ups are given to the flat screen. He was seen writing and drawing as if he was making a draft. Is this a talisman? A young girl in the audience couldn't help but spit at her friend beside her. Don't say it. It's really a bit like that. Old immortal Master Spear's power is boundless. My friend responded with a smile and a few flirtatious tones. Didn't he say he was already inspired? Why are you still making drafts? The other boy with glasses pushed up his frames and asked suspiciously. Who knows? Maybe there was too much inspiration to know which one to choose. The man next to him casually picked up on this with a tone of disbelief. Ugh. I was kind of looking forward to it, but now it looks like that's it. The fashionably dressed girl shook her head, a disappointed expression on her face. Don't jump to conclusions. What if he's holding back a big move? A boy who looked like a fan of Jiangli tried to argue. Holding back a big move? I think it's more like holding your poop. The boy with the glasses from before nonchalantly retorted. Make means to make, right? Ha 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 ha. You're such a pouty mouth. Pucker up and stick it in the ground. Crops don't even need fertilizer. The chatter from the audience grew louder. The guide duly switched the camera to the creative booths of the other three musicians. That's the effect to be desired. Without controversy, where's the traffic? How do you highlight the talent of the other three musicians without a comparison? The camera quickly switches to the creative room of Jing Yi, Zhang Yun, and Lin Shi. In Kim's room, notes were written on the computer screen, and the intro was taking shape. 10 fingers flipped and tapped rapidly on the keyboard. From time to time, you stop and close your eyes and seem to feel the melody flow. Zhang Yun's room, he was holding a pen and writing lyrics quickly on a piece of paper. Nameless, not voiceless, just unheard, like dust, yet with dreams, longing, carried by the wind. The tip of the pen rustled on the paper and a poetic sentence leapt out. In Lin Shi's room, he wore headphones and had a variety of musical instruments in front of him. One moment he picks up his guitar and strums, the next he picks up his bass and fiddles with it, seemingly searching for the perfect tone. The brows were sometimes furrowed, sometimes stretched. The images between the three creations are constantly switching on the big screen. The audience could clearly see that the three musicians were in a creative state. Wow! Mr. Genia's intro to this gave me goosebumps. Mr. Youngyun's lyrics are as heartfelt as ever. Is Mr. Linchi preparing to start her own band? The audience was inundated with admiration and was clearly looking forward to what the three musicians had in store for them. The director nodded in satisfaction. It's that polarizing effect that's wanted. It's the only way to make the show more topical and make viewers more excited for what's to come. As for Jiangli, it's just a tool person used to create a conversation. It doesn't even matter if he can write good songs or not. What matters is how much traffic it brings to the program. That's the point. Is Jiangli really writing and drawing? Actually, no. With so many cameras disliking the hospital bed, it's not realistic to listen to the story to unlock the songs. What's more, the songs are propositional compositions. It would undoubtedly be laughable to hear a story that did not fit the proposition. Songs can be forcibly unlocked, requiring a consumption of life. Well, just got back from a ghost wave. That painful feeling, he didn't want to go through it again. With this in mind, he opened the system light screen that only he could see. Host, Jiangli. Current life expectancy, 101 days. Has gained influence, 181, 5,000. Songs unlocked, Twilight Echoes, Nocturne, Anha Bridge. Host's demand detected. Currently available to forcefully solve the song, The Man with No Name. Consume 20 days of your life to unlock this work. Please unlock it? The good news is that the life expectancy value is still slowly rising. Even if you unlock the song, you still have 80 days to live by yourself. It shouldn't be as life-threatening as it was earlier. Not to mention the wave of influence that will be reaped when the show airs. How in the world can you have too much of both? He deserves to be sick for looking over his shoulder for a surefire deal. Thinking of this, Jiangli put her heart on the line and chose to unlock it. An instant torrent of water rushed into his mind. The tip of the pen paused on the screen, slow to fall. With a slight sideways glance, he swept the camera not far away with his afterimage. Mentally, I can't just write the whole song like I did before. That would be too shocking and could easily lead to unnecessary trouble. All he wants now is to finish the program in peace and be free of his illness. With that thought, the tip of the pen flicked the screen and slowly wrote a line of lyrics. I'm the man with no name on this road. I have no news. After writing this sentence, deliberately stop and pretend to think. His brows were sometimes furrowed, sometimes stretched. as if he were weighing his words. It's actually controlling the pace and avoiding writing too much at once. In the studio, the guide keenly captured the scene, immediately ordered the camera to switch to the John Lee creation room. Push close up and give him a close-up of the plate. The cameraman understood and adjusted the focus, aiming the camera at the tablet in John Lee's hand. The line of lyrics that had just been written was clearly presented to all. In the audience of the scene, the originally noisy murmurs gradually minimized. It's starting. He's starting to write. In the front row, a boy in a ducktail hat sounded excited. Let me con. What the hell can he write? Next to him, a boy in a plaid shirt poked his head toward the big screen. Not a great handwriter and quite handsome. A girl held her chin and muttered in a low voice. Don't be awkwardly black. What is this called? It's called handsome people. The words all come with their own bones. The companion beside him immediately retorted. Che, a bunch of face dogs. The plaid shirt guy rolled his eyes in disdain. No comments on to fight tooth and nail for a generic script. On the big screen, the lyrics written by John Lee were clearly visible. That's it? That's too tame, isn't it? The duck-tongued boy frowned, his tone disappointed. Thought he'd write something amazing. What the hell? This? The plaid shirt guy bristled with disdain. You can't say that. It's just the beginning. What if there's a surprise later? A boy with glasses and a svelte face spoke up. Surprise? I think it's more like a shock. The plaid shirt man grunted. On the big screen, the images kept switching. One moment it was John Lee's serious writing, the next the reaction of the audience. This interspersed editing makes the program more tightly paced and keeps the audience more engaged. Time passed by, and John Lee finally wrote another line of lyrics. Oh nameless one, I drink to you, to your silence, and to every roar too. The audience was once again talking as soon as these lyrics came out. The lyrics, they're kind of solid. It's really not easy to leave your home and work in a big city. Yes, aren't the nameless ones the ones who suffer silently from the pressures of life, but still try to move forward? Put it this way, I'm suddenly more excited about this song. Me too. I hope Mr. John Lee won't let me down. Chapter 49, John Lee's God-sealing moment. The other three musicians, through the big screen at the scene, were slightly surprised to see the lyrics John Lee had written. As an industry insider, the sense of smell is naturally sharp. It's rare in the music industry to see no-name focus on ordinary people. I had to admit, the sickly boy did have a knack for finding such tricky angles. Gene stared at the screen with a slight frown. Nameless people. This kid, something. Sighing, he deleted the melody he had written earlier. Those lovey-dovey things, compared with the nameless, the pattern is too poor. Close your eyes and try to picture mundane faces in your mind. As a former member of the music industry, he is used to seeing the wind and the flowers and the glory of the spotlight, but never really paying attention to the ordinary people who are as ordinary as dust. John Lee's lyrics showed him a very different world. There are no flowers and applause there, only silent dedication and perseverance. Suddenly, I realized that my past creations seemed to be floating in the clouds, never really connecting to the ground. Takeaway boys running around for a living, sanitation workers still sweeping the streets late at night. Then there are the young musicians who are practicing hard in their basements for their dreams. Aren't they the nameless people of the song? Jin's eyes grew steadfast and he put his glasses back on. He's going to overturn everything and start over. Write a song that really belongs to the average person. A song that resonates with them. But when the penny drops again, it turns out that all is not as simple as it seems. There is a condescending flavor in every word. It doesn't fit in with the desired fireworks. Tried to modify and tweak it, but could never find that feeling. Time passed, and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, feeling a wave of anxiety like no other. This anxiety is not from creative pressure. Rather, it comes from questioning my past creative ideas. On the other hand, Zhang Yun was in a similar predicament, staring at the lyrics on the screen with complicated eyes. As a veteran musician, he knows the potential of this song. If you can get it right, it's bound to be a masterpiece of a passing classic. I picked up a pen and tried to write something down, but my thoughts were like a mess that I couldn't sort out. Every lyric in the pen pales in comparison and fails to reach the depths of the soul. What he's good at are the lingering love songs, the catchy melodies, but that's not what Nameless needs. It needs a power that penetrates the heart and resonates, and that power is what he lacks. Putting down his pen, he closed his eyes and tried to calm himself. Think back to when you first started out. At that time, he was also a nameless man. It's possible to stay up all night writing songs for an opportunity, and it's possible to shamelessly sell yourself to a record label. But now that I'm successful, I can no longer write with the passion I felt then. Suddenly, I realized that I had moved too far away from those nameless people. He needed to find his heart and that pure love of music. Only then can you write something that really hits home. The atmosphere in Lin Shi's creation room was equally grave. I have to admit, this young man, he does have talent. Pick up the guitar and try to find inspiration. But then you realize that all that comes to mind are flashy techniques and complex arrangements. These are things that are completely at odds with the vibe of the song. Putting down his guitar, he sighed. You can no longer create nameless propositions in the same way as in the past. He needs to break out and try something new. Turn on your computer and delete all the arrangements you wrote earlier. We decided to start with the simplest melody and show the inner world of the nameless people in the most simple way. This is a huge challenge. But he didn't want to lose to Zhongli, much less to himself. He wants to prove that he's not just an arranger ghostwriter, but a real musician. Fingers tapped on the keyboard. One note, two notes. A simple melody flows through your fingertips. No flashy techniques, no complicated arrangements, just the purest of emotions. It was as if he saw those nameless people standing in front of him, telling him their stories, their joys and sorrows, their sadness and happiness, are all incorporated into this melody. The more I write, the more I get into it, and I completely forget that time is passing. The audience, who were originally skeptical of Zhongli, were all staring wide-eyed, holding their breath and staring at the big screen. The scene switches back and forth between the three creations. Jean frowned tightly, sometimes writing furiously, sometimes crumpling the paper he had just written into a ball and throwing it into the trash. Zhang Yun, on the other hand, kept pacing around the room, mumbling words as if he was searching for a rhyme or conceptualizing a mood. Lin Shi, meanwhile, clutches his guitar and closes his eyes to capture the ethereal inspiration. What's this about? In the front row, the duck-tongued boy's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Mr. Kim Yi and the others. This is a reversal? The plaid shirt boys were also filled with shock. Are they shocked by John Lee's lyrics? Some realization flashed behind the Sven boys' lenses. How is this possible? The duck-tongued boy was still in a bit of disbelief. What's so impossible? It only means that John Lee's lyrics are written to their hearts. The Sven boy pushed up his glasses. No way? Those dry lyrics are that magical? The plaid shirt boy remained skeptical. What do you know? It's called going back to basics. Didn't you hear what the teachers said before? The proposition of no name is extremely difficult. And John Lee's lyrics, while seemingly simple, hit the nail on the head, getting to the heart of the essence of nameless. The Sven boy was agitated in his tone. In that case, John Lee's song, wouldn't it be? The duck-tongued boy's eyes widened. That's right. This song will be a sensation once it's finished, the Sven boy said decisively. The surrounding audience was also attracted by the conversation and joined in the discussion. Then aren't we witnessing history? It's still possible. This show, it's worth it. I want to know now what kind of song Jiang Li can write in the end. All eyes focused on the big screen. At this moment, Jiang Li became the center of attention. In the guide room, the director kept a close eye on the live audience reaction. Good. That's the effect to have. The director clenched his fist. This episode, steady. Originally, he just wanted to use Jiang Li to create a topic, but he didn't expect that the other party would give him such a big surprise. The camera cuts back to the Jiang Li creation room once again. Only the pen in his hand was seen, sliding quickly across the tablet. Lines of lyrics, like a trickle of water, come together to form a river. You come from a southern village, from rough hands. You stood in the gap of the building, but you didn't flinch. I come from a northern spring, from a step back with a farewell intersection behind me, warming every sunset. The audience, watching the constantly updated lyrics on the big screen, was overwhelmed. The lyrics, absolutely, so powerful. This is the real nameless. Teacher Jiang Li has sealed the gods. Call Mr. Jiang Li. I don't know who took the lead and shouted, and there was a loud applause. Enduring. Chapter 50, the music Big Brother gets Ed to the point of breaking defense. This mountain of cheering was clearly transmitted to three separate creative booths via real-time radio equipment. Jean Yi, Zhang Yun, and Lin Shi looked up, their gazes falling on the lines of lyrics. Seemingly pristine words, but like a heavy hammer, they hit the heart hard. Shocked beyond words, Jean Yi sat frozen in place, his eyes empty. His proud composing ability, his proud musical talent, was not worth mentioning in front of Zhang Li. All that florid rhetoric and elaborate arrangements pale in comparison at the moment. He could even feel that his faith was crumbling by inches. All those creative concepts that I once believed in, that I held dear, all fell apart in this moment. He even began to wonder if he had lived to be a dog these past few decades. Zhang Yun covered his face with both hands, and between his fingers was deep frustration. Can't figure it out. Really can't. I've been immersed in the music industry for decades and I'm no match for a sick kid. Those lyrics that think they hit the soul are like sickly, pretentious words in front of John Lee's work. He didn't even dare to imagine the group ridicule he was going to face when the song came out. Lin Shi leaned back in her chair, her eyes confused. He has always been a self-proclaimed musical ghostwriter and always felt different, but it wasn't until this moment that he realized that his own petty tricks were nothing in front of a true genius. It could even be foreseen that from now on, there would be only one name in the music industry, and that was Jiangli, and he will be completely reduced to a companion and a laughingstock. Pause the recording. I need to go out and get inspired. Jean was the first to raise his hand, his voice hoarse. Immediately after that, Zhang Yun and Lin Shi also raised their hands one after another and made the same request. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. In the audience, everyone stared at the stage with wide eyes in disbelief. What's the situation? The three teachers are admitting defeat? No, that's no contest? Jiang Li's lyrics, are they really that powerful? Nonsense. Can't you see that all three teachers have closed themselves off? My God, this is too much, isn't it? I've met a lot of Heaven's Pride, and they all call me Heaven's Pride. Isn't this the real-life version of desolate heavenly emperor dictating the ages and suppressing an era? In the guide room, there was silence. Everyone looked at the director, waiting for his instructions. Director, still recording? The assistant director gulped and asked cautiously. Record, why not? The director slammed the table, his eyes wild. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Pull the heat up for me. Old Lu, you take a group and follow the three teachers. Remember, always capture them in their truest form. Zhang, you're in charge of editing. Cut out the clip just now and post it online. I've thought of a title for you. It's called Three Music Industry Bigwigs Get Ed Out of Defense by Jiang Li's live songwriting. Old Li, you go contact the Water Army and stir up the heat a bit more. It's up to us to make this show a hit. Everyone, move. The words flew out of his mouth, and he organized everything in a methodical way. The people then woke up as if in a dream and started to move. For a while, the entire guide room was filled with shadows and the sound of keyboards. The live footage was quickly edited into several short videos and quickly circulated across multiple platforms. Hashtag 3 music industry bigwigs were ed by Jiang Li until they broke their defenses. Hashtag what exactly is the song that made Jin Yi, Zhang Yun, and Lin Shi collectively admit defeat? Hashtag exclusive reveal. Jiang Li's new songwriting scene has driven three musicians crazy. Hashtag these eye-catching headlines, paired with impactful images, instantly set the internet ablaze. In the video, the crowd's cheers for Jiang Li are deafening. On the other hand, Jin Yi, Zhang Yun, and Lin Shi were ashen, raising their hands one after the other to pause the recording, to go out and look for inspiration. The dramatic scene left countless netizens with their jaws on the floor. The first reaction of many uninformed netizens was to question, Tomato Channel is starting to hype up again? That's not the way to promote someone, is it? Who is Jiang Li? I've never heard of him, and this is the start of God-making? It must be a script. What's the matter with traffic these days? But soon enough, a different voice emerged. There's one thing to be said for those three in the video, but they're all top music industry bigwigs. They can't afford to accompany a newcomer in an act, can they? I also think that Jin Yi, Zhang Yun, Lin Shi, which one of them isn't famous? What reason do they have to favor a little-known Jiang Li? Is Jiang Li's new work really awesome? At this point, some netizens who claim to be live audience members began to leave messages in the comments section. I can testify that Mr. Jiang Li's song is absolutely divine. I was there at the time, and I can responsibly say that the quality of this song is ridiculously high. At the beginning, it was true that the three teachers were ahead of the progress, but as soon as Mr. Jiang Li put pen to paper, those three teachers read the lyrics and directly deleted everything they had written before and started from the beginning. That's right, in the end, the three of them, when they saw the complete lyrics written by Mr. Jiang Li, they were directly struck down to the point of no confidence before they asked to pause the recording and go out to find inspiration. These comments completely ignited public opinion. Some people began to press for details. In response, those who claimed to be live viewers were vocal. I'm sorry, we signed a non-disclosure agreement. We can't talk about the specifics. You'd better look forward to the live broadcast of the competition on the weekend. Mr. Jiang Li's work will definitely not let you down. Right, then you'll know what it means to have a descending blow. No, is it really okay for you guys to be so appetizing? Hey, it's already the first year of the manga era, and there are still rumors going on here? If rumors don't stop, you'll be here tomorrow. There's one thing to be said for this song. Is it really that godly? Why do I feel it's a bit mysterious? In front of you, are you questioning your father's taste? Chapter 51, lyrics of the song have shocked a national treasure composer. Overnight. Hashtag the short video of hashtag 3 music greats breaking defense spread like a virus all over the internet, with the number of plays easily breaking 100 million. Marketing numbers of all stripes are sniffing around and scrambling for retweets. Adding fuel to the fire concocted Jiang Li seals the deal in 3 minutes. Music earthquake. The three giants collectively lost their voices. The year's strongest dark horse is born, and other sensationalized headlines. Netizens have even developed their own ideas, spontaneously editing various Jiang Li Seal the Gods series of videos, with exciting background music, portraying Jiang Li as a great master who swept the music industry. YYDS. Teacher Jianli must be C-suite. This is the descent of a true god. Those previous traffic lovebirds are simply weak. Patterns. That's the real musical pattern. Those love affairs before. The pattern is small. The whole internet is talking about Jianli and are looking forward to the song, The Man with No Name. In stark contrast to the internet frenzy, Kimmy Studios is burnt out. The PR team met overnight to discuss the situation and try to turn the tide of public opinion. We can't let the situation go on any longer. A statement must be issued as soon as possible to redeem Mr. Jinye's image. But what statement is issuing now? Saying that Mr. Jinye was so moved by Zhang Li's lyrics that he broke his defenses and that's why he paused the recording? Isn't this the same as admitting that teacher Jinye is inferior to Zhang Li? Isn't this adding fuel to the fire? The head of the studio was in a hurry but could never come up with a foolproof plan. Why don't we just say that Mr. Jinye is not feeling well and is taking a temporary break? This reason is too far-fetched, isn't it? There are so many people watching at the scene. Who would believe it? If you really can't, you'll just have to tough it out and admit that Zhang Li's lyrics are well written, right? Let's just say that Mr. Jinye is cherishing his talent and is impressed by the talent of his juniors. Ultimately, the studio could only release an ambiguous statement. To wit, Mr. Jinye expressed his appreciation for Zhang Li's talent. The pause in recording is for the betterment of creativity. So I hope you will look at it rationally and look forward to the subsequent programs. The comments section fell instantly when the statement came out. This PR copywriting is so teary-eyed. Appreciation? I think shock is more like it. Laughing to death. Rational view? Now the whole internet is eating melon. You tell me rational? The netizens obviously didn't buy it. With all sorts of mockery and skepticism all over the place, Kimmy Studios' efforts were ultimately reduced to a major cartwheel. Zhang Yun's agent was more direct and contacted the program overnight. He demanded that Yang Yun's out-of-character scenes in the program be cut. What's the deal with your program? Why did you release those images? This had a great negative impact on Mr. Yang Yun's image. I demand that you remove the clip in question immediately, and try to downplay this in the follow-up show. The director of the program, faced with the pressure of the agent, ostensibly promised that he would consider it at his discretion, but in reality, the heart was happy. It is this negative impact that is wanted. The more negative it is, the higher the traffic. As for the deleted scenes, don't even think about it. Lin Shi, on the other hand, chose another way to digest this Waterloo. Late at night, a bar in Sanlitun. Lin Shi sat alone at the bar, pouring one strong drink after another. Another whiskey. The eyes were hollow and the tone was low, as if he had lost his soul. The bartender silently refilled his glass. Mr. Lin, drink less. It hurts your body. Lin Shi laughed to himself and shook his head, picking up his wineglass and drinking it all in one go. Hurt the body? Oh, this bit of talent of mine is what really hurts my body. I thought I was a man of God, but I ended up. Turns out you can't even compete with a sick kid. What's it called? A dimensional strike? Or, have times changed and I'm really old? Just when the whole network is talking about the three big names in the music industry, breaking the defense. A phone call that took this show to a new level. Program director's office. Hello, this is the Tomato Channel's Best Buddies program. I'm Elder Chen's assistant. He wants to take a look in advance at the sheet music for the song Nameless Man that Zhang Li composed. On the other side of the phone, a voice that was vicissitude but not too majestic came from the other side of the phone. The director froze momentarily, wondering if he had heard wrong. Chen Lao? You mean, National Treasure composer, Mr. Chen Lao? Yes. Receiving an affirmative answer, the director instantly bounced up from his chair, so excited that his voice trembled a little. How did he suddenly pay attention to our program? Elder Chen saw the online reports about Zhang Li and was very interested in the man with no name. The director couldn't believe his ears. Elder Chen, a National Treasure composer, took the initiative to ask to review a newcomer's work? It's a no-brainer. You know, people are music industry titans. He is a man of high moral standing, and he is a man of many peaches and plums. His work has influenced generations and is unrivaled. Not to mention the talent show, even the CCTV Spring Festival Gala. If you want to invite Chen Lao to appear, you have to make a reservation several months in advance, and it depends on the mood of the people. And now, Elder Chen's assistant even took the initiative to call and review Zhang Li's work? What does that mean? It shows that Chen Lao has, for this song, extremely high expectations. This is definitely a great once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The director instantly realized that if he could take this opportunity to hook up with Chen Lao, then their program, and even the entire Tomato Channel, would take a quantum leap forward. No longer able to sit still at the thought, he immediately picked up his cell phone and dialed the station manager. Half an hour later, led by the station manager himself, a group of people rushed to the hospital where Zhang Li was. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm Su Zhang, the director of Tomato Station. and on behalf of the entire staff of Tomato Station, I would like to extend my sincerest greetings to you." Su Zhang was all smiles, his posture extremely low. It's as if you're not dealing with a patient, but a highly respected artist. Jiang Li was a bit confused, looking at the group of people who suddenly appeared in front of her and were overly enthusiastic, and was a bit unable to react for a moment. "Director Su, you are? Mr. Jiang, it's like this. The national treasure composer, Mr. Chen, is very interested in the nameless man that you composed and would like to review the score in advance." Su Zhang opened the door and directly explained his intentions. Jiang Li's heart stirred slightly when he heard this. Mr. Chen wants to see his sheet music? That was a bit of a surprise, but it's a good opportunity for him to gain influence. "Mr. Jiang, do you see? Convenience?" Su Zhang was careful, afraid that Jiang Li would refuse. "The sheet music. I haven't had a chance to put together a paper copy yet. It's only available electronically." Jiang Li pondered a little and said truthfully, it's okay. An electronic version is fine, as long as it can be seen by Mr. Chen." Su Zhang hurriedly waved his hand, his tone urgent. "Then, well." Jiang Li nodded and picked up the tablet from the nightstand, handing it to the other party. "The scores are all in here." Su Zhang received the tablet computer as if it was a treasure, carefully holding it in his hand for fear of bumping into it. "Mr. Jiang, take a good rest. We'll send the tablet to the sanatorium for Elder Chen to review." Su Zhang once again expressed his greetings to Jiang Li before he led the crowd and hurriedly left the hospital. The group hoofed it to the Shannon Hill Sanatorium. The staff guides you to a quaint villa. At the entrance of the villa, there stood a hale and hearty old man in a tang suit, precisely Chen's old assistant. "Hello, Director Su. Elder Chen has been waiting inside for a long time." The assistant politely shook hands with Su Zhang and welcomed the crowd into the villa. The interior of the villa is elegantly decorated with several famous paintings and drawings hanging on the walls. Chen old man sitting in the study on the Taisher chair, wearing presbyopia glasses, holding an ancient book to read with great interest. Hearing the footsteps, he slowly raised his head and looked kindly at the crowd. "You're here. Hello, Elder Chen. I'm Su Zhang, and this is the sheet music for The Nameless Man composed by Mr. Jiang Li." Su Zhang quickly stepped forward and handed the tablet to Elder Chen with both hands, his tone respectful. Receiving the tablet, Elder Chen signaled the crowd to take their seats. "Sit down, all of you. You're welcome." Only after the crowd was seated did he slowly pick up his tablet and, with the help of his assistant, open the score. The room fell silent. Time passed by, and Chen Lao's expression changed. At first, it was just a casual look through with curiosity. Gradually, the brows began to furrow slightly, and his eyes became grave. And then later on, it was actually completely immersed in it, so focused that it seemed to have forgotten everything around it. It was a good 10 minutes before he slowly put the tablet down. Taking off his old glasses, he rubbed his sore eyes. The room remained quiet. Everyone held their breath, not daring to utter a single breath for fear of disturbing Chen Lao's thoughts. After a few more moments, Elder Chen suddenly let out a long sigh. His eyes slightly reddened, and his voice was somewhat choked. Good, really good." The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Chen Lao excitedly stood up and walked over to the desk. "Pick up the brush," dipped in thick ink, waving and splashing ink on the rice paper. A few moments later, a powerful piece of calligraphy jumped off the page. The 4 words "voice for the people" are so powerful that they cut through to the core. At the inscription, the word Chen Ming was clearly written. Chen Lao put down his pen, carefully blew the ink dry, and handed the calligraphy to Su Zhang. "This inscription is for your program. Jiang Li wrote this song well. It's so well written, truly written from the hearts of the people. This program of yours, well done. It's going to continue to run. A voice for the common people. Eulogize for the times." Chapter 52. The inner circle has been suffering from traffic flow for a long time. Coming out of the Fragrant Hills Sanatorium, the group got into a commercial vehicle, and the atmosphere was very different from when they arrived. Su Zhang sat in the back row with his eyes closed, but in reality, his mind was full of thoughts. Although Chen has retired from the second line, but the former status and influence should not be underestimated. His words represent, in a way, a wind direction, an attitude. Thinking of this, he slowly opened his eyes and swept his gaze over the people in the car. There's no need for me to say how much weight Chen Lao's words carry, right? The program best beat, the next positioning, has to be adjusted. The crowd in the car was silent and nodded. Elder Chen held a high position in his early years, and his words and actions carried great weight. His words, to a large extent, can represent the opinion of the top. It's no longer an ordinary variety show. Rather, it's a business card, one that celebrates the times and conveys positive energy. From now on, all resources go toward best shot. The publicity has to be relentless to make this program a household name. As for the propositions, They should be close to the pulse of the times, and they should promote the main theme and guide the correct values. Understood, the crowd answered in unison, looking solemn. Also, on Mr. Zhang Li's side, give him the highest level of treatment. His needs have to be prioritized and his safety even more so. Speaking here, Su Zhang's gaze became deep. This time, whether or not our tomato stage can go to the next level depends on him. Deputy Station Manager Wang Hai took the lead. Don't worry, Station Manager, we will definitely cooperate fully to serve Mr. Zhang Li well. The rest of the group chimed in, saying they were determined to carry out the station manager's instructions. Also, ban all negative news about Mr. Zhang Li on the internet. Once discovered, it should be stopped and legal action can be taken if necessary. Su Zhang added, a touch of ruthlessness in his tone. He didn't want to see any unfavorable remarks about Zhang Li festering on the internet. The crowd was shocked again. It seemed that the station manager was determined to protect Zhang Li this time. Finally, Su Zhang's gaze fell on Zhou Ming in the passenger side. This young man had a lot to do with getting to where we are now. If he hadn't planned out this variety show and insisted on hiring Zhang Li, I'm afraid that this opportunity to rise will pass you by. Xiao Zhou, Su Zhang spoke, his tone easing a few points. You deserve a lot of credit this time. You'll be my assistant from tomorrow. Zhou Ming was stunned, then his heart was ecstatic. Thank you, station manager, I'll do a good job. Everyone else in the car was envious, but they didn't dare say anything. After all, they didn't have Zhou Ming's vigor to protect Jiang Li under great pressure. Who would have thought that the young man who had argued and insisted on hiring Jiang Li had now become the assistant station manager? What a time and place. And naturally, Zhou Ming knew what it meant to be the assistant station manager. If Su Zhang was promoted into Go TV, then as an assistant, he would naturally soar as well. All of this could not have been achieved without the superb play of Mr. Jiang Li. His heart was filled with gratitude towards Jiang Li. It was decided to pay another visit on a personal basis someday as a token of appreciation. Back to the station, Su Zhang thundered, immediately called a meeting with the heads of departments, conveyed the instructions of Chen Lao, and made a detailed deployment of the follow-up work. With the full support of Tomato Terrace, the publicity campaign for Best Buddies is sweeping the city like a raging storm. Inside the subway station, giant posters occupy the most prominent positions. Jiang Li's name and the title of the song, The Nameless One, were printed in the center of the poster in eye-catching font. The bus stop sign was replaced with a poster of Li in a hospital gown, but with unbelievably steely eyes. The accompanying text is the striking you, born extraordinary. Even the bus bodies are spray-painted with slogans promoting the program. The big screen in the business center is even showing highlights of the show in turn. Jin Yi, Zhang Yun, Lin Shi, three big names in the music industry break defense moment, was repeatedly edited to play. Very dramatic tension. The online platform is even the main battlefield. Various video sites, social media, open screen ads, pop-up recommendations, all were dominated by the promotional content of Best Buddy. Topics such as hashtag 3 music industry bigwigs breaking defense hashtag ICU singer Jiang Li hashtag and hashtag annual strongest sound synthesis hashtag have been on top of the hot search list in turn, and the heat remains high. Offbeat. My mom was asking me if I watched Best Buddies over the weekend, saying that the young man lying in ICU writing songs was inspirational. My grandmother has become a Li fan, holding her cell phone every day to brush the video of Jiang Li, and said she would mobilize her relatives and friends to vote together. Help! Who understands? I'm a non-variety watcher and I've been swept away by this show lately. I can't even hide from it if I want to. There's one thing to be said for the lyrics. They do have a bit of something to them, and I, who don't usually listen to songs, found them heartfelt. Previously, when I watched those talent shows, they were either lovey-dovey or disease-free, and this time, I finally came up with something different. There's one thing to say, Jiang Li's experience is really quite absorbing. ICU writing songs, buffs stacked who isn't a struggling pussy? Mr. Jiang Li is a real struggling pussy. Respect. The pattern has opened up. Before, stargazing was all about the face, but now stargazing also depends on talent and who is more desperate. Inside Entertainment has suffered from traffic for a long time. Mr. Jiang Li, who has strength and stories, is the future of Inside Entertainment, okay? Ruthlessly looking forward to living, squatting live on the weekend. Let's see how godly Mr. Jiang Li really is. The publicity was overwhelming, like a tidal wave to every corner. Whether it's office workers, students, or white-collar workers in the city, or Moncler Jackets outlet in the streets, it's almost always surrounded by best shot promotional messages. Jiang Li also went from being a niche musician to a household name quickly. Many people who were not interested in the entertainment industry were attracted by the publicity. When they searched for related videos on the internet, they saw the image of Jiang Li lying on the ICU bed, looking focused on composing lyrics, coupled with the straightforward writing. I was instantly impressed by Jian Li's talent and spirit. This young man, it's so hard to be so sick and still write such a good song. That's a real musician, who would give his life for his dream. Be sure to check out this show over the weekend and support this Jian Li. More and more people, because of Jian Li's talent and experience, are becoming potential viewers of Best Buddies. We are looking forward to the live broadcast of the weekend's competition, and want to witness Jian Li's God-sealing moment with our own eyes. Chapter 53, it's finally my turn to be the one who gets rich and famous. Tomato Channel spared no expense in publicizing it, and the benefits to Jian Li were obvious. The sun was just right outside the window, and with a thought, he opened the system panel. Host, Jian Li, current life expectancy, 125 days, gained influence, 121, 5,000, songs unlocked, Twilight Echoes, Nocturne, Manhwa Bridge. Just one lyric alone gave me almost 40 days of life expectancy. Jian Li was secretly happy about his big bet. Unlocking the man with no name consumed 20 days of my life, and now the response is so strong before the finished product is even on the table. If he waited for the competition to begin, he couldn't believe what an exaggerated increase in lifespan would occur. At that moment, the door to the hospital room was pushed open and Chen Ruoshi walked in first, followed by Zhou Yi, Shuijilu and Zhang Yang. Several people had some anticipation on their faces, and their eyes fell on Jian Li in unison. How's the body feeling? Chen Ruoshi was the first to break the silence and asked with concern. Jian Li leaned against the bed, her face still a little pale, but her mental state seemed pretty good. Much better. You guys are. Zhou Yi took a step forward, with urgency in his tone. Mr. Jian, for tomorrow's competition broadcast, a few of us would like to sing your new song, The Nameless One. Look, Shuijilu and Chen Yushi also nodded their heads, their eyes filled with longing. After all, the song's hotness needs no further explanation, and whoever is the first to sing it on stage will undoubtedly get huge attention. Zhang Yang stood at the end and did not make a sound, just silently looking at Jian Li. In terms of seniority, in terms of fame, he was at a disadvantage among these people. It was more of a learning attitude to be able to come. Jian Li swept her gaze across the crowd, smiling slightly, her tone calm. Regarding the vocalist, I already have someone in mind. A few people sniffed and looked different. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jian Li's gaze finally landed on Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, do you have the confidence to sing this song well? Zhang Yang froze, not expecting at all that Mr. Jian Li would choose himself. Teacher Jian Li, I will do my best. Promise to live up to your trust. A little incoherent with excitement. You know, this opportunity is like pie in the sky for him, or one of those luxurious pies with gold trim. Zhou Yi, Shuijilu and the others. Which one of them is not a heavenly figure who has been in the music industry for many years, but in favor of MS? Jian Li chose him, which is simply, it's almost like the luck of the ancestors' graves. No, the luck of the ancestors' graves blowing up level. He even began to wonder if he had saved the galaxy in his past life to come across such a good thing in this one. It's the premiere of The Man with No Name. The whole internet is talking about it now in anticipation of the song. As long as he sings this song well, he will definitely be able to soar into the sky and completely get rid of this awkward situation of not being able to get up and down right now. What does it mean to say that the times come and go, and the heroes are not free? That's it. He, Zhang Yang, had been painstakingly waiting for a chance that would allow him to prove himself, and now the opportunity has finally come, and it hit the head in a totally unexpected way. It's finally his turn to spread his wealth? Looking at that look of excitement that could not wait to, on the spot, perform the chest-breaking boulder. An imperceptible smile appeared on Jian Li's pale face. I believe in you. For simple words, yet they possessed the power of 1,000 pounds, instantly causing a warm current to well up in Zhang Yang's heart. A man will die for a friend who understands him, and a woman for a woman who pleases her. Mr. Jian Li trusted himself so much. He, Zhang Yang, even if he spared his life, would sing this song to the best of his ability. Teacher Jian Li, don't worry. I'll definitely bring out my 12% spirit and perform this song to the fullest. Zhang Yang once again took a stand, his tone forceful and loud, on the side of Chen Ruoshi and the others. Although they were a bit sorry that they did not get the chance to sing, they were also happy for Zhang Yang. After all, it's all on the same team, and it's good for the whole team who gets to shine. Moreover, Jian Li definitely had his considerations when he chose Zhang Yang, and they trusted Jian Li's judgment. In the next few moments, several people discussed some more details of the competition with Jian Li. The main focus was on the song arrangements and stage presentation, with their own suggestions. Jian Li listened carefully, nodding his head from time to time in recognition. After the discussion, Zhou Yi patted Zhang Yang's shoulder. Make the most of your chance this time, don't disgrace us. Shuijilu also followed and joked. Yes, to sing badly, be careful that Mr. Jian Li will not take you to play in the future. Chen Ruoshi, on the other hand, was gently encouraging. Cheer up, I'm sure you can do it. In the face of the crowd's encouragement and teasing, Zhang Yang just smiled nervously. It's not just a competition, it's a chance to prove yourself, to let everyone know that he, Zhang Yang, had strength and talent and deserved a higher stage. Meanwhile, the best shot crew is in the final stretch. Stage lighting, sound equipment, choreography, all sessions were tightened up for final tuning and rehearsals. The director is personally sitting on the scene, keeping an eye on every detail and striving to do everything right. Tomorrow night's live broadcast of the competition is a matter of success or failure for the program, and for the future of the Tomato Channel. It's all about success, not failure. On the internet, the heat of discussion about Best Buddies and Zhongli remained high. Various prediction postings, analysis postings, and support postings have been coming out of the woodwork, and it's been hilarious. I'm waiting for tomorrow night's live broadcast. I've already moved my stool, melon seeds and mineral water, just waiting for Mr. Zhongli to seal the god. My heart aches for the three teachers, Jin Yi, Zhang Yun, and Lin Shi. What kind of human suffering is this? To meet such a bug-level player like Zhongli, there's one thing to be said for this Tomato Channel promotion that's really powerful. It feels like the whole internet is talking about this show. Netizens were enthusiastic and expressed their anticipation for Zhongli and the man with no name. Everyone wanted to know what kind of shock this song, which was highly praised by the national treasure composer Chen Lao, would bring. Chapter 54, there's one more song. In the blink of an eye, it was 8 o'clock the next night. Night falls and the lights come on. The Tomato TV studio was brightly lit and crowded. The Best Buddies competition broadcast has officially kicked off. The presenter's brilliant words and passionate opening remarks instantly ignited the atmosphere. As the camera sweeps by, countless spectators wave glow sticks and the chants are deafening. The webcast room was even more lively. Coming. I've been squatting all afternoon, and I'm finally waiting for the live broadcast. Whoever dares to say that Mr. Zhongli is no good today, I'll be the first one to get angry with him. 50 cents on the dollar. After tonight, the Inner Entertainment Audio Variety ceiling changes hands. The moderator briefly introduces the rules of the competition. Tonight, 4 contestants will take turns performing a piece that their teacher has created for them. The live audience votes in real time and will directly decide whether the contestant stays or goes. Just who will be able to ask for the best of the best tonight? Let's wait and see. As soon as the words left his mouth, the stage lights suddenly changed. Wang Shen took the lead, dressed in a well-tailored black suit. He looked mature and steady. The intro plays and the majestic drums instantly grabbed the audience's ears. This song, Unsung Hero by Kim Yi, is as extraordinary as the intro alone. The voice is high, loud and penetrating, bringing out the bravado in the song. No name is also a monument. No sound is also thunder. The lyrics are far-reaching and the melody is uplifting. The arrangement is even more atmospheric. Various instruments intertwine to create a sense of epic grandeur. The audience applauded. The pop-ups also swiped up a screen full of praise. Wang Shen hasn't aged. He still has the same flavor when he opens his mouth. Mr. Jin Ye's hand is really extraordinary, and the pattern of this song opens up at once. It's a bit too much positive energy, but I have to admit, it's still pretty burning to listen to. There are also some discerning netizens who express different views. It always felt like something was missing. The lyrics were a bit sloganized and not heartfelt enough. The melody is nice, but after listening to it, it's over, and there doesn't seem to be much to look back on. The pattern is there. The depth leaves a bit to be desired. It feels a bit, well, airy-fairy? Following Wang Shen, Na Lan walked onto the stage, chose a very different interpretive route from Wang Shen. Zhang Yun composed Nobody for her, without florid rhetoric or stirring melody. Some of it is just pontificating and pouring out. The voice is gentle and delicate, and the lyrics are unpretentious. Words but full of care and understanding for the little people. As small as dust, there is starlight. Ordinary bodies can also look up. Her songs depict the struggles and perseverance of many people, under the weight of life. Many netizens were touched by Na Lan's song and their eyes were slightly moist. Narain's song made me want to cry a little bit. It was so heartfelt. The lyrics are so well written and heartfelt that I feel like I'm singing about myself. Mr. Young Yun is still awesome, and this line of going for the heart is so powerful that it kills. Others found the song to be slightly bland and lacking in memorability. The song is good. It's just too flat. A little emo to listen to, but nothing explosive. The arrangement drags a bit and feels like it could be a bit more gripping. It's good for a person to listen quietly, and it seems like a bit of a disadvantage to be on a competitive stage. After the 2 former singers, the new generation of powerful singer Chang Jie made a grand finale. When the host introduced the singer as Chang Jie, a gasp rang out from the audience. No one had expected that Lin Shi would actually be able to invite this leader of the new generation. It was important to know that Chang Jie's curiosity was completely on par with Jin Yi and Zhang Yun. Lin Shi's wave of maneuvering directly brought anticipation full circle. the stage lights change again. The intro plays slowly, and the low drums beat like a heartbeat, pounding on the audience's heart. Chang Jie's voice is calm and magnetic, instantly bringing the listener into the context of the song. Love you alone in a dark alley. Love the way you don't kneel. The lyrics hit the softest places of the heart. The melody cascades from low to high as the emotions build up, eventually exploding completely in the chorus. Go on, with the humblest of dreams. Battle, with the most solitary dream. Chang Jie's singing is infectious, with lyrics that penetrate the eardrums and go straight to the depths of the soul. The voice is sometimes low, like walking alone in the dark night, and sometimes high and impassioned, like a desperate cry. The audience was completely abuzz. Countless people stood up and joined Chang Jie in the chorus. The webcast was even more completely blown up. The pop-ups rolled like crazy, with all sorts of exclamation points and exclamation marks almost overflowing the screen. Everyone was blown away by the powerful aura and profound intention of the Lone Ranger. The lyrics are amazing. The melody is perfect. The arrangement is also perfect. Mr. Lynchy is a masterpiece this time. This song is definitely going to be a hit. It's going to be the song of the year. Teacher Lynchy's desperate outburst. Who can top this? Mr. Zhongli is in danger. This wave is amplified. Directly King Bomb opening. Who's going to compete when the Lone Ranger comes out? It feels like the champion has been booked early tonight. It felt like every word struck me on the jaws of my heart and empathized hard. Chang Jie's singing is also great. Goosebumps are rising. This is truly divine singing. I originally thought that Mr. Zhongli was stable, but now it seems that it's not easy to say who the deer is. My heart goes out to Mr. Zhongli. He's under a lot of pressure to meet such a strong opponent before he even appears on the stage. Is the man with no name still beatable? It feels like the Lone Ranger has sealed the deal. Meanwhile, the Fragrant Hills Sanatorium. The atmosphere in the quaint and elegant room was grave and solemn. The old Chen's residence, which was usually deserted, is today crowned with a large number of people. Several old men dressed in dark-colored Chinese mountain suits with a stoic demeanor were sitting upright. Eyes were uncharacteristically focused on the television set on the wall. These are the people who can make Huaxia tremble when they stomp their feet. At the moment, he was sitting quietly beside the old man with white hair, just like a schoolboy. The old man was none other than Chen Ming. A national treasure composer is just the least of his credentials. These bigwigs originally asked Chen Lao for advice on the general policy of governing the country, but accidentally found that this usually drunken ink. Do not ask the world. The old man, but also interested in watching a variety show entertainment. It's just a little bit unbelievable. What surprised the crowd even more was that Chen Lao, who had always been known for his calmness and stability, was slightly red-eyed at this moment. On the screen, Chang Jie's singing voice was still stirring. The phrase, who says that only those who stand in the light are considered heroes, was like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of all the bigwigs. People in high positions are accustomed to seeing red wine and greenery, and they have seen through all the tricks. At the moment it's a song that is deeply shocking. In particular, the lyrics pay homage to the Lone Ranger, which the crowd can relate to. On the unseen front, how many unsung heroes have quietly dedicated themselves to the tranquility of their country and people, even giving their lives? No flowers, no applause, not even a name will be known to the world. The room was silent as the song ended. Several bigwigs looked at each other, their eyes moist, unable to speak for a long time. The old man with the stout figure and shining shoulder badge was the first to break the silence, his voice a little choked. Elder Chen, this song is written to our hearts. Another old man with gold-rimmed glasses and an elegant demeanor also sighed. Yeah, it's rare for young people these days to still be able to write songs like this. Chen Lao slowly took off his presbyopic glasses, his gaze deep. The song's lyricist is called Zhongli, a very talented young man. Zhongli? A few of the bigwigs looked thoughtful, as if recalling the name. The other stalwart-faced, unsmiling old man said decisively, Elder Chen, don't worry, when we get back, I'll immediately arrange for someone to contact this comrade and make sure to thank him properly. This song should be promoted throughout the country's political and legal systems. Let all the cadets hear and see. Elder Chen nodded slightly at his words, then raised his hand to signal to continue watching. Keep reading, there's one more song. Although several bigwigs were immersed in the shock brought about by the Lone Valiant, they also gathered their minds to continue watching when they saw Elder Chen say so. What kind of work can make Chen so excited? And is it more shocking than the Lone Ranger? Chapter 55, There's no such thing as the future. And at this time, in the ICU ward, Zhongli was watching the live broadcast of Best Shot through a tablet. When Chang Jie's penetrating voice sang the line, Love you alone in a dark alley, the hand holding the tablet gave a slight lurch, and a brief freeze appeared in his expression. The Lone Ranger? He was sure he had heard correctly. The melody, the lyrics, it was the same as the alternate song in his demo file. How come it's the Lone Ranger? The song, obviously, is a plan B that he prepared specifically for an unexpected situation. It should never have been on the competition stage by any stretch of the imagination. What's more, the singer was also Chang Jie, a player from the Linchi battle team. A series of question marks exploded in his mind. It made Jian Li a bit puzzled. Trying to remember last night, Tomato stage executive Su Zhang brought Zhou Ming and the others to visit, saying that they wanted to take the score to Elder Chen for review. At the time, he didn't think much of it. Directly handing over the tablet with all the song demos, he handed it over to Su Zhang. Could the problem be that the tablet was on its way to the nursing home? If that was true, then the guts of the person behind the scenes was a bit too big. What is Elder Chen's status? A national treasure of a composer, highly respected, with a titanic status in the music world. These people are simply eating their hearts out. Or are they sure that Mr. Chen won't do it for this little thing? Personally coming down to speak for him as an ICU musician? Or, an even more frightening possibility, that Elder Chen never saw the Lone Ranger at all? Thinking of this, Jiang Li immediately exited the live broadcast screen, sliding his finger quickly and tapping on the song demo document. Sure enough, the lyric files for the Lone Ranger have been deleted. Jiang Li's heart was already clear. The Lone Ranger has been plagiarized, and by the best shot showrunners at that. As for who is behind it, the answer seems to be calling out. The first thing that came to mind was Cui Ziyuan. After all, there was a long-standing animosity between the two. From the insider manipulation of I Am a Singer to this best buddy, Cui Ziyuan's mouth has been exposed for a long time. Plagiarizing something like this isn't surprising given his character. But what about Xiao Yang? There is no reason, and no motive, for the director of the Tomato Channel to do such a self-destructive and stupid thing. Plagiarizing a song that hasn't been released yet won't do him any favors. Instead, it would have ruined his reputation and cut short his career. Well, the results are already calling. The songs were stolen on the way back to the flatbed for him. This is the only time to avoid the ears of station manager Su Zhang. The tablet was returned by Zhou Ming himself. But is he that kind of guy? Jiang Li frowned and fell into deep thought, thinking of Zhou Ming's forcefulness and insistence on hiring himself, even going so far as to offend the show's executives. More to the point, he remembered that he was promoted to assistant by Su Zhang last night. A bold speculation surfaced. Zhou Ming was promoted to assistant by Su Zhang, touching the vested interests of certain people. So he worked with Cui Ziyuan to plant evidence, unless the state authorities intervene. Otherwise, once he pursued the plagiarism of Lone Ranger, he would inevitably implicate Zhou Ming. And Zhou Ming has just been promoted to assistant, with a bright future ahead of him. Those hiding behind the curtain concluded that he was trying to save Zhou Ming's future. It's highly likely that you'll choose to hold your tongue and swallow your anger. It is precisely because of this that they dare to plagiarize so recklessly and blatantly. What a great move to kill two birds with one stone. Both plagiarized his songs and were able to take advantage of the relationship between him and Zhou Ming, making it difficult for him to pursue the matter. The thoughtfulness of the mind and the deviousness of the tactics are simply breathtaking. What a bunch of wonderful people. Silently, he turned off the tablet and leaned back against the bed, closing his eyes and letting out a long, cloudy breath. Anger burned in his chest, but he was surprisingly calm. He had to find a foolproof way to get justice for himself and protect Zhou Ming. It also makes those behind the scenes pay their fair share. Since someone wants to play dirty, let's see, who is more dirty? Picking up his cell phone, he dialed Zhou Ming's number. The call was quickly answered and a slightly excited voice came through. Mr. Jiang, are you in good health? Jiang Li's tone was calm. Not the slightest difference could be heard. Much better. There was something I wanted to check with you. Go ahead. Mr. Jiang, yesterday when Director Su came to the ward, I gave him the tablet to pass on to Elder Chen to review the score. Did anyone else have access to the tablet before it was delivered to Elder Chen? On the other end of the phone, Zhou Ming recalled slightly before answering cautiously. I remember the tablet has been held by Director Su until it was handed over to the staff around Chenlao. In the middle. No one should have touched it, right? Should mean not sure? On second thought, this matter is very important to me. Zhou Ming's tone became serious. Mr. Jiang, you wait a moment, I will carefully recall. Right. On the way back, the vice president and a few of the program directors touched base. Maybe 5 or so. Mr. Jiang, you're asking about this. It's fine, thanks. After saying that, he hung up the phone and didn't give Zhou Ming a chance to continue pursuing his questions. Zhou Ming's answer confirmed the speculation. Before the flat plate was given to Elder Chen, only Su Zhang had touched it. It is almost certain. Then, that Elder Chen must have seen the Lone Ranger when he reviewed the score. The two documents were next to each other, and with Chen's experience and professionalism, it was impossible for him to look at just one and jump to conclusions. He would inevitably have both scores open and browsing to compare them. And that, in turn, is the underpinning of one's own counterattack. To a great man like Shen Lao, who had a heart of home and a broad mind, it's not the fly-by-night math that can really impress him. It's showing value, values that are truly beneficial to the country, to the community. The next thing to do was to let Chen Lao see his value, seeing that he Jianli can not only write a few pop songs, rather, they are able to create many works that touch the heart and resonate with society. As long as Chen is willing to speak up for him, what's a best buddies or tomato channel in the district? Those who are behind the scenes, demons and monsters, will have nothing to hide under the sun. With this in mind, a bold plan gradually took shape in his mind. There's no coming back. The other side will be made to pay today. At this point, at the backstage access, Zhang Yang, who was about to go on stage, had his heart pounding. The lights were too bright, the stereo too loud, and everything around him was a blur. Clutching the microphone tightly, his palms were slightly sweaty. Obviously the song, The Man with No Name, has been practiced countless times. Now, however, he felt his brain was blank, and his previous confidence and certainty was shattered by Chang Jia's song Lone Brave Man. That song is so bombastic that it's desperate. Zhang Yang couldn't help but wonder if he could do it. Mr. Jianli was so trusting, giving him such an important debut opportunity. How will I face my teacher if I screw up? Success or failure is at stake, and there is no room for error. There may not be a next time if you miss it. The thought of the child became even more tense, and his breathing became rapid. Efforts to calm down had little effect. No, can't think about it anymore. The more I think about it, the more confused I get. Close your eyes and read the lyrics in your mind, trying to get back in the groove. At that moment, there was a tap on the shoulder. Zhang Yang snapped his eyes open to see Zhou Ming standing behind him. Zhang Yang, Mr. Jiang Li's phone. Mr. Jiang Li? Frozen and a little confused, he took the phone and put it to his ear. Hey, Mr. Jiang Li. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Li's slightly hoarse, but still steady voice came through. Relax, take it easy, teacher. His voice was a little bit shy. Zhang Yang wanted to explain his nervousness, but he did not know what to say. Seemingly guessing his thoughts, Jiang Li's tone remained calm. It's okay to sing Smash. It's okay? Zhang Yang froze, wondering if he had heard wrong. It's a live competition. The whole internet is watching. How can it be okay to sing badly? Teacher, Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Li spoke again. I'm going to get things going later. Just play whatever you want. What's going on? What the hell? Zhang Yang's head was full of confusion, and he wanted to ask more questions, but there was a busy tone on the phone. Think about it. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's just a stage. It's not a graveyard. Zhou Ming patted Zhang Yang's shoulder and said with a smile, if you really can't do it, consider it an early good morning to the audience and friends. Put. Zhang Yang laughed at the comment and his taut nerves loosened up. Yeah, it's just a stage. What are you afraid of? It's not the end of the world, even if the singing goes bad. Feeling a whole lot lighter after figuring it out. Look in the direction of the stage and step away. Whether or not the chance to take off is taken depends on the shiver. Chapter 56, even if it's ordinary, like you and me. The stage suddenly darkened, and the chasing light beams were precisely projected on Zhang Yang. He was dressed in a plain gray jacket, like the most ordinary member of a sea of people. No flashy choreography, no showy vocals, just a guitar, and a slightly strained, but sincere voice. I'm the guy with no name on the road. I have no news, no one to comment on. Inside the studio, the original clamor of people came to an abrupt end. All eyes focused on the slightly youthful figure, in the front row of the audience. A few music critics who were originally still talking in low voices unconsciously straightened their backs and their expressions became grave. The scrolling speed of the pop-ups in the live room plummeted, and countless question marks and ellipses floated by. The title of the song The Man with No Name and the lyrics The Man with No Name are kind of interesting, huh? This opening is a bit plain. The contrast is a bit big compared to the previous ones blowing up the stage. Vegan is a bit vegan, but it feels like there's something there. Inside the Fragrant Hills Sanatorium, in front of a TV screen, the originally relaxed expressions of the several bigwigs instantly became serious. To spell it all out for a common script, twisting and turning but making a living. The simple lyrics are not half rhetorical, but they force them to look straight into the shadows that are hidden by the prosperity of the world. The economy is taking off and the country is rising. Behind these dazzling halos are countless people at the bottom of the ladder who are silently bearing the weight of life, as small and powerless as dust in the current of the times. Too many dignitaries are obsessed with grand narratives and data sheets, and don't bend over backwards to listen to the voices from the bottom. In this moment, the song is like a mirror, mirroring their deepest guilt and remorse, despite enjoying an honor that is often unattainable. But this honor is the nameless people quietly pay, with blood, sweat and tears piled up. These lyrics, one of the bigwigs murmured, his voice shaking a bit. It was also written by Jiang Li? Elder Chen slowly nodded his head, the corners of his wrinkled eyes slightly moist as he sighed. Yes, there is a shortage of such literary artists who really speak for the people, traffic stars who just scratch their heads and moan about nothing. It's just wrong for the country and the people. Getting up slowly, he walked over to the window and looked out at the distant lights of the city at night. The lyrics, written to the root. The other big man sighed along with him, with a tone of deep helplessness and guilt. The country is developing so fast that many people can't keep up. The GDP has gone up and the buildings have been built high. But, where are the people's hearts? Oh nameless one, I drink to you, to your silence, and every roar. The song continues to push forward and the emotion grows fuller. Zhang Yang's voice no longer trembled and was replaced by composure. It's as if it's not the lyrics that are being sung, but the heart of the underclass. The audience in the studio, too, was emotionally mobilized by the song. Some wiped the tears from their eyes, others clenched their fists. The live streaming pop-ups began to intensify. Who understands? 996 a day. Exhausted. Who's not a nobody at the end of the day? Ruthlessly empathized. The song of the social animal. It's not going anywhere. I cried listening to it and felt like I was the nameless man in the song. Humble as dust, yet trying to live. Don't emo upstairs. Life is not easy. Hug you, little potato. Even though life is a mess, you have to live it with high spirits. After all, life is easy and vice versa. Inside the Fragrant Hills Sanatorium, Chen Ming slowly turned around and swept his gaze over the several bigwigs. Works like this need to be promoted and heard by more than one person. To get those, the high and mighty hear the voice of the people. Literary works should not only sing praises, but also dare to expose the dark side of society and advocate for the people. Several bigwigs nodded their heads in unison with solemn expressions as they heard the words. Elder Chen is right. A song like this should be heard by the whole country. Turn around and I'll arrange for it to go down and have the publicity department step up their efforts to publicize it. And the education sector, too, should organize school teachers and students to study and learn, which is the real voice of the times. As the song neared its end, Zhang Yang's voice became more and more impassioned. Here's to you bending over and going up the hill to higher ground. Oh nameless one, the car is open. Go forward. Take your dreams with you. The last note fell and the room fell silent. A few seconds later, thunderous applause erupted like a mountainous roar. Countless audience members stood up and applauded, tears in their eyes, with the warmest applause, to this nameless singer to pay high respect. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were completely boiling, and various words of praise came like a tidal wave. Mr. Zhangli YYDS. Only he can create such a heart-poking work. From today, I'm a big fan of Mr. Zhangli. Who would have thought? Mr. Zhangli composed the song in the ICU. In this moment, everyone was deeply shocked by the man with no name. It's not just a song. It's a cry. It's a resonance. It's a catharsis. Zhangli brings to light those forgotten corners. Feel the small yet great lives. More than that, they understand. Even if you and I are ordinary, we still have our own light and can be our own heroes. Chapter 57, Equal Votes? The applause endured. Once the audience had calmed down a bit, the host took center stage again with a smile on his face. Thank you Zhang Yang for your wonderful rendition. The song The Unknown Man sings the heart of every one of us ordinary people. It also gives us a sense of the greatness of the unsung. Truly, who says that only those who stand in the light are heroes and no name is also a monument? The words once again resonated with the audience and the applause resumed. Next, it's time for the exciting audience vote. The audience can use the voting machine in their hands to cast their votes for the contestants you support. Also, musician teachers are invited to share creative ideas and pull for the contestants. Jin Yi was the first to pick up the microphone. His tone of voice fourfold, like a news broadcast. The song Unsung Heroes was written to honor those who quietly give of themselves in all walks of life. They may not have amazing deeds, but with their hard work and dedication, they have constructed a better life for us. I hope this song will give them strength and that everyone will enjoy Wangshan's vocals. The speeches were moderate and unpickable, but they also lacked originality and were more like a task to be accomplished. Right after that, Zhang Yun also took the microphone. The expression was slightly mild, and the tone of voice carried a hint of pontificating. The song Nobody's Fool was inspired by a little bit of life. All of us have been little transparent and have struggled with confusion, but it is these ordinary nobodies that come together to form the backbone of society. I hope this song warms everyone up, and I hope Nalan's song touches the softest places in your hearts. Speaking 4 flat, steady is steady, but it always felt less passionate, less sparky. When it was Lin Shi's turn, he looked significantly more relaxed. Taking the microphone, he first looked around the room, seemingly enjoying the feeling of the attention of the whole room, before slowly opening his mouth. Hello, everyone in the audience. As you may have heard, the song Lone Bold Man. The song was originally written as a tribute to those who walk silently in the darkness but still have light in their hearts. They are in adversity and may not be understood, but they remain brave and strong. These are the real Lone Ranger. After a pause, the words changed, and there was undisguised confidence in his tone. Personally, I think the song Lone Bold Man has a profound intention and a stirring melody. Chang Jie's vocals were even more perfect, definitely qualifying as the most bombastic stage of the night. If anything, tonight's competition is a Huashan debate, then Lone Ranger definitely qualifies for a shot at best shot. This is a dominating statement. Straight away, he held Lone Ranger in high regard and also implied that he was winning and that he was the winner of the first round of the competition. The effect of this discourse is really full. The scene atmosphere was completely detonated. All the attention was focused on Zhongli. The crowd of eaters was instantly hyperactive. The pop-ups are even scrolling wildly at the rate of dozens of pages per second. There's a good show to watch. Lin Shi is directly writing the face output. We're in for a good show. Sit back and wait for Mr. Zhongli to strike back from the dead. Exciting. This is the kind of competition I want to see. Mr. Lin Shi, this wave pattern is small directly open taunting, a little low through the heart of the earth. Mr. Zhongli, do not cue people in ICU, just off the operating table. You've taken all the upstairs shoots. However, the netizens' expected Jedi counterattack did not appear. Inside the ICU ward, facing the camera, Zhongli looked as usual and spoke in a calm tone. Is the Huashan sword? Thank you, Mr. Lin Shi, for the affirmation. However, I am a little unwell and need to undergo further tests. That's it for the link for now. Thanks for the support, guys. When he finished, he politely nodded at the camera, signaling the end of the connection. The guide was also very cooperative, immediately cutting off the ICU ward screen and turning the camera back to the studio set. This operation, directly to all people, will not be whole. The netizens were collectively confused. There was also a brief silence on the studio floor. No one expected that Zhongli would react this way. No rebuttal, no explanation, not even a scene. You're just going to give in like that? What? That's it? That's all for Mr. Zhongli? My pants are down and you're showing me this? Where's the promised Jedi counterattack? What happened to the promised head-to-head fight? This is it? Mr. Zhongli wouldn't have been scared out of his wits by the Lone Ranger, would he? It's not that bad, is it? The man with no name is top quality too, so there's no need to be such a wimp, right? Is Mr. Zhongli really going to lie down and let himself be ridiculed? This is too unlike his style, isn't it? There's one thing to be said for Mr. Zhongli's wave of operation. It does pull the crotch a bit. Pulls crotch +1. I thought I was in for a treat. And this is it? Crotch pulling plus 10,086. Powder turns to road. Bye-bye. Pink to road +1. Disappointed to the core. The internet was instantly flooded with skepticism and mockery. Almost everyone thought that Zhongli was shocked by the Lone Ranger, completely demoralized. After all, Chang Jie's rendition of Lone Brave Man is just too bombastic, blow up to the point of despair. In contrast, the man with no name is profound and emotionally heartfelt, but the staging and explosiveness is really a little less impressive. What's more, Zhongli's song, The Unknown Man, was sung by Zhang Yang, an unknown newcomer. It's hard to compete with Jay Cheng's Lone Ranger in any way, but what really baffles the internet is this. Judging by Zhongli's previous behavior, he was by no means a person who would easily admit defeat. From I'm a singer to best buddies, along the way, it has encountered numerous challenges and suppression, but he never backed down, never gave up. Instead, they get more and more frustrated and prove themselves time and time again with their strength. But this time, in the face of such obvious provocation and oppression from Lin Shi, Zhongli, however, chose to remain silent and back off. This is so unlike him. It was also a big disappointment for all the netizens who were looking forward to the fight of the immortals. No one understood what kind of medicine Zhongli was selling in his gourd. After a short hullabaloo, the final vote count was set on the big screen. The man with no name and the Lone Ranger were so close that it was almost a hair's breadth away from each other. Inside the studio, the buzz of chatter amplified suddenly. No one expected such a stalemate. Several music critics exchanged looks of surprise. The audience even exploded with waves of sound. No way? That's a tie? The man with no name has so many votes? Am I reading this right? Off the charts. Chang Jie's Lone Ranger stage is about to blow up, but only this many votes? The smile on Lin Shi's face froze, and his smug look instantly solidified, deadpan staring at the number of votes on the screen. How is that possible? I thought that once the Lone Ranger came out, the first round of the competition would be the winner, and it would not be a problem to crush the audience. And the result? An unknown singer with a mediocre singing song is fighting him to a draw? In particular, Zhongli didn't canvass at all throughout the whole process, and didn't even say a word on the scene. If he is serious about canvassing, won't he overtake him? Thinking about this, Lin Shi felt her face burning, like being slapped hard and bashful. Just now, he was making a big speech on the stage, saying one sword to seal the throat, ask for the best partner. In hindsight, it's become a laughingstock, a slap in the face. Chapter 58, The Face of the World. angrily reprimanding Lin Shi for plagiarism. Meanwhile, the top management of Tomato Station, led by station manager Su Zhang, deputy station manager Wang Hai, and others, were urgently deliberating in the conference room. The ratings broke 3 minutes ago. The guide team leader stared at the data screen and gulped. The amount of pop-ups is 10 times more than usual. All of them are brushing black curtains. Wang Hai held the wolfberry tea and blew on the floating foam. Seo Young suddenly grabbed the remote control and smashed it against the projection screen, startling the crowd. The lyrics to The Lone Ranger sway with the ripples on the curtain. Elder Chen himself told me last night that Zhang Li is the most family-oriented creator in 20 years. The broadcast continues, with tens of millions of viewers waiting for the results. Can one of you tell me what's going on with this vote count? Su Zhang's face was ironic as he swept his gaze over everyone in the room. Wang Hai, who was sitting at the bottom of his head, looked slightly embarrassed and pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose with his finger. Be the first to break the silence and speak up in a conciliatory manner. Station manager, this competition is well. There is competition is good. Both teachers, Lin Shi and Zhang Li, were strong. A close vote also means a great show, doesn't it? Wonderful? Su Zhang sneered, his tone cold. So wonderful that someone would dare to pull a stunt like this on the show? Wonderful enough to make Elder Chen look at our tomato channel as a joke? Wang Hai was choked speechless and looked at Li Wenba as if for help. Levino cleared his throat. Station manager, judging by the results of the program, the conversation is pulling full circle with this situation so far. MS. Lin Shi's Lone Brave Man blew up the stage, and MS. Zhang Li's The Man with No Name was heartfelt. The two songs have very different styles and different audiences, so it makes sense that the votes would be close. Sensible? Su Zhang raised his volume. Li Wenba, you're the music director. You're telling me that it's reasonable? Who wrote the song? Don't you have any idea in your heart? Li Wenba's body shook slightly, raised his eyes to look at Su Zhang, and then quickly lowered his head. No longer speaking. Around the conference table, a program director cautiously interjects. Stage manager, the safest option right now is to announce that MS. Lin Shi is the winner of the first phase. After all, the Lone Ranger stage effects were there, and the audience bought into it more. This also builds momentum for the show and draws more traffic. Su Zhang slammed the table, causing the teacups on the table to jump. Building momentum? Attracting traffic? Is that all you have in your eyes? Let me tell you. What is Zhang Li? Have you figured it out? That's the person Elder Chen named to be concerned about. What did we at the station promise people in the first place? Fair and square. Now what? Where's the fairness in making such a mess? Where's the justice? But the station manager, the man in charge, was still trying to argue. Su Zhang directly interrupted him and said decisively, there's no buts. Zhang Li's feelings, Elder Chen's attitude, are more important than any traffic. Some people are really ratty, picking up the sesame and losing the watermelon. A senior leader bristled with some disbelief. Stage manager, are you too nervous? As good as Zhang Li is, isn't he just a signed musician? What's wrong with him? Besides, the contract's there. How dare he strike? There's enough liquidated damages for him to drink a few pots. Su Zhang laughed at this statement and pointed at the man, hating him. You guys, it's really a small pattern. Zhang Li is lying in ICU. I don't even know if his life can be saved. Will he care about your small amount of liquidated damages? Know how much the ICU burns per hour? 4 figures. This is a man who doesn't even turn on his pain pump and write songs on his shoulder. If he gets really upset and quits, what do we do? Who's going to fill this hole? Who's going to explain it to Elder Chen? The conference room was instantly quiet. Those who had just clamored for program effects were silenced and did not dare to speak out again. Su Zhang took a deep breath and tried to calm the anger in his chest. It's settled. A tie for the championship in the first installment. Anyone have an opinion? Looking around, no one answered. Remember, from now on, grow a brain for everything you do. Don't put our whole station on the line for a small profit. Just because people don't care about Zhang Li doesn't mean I don't care. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. The disciplinary committee moves in on the tomato counter. Certain assholes, don't blame me for not saying hello in advance. Think of how to say it when you want to. Adjourn. After saying that, he glanced deeply at the deputy station manager Wang Hai. The meeting ended unhappily, but the smell of smoke did not go away. Instead, it spread to every corner of the studio. The professional smile on the host's face was also slightly stiff. Ladies and gentlemen, music fans, and our friends on the line, the results of the first round of competition are in. There was a pause and a look around the room, as if he was weighing his words. After a combination of live public judging, and a panel of professional music critics, it's hard to separate the two songs, The Man with No Name and The Lone Ranger, with surprisingly consistent vote totals. Therefore, after careful deliberation by the program team, and submitted to the station leadership for approval, we decided that Mr. Zhang Li's The Man with No Name with MS. Linchi's Lone Brave Man. They share the first round Best Beat award. As the words fell, the scene erupted. No? Tied for the championship? That's a tie? First time I've seen it. While both songs are good, this always felt weird somewhere. The big screen image flashed and switched to the ICU ward. Jeonli reappeared, still pale, but her eyes were as sharp as knives. I appreciate the good intentions of the program, but I can't accept the result. Linchi plagiarized my work without even changing my name. I will never share any honor with a plagiarist. At these words, the room fell silent. A pin drop. Everyone was stunned by Jeonli's words. No one expected that he would be so blunt and forceful in accusing Linchi of plagiarism on such an occasion. It's literally a stone's throw away. The audience instantly exploded. Shouting, murmuring, and skepticism instantly flooded the studio. Critics also rose to their feet and exchanged shocked looks. Even the other singers at the backstage passages poked their heads out and looked incredulously at the big screen in the center of the stage. Sticky face opened big. Mr. Jeonli is really faceplanting. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Here comes the melon. The big melon of the year is scheduled. There's so much information I'm a little confused. So, the Lone Ranger was plagiarized? Fine thoughts. No wonder the two songs are so close in level. Exciting. This is what a competition show should be like. It's even better than a TV show. On the internet, it was an instantaneous detonation. Hashtag Jeonli refused to tie for the title hashtag. Hashtag Jiangli denounced Linchi for plagiarism hashtag. Hashtag best shots a big melon hashtag. Related topics rocketed to the top of the hot search list on major social media platforms. Tomato Channel is up to something. The best melon eating seats of the year. Popcorn, mineral water, melon seeds and peanuts for sale in the front row. It doesn't matter if the melon is ripe or not. What matters is the excitement. Move your bench and wait for the follow-up. Chapter 59, this is a ING maniac. On the other hand, inside the Fragrant Hill Sanatorium, sandalwood incense condensed into thin threads in the air. Chen Lao's withered fingers, knocking lightly on the yellow pair chair armrest. TV fluorescence brightens and fades across furrowed faces. Several of the big men who were sitting upright loosened their collars in unison. Nonsense. The old man with the shoulder badge clapped his hands and shook the tea jars. The civic system is rotten to the core. The old man with the gold-rimmed glasses pressed down on his colleague's arm, the reflection of his lenses hiding the essence of his eyes. Oldly, be at ease. Elder Chen is afraid that he had a plan long ago. The eyes of the crowd were focused on the main seat. Chen Ming picked up the June Kiln Azure glazed tea light, blowing off the froth to sip half a mouthful. The throat overflowed sound light laughter. The ripples of the tea soup and the marigold were similar to the waves in the studio. Last night Su Zhang sent 2 copies of the songbook. The old man's voice is like the gnarled branches of an old pine, pale with the detachment of seeing through the world. The Lone Ranger and the man with no name are both in the tablet. You knew. The uniformed old man swallowed his words as they came out of his mouth. Suddenly, I remembered a certain border conflict 30 years ago, when Chen Lao was also this calm and collected. Wait for your opponent to sell the brakes cleanly before thundering out. Chen Ming put down his tea light, and the crunching sound of porcelain against sandalwood startled the crowd. The literary world is like a battlefield, and the juniors must always be told to wrestle. The old man looked at Jeonli's pale face in the screen, and his smile spread over the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Bones are not taut, they are hardened. These words were like a heavy hammer hitting the ceiling of the crowd. The knuckles of the elegant old man pinching the emerald string were white. The young man Chen used the word quenching to evaluate last time is now the youngest director of a major economic province. Chen Ming suddenly stood up, startling the crowd to follow in panic. The old man waved his hand and paced alone to the bocage, his fingertips brushing over the dusty line-bound copy of Wenqing Dialong. Back then, Qian Zhongshu refused to accept graduate students, saying no one in the whole of Tsinghua is worthy of being my student. The old voice line was wrapped in the aura of Gingo. I'd like to see if this kid is worthy of saying this. The room was filled with dead silence. The old man with the gold-rimmed glasses looked down and straightened his cufflinks, hiding the shock in the folds of the fabric. It was able to get Chen to use Qian Zhongshu as a comparison. Zhang weight in the old man's heart was afraid to be 3 times heavier than they had predicted. Outside the window, the night wind suddenly rises, rolling the scattered ginkgos to pounce on the window pane. When Chen Ming turned around, the crowd clearly saw a long-lost fire dancing under the old man's eyes. That's the kind of burning that only happens when a literary great meets a diamond in the rough. The withered branch-like finger poked at the screen, the content of which was the image of Jiangli sticking his face open and angrily disliking Lin Shi's plagiarism. Back in the day, I was a lot meaner than that when I tapped the table at the Ministry of Culture. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. They were all too familiar with that tone. 20 years ago, when Chen was pushing for literary reform, he had the same love and hate demeanor. The iron-faced official of the state security system suddenly sucked in a cool breath, remembering the newly framed lime chant in Chen Lao's study. Let there be innocence on earth. Ah. Chen Lao rubbed the celadone cup on the yellow pear coffee table, and half a slice of billiukan was still sunk in the bottom of the cup. Some people have been kneeling to earn money for so long. Do they really think that everyone in the world has no bones? These words made the ears of several feudal officials burn. They suddenly realized that from the plagiarism of the lone valiant to the public revelation at this moment, it was simply a setup laid by Chen Lao himself. Both test John Lee's talent, but also test John Lee's guts. The Ministry of Culture official stared at the pale but upright figure on the screen, suddenly envious to the teeth. Back then, I stood in the snow outside the courtyard for 3 hours in order to beg for Chen's old ink treasure. And the arc of the old man's eyes stretching at the moment was clearly the delight that only comes from seeing a diamond in the rough. Night crows startled outside the window, swooping over the glazed tiles. I'm afraid Elder Chen is going to take on a close disciple. The night was like ink, splashing over Cui Ziyuan's luxurious villa. The crystal lamps in the living room shone brightly, but they couldn't dispel the gloom in his heart at the moment. On the TV screen, Jiang Li's slightly sickly, but angular face was like a nail, hard nail to the heart. Crazy. What a lunatic. Choi slammed down a mouthful of whiskey, the spicy liquid burning its way down his throat. How dare he? Surprisingly, he lifted the table in front of millions of viewers at the live broadcast. I had thought that my move was a good one, both stealing the Lone Ranger to hammer Jiang Li and holding his soft underbelly. After all, Zhou Ming was very close to him. Once pursued, Zhou Ming would inevitably be implicated. In order to preserve Zhou Ming's future, Jiang Li would most likely choose to hold her tongue and eat this dumb loss. Who had thought that this goods pressure simply do not follow the common sense? Directly came to a fish death net, jade and stone. Horizontal people are afraid of the rash, and the rash are afraid of those who don't want to die. Cui Ziyuan finally realized that he had kicked the bucket this time. A ruthless person like Jiang Li who took his life to write songs had nothing to fear at all. Barefoot is not afraid to wear shoes. Really want to tear his face. The deer who died is still not easy to say. Thinking of this, a chill ran down Cui Ziyuan's back. No, can't mess with this lunatic anymore. I'm afraid I'm going to get myself involved if I dwell on it any longer. It's imperative that we clear the air and muddy the waters. It's better to make Jiang Li's accusation a rash omen. Pick up your cell phone and dial the Wang Hai number. The phone was picked up after a few rings, and Wang Hai's slightly low voice came from the receiver. Hello, Trey, what's up? Cui Ziyuan spoke sharply. Brother Wang, what's the station's reaction? The station is a mess. Wang Hai's voice was tinged with a few moments of panic. Director Su has lost his temper, and people from the Discipline Inspection Commission are going to move in tomorrow. Disciplinary committee? Cui Ziyuan's voice rose steeply, and his face instantly turned white. How is this possible? I'm not sure of the specifics, but it looks like it's getting real this time. Wang Hai sighed. Old Cui, this is not the time to pursue responsibility. We have to hurry and find a way to protect ourselves. Self-preservation? How? Cui Ziyuan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Go with the original plan and put all the blame on Zhou Ming. Wang Hai spoke in a sinister tone. Let's say that Zhou Ming, in order to get to the top, teamed up with Lin Shi to steal Jiang Li's songs and planted evidence. Anyway, the tablet was sent back by him, dead or alive. Will this work? Cui Ziyuan was a bit hesitant. Zhou Ming was after all quite respected by Su Zhang. We can only beat a dead horse now. Wang Hai was decisive. Immediately arrange for people to spread rumors on the internet, drawing public opinion towards Zhou Ming and Lin Shi. Remember, bite Zhou Ming and Lin Shi to death, and never involve us. Okay, Brother Wang, I know what to do. Hanging up the phone, Cui Ziyuan's eyes were gloomy. In this world of the weak and the strong, in order to move up the ladder and keep a vested interest, what's the point of sacrificing a few people? The night wind blew through the hall, making the curtains hunt. Meanwhile, the Tomato Channel studio, Lin Shi, who was at the center of public opinion, turned pale and looked straight at Jiang Li on the big screen. Slander is legally liable. What evidence do you have to sue me for plagiarism? Chapter 60, Interruption of Live Broadcast, Private Settlement? Facing Lin Shi's questioning, in the ICU ward, Jiang Li didn't respond immediately. Staring at each other in silence through the camera lens, the gaze was like a torch, seeming to penetrate the screen and hit Lin Shi straight in the depths of his soul. In this moment, the air froze. Everyone held their breath and waited for Jiang Li to respond. Evidence? Jiang Li really didn't have any conclusive evidence. The possibility of recovering a deleted file is slim to none for an amateur like him. Moreover, even if it is restored, I'm afraid that with Lin Shi's character, she will deny it to death, or even bite back. Then this game can only be outsmarted. If you want to sit on the plagiarism of Lin Shi, the only way is to use your strength as a bargaining chip and your talent as a bet. Let him make a public spectacle of himself. And Chen Lao, a titanic figure, is the key to breaking the game. Must show far more creative talent in the upcoming showdown. Let the old man Chen, who was watching from the wall, corroborate for him. In the midst of his thoughts, Zhongli finally opened his mouth. His voice was not loud, but it threw his voice to the ground. Since you deny plagiarizing, do you dare to compete with me once more? Right in front of millions of netizens. This statement once again created a furor in the studio. Another match? Is this going to be a live battle? It's too exciting, isn't it? This is much better than the previous competition. Is Mr. Zhongli about to zoom in? The anticipation is pulling full weight. The audience's murmurs rose and fell, and the pop-ups in the webcast room were swiped to flying colors. Fine beads of sweat oozed from Lin Shi's forehead. His eyes dodged, not daring to look directly at Zhongli. In that moment just now, almost distracted, there was an urge to tell the truth and the truth. It was a good thing that he reacted quickly enough to stabilize his mind in time. The thought of last night made me cringe. While getting drunk alone at a bar last night, Choi approached him and said he could help him win the first round solidly. What's more, there was also Wang Hai present at the time, which put down the guard. I just didn't expect that to happen today. If he had known that The Lonely and the Brave was written by Zhongli, he would never have gotten involved with Cui Ziyuan and the others. But now it's too late. The only way to save yourself is to beat yourself to death and not admit it. Otherwise, not only will you lose your reputation, but you will also face a huge amount of liquidated damages. It's written in black and white in those contracts with capital. In the event that his personal behavior negatively affects the partner, he will have to pay a high amount of compensation. And similar contracts, he signs several more. How could I have ever imagined at the time that I would one day end up in such a situation? As for competing with Zhongli, he would never dare. Who didn't know that Zhongli was fast and good at writing songs, and once he lost, the public opinion would be completely out of control. Granted, there is no direct correlation between one more game and plagiarism, but the followers, the keyboard warriors, will surely call him out on it. What's more, his did do something wrong, something that doesn't do any good and may even wind itself up. Cootie, only then will you do it. Therefore, it should not be answered in any case. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Competition? Compare what? How? Zhongli, don't talk about it. Now the question is, who are you to say I plagiarized? Do you have proof? You're legally responsible for spilling blood. While saying that, Lin Shi was calculating countermeasures in his mind. It's important to muddy the waters so that everyone's attention is diverted to the evidence. Only then would he have a chance of survival. Meanwhile, backstage at the studio, the atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. Su Zhang had an iron face, pacing back and forth, his leather shoes hitting the ground with a dull sound. Rambling, it's just gibberish. Stopping violently, he looked angrily at the group of program directors in front of him, itching to smash the teacup in his hand. Live accident. A heavenly live streaming accident. What are you all doing for food? Ha! The man in charge was silenced, not daring to breathe. No one expected that Zhongli would be so determined to lift the table on such an occasion. Originally, I thought it was just an ordinary query, a hiccup at best. Who would have guessed that it would turn into a public confrontation? What's worse, Zhongli directly pointed out the word plagiarism. The nature of this is completely different. Once it sits, the entire program, and even the entire Tomato channel, will be disgraced along with it? Station manager, now. What now? The assistant director asked warily, his voice as thin as a fly. Su Zhang's chest rose and fell violently, his temples bursting with anger. What to do? He'd like to know what to do. Things had gotten to this point, and it was far beyond his control. Stop it? How? The live stream continued, millions of eyes glued to the screen. If we forcefully cut off the signal and cover it up, it will only backfire and make people realize. What's more, there is still Chen Lao behind Zhongli. Thinking of Chen Lao, Su Zhang felt his scalp tingle even more. This old man, he's no pushover. If you really piss him off, not to mention him as a small station manager, I'm afraid the entire Tomato station will shake 3 times. But if we let things go, over the woods creek, Seo Yun's temples throbbed even harder, subconsciously glancing at Wang Hai standing in the corner. I blame this one. There's nothing wrong with that. A good competition has to be mixed with all this nonsense. Now that he's made such a big mess, how can he end it? Wang Hai also felt Su Zhang's gaze, and his heart fluttered as he hurriedly took 2 steps forward and said in a low voice, "Don't be in a hurry. Station manager, things may still have room to turn around." Wiggle room? You tell me how to turn it around? Su Zhang couldn't wait to kick him to death. This accomplished guy. Wang Hai's neck shrank at the roar, and the fat on his face trembled. But still, he braced himself and squeezed out a slightly fawning smile. Station manager, as I see it, the most important thing now is to stabilize the situation and not let it continue to deteriorate. Nonsense. Of course I know I have to stabilize the situation. The question is how to stabilize it. Wang Hai rubbed his hands together and his eyes rolled. How about this? Pause the broadcast for a moment and insert a commercial. I'll go communicate with Lin Shi and Jiang Li to see if we can resolve this privately. A private settlement? Do you think it can be settled privately now? Su Zhang was so angry that he laughed out, pointing at Wang Hai's nose and cursing. People are firing directly at Jiang Li in the live broadcast, and you're telling me to settle this privately? What's wrong with your brain? Wang Hai was scolded, but he didn't dare to retort, and could only respond coyly. Taking a few deep breaths, Su Zhang forced himself to calm down. It's no use getting angry now. The priority is to solve the problem. After a few moments of contemplation, the advice was finally taken. Pause the broadcast and insert a commercial. A wave of his hand and a tired tone. Wang Hai, you go and stall for time. Make sure to stabilize Jiang Li's side. 10 million. Never let him say anything more out of line. Yes. Deputy Station Manager Wang Hai was like an amnesty and rushed to convey the instruction. Inside the studio, the host, with a slightly embarrassed look on his face, announces the commercial break. The stage lights dimmed abruptly. All that was left was the buzz of chatter from the audience, as well as the pop-ups that were scrolling like crazy in the live stream. Chapter 61, Crisis. Seeing that the live broadcast was temporarily interrupted, Lin Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Quick as a flash, he yanked Wang Hai's arm and dragged him back from the backstage passageway entrance with a hard hand. Deputy Director Wang, where are you going? There was a sneer in his tone. Where was the panic he had felt before? Wang Hai's face sank as he shook off Lin Shi's hand and lowered his voice. You can see what's going on now. I have to rush to the hospital to take care of this. Deal with it? Handle what? Push me out as an outcast to take the fall? Lin Shi sneered, his eyes shady. Vice Director Wang, don't forget, the two of us are grasshoppers on the same rope. No one can run away. Wang Hai frowned, his tone displeased. Lin Shi, watch your words. What does it mean to abandon a child? What does it mean to be a top dog? Things have turned out like this. No one wanted it. The most important thing now is to find a way to solve the problem. Lin Shi took out his cell phone from his pocket, tapped on the photo album and handed it to Wang Hai. On the screen was a picture of something unpleasant. The protagonist is none other than Wang Hai, as well as several young women in revealing clothing, shot from a tricky angle, obviously obtained from surreptitious filming. Vice Director Wang, you are suave and lustful. If these photos were to be circulated, I wonder what Director Su would think. What will the station's disciplinary department find out? Lin Shi's tone was threatening, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a cold smile. Oh yeah, there are some screenshots of the account transactions. TSK, the number of amounts is quite a lot. Wang Hai's face instantly turned iron blue, his forehead veins popping as he stared at the screen dead on. You, how dare you shade me? Wang Hai gritted his teeth, his voice sounding like it was squeezed out from between his teeth. Just like each other. Lin Shi retrieved his cell phone and slowly put it back in his pocket. Vice Director Wang, you've done everything you can to use me as a gun. Haven't you ever thought that rabbits will bite when they're anxious? Wang Hai's chest rose and fell violently, and his face was cloudy and unpredictable. Never in a million years did he expect that he would be countered by Lin Shi. After a short silence, the color of gloom on his face gradually dissipated. In its place was a slightly stiff smile and a softening of his tone. Lin Shi, look at you. You've misunderstood. How could I treat you as an outcast? We're partners. We're all in this together. Wang Hai changed into an amiable face, as if the sword fighting just now had never happened. It was my bad attitude just now. I apologize. Don't take it personally. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, feeling a little surprised at Wang Hai's speed of changing his face. Vice President Wang, you're saying this in a nice way. However, just saying it is not practicing. You have to show some sincerity, right? Wang Hai rubbed his hands together and smiled apologetically. Sincerity. Sincerity for sure. Do you think this is okay? This matter, the station will certainly protect you. As for Jiang Li's side, let's figure out another way to make this a big deal. What do you think? A big deal? Oh, Lin Shi snorted, his tone mocking. Vice President Wang, do you think it's still possible to make a big deal out of this now? Jiang Li guy in the live broadcast, are directly named that I plagiarized. Millions of viewers are listening to it. Now the whole internet is eating melon. The hot search has exploded several times. You tell me to minimize the big deal? I'm afraid you're not kidding, right? Wang Hai's face froze once again and his smile became forced. So, what do you want then? Just say it. What do I want? It's simple. Get out in one piece. Fame and fortune. Not only should we not be negatively affected by this incident, and take this to the next level. Wang Hai sniffed and the corner of his mouth twitched. This Lin Shi's appetite is really not small. Are on fire, and still thinking about fame and fortune? It's like a lion's share. But he now had a handle on Lin Shi's hands and didn't dare to directly turn his face, so he could only forcefully suppress his anger and patiently ask, take it to the next level? How do you want to go to the next level? The way things are now, it's good not to be banned. Vice President Wang, that's your business. Anyway, If I'm going to have a bad time, we'll all end up playing together. Wang Hai asked tentatively. So you want to accept the challenge and fight John Lee head-on? Challenge? Lin Shi's brows were furrowed, and there was a slight resistance in her tone. Challenge my ass. I'm crazy to challenge him. Who is John Lee? That's a demon. A freak. Writing songs is as easy as drinking water. Compare yourself to him? Don't you think you'll die fast enough? Wang Hai's face sank and his tone became serious. This is not the time to be intentional. You want to get out in one piece. You want fame and fortune. You have to accept the challenge. This is your only chance. Chance? Oh, losing is even more humiliating. Lin Shi still shook his head, clearly scornful of John Lee's strength. Who says you're bound to lose? The corner of Wang Hai's mouth hooked into a sinister smile as he approached Lin Shi's ear. I can operate secretly and assign propositions for you, and then I'm still afraid that I won't be able to win him? Lin Shi bowed her head in deep thought, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of her cell phone. Specify the proposition? The pros and cons were quickly calculated in his head. This is indeed an opportunity. Winning is great. After all, the one standing behind him was no ordinary person. Domestic music industry titanic figure. Students all over the world. Take any one of them and you can shake in the industry. Recently, the teacher has been working intensively on his work. He actually wrote a new song about growing up. That song, he had the honor of hearing first. The melody, the lyrics, the intent, all of it is superior. It's only a step above the Lone Ranger and the Man with No Name. The bottom line is that the song hasn't come out yet. It is an absolute secret weapon. If you can talk your teacher into borrowing this song, a glint flashed in Lin Shi's eyes, perhaps, it really can backfire. Or even, take it to the next level. Thinking of this, the original resistance in his heart dissipated for the most part. In its place was excitement and anticipation. Crisis, crisis, crisis. If this wave operates well, not only can it clear the suspicion of plagiarism, but it can also step on John Lee to get to the top. Wouldn't it be nice to have both fame and fortune? Well, have you thought it through? Wang Hai saw that Lin Shi was silent for a long time and urged, Vice President Wang, I have an idea. Lin Shi raised his head, his eyes flashing with shrewdness and calculation. Spell out your plans and your plans. Of course, the part about his teacher was hidden. It's just that I have another crushing song of extremely high quality myself. He's confident he'll win if he can designate growth as the theme. Wang Hai's eyes lit up after hearing this. This is a perfect opportunity. If he could really make Zhang Li suffer, then all that crap before would be nothing. Is that true? Are you sure you can win? Still a bit uneasy, Wang Hai pursued. 80% sure. Lin Shi gritted his teeth and gave an affirmative reply. Good. I'll arrange this. Wang Hai slapped his thighs, a fierce look on his face. But you've got to give me some insight. What kind of song is it that makes you so confident? Lin Shi hesitated for a moment and finally decided to reveal something. This song is far-reaching in intent and pattern, and it definitely resonates. There was a pause, lowering his voice. Let's put it this way. Once the song is released, it will surely sweep the charts and become a phenomenal gold song. Wang Hai's heart was greatly relieved when he heard this. It seems that Lin Shi came prepared this time. Okay, then wait for my news. After saying that, Wang Hai turned around and left. Only Lin Shi was left alone, standing in place. The color of his face changed. There is both the determination to let go and the apprehension of an unknown outcome. Certainly the most important. It was to call the teacher first and ask his old man for permission. Chapter 62, Overtime, Growth Proposition. Meanwhile, the Fragrant Hills Sanatorium. Ginkgo leaves swirled as they crashed onto the brick floor. Shen Huishan, the director of the Southeast Conservatory of Music, rang the doorbell for the third time. The green cloth tunic was lifted up at the hem by the penetrating wind, revealing the brushed satin lining. The parlor. The giltwood desk clock has just struck 3. Chen Lao's fingertips dipped into the tea broth and drew circles on the yellow pear coffee table. Let him in. The creaking of the door shaft startled the brass bells in the eaves. The assistant guided him through the triple moon cave door, and Shen Huishan nearly tripped when he stepped into the threshold. In a room full of rosewood incense, the old man in military uniform is turning down the volume of the TV. Shen, sit. Chen Lao's jaw nodded towards the empty seat at the end. Shen Huishan half-assed next to the yellow pear circle chair. 65 years old, in front of 90 years old, really deserved the word small Shen. The crunch of a juniper kiln tea light knocking against the sandalwood table startled his eyelids. He recognized the tea set. The Song Dynasty official kiln that went off the market at last year's Christie's auction turned out to be here. I heard that you've been preparing for the revision of the Chinese 100 Years of Golden Songs recently? Chen Lao flicked the floating foam with the tea lid. Was about to ask for your correction. No need. The bottom of the marigold knocked on the rosewood table crunching. I invited you here today to watch the young people sing. Shen Huishan shook his head. Nowadays. The playwright. A playwright? The wind of Chen Ming's eyes swept across the room, silencing the room. What kind of a playwright is he who can write, who says sludge-covered is not a hero? Shen Huishan's knuckles pinched white. Seeing the uniformed old man frowning at himself, the old man with the gold-rimmed glasses spun the emerald string around. These giants who run the literacy system even sit in a scrutinizing manner. Elder Chen. Actually The words turned 3 times. I would like to study music theory under your tutelage. The seat was filled with clamor. The hand of the one from the Ministry of Culture cupping the snuff bottle shook, and the emerald wrench clashed with a clear sound. Who doesn't know that Shen Huishan is the leader of the academy school? But at this moment, he wants to lower his status? Why San Chen Ming suddenly changed his address. The general history of ethnic music that you edited is still on my desk. Shen Huishan was just about to open his mouth when a voice suddenly came from the TV. Watch the show. Elder Chen raised his hand to cut off the words, his withered fingers tapping on the remote control. This young man sent me demos on his tablet last night. And guess what the file name says? Zhongli is wiping the cold sweat from the corner of his forehead on the screen, and the cardiac monitoring wires are vaguely visible on the collar of his hospital gown. What he wrote was, please scold Chen Lao for waking up. Chen Ming suddenly burst out laughing, the first one in 20 years to dare to make me a quality inspector. The pupils of the officials of the national security system shrunk. He knew too well what it meant to have a young man who could make Elder Chen talk about him in such an intimate tone. I have a student too. Before Song Huijin could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the old man in military uniform coughing. Want a face? The Ministry of Culture official muttered to his colleague in an airy voice. Do you really think this is a food market for Chen Lao? Elder Chen. Drinking tea. Chen Ming cut off the words. The azure-glazed tea light pushed over against the coffee table. Half of the residual tea shook out ripples. When Shen Huishan cupped his hands, he glimpsed the crushed billukon that had settled at the bottom of the cup. Swallowing the hot tea, his throat burned. The student has an unfavorable request. You're not a student anymore. Chen Lao's index finger knocked the line-bound copy of Wen Xin Dialong, startling the fine dust and smoke. The ethnic music theory you edited in 2003 is still a textbook of the Southeast Institute of Music, right? Shen Huishan's spine was taut. If you don't mind, mister, I'm too loud. Chen Lao suddenly raised his hand, and the remote control smashed against the LCD switch. Zhang Li's figure disappeared with the sound, and the reflective glass reflected the stunned faces of the crowd. Bring your family phoenix seedlings next week. Suddenly got up and pressed his withered palm on Shen Huishan's shoulder. Let's see if it's the Yangtze River that pushes forward the waves, or... The old man glanced at the black frame of the screen. A new fire started the old stove. A few of the bigwigs exchanged glances. The old man with the gold-rimmed glasses unscrewed and tightened his cufflinks. The person Chen described last time as a new fire is now practicing regular script in Xincheng prison. Shen Huishan secretly sighed. Elder Chen had already given the expulsion order, so it was not good to stay any longer. The hem of his green cloth tunic swept across the accumulated dust of the threshold as he bowed and exited the parlor. The wind through the porch swirled ginkgo leaves in his face. Raising his hand to block it, his gold-rimmed glasses slid to the tip of his nose. The cell phone vibrated against the inside pocket of the tangsuit and numbed his ribs. The word Linchi on the caller ID glowed coldly in the night. Teacher, someone is trying to destroy me. I just got through to a crying voice. That Zhongli from Tomato Channel. He's holding me responsible for plagiarism because of his backstage. Shen Huishan corrected his glasses and clutched his cell phone with his withered knuckles. To be clear, they purposely arranged the proposition contest, making it clear that they want me to make a public spectacle of myself. Current murmur wrapped in a sob. The student these years to remember the teacher's training. Lyrics and music composition which is not a vomit of blood, now even by the villain. The sound of footsteps came from the stone path of the sanatorium, and Shen Huishan quickly turned into the bamboo forest. How do I have to prove myself? It would be great to use your new work breaking the cocoon. Nonsense. Bamboo Leaf wiped his lenses. That's the finale I prepared for the Centennial Gold revision. But this is the only chance a student has to prove himself. Lin, she suddenly raised her voice. Is teacher going to stand by and watch them trample on the dignity of the division? Shen Huishan paused in his steps. 30 meters away, the light went on in Chen's old study. It's a bargain for you, kid. Just this once, and it won't happen again. Tugging off the pale ears stuck to his sleeve. On the 3rd day of next month, I'll take you to see a nobleman. Thank you, teacher. Thank you. When he cut off the call, the bamboo shadow was climbing half of Shen Huishan's face, touching the Tang suit plate button. He remembered the appearance of Lin Shi kneeling in the zither room handing over the invitation to pay homage to the master 20 years ago. How clean the eyes of children were then. How nowadays. The back door of the sanatorium creaked closed, startling the night-roosting crows in the old acacia tree. On the other side, the studio light suddenly dimmed. After a brief period of darkness, the chasing lights came back on. The host steeled himself and put a professional smile back on his face. Ladies and gentlemen, just now was just a small interlude. The excitement continues. Clearing his throat, he spoke slightly faster. trying to hide the embarrassment of what had just happened. After a brief backstage deliberation, as well as an urgent consultation with the program team, in response to the eager anticipation of our fans and friends, there was a pause, a look around the room, and a raised volume. We've decided to temporarily add an overtime session. OT? The audience erupted in a gasp of surprise. Seriously? There's overtime? Asterisk 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 asterisk. The Tomato Channel is playing for real this time. Exciting. Now that's a godly fight. The host's smile grew wider. Yes, you heard right. It's the overtime. For the sake of fairness and openness, and so that the two teachers can fully display their musical talents, we've decided to add one more, a live PK. PK, PK, PK. The audience was instantly abuzz with shouts, cheers and whistles. It converged into a huge wave of sound that nearly toppled the roof of the studio. The live stream pop-ups were even more explosive. I'm not deaf, am I? Overtime? The tomato table is awesome. The city will play. I give this operation full marks. Best variety booking of the year. Who's in favor? Who's against? My mom asked me why I was kneeling down to look at my cell phone, and I told her I was watching the gods fight. Eat until you're stuffed. This is the real battle. The host raises his hand to signal silence. Next, it's on to the first part of our OT, the proposition draw. Point to the huge LED screen behind you. On the big screen, 12 musical propositions in a variety of styles have been prepared for the two teachers. Later on, we'll go through the live audience voting. Pick the final PK proposition. The big screen image flashes and the 12 propositions are presented to the audience in turn. Love, dreams, hometown, parting, growing up, loneliness, courage, hope, darkness, light, future, memories. Each proposition is succinct and clear, yet contains infinite room for creativity. The audience was once again excited, picking up their cell phones and scanning the QR code on the screen to participate in the voting. The critics' seats also stirred, with mingling and chatter. At the backstage passage, several other competing singers also poked their heads out, looking differently as they followed the movements on stage. Lin Shi's face was still pale, but there was an inexplicable glow in her eyes. Staring intently at the proposition on the screen, his fingers trembled slightly. Zhongli is still sitting on the ICU bed. His face is calm, his eyes are as quiet as water, as if all the noise has nothing to do with him. Only in the depths of his eyes, there was a hidden glint of sharpness. The voting channel was opened and in just a few minutes, the number of votes exceeded 1 million. The data on the big screen jumped rapidly, and the percentage of votes for the 12 propositions changed. The proposition's growth and courage led the way ahead of the other propositions. Pressing the grow vote. I think it's a more profound proposition. It has to be courage. Courage before lone survivor. And then courage. And you're a god. I vote for loneliness. I'd like to hear another emo song like The Man with No Name from Mr. Jiang. Did you vote for darkness? I want to see how the two teachers interpret darkness. Upstairs, you've got a lot of taste. I still like bright. It's sunny and positive. Eventually, the voting lanes closed. The growing up proposition won by a wide margin as the PK theme for the OT. On the big screen, the word growth was highlighted and enlarged, eye-catching and full of power. The host announced with a big smile, "Congratulations to the growing up proposition, which was elected as the PK theme for this OT with the highest number of votes." Next, the two teachers will have half an hour to create. In half an hour, whoever comes up with a piece first will be our first round of competition, the ultimate champion. There was a pause, and the tone became steeply agitated. If both teachers finish their compositions within half an hour, then we'll move on to something even more exciting, a clear singing PK session. The audience once again erupted in applause and cheers. The atmosphere was completely ignited. Everyone is holding their breath, looking forward to the next dragon fight. Chapter 63, Is Old Boy a Love Song? The First People's Hospital of Qinglu City. Inside the ICU ward, Zhang Li's eyes closed slightly as his mind sank into the sea of consciousness. The familiar system interface jumps out at you. Host, Zhang Li. Current life expectancy, 129 days. Gained influence, 129. 6,000. Songs unlocked, Twilight Echoes, Nocturne, Anha Bridge. Hosts demand detected. Currently available strong solution song, Old Boy. Consume 20 days of your life to unlock this work. Please unlock it, Old Boy. Brother Unicorn can do this wave. Knows very well that a man is a teenager until he dies. A smile played at the corners of his mouth, and he said unlock in his mind. A mere 20 days of lifespan was but a drop in the bucket for him. When this round of competition live broadcasts is over, the influence will surely usher in a new round of upsurge, and the life expectancy will rise. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded into his mind. Countless notes and snippets of lyrics come and go, coming together to form a complete piece called Old Boy. Next, let's get to the exciting part of creating. Inside the studio, The host's slightly exuberant voice was clearly transmitted into Jiang Li's ears through the ward's external playback equipment. Pick up the tablet, the nib of the pen, and start creating in what looks like earnest. The speed should not be too fast. This was the strategy he had calculated in his mind. Since he entered the game with his body, he had to show the enemy that he was weak, so that the other party could preempt the situation and take the apparent advantage. If Lynbrook had suffered too heavy a blow to start the season, they would have just gotten disheartened and swung for the fences. That wouldn't be fun. He has to be given the upper hand for a while in order to inspire a stronger fight. It's a play that can only get better. On the other side, Lin Shi also picked up a pen and paper and pretended to scribble on the paper. The Broken Cocoon by his mentor Shin Huishan, which he had long coveted. The lyrics to the songs are even more familiar. At the moment it was just a pretense to cover up. Ordinary netizens may be easy to fool, but the professionals who meticulously work in the live room are not easy to fool. If the speed of creation is too fast, it will inevitably remind people of the benefactor, adding unnecessary trouble. His brow furrowed slightly, his eyes flickered, and the tip of his pen moved slowly across the paper. The minutes ticked by. The first few lines of cocoon breaking are slowly rendered in Lin Shi's pen. The words are quite meaningful, and soon won the praise of the netizens in the live broadcast. On the other hand, on Jiang Li's side, the speed of creation was comparable to Lin Shi's though, but the lyrics that flow from the pen don't seem to have anything to do with the proposition of growing up. That's the person I miss day and night and love deeply now. How exactly should I express it? Will he accept me? A few lines of lyrics come to mind. The pop-ups in the live broadcast instantly exploded, and the waves of skepticism came like a tidal wave. I'll be damned. Mr. Jiang coming to a love song? No way. This is a growing proposition. Thinking day and night, deeply in love? The lyrics are too romantic drama, aren't they? Help. Love again? Mr. Jiang, can you change the subject? I'm tired of hearing about it. The lyrics, my grandma shook her head when she read them. It's too cheesy, right? Off topic? Where's the growth? Where is it? Is losing love a kind of growth? Blind guesses. Mr. Jiang is going to write that kind of bitter song, and I'm already digging my toes into the ground. Ha 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 ha. The truth is upstairs. It's probably a song called The Spare Tire Song or Diary of a Dog Licker. MS. Lin Shi, this lyrics feel pretty good. A little something. On the contrary, Jiang Li sighed. Heartbroken Mr. Jiang, feel this time to be hanged by Lin Shi. Oh. On the internet, there was a chorus of voices. Everyone seems to think that Jiang Li is going to completely fall this time. On the other hand, when Zhou Ming pushed open the sandalwood door of the station manager's office, the cigar ash was still sparking in the celadon jar. Su Zhang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his back to the door, his dark gray suit lining his shoulders straight as a ruler. The lights outside the window cut through the blinds, cutting lines of light and dark on the face. Station manager, I've come to submit my resignation to you. The resignation letter landed on the mahogany desk. Su Zhang turned around and twisted the envelope, tapping it with 2 fingers in his palm. Cho, smoky voice wrapped in laughter. Remember the year you first joined the station? The rainstorm washed out the studio cables. Who was holding the equipment wading through the water over their knees? The back of Zhou Ming's neck tightened slightly. It's true that he was in the switchboard room that night until the wee hours of the morning. But how did the station manager know? The intern who took a pregnant woman to the hospital on a stormy day is now learning to run away when things get tough? Su Zhang flicked the ashes of his cigarette, and the sparks splashed on the stamped edge of the resignation letter. The station needs stability right now, and you're handing in your resignation at this time. Do you think the public opinion isn't lively enough? You've seen the online opinion. Now there are questions and abuse about me everywhere. I don't want to affect the image of the station for personal reasons. Image? Su Zhang suddenly laughed out loud, causing the lid of the alabaster pot on the CFT to tremble lightly. Xiao Zhou, when did you become so naive? What's this storm? What TV station doesn't have some bad press? If I let you resign over this trivial matter, I'll be a joke as the station manager. Besides, that stuff on the internet is good to look at. If you take it seriously you lose. Those who are clear, and those who are turbid. Understand? I know in my heart what you are, and that trust is still there. Resignation? Wouldn't resigning at this time play right into some people's hands? Zhou Ming was promoted by him, has outstanding ability and knows how to judge the situation. It's his indispensable right-hand man at the station. What's more, there is a subtle layer of good karma between Zhou Ming and Jiang Li. Who is Jiang Li? That was a character that even Chen Lao looked at differently. Although his identity was still unclear, he had vaguely sensed that this young man was by no means a pool animal. To be able to hook up with Jiang Li, even if only indirectly, for him, Su Zhang, it was also 100 benefits and no harm. What's more, Zhou Ming had previously released his goodwill towards Jiang Li during the preparatory stage of the program. This friendship may come in handy in the future. In case Jiang Li put in a good word for him, Su Zhang, in front of Chen Lao one day, then his career path would be more than a little faster than anyone else's. How could they let go of such political resources? As for all the negative online opinions, oh, it's just the chatter of some jumped-up clowns. Who dares to touch the people he's trying to protect? The tone grew firmer at the thought. It even carried a hint of unquestionable dominance. As long as I'm at the tomato counter, you're entitled to control anything. Don't mention the resignation again. Zhou Ming's heart warmed, knowing that the station manager was supporting himself. Thank you, station manager, for your confidence. Vice President Wang has been making a lot of moves lately. Xiao Yang suddenly turned the conversation around, his fingertips rubbing over one of the remote control buttons. Keep an eye on the polling data in the center control room. Zhou Ming's eyelids jumped and immediately understood what the station manager meant. It was an open secret in the station that Wang Hai and Lin Shi were close. Now that something like this had happened, it was hard to guarantee that Wang Hai wouldn't operate secretly in the voting session in favor Lin Shi. The second hand of the European-style wall clock crossed the Roman numerals E, D, on the wall. In the reflection of the dial, the bookcase behind Su Zhang has a new hardcover edition of Ziji Tongjian. With the disciplinary team in place tomorrow, someone from the publicity port will have to butt in. This time, I am afraid that a large number of seats will be vacated. Do a good job on the task given to you. Zhou Ming straightened his spine. Yes, station manager. As he stepped out of the elevator, his slightly pale face was reflected in the frosted glass of the central control room. The doorknob still had coffee stains from the previous user. Reaching out to push the door open was interrupted by a snort. Where is Secretary Zhou going? Zhang Peng, the assistant director, was leaning against a fire hydrant, spinning a paper tube rolled from a tableau between his fingers. Central control is important. No one is allowed in. Chapter 64, Tears on the Internet. Zhang Li's overwhelming advantage. Sweeping over the newly gold-plated work tags on the other man's chest, the original assistant director prefix has been bolded and darkened. Thinking back to this morning's regular meeting, the man had been solicitous enough to hand himself a lozenge. Director Su asked me to oversee the voting data. Zhou Ming touched his work permit, and the magnetic strip scratched out a crisp sound on the sensor. Zhang Peng suddenly reached out and pressed the doorframe, and the dial of his wristwatch refracted cold light. Don't mention it. Vice Director Wang is inside guiding the work. The trailing voice dragged out long, like a wire dipped in honey. Your identity. It's not appropriate to go in now, is it? There was a faint clatter of something being dropped in the center control room. You know Wang Hai wants to protect Lin Shi. Zhou Ming looked straight at the other party's evasive eyes. Director Su asked me to come here to prevent someone from tampering with the data. Ouch, my big secretary of the week. Zhang Peng suddenly raised his voice, startling the small assistant passing by to shrink his neck. Do you still think you are the chief planner of the program? 3 of the top 10 hot searches are calling you out for malfeasance. Dusted off the non-existent dust on the front of his suit. If you ask me, go back and clean up your office before it's too late. And don't wait for the disciplinary team to come to your door and make it look bad. This Zhou Ming, as anyone with eyes can see, has lost his power. The station manager's office came out grimacing. The resignation has been handed in, and it is 80% that he has been scolded. It's only a matter of time before they're swept off their feet. Who's red now? That would still be Vice President Wang. Look at how hard-wristed they are, how much energy they have. Even the kind of tough guy like Su Zhang doesn't dare to mess with them. Following Vice Director Wang is the only way to have a bright future, with promotion and wealth just around the corner. Inside the center control room, the blue light of the LCD screen pulsed on Wang Hai's lenses, grabbing the real-time ratings statement and flinging it at the director. The paper grazed the other man's ear and hit the mixing desk. 78%. Highest ratings since the start of the show. Wang Hai poked the director's chest with his index finger. Are you out of your mind? How many times have I told you to look at the big picture? Be considerate for the effectiveness of the program. Now the whole internet thinks Zhang Li is going to win, and we're going the opposite way. That's the biggest bang for the buck. That's the buzz. That's the traffic. Letting Lin Shi win the title at this point would save the suspense for the second installment and the ratings could break 4%. Director Lao Chen is motionless, his army green jacket washed white. Deputy Director Wang, I don't understand any of what you're saying. All I know is that fairness and openness is the bottom line of our program. It's the foundation of the station. You're just ruining the show with this backroom deal. Ruining the gold standard of the tomato station. The gold standard? Wang Hai suddenly laughed out loud and fished out a gold-plated fountain pen from the inner pocket of his Italian handmade suit. Old Chen. Ah, Old Chen. You really do live in an ivory tower and are ridiculously naive. What era is this? Traffic is king. Ratings reign supreme. Who's going to talk to you about the gold standard? It's hard to make money and be on fire. Any idea what the ad split is this season? Breaking 4% doubles the year-end bonus for the entire staff. The pen cap hit the edge of the data screen hard. Your daughter is going abroad next year, right? Old Chen's back teeth cackled and his neck veins rippled. In the monitor screen, I flashed through the words of Zhongli, who wrote, "Youth is like a rushing river. To change the data, you have to step over me or fire me." Dismissal? Wang Hai's heart stuttered, as hard as if he had swallowed a fly. It's not easy to fire him. Chen Litao is a veteran of the station. Business skills are excellent and connections are intricate. It's hard as hell to move him without a solid reason. What's more, it's an extraordinary time, and the station is in the midst of an eventful period. That old fox Su Zhang must be watching his every move. The slightest mistake will catch you out. The key thing is the Lin side. Once he screwed up and Lin Shi shook out all his, it would be all over. Thinking of this, Wang Hai's original arrogant and domineering temper instantly dissipated most of it. In its place was a slightly stiff smile and a pretense of a warm tone. Pressing Chen Litao's shoulders, the force was released gently and slowly. "Brother Chen, I was just in a hurry." Taking off his glasses and wiping them to reveal reddened eyes. "How hard it is for the station to train a senior director, don't you think?" The moment old Chen froze, Wang Hai made a wink toward the corner. Executive producer Xiao Xiao quietly exited the back door. The flash drive clutched in his palm in cold sweat. In between the two men's negotiations, he implanted a backdoor program into the voting software. On the other side, inside the studio hall, on the big screen, the lyrics of the song written by Jian Li were revealed to the audience like a cocoon. "That's the person I miss day and night and love deeply now." At first, the pop-ups were still skeptical. "Saving lives and love affairs. Can Mr. Jiang have some Yang stuff?" The love brain is in its final stage. Identification complete. But as the lyrics continue to unfold, the flavor gradually changes. Youth is like a rushing river that never returns in time to say goodbye. Wait, the lyrics don't seem to be a love song? Running river? A river that never returns? This is clearly talking about time. I've realized, this is not about love. It's about life. Knees to you, Mr. Jiang. I thought it was a cheesy love song before. I'm shallow. Who said Mr. Jiang Jianglong's talent is exhausted? This intention, this pattern, directly pull full. In the music critic's seat, several professionals exchanged glances and looks. The lyrics seem bland at first, but rhyme when you look at them. Yes, it seems to be written about the easy passing of youth, but it's actually a lament about how time passes and how old we get. The beauty of it is that he uses the metaphor of youth as a rushing river in a way that is both graphic and vivid, and instantly resonates with people. The lyrics continue, word for word, as if speaking to the heart of an ordinary old boy. Once upon a time, a teenager had a dream and a vision for the future, but in front of the cruel reality, it was smoothed out and became mediocre and helpless. Life is like a relentless carving knife that changes our mold. Shall it wither before it blooms? I had a dream. Ruthless carving knife. It's so true. Life is a knife, isn't it? Before you bloom, you'll wither away? That's what I'm talking about. Who isn't an old boy? Dreams and all that have long been worn out by the mortgage and car loan. The pop-up wins are completely reversed. The skepticism vanished into thin air. In its place is an overwhelming sense of empathy and emotion. Knees shattered. The lyrics just hit me in the heart. I cried. I really cried. Thinking of my dad and myself. Who isn't an old boy? On the outside, he's a happy-go-lucky guy. But on the inside, he's already changed a lot. Inside the studio, the originally noisy chatter gradually subsided. Many people in the audience had red eyes and silently wiped the tears from the corners of their eyes. Those young faces were less relaxed and playful than before, and more contemplative and moved. Where is this a love song? It's a song for all the old boys. A song about growing up, about responsibility, about helplessness and resignation. It does not directly state the word growth, but shows the pains and costs of growth in the best possible light. Especially the line, "Let the years dry up my ideals, and I'll never find the real me again." It has even more instantly shattered the psychological defense of countless viewers. My mom just called to urge me to go on a blind date. I directly hung up the phone. Now listening to this song, suddenly a little want to cry. Marriage warning. My mom is forcing me to get married and have kids every day, saying that if I don't get married, I'll be old. After listening to this song, I just want to say that old is old, and happy is most important. Who hasn't been the poor little thing shivering in fear of being dominated by the army of marriage reminders? What's the point of getting married? Doesn't screwing money smell good? On the pop-ups, there was more discussion about the hyped-up marriage. Under the great pressure of life, many young people face the double anxiety from family and society. Houses, cars, marriages, children. Every mountain weighs them down. The lyrics of Old Boy seemed like a shot in the arm, giving them a touch of solace and resonance in their confusion and anxiety. Maybe not successful enough, maybe bumbling around, but they are still trying to live and carry their weight. I've decided, when I go home this New Year's Eve, I'll spend time with my parents, buy them gifts, and take them on a trip. Upstairs pattern opens. I have to be nice to my parents too. It's not easy for them. Don't say anymore. I'll transfer money to my parents. It's not much, but it's still a token of my appreciation. On the live feed, the filial terrier began to brush the screen. Countless netizens said that after listening to Old Boy suddenly realized that their parents were once teenagers too. On the flip side, Linchi's Broken Cocoon has similarly unassuming lyrical intentions, but compared to Old Boy, it's a bit thin and pale. Cocoon is more of a personal expression of emotion, the inspirational and exuberant feeling of breaking a cocoon into a butterfly, and Old Boy is more of a mirror. It mirrors the plight and emotional resonance of countless ordinary people. Breaking the cocoon was good too, but it always felt like something was missing. Kind of. Empty? Right. It's just hollow. It feels like it's in the air. It's not grounded enough. Or Old Boy lyrics are more heartfelt. Sentence by sentence poke me. See people's tears. Several music critics whispered in the critic's seat. Zhang Li's intention for this song is really brilliant. It seems to be written about an individual, but it's actually written about a group, and it's very easy to resonate. Yeah, and he writes these lyrics so skillfully that they seem plain, but they contain deep meaning and touch the heart without even realizing it. Linchi's Breaking the Cocoon isn't bad either, with a solid academy background, but compared to Zhang Li, it's a bit artisanal and less spiritual. The music critics' comments are representative of the majority of the audience's views as well. Old Boy wins by a landslide with its profound intention and genuine emotion. Once the lyrics are done, it's time for the final stage of arranging the song. Chapter 65, Singing? Do you really want to play so big? The tip of the pen rubs against the paper, making a subtle sound. Zhang Li's fingertips danced, and the screen glow reflected his focused brows. The last note was struck and the fingertips paused only slightly. Taking a long breath, he rubbed his somewhat sore wrist. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Linchi in the camera, still writing at the desk, with fine beads of sweat seeping from the corners of his forehead. Time is stretched out indefinitely and flies by like a stray arrow. The countdown numbers pulsed silently, the oppressive feeling growing stronger as the second hand turned. Finally, the last second zeroed in. Time. The host's loud voice instantly penetrated the studio hubbub, like a thunderstorm on the ground, exploding in everyone's ears. Linchi jerked her head up and put her pen down. The slightly pale face carried an exhausted look of relief and a few hints of imperceptible excitement. The presenter took center stage once again with an athletic stride. An enthusiastic smile was piled on his face, and his voice was even more high-pitched and impassioned than before. Ladies and gentlemen on the floor as well as in the broadcast booth, it's time to witness a miracle. The words flew by, but the words were clear. Both teachers are truly the best in today's music industry, and their talent is breathtaking. In just half an hour, we were treated to two pieces of music that are worthy of the Hall of Fame, especially noteworthy. The words came out in a tone of slightly exaggerated awe. Such a high level of creativity in such a short period of time. Looking at the entire Chinese music scene, I'm afraid that only the two teachers of our best buddies can do it. This is definitely a feat that no one has done before, and most likely no one will do after. The applause from the stage was thunderous and the cheers almost toppled the studio roof. Next, in order for you to be able to enjoy these two masterpieces for the first time, also, in order to more fully demonstrate the strength of the two players, the program has decided that the next part of the singing session will be in the form of clean singing. The audience instantly erupted, with even louder cries of surprise than before. Surprise, excitement, and anticipation were all intertwined like boiling water. I'll go. A solo? Are you really going to play that big? Exciting. Now that's real hard hitting. Tomato Terrace is really going out on a limb this time. Playing for keeps. Singing clean is good. No accompaniment, no voice modification. It's better to hear the real level. A godly fight. This is a real fairy fight. The audience was buzzing. Excitement and anticipation written all over everyone's face. No more flashy backing vocals. No more post-processing to cover up the sound. The singer's vocals will be fully exposed to the spotlight. Any unsteady breath and pitch deviations will have nothing to hide. But that, too, is the beauty of the show. Best buddies, real live, real vocals, real personality. The ticket was worth the price of admission. Definitely worth the price of admission. More than worth the price of admission. It's a blood moneymaker. This overtime game is enough to blow me away for a year. The best audio variety of the year has to be Best Buddies. The speed at which the pop-ups were scrolling in the live broadcast room had been so fast that it was dizzying. I admit, I was a little loud just now. Apologize to the river god, who isn't a wallflower. Whichever way the wind blows, I'll fall. The one who said Mr. John Lang's talent was gone before. Come out and get beaten up. Does your face hurt? There's one thing to be said for Old Boy. The pattern is really big, and Broken Cocoon is a little bit small. Linchi, thanks for the invitation. People on stage, just got off the plane. Don't queue. What's with the sudden feeling that Lin Creek is a bit tea-ish? Tea or no tea first? Lin Shi's fans are really able to wash, controlling reviews all the way to outer space. I can't say anything else. Just for Mr. Jong Song old boy, I'm going to follow this program. Who says love songs don't work anymore? Old boy is clearly the ceiling of love songs. Wake up upstairs. Where is old boy a love song? It's obviously a song for middle-aged social animals. Middle-aged social animal vibrating with rage. Who's middle-aged? I'm still a baby. Baby bus warning. Plus middle-aged social animal. Lawyer's letter warning. Don't argue. Don't argue. They're all old babies. Okay? Old baby post. That said, the plagiarism theory can be turned on its head, right? Half an hour to hold back cocoon breaking. Lin Shi has a little something going for him. The live streaming pop-ups are like wild horses out of control, completely letting themselves go. All sorts of internet hits are popping up all over the place, gumming up the screen. The passerby fans who were still wavering originally were also infected by the warm atmosphere and fell to John Lee's side. After all, in the face of absolute strength, all doubts pale in comparison. The lyrics of Old Boy have proved that Zhang Li is talented, and the next clearing session will be the one that will completely seal the deal. Everyone is holding their breath, waiting for the next fairy fight. Meanwhile, inside the practice room, Zhang Yang curled up in the corner, his knuckles clenched white. Sniffling, he wiped his face vigorously, trying to stop the tears that kept coming. On the other end of the video link, Zhang Li's voice came through with mild concern. What's wrong? Stressed? Taking another deep breath and shaking his head, Zhang Yang's voice carried an obvious choking sound. It's not the pressure. Mr. Jiang, this song. There was a pause, as if he was organizing his words, but also as if his throat was clogged with emotion and it was difficult to continue. Zhang Li waited quietly, his gaze calm and gentle. This song reminds me of my dad. The voice was heavily nasal, and Zhang Yang's tears once again gushed out uncontrollably. Raising her hands to cover her face, her shoulders twitched slightly as she tried to suppress her sobs. My dad left early, when I was still in a bar residency, and I didn't even go home for New Year's Eve to make more money. By the time I got back, he was. The voice broke and the words were filled with irreparable regret and guilt. Before he left, the one thing he couldn't let go of was me, always chanting when I'll see me start a family. Stop singing out of tune songs all day long. Tears dripped down her fingers, wetting her practice clothes. Lowering his hand, his face was streaked with tears, but his eyes held relief and nostalgia. Actually, my dad he likes to listen to me sing too. He just doesn't say it with his mouth. He always said, a boy has to do something serious. Can singing be a meal? But every time he got drunk, he'd sneak up to the door of the bar and just stand there and listen to me sing. Zhang Yang smiled with a bitter warmth in his smile. Old boy. The lyrics are so much like something my dad would say. Also too similar. Ordinary people like us who are running for our lives but have dreams in our hearts now. Looking at the screen again, his eyes filled with genuine gratitude. Mr. Jiang, thank you for writing this song. Really, thank you. Smiling slightly, Zhang Li's tone remained gentle. Don't thank me. The song is for everyone. It touches your heartstrings and that's all that matters. As for the pressure, it's just a stage. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's not the first time you've been on stage. Now sing for yourself and for your father. Carrying that emotion is enough. Remember, you are Zhang Yang, a unique being. The words brushed through his heart like a spring breeze, dispersing the haze that had enveloped Zhang Yang's mind. Nodding vigorously, his eyes regained their determination. Chapter 66. Let's go to Dunhuang together when we're discharged from the hospital? Shui Jilan's tone was teasing. It seems that Mr. Zhang Yang is still a contest type of player. As soon as he heard that he had to sing cleanly, he directly made himself cry with excitement. Joey also smiled and rubbed his nose, picking up the conversation. Okay, don't get melodramatic here. Play well and come back with a championship. Next time I tour the world, I'll put your name directly in the guest column. Being teased by the two, Zhang Yang's mood really relaxed a lot. Inhaling, he looked at Chen Ruoshi, who was standing beside the bed, and hesitated. Brother Joe took me on tour. What about Sister Ruoshi? You're not bringing Sister Ruoshi along? When Shui Jilu heard this, he immediately picked up the conversation in a strange accent. Other people's Ruoshi has a more important task to take care of our teacher Jiang Li now. As soon as the words fell, everyone's eyes swarmed towards Chen Ruoshi. The young girl's already fair cheeks were instantly colored with a layer of scarlet, like ripe apples. Delicate. Somewhat flustered, he raised his eyes, glanced quickly at Jiang Li, and quickly lowered his head again. Her long eyelashes fluttered uneasily, and her hands were twisted together, looking a bit overwhelmed. Jiang Li's face, however, surfaced a faint smile, and there also seemed to be starlight flickering in the bottom of her eyes. A sideways glance at the girl. When I get better, let's go to Dunhuang together to see the murals after I get out of the hospital. The cotton swab slipped from the mouth of the iodine bottle and rolled across the floor with a fine sound. Chen Ruoshi's ponytail swept over the back of Jiang Li's hand as she bent over, and when she got up, she bumped into the other party's smiling eyes. For a moment, the atmosphere in the ward became subtle. Shui Jilu and Joey glanced at each other, and unspoken anti-smiles surfaced on their faces. Ego, not bad, oh Mr. Jiang. This flirting skill points full marks. Zhang Yang giggled along with him. I haven't been to Dunhuan yet. Bring me one then. Chen Ruoshi's cheeks were so red that they were almost dripping blood. Biting her lip, she peeked at Jiang Li again and saw that he was looking at her with a smile on his face, his eyes gentle and expectant. It was as if his heart missed a beat, and unspeakable sweetness flooded his heart. It took a long time before a gnat-like response came. Good. The voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. A knock on the door sounded for the umpteenth time to stifle laughter. The field agent poked half his head in. Mr. Zhang, it's time to wait. The banter came to an abrupt halt. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and his eyes instantly became firm and focused. I'll go then. Meanwhile, inside the studio hall, the dome spotlights burst into life and the presenter weaves his way through the audience, microphone in hand. Exciting times are just around the corner. Before enjoying the great singing, we interviewed a few random people from the audience. Listen to what's on everyone's mind at the moment. A fashionably dressed young girl was lucky enough to be chosen. The host was all smiles and handed the microphone over. Hello, this pretty young lady. May I ask which teacher are you more looking forward to singing next? The girl said to the camera, slightly excited. I'm certainly looking forward to Mr. Linshi and Mr. Cheng Jia more. It goes without saying that Mr. Linshi's talent is absolutely top-notch in terms of arranging. Mr. Cheng Jia is even the top stream in the new generation of singers and is super strong. The combination of the two of them is simply a king bomb. The host turned the microphone back to the other boy. This handsome man, what's your choice? The lyrics definitely win for old boy. But Cheng Jia knows all about that voice. The boy in the baseball shirt squeezed his support stick to the point of cackling. Best male singer at the Golden Bell Awards. Just like a national team player. The guide camera sweeps across the occasion. The host dislikes the microphone to the middle-aged man's mouth. Which singer do you favor? The middle-aged man pushed up his glasses. Personally, I'm more optimistic about Mr. Lin Shi and the others. Although the song Old Boy does hit home quite well, and Mr. Jiang Li writes good lyrics. But the singer, Zhang Yang, is, after all, only a minor celebrity. Compared to a singer of Cheng Jia's caliber, the difference in strength was still too great. And what Mr. Lin Shi is best at is arranging music, and I'm sure that Breaking the Cocoon will take on a new life after his arrangement, making up for some of the shortcomings in the lyrics. The host interviews a few more audience members in quick succession. Without exception, everyone was positive about the song Old Boy though. It also recognizes Jiang Li's talent. But in the next singing session, the vast majority of viewers were more favorable to the combination of Lin Shi and Cheng Jia. After all, Cheng Jia's fame and strength were there. The title of leader of the new generation is not a title to be taken lightly. Lin Shi's arranging ability has also long been well established. The Academy's solid foundation, coupled with a precise grasp of market trends, always brings surprises. In contrast, Zhang Yang is still a bit of a stranger to the vast majority of viewers, even if the lyrics of Old Boy are more stirring. But in the brutal arena of competition, strength is hard. Not to mention that the song Broken Cocoon itself isn't bad quality, with positive intentions and a catchy melody. After Lin Shi's careful arrangement, coupled with Cheng Jia's strong interpretation, the deer is not yet known. The atmosphere in the studio was gradually brought to a climax by the host's interviews and the audience's murmurs. The pop-ups in the live stream rolled like a tidal wave, and most of the netizens held the same notion. But Cheng Jia's live is really not black. The Old Boy lyrics are poking at the heart, but the song still needs to be held up by the vocals. Blind guessing a Lin Shi Cheng Jia steady. Mr. Zhang's group is still honored despite the defeat. Heartbroken Jiang. This configuration. It feels like a bronze with an elementary school student playing a king's game. Elementary school student, do not cue, do not serve solo? Although the questioning voice is not as sharp as before, but bearish Jiang Li Zhang Yang combination, almost become the mainstream argument. Athletic arena. Strength speaks. Sentimentality is no more moving than a hard-hitting vocal competition. Wait, I think I've found Wa point. Clean singing? Clear singing Yang doesn't suffer. Upstairs, the Emperor of Truth. Clear singing is the time to test the real gold. Some voice cultivation warriors are going to show their true colors, aren't they? Sound fixing warning. Is the inner entertainment cover-up about to be ripped off? Excitement. Sporadic pop-ups are starting to shift the winds, and clean singing seems to be more favorable to Zhang Yang, but it was quickly drowned out by greater skepticism. Don't be ridiculous. Cheng Jia's best male singer at the Golden Bell Awards is just for show. He still kills the whole audience when he sings clean, right? Jiang Li fans don't dream. Cheng Jia's steadiness is engraved in his DNA. What's a cleansing song? Sit back and wait for Cheng Jia to open his mouth and kneel. so certain people don't cry and cry when the time comes. Netizens argue and disagree. The stage lights dimmed abruptly, and the din of the room lowered to silence. Only the support light signs in the front rows of the audience were still flashing. With a smile on his face, the host once again took center stage, his booming voice penetrating the room. Ladies and gentlemen, the exciting time has finally arrived. Next, please welcome the first competing singer, Zhang Yang. He will bring us Old Boy, an original song composed by Mr. Jiang Li. Let's welcome him with the loudest applause. Spotlight beams, suddenly converging on the stage entrance. Chapter 67, Perfect Play, Old Boy Kills the House. Amidst the deafening applause, Zhang Yang's figure slowly appeared on top of the stage. Black jacket, simple inner wear, no flashy stage clothes, no dazzling lights and choreography. Just standing there quietly, slightly green like the boy next door. The light cast faint shadows on his body, reflecting off the lean face. The eyes, however, were exceptionally bright, like twinkling stars in the night sky. The intro is not there, and the accompaniment is even less so. The entire room was so silent you could only hear the audience breathing slightly. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and his fingers holding the microphone were slightly white. Close your eyes, as if to let all your emotions sink in, and then slowly exhale. When he opened his eyes again, they had become incredibly focused. That's the person I miss day and night and love deeply now. No accompanying trimmings, no tricks piled on, pure vocals, clean as an uncut diamond in the rough. But it instantly caught everyone's ear. I can't believe how steady the clean singing is. Brother Yang can do it. This voice, there's something in it. Who was the one who said Jan was a bronze before? I apologize for the front. Brother Yang's voice, at least it must be a gold. The pop-up winds are quietly shifting. Passers-by who were still questioning the singing ability were also convinced by Zhang Yang's clear singing strength at this moment. Clear, clean, and consistent, without a hint of vibrato or imperfection. The song continues to flow, and the lyrics are gradually laid out. The youth is like a rushing river. It's too late to say goodbye. The plain lyrics possess a certain magic in the slightly raspy voice that renders them straight from the heart. In the audience, the young people who were still in a watching mood gradually became gloomy. The giggling died down and the chatter subsided. In its place is silence, listening, immersion. The lyrics are really great. The running river never returns. It's so graphic, worthy of being Mr. Jiang. I'm directly in tears with this word. Help. Who understands? I literally cried listening to this. The lyrics are ruthlessly empathetic. The pop-ups are no longer flirting and questioning. In its place is resonance, moving, heartfelt admiration. The voice was still calm, but full of emotion. Life is like a relentless carving knife that changes our mold. There was a slight pause in the song, as if to give the audience time to think, and as if to build up his strength. Inside the studio, there was silence, a pause of a few seconds, but it seemed like a century. When Zhang Yang spoke again, his voice had become fuller and more powerful. Shall I wither before I bloom? I had a dream. This sentence, like a flat thunderstorm, instantly exploded in everyone's ears. Repressed emotions completely erupted at this moment. In the audience, some people began to whimper and others silently wiped the corners of their eyes. Will it wither before it blooms? That's what I'm asking. I'm so sorry. Dreams and such have long been smoothed out by life, and it makes me want to cry to hear it. Broken defense, really broken defense. The lyrics are heartfelt, knife to the heart. The pop-ups were completely boiling, and countless netizens said that they were hit by the lyrics and the emotional floodgates instantly collapsed. Zhang Yang's voice continues. Let the years dry up my ideals, and never find the real me. In the climax, there's no hysterical shouting or flashy tricks to show off. There is just a sincere emotional flow, and a helpless sigh for the years of youth. But it is this bland narrative that has the power to go straight to the heart. Like a trickle of water, it slowly seeps into the heart, moisturizing countless long-dried hearts. Lyrics seal the deal. The golden phrase of the year is scheduled. Who's in favor? Who's against? Objection overruled. The lyrics are engraved in my DNA. After listening to this song I just wanna say, youth you walk slowly, wait for me. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was completely screened by the words lyrics to God. All skepticism evaporated at that moment. In its place, there was a flood of praise and worship for Jiang Li. Backstage, Lin Shi looked at the pop-up scrolling on the screen, her face sinking a little. Old Boy was surprisingly well received, so good that it raised a flutter of panic in his heart. Tugging at the corners of his mouth, he tried to smile, but couldn't. The original confidence and broken cocoon is now deflating a little bit like a balloon that has been punctured. Turning his head, he looked at Cheng Jie, who was taking deep breaths to adjust his state. Lin Shi's tone was pretending to be relaxed, but in reality, it carried an imperceptible tightness. Mr. Chang, it's up to you next. Just, be better than the flailing. Just now, the word better was emphasized. Like emphasizing, more like pressuring. Chang Jie heard Lin Shi's words and raised his eyes to look at him for a moment, wanting to speak. Of course he heard the strings in Lin Shi's words, pressure that pounces, nodded and said nothing. The quality of the song Cocoon Breaking really isn't that bad. The intention is original, the melody is catchy, and the lyrics are inspirational enough. Lin Shi, who comes from the academy, has even more unquestionable arranging skills. It's just that there's so much finesse. The difficulty of performing the song has gone up, especially, or clean singing, without the accompaniment to cover it up. All imperfections are magnified infinitely. It made him uncomfortable. His strengths are stage control, perfect blending with accompaniment, bombastic high notes and stage presence. The clean singing, precisely, raises the shortcomings and avoids the longcomings. What's more, the song Broken Cocoon has a large number of falsetto sounds designed in the chorus in order to pursue the mood of breaking the cocoon into a butterfly. And falsetto, never a weak point for him. Thinking of this, Chang Jie's gaze involuntarily drifted to the center of the stage. The spotlight was on Zhang Yang as he was singing the climax of the song. No bombastic high notes, no showy transitions. There was only a smooth pouring, and a slightly raspy voice, but as if it had some kind of magic power, it gripped everyone's heart. Chang Jie admits that the song Old Boy is really well written, so good that it's like it was tailor-made for Zhang Yang. The thick, magnetic bass is fully utilized. The climactic part of the explosion is a punctuation mark that goes straight to the soul. Even began to envy Zhang Yang. I envy him for coming across such a song that fits him so well. If Old Boy had let him sing. Chang Jie silently envisioned in his mind that he would sing better than Zhang Yang. He was very similar to Zhang Yang, both specializing in bass, with both explosive kinds of voices. Too much falsetto is most unsuitable for their type of singer. Only, it's too late for that. Now that you've chosen, there's no going back. If given a second chance to choose, a mental sigh, if he could do it all over again, he would rather pay to sing and divide himself into Jian Li's team. Even if it's just a generic spit song, it's better than the current situation of riding the tiger. On stage, Zhang Yang singing continues. The song is full of emotion, which is clearly transmitted to the backstage through the stereo. As Chang Jie listened, the trace of uncertainty in his heart was gradually replaced by admiration. I have to admit that Zhang Yang sang really well, professional and committed. The essence of the song Old Boy was performed in its entirety. Perhaps that was why Jian Li had chosen Jian Li. He has a musical talent that goes far beyond the ordinary, and an eye for seeing through the idiosyncrasies of singers. The ability to take the most appropriate song and give it to the most appropriate singer. Thinking of this, Chang Jie took a deep breath and his eyes became firm again. Either way, the stage is still up and the song is still on. It's important to go all out and put your best foot forward, even if clean singing is his weakness. Chapter 68. The server is stuck with Mr. Jian. The spotlight is on again. This time, the stage welcomed another highly regarded singer, Chang Jie. He was dressed in a well-tailored silver gray suit. In the light of the illumination, it is more obvious that the body posture is upright, and the handsome face has clear angles. In stark contrast to Zhang Yang's simplicity, Chang Jie brings an aura of stardom with him right out of the gate. She has a mature and confident demeanor. The crowd erupted into even louder cheers. The screams almost pierced the eardrums. The support sticks waved like a tidal wave, and the atmosphere was instantly pushed to a new high. The intro is still lacking, and the straight clean vocals make it all the more brutal and exciting. Chang Jie nodded slightly to the audience. With that, he tightened his smile and his eyes became focused and serious. Slowly, he closed his eyes and percolated the emotions of the song. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze had become sharp and firm, like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. With a vigorous vitality, I broke out of my cocoon and flew against the wind, breaking free from my bound gaze. The voice is highly recognizable, clear and penetrating. The high notes starting at 0 frames per second are even more killer, instantly lighting up the room. Not bad for the best male singer at the Golden Bell Awards. As soon as she opens her mouth, she displays powerful vocals with impeccable pitch and breath. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was once again screened, and countless netizens marveled at Chang Jie's strength. The moment you open your mouth, you're a king. This is a real power singer. Soprano voice is amazing. I've got goosebumps. This is what a professional singer should sound like. Lin Shi plus Chang Jie. This combination is the YYDS. The song Broken Cocoon is also too combustible. However, when the song goes into the chorus section, it requires a lot of falsetto technique. Unnoticeable subtle changes quietly occur, breaking through the darkness and welcoming the light. Life should bloom. In the word bloom, the falsetto rises for a moment, and a subtle break in the sound flickers away. It may be difficult for the average viewer to notice, but for the professional music critic, it's a subtle flaw, but it's as striking as an ink spot on white paper. The few music critics in the music critic seats, who were still relaxed and cozy, looked slightly stunned. Eyes were exchanged and a subtle surprise filled the air. Chang Jie, just wasn't a little. A female music critic lowered her voice, her tone tinged with uncertainty. Well, there seems to be a little bit. The falsetto part. The breath control is slightly unsteady. The other male music critic frowned slightly, looking slightly puzzled. It shouldn't be. Chang Jie's live has always been very stable. This kind of low-level mistake doesn't seem like something he would make. Is it too much pressure to clear the vocals? Or is the key of the song not quite right for him? It's also possible that Zhang Yang's performance just now has given him no small amount of psychological pressure. Old Boy is really sung so well that anyone else singing behind it would be under pressure. I'd like to think that it might be a problem with Lin Chi's arrangements. The song Breaking the Cocoon is so skillful that it's inherently difficult to clear. Plus so much falsetto, it's too demanding on the singer's breath. Come on, if we want to talk about going up in intensity, it's only right for Jian Li to go up in intensity for Zhang Yang. After all, one was a newcomer and the other was a senior. So how could it be that Lin Chi was the one giving Chang Jie the upper strength? I see some people just can't afford to lose and are starting to make excuses. A music critic, always known for his sharpness, nonchalantly interrupted their discussion with disdain in his tone. The crowd whispered and expressed their own opinions, all looking somewhat incredulous. Chang Jie's strength was unquestionable in their hearts, and to make this kind of mistake was truly a bit of an anomaly. On stage, Chang Jie is oblivious to the fact that he is still singing with all his heart. With stage experience and skillful singing, he quickly adjusted his breath and skillfully covered up that flaw. The follow-up vocals remained steady and smooth, with loud and clear sopranos and great stage presence. A song. The audience applauded and cheered for a long time. Chang Jie's performance continues to win the audience's love and recognition. Countless fans screamed frantically, waved their support sticks, and expressed their support for their idols with the loudest applause. Chang Jie is awesome. He's so solid even in clean singing. He's crushing it, breaking the cocoon and rushing. Chang Jie is the best. The song is good, and the man is even more handsome. Chang Jie YYDS. The live stream pop-ups were equally flooded with praise. Fans did their best to cheer on their idols, trying to vocally overpower the heat of Old Boy. However, no amount of cheering and shouting can hide one objective fact that, both in terms of the intention of the work, its emotional resonance, and its live performance, the combination of Zhang Li and Zhang Yang's Old Boy are both significantly better. As good as cocoon breaking is, Jie Chang sings well enough. However, compared with Old Boy, it has less power to hit the heart, less touching the soul. This gap is not something that skill can bridge or popularity can hide. This is a function of the height of the work itself, and the degree of emotional sincerity. As most viewers felt in their hearts, the Old Boy, for the win. The win was complete. The win was indisputable. The spotlight swept across the room once again, and the host had a big smile and a passionate voice. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, ladies and gentlemen of the internet, the exciting voting session is now officially underway. Please pick up your cell phones and scan the QR code on the screen. Vote for the singers you support. Every one of your votes counts. We'll determine tonight's winner. As soon as the words were spoken, there was a rustling sound of code sweeping in the studio. The audience pulled out their cell phones, the bright light of the screen reflecting a slightly nervous face. The live stream pop-ups were also instantly flooded with voting information. Countless netizens flocked to the voting channel to help their favorite works. On the big screen, Jian Li and Lin Chi's votes were like two rising curves, intertwined and entwined in canine. The numbers jumped faster and faster. Every small increase touches everyone's nerves. The atmosphere was tense to the point where the only sound left was the slightly rapid breathing of the audience, and the occasional footsteps of staff walking around. Inside the ICU ward, Shui Jilu stared at the number of votes on the screen, his palms slightly sweaty. The votes are biting too hard, aren't they? It's like riding a roller coaster. My heart is going to jump out of my chest. Joey also put away his joking demeanor in a rare moment and stared at the screen with a serious expression. That's what I call a fight between gods and goddesses, and I really don't know who the deer will be until the last moment. Chen Ruoshi silently focused on the number of votes, her slender fingers tightly clutching the corner of her coat, her beautiful eyes vaguely worried. Zhang Li's expression was calm, as if he had already anticipated the outcome, just quietly looking at the screen with an imperceptible smile at the corners of his mouth. Time passed by, and the countdown numbers on the big screen kept jumping. 59 seconds, 30 seconds, 10 seconds. As the countdown entered the last 30 seconds, on the big screen, Zhang Li's vote growth rate clearly began to slow down, and even showed signs of stagnation. Lin Chi's votes, on the other hand, continued to maintain a steady growth momentum. The two pulled apart a little bit. Inside the studio, the audience held their breath. The live streaming room was also filled with questions from netizens. What's going on? Why does it feel like Mr. Zhang's votes aren't moving? Me too. I clicked on vote furiously. How come the votes didn't respond at all? Final sprint lagged? Tomato factory server pulling crotch again? Blind guesses at a wave of technical glitches. Rotten Tomatoes daily operations. Get used to it. Skepticism began to spread through the pop-ups, but was quickly drowned out by the sound of the final countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Voting lanes, officially closed. The host's loud voice resounded through the studio, announcing the final end of the first round of competitive voting. The whole room was instantly quiet. All eyes focused on the big screen, waiting for the final result to be revealed. On the big screen, the votes were finalized. Linchi Warriors, Broken Cocoon 587-3215 votes. Zhongli Warriors, Old Boy 569-8432 votes. I announce this competition. The champion team of the first round is Team Linchi. The presenter's voice carries excitement and instantly ignites the atmosphere. There was thunderous applause and cheering. Linchi wore a smile and walked to the center of the stage once again. With his hands behind his back, he enjoyed the applause and praise from all directions. The lights converged on his body, setting him off in a radiant way. Nodding slightly, his eyes swept over the audience as if he was accepting the crowd's worship. However, in stark contrast to the heated atmosphere of the scene, the live stream pop-ups were at the moment filled with questions and disbelief. Shady, absolutely shady. I voted in the last 30 seconds, and I'm sure it wasn't counted. Me too. I went crazy at the last minute, and the votes didn't budge. Ridiculous. Rotten Tomatoes eats ugly. For the sake of promoting Lin Shi, even the night pots do not want? There's one thing to be said for this last wave of maneuvering. I'm cracking straight up. Capital power is as scary as it gets. Program, give you the chance to vote, but give or not give you a raise. That's another matter. Jia. I told you how Lin Shi could win. Old Boy directly sealed the god. This result I do not recognize. Family, who understands I really will thank. Voted for loneliness. Feelings I am in the air vote? Laughing to death. I thought it was a cell phone jam. It turned out that everyone was stagnant in the last 30 seconds of the vote, so it's just us. Mr. Jian, who got stuck, right? Reasonable doubt that the server is accurately lagging. On the card Mr. Jian, Lin Shi is far ahead. Winning hemp. The wall cracks demand that the program give a statement. Give justice to Mr. Jian. The pop-ups poured down like an avalanche. Questioning voices, abusive voices, and denunciation voices converged into a powerful torrent of public opinion, instantly flooding the live broadcast room. The pop-up atmosphere, which was originally quite harmonious, has now become tense with swords and gunpowder. Countless netizens flocked to the program's official microblog, as well as the director's personal account. Ask the program to give a reasonable explanation and return a fair result to Zhongli. Chapter 69, To Destroy a Man. You must first make him crazy. Inside the ICU room, the number of votes framed on the screen looked like a slap in the face. Slap in the face of all those who support Old Boy. The monitor makes a regular ticking sound. The blue light cast fine specks of light on Zhongli's pale face. The index finger resting on the armrest tapped gently. The image of Lin Shi receiving congratulations was reflected in her pupils. With his body into the game, planning for a long time, it is finally time to close the net. Next, it was up to Elder Chen's side to see if he would strike as thunderously as he wished. This is too dark. Shui Jilu was the first to break the silence, his voice carrying suppressed anger. Cheng Jie's falsetto was broken like that, and Zhang Yang's clean singing is just perfect. How can he lose? When I'm a little cutie, what do you think? Joey was so angry that he slapped his thighs, and the original playful smile disappeared, replaced by a rare seriousness. That's a hell of a way to eat. Chen Ruwashi's pretty face flushed red, her shell teeth biting her lips tightly, her chest heaving violently. Obviously she was also infuriated. Stealing a glance at Zhongli, see the expression as usual. The bottom of his heart is even more indignant for him. Teacher Jiang, this is clearly shady. It's fine not to participate in the competition. Shui Jilu turned to Zhongli angrily, his tone resolute. I'll pay for the breach of contract and all that. We won't take this. Zhou Yi chimed in. Yes, we're talented, so why suffer here? Chen Ruwashi also softly persuaded. Why don't we forget it? This program is so irritating to watch. In the face of the three people's persuasion, Zhongli only gently shook her head. There was still a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were as deep as an ancient well, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. Suddenly, he laughed out softly. Startled, Chen Ruwashi dropped the gauze in her hand to the floor. As he stooped to pick it up, he heard a calm voice from overhead. Remember the scene in Let the Bullets Fly where Rocco disembowels himself to get the powder? If heaven wants to bring about its demise, it must first make it mad. Let them be complacent for a while. The fun, it's just beginning. Fragrant Hill Sanatorium, Green Pine Pavilion. Chen Lao was draped in a navy blue cardigan. His presbyopic glasses slid to the tip of his nose, and he was reviewing documents on a desk lamp. The sandalwood paperweight is pressed against the rice paper. and the tip of a wolf hair brush hangs above the title guiding opinions on literary and artistic work in the new era. The years have left traces on his face, but he has also developed a calm demeanor that is unchanged by the collapse of Tarzan in front of him. The door to the room was gently knocked on, and the assistant reported in a low voice, "Elder Chen, there is something I would like to report to you." Elder Chen raised his hand, signaling his assistant to come in. The old voice carried the sound of gold and stone. "Say." The assistant quickly walked closer and bowed slightly. "The results of the overtime match of Best Buddy are out, and Lin Shi won the championship." Got it." After a slight hesitation, the assistant spoke anyway. "There's also something else. The song that Lin Shi won the championship this time is Shen Lao's work Broken Cocoon." The nib of the pen blots out ink spots on the rice paper. Elder Chen took off his glasses, revealing a hawk-like gaze. "This Shen Huayuan is willing to put down money." The assistant nodded. "Yes. Moreover, it's advertised to the public that it's Lin Shi's original work." Frowning slightly, Elder Chen instructed after a moment of thought, "Pull up the program video." Soon the tablet was handed to the front. With a tap of his fingertip, the screen jumped to a clip of Zhang Yang singing Old Boy. "Youth is like a running river." The raspy voice crashed into the sanatorium pines, startling the brass bells on the eaves with a gentle tremor. Chen's old index finger tapped on his knee. The white eyebrow twitched imperceptibly when he heard "Life is like a merciless carving knife." The assistant glimpsed the old man's knuckles tapping out a rhythm on the sandalwood armrest and busied herself with turning up the volume. The night wind swept into the carved window pane with the tail end of Old Boy. Chen Lao suddenly pressed the pause button, and the image was fixed in the corner of Zhang Yang's eye, reflecting. Turning his head to his assistant, his eyes had a slightly searching look in them. "Did Zhang Li write this Old Boy song too?" The assistant nodded in a hurry. "Yes, Elder Chen. Live original. Lyrics and music completed within half an hour." The tea broth bobbed and rippled in the celadone marigold. The old man closed his eyes and hummed the last bars of Old Boy and suddenly burst out laughing. "Half an hour? The Zhang family kid is using a yang scheme as a sword." The porcelain cup knocked heavily on the yellow pear table. Chin old man pulled the rice paper cursive writing. Ink forced through the back of the paper. "Water to clear. No fish." Shell listing is also a skill. There are some things you can turn a blind eye to as long as you don't hit the bottom line. There is nothing wrong with young people striving for fame and fortune and moving up the ladder. But this time, it was clear that someone had crossed the line. The River Boys originated Old Boy in half an hour, and the quality is there for all to see. Shen Huayuan disciple, however, took his teacher's work and pretended to be original, operating in the dark and destroying the fairness of the competition. This is no longer a simple fight for fame and fortune, but touching the bottom line of the rules. What's more, the Jiang family kid is a bit interesting. After a moment's silence, the wolf hair and the right to the source for words hard to close the edge. "Li, what should we do if someone breaks the rules?" The assistant understood, nodded slightly, and murmured, "Since it is necessary to make them pay and maintain the dignity of the rules." Elder Chen nodded in satisfaction and slowly said, "Then, show them that rules aren't meant to be broken. Call the old radio and television king." Chen Lao pulled a towel and wiped his hands. "Let's just say what I said. The literary front is not a place of fame and fortune." The assistant was just about to turn around when he was called back. "Wait." The old man rubbed the Hutyan jade paperweight on his desk. "Choose a piece by the Jiang family's kid to be sent for the Golden Bell Awards, and go by the special channel." The moonlight crawls on the rice paper, illuminating the wild cursive writing of the original source of clarity. Elder Chen snorted lightly at the courtyard pine shadow. "Shen Huayuan, Shen Huayuan, you taught a good disciple." The night breeze curls the corners of the paper and covers the undried ink. The assistant's footsteps were gentle as he walked out of the green pine pavilion. The night breeze was slightly cool, blowing away the remaining sandalwood scent on his body. "Take out your cell phone and dial a number." "Elder Shen." "Excuse me," Elder Chen asked me to ask, "what do you think of the song Old Boy?" Shen Huayuan froze for a moment, just getting ready for bed, standing in his robe in the study at the moment. "Old Boy? What song?" "Just the one that aired on Best Buddies tonight." The assistant's tone was flat. Elder Chen is very interested. "Oh, I haven't watched the show yet." Shen Huayuan walked over to his desk and opened his computer. "I did hear that Lin Shi won the championship." "Yes, using your cocoon breaker." Shen Huayuan's fingers lapped at the keyboard. "The boy has a sense of propriety, and I trust him." "Then Old Boy, you give Chen Lao a review after watching it." The assistant hung up after that. The study fell into silence. Shen Huayuan held his cell phone in front of the mahogany bookcase in a daze for a long time. Cigar ash rustled down on the sous vide table flag. When clicking on a web page, rosewood ruler pressed by the sprinkled gold rice paper, still blotting the 4 words of the high and low not yet dry. What came to mind was the overwhelming news of breaking the cocoon's win. Various marketing numbers are clamoring for coverage. The headlines, without exception, touted Lin Shi's arranging talent and Chang Jia's singing prowess. The corners of his wrinkled eyes twitched twice, and his grip on the alabaster pot paused. Chapter 70, Who disturbs the master in the dead of night? He expected breaking the cocoon to take first place, but what is Old Boy? Why would Chen be interested in this song? Search again for Old Boy. This time, instead, a link to a replay of the Best Buddies show appeared. When the program replay finished loading, the Ceta mash happened to fall into the keyboard crevice. Zhang Yang's hoarse voice hit the four walls of the study yellow pearwood carvings. Startled, the bamboo shadow outside the window trembled. That's the person I miss day and night and love deeply now. Xin Huayuan sat up straight. Fingers unconsciously tapped on the armrests, rocking gently to the rhythm. When the words, "Will it wither before it blooms?" ring out, hold down the spacebar and the presbyopia slide to the tip of your nose. Play it backwards. 0, 5x, then backwards again. The rise and fall is a big coincidence. The lyric has been polished for at least 3 years. The subtle off-key chords at the second bar of the main song's turnaround send a fine war cry down the back of his neck. The chorus is 7 words long. Youth is like a flowing river. Words slammed into the trickiest landing spots of the 12 equal temperament. This transcription, taking a drag on his cigar, he cranked up the piano simulator between sparks. The right hand presses rapidly and falsely in the void, suddenly settling on the third interval of E-flat major. So, deconstructing the pentatonic scale with the blues scale. The latter, the main song 45-36 chord goes, but steals the Phrygian modulation in the genitive 7th chord. What a great way to get to the top. Close your eyes and listen to countless pieces over a 50-year career in music, but not many lyrics hit the soul as hard as this. Life is like a relentless carving knife that changes our mold. Xin Huayuan's eyes snapped open. The writer of this song is by no means an idle one. Play the video again, over and over again. Each time I hear it, the shock in my heart grows a little more. Turn off the video for a long time. The lyrical caliber of Old Boy has far exceeded his expectations. It's safe to assume that the person who wrote this song is by no means a generalist. It's definitely something that could only have been written by some music major of comparable stature to him. But who is this man? Racking my brain, I can't think of any other big shot in the music industry that possesses such depth of power. And, why did Chen ask him to review the song? Search again for information about Old Boy. I froze when I saw written by Jiangli. The name seemed to ring a bell somewhere. Keep scrolling down. When he saw the live half-hour original, Xin Huayuan sucked in a breath of cold air. Impossible, muttered the man. Absolutely impossible. Xin Huayuan once again clicked on the broken cocoon clip. The break in Chang Jie's falsetto part was particularly harsh in his ears. This is the kind of professional stage where any flaws are infinitely magnified. Xin Huayuan violently ripped off his presbyopic glasses, his withered fingers almost poking into the screen. Is this how the third style of Wyoming accent transcription is used? Old Boy is nothing like the quality of Broken Cocoon, and even better in its arrangements. Then there must be something fishy behind Lin Shi's win. Fingers tapping on the bookcase, thoughts drifting away. Chen asked him to review Old Boy, which is by no means a simple musical exploration. Having been immersed in the music scene for many years, I'm all too familiar with this kind of chord. Typing in the word Jiangli, the search results made his pupils shrink. A 10-minute record of creating Twilight Echoes, a record of writing songs despite being terminally ill. Every piece of information was confirming his suspicions. So it is. Xin Huayuan let out a long sigh. I'm afraid that this Jiangli is the young man that Elder Chen was talking about. No wonder that call came at the right time. Turning over the notebook in his hand, it densely recorded Lin Shi's growth trajectory over the years. From his initial musical initiation to his later professional training, he is now a newcomer to the music scene. It's a shame. Closing the notebook, Xin Huayuan took off his old glasses and rubbed the corners of his sore eyes. He trusts this favorite student too much, but ignores the fickleness of hearts in the world of fame and fortune. The phonograph in the corner of the den was still playing a demo of Broken Cocoon. The song carries his expectations for Lin Shi, but now it's a double-edged sword. Chen Lao's attitude was already obvious. To protect Lin Shi, or to protect his own reputation? Looks like it's time to make a break. Cigar ash rustled on the silk robe. The bottom of Xin Huayuan's eyes reflected the projection of the score of Old Boy. When E-flat major shifts to Dorian modulation, suddenly press your temples. This is exactly what he proposed in his thesis at the Vienna Conservatory of Music. The theory of Eastern blues. The floor-to-ceiling windows of the study reflected the hunched silhouette of the old man. Trembling, I clicked on Chen's old secretary's circle of friends. The latest development is a close-up of the inkstone. Vaguely visible, the original source, typography. There was an unremarkable reply in the comments section. Secretary Lee, I heard that the Golden Bell Awards are adding a special contribution award? Thunder exploded outside the window and torrential rain poured down. Xin Huayuan opened the safe and took out Lin Shi's master worship post. The fire-painted seals glowed blood-colored in the lightning. The lighter flame licks up the edge of the rice paper. Thinking of the ink painting in Chen's study. When the water is clear, there are no fish. It was only at this moment that I read the true meaning of the inscription. Hibernation in the year of the December. The carved wooden door creaked softly at the sound of the rain beating down. Mrs. Shin came in with a celadone marigold, and the hem of her silk robe swept across the threshold of standing water. It's a cold night, have some ginger tea. The tea light rests on the yellow pear table, and the steaming heat blurs Shin Huayuan lenses. Mrs. Shin glanced at the score of old boy framed on the screen, and her veiled hands lightly trembled. 20 years as a couple. She was all too familiar with this expression on her husband's face. When he uncovered a disciple's plagiarism, he rubbed the zisha pot in the same way, his knuckles turning white. For the station's new Artistic Life program, Director Wang has come back 3 times to hire them. She pretended not to mention it, her fingertips brushing the non-existent dust from her husband's shoulder. Say if you're willing to come out, the terms are whatever you want. Shin Huayuan suddenly grabbed his wife's wrist. The tea soup shook out ripples in the calabash, reflecting the determined light under his eyes. Tell them I'll take it. Mrs. Shen was stunned. The sandalwood incense broke off in the bosun burner, and the ashes rustled down on top of the gilt incense beast's head. Aren't you the most annoying? The words were cut off before they were finished. Shin Huayuan got up and pushed open the window, and the torrential rain swooped in wrapped in the melody of breaking the cocoon. Remember to invite Linshi. The lid of the alabaster pot and the body of the pot make a crisp collision. Master and disciple on the same stage. What a sight to see. Mrs. Shin finally heard the strings, watching her husband pick up the red-hot sedum wood in the coals with silver tweezers. The green smoke twisted into the shape of a question mark. Is it really going to come to this? Shin Huayuan scattered the sedum crumbs into the rain curtain and watched them being torn apart by the gusty wind. What was the first lesson I taught him that year? Without waiting for an answer, he asked himself. The bones of an artist should be straighter than 5 lines. Suddenly laughed out loud, shocked the desktop rice paper rustling. The smile reminded Mrs. Shin of the day of their wedding. It was the same way he laughed and tore up the mayor's congratulatory coupons when he had a full house of guests, only because the other side described Ode to Joy as a late work by Beethoven. It's time to put an end to this master-disciple friendship. Chapter 71, The Night of the Rainstorm. Who's laying the groundwork? Meanwhile, the tomato table, office of the station manager. Su Zhang stood with his hands behind his back, his executive jacket outlining his upright figure. Thunder exploded outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the whip of rain lashed against the glass facade of the World Trade Center, reflecting a cold stream of light on the man's lenses. Behind him, the Ming Dynasty wine wally bar is set with a Rue Kiln azure glaze 3-legged bottle. The remains of the cigar in the ashtray were still warm. Da, 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 3 knocks on the door, with just the right amount of urgency. The corner of Su Zhang's mouth curved up in a subtle arc. This Xiaoming was becoming more and more aware of the rules. Enter. When he pushed the door, he brought in the humid vapor of the corridor, and Zhou sneakers trapped shallow marks on the carpet. Stop 3 steps from your desk. This distance allows you to hear what the leader is telling you without appearing to be overstepping your bounds. Stage manager, the first round of competition is over. Su Zhang's fingertips brushed over the gilt lighter relief, the clicking sound extra crisp in the rain. The winner is Linshi? Yes. There was an anomaly in the last 30 seconds of the voting system. Zhang Li's votes have stagnated. The knot in Zhou Ming's throat rolled, sweat stains blotting out from the collar of his white shirt. I'm sorry that I didn't complete the task you gave me. Mission? Su Zhang suddenly burst out laughing, startling Zhou Ming's back. I want you to preserve the tomato station's reputation, not some jumped-up clown. Zhou Ming's gaze followed the man back to the table. Just see Su is using bamboo tweezers to pick up the teapot shower. The purple sand golden toad gradually changes color in boiling water, from dark red to dark brown. If Cheng Jia had performed perfectly, there might have been room for maneuver. Too bad. Some people just don't understand the weight of rules. Touching Chen Lao's bottom line. Even if I don't make a move and the discipline inspection group doesn't move him, there will always be someone to clean him up. Zhou Ming nodded thoughtfully and hesitated for a moment to speak. The internet is now full of discussions about the show's shady practices. The heat is even more than Lin Shi's win. What? Even you think I should regulate public opinion? Su Zhang took out his cell phone. Desk sergeant. It's better not to look. Zhou Ming wanted to say, the official blog and your private microblog below. Ha ha. Su Zhang laughed. It's only right to get scolded for not doing enough. Clicking on the microblog, the comments that came to his eyes but made Su Zhang frown. Are you asleep, Mr. Director? Welcome to Solo with me on B Station. This wave stinks of capital. I suggest that the station manager go next door to Racer to do a job. Maybe he'll catch fire. Su Zhang took a deep breath and put his cell phone back on the table. Cho, prepare 2 circulars. A clarification of the contest's shady practices and one about the plagiarism of the Lone Ranger. Send it out first thing tomorrow after the disciplinary team takes one high away. Yes, Zhou Ming answered, but did not leave immediately. Anything else? Station manager, this is the equipment purchase order signed by Vice President Wang. laying the document lightly beside the gilt paperweight. The center room computer has indeed been tampered with. Gazing at the typing monkey kuei floating in the cup, Su Zhang suddenly laughed out softly. Tea soup ripples swept away the self-important smirk of Lin Shi on the surveillance screen. The sound of the rainstorm was accompanied by the rustle of papers turning pages. Su Zhang's fingertips crossed the word agree approved by Wang Hai, suddenly throwing the whole pile of papers at the monitoring computer. Between the flurry of paper pages, surveillance jumped in unison into snowflake spots. 3 years ago at the Mid-Autumn Gala, he dared to move the ratings. Last year's recruiting meeting, he dared to eat 2 kickbacks. I took him for a long time to remember, but it turns out, he even dared to touch Chen Lao's scales, notify the finance department to freeze all projects handled by Wang Hai. Su Zhang suddenly tilted his teacup. Typing monkey kuei mixed with rainwater dripped hideous traces on the tempered glass. Especially with the title fee running for best buddies, it's going to be faster than the disciplinary team can check the books. Thunder exploded outside the window, and Co Young's face brightened in the lightning. He suddenly picked up a black piece and pressed it against the Go stalemate, and the original stalemate instantly collapsed. It's time for Rotten Tomatoes to change its flavor, don't you think? Zhou Ming had not yet answered when the intercom suddenly rang. Pressing the speakerphone, Chen's old secretary's voice mingled with electricity. Old Su, the time to set the record straight has come. Don't worry, Su Zheng caressed the Qingming Shanghai to relief. I have a tea case here, and I can't stand to see dirt. The busy signal at the end of the call suddenly hummed an excerpt from The Empty City. Fingertips tapped out a western leather running board on the sandalwood desk table. Heavy rainfall in Kiru City peaked at 6 a.m. A curtain of rain washed over the glass facade of the Tomato Terrace building. Wang Hai's Audi A8 ran over a pool of stagnant water, splashing water to scare away the sparrows on the roadside. In the rearview mirror, the secretary trotted after him with a black umbrella raised, dark watermarks blotting the edges of her briefcase. Wang Tai, you have to be careful. I heard that the disciplinary team, the secretary, breathing heavily, informed the station of all the news of the overnight check of the accounts. Get in the car. I'll give you a ride on the way. Half an hour later, the A8 pulls up in front of the building. The elevator mirror reflected Wang Hai's movements as he straightened his tie. Silk blue striped bow tie snaps 3 millimeters below the knot of the throat. It's a standard position he learned on Newsmax. The oak doors of the conference room pushed open for a moment. The whispers came to an abrupt end. 27 gazes hit like searchlights, and then lowered the moment they touched his sight. The corner of Wang Hai's mouth pulled out a subtle arc. The awe reminded him of the wariness of the piglets huddled together as he watched the butcher kill the pigs as a young boy. Co Dai was hospitalized with acute gastroenteritis. Zhou Ming handed over the thermos, white mist weaving a barrier between the two. The doctor's orders say to recuperate for 2 weeks. Wang Hai took the cup, unscrewed the lid and blew on the floating tea. Older people are just weak. The goji berries sink and float in the boiling water, like the brightly flashing cell phone breathing lights in the conference room at the moment. Let's start with the best buddy's opinion. Wang Hai flipped open the conference book, the tip of the pen hovering over the party emblem watermark. Xiao Zhou, you're the project leader. Zhou Ming pushed his silver-rimmed glasses, and the blue light of the projector rippled across the lenses. The current Weibo hashtag BestBeatShady has broken 700 million reads, and the related second creation video on B-Site. The sound of the report was cut to pieces by the rhythm of the rainstorm pounding on the shutters. Wang Hai stared at the dust tumbling in the projector's beam. He knows these numbers better than anyone. Last night at 2 o'clock, in the safe at the home of Chen Litao, the director of Best Buddies, 12 more contracts for public opinion control on different platforms. As soon as the disciplinary team pushed their way in, these documents will just happen to be in the project files handled by Su Zhang. The first order of business is to stabilize Papa Gold. The director of advertising wiped his sweat and got up. A letter came in this morning from Vulgari's side inquiring about. Panic about what? Wang Hai suddenly tapped the ashtray with a pen. Crisp sounds startled the gray pigeons outside the window, and 27 cell phones locked their screens at the same time. The tomato station was founded 23 years ago. What storms haven't we seen? He emphasized the word 23 years. That happens to be Su Zhang's entry year. The conference room returned to dead silence, with only the central air conditioner emitting an asthmatic hum. Wang Hai adjusted his cufflinks slowly and methodically. The white gold cufflinks with the engraved totem of a brave man are facing the surveillance camera. It was given by someone who couldn't mention names after a certain drinking party. It is said to be able to swallow all the wealth of the 8 directions without leaking. The blue light of the projector swept across the finance director's glazed face, and the pie chart on the third page of the PPT suddenly jammed. Wang Hai flexed his fingers and knocked on the desktop, shaking the thermos of goji berries up and down. It's time for old Lu in the equipment section to retire. Staring at the undried water stains on Zhou Ming's sneakers as he said this, it's easy to short-circuit during the rainy season, isn't it? Yes. Fine beads of sweat seeped from Zhou Ming's forehead. The disciplinary team's car should be almost at the elevated level. Glancing out the window at the ITC LED screen, news of breaking the Cocoon's win is being played on a loop. The rain stopped a little when the meeting was adjourned. Wanhai stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city's veins. In the distance, the black official car of the discipline unit was pulling into the underground garage. On the way back to the office, a special detour was made to Su Zhang's special restroom. Adjusting his tie in the blurry mirror, he suddenly hummed "I was a loose cannon in Wollongong" from The Empty City. Pulling out my personal cell phone, the lock screen wallpaper is the smiling face of my daughter rowing in Cambridge. In the encrypted mailbox, there's a photo of the minutes of a meeting sent by an old friend. Mr. Chen's fountain pen was resting on the words point to point, and the ink blotting from the tip of the pen was like an unexploded thunderbolt. The figures he had saved in Swiss banks over the years were enough to buy the entire Pacific insurance. Chen's study is hung with the words "water that is clear has no fish," and he knows best what it means to be a muckraker. Co Young's little maneuver got wind of it last night. Since he dared to risk the whole world, he naturally also had a backhand and a bottom card. It's impossible for a figure like Elder Chen to do everything himself. If the disciplinary team wants to investigate, then let them. Tens of thousands of filial piety offerings over the years have been waiting for this day, haven't they? What's more, he had received information in advance that the disciplinary team coming today was full of familiar faces. Pulling out the carrot brings out the mud. It couldn't be that Elder Chen was making a big deal over that half-dead Zhongli, could it? Chapter 72, this time, it's no longer the 8 directions of wealth that I'm swallowing. Sandalwood incense breaks into 3 pieces in the bosun's oven. Wang Haigang picked up the Ruyao cup. Fingers were rubbing the cracked ice openings when 3 knocks sounded at the door. Enter. The end notes still have the remnants of a Peking opera accent. The sound of a door spindle turning wrapped around the humid air of the hallway. 5 men in navy executive jackets fishtailed into the room. The heels of his shoes made a thumping sound on the marble floor. Wang Hai's pupils contracted violently. The head of the country face man. It is 3 years ago in the provincial party school lecture. A deputy mayor asked the spot incontinence of the iron face Yama. His right hand is pressed into a party emblem-covered notebook, and the second joint of his index finger has an indentation from holding a pen for a long time. Don't recognize any of these people. It's nothing like the news I received earlier. The hidden uneasiness in the bottom of his heart was infinitely amplified at this moment. Sweep over the 5 men's badges. The affiliation column in hot gold lettering stung the eyes. It's not the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. It's that department that only appears in red tape. I don't think I've seen you guys before. What department? Wang Hai pretended to be calm and tried to hide his inner panic with his official voice. Comrade Wang Hai. The country face flashed his ID. The steel seal glowing coldly in the incandescent light. Please come with us. The bottom of the Ru Kiln cup knocked on the Wang Wali table. Spattered tea soup and the Qingming Shanghatu relief blotting out stains. Wang Hai tugged his silk tie loose. The knots in his throat rolling out in a greasy laugh. Are you all at the wrong door? Director Su's office is at. On April 7th, 2023, Cui Ziyuan transferred $12 million to you through a Swiss bank. Behind the country face, the young man with the gold-rimmed glasses suddenly spoke up. Do you need me to read the account tail number? The sound of the rainstorm hitting the glass curtain wall suddenly became viscous. Wang Hai subconsciously touched his pocket to take out his cell phone, but another disciplinary officer was quick to snatch it away. Don't bother. You can't have any contact with the outside world until the investigation is over. The young man snatched the cell phone in a position like a tackler. I want to see a lawyer. The lawyer you hired last year, Mr. Luo, is cooperating in the investigation of the illegal fundraising case of Yongxing Real Estate. The Yinyang contract was handed to him, with his own personal seal printed on the signature line. Things done flashed through my mind like movie slices. Each one is enough to ruin him. Wang Hai finally understood that this time the top is a real move. The back of his shirt was instantly plastered in cold sweat. Staggering, he went to grab the landline, only to have his wrists pressed down by country face. The force reminded him of the way his teacher tied the pig's hooves when he interned at the slaughterhouse 20 years ago. Vice President Wang. Country face pulled another stack of photos from his briefcase and dumped them on the desk. The top one is the smiling face of my daughter propping up Penny in Cambridge. The man in the background wearing a fisherman's hat is none other than a certain double-crossed energy magnate. The account anomaly during Wang Wanting's study abroad also requires you to explain. Of course, this is probably not a place you're used to. Then let's talk somewhere else. Wang Hai was taken to a temporarily set-up questioning point. The crash wall filters the sound of the storm into a whimper. Counting to the 37th wall brick, the iron door suddenly caved in. 2 of the big men he'd hand-delivered gold bars to were escorted out hunched over. The silk pajamas still smelled of clubhouse incense. Wang Hai wanted to stop and ask questions, but he was pushed into the room like a sandbag by the armed police behind him. Under a strong spotlight, 3 disciplinary officers were circulating the flow of his offshore accounts. The presiding officer spun a Hero 100 fountain pen. The tip of the pen drew a blood-red circle on the word Choi Ziyuan. Tell me about the Lone Ranger. The cracked password for Zhang Li's tablet was given to Choi by you? Staring at his own reflection in the one-way glass, Wang Hai suddenly realized that his sideburns were blindingly white. The smell of old bloodstains wafts from the air conditioning vents. It is said that the last person to sit in this chair bit his tongue off. I don't know. Wang Hai, please answer the organization's questions truthfully. Really no. The presiding officer nodded and glanced to the clerk. Record. The simple words but made Wang Hai's heart thump. For the record. He knew better than anyone what it meant. Hai Rue in the provincial government offices to interrogate Zheng Xiuchang, He Mao Kai, with this means of deterrence. And in the end, both of these two feudal officials were not spared from being confiscated and lynched. Not to mention that you're not at that level yet. The questions came like a barrage, each one straight to the point. 2021 Mid-Autumn Gala ratings fake. Talk about it. The presiding officer pushed in a pile of materials, at the top of which was a guilty plea from the owner of a data company. Wang Hai ripped open 2 shirt buttons. This is a collective decision of the station, that the 2019 Cultural Support Fund is appropriated. The clerk tapped the keyboard. Where did your nephew get the registered capital for his media company? And a rebate on lighting equipment for the 20-year Mid-Autumn Gala. The supplier admitted to giving your wife a Porsche Cayenne. These issues are dead ends. Not daring to admit it, and unable to admit it, there is only silence. The presiding officer closed the file with an expressionless face. Only one chance. Whirling around, he turned his head to the clerk. Send the material up as soon as it's organized. Get up slowly. The rhythm of the heel of the leather shoes striking the floor tiles reminded Wang Hai of the sound of Su Zhan playing with his lighter. It was not that he was unaware of the fact that the crime of confronting censorship was aggravated. Just looking at the attitude of the disciplinary officers, it seems that they have all the information. Carry it or take it all? At this point there was chaos in the mind. Reason tells Wang Hai that seizing the opportunity to make a meritocracy is the best choice. But you don't want to spend the rest of your life in prison. As the iron door was about to close, he suddenly lunged for the tabletop. I said, old Zhou of the Ministry of Culture, and oldly of radio and television they charge more than me. The clerk flashed his cell phone news with the headline. A top cultural official comes forward to give an account of his disciplinary problems. It's your problem we're talking about now. Wang Hai sat paralyzed in his iron chair, looking at the desktop copy of the score for the Lone Ranger. That song. Choi Ziyuan said that Zhang Li was going to die anyway. Lin Shi needed the work to be gold-plated, and Choi Ziyuan gave another large sum of money. The transcript is signed on the last page. The man with the frosty temples handed over the craft paper bag. The ceiling fire-painted print was a familiar bravura totem. Only this time, it is no longer the 8-sided wealth that is swallowed, but Wang Hai's own handwritten confession of guilt. Wang Hai was taken away by the disciplinary committee. Su Zhang, who claimed sick leave, appeared in the office again. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, he rubbed his fingertips over the Hut and Jade pixie handle. The morning light at the beginning of a rainstorm pierces through the clouds and reflects a colorful halo on the tempered glass. Zhou Ming stood 3 paces away holding a flatbed. The soles of his sneakers were still caked with mud from the discipline unit's official bus. Station manager, the circular is ready. Zhou Ming's throat rolled. As you ordered. Both copies were sent at the same time. The bottom of the Ru Kiln cup knocked on the TC of Qingming Shanha too, startling the young buds of typing monkey Kuwei to toss in the boiling water. Co Young took the tablet and scanned the headline. A technical note on the best shot tournament system and progress in the investigation of alleged plagiarism by Lone Ranger. Suddenly he laughed out softly, startling the gray pigeons outside the window. The whole man was immersed in a waterfall of light, his executive jacket glowing with a lapis lazuli sheen. Cell phone vibration. Chen old secretary friend circle updated the inkstone photos. This time, the topography is to stir up turbulence and clear up. Hair. Su Zhang's fingertips crossed Wang Hai's empty desk. We have to rush to stir up the water before Shen Huayuan makes a sound. Chapter 73, For whom does the golden bell toll? Meanwhile, deep in the eastern sixth of the Forbidden City, a thick, vermilion lacquered wooden door closed tightly, shutting out the outside noise. The only thing left in the room is the sound of low conversation, as well as the occasional sound of tea light clinking. This is the Golden Buzzer finalist conference room, the power center that determines the future direction of the Chinese music scene. The room was dimly lit. Only the palace lamps hanging on both sides of the wall, casting a dim yellow halo of light, reflecting a long table of Ming Dynasty gold nanmu. 12 official chairs, set around a long table. On the end of the chairs sat 12 of the greats of the music world. They are all important figures in the Chinese music industry, whether they have gray sideburns or are calm and collected. The judges were sitting upright, each holding 3 document packets in their hands. That's a spectrum of the work of the last 3 finalists. The paper passed noiselessly through his fingertips, and the air was filled with a faint sandalwood scent and an imperceptible gravity. Dang, dang, Dang! The sudden sound of a bell broke the silence of the room. The gilt autoharp, with its mechanical precision and cold metallic hardness, announced the arrival of noon. The sudden sound was like a stone thrown into a lake. Startling ripples. Elder Fu, the white-haired judge sitting in the lower hand seat, had a tremor in his hands. The warm jade-like roux-kiln teacup shook slightly, and the turquoise tea soup in the cup accidentally poured out. A few drops of tea stained the spread-out sheet music of the Lone Ranger. The ink spreads instantly, like a silent sigh. Old Fu, this hand-shaking problem of yours seems to be getting worse. The middle-aged female judge sitting across the table, a smile on her lips, broke the slightly tense atmosphere. The tone was soft, but with imperceptible derision. Could it be that he was shocked by Lin Shisong breaking the cocoon? The judge who was called Old Fu was about to open his mouth to retort. Zhao Yanqiu, the head of the judging team on the main seat, cell phone, but suddenly rang. On the phone tray, the blue light reflected the caller ID, the words secretarially. Excuse me. Zhao Yanqiu nodded slightly, tugging his neckerchief slightly loose as he rose. 5 minutes later, rejoined the conference table, but his face was no longer as calm as before. He spoke slowly, his voice low. I've just been notified that this year's Golden Bell Awards, a special contribution award has been added. The room was in an uproar at these words. The sheepskin jade paperweight is pressed against the clattering paper of the score example, barely suppressing the sudden commotion. The candidate is. Someone couldn't help but follow up with a question, with a distinctly puzzled and searching tone in his voice. When Zhao Yanqiu slowly spat out the word Zhongli, the air froze instantly. Nonsense! A furious shout was like thunder from the ground, shaking the hearts of everyone in the room. The vice president of the Central Conservatory of Music rose violently and slapped the tabletop heavily. The yellow pearwood table made a dull sound, and the tea on the table jumped for it. What kind of place is the Golden Bell Awards? It can't be reduced to a showground for newcomers to gain popularity. Angrily, he was clearly outraged by the sudden decision. It would not be a bad idea to add a special contribution award. The old man leaning against the window had been silent, but at this moment, he finally spoke slowly, picking up the alabaster pot. He sipped it slowly and methodically, the knot in his throat rolling slightly and making a tiny sound. But to a nobody. The words were cut off by the sound of a crisp tea lid knocking against the pot. Zhou Feng, the deputy leader of the group, had been playing with the jadeite wrench in his hand. At this moment, he suddenly stopped moving and swept his gaze calmly over the crowd. Lin Shi's broken cocoon, just last night won the championship of the audio variety. The heat is unprecedented. Under the official microblog of the organizing committee, all the voices of petition. Pick up your tablet, tap your fingertips and the screen lights up. The hot list is clear. The first 5 places are clearly hung with 3 words related to Lynbrook. The heat is so intense that it almost burns through the screen. This kid is also going to use Lonely and Brave to score an anti-drug public service announcement, which the Ministry of Culture has just notified for commendation. Zhou Feng continued, with a tone of appreciation and helplessness. Old Chow has a point. The Cheongsam woman had been listening quietly, and at this moment, she also slowly opened her mouth. The Golden Bell Awards have never broken a rule in 60 years, so you can't do it for a. Glancing at the name on the rice paper, giving way to a young man depends on whether he deserves it or not. Zhao Yanqiu took off his old-fashioned glasses and breathed into the lenses. Elder Chen asked me to pass on a message, the Golden Bell. For whom should it ring? The voice was raspy as if squeezed from the depths of his throat, but it was a sound that echoed through the silent conference hall. The conference hall fell precipitously silent, and a needle could be heard. Jiang Li's old boy, bending down to pick up the sheet music example that had drifted off in the uniformed old man's lap, he tapped his fingertips on the chorus turnaround. Old Mr. Chen Huayuan, who sent me the score at 3 a.m., said that, deconstructed the theory of Eastern blues. The Cheongsam woman snorted. Shenlao is afraid that he has drunk too much rainy dragon well. The words suddenly choked in his throat, and the smile froze on his face. Zhao Yanqiu turned on the projector and the beam of light was projected on the curtain. The old boy score. Heck, it's there for all to see. Flashes side by side with Shen Huayuan's award-winning essay, a blues deconstruction of pentatonic modulation, from 30 years ago, like 2 mirrors reflecting the past and present. The second measure of the main song. Zhao Yanqiu picked up the laser pointer and the red point of light rested precisely on the genus 7 chord. In this off-regulation treatment, with examples from chapter 3 of Shenlao's dissertation, the uniformed old man suddenly snatched the laser pointer as the red dot quivered, bouncing back and forth between 2 E-flat major scales. This was a demerit point at the Vienna Conservatory back in the day. They said Oriental music. No way. The voice was agitated, with an incredulous tremor, as if he had seen some kind of subversive force. The jadeite trigger in Zhou Feng's hand was stuck tightly in his knuckles, almost strangling his fingers with blood. Projection screen blue light, reflected in a slightly stiff face. It also mirrors him 20 years ago, when he entered the Golden Bell Awards. The embarrassment of being pointed out the court error by Shenhua Yuan using the same technique. This young man, after all, has accomplished what no one before him could. The Academy has exhausted more than 60 years of hard work to achieve dominance in the music industry, is being severely provoked from the wild. Even so, the Vice Dean rose violently, his face flushed and his tone agitated, trying to defend the dignity of the Academy, using markets and data. The Golden Bell Award is not an academic thesis defense. Which of Lin Shi's works over the past 2 years hasn't been well received? Not to mention the ratings of last night's Broken Cocoon. Zhao Yanqiu suddenly coughed violently, one burst after another, as if he wanted to cough out his lungs. The eyes swept over each startled face. Gentlemen, do you remember the night of 5 Pines in 87? He throws in a dusty piece of history and tries to jog the crowd's deepest memories. What was the last thing sung by that grassroots group that you stuck 3 approvals on back then? Reflecting the Red Mountain. The uniformed old man's throat rolled twice, his chest metal ribbon twitching slightly. That night he led the troops to maintain order and saw with his own eyes 100,000 spectators waving red flags, followed by hoarse voices on stage singing in unison. The sound waves were like a tidal wave. It shook the eardrums of the soldiers on duty and shook the entire era. Elder Chen went to West Mountain this morning to visit his grave. Accompanying him, besides Secretary Li, was the old artist who played the moon zither at Wuxong back then. Zhao Yanqiu's voice was like a twilight drum and morning bell, striking the hearts of the crowd one by one. The jadeite trigger in Zhou Fang's hand suddenly slipped out of place, hitting the sandalwood tabletop with a clear sound. He snapped to attention. The driver had said this morning that Chang'an Street was under martial law, thought it was a foreign visitor. It was only at this moment that it dawned on me that it was to welcome an old artist who symbolized the spirit of the times. In the symposiums of the cultural port in these 2 years, every time there is a folk artist sitting in the chief, Zhao Yanqiu's nails dig deep into the official chair's wrapping. The knuckles were white and bruised, showing the inner struggle and pain. Last month's opera reform program was a draft put forward by the mud-legged Qinxiang class. As good as Lin Shi's cocoon breaking is, can it be better than Yingshan Hong by 100,000 people? Ratings any higher than the 97% viewership share when the Spring Festival Gala was released? The projection screen had, at some point, switched to the internal reference screen. Old video footage of the Wuxong concert is slightly blurry, and yet, you can still feel the passion that comes through. Veterans pounding the beat with military water bottles, rough and strong. When the camera swept over the VIP table, the seat was filled with shock. 19 of the 27 seats, all of them now glittering on the merit list on the east wall of the conference room. The 3 seniors who obstructed the show that year. The red dot of Zhao Yanqiu's laser pointer stays somewhere in the audience. There sat several serious-faced old men. 1 retired early on medical grounds and 2 transferred to the party history office to compile local histories. The lid of the alabaster pot suddenly crashed to the ground. The old man by the window splashed the back of his hand on the hot tea but did not realize, as if he had lost the sense of pain. Think of last week's surprise access to the minutes of the last 5 years of review meetings by the organization department. At the time he thought it was a routine check. The golden bell. For whom shall it ring? Zhao Yanqiu used a paperweight to press down the sheet music paper that was blown up by the air conditioner. Should we continue to close the door and discuss seniority? Or should we push open the window and listen to what the people are singing? Dang, dang, dang. The Guild Auto Harp chimes again. Special Contribution Award. Unanimous. Pushing the voting slip to the center of the table, Zhao Yanqiu inverted the pen and handed it to the uniformed old man. If you disagree, you can write the word read. The room was filled with silence, except for the low hum of the central air conditioner's ventilation. Zhou Fang was the first to grab a pen and sign the voting slip. The tip of the pen scratched across the paper with a subtle rustling sound. He deliberately pressed the word agree heavily on the screenshot of Shenhua Yuan's thesis. It was as if they were venting their displeasure to some force. When the last voting slip was passed back to the main seat, Zhao Yanqiu once again coughed violently. This time, the coughing was even worse. A trace of blood leaked out from between his fingers, blotting into dots of red plums on the Changsantang paper. The Cheongsam woman's hand handing the handkerchief froze in midair and eventually slowly retracted it. She finally read the small, stamped letters at the bottom of the voting slip. The results of this vote shall be reported simultaneously to the Personnel Department of the Ministry of Culture. At this time on the way to the CCTV, Lin Shi can be described as a springtime horse, winner of the first round of competition on Best Buddies. The internet is now full of praise and bragging rights about him. News has also come from the Golden Bell Awards that Lone Ranger has been included in the selection list. A commendation notice from the Ministry of Culture's official blog was sent out last night. I received an invitation from the Art Life program myself this morning. All the signs point to the 4th generation of Chinese music industry leaders. Who else could it be? Chapter 74, Blind Guessing in Bigger Melons. Stepping into the CCTV building, the lights made him a little dizzy. The studio air conditioning hummed and fingertips traced the leather armrests of the guest seats. The hunched figure in the diagonal corner made his throat tighten. Enchantress sat alone in the corner, her gray hair standing out in the light. An unspeakable emotion welled up in his heart. It's both smug and a boundless vision of the future. In the academy, a circle of seniority, the benefactor, despite his talent, was not able to go to the top of the pyramid after all. Half a lifetime of exhaustive efforts, but only mixed a Golden Bell Award judges on the table qualifications. In the academy school, in terms of seniority and status, it is barely enough for a first-class tale. And he, the shut-in disciple, but it's about to become a groundbreaking figure in the academy school. At that time, the benefactor will also be famous in history because of him. As the limelight snapped on, Lin-Shi caught a glimpse of his benefactor flipping through a cowhide notebook. Half of the yellowed sheet music leaks out between the pages. It was the remnants of the neon shirt and feather clothes that he had copied on his knees in the quadrangle back then. The enchanter's expression was so cold that his heart sank. Then it was released. It must be that he has been too popular lately and has upset his benefactor. After all, what teacher likes it when a student outdoes him or her? The taping of the program started soon after. Shaolin, pass more words to Elder Shin later. The choreographer and director had an electric current in their earphones. We've bought all the hot searches for master and disciple. Let's welcome Lin-Shi, creator of Lone Bold Man and rising star of the music scene. The applause came over like a rising tide. The moderator follows the flow of the interview. Lin-Shi behaved with ease and spoke eloquently, as if he had everything under control. However, halfway through the recording, the host was suddenly instructed by the director to look at the news before asking questions. Though puzzled, he turned on his cell phone. When looking at the two statements released by the Tomato Channel, his face became grave. Stiffly, he told Shin Huayuan the news. Will Mr. Shin please tell us what he thinks of his beloved disciple? From this moment on, Lin-Shi is no longer my Huayuan cavalier. What he does is also no longer related to me. Shin Huayuan. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. Lin-Shi froze in place, as if she had been struck by lightning, her mind going blank. Never in a million years would I have thought that my benefactor would say such words in full view of the public. Shen Huayuan continued. In the meantime, I'm going to tell everyone about Cocoon Breaking, which Lindsay created on the Best Shot program. It's my finale for the Centennial Gold revision. However, I listened to Lin-Shi's slanderous words, describing Jian Li's little friend in Tomato Terrace as evil people who play with power. That's what caused the big mistake. Letting little friend Jian Li suffer an undeserved disaster for nothing. Here, I would like to solemnly apologize to the netizens, to little friend Jian Li. When he said this, he bowed deeply, his back looking a little stooped. This man of letters, who had stood at the top of the Musical Hall of Fame, was at this moment like a child who had made a mistake and was repenting for his transgressions. Lin-Shi had never seen such a decisive attitude from his benefactor. More than that, I didn't think he would push himself into a corner. His face turned from red to white and then from white to green, and the anger in his heart almost burst through his chest. It's ruining him. Fame, future, all will be ruined by these words. Lin-Shi couldn't hold back any longer and stood up violently with an overwhelming anger. Broken Cocoon is actually made by me. Only signed Shin Huayuan. What's more, I was able to create the popular Lone Ranger in a short period of time. Why do you need to pretend to label yourself with someone else's work? The voice echoed through the studio with a touch of hysteria. However, Shin Huayuan only sighed, his eyes showing helplessness and disappointment. You might want to check your cell phone first. Lin-Shi froze, then pulled out his cell phone. His eyes swept over the lines of cold text, and his face instantly turned pale. A technical note on the Best Shot tournament system is accompanied by a long 9-panel diagram. The server logs are labeled Instantaneous Access Overload with a red circle. The progress of the investigation into the alleged plagiarism of Lone Ranger is accompanied by a comparison chart of the audio tracks. Zhang Li's creative manuscript is presented side by side with Chui Ziyuan's email records. Twitter instantly exploded. Just after sending Wang Hai away, he sends out a circular. This wave is to abandon the car to protect the commander-in-chief. So Zhang Li is the true beauty of strong misery? She's seriously ill. Writing songs and having her home stolen? Technical analysis post says last 30 seconds of voting requests were maliciously intercepted. Family members who understand eat melon eat until their own house collapsed. I suggest Mr. Lin-Shi change his name to Lin Taylor. His collage skills are even better than my mom's quilts. Pure passerby. These days without a little blackmail are embarrassed to call the Insight Entertainment. Dog head. JPG. A million fan-up owner on B-Station worked through the night to produce What Are the Servers Doing While We Vote? Noel's hot list question: How do you rate the Best Buddies Blackout? Under. An anonymous user posted a log of operations in the central control room in Taiwan. Thanks for the invite. Just unblocked the server. Interests are anonymized. The Duban gossip group is even floating with analysis posts. 8 to 8 on the gold daddy behind Linshi and from the astrolabe to see if Linshi can turn the tide this time. The hottest posts use screenshots of the legend of Donnie Darko to accompany the text. The vote of this palace was paid in error after all. Linshi Global Support Association, some people almost got it. Where did brother Linshi plagiarize? Give you guys half an hour. Can you write something of the quality of Breaking the Cocoon? Did you write a song today, laughing? Some people's brainwashed fans. The palette are pasted on the face and still pretend to be blind? We recommend downloading the National Anti-Fraud app. Music students go crazy online, pure passerby. That last diminished 7th chord inversion is obviously Zhongli's style. Linshi simply can't write at this level. Badger, stop arguing with the fans on both sides. Am I the only one who noticed that Chui in the disciplinary report? There's a bigger melon in the blind guess. Electric Gaming Death Song. To be fair to this straight man, Old Boy can make me cry. Broken Cocoon can only make me stub my toe out of the Magic Fairy Castle. Law Mini Class, Science Time. According to Article 53 of the Copyright Law, Chapter 75, Reversal of Public Opinion. The beginning of capital backlash. The studio spotlight snapped off. Only the ghastly white glow of a few emergency lights remained. Linshi stood frozen in the center of the stage, like a puppet whose soul had been drained. Shin Huayuan's determined words were still buzzing in his ears. Word for word, sentence for sentence. The persona that he had worked so hard to build fell apart in an instant in front of these words from his mentor. The whole internet is in an uproar. Social media is like a boiling frying pan that instantly explodes. CCTV interview scene. Shin Huayuan angrily denounced Linshi. Linshi persona collapse. The year's biggest melon, music star, is actually a double plagiarist, and other entries rocketed to the top of the hot search list on all major platforms. Social media, news clients, short video platforms. The sky is full of negative news about Linshi. The Iron Fan's last cloth of shame was ripped off by Shin Huayuan's hand. If anything, it was a mouthful before. Cocoon Breaking is a half-hour burst of inspiration from Linshi as a way to counter netizen skepticism. Now Shin Huayuan has personally admitted that Broken Cocoon is the grand finale he prepared for the Golden Melody revision. Not only did Linshi plagiarize Zhang Li's Lone Brave Man, he even dared to steal his mentor's work. This is no longer a simple talent controversy, but an outright character issue. Walls fall down and people push. Broken drums are pounded by 10,000 people. The internet's memory is only 7 seconds, but netizens' mouths flip-flop faster than a book. The fans who had been roaring in the mountains and waving flags for Linshi a second ago, instantly turning the gun around and backfiring harder than anyone else. The comment sections of major websites were instantly flooded with messages denouncing Linshi. Who was the one who blew the whistle on Linshi being a heaven-sent purple weaver? Pink to black. Inside the amusement melon field every year. This year eat until the walls of my house collapsed. Linshi, you compensate me for the house. The archaeologists came and raked the graves and flogged the corpses as a warning. Who remembers the musical family persona that Linshi marketed before her debut? 8 generations of peasants. A musical family? That's ridiculous. ING cracked straight up. And before, in order to whitewash Linshi, I went 300 rounds against someone. And now that I think about it, I'm just a big stupid ex. The worst is still my teacherly. The song was stolen. The person was cyber violated. And have to be scolded by the vampire's fans. Heartbreaking hugs. Zhang Li is really a poor man on earth. He writes good songs and keeps a low profile. Unlike some people who steal songs and have a superiority complex. Vice President Wang goes in. Linshi collapses the room. Best buddies, this is to connect the dots? Wait. No one noticed that Chen Lao said that he listened to Linshi's slanderous words and described Zhang Li as an evil person who plays with power? There's still melon in this melon. Upstairs, Truth Emperor. Blind guess Linshi must have blackened Zhang Li into charcoal in front of Chen Lao. TSK, 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 Heart Boy. Who is that Chui in the Discipline Inspection Commission's report? I'm so scared. I have a feeling there's something bigger to come. Internet public opinion was like an out-of-control wild horse, running wildly towards Linshi. What was once so glamorous is now so lousy. The comments section of Linshi's microblogging has completely degenerated into a large slaughterhouse. All sorts of vicious curses, abuse, and taunts were all over the place. The former global support group has also fallen into disarray and is being shunned. Only a smattering of die-hard fans are still making a last-ditch effort to try and salvage the defeat, but it seems so pale and ineffective. The upmasters of the ghostly section of B Station are sniffing around. Second creation videos such as the story of the collapsed house at Lynn Creek, Chicken You're Too Beautiful to Break Into a Butterfly, and the Song of the Lone Swimmer have sprung up like wildfire. The amount of plays and pop-ups has grown exponentially. Jihu, Duban, Post-Bar and other in-depth discussion communities are also filled with in-depth analysis and bitter mockery of the Linshi incident. Topics such as the capital operation behind Linshi, the power game between academics and grassroots musicians, and the dark side of the inner entertainment talent show were repeatedly mentioned. the tide of public opinion has completely reversed. Lin Shi, once regarded as a hopeful star of the music industry, fell from the clouds to the bottom of the valley in a matter of hours, and all hell broke loose. The carefully created persona of a talented man is stripped to the bone and left in shambles. In the case of the collapsed house, the first to sit down, it's the big companies that pay him heavily for endorsements. Entertainment is paramount in this day and age, and the public values both talent and looks. Collegiate backgrounds inherently carry a lot of weight in the minds of the common man. What's more, Lin Shi was also from a proper academy, and his looks were decent and sunny. His online appeal is nothing less than that of the top streaming stars. Having traffic means having attention and real money to buy. Those companies with a keen sense of business are precisely looking at the huge commercial value in Lin Shi. It is only then that he is willing to drop a lot of money, sign endorsement contracts, and spare no effort to help him expand his influence and create a positive public image. Who would have thought that the world would change? The speed at which Lin Shi's persona collapsed was simply a few points faster than their crisis PR circular. I might even be able to feign deafness and selective deafness, but the companies that feed on the consumer power of internet users, simply cannot turn a blind eye and a deaf ear. Fans who are overwhelmed by anger find that venting their anger on Weibo does nothing to quell their resentment, and so the tables were turned on the corporate brands that had championed Lin Shi. The wave of boycott was like a tsunami that instantly swept across the internet. The comments sections of the official microblogs of the major brands were overrun with denunciations and abuse. Consumers organized themselves to boycott various products endorsed by Lin Shi, from food and beverages, to daily necessities, to electronics. Almost every brand that has ever been associated with Lindbrook has suffered like never before. The hurricane was the first to roll through the top-floor conference room of the luxury building. Mingyu Zhang, CEO of the blue-blooded brand Vanquish, stares at the curve of a precipitous fall on his financial report. Each beat of the watch's second hand felt like it was cutting into his nerves. 3 months ago it was he who pushed for the signing of Lin Shi for $80 million to be the brand's best friend. The PowerPoint shown at the board meeting at the time is still fresh in my mind. Lindbrook's Twitter hypertext activity is #1 on the break. The LDS hit list stats crushed top stream. Even the official microblog of the Communist Youth League has forwarded his positive interview. Mr. Zhang, the official blog adds 500 new abusive comments every minute. Assistant's voice is trembling. Flagship store live broadcast was forced to interrupt. The anchor was scolded and cried. Are the people in the legal department dead weight? Is the PR department a deadbeat? Zhang Mingyu grabbed the glazed paperweight on the table and ruthlessly smashed it against the tablet computer that his assistant had just delivered. Prepare an attorney's letter immediately. Sue him for a dump. Let him know that he knows that it's not so easy to get money from the Vanquish. The tablet worth tens of thousands of dollars was instantly in pieces and the screen shattered into a spiderweb. The assistant was silenced, her head buried lower. The conference room was silent, leaving only Zhang Mingyu's ragged gasps and the mechanical sound of the wristwatch's walking seconds. The other executives didn't dare to utter a single breath for fear of becoming the boss's punching bag. No one would have thought that the rising star of the music industry, who had a bright future ahead of her, would fall in such a way. What's more, he didn't expect the speed of Lin Shi's house collapse to be so swift and thorough. From the time the scandal broke to the collapse of his persona, it was only half a day's worth of work. The $80 million Van Gogh slammed out for endorsements went down the drain without even a splash. Even worse, the brand image followed suit. After the stock market opened, Vank Group's shares plunged wildly, evaporating billions in market value. This loss, more than the $80 million endorsement fee, is more painful. Mr. Zhang, the PR manager spoke with trepidation. Should we pull down all of Lin Shi's materials first? The official blog over there is almost washed out. Withdraw. Of course we have to withdraw. Zhang Mingyu roared. All channels, all platforms, but any place where you can see Lin Shi's face, remove them all. Also, have the PR department immediately issue a statement. Just say that Vank always insists on originality and will never tolerate any form of plagiarism. Chapter 76, Chui Ziyuan in the Wind. Yes. The PR manager was so amazed that he ran out of the meeting. Zhang Mingyu was still furious and paced irritably in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Fingertips unconsciously rubbed the Patek Philippe on his wrist, as if that would calm him down a little. It really blinds me. Who said in the first place that Lin Shi was the next top stream? Who was it that said it was a sure thing to sign him? No one dared to answer. It was Zhang Mingyu himself who had strongly recommended Lin Shi in the first place. Is it not a slap in the face to pursue the matter now? On the other hand, Li Wei, the PR director of beauty giant Flower West Place, is frantically pouring ice Americano. The 6 screens in front of them flashed simultaneously. What stung the most was the short video that broke 1 million retweets. Angry consumers piled mountains of lipstick endorsed by Lin Shi, doused it with gasoline and set it on fire. Contact the legal department immediately. The indictment is going to add the cost of brand image damage. $500 million to start. $500 million? Superintendent Lee, are you afraid you're not dreaming? The head of legal almost spit out the coffee he'd just taken in his mouth. Liquidated damages hold up 8 figures. Brand image loss. How do you quantify this stuff? Liddy's willowy eyebrows went up and her fingertips thumped the desktop. How do you quantify it? How much does it cost to hang at number 1 on the Hot 100 for a day? How much is a day's worth of negative press clearance? A stock drop evaporates a few $100 million. Isn't that a loss? But that's not in the contract. Contracts? Contracts are dead. People are alive. Li Wei laughed coldly. If we really want to follow the contract, is this amount of liquidated damages enough to stuff our teeth? Tell them to sue for $500 million. The lion's share of the money. Bluffed the surname Lin first. Well, the head of the legal department wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and picked up the phone. I'll have the legal team work overtime. Li Wei's chest was still paralyzed with tightness. Waxafang was really screwed over by Lin Shi this time. At the beginning of the year, in order to get Lin Shi's makeup endorsement, she fought with her competitors to the point of stabbing, and stiffly raised the endorsement fee by 30%. At the time, the owner was quite critical and felt the premium was too high. In hindsight, where is the premium? It's like buying a time bomb. Superintendent Lee, the PR department is asking how to write the statement? The assistant came up cautiously. How do I write it? Li Wei sneered even more. Let's say that Flower West Workshop has dissolved all cooperation with Lin Shi and will never tolerate inferior artists. Be strong in your wording and firm in your attitude. Remember, the gesture must be made, to let the consumers see that we at Flower West Place draw a clear line with scum like Lin Shi. Understood. The assistant, relieved, darted out, clutching her tablet. Livy rubbed her brow and leaned back in her chair wearily. Capital seeks profit, always has. When an artist is popular, he or she is put on a pedestal, and flowers bloom, and fire cooks. Once the house collapsed, it was immediately discarded as if it were nothing, for fear of being implicated in half. Showbiz is inherently cruel and real. Only this time, Lin Shi was afraid that he would be nailed to the pillar of shame for eternity. Far away from the Asia-Pacific headquarters of Reebok in Mordor, the atmosphere is also tense. CEO Michael Wong is ranting in fluent Chinese. Withdrawal. Immediately withdraw all of Lin Shi's advertisements, online and offline, all channels, execute immediately. But, Mr. Wong, on the outdoor billboard side, it takes time to dismantle and, the marketing manager tried to explain. I don't care what time it is or isn't, I just want results. Michael Wong's eyes were as wide as brass bells. Immediately, send someone to cover up those billboards, cover it with a cloth or paint it. Anyway, I don't want to see Lin Shi's face again. Also, notify the legal department to prepare for prosecution. Liquidated damages, compensation, moral damages, whatever you can get. I'm going to make Lin Shi lose his fortune. Michael Wong became more and more agitated as he spoke, violently grabbing the coffee cup on the table and slamming it on the floor. Bang! Ceramic shards spattered and coffee stains spread like stained blood. There was a dead silence in the conference room. Everyone was silent, not daring to utter a single breath. Everyone knows that Michael Wong is really angry. Reebok spent a lot of money and invested a lot of resources to sign Lin Shi. It was counting on Lin Shi's traffic to open up the young consumer market and achieve earnings growth. Now it seems that nonetheless growth is hopeless. Instead, it's going to be dragged down by Lin Shi, with a tarnished brand image and a falling stock price. It's a bloody loss. Mr. Wong, the PR department has already prepared the first draft of the statement over there. You see, the PR director warily handed over a document. Michael Wong snatched up the document as soon as he could and scanned it for a few moments, his frown tightening. What the hell is this writing? It's too soft, not tough enough attitude. The tone is not firm enough. Grabbing a pen, he scratched the statement a few times with force. Rewrite. Wording needs to be sharper. Be tougher. We want everyone to know that Reebok will not tolerate plagiarism or fraud of any kind. I'll have them revise it. The PR director, like an amnesty, fled from the conference room, clutching the documents. Michael Wong was still furious, remembering that a few months ago, he had appreciated Lin Shi. He was praised as the future of Chinese music and the best spokesperson for Reebok. It seems so blind now. What future? What best advocate? What a complete fraud. Walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the Magic City traffic. However, behind this prosperity, but it hides a myriad of deceit and weakness. The fall of Lynbrook may just be the beginning. In this age of traffic supremacy, the bubble will eventually burst. It's only when the tide goes out that you know who's swimming naked. Meanwhile, in the VIP corridor of the Capital International Airport in Gyeongju City, Choi pressed his ducktail cap down to his brow bone, his black mask strangling his ears. The third time I raised my hand to look at the Rolex Green Ghost, the reflection of the surface reflected the bloodshot eyes. Wang Hai is finished. The realization was like a boulder, weighing heavily on his heart and taking his breath away. The scene at the Zhuofeng Entertainment Board meeting was still replaying in his mind. The directors who used to nod and bow to him have all changed their faces. He was rightly accused of error and stripped of all his functions without mercy. The reasoning is grand. Something about cooperating with the disciplinary committee's investigation and safeguarding the company's reputation. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Chui Ziyuan knows very well in his heart that this is just a play to unload the mill. The big tree of Wang Hai has fallen. He, a moth clinging to the trunk of the tree, naturally lost his value and became an outcast. It's not that I haven't thought about saving myself. The first time to contact Wang Hai, but the phone was never answered. When I went to Zhuofeng Entertainment to inquire about the news, the only response I got was a cold no comment. Until from the internal channels, rolled over to learn that Wang Hai was taken away by the Commission for Discipline Inspection to investigate, and it was only when he was double-crossed that he completely panicked. The disciplinary committee has done a great job of maintaining secrecy, and the action is even more vigorous. The news was blocked tightly, and it wasn't until Wang Hai was completely held down that he realized it afterward. It's over. It's all over. Those who had been boasted by Wang Hai's sky-high relationship background also followed along with the end. When the tree topples, the monkeys scatter, the wall falls. Those people can't even protect themselves, so how would they care about him? It didn't take much thinking to realize that Wang Hai must have confessed everything. If you don't, you'll have to. Who can carry it off at the disciplinary committee? It's on the same rope as Wang Hai. When the other side was down, he naturally couldn't run away. The only thing left to wait for in Kiru City is to be investigated, tried, and then jailed. No, can't sit around and wait. The Lighthouse State, and only the Lighthouse State, is a lifesaver. He still has $30 million in cash stored in his villa in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. Just escape there. With the money you've raked in over the years, you can still live like a man. The paper is drunk and free. As for everything domestic, to hell with it. The line at the check-in counter crept forward, and Choi felt for his green card in the passport compartment. Next, when the customs officer took the passport, Choi noticed the other man's index finger tapping twice on the stamp of acceptance. It was an unusual action, but it put him on his guard. When the wind is at your back, look at everything as a ghost. One moment, please. Customs suddenly gets up and walks backstage. On the uniform, the reflection of the silver buttons shook Chui Ziyuan's pupils. Pretending to look at his watch, his afterglow swept over the two groundskeepers pressing their headsets in his direction. Don't even bother with the luggage. Turning to blend in with the tour group, the brim of his ducktail hat pressed lower. He made 7 turns and rushed into the fire escape. Chapter 77, Zhang Li is the first person to fight corruption in the entertainment industry? Without waiting for Chui Ziyuan to run to the airport exit, 3 black suits in a triangular formation encircled over. The female cadre at the head had short, sharp hair, and the party insignia glowed coldly on her uniform. Hello, Mr. Choi Ji-won. The document folder popped open. The national emblem embossed with the steel seal of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. We are staff of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. There are some matters that require your cooperation in the investigation. Anti-Corruption Bureau. These 3 words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, instantly shattering the last half of Chui Ziyuan's heart. The blood in his entire body coagulated and his mind went blank. Cold sweat instantly broke out on the back of his neck, and his afterglow swept over the 10 o'clock direction. The 2 plainclothes men were pretending to swipe their cell phones, their cuffs showing half of their silver handcuffs, trying to squeeze out a stiff smile. His voice trembled a little. Cooperating with the investigation is the right thing to do. May I ask, what was it about? Is there some kind of misunderstanding? The woman's face was expressionless. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, we will investigate clearly. For now, please come with us. After saying that, a few people behind him immediately stepped forward, seemingly polite, but in reality, he forcefully surrounded Chui Ziyuan in the center, blocking all possibilities of escape. Chui Ziyuan was still bracing himself on the surface and said in a continuous voice, Fine, I'll cooperate. The mind, however, was already in disarray. Once taken by the Anti-Corruption Bureau, it is never easy to get out. Wang Hai have been double regulation. Their own little fish and shrimp in the eyes of the General Bureau of Anti-Corruption is nothing, just as the anti-corruption people let their guard down and prepared to take him away. Run! Adrenaline exploded as Choi violently pushed the man next to him away. Like a madman, he sprinted toward the airport revolving door. The glass reflected the commotion that exploded behind it. The security walkie-talkie burst into a stabbing current. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. The ripples of the Los Angeles Villas pool bobbed in front of my eyes. This is the last chance. As long as you break out of this door, it's a sea of people out there, so maybe there's a silver lining. However, he was still too naive. The revolving door turned to the 3rd compartment and the cast iron rim suddenly jammed. for ironclad hands clamped down on him from both sides, pinning him face down against the blast glass. The moment his nose shattered, Choi saw red and blue police lights flashing outside the terminal. Like the neon of the night I went to Macau myself. Take away. The female cadre's voice dropped from the clouds, and cold handcuffs meshed into her wrists. Staring at the crushed gold glasses on the ground, Choi Ziyuan suddenly remembered the $30 million safe deposit box password. It's the mistress's birthday. The woman who always wears a red dress is probably hugging her new love and counting her bills right now, right? On the third day of Choi Ziyuan's fall, the sky of Qinglu collapsed in half. The news of Mr. Choi of Jofeng Entertainment being arrested at the airport was initially circulated only in a small area. People are still in the mindset of eating and watching, speculating if it's just another peachy story, or a financial dispute. After all, your circle, every day do not break some fierce news, are embarrassed to say that they are in the center of the Vanity Fair. But as the official briefing came down, everyone realized, I'm afraid this time it's not a simple melon, but a landmine, the kind with an incredible yield. Choi Ziyuan, the former vice president of Jofeng Entertainment, is suspected of serious violations of law and discipline and is currently under investigation by the supervisory authorities. A short sentence with an explosion of information. Breaking the law. The watchdog, cooperating with the investigation. Each word is like a heavy hammer, striking the fragile nerves of the entertainment industry. Immediately afterward, the investigation progressed like a toothpaste. A little is released every day, but it's enough to take the wind out of the sails of the entire industry. First, a number of executives from Chapman Entertainment were interviewed. Then several artists close to Choi Ji-won were taken away to assist in the investigation. The list rolls on and on. From small flowers to veteran actors. From traffic stars to powerful singers. Everyone is in danger of being silenced. Celebrities who have been glamorous on the red carpet and coquettish in front of the camera. At the moment, he was like a scared bird, afraid that he would be the next one to be named. Social media platforms have lost their collective voice. The usual buzz of celebrity superlatives instantly became cold and quiet. Only the marketing numbers are still tirelessly digging around the edges, trying to piece together the full truth from the clues. The first one to be topped on the hot search was the little diva Lin Shireen. It's not that she's directly related to the Choi Ji-won case. Instead, an insider broke the news that after the disciplinary committee's investigation team was stationed at Jofeng Entertainment, the first thing that was accessed was Lin Shireen's financial accounts and acting contracts. Although the official did not make a clear statement, but the signs has been enough to trigger the outside world unlimited imagination. After all, the gold master behind Lin Shireen was known in the circle as Jofeng Entertainment, and she was able to skyrocket from casting rookie to top-tier actress in just a few years. The traces of capital maneuvering behind it are just too obvious. Before netizens could recover from Lin Shireen's melon, another heavy bomb was detonated. Famous musician Wang Lifeng, who has been exposed as being linked to the Choi Ziyuan case, has been taken away by the relevant authorities for investigation. The news was met with public outcry. You know, Wang Lifeng was not long ago on a TV program, talking eloquently and commenting on Jiang Li's head. He even competed with Jiang Li on the same stage in the live broadcast, competing for creative talent. Who would have thought that the respected and benevolent music industry seniors in front of the camera would be so bad behind the scenes? What's more intriguing is that Wang Lifeng was taken away for investigation not because of economic problems, but because of suspected improper transactions. What exactly is the deal? The official is not clear, only that the nature of the impact is extremely bad. All sorts of tidbits of information started flying around. Some people say that Wang Lifeng gave a certain high-ranking official antique paintings and calligraphy worth a lot of money in order to get to the top. Others say that he is in cahoots with Choi Ziyuan and is involved in some unseen transfer of benefits. The most outrageous and closest version of the truth is, Wang Lifeng had repeatedly paid bribes to Choi Ziyuan in order to suppress his competitors, requesting the other party to use their authority to shut down dissent. And this competitor is aimed directly at Jiang Li. Thinking back to Wang Lifeng's difficulties and suppression of Jiang Li in the live broadcast room, combined with the timing of his investigation, many netizens instantly woke up. Thoughtfully, Jiang Li wouldn't be trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife, right? Your circle is so chaotic. Brother and brother during the day, backstabbing at night. My heart aches for my Li's sister, who sits at home, but the pot comes from the sky. So Mr. Jiang Li is the first person to fight corruption in the entertainment industry? Blind Guess Uncle Disciplinary Committee has been following Jiang Li for a long time. If someone like Wang Lifeng can be a musician, inner entertainment is finished. The pill. If Wang Lifeng's fall from grace is just a way for netizens to marvel at the depths of the entertainment industry, then the next inside story that came to light completely shattered the public's filter on the entertainment industry. It has also left countless fans who were once crazy about it feeling disillusioned like never before. As the investigation deepens, more unsavory details emerge. Nothing was more shocking than the revelation of Songwon's identity. The innocent actress, who has always claimed to be Choi Ziyuan's niece, is one of Choi's lovers. What is even more outrageous is that in order to climb up the ranks of the powerful and the rich and achieve ulterior motives, on more than one occasion, Choi Ziyuan arranged for Songwon to perform special services. When the news broke, the whole internet was in an uproar. Those list one big brothers who had been mesmerized by Songwon's innocent appearance and had gone crazy with kryptonite for her. Instantly, he felt green on his head, as if he had been pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. Cracked. I worked hard and saved money to get her to rank 1. And the goddess is a bus? Brother Pungi, I thought I contracted the fish pond, but it turned out that it was communal. No wonder the resources are so good. So there is another way to rise. Vomit. I'll never believe in innocent girls again. The most miserable is still the big brother of list 1, who spends money to be a tortoise and has to count the money on behalf of the people. Thanks to Zhongli. If it weren't for him, I'd still be foolishly ranking such people. If Songwon's melon only broke the hearts of some geeks, then the next Lin Shireen melon, so that countless young boys and girls completely on the goddess to get rid of charm. The investigation results show that the little diva, Lin Shireen, is also on the list of power and color deals. The woman who was once hailed by countless people as a goddess of innocence. The flow of actresses called Icy Clean, but in private is actually another face. In order to maintain the heat and obtain resources, they even go so far as to sell their sex and commit themselves to the bigwigs. Those fans who had frantically charted for Lin Shireen and were willing to lose their homes completely broke their defenses. They couldn't accept that the goddess they held in their hearts was so bad. Countless list 1 big brothers are crying in the toilet. Smash and burn. Throw your money away for the goddess. It was thought to be guarded by the white moonlight. I didn't realize the offering, but it was a Coster official car. I'm ing straight purple sand. I've been gnawing on buns for a month to flush out her sales, and she turns out to be this kind of person behind her back? List 1 big brother, I spent money to send the goddess to the green cloud, and the goddess sent me to the ICU. Collapsed houses happen every year, but this year they collapsed into mudslides, thanks to Zhongli. If it weren't for him, I might still be dreaming that the goddess is a fairy who came down to earth to experience the calamity. It's over. Completely finished. Who dares to follow the stars anymore? Chapter 78, The Academy's Visit. Handing out soft knives. Same time, a document with a bright red seal. It exploded on the internet like a flat thunderstorm, instantly catching everyone's attention. When the official website of the Ministry of Culture put up the opinions on further strengthening the professional ethics of literary and artistic workers, Twitter programmers were up all night working overtime. The server crashed 3 times. Every word in the document is like dropping a nuclear bomb on the entertainment industry. Strictly prohibit the provision of public appearances for offending and unethical artists. Resolutely resisting the creative tendency of distorting history and putting entertainment first. Zero tolerance for tax evasion and overpayment of film fees. The content of the document is voluminous, but the core meaning is only one: bad artists never turn over. This ban has completely eliminated the possibility of comebacks for those artists who have tried to fish in troubled waters, or who have had a lucky break. The internet was instantly abuzz as countless netizens flooded the comments section of the news in question. Suggestion to rename it Zhongli Code of Conduct Manual. I suspect the document drafting team watches Zhongli live every day. Suggested that Mr. Zhongli be issued a showbiz disciplinary committee work permit. This brother is even fiercer than the Chaoyang mass. Suggesting that Inner Entertainment be renamed Zhong Entertainment, since Zhongli is the one who's straightening things out anyway. Ha 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 ha. Certain brands are probably going to cry to death. Just signed the spokesperson has become a bad artist. Blood loss. Eating melons until I'm bursting at the seams. Thanks to Mr. Zhongli, we've had a bumper crop of melons lately. Hashtag the words hashtag Zhongli Showbiz Discipline Inspection Committee reached no. 1 on the hot 100 in seconds. Sandy netizens make emoticons overnight. Zhongli held up a golden microphone as Guan Gong. Underneath the words "you and other bad artists do not quickly retreat," a certain sound god commented on over 1 million likes. Previously, I used to chase stars, my brother was so handsome. Now, has this brother paid his taxes? Does he have a criminal record? Is he related to Joffrey Entertainment? It is suggested that a political trial be added to future award ceremonies, which would be more interesting than the red carpet. Suggests Zhongli to open a training course for artists, with courses including how to go to jail gracefully and prison dressing guide. Just as the eating public went crazy at the major official media, the official blog of the Golden Bell Awards suddenly posted an intriguing emoji. The marketing number immediately exploded with shocking melons. Insider tip: the Golden Bell Awards are going to set up a special contribution award to recognize the standard bearers who rectify the industry's chaos. The Golden Bell Awards, as one of the most authoritative awards in the domestic music industry, attracts a lot of attention for anything that blows in its direction. The title of a special contribution award has made countless people stare at it. the words special contribution carry too much weight. It implies that the honoree should not only have outstanding achievements in the field of music, but also make outstanding contributions to the music scene as a whole, as well as to the society. For a while, there was a lot of speculation about who would win this special contribution award. Some say it's the older generation of highly respected artists who have dedicated their lives to the development of the music scene and are highly decorated. Others say it's the outstanding young musicians who have emerged in recent years, who have forged ahead and pushed the boundaries, injecting fresh blood into the music scene. But more than that, there was a common name hidden in their hearts, Zhongli. After all, after this recent series of storms, this name has become not only a musician, but also a synonym for clean the world in the entertainment industry. I bet 50 cents of Chile is Zhongli. This brother has sent half of the entertainment industry to Orange, the prophet's knife. If I don't give this prize to Zhongli, I'll wash my hair upside down. Zhongli, I'm fixing the music scene. The Golden Bell Awards are fixing my wallet. If the Golden Bell Awards don't give Zhongli this award, I'll be the first to punch the official blog of the Golden Bell Awards. Sitting around waiting for the official announcement of the Golden Bell Awards. I hope I won't be disappointed. Zhongli deserves it. With his actions, he proved what a true positive idol is. Zhongli, I just want to write songs and sing quietly, but my strength doesn't allow it. Zhongli, I didn't mean to lift the table, but I had to because it was too dirty. In the hot post, candidates for the Special Contribution to Rational Analysis Award in one of the Puff forums, Zhongli broke first with 99.8% of the votes. The remaining 0.2% was a netizen's hand slipping and clicking the wrong way. A station's Ghost Zone produced a masterpiece overnight, Zhongli's award ceremony. Zhongli holding a lightsaber splits the boulder with subterfuge written on it, and the pop-up screen explodes. 3 o'clock in the morning. The director of the Golden Bell Awards jury liked Zhongli's tweets that had been suspended for 2.5 years. The whole internet is abuzz. Solid hammer. Zhongli is going to win the Grand Slam. Suggest that the award speech should read, "Thank you, Comrade Zhongli, for delivering a lot of legalistic curiosity to the entertainment industry," suggesting a bodyguard group for Mr. Zhongli, now that half of the remaining entertainment industry wants to assassinate him. Just when the whole network is making a lot of noise over the Special Contribution Award of the Golden Bell Awards. Early the next morning, the First People's Hospital, in front of the inpatient department building, looked exceptionally quiet and solemn. Several black sedans lined up and slowed to a stop. The car door opened, and the first to step down was the respected music industry titan Zhao Yanxiu. They were followed by a couple of patriarchal figures who also stomped their feet and shook the music scene to its core. The group looked grave and walked with hurried steps, heading straight for the hospitalization department. Their target was the ward where Zhongli was. Inside the ICU, sunlight poured in through the curtains, adding some warmth to the slightly pale room. When the smell of sterilized water is washed down by dozens of fruit baskets and flowers, Zhongli was staring at the crowd of people crowding at the entrance of the ward. The online clamor was expected. I just didn't expect that this group of collegiate bigwigs would personally show up at the door. Zhao Yanxiu led the way in, followed by a vast group of people. It instantly made the otherwise spacious hospital room seem a bit crowded. Little Jiang, how does the body feel? The smile lines on Zhao Yanxiu's face contained a mighty pressure. You are, Elder Zhao? Why are you here in person? Please have a seat. Zhongli hurriedly owed her body and wanted to get up, but Zhao Yanxiu raised his hand to stop her. Just lie down. Just lie down. Your body is important. Waving his hand, Zhao Yanxiu gestured for the others to feel free to find a place to sit as well. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, and without beating around the bush, he directly stated the purpose of his visit. Ogi, remove the gold glasses to wipe. Mirror legs engraved with State Banquet Protocol number. This year the Golden Bell Awards are adding a special contribution award, and the organization is taking it very seriously. When he said this, he purposely paused for a moment to observe Zhongli's reaction. Only Zhongli looked calm and nodded slightly, signaling to continue. Zhao Yanxiu secretly praised it in his heart. This composure and calmness is indeed not something that ordinary young people can have. There was a succession of coughs from behind him. The nurse carefully handed the tea, the bottom of the cup knocking out with a crisp sound. This Special Contribution Award recognizes musicians who have made outstanding contributions to the Chinese music scene and led the industry in positive energy. What you've done in the recent past is obvious to everyone. Expose the industry's chaos and clean up the crookedness with a song called The Lone Ranger. This credit is unmatched. So, after careful consideration by our jury, the consensus is that this year's Special Contribution Award is yours. Zhao Yanxiu's words were loud and clear. Zhongli realized in her heart that she was really here for this award. In fact, from the beginning of the fermentation of public opinion online, he had vaguely guessed a few things. Now that Zhao Yanxiu personally confirmed it, it even confirmed his suspicions. I am afraid that the so-called unanimous view is also the meaning of the top management. Elder Zhao, you and all the seniors have flattered me. I've only done what I should have done. I don't deserve such favor. Zhang Li's posture was low, his tone humble, without the slightest hint of complacency. Xiao Jiang is too modest. We all see and remember your contributions. Zhao Yanqiu turned her words around and added. However, the Special Contribution Award is, after all, the first time it has been awarded since the establishment of the Golden Bell Awards, and it is of great significance. So, there are some details that need to be worked out a bit more, which, among other things, includes your masterpiece. His eyes fell on Jiangli with a few probing hints. We'd like to hear your opinion on which piece of work Xiao Jiang feels best represents his musical accomplishments. Chapter 79, Masterpiece. Does it represent him? Jiangli, the Lone Ranger has a pretty good pass rate. The director of the Theater Institute spoke suddenly, tapping his fingertips on the table to the tune of Ding Jun Shan. But well, the lyrical structure is still a bit sloppy. I think and the bridge is more appropriate. The old lady in the tang suit interjected afterward, her emerald bracelet clanging against the nightstand. The interludes on the mariachi were a highlight. No, the lyrics aren't positive enough. Her offer was immediately met by an old man in a Chinese mountain suit who was otherwise. The ward instantly turned into a seminar, with 7 or 8 old men and women arguing, looking at all these bigwigs who can shake the music scene with a stomp of their feet. Jiangli suddenly remembered the hot search he swiped last night #hashtag Academy Collective Lost Voice hashtag. Now the spitballing looks like a grandpa or grandma grabbing a special price of eggs at the food market. A masterpiece. Representing him, Jiangli? In fact, the system unlocks songs that none of these Academy patriarchs can look at. Otherwise, there would be no need to praise and criticize. It looks like an argument, but it criticizes his Jiangli's masterpiece as nothing. Perhaps even unlocking the best work with the system will make it difficult to convince these people. There has always been an insurmountable gap between the academy and grassroots musicians. Quiet. Zhao Yanqiu Kane poked the floor thud, turned his head but kind eyes. Xiao Jiang think which song is appropriate? The electronic clock on the wall jumped to 9 o'clock sharp. The sunlight cut in diagonally through the blinds, cutting Jiang Li's face into light and dark halves. He smiled softly as he rubbed the corner of his blanket. Teachers, it's only October. The room was full of silence. The middle-aged professor in the polo shirt was anxious. This is going down in history. All the more reason to be cautious. Jiang Li touched out his cell phone and shook it, and on the lock screen was the Chodo no Ko emoticon from an Edison. What if I write a new song in a couple days? Zhao Yanqiu's pupils contracted violently. Seen too many geniuses lose their cool in the face of honor. But I've never seen anyone in their early 20s who can play collegiate discourse so well. When the live broadcast was made difficult by Wang Lifeng, how many sharp edges did this kid hide? It's good for young people to be humble. Over the thermos handed by the assistant, goji berries swirled with the waves of water. But the rules of the Golden Bell Awards. I heard it took a day to finalize the repertoire last time. Jiang Li suddenly interrupted. The judges and teachers shouldn't mind waiting a bit longer, right? Zhao Yanqiu's cane was heavily pestled on the ground, and the marble floor emitted a dull echo. Staring at that righteous emoticon on Jiang Li's cell phone screen, he suddenly burst out laughing. It's us old guys who are in a hurry. The people's faces alternated between green and red, and the flag-robed old lady's hand that was pinching the Buddha beads was shaking straight. They didn't expect to be taken to their faces by a junior. The Golden Bell Award should demonstrate the determination to reform. But Jiang Li's reason for winning the award is to reorganize the industry. If no suitable masterpiece is chosen, the award will not be worthy of the name. Jiang is right. October flowers should bloom in October. Zhao Yanqiu got up and dusted off the hem of her coat. I heard that the hospital has a rule that visits can't exceed half an hour. It's time for the ventilator to be changed. The nurse duly pushed the door open. The sunrise illuminated the corridor with a golden glow. As he turned into the elevator, the dean of opera yanked his tie loose and cursed. Young people don't know what they're doing. He knows. Zhao Yanqiu pressed the -2 button. He knows that we need this award more than he does. The ward returned to silence. Jiang Li leaned against the bed and let out a long breath. With a thought, the system panel surfaced. Host, Jiang Li, current life expectancy, 233 days. Has gained influence, 233, 8,000. Unlocked songs, Twilight Echoes, Nocturne, Anha Bridge. The curtain swayed lightly in the wind, and Jiang Li scratched the light screen and laughed softly. The 300,000 negative emotional values brought about by little diva Lin Shireen's collapsed room were being transformed into a steady stream of lifespans. Each curse renewed his life. Best buddies didn't quite follow the expected script, though, but by mistake. Entering the game with his body instead had an unexpected effect. Influence is once again increased, and so is longevity. It's a solid wave. Jiang Li knew in her heart that if it wasn't for Elder Chen's power behind the scenes, trying to bring down people like Cui Ziyuan and Wang Lifeng would never go so smoothly. This time, I was able to get almost a year of life expectancy and an unexpected nomination for the Golden Bell Award for special contribution. It was certainly a huge gain for him. Predictably, once it does get the award, the impact is bound to explode again. Of course, what goes around comes around. Turned the entertainment industry upside down and sent so many people to jail. It's bound to offend a lot of people. Those people may be silenced on the surface, but behind his back, they must hate him to the bone and even make some small moves. However, compared to the rats hiding in the gutter, these old schoolers of the academy, in turn, seem much brighter. At least they pride themselves on being cultured and don't bother with underhanded tactics. Shaking his head, he put those chaotic thoughts aside for the moment. There's no point in fretting now about things that haven't happened yet. The most important thing right now is to get well and stay in the hospital. At least personal safety for the time being. As for the next target, it remains the academy. Zhang Li knew very well that Zhao Yanqiu and the others' visit was definitely not as simple as it appeared. What appears to be concern is in fact a test of pressure. They don't see themselves as grassroots musicians. In that case, let's use strength to speak and completely beat these old pedants into submission. The next focus is going to be on unlocking more songs that reflect social realities and humanistic concerns. He's not just going to take this special contribution award and take it for granted. It left everyone, including the eagle-eyed academics, convinced and speechless. The phone vibrated with an official communication from the Golden Bell Awards organizing committee. Scanning the sprawling words of recognition in the annex, his eyes rested on the last line of small print. The award ceremony is scheduled for the 28th day of the lunar month a year ago. The floor-to-ceiling windows reflected the teenager's lean figure. By the time this play reaches its climax, the demons and monsters hiding behind the curtain should not be able to sit still. The morning breeze blows the curtains. Sick bay. The teenager hummed an out-of-tune melody. The sunshine of the golden autumn and October sprinkled at the entrance of the inpatient department of the First People's Hospital adds a bit of warmth to the slightly solemn atmosphere. Zhao Yanqiu led a group of bigwigs from the academy school and walked out of the building with different looks. A couple of bigwigs got into a black sedan parked on the side of the road. The car door slammed shut, cutting off the hospital hubbub. The director of the Theater Institute, sitting in the passenger seat, was the first to break the silence. Too arrogant. He thinks he can call the academy's bluff with a few Netflix songs? Old Gu, take it easy. The old lady in the tang suit twirled her sandalwood Buddha beads. This kid is putting us on the spot. If the special contribution award doesn't go to him, giving more trouble. The vice president of the music association in the Chinese mountain suit suddenly sat up straight. Recently the internet has been saying that as long as Zhang Li wins the award, he'll go and punch the official Central Sound website. The compartment was suddenly filled with sighs of relief. The ambergris wafting from the car's aromatherapy diffuser mingled with the sadness of the bigwigs, swirling around in the air conditioning's circulating air. It's normal for young people to be a bit arrogant. The important thing is whether he has that ability. Zhao Yanqiu's voice was not high, but it instantly silenced the carriage. Elder Zhao, what do you mean? The director of the Theater Research Institute tentatively followed up. Zhang Li is not a simple person, so young to be making such a big splash in the entertainment industry. And haven't you noticed? His behavior in the ward today seemed humble, but it was dripping. Every word is tentative and sharp. Yeah, I felt it too. The old lady in the cheongsam nodded. His last sentence, what if I write a new song in a couple days, is clearly telling us that he still has a backstroke and a bottom card. What's more, at such a young age, he started his own music studio and signed 2 potential singers, Zhang Yang and Chan Ruoshi. The middle-aged professor in the polo shirt added, this kid, he's clearly trying to separate himself from our academy school. The atmosphere in the compartment became stagnant. Everyone here is a pivotal figure in the Chinese music industry, a representative of the academy. It has always been in control of the music industry's discourse and resource allocation. If Zhang Li is allowed to go on like this, he has made more and more singers and has become more and more influential. I'm afraid the academy's dominance of the music scene is really under threat. Elder Zhao, then what should we do now? The director of the Theater Research Institute asked somewhat anxiously. Zhao Yanqiu pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. The special contribution award can be given to him. This is the tone set from above. And to appease public opinion and show our collegiality. The several bigwigs looked at each other, and although they were a bit unwilling in their hearts, they understood Zhao Yanqiu's concerns. Now that public opinion is in favor of Zhang Li, I'm afraid that if the Golden Bell Award isn't given, it will backfire and fall on deaf ears. But, Zhao Yanqiu's tone turned serious. This award can be given, but it's delusional for him to try to shake the foundation of our academy school with this award. Elder Zhao, what are your plans? The old man in the Zhongshan suit asked after him. Zhao Yanqiu lowered the window and looked at the window on the 12th floor of the hospitalization department. 20 years ago, when we played the Golden Hall in Vienna, how did we ever think of grassroots musicians? Chapter 80, let me teach you what it means to be struck down. The words were like a key that clicked open a dusty box of memories. The golden age that made the European music scene tremble emerged before the eyes of the crowd. Any random disciple from the academy school can win gold and silver in international competitions. If you ask me, why don't you invite Cho back? The dean of theater suddenly lowered his voice. We can't really let the wild roads ride over our heads. Those 3 words were like a bomb that sent chills down everyone's backs. In the rearview mirror, the driver's hand on the steering wheel shook involuntarily. Joe Mubai, a once-in-a-century genius of the academy school. At the age of 15, he wrote a piano concerto that was a sensation in the Paris concert hall. I hear he's a visiting professor at the Vienna Conservatory? Zhao Yanqiu tapped his index finger on his crocodile leather briefcase. Last year's Tchaikovsky competition. It crushed that Russian prodigy. It just so happens that there's a cultural exchange next month. The vice president of the Music Association hurriedly flipped open the memo. I'll have outreach send out invitations. The black convoy split into 2 at the exit of the parking lot. Zhao Yanqiu looked at the hospital building that was getting smaller and smaller in the rearview mirror and suddenly said to his secretary, put together a list of the historical winners of the Golden Bell Awards, in both English and Chinese. Shortly afterward, in a detached house on the outskirts of Vienna, Joe Mubai put down his coffee cup, and the sunlight slanted in through the Baroque carved window, gilding his cold white skin. There were 3 copies of sheet music spread out on the coffee table. Zhang Li's Manhwa Bridge, The Lonely and the Brave, and Nocturne. The tip of the pen outlines a red circle at a chord, and the annotations are as harsh as a knife's edge. Harmony carries on like a middle school composition. The phone vibrated at that moment and received Zhao Yanqiu's WeChat voice. Mubai how about a few master classes on the way back this time? Some of the kids need to see real music. Joe Mubai walked over to the Steinway piano and casually played an adapted version of Manhwa Bridge. The originally bleak melody of the horsehead fiddle, under his fingers, actually revealed the elegance of Chopin's Nocturne. Zhang Li, right? Snickering at the sheet music. Let me teach you what a descending blow means. Late afternoon. Zhang Li was counting the speed of the drip when the ward door was pushed open. Shui Jilu was carrying a folder under his armpit, and Joey was carrying 3 cups of milk tea. Zhang Yang squeezed in carrying a half-man-high cardboard box of cardboard boxes. Chen Ruoshi hugged the pile of documents and carefully followed at the end. They had been out early and stayed late for the past few days, working on something big, and now it was finally coming together. Mr. Jiang. Zhang Yang threw the carton to the ground, shaking the 4-tube. We have a home. Looking at their battle, Zhang Li was a bit confused. What's this for? Asked a weakly. Shui Jilu slapped the papers on the nightstand, and a few goji berries splashed out of Zhang Li's water glass. Look at that. Business license, official seal, and bank account all in one place. Turn to the title page and point to the legal representative field. Your great name, Zhang Li, is now hanging on the 18th floor of Block A of the Chaoyang District Cultural Industry Park. Zhang Li stared at the words Li River Music Studio. The knot in his throat moved, still a little confused. Let's just say that these guys have been secretive for the past few days. Early in the morning and late at night every day. Thought I was busy with Zhou Yi's world tour. Unexpectedly. I can't believe you got yourself a studio? He's half dead and buried. How can he think of a studio? Chen Ruoshi suddenly squatted down, her fingers digging into the cardboard tape. You helped me change the Twilight Echoes arrangement last month, coughing up blood without even saying a word. Now it's our turn to do something for you. I hope your music is heard by more people. Let more people know that someone like you once existed in this world. Speaking here, Chen Nuxi's voice choked a little. Even if one day in the future, more of us will remember you and your songs, too. Didn't dare make it too clear, but the meaning was clear enough. She was afraid that Zhang Li might have an emergency. Hopefully, in this way, he leaves more of a mark on the world. Joey inserted the straw and shoved the milk tea into Zhang Li's hand. Old Shue pulled the strings and I paid to rent the venue. Zhang Yang ran the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Legs are thin 2 circles. Rui designed the logo overnight. Just that ink note with the lightning bolt. The lightning is afraid you won't be able to find a lightning rod if you get struck by lightning. Shui Jilu took out the official seal and stamped it on the back of Zhang Li's hand, and the bright red sealing clay was like a scar. From today onwards, the copyright of all the songs you wrote belongs to the studio. If you dare to swallow your breath early, I'll play ugly on your grave every day. Chen Ruoshi suddenly stood up, and a bunch of envelopes fell out of the cardboard box with a crash. Envelopes were scattered on the floor, all kinds of them. These are all the letters that fans have sent you. Picking up the top one, the pink envelope with fluorescent pen wrote Zhang Li, brother, to live a long life. I went to the office this morning to pack up my stuff, and the receptionist said that these days, there's a mountain of letters from fans. Her voice shook. Look, so many people are waiting for your new song. Zhang Yang's cell phone suddenly rang. Yes, our studio has just been established. But Mr. Zhang is personally the gatekeeper. Xerxes slapped him on the back of the head. Breathless, Now all the agencies in town are inquiring about our schedule. How dare you beg for a promotion? Jiang Li rubbed the raised steel seal on the business license. The system suggests that there are 233 days left in the lifespan, but the tears are condensing into beads on the walls of the milk teacups. A drop on the registered capital of 5 million figure. 8,000 a day in ICU. Zhou Yi suddenly said, how can you renew your life without making money? The twilight outside the window came in and gilded everyone's silhouette. Chen Ruoshi shoved the official seal into Jiang Li's palm, and the coolness pricked his fingertips. In the 20 square meter hospital room, 5 shadows were stacked in raging waves on the wall. Looking at the hands of the business license, Jiang Li heart mixed feelings. I thought I shouldn't get too involved when I wasn't cured of my terminal illness. But looking at all these people running around for him in front of him, a sudden realization dawned on him. Since others had entrusted him with their lives, it was all the more important to do his best to guard that trust. The second installment of Best Buddies, which I originally didn't want to participate in, but not anymore. It's not just about the individual, it's about the future of the studio as a whole. Took the final title and won the rights to develop the Immortal Sword series for film and television. This will be a great building block for the studio to take off. Not to mention the fact that the studio is now escorted by such divas as Zhou Yi and Shui Jilu. Zhang Yang and Chen Ruoshi also put all their hopes on him. These people had given so much for him. How could he let them down? At that moment, there was a knock on the ward door. Zhou Ming, who had jumped to become one of the 5 most powerful people in Tomato Terrace, appeared at the door with a gift. Mr. Jiang Li, is this a convenient time? I want to talk to you about the second installment of the guest lineup. Chapter 81, The Capitalist Siege. Zhou Ming pushed the door and walked in. A smile piled on his face, delicate fruit basket in hand and 2 assistants behind her. Everyone was carrying gifts that were worth a lot of money at first glance. Walk over to the hospital bed and place the fruit basket on the nightstand. He also signaled his assistant to put the gift down, and his attitude was so respectful. Should I call you Director Cho now? Jiang Li smiled and pointed his finger at the chair next to him. Zhou Ming waved his hand to signal his assistants to go out first. Then he pulled over a chair himself, came close to Jiang Li, and lowered his voice. The main reason I'm here is to talk to you about the guest lineup for the second installment of Best Buddies. I heard the words guest list. Jiang Li immediately came into the spirit. After all, this was related to the studio's next big plan of development. Director Zhou, please. Zhou Ming cleared his throat, and his expression became somewhat grave. Teacher Jiang, the second phase of the program is taken very seriously by the station. Not only has more money been invested, but it has also attracted the attention of capital from all sides. There's already a lot of capital coming in to get a piece of the action. Jiang Li frowned slightly. The entry of capital meant that things became complicated. Sure enough, Zhou Ming's next words confirmed his suspicions. These capitals have recommended a number of guests for their own interests. There were even some bigwigs who couldn't be found in the hidden world that they had invited. Each of those bigwigs has a deep background in great energy. This time out, the targets seem to be pointing at you, Mr. Jiang. In the first installment of the show, you were severely offended by Chapman Entertainment. Now those capitals behind Zhuofeng Entertainment would definitely not be willing to rest. Add to that the fact that you've taken the entertainment industry by storm lately and moved a lot of people's cheese. Those people naturally wanted to round up the second installment of the show, give you a downer. When they heard the word siege, both Shuijilu and Zhou Yi's faces changed. They didn't expect things to get this serious. The guest list in Zhou Ming's hand was lifted up by the wind, revealing rows of golden logos behind it. All the logos of the top capital firms in the industry. 13 joint capital injections? Jiang Li's fingertips scratched across the stamp list, and the air conditioning blew the edges of the paper to curl slightly. The tea was so hot that Zhou Ming shrank his hands. These old guys are pulling out their coffins. Look at this one. He pointed to the top of the list. Zhang Shixuan, a master songwriter who hasn't been out for 20 years. This time, in order to support Dynasty Entertainment, it's rumored that they've given away 2 sets of Townsends. This one is the most troublesome. Zhou Ming pulled up a video in which the white-bearded old man was instructing the female group's trainees. The godfather of the Hong Kong community, Wang Tinyu, chartered a plane last night to return from Australia and said that he wanted to teach the younger generation to know the rules. Shui Jilan took the list. Asterisk. Isn't this the gang of old demons that bloodied the Golden Song ranking 30 years ago? Pointing at a certain name, his hands were shaking. Didn't this one swear never to go on a variety show again? The capital opening bid is 8 figures. Zhou Ming sighed. They want to press Mr. Zhang to death in the match now. The ward was suddenly quiet. Chen Ruoshi's fingers whitened as she clutched the fan envelope. Zhang Yang stared at the floor counting tile seams. Only Jiang Li slowly flipped through the list and suddenly laughed out softly. Looks like I've stirred up a hornet's nest. Zhou Ming looked at Jiang Li and advised in a serious tone. Teacher Jiang, I know that you have extraordinary strength, but this time, Your opponent is not a small one. All of them are people who call the shots in the entertainment industry. I'm afraid it's not in your best interest to fight hard. My suggestion is that you might as well be wise. Let's drop out of the second episode. I'll figure out how to handle the liquidated damages. You've fired up enough fame and buzz for the first installment anyway. The studio has now been set up as well. Next you simply focus on the development of your studio. Make records, play concerts. It's just as good as being able to wind up in a good place. There's no need to get tough with all that capital. Zhou Ming's suggestion is undoubtedly the most prudent. After all, the arm cannot be twisted, and it is too risky to fight against capital. Shui Jilu and Joey also nodded in agreement with Zhou Ming. The Best Buddies winner gets the rights to develop the Immortal Sword series, right? Jiang Li suddenly interrupted him. Zhou Ming froze for a moment, not expecting him to suddenly ask this question. But still, he nodded and replied affirmatively. That's right, the champion reward is indeed the Immortal Sword series copyright. After receiving an affirmative answer, Jiang Li closed the folder with a snap. The winner of the first installment was robbed by a blackmailer, and I'm going to get it back with interest in the second installment. Shui Jilu and Joey froze when they heard Jiang Li's words. They didn't expect that this teenager would be so strong. Instead of retreating in the face of the capital siege, we have to take the initiative to take back what we have lost. The setting sun outside the window suddenly pierced through the clouds, reflecting Jiang Li's pale face. Zhou Ming was in a trance and saw the teenager who fought against the disease. Only this time, the teenager has something he wants to guard. Alright, Mr. Jiang, since you've already decided, I won't say anything more. I do have an idea, though, that might help give you a bigger advantage in the second installment. Zhou Ming suddenly pulled out his tablet. I'm going to change the second installment to a 10,000 person stadium public show, team competition mode. Shui Jilu took a mouthful of milk tea and sprayed it in Zhou Ming's face. Are you crazy? How much money is this going to burn? Thanks to Mr. Jiang, I'm now the program director of the Tomato Channel. Zhou Ming smiled and wiped the milk tea stains off his face. The station just approved a $300 million budget. His eyes were suddenly solemn as he turned his head to look at Jiang Li. You saved me from the mire in the first place. This time it's my turn to set the brightest stage for you. Chen Ruoshi suddenly held up the stack of fan letters. Mr. Jiang, we'll accompany you to the end of the battle. Isn't it just a meeting of old-timers? Shui Jilu tore the list in half. When I toppled the Chinese music scene back then, these guys were still playing cassettes. As the night wore on, the atmosphere in the hospital room remained warm. Zhou Ming had just left in front of him when Jiang Li struggled out of bed. Walking to the end of the bed, he bent down and felt under it for a while, actually dragged out a laptop. Seeing Jiang Li move, Chen Ruoshi immediately stepped forward and tried to stop it. Brother Jiang Li, you're still not well, why don't you rest? Jiang Li waved her hand, signaling that Chen Ruoshi didn't need to worry. While turning on the computer, he said, Don't worry, I'm fine, I just want to start a live stream. Live? Chen Ruoshi froze for a moment, not understanding what Jiang Li meant by opening a live broadcast at this time. Zhang Yang and Shui Jilu and Joey also came over, looking at Jiang Li with a puzzled expression. Jiang Li saw the doubt in everyone's eyes and smiled, explaining, Now that I've decided to participate in the second installment of Best Buddies, and the scale of the program is going to be completely upgraded to a 10,000 person stadium public performance, it's pretty clear then that songwriting is definitely not going to be a priority anymore for the rest of the competition. What do you mean? Shui Jilu seemed to understand something and asked with a frown. It's simple. The first installment of the show people watched me write songs live and found it refreshing. But the second installment of the show is so big that those capitals will surely spare no expense in inviting all kinds of heavenly kings and queens. With a lineup like that, you can tell how luxurious it is just by thinking about it. The showrunners simply don't need to rely on me writing songs live anymore to create a spectacle. The names of those guests alone are enough to attract attention. So, what you're saying is that the second installment of the show, most likely, won't feature live songwriting like the first installment? Zhou Yi also reacted. Jiang Li nodded. It's very likely. If it's still a live broadcast of songwriting, those scandals that appeared in the first installment of the program will most likely happen again. The best thing the program can do to avoid a repeat is to change the format of the competition. So, you turn on the live stream. Chen Ruoshi was still a bit confused. Jiang Li pointed at the computer screen. Of course it's to get inspiration. The second installment will definitely be a stronger opponent, and I'll have to prepare for that ahead of time. Chapter 82, Doctor, hold him down. Looking at the computer screen, his fingertips unconsciously tapped the keyboard. A lifespan of 233 days did move that huge boulder in his heart slightly. But, relying on overdrafting your life for songs is not a long-term solution after all. And the system unlocks songs with a great deal of randomness in terms of style type, and not entirely subjective. Trying to completely subdue the old-school gang of academics, what is needed is not only skillful showmanship, but also works that hit the pain points of the society and trigger the resonance of the public. The live storytelling model is by far the least expensive, most efficient, and most sustainable source of inspiration. As he thought about it, Joey looked at his wristwatch and took the lead in getting up. It's getting late. I have to get ready for the world tour, so I'll pull out. Shui Jilu followed suit and stood up, patting Jiang Li on the shoulder. Get well and tell us what's wrong. Don't be a hard ass. Zhang Yang cleaned up the papers and milk teacups scattered on the floor with his hands and feet. For her part, Chen Yushi silently put the fan letter back into the cardboard box. Teacher Jiang, then we'll leave first as well. We'll see you tomorrow. Zhang Yang shouldered the cardboard box and waved at Jiang Li. The ward was suddenly quiet, leaving only Chen Ruoshi still standing by the bedside, somewhat hesitant. Brother Jiang Li, why don't I stay and take care of you? Chen Ruoshi took the initiative and said with a pleading tone. Jiang Li noticed the faint tiredness under her eyes and shook her head. No, you've had a busy day as well. Go home early and rest. It's pretty quiet in the hospital. I'll call the nurse if anything happens. But, Chen Ruoshi wanted to say something else, but Jiang Li raised her hand to stop her. Behave yourself and go back to rest early. There's a lot to do at the studio tomorrow. Chen Ruoshi bit her lip and finally nodded her head gently. Well, then take care of yourself and call me anytime you need me. After saying that, he carefully tucked in the corner of the quilt for Jiang Li before turning to leave the ward. Witness a few people leaving the hospital room. Jiang Li sat back down on the edge of the bed and opened the laptop, debugging the camera and adjusting the microphone. Ready to start his inspiration-gathering program, Jiang Li moved skillfully to open the live streaming software. Fingers tapped on the screen, giving the broadcast a highly gimmicky title. Share your story, $10, 000 cash prizes awaits you. As soon as the title came out, the live stream was immediately created successfully. There was no publicity and it went straight to live streaming. The dark screen lit up, reflecting the snow-white walls of the hospital room and the floor stand. The camera was aimed at the hospital bed, and Jiang Li's thin face appeared in the center of the screen. Only, the number of people on the air was in the low single digits. A few sporadic netizens who clicked and looked at the familiar scene. Look at that face on the screen again and the first thought is all fraud? This filter is also too fake. Can the scholarly spirit die a death? Before clicking in, Jiangshan YYDS. After clicking in, is this it? Brother Mo, report it. This kind of fake live broadcasting room must be hit hard. The pop-ups were sparse, all questioning and mocking. Jiang Li was not annoyed and smiled at the camera, greeting in a calm tone. Good evening guys, casual conversation, just a bedtime story time. Self-consciously, he took a sip from the glass of water at hand, completely ignoring the skepticism in the pop-up. This calm demeanor, in turn, caused some netizens who had originally planned to start spraying to hesitate a bit. Ha, this guy sounds a bit alike. Like hell, how magnetic Jiangshan's voice is. This guy is a stick-reading monster. But then again, this dude really looks a bit like Jiang Li. It can't really be me, can it? Just as the netizens were half believing, Jiang Li slowly opened the Weibo app. The message alert exploded right out of an account that hadn't been logged into in over 2 years. $9.99 plus unread private messages, $9.99 plus ads, and countless likes and comments. He flipped through the pages at random, mostly advertising and marketing messages, as well as some outdated wishes and greetings. Jiang Li didn't care, directly clicked on the edit box and knocked down a line. 8 p.m. Casual conversation. Live link. Then, click send. After sending it successfully, he tossed his phone aside and looked back at the live camera. A lot has been happening lately and I wanted to talk to everyone casually. I'd also like to hear everyone's stories and tell me anything happy or unhappy. After a pause, he added. The story was selected friends. There is a cash bonus reward $10,000 to start. No cap. Pohahahaha. $10, 000 to start? I almost believed it. Brother, even if you impersonate the god of Jiang, you still learn to do the lottery? Why don't you go to heaven? Scattered and scattered. It must be some small netizen rubbing off on us, so let's not waste our time. However, just as the netizens were expressing their disbelief, the number of people in the live broadcast room began to slowly rise. From single digits, slowly rising to double digits, then triple digits. The pace is slow, but the trend is upward. Some of the netizens who had originally come in with the mindset of watching, also began to seriously measure Jiang Li on the screen. The more I looked, the more it felt wrong. This person seems to really look a bit like Jiang Li. Wait a minute, I think I've seen that face somewhere. Upstairs, you're not alone. I thought it looked familiar too. It can't really be Jiang Li himself, can it? Suddenly, a netizen with the ID Lee's Army Small Strawberry sent 10 rocket effects in a row. Don't even argue. This is the ING real thing. The pop-ups instantly exploded. The corpse is dead. Pinch me. Masamichi no Hikari scam is on the air. Family, where's the doctor? The doctor came to hold him down. this bastard's up to something again. Just when the netizens were beginning to wonder about life. On Weibo, Jiang Li's casual conversation microblogging. It instantly set off the entire internet like a deep water bomb. The account, which has been silent for more than 2 years, suddenly updated fraudulently and came up with a live preview. This is news that is simply more powerful than a comet hitting the earth. Countless diving zombie fans were instantly blown out, wailing and pouring into the live broadcast room. Groove, 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 groove. It's really the river god? I'm not mistaken, am I? It's really Zhongli. Live Zhongli. I can't believe I can wait for Zhongli to broadcast live in my lifetime. My mom asked me why I was kneeling down to look at my cell phone because the river god is on. Tears. Master Greenback. Zhongshan finally remembered the microblogging password. The front of the don't cry, laugh to death personal. John God said casually talk, and 10,000 yuan red envelope. Duck, $10, 000 bonus? Really? I don't believe it. Unless Zhongshan kisses me. Upstairs, sit on the floor and ovulate. The red envelope is mine. Don't try to steal it from me. The number of people in the live broadcast room, like a rocket, instantly soared. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. The pop-ups also came in like a tidal wave, frantically flooding the entire screen in an instant. It really is the river god. I'm spiraling into the sky. I love you. Ekigami. Zhongshan, how's your health? It looks like you've lost a lot of weight. My heart aches / The live broadcast room instantly boiled, and all kinds of gift special effects crazily brushed the screen. The originally empty live room instantly became incredibly lively. Looking at the pop-ups scrolling madly in front of her eyes, Zhongli also had a little more warmth in the bottom of her eyes. Clearing his throat, he said to the camera, "Thank you all for your support. It's a bit crowded, so settle down. Draw 3 story scores tonight, and award 10,000 cash for the highest number of likes." The river god knows the traffic code. Suggests just writing "I'm in the ICU straightening out the entertainment industry." Is it too late to sign up? My ex-boyfriend's grave is 2 meters high. Suddenly a golden ID floats by. Brotherly looks at me. My grandpa says if you don't update, he'll pull out your oxygen tube. Zhongli narrowed her eyes and read the pop-up. The light of righteousness is shed on the big buttocks this netizen. Your grandfather was very thoughtful, said suddenly coughing violently, the backs of his hands bruised. Don't die. Who will write us songs if you die? Call the nurse. He's coughing up blood and he's still on the air. The most dedicated anchor of the year bar none. Zhongli wiped off the blood at the corner of her mouth and laughed softly. Don't worry, King of Hell said I have a hard life. Chapter 83, this bastard is up to something again. Meanwhile, the short video platform backstage monitoring center. The computer screen suddenly burst into blinding red light. The duty officer, who was high on melon seeds, instantly bounced up from his engineering chair and spat out the shells. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Which anchor buys traffic so arrogant? Staring at the 90-degree vertical spike in the curve on the backstage monitor screen, he copied his walkie-talkie and shouted, "Live room ID, 0596 data abnormality. Preliminary judgment suspects malicious swiping. Immediately troubleshoot abnormal IPs and block offending accounts." The technical department intervenes to fully test the authenticity of the data. Instructions are given in an organized manner. A dense stream of data scrolled frantically across the screen. Wait, don't seal it yet. A middle-aged supervisor with black-rimmed glasses and thinning hair walked quickly to the workstation. Staring at the steep to near vertical flow curve on the screen, his brow knit into a pimple. This live stream looks a little familiar. Mumbles, drags the mouse, and clicks on the live feed detail page. Upon seeing the slightly sickly, but still clean side of the face on the cover of the live broadcast, the middle-aged supervisor sucked in a sharp breath of cool air, barely holding the thermos in his hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhongli? Exclaimed out. His voice instantly raised an octave, drawing sideways glances from his surrounding coworkers. Old Lou, what are you ghosting about? One startled. The young coworker next to him grumbled, but he couldn't help but flick his eyes to the screen. Look at it. Look for yourself. You. Supervisor Lou excitedly pointed at the screen, his fingers trembling slightly. Zhongli. He opened a live broadcast. The young coworker looked confused and put his head together for a few seconds of careful identification. With that, his eyes also widened and his mouth dropped open into an O. Is it really Zhongli? Holy, fraudulent corpse? Fraud your sister. Supervisor Lou slapped him without a good reason. Hurry up and push the stream. Homepage recommendations. All the resources you can. Slam the on it. Ha, push the stream? Old Lou, you're not mistaken, right? This live stream data of his hasn't been fully verified yet, in case it's really brushed. The young coworker was a little hesitant. Brush my ass. Zhongli needs to brush the volume? Supervisor Lou hated to crack open this elm brain. You don't even look at what time it is. The whole internet is talking about the Golden Bell Awards. They are all waiting for him to make a statement. Did he get this traffic? It's the popular vote. Know anything about what the people want? Besides, even if it's really brushed, it's still a push. This is Zhongli, the living goddess who comes with a hot search body. It's so hard for the platform to catch such an opportunity. And you're telling me not to push it? Brain wattage, right? Supervisor Lu spat and reprimanded with hatred. The young colleague was sprayed with confusion, but his hand movements were not slow at all, and he flew to operate. Homepage pop-ups, push on top of the live square, station-wide broadcast, arrangement, tech, optimize the server immediately, ensure stable operation of the live broadcast. The entire monitoring center instantly boiled over. Keyboard taps, mouse clicks, people walking around, various commanding voices intertwined, and at that moment, the live streaming leaderboard. Zhongli's live broadcast was like an arrow off a string, unstoppably climbing upwards. 11th, 10th, 9th. Every number that jumps touches the nerves of countless people. The original 11th ranked anchor, Lee Mingyu, was facing the live camera, vocally playing and singing his original songs. She wore a trendy Korean hairstyle and delicate makeup. The fingering is skillful and the singing is quite recognizable. The live stream has gathered a loyal following. The pop-ups are interactive and the gifts are rewarded. Lee Myung-woo had a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth as he swept his eyes from time to time at the list rankings in the lower right corner of the live broadcast room, quite happy with his solid top 11 finish. He described himself as a buried pearl. He thinks that his talent is not inferior to any popular singers, but he just lacks an opportunity to burst into the limelight like Zhongli. Zhongli's sudden appearance made him both envious and jealous. He envied Zhongli's talent and luck, and was jealous of the fame and following that Zhongli had easily gained. In his opinion, the melody of those Zhongli songs was ear-catching, but the depth and connotation were far from enough. Purely through marketing and hype to fire up the Netroots mouth song, Lee Mingyu is the real pursuit of music, artistic value of the Academy singer-songwriter. Thanks to Autumn Wheat for the Ferris wheel. Thanks to Little Fish for the confession balloon. Thanks for the support. This next song is my latest creation. Lee Myung-woo skillfully interacted live to the camera, out of the corner of his eye. However, he suddenly glimpsed that the list ranking seemed to have changed. He who was securely in the 11th position has been squeezed out. With a slight frown and some displeasure, he scanned the list again. Tap share your story. $10, 000 cash prizes awaits you. Of the live broadcast, wanted to see which unknown anchor had the audacity to steal his spot. Upon seeing this skinny teenager, this, Lee Myung-woo froze, rubbed his eyes, carefully recognized them for a few seconds, and his face instantly turned ironic. Zhongli? Lost in shock. His voice was a little pitchy. The smile that had been hanging on his face also stiffened and froze. The live stream pop-ups instantly exploded. Lee Myung-woo is here too? Is this going to be a continuous mic bumping? Myung-woo runs away. Don't rub. You'll get blood sucked out of you. Don't be afraid. We'll always be there for you. Get rid of the bumper stickers. Looking at the pop-up screen, touch porcelain, rubbing heat and other words, the face is even more difficult to see. He, Lee Mingyu, is an Academy singer-songwriter and needs to rub Zhongli's nose in it? It's just a strange shame. However, when he saw Zhongli's live broadcast, the popularity value that rose like a rocket, his heart couldn't help but be on fire. Zhongli's popularity is really horrible as it is. If you can connect with him, even if it's just to say a few words, you can get yourself a huge amount of exposure. Jealousy, resentment, ambition, all sorts of emotions were intertwined. It eventually converged into one thought: connecting to Zhongli. He wanted to prove in front of everyone that he was more talented and powerful than Zhongli. Thinking to himself, his fingers trembled as he tapped the connection request. Chapter 84, Zhong never accepts prostitutes. Zhongli was about to open his mouth to ask who would share the story first. In the lower right corner of the screen, a connection request suddenly popped up, raised an eyebrow and clicked accept. The screen flashed and two faces appeared side by side on the live feed. A smile piled up on Lee Myung-woo's carefully groomed face, but there was an imperceptible scrutiny in his eyes. Staring at the screen, he took a deep breath and purposely ripped the collar of his shirt loose by 2 buttons. He has studied the Zhongli burst of fire video, and this kind of lazy styling is the most capable of triggering the pity of female fans. Hello brotherly, I'm original musician Lee Mingyu. I've been listening to your songs and especially appreciate your talent. This was said politely, but with a subtle sense of superiority in his tone. It was as if he was here to guide Zhongli. The mind crackled with little calculations. He acknowledged that Zhongli was fire, but a fire that burned fast might not burn long. On professionalism and the underpinnings of the academy, Zhongli, who came from such a wild background, was not even worthy of lifting his shoes. Today's link is to take this opportunity to learn. By the way, show your professionalism. Show those fans who only know how to chase traffic what real musical talent is. Vomit. The smell of green tea. Golden pop-up screen suddenly exploded. Ideally Jia Army Scout crazy brush screen. Checked. This guy called Lee a short-lived ghost in the fan club last week. The live stream pop-ups instantly became subtle. Laughing to death. Just finished the bumper sticker came. Inside entertainment is really a large performance art scene. Myungwoo don't be afraid. Mommy Pink will always love you. Duck. Certain people fans don't be sour. My brother politely greeted. Certain people are afraid that they can't even write the word politely, right? Lee Myungwoo's fans also quickly rallied and started fighting back in the pop-ups. My brother came here with good intentions to learn. How did he become a bumper sticker? These days, you can't say anything nice without getting a hatchet job. It's really a bad world. As if Lee Myungwoo didn't see the smoke on the pop-up screen, he still maintained a decent smile and a humble tone. Lee, it's like this. Recently I've been preparing a new song as well, but it feels like inspiration has dried up a bit. I just happened to see that you were on a live stream and said you wanted to hear everyone's stories for inspiration. Just wondered if I could come on the air and learn from you as well. Let's see if we can find some creative sparks from the stories of the internet as well. That's a beautiful thing to say. Put yourself in the position of a thirsty junior. By the way, he also praised Jeonli, but anyone with eyes could hear it. Lee Mingyu words are permeated with a I'm not worse than you, even more professional than you meaning. Looking at Lee Mingyu's smiling face on the screen, the corners of Jeonli's mouth hooked up slightly, but her eyes went a few points colder. This guy, he's kind of interesting. You want to use his live show to learn inspiration? I'm afraid it's an opportunity to showcase myself and stomp on him in the process. Vomiting, posturing, real head down. Lee T-Man gets out of the way. Don't be shady in my Lee's live room. My brother is only polite communication. Some people fans do not be too sensitive. Glass heart broken a place strange scary. The fireworks on the pop-ups are getting thicker and thicker. Jeonli fans naturally didn't buy it. Lee Myungwoo's hypocritical face is simply sickening. What kind of learning inspiration is it? It's obvious that he wants to steal the limelight and stomp on his family's Jeongshin. Lee Myungwoo's fans aren't shy either. My own brother clearly meant well and was being modest. How is that rubbing it in? It's unconscionable to be scolded even for being sincere these days. My brother graduated from Berklee College of Music. Pink pop-ups suddenly popped up. Certain wildlings wait to be hanged. Laughing. Your master was still memorizing the multiplication table when Lee was writing the song. The red pop-up immediately disliked. Suggests checking who wrote Twilight Echoes. Nocturne. And the man with no name. Looking at the skyrocketing number of people online, Lee Mingyu forced down the smile at the corner of his mouth. That's the effect to have. Waiting to crush Jeonli in front of millions of viewers. Stepping on this sick kid to get on the hot search. Squinting at the man on the screen with a fake smile on his face. Jeonli's fingers hidden under the covers gently tapped on the edge of the bed. Admiration was on his lips, but the calculations under his eyes were spilling out. You want to rub off on him, but you don't want to bleed? There's no such thing in heaven. Denial? Certainly not an outright refusal. Stretching his hand is not a good idea. And besides, Lee Mingyu's words are dripping with water. Wouldn't you look like a small-minded person who is afraid of being studied by others if you refuse outright? Besides, he is the one who has been throwing down real money to make the 10,000 yuan story collection. Lee Myungwoo's phrase learning inspiration. Just want to empty the gloves. Whoring netizen story for nothing? Nice try. He's not an ingrate. Why should he be the ingrate? Since Mr. Lee wants to study. Jeonli suddenly tilted his head, revealing a harmless smile. Why don't we participate in the raffle together? I'll put up $30,000 for the prize pool, and you can just add whatever change you want. As soon as the words fell, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast instantly exploded. Ha 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 ha. Jeongshin is an old money grubber when he opens his mouth. Die laughing. Lee Green Tea's face is green. Get out of here. You want to get something for nothing? Did you ask the Lee Jia army? Jeongshin did a good job. Just want to make him bleed. It's disgusting to see him pretending. Lee Charnan, I'm cracking up. I can't pretend anymore. Jeonli, don't come over here. The Lee family members were instantly happy. Jeonli's words simply spoke to their hearts. This guy, Lee Myungwoo, is clearly trying to rub it in. And you act like you're vain enough to ask for advice. Who's that disgusting? Now it was good. Jeongshin had directly picked his words out. It's simply great. On the contrary, the atmosphere in Lee Myungwoo's live room instantly froze. The fans who were originally still hard-mouthed were somewhat dumbfounded at the moment. After all, Jeonli was shelling out real money for a story collection. My own brother wants to whore out other people's ideas and stories with a study. The food does look a bit ugly, but my brother's face still needs to be maintained. Even if it's a strong word, it's a hard word. Certain people don't be sour. My brother is just humble and learning. Unlike certain people who are petty. That's it. It's small. My brother doesn't care about your money. Laughing, you really think you're somebody? Just a few bucks? My brother's got millions of dollars. Lee Myung-woo's fans are still talking tough and trying to save face, but anyone with eyes can see that their defense at the moment was more or less weak and colorful. Jiang Li slowly drank a mouthful of lukewarm water and looked at the opposite side of Lee Mingyu's fake smile that he couldn't maintain. Suddenly, he coughed violently and the backs of his hands were bruised, frightening the pop-ups. By the time he slowed down, his pale face looked even more vulnerable in front of the camera. If it's difficult, forget it. Lee Myung-woo's smile froze on his face, and his heart felt as if a piece of flesh had been plucked out. 30,000? You want him to add change? This Jiang really dares to ask for a lot of money. He worked hard to live broadcasting and selling songs, deducting the platform's share for one game, and then shaving off all sorts of expenses for hitting the operating expenses. There's only so much that can land in your pocket. That's $30,000. Enough to buy several new microphones, enough to get a suit, enough to. It's been heartbreaking for a while. Chapter 85, it's not easy to make money as an anchor. But on second thought, rejection? That's even worse. Today, I came here with a learning attitude, to exchange and show my humble and studious attitude. If you refuse to pay on the spot, won't you be recognized as a whoremonger? What do the fans think of him? What do the passers-by think of him? Wouldn't Jiang Li's fans laugh their asses off? What's more, the purpose of today's visit is more than just learning about inspiration. He is trying to borrow Jiang Li heat to give himself a powder attraction. Better yet, step on each other again to get to the top. That's a bit of an investment. Just think of it as an investment. Yes, investment. For the sake of greater returns. This small amount of money. Sprinkle water. Mentally quickly calculating the gains and losses. Lee Mingyu's face piled up a smile again. It's just that the smile, how it looks, is a little forced. Like it was ripped on hard. Gritting his teeth, he squeezed out a smile that was worse than a cry, and waved his hand in a pretense of bravado. Lee is joking. It's only a few tens of thousands of dollars. It's an honor to join Lee in adding to the story of the internet. I, Lee Mingyu, am not a stingy person. 30,000 is 30,000. I'll transfer the money here, said the meathead, opening his cell phone. Fingers shivered on the screen. The live stream pop-ups were once again booming. This time, in addition to Jiang Li fans, there were also quite a few passers-by who were watching the action. Ha 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 ha. Look at Lee Chanam's heartache. His face is twitching. What? Lee Myung-woo still has to pay the river god's tuition fee? Tuition is only. My brother is paying for knowledge. Do you know what it means to have a pattern? Lee Myung-woo's fans are still talking tough, oblivious to the fact that they have been set up. Forget about the tuition or anything. Jiang Li coughed lightly twice and said in a gentle tone to the camera, everyone, don't give Mr. Lee a hard time. It's not easy for a small anchor to make music, and it's even harder to make money. Putting up $30,000 to support people's storytelling has been very generous. When this was said, the pop-ups became even more hilarious instead. Po ha 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 ha. The river god understands yin and yang. It's not easy to make money? Are you serious? Are you connoting someone? Lee T-Man, thanks for the invitation. I'm on the air, and my face is green. The river god's blade is bloodless. He kills with his heart. Hi, really high. My heart goes out to Lee Chanam for a second. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Jiang Li's words, Lee Mingyu almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. What do you mean? It's not easy to make money? What do you mean? Little anchor? Lee Mingyu a night live streaming more than 100,000. Is that kind of street singing small anchor? Jiang Li's words were clearly mocking him. A wave of anger instantly surged to his heart, and his heart, which was already in physical pain, was even more fiery and painful at this moment. It felt like I was being roasted on a fire. In a dilemma, riding a tiger. No way. Definitely can't be looked down upon by Jiang Li. Definitely not to be laughed at by fans. He, Lee Myung-woo, also has dignity. He wants to save face. What did Lee say? Lee Myung-woo violently raised his volume, as if he wanted to use his voice to hide his inner panic and anger. This money is nothing to me, said, as if to prove that what he said was true. Again, as if to embolden himself, he added through gritted teeth, it's a rare opportunity to learn from Mr. Jiang. I'll give 50,000. Think of it as supporting the development of original music. I hope Mr. Jiang doesn't mind this token of appreciation. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lee Myung-woo himself froze. 50,000? What did he just say? 50,000? How dare he impulsively say he'll offer 50,000? Once again, a sharp pain came to his heart. $50,000. That's half his month's income. It's just so easily gone. The word has been put out, and it can't be reversed in full view of the public. You couldn't take it back if you wanted to. One could only endure the sharp pain in his heart and squeeze out a smile that was worse than crying. Speaking dryly to the camera. Yes, 50,000. Just 50,000. Keep your word. I, Lee Myung-woo, We'll do what I say. The live broadcast screen was once again flooded with ha 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 ha. Lee T-Man has broken his defense. He's totally busted. $50,000? Lee T-Man, are you sure you're not blowing off the power? You say no, but your body is very honest. Lee Chanam, you're so funny when you're being honest. Thank you, Mr. Lee T-Man, for the atmosphere. 50,000 red packets raining. Punch duck. Lee T-Man, doctor, come and hold him down for me. I feel like Jiangli is going to mess up again. Jiangli lowered her eyes to hide the sneer under her eyes. Mr. Lee's atmosphere. Instead, his fingertips flew over the keyboard. Just change the announcement to tell your story and draw 80,000 cash prize. It is also specially marked special thanks to Mr. Lee Mingyu for his friendly sponsorship of 50,000 yuan. The moment he saw the bulletin board, Lee Mingyu's pupils quaked. This asshole actually took his money and plastered himself with it. The pop-ups have gone crazy with laughter. Jiangshan's wool-gathering skills are top-notch. Lee T-Man's face is green with anger. Ha 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 ha. Thank you for the $50,000 sent by brother Mingyu. You are truly a great philanthropist. Jiangli stopped paying attention to Lee Mingyu and looked at the camera. Have a friend who wants to link up and share a story? It's a great opportunity with great prizes on a first-come, first-served basis. Lee Niangwu, who had been left out to dry, had his smile frozen on his face. It was like being slapped in the face in public, a fiery pain. I wanted to hang up the connection, but I felt reluctant to do so. If you've paid $50,000, wouldn't it be more humiliating if you just slipped away? One can only stand there stiffly, like a clown. Soon, the connection request popped up. Jiangli randomly clicked on an avatar that looked more agreeable. The screen flickered. A slightly shy boy wearing glasses appears on the screen. The boy seemed a little nervous and smiled restrainedly at the camera. Hello, Mr. Jiang, my name is Lu Chang. Jiangli nodded. Hello Lu Chang, any stories to share? Lu Chang took a deep breath and seemed to be organizing his words. I want to tell a story about a crush. A crush? Jiangli frowned imperceptibly. These days, internet stories always seem to skirt around love affairs. It's not that love stories are bad, it's just that they are so ubiquitous that they inevitably fall into cliches and lack novelty. Lu Chang's story is also really unsurprising. It's nothing more than adolescent, ignorant love. The bridge between a crush who is brilliant and dazzling, and a crush who gives of herself in silence, and ultimately ends up with nothing to show for it. Jiangli listened patiently and politely said thank you for sharing, then cut the connection and tapped the next application. The next couple of users shared much the same story. It's either a dogged love triangle or a bad breakup and reunion drama. Either that or it's just petty squabbles between parents. Help! Another love story. I'm sick of hearing about it. What's new? Change the subject. Jiangshan is probably going to fall asleep listening to this. Ha 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 ha. The pop-ups are also starting to get listless, clearly losing interest in the one-size-fits-all love story. Jiangli's fingertips unconsciously tapped on the desktop, his patience gradually running out. He doesn't need this kind of story which is not relevant. Just as he was feeling a bit disappointed, a cold mechanical beep suddenly sounded in his head. Host's strong need for quality stories detected. Story fusion system unlocked. Combine different story fragments to unlock corresponding civic works. Jiangli was slightly stunned. Story fusion. Combining pieces. What does that mean? Jiangli was about to click on the next connected person when her cell phone suddenly vibrated. The screen popped up with an application from an ID called Lidong Street Laotang. Chapter 86, The Story of Wedding Card Street. Meanwhile, Sham Shui Pa, Hong Kong. In the old residential building, Laotang sat in a wicker chair. Yellowed photo albums are spread out on his knees, and black and white photos are reflected in his old-fashioned lenses. A young girl with a double ponytail smiles in front of a store on the street of wedding invitations, with glass windows plastered with dragon and phoenix candles. The rainstorm outside the window slammed down on the tin awning. My son's words before he left were still ringing in my ears. Abba, times have to move on. How great is it that your favorite street of wedding invitations has turned into a shopping mall? A withered finger brushes over the gilt signboard of Tangji Wedding Invitation in the photo. The crunching sound of the demolition crew smashing the window more than a decade ago suddenly exploded in his eardrums at the moment. The live feed turned on for a split second, and the old man's guttural face appeared on camera. The pop-up was quiet for a split second. Young man. Old Tang's cloudy eyes glowed with water, and his Hong Kong accented Mandarin carried a tremor. I know you like to write about people. Can you write about Pleasant Street? H-spotted hands held up the picture frame. In the reflection of the glass, the redevelopment plan of Lei Tung Street can be seen faintly. Jiangli adjusted her sitting position, the foretube wiggling against the back of her pale hand. You said, once upon a time, all the couples in Hong Kong who got married had to come to Wedding Invitation Street to buy invitations. The knot in the old man's throat rolled. and his fingers rubbed the album's hot-stamped, double-engraved letters. The gold leaf paper has to be pressed by an old Shanghai craftsman, and you can't turn on the fan when sprinkling gold dust. My grandfather taught that each happy word should be traced 9 times with vermilion. Lee Mingyu suddenly interjected. This kind of old antique process should have been eliminated long ago. Now 3D printing wedding invitations. Old Don clutched the picture frame so violently that his knuckles turned white. Young man, do you know how many brides' tears the gold leaf paper has been dipped in? On the day I helped Ling cut her wedding dress, the typhoon blew away all the wedding banners on the whole street. A mix of choked-up dialects silenced the pop-ups. Jiang Li frowned slightly and glanced at Lee Mingyu in the screen without moving. Uncle Don, what happened then? The old man, hunchbacked, disappears from the camera for a moment, re-emerging with a rusty tin box in his hand, carefully opened the lid of the box. Fingertips trembled as they plucked away the layers of greaseproof paper. Finally, the old man held out a pile of yellowed pieces of paper. The golden shards reflected dull sheen in the dim light. You see, young man, said old Don, in a voice as hoarse as a worn-out bellows, these are the souls of Pleasant Street. Pick up a piece of tattered gold leaf paper and bring it close to the camera. On the piece of paper, the foil-stamped dragon and phoenix motif is vaguely visible. The edges are worn, exposing the underlying yellow paper tires. How did young people used to get married with print? Old Tang's tone was tinged with pride, yet deeply despondent. It's all done by hand. The gold leaf has to be pressed by hand. The gold dust has to be dotted with toothpicks. And each master practices until his wrist doesn't shake. The live stream was suddenly flooded with a large number of Mandarin pop-ups. Tears collapse. When I was a child, I went with my grandmother to the street of wedding invitations to get red envelopes to seal them. The day before yesterday, I passed by Leighton Street, which is full of chain gold stores. Tang Ji, the Tangki who made my graduation dinner invitations when I was a kid. The cloudy eyes only stared at the debris in his hand, reminiscing to himself. Grandpa had a store on Wedding Invitations Street back then. Tang Ji Wedding Invitations, a decades-old business. I grew up in the store as a child, helping my grandfather grind ink all day and learning to write chi characters. Later, I married Ling and the store was left to us. How good business was then. The whole street was full of people, buying wedding cakes, picking out wedding clothes, lively too. The old man raised his head, his cloudy eyes reflecting the snowy white walls of the live room. Through the screen, it's like seeing the brightly lit wedding invitation street of yesteryear. In 1997, Ling left. I keep the store and the street all by myself, thinking of waiting until my son takes over. Who knows? In the year 05, the demolition team came. When the bulldozers go, the whole street is gone. I rushed in and tried to grab some stuff back and only got these. Grandpa's sign is gone. Ling's wedding dress is gone. Even the street is gone. Nothing is left. Lowering his head, the cloudy tears dripped onto the shards of gold leaf, haloing a watery stain. Straight from the booth, the pop-ups were surprisingly quiet. Only a few scattered pop-ups slowly drifted by. I cried at the sound of it. My grandmother's wedding invitations were made by Tang Ki. The street of wedding invitations is really gone. And every time I go to Shannon I feel so sad. Times have changed and so many old things can't be kept. Jiang Li was silent for a moment, his voice low and gentle. Uncle Don, thank you so much for sharing. The old man raised his head, and through his presbyopic glasses, he blurred to see the pale face of the teenager on the screen, grinning a smile with a few teeth missing. Waving his hand, he said in heavily accented Mandarin, young man, thank you very much. I'm fine, and I'm much more comfortable talking about it. Li Niangwu skimmed his lips and interrupted impatiently. All right, the sensationalism is over. Hurry up and get to the next one. The pop-ups instantly exploded. Li Chanam is a real scumbag, isn't he? The old man is reminiscing about his heartbreak. Why are you rushing here? Vomiting? Why is this person so unsympathetic? Advise Li Ningyu to die in place and not pollute the air here. Jiang Li's eyes suddenly went cold, but his tone remained calm. Mr. Li doesn't seem to have much respect for traditional crafts. Li Ningyu froze, not expecting Jiang Li to suddenly point the finger at himself, and stalked his neck to retort. It's just the truth. What era is it now? It's all about efficiency and effectiveness. This kind of backward stuff should have been eliminated a long time ago. Yes? The corner of Jiang Li's mouth curled up in a mocking arc. So Mr. Li's music, I wonder if it will stand up to the times. The pop-ups instantly boiled over. River God Strikes Back. Beautiful. Killing people to death. River God YYDS. Li Niangwu's face flushed red and he furiously tried to retort, but he couldn't find the right words. Jiang Li didn't pay any more attention to him, but looked at the camera. Uncle Don, your story is precious. Thank you for being willing to share it. There was a pause, and the tone was sincere. I'll give the Pleasant Street story serious consideration. Old Tang's cloudy eyes once again glowed with light. Nodding repeatedly to the camera, he said in heavily accented Mandarin, thanks a lot. Young man, thanks a lot. The connection should snap. In Jiang Li's mind, the system beep sounded as promised. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the song, Wedding Invitation Street. In an instant, a myriad of notes and lyrics, wrapped in the dappled light of Pleasant Street, surged in. The hustle and bustle of the old-fashioned streets, the temperature of the hot-stamped wedding letters, the hoarse voice of old Tang, interwoven into a picture of changing times. It slowly spreads out in the mind. Jiang Li raised her eyes, and her line of sight landed on the other end of the screen, on the face of Li Mingyu, who had a stiff smile. After hearing so many stories, the tone was light and trailed off slightly. Mr. Li wouldn't have found inspiration yet, would he? The pop-up instantly captures the key word. A new round of firepower to accurately cover Li Mingyu's live room. The river god is starting to recite by name. Is Li Chanam ready? Li Charnan, people are connecting. Just got off the plane. And the inspiration is here, isn't it? Laughing to death. Li Chanam's inspiration is afraid that it is not a toilet plunger, which comes out when pressed. Atmosphere team leader Li Chanam, with a great business ability, pulling hate value max. After listening to the story, what else does Li Charnan know besides being a yin and yang? Suggesting that Li T-Man perform a spurt of inspiration in situ is better than staring here. Li Myung-woo's smile faltered and his eyelids popped. The words Atmosphere Team Leader and Twilight Zone popped up on the screen. Like a needle, it pierced his face with hot pain. Going to the trouble of connecting the dots, giving away money, and forcing a smile. For what? Is not just want to use Jiang Li Lai show face, show their talent and pattern? And the result? Instead of stealing the limelight, he became a green leaf to set off Jiang Li. A living target to be mocked by netizens. A wave of anger rubbed off on him, burning his chest. But his years of live broadcasting have also helped him develop a knack for staying on top of crises. Taking a deep breath, he forced down the anger in his heart and hardened his head to squeeze out a smile. Li is joking. Li Myung-woo waved his hand in a pretense of relief. The tone of his voice took on an air of confidence. In fact, I've been inspired for a long time now after listening to Tumblr's story. Eyes flashing, trying his best to hide his heart. The tone of his voice drew up a few notches in an attempt to be more persuasive. It's been brewing just now. Brewing feelings. After all, good works need to settle down. Chapter 87, is this hand speed like a printer's? Li Myung-woo forced down his fire and flipped open his notebook, his fountain pen rustling on the paper. The mind raced to catch the keywords in Old Don's story. Suddenly there was a flash of golden light. Right about the demolition of old streets and the perseverance of artisans. This kind of sentimental subject matter is the easiest way to cheat tears and look cultured. Wedding Invitation Street, Tang Key, gold foil, handmade. These words, marked with age, were quickly strung together by him. The tip of the pen dances on the paper as if it were alive. Gold leaf paper, yellowed from the old days, carved with dragons and phoenixes. Whispering and tapping his fingertips on the tabletop, he searched for a sonic rhythm. Images of Pleasant Street come to mind. The old streets and alleys are filled with the faint scent of ink, and the red happy characters reflect people's hope for a good marriage. The temperature of handmade flows from the fingertips. That is the faith of the craftsman's life. A lyric that pours from the tip of the pen, with a touch of nostalgia, a touch of sentimentality, again with a sense of honoring traditional craftsmanship. I have to admit that Li Myung-woo does have a couple of skills, and his writing skills are quite solid. In just a few lines, it paints a picture of the era with a lot of meaning. The lyrics jump off the page, smooth and complete. There's even a touch of humanity. Brother Mingyu's fingers look good. The knot in his throat moves when he writes 5 minutes to write 3 lines. Brother is the star of literature, isn't he? Li Myung-woo fans had a collective orgasm, and the pop-ups were flying. On the contrary, Jiang Li's side was still sitting calmly in front of the camera. It seemed as if all the clamor around him had nothing to do with him. This look of an old monk in a state of tranquility had anxious Jiang Li's fans. Li Pa, he's all started writing. Why are you still drinking water here? Li Chanam is about to finish the chorus. I'm in a hurry. Jiang Shun, why don't you move? Don't just watch the show. On the pop-ups, fans were like ants on a hot plate. My own Jiang Shun has always been a man of amazing words and wonderful writing. Why is it so quiet today? Have you really run out of inspiration? Li Myung-woo's fans, on the other hand, were wailing with excitement as if they were pumped up. Ha 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 ha, don't worry, someone's fans, it'll be over before it starts. My brother has already started outputting. Some people are still picking their brains for inspiration. As it turns out, academics are academics, and wildcatters will always be wildcatters. There's no comparison. The pop-up screen was filled with all sorts of mockery and taunts, itching to stomp Jiang Li into the mud. In their opinion, Jiang Li's previous composure was nothing more than a pretense and a trick. When it comes to the real thing, won't you be crushed to pieces by their brother Mingyu? Songwriting is about water. Jiang Li slowly put down the thermos cup, his afterglow sweeping over Li Mingyu's slightly shaking fountain pen tip. This kind of proposition essay writing is 80% going to fall into the pit of rhetorical piling. The more Lee Mingyu wrote, the more exuberant he became, as if the hot headlines were floating in front of his eyes. Hashtag the talented musician improvises to hang Zhongli, deliberately angled the manuscript paper over toward the camera. Beautiful line work like typography. Gilt notes crumble in the twilight of demolition, and the old craftsman's pipe burns through the years. This word seals the deal. Lee Chanam actually has 2 brushes? The pop-ups blew up a lot of passers-by in awe. Zhongli looked at the screen full of rainbow farts and laughed out softly, her knuckles tapping the microphone. Mr. Lee, suggest a second rhyme scheme for an. Lee Mingyu hand trembled. Just written the color of vermilion faded into mottled palm lines suddenly did not smell. It was only then that I realized that I had indeed made a mistake in rhyming, and a cold sweat ran down my spine. You continue. Zhongli rested her chin on one hand and watched as the other fan started brushing brother unconventional, again. Thinking to myself, this little cutie, sure stepped into the rhyming feet trap. The lyrics to Pleasant Street given by the system are coming to mind in a golden light. The chorus, forget the flowers you've planted, start over, give up your ideals, is like a gentle knife. Now he was looking forward to Lee Myungwoo writing more instead. The more grueling the contrast, the quicker the punch in the face. Lee Mingyu's pen suddenly paused. The tip of the pen blotted out the words mottled palm print. The afterglow swept over the pool of pop-ups updating in real time. Those rainbow farts of brother improvising to hang Zhongli made the corners of his mouth unconsciously raise. How dare this Jiang guy point out his rhyming mistake, just in time to show the whole internet what it means to be a professional save. Actually, there's a pun here. Suddenly smiling softly at the camera, bony fingers brushing over the lyrics book. Mottled is both a sign of age and also alludes to the Cantonese pronunciation of running around dash. Deliberately dragging out the lazy harbor accent to read this, and sure enough, I saw the pop-ups instantly boil over. Brother Mingyu actually knows Cantonese puns. Do certain wildlings understand what linguistics means? In the midst of the fan frenzy, Lee Mingyu's afterglow caught a glimpse of Zhongli finally putting pen to paper. Immediately, he pushed the camera closer to the part of the chorus he had just written. The gilt paper crumbles into 365 sunrises and moonrises, and the old craftsman transcribes unfinished promises in wrinkles. The live feed suddenly went quiet for 2 seconds. Even Zhongli fans had to admit it. Character aside, the lyrics are indeed beautifully solid. Lee Myungwoo's Berkeley credentials are evident in the flamboyant rhetoric. Writes the demolition lament with an epic feel. The nib of the pen makes beautiful arcs on the page. Lee Myungwoo watched with satisfaction as the last line of the lyrics took shape. A long breath of relief. Fingertips tapped rhythmically on the desktop, mentally going over the lyrics. The more he savored it, the more subtle it became, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Scanning the screen, Zhongli still had that cloudy look, was sipping slowly and methodically from his glass, as if it were no concern of his own. The sneer in his heart intensified. Pretend. Let him pretend. Let's see how he can still pretend when his finished product comes out later. But got lucky and got away with the fire by having a few mouthfuls of songs that happen to cater to the market. Really talk about musical professionalism. Zhongli, a halfway decent wildcard like Zhongli, was not even worthy of lifting his shoes. He himself is a Berklee College of Music senior. The academy underpinnings, the science class background, was a height that people like Zhongli could not reach in their entire lives. What's more, composing music was his killer, the key that could really open the gap and set the stage for victory. Lyrics are just song shells. What really gives a song its soul is the melody, the arrangement, the infusion of emotion. Zhongli would be very wrong if she thought that she could compare herself to him, Lee Mingyu, just by relying on a few ear-catching lyrics. Thinking of this, the little remaining scruples in Lee Mingyu's heart also dissipated. In its place was a kind of cat-and-mouse banter and smugness. Have even begun to rehearse it in my head. Later on, once I've finished my own product. A wonderful scene where Zhongli's face changed drastically. Unlike Lee Mingyu's heartfelt drama, Zhongli's side seemed as calm as water. Put down your glass of water and pick up the pen and paper in your hand. It's more like transcribing than creating. The lyrics of Pleasant Street given by the system are as clear as if they were engraved in the mind. It's just a matter of extracting those notes, the words, from the depths of memory, using the nib again, restore them to the paper. It's incredibly fast. Almost as soon as the tip of the pen touches the paper, the words pour out like a fountain. It flowed as if it were flowing without the slightest pause or modification. The viewers in the live broadcast room were initially attracted by the movement on Lee Myungwoo's side. After all, people write and read and frown and meditate. A look of exhaustion and inspiration is highly performative. On the contrary, John Lee's side had nothing but the occasional sip of water. There was hardly any movement, so quiet it was as if it didn't exist. But soon the sharp-eyed viewers realized something was wrong. What's wrong with my eyes? Jongshin's hand speed is the printer's essence? This is too fast. Doesn't he even have to think? Medical miracle. The patient's handwriting is crazier than my final cramming binge. The pop-ups instantly exploded. Various pop-ups instantly flooded the entire screen. Even those fans who were still waving the flag for Lee Myung-woo were a bit confused at the moment. My own brother's side of the family painstakingly conceptualized and worded. Zhang Li's side, however, was like turning on a sprint hang, brushing down the writing. This speed is nothing short of terrifying. It's a fake, isn't it? It must have been written in advance. It's just for show. That's it. It must be a posed shot. It's a joke. I don't believe it. I don't believe anyone can write a song lyric so fast. Lee Myung-woo fans are still talking tough, trying to explain Zhang Li's abnormal speed with various reasons. However, more passerby viewers had been completely convinced by the amazing speed Zhang Li had displayed. It's a skill for people to write fast. What's so sour about it? Road to powder. Zhangshan speed. Love love love. Lee T-Man, thanks for the invitation. People are on the air. Just wrote 3 lines and feel like they're being involuted to it. The atmosphere in the live room was instantly reversed. The pop-up that was still slightly dull was like a volcano erupting at the moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on the center of the screen, the lean figure that was penning the words. They all want to know, what kind of work will Zhang Li be able to write in response to Lee Mingyu's challenge, as well as everyone else's expectations. Chapter 88, Egami's Elegant Mockery. Lee Myung-woo pinched the manuscript paper with the lyrics written all over it. Fingers repeatedly rubbed the phrase "gilt paper broken in the twilight of demolition." The lyrics are both graphic and a bit academic, and definitely beat the spitball songs. Glancing at the rainbow farts flying through the pop-up pool, the corners of his mouth couldn't be pressed upward. However, this smugness did not last long. Zhang Li's action of putting down her pen instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the live broadcast room. Lee Myung-woo also subconsciously looked over. Only Zhang Li pushed the manuscript paper filled with handwriting towards the camera casually. The edges of the paper are even a little curled, and the ink is not completely dry. There was a careless casualness about it. When the 3 simplified Chinese characters came into view, my heart tightened for no reason. When I read, "It's just like this neighborhood," which used to be called the most beautiful in the world, the knot in his throat rolled heavily twice. What the kind of break is that? The wordplay is mediocre and devoid of rhetorical flourishes, not to mention any deep imagery or intention. Mental snort. He was even more convinced that Zhang Li was just at his wit's end and playing a trick. At that moment, a pop-up screen with a gold border appeared abruptly at the top of the screen. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. If it isn't the toxic music critic Lu Jiuqing, the pop-up screen of ID judge Lu Jiuqing of the music industry crossed the screen at an even speed. Lee Mingyu lyrics are like the Tang San Kai in the museum display case. Exquisite but through the glass. Zhang Li's song is a malt candy handed by a granny on a street corner, wrapped in sweetness with pieces of broken china. The former piles up imagery with the wheel of the year and the latter tells a story with the windowpane and sofa. Notice the line, the bricks of the steps will not refuse to be worn away, and the windows will not be hidden from the sunset. The aesthetics of Object Sorrow played at an advanced level. Lee Myung-woo's smile completely froze on his face, and his back teeth unconsciously clenched. Of course he knew that Lu Jiuqing was the royal producer of Rolling Stone Records. This old thing just scolded the best lyricist at the Golden Melody Awards to the point of withdrawal last year. At this moment the pop-up screen had begun to brush up the real-time subtitles of Mr. Lu's sharp commentary. And look at the rhyme scheme. Lu Jiuqing pop-ups continued to output professional storms. Lee Myung-woo rhymes with N, dusk and palm print in these written words. Zhang Li uses the lifelike rhymes of home and talk. The 3 sets of false words rhyming with can build up, should want, know how to collapse are called lifting weights. Lee Myung-woo suddenly realized he was shaking. Specialties. It's so professional. It feels like being stripped naked. Has been proud of the academy skills. In the mouth of Lu Jiuqing has become a museum display case of Tang San Kai. And he scoffs at big words. However, Lu Jiuqing regarded it as granny's malt candy on the street corner, wrapped in sweetness with broken ceramic tiles, hitting the heart. The aesthetics of Object Sorrow, lifting the weight, living rhymes. These specialized terms were like heavy hammers that struck Lee Mingyu's heart. It knocked him out of shape and crumbled his confidence. The old craftsman's pipe burns through the years on the manuscript paper seems pretentious and ridiculous at the moment, like a middle school student's hard-crafted perfect score essay. Staring at the Zhang Li manuscript paper good scenery will not be every day. The ladder can not only climb up. Years ago suddenly came to mind. A quote from a professor in a Berkeley composition class. The most advanced lyrics are philosophies that would make a vegetable market grandmother understand. Keep looking down. When I read the lyrics, forget the flowers you planted. Start over, give up on your ideals. They were like a white lie. The stiff-lipped retort suddenly choked. I think back to when I was 15 years old and my guitar teacher said he had no talent and suggested programming instead. That pain of having your dreams crushed by reality. Surprisingly, the bloody kernel was dissected out by these simple dozen words. Just as Lee Mingyu was in great shock and bewilderment, Lu Jiuqing suddenly swiped 10 rockets in a row to John Lee's live broadcast. Xiao Jiang, consider coming over to write the theme song for my movie? In a screen full of question marks, the music critic tyrant actually offered an olive branch. 3 years ago, a certain diva begged him for half a year, but he didn't get the opportunity. And now Lu Jiuqing even took the initiative to invite John Lee. Lee Myung-woo's lips pursed. Out of nowhere, I see my carefully sculpted lyrics fading, and John Lee's whitewashed words grow vines. Tie those wedding invitations, which have been washed away by the flood of time, firmly in people's hearts. Kneeling. Mr. Lu has a smart mouth. Where's the male Li Cha fan who mocked Jiangshan for writing fast before? Come out for a walk? Don't play dead. Mr. Luck named you. Is your face swollen? The pop-up screen of John Lee's live broadcast was instantly brushed by the words Mr. Lu and Jiangshan is great. Netizens who were originally still a little confused about the lyrics to Wedding Card Street being analyzed like this by Lu Jiuqing, he was instantly enlightened. Then go back and savor those seemingly banal words. The more you feel the aftertaste, the more you feel the aftertaste. I realized, that's why it's so high up. It's all in the details. Mr. Lu is worthy of being a judge. The analysis is so on point. I'll copy down the lyrics and study them slowly. I thought Jiangshan was a fast writer before, but now I've been slapped in the face, haven't I? This is what I call an outpouring of talent. Do you understand? Mr. Lu collects his powers. Lee Charnan's face is swollen, laughing to death. Certain people are still blowing the academy school, and were executed on the spot by Lu Jiuqing. On the contrary, Lee Mingyu's live broadcast room, the atmosphere can be described as like a deceased mother. His own brother was publicly executed by the big man, and he was disgraced. What's even more annoying is that fans of the other team ran over to taunt them. It is simply intolerable. Who's Luck Cao Hing? Never heard of him. Pheasant music critic, right? That's right. Our brother's a Berkeley graduate. Why should he be judged by a pheasant? Don't blow it off. What's the point of writing lyrics in advance? If you're capable of improvising, then do it. However, these tough-talking statements were quickly drowned out by the firepower of John Lee's fans. Do you think Don Bo is an actor? Can a demolition story be rehearsed in advance? ETC per capita of Lee T's male fans. Automatic lifting without electricity. Pheasant music critic? If Lu Jiuqing is a pheasant, what's your brother? A quail? A Berkeley senior writes this kind of museum Tang Sansho? How dare you brag about it? I'm not afraid of you. Don't cry if you lose by the skin of your teeth. Fans of both sides were going crazy on the air against each other. Keyboards were sparking and the battle was more intense than ever. Lee Mingyu stared at the screen full of taunts and his face went green for a while. The nails are bleeding from the palms. Lu Jiuqing's comment was like slapping him in the face in public. But years of live broadcasting career has long let him practice the skill of not showing his anger and joy. Taking a deep breath, he tried to pull a smile, opened his mouth in a faintly relaxed tone. Mr. Lu's review was very professional and I learned a lot. There was a pause, and the words changed. There was an imperceptible sophistry in his tone, but the lyrics are just part of the song. Like the finishing touch, the icing on the cake, it's the arrangement that really determines the height of the song. These words were extremely subtle, yet they were secretly witty, ostensibly in affirming the role of lyrics. In fact, it is emphasizing the importance of arranging. It is implied that John Lee's lyrics, however good they may be, are just asterisk 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 asterisk. I have to say, this is a pretty clever trick to play. Those who were still basking in the aftermath of the lyrics of Wedding Card Street were instantly awakened by the words. Brother Mingyu is right. The arrangement is the soul of a song. Well-written lyrics and a crotch-pulling arrangement are just as useless. Nowadays, there are so many songs with low lyrics, but when the arrangement is advanced, it instantly becomes a god song. What do you know about covers that change the words but not the song? If you change the lyrics, you can make your love songs more sophisticated. The wind direction of the pop-up screen instantly changed, and many netizens have expressed their agreement with Lee Mingyu's point of view. After all, the internet is full of videos of the Divine Comedy Rescue Plan. The pieces that are weighed down by the lyrics can be revitalized with a different arrangement. It's indisputable. I have to admit, Lee T-Man has a point this time. Sit back and wait for the arranging battle. Let's see who's better. Berkeley Senior vs. Wild Card. Arranging is where it's at. The curiosity and anticipation of netizens was once again successfully ignited by Lee Mingyu. All eyes focused on the next part of the arrangement. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for recognizing it. Let's contact privately for the movie theme song follow-up. John Lee slowly clicked on the arranger software and suddenly looked up. By the way, does Mr. Lee want to hear guitar or guzheng? Lee Myung-woo froze. What do you mean? I'm afraid you'll say I'm a bully. After all, you majored in dash. John Lee purposely dragged her tone. Electro remix? The pop-ups instantly went crazy with laughter. Murderer's remorse. Who doesn't know that Lee T-Man mixes sounds like a tractor bouncing? Ekigami's elegant taunt. Fight, fight, fight. Chapter 89. How much do you think craftsmanship is worth? Suddenly, Lee Myung-woo heard his back teeth make a soft creak. The phrase electro remix sent shivers down his spine. Pretending to be graceful, he braced his music stand. Mentally, he frantically mumbled the ventriloquist he had just typed, trying to prove that he's the musical orthodoxy by playing live. As long fingers brushed the keyboard, purposefully dimmed fill-in lights gilded the side faces. Lee Myung-woo glanced at the Brother Kills Crazy, scrolling frantically on the live stream. The corners of his mouth lifted in an elaborate three-quarter arc. The moment the intro sounded, the screen full of pop-ups suddenly vacuumed. This is not a common barbershop love song melody. Instead, it's a superior arrangement laced with church chants. The fingertips fell, and the black and white keys instantly poured out cascading waves of sound. Not a cheesy popular trope. The intro spreads out with solemn organ tones, like the holy light pouring down from a church dome. It is mixed with the sound of rain hitting the banana. The old streets and alleys hustle and bustle of people, instantly pulling the live feed into the cramped and humid street of wedding invitations. The pop-ups were as suddenly empty as a street washed away by a rainstorm. Everyone held their breath, shocked by the sudden advanced tones. Lee Myung-woo tilted his head slightly, completely immersed. I could even feel the cold touch of the keyboard coming from my fingertips. It's like caressing the broken walls that remain after the demolition of Pleasant Street. The harmonies move towards subtlety and complexity. While the layman listens to the buzz, the insider can hear the collegiate harmonic formulas involved. Organ tones are spread out like a church dome echoing and rubbed by distorted sound effects, adding a layer of cold texture of industrial ruins. Lo-fi tones are like old movie film. Grainy, noisy images of streets loom large. A sense of conflict between the old and new eras comes to the fore. Anthem sample stack 2-track reverse delay. He explained the arrangement idea into the mic, spitting words with an airy sound, kind of like the sigh of relief when the Parthenon fell. The eyes that looked into the camera flashed with reserved amusement. Somewhere along the way, I actually got some artist spirit. The live feed popped up as if the pause button had been pressed. After a brief gap, it was instantly flooded with awe. Goosebumps. This prelude goes straight to his knees. Advanced. It's so advanced. That's professional arranging. Lee Chanan really didn't pull his crotch this time. This level is definitely pro level. I announced that I take back what I said before dissing him. This arrangement is amazing. When open-mouthed chanting, the breath is calm and the tone is mellow. Every word was bitten off with exceptional clarity. The gold leaf note breaks into 365 sunrises and moonrises. Closing his eyes, he let the trill roll in the knots of his throat. The end note is picked like a hook into the upper register. The Cantonese pronunciation is held just right. Less urbane, more academically worded and sophisticated. The tailpiece switches smoothly between true and false notes, and the vocal technique is well honed. Every breath is silky smooth with the rhythm of the song. Obviously muscle memory from years of professional training. At the moment he is the bard standing on the ruins of Pleasant Street. Each turn of phrase carries the guilt crumbs of an old Don story. Fingertips swept across the keys. A series of arpeggios pour out, bringing the mood to a climax. When the last sentence, the mountains and seas and the wrinkles have finally faded into the outline of a shopping center, dissipated into the air. The live room was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. A few seconds later, the pop-ups instantly boiled over like a volcano erupting. Shasha. This, direct cranial orgasm. This tune is so advanced. Not bad for Berkeley. Traveling to a European church in an instant. Immediately afterward, a large number of music bloggers flooded the airwaves. Front row melon eating. There's something about this arrangement by Lee Myung-woo. Come on, come on. Score warning. The harmonies are going too far. Advanced tone sampling. The lo-fi texture is spot on. Who says Lee Myung-woo is only an electro rocker? More music critics caught wind of it. The best urban elegy of the year is scheduled. The mood is perfect. The sense of fading of the old streets and alleys is directly full. The transposition is awesome. A textbook example. Recommended for all conservatory arranging students. Who says sentimental songs can only stir up emotions? This song directly brings out the epic feeling of sentimentality. Lee Myung-woo smiled and nodded at the camera, his afterglow sweeping over Jeong Lee's thin figure. This time around, he went ahead and activated the company's stash of gold song templates. Even the lyrics are tweaked to fit the melody perfectly, not giving Wild Road a chance to flop at all. Jeong Lee's fingertips subconsciously brushed over her throat. It seems like yesterday when I was diagnosed with cancer and the searing pain of the knife cuts me, touching smooth skin at the moment. More than 200 days of life were transformed into warmth coursing through his veins. Finally able to touch favorite music again. Suddenly I remembered my sophomore year voice class. The professor slapped the piano and scolded him. Jeong Lee, you quit school and go to a construction site to move bricks before it's too late. He was hugging this broken guitar on the runway that night. Adapting a professor into a rap scolding made the campus buzz. The acoustic guitar under the bed is stained with thin dust. the strings humming to awaken muscle memory. Just about to tune in. The afterglow swept over the exploding professional crush, pop-ups in the live stream. Those remarks that ridiculed old Tang's craftsmanship as inferior to that of a machine suddenly became needles in the heart. Clear the song. He laughed softly, the vibration in his throat bringing up a long overdue tickle. The pop-up was instantly dead silent. The acoustic guitar was cradled across his arms, and Jiangli lowered his eyes for an instant, his eyelashes casting butterfly shadows on his pale cheeks. The strings are lightly vibrating. The humidity of the Lingnan rainy season mixed with the smell of rusty tin boxes permeates the screen. Forget the planted flowers. Start afresh. Give up your ideals. Don't look at the dusty wedding invitations. Raspy voice like old Don's cracked palm, obviously singing farewell words, but gentle as if lulling an infant to sleep. No soprano showmanship. Each change of breath hides the gasp of the craftsman as he pounds the gold leaf. Memories of the fortress of the moment has fallen. In the face of this grave up the barren earth, you are destined to learn to dash. Step bricks will not refuse to wear and tear. The window flowers cannot be secluded. The sunset has feelings will be a lifetime. And then again regret useful. The end note was suddenly laced with choking. The netizens of the livestream were in a trance to see the gold leaf paper shattering into a shower of stars under the demolition hammer. 5 whole seconds. There wasn't even a single pop-up in the live broadcast room of 500,000 people online. It wasn't until the afterglow of the guitar dissipated that a volcanic eruption hit the entire internet. Help! I'm kneeling at the subway station crying like a dog. Where's the lead dog fan who just scolded Jiangshan? Come out and get beaten up. This is true craftsmanship. It's a million times more authentic than someone's sim sample. Coordinates Shenyang. My dad cried while holding the photo of the old factory in Tieshi district. River God is writing epitaphs to old buildings with music. Jiangli raised her eyes to the camera, and for the first time, the shattered porcelain doll bloomed into a full smile. The fans of Li Myungwoo who had been frantically swiping the screen suddenly lost their voices. They found those carefully laid string arrangements before Jiangli mumbled something. It actually looked like cheap gold leaf mass-produced in a window display. The pop-up pool suddenly exploded with golden fireworks, and Lu Jiuqing swiped 5 cosmic hearts in a row. That's the ing aesthetics of object grief. Truly good songs don't need to be draped in gold and silver. Xiao Jiang is putting a gentle band-aid on the wound of the times. The screen full of professional crushing taunting pop-ups was emptied. In its place is the frantic scrolling mom asked me why I was kneeling to listen to the song. The guitar hit the ground with a thud. Jiangli propped up the edge of the bed and coughed, but it was laughter that leaked out between his fingers. Mr. Li, how much do you think craftsmanship is worth? The camera reflected the reddened ends of his coughing eyes, like faded rouge on a wedding invitation. Chapter 90, The Wedding Dress That Never Dies. Li Mingyu choked on the phrase how much is craftsmanship worth. The live room was awfully quiet, with only the sound wave rolling special effects still proving the heat in vain. Everyone is caught up in the mood created by Wedding Card Street. Jiangli didn't wait for him to answer and broke the frozen air with a clear smile. For stories were used tonight. Everyone knows the story of Old Don. The song Wedding Card Street is based on his work. The acoustic guitar was placed back next to the bed, and the live streaming gift effects were bright and shiny. So this $80,000 bonus will be divided equally among Old Tang, Lin Xia, Old Joe and Mr. Chun. The netizens in the live broadcast room were confused by the sudden 4 stories, just still immersed in the mood of Wedding Card Street. Now with a sudden shock, Jiangli seemed to have something in her words. 4 stories? What are the other 3 stories? Why haven't I heard them before? Yes. What are the other stories that Jiangshan told? I'm begging for science. Curious. Jiangshan, say it quickly. Don't keep me in suspense. The pop-ups were instantly flooded with question marks and curiosity. Everyone couldn't wait to find out what the other 3 stories in Jiangli's mouth were. On the other side, Li Myungwoo was still comforting himself. It must have been Old Tang's story that happened to hit Jiangli's inspirational nerve. It took a fluke for him to write an okay song. In terms of real skill, it was absolutely impossible for him, who had come from a science class, to lose out to this kind of wildcard. Consider tonight's loss a moment of carelessness on your part. Next time I will make Jiangli look good. What's more, after this live broadcast, his Li Myungwoo's heat had come up. The fans have gone up quite a bit, and the goal has been achieved. A smile reappeared on his face at the thought. The look in Jiangli's eyes had also returned to its previous modesty. Only, when I heard Jiangli lightly said adopted 4 stories, he almost lost his smile when he hinted at inspiration. 4 stories? Inspiration? The muscles in his face began to twitch uncontrollably. Does this Jiang really think inspiration is a cabbage? Load. Keep loading. He wanted to see how much longer Jiangli could pretend, even though it was already as hard as 10,000 ants gnawing inside, still trying to maintain a superficial demeanor, squeezing out a smile that he thought was sunny. Mr. Jiang is really talented and inspired in just a short time. Mingyu admired. I'm very much looking forward to Mr. Jiang's next work. I wonder if it can surpass Wedding Card Street. Zhongli sniffed and gently shook her head. A meaningful smile played at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Lee is flattering. The street of wedding cards is the best work I can come up with so far. There was a pause, and the tone slowed. Explained to the live audience. As for the remaining 3 stories, they were the inspiration for another of my songs. Planning to put it in the second installment of Best Buddies. Before the words fell, Lee Myung-woo fans instantly stirred. What the hell? I've been watching the whole broadcast. Why haven't I heard the other 3 stories? That's it. You didn't make it up, did you? He's got no shame at all to take the prize money? Inspiration. I think it's paranormal incident. Are you telling ghost stories here? The winds of the pop-ups changed suddenly, and the waves of skepticism came in like a rising tide. Lee Myung-woo fans have finally found an emotional outlet and are on fire. TSK, 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 TSK. Some people are really eating their words. $80,000 and that's it? It's so low that it goes through the center of the earth. Reasonable doubt that Zhongli has no story at all, purely to fool everyone. The purpose is to put the prize money into his own pocket. Sisters, don't be fooled by his pretense. The more fans talk, the more they become Sherlock Holmes, logical and well organized. The reasoned analysis succeeded in inciting some of the uninformed netizens. Even Zhongli's fan camp was beginning to see wavering voices. Lee Pa, why don't you explain? Otherwise it feels a bit unclear. Don't be silent. Come up with a story to prove it. Don't let Lee Chanam's fans look down on you. Ooh, I'm starting to panic. Jongshan can't really be that kind of person, can he? Rather, I was negligent. For a variety of reasons, these 3 users did not link up, choosing instead to write to me privately. Everyone settle down. The stories are all here. I'll post them for your perusal. Stack and armor in advance. I'm not trying to cheat people out of their tears. You're the ones who had to see it. A few mouse clicks. Zhongli took the 3 stories that had been privately messaged to him in the background and copied them onto the screen of the live broadcast. Dense text instantly takes over the entire screen. The pop-up scrolling speed plummeted, and everyone read it carefully. Lee Myung-woo also pretended to get closer to the screen. After a brief silence in the live broadcast room, one after another, people let out exclamations of surprise. The wedding dress that never dies? The name sounds sadistic. Blizzard takeout? Geography teacher's trip to a wheat field? Just reading the title makes me feel like the storytelling is pulling out all the stops. The river god is for real. 3 stories at once. Lee Myung-woo quickly scanned the text on the screen. The eyes finally rested on the words "the wedding dress that never dies." Wedding dress? What could be a good story? It's just some cheesy love story to fool the little girls. With a few jokes in mind, read up carefully on the wedding dress that never dies. On the screen, a text comes into view. The day of the diagnosis. The sun was shining. Through the hospital's floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the moonflowers in full bloom in the garden downstairs. I sat in the cold chair and listened to the doctor pronounce the death sentence in a formulaic tone. Advanced breast cancer. Up to 9 months. Sounds like a long time to go. Enough to see me through the seasons. Enough for me to have a couple more cartons of my heart's desire for ice cream. Enough for me. A decent goodbye to the world. Looked up at the sky as he walked out of the hospital. It was blue. Blue without a cloud. Taking a deep breath, the air carried the dry heat of early summer, and the scent of flowers if nothing else. It's good to be alive. That was my only thought that day. When I got home, he made dinner as usual and waited for me to join him. On the table were my favorite sweet and sour pork and a steaming bowl of carp soup. His hands shook slightly as he served me the soup. The soup spilled out and burned the back of his hand red. I subconsciously tried to draw a tissue to wipe him, but it was dodged. It's fine. It's not hot. He bowed his head, his voice muffled. Looking at his reddened eyes, I suddenly realized something. Putting down the dishes, he walked to the bedroom and opened the closet. A wide array of wedding dresses instantly came into view. Chiffon, lace, fishtail, flush. There were 20 sets of each, filling the entire closet. I froze, looking back at the door. He stood there at some point, against the light, unable to read his expression. 9 months left, the doctor said. He came over to me and hugged me gently, his voice hoarse as hell. Let's finish our golden wedding anniversary early. Reading this, the contempt on Lee Mingyu's face gradually solidified. The little bit of schadenfreude in his heart quietly dissipated. In its place was an unspeakable complex of emotions. The live stream pop-ups also became sparse. Everyone was engrossed in this sudden story. Saw the wedding dress there. Tears instantly taut. 9-month golden wedding anniversary. What a wonderful man this is. I'm crying my eyes out. Don't cry in front of me. I've used up half a pack of tissues. This is too good to cry. I thought it was a bad love story, but I didn't expect such a tearjerker. It's good to be alive. These 4 words instantly broke the defense. Who understands the desire and attachment to life is felt through the screen. Lee Myung-woo continued to look down. The words remain calm, but the words kill. The next few days were like hitting the fast-forward button. Every day I woke up and changed into a different wedding dress, watching the sunrise from the balcony, learning to make desserts in the kitchen, square dancing with the elderly in the park, and searching for those overlooked delicacies on the street corners. Each day feels like a countdown, and each day is lived extra hard. He stayed with me and did all the things I wanted to do, patiently recording my every wish and then carefully helping me fulfill it. We walked every corner of the city in our wedding dresses, hand in hand. Go eat grilled cold noodles from a roadside stand. Go to a crowded night market. Go to a midnight movie. Go on a Ferris wheel and kiss at the highest point. It's like a lifetime of romance is going to be spent in these months. My friends said I was crazy, running around in my wedding dress like a clown. I'm not crazy. I'm just trying to live like a human being for the last part of my life. Like a real bride. To be loved. To be spoiled. To be treated gently by the world. The wedding dress was beautiful and heavy. Each set is like a countdown alarm clock, reminding me that time is running out. But I'm not afraid, because love never dies. Like these wedding dresses, even if dusty and eroded by age, and will still hold our fondest memories until the end of time. Chapter 91, Blizzard Takeout. The story comes to an abrupt end. Instead, there was a long silence in the live room. Everyone was struck by the seemingly banal, yet heartfelt story. Lee Myung-woo squeezed the mouse, his knuckles white. He admitted that he was moved by the story. Not that cheap sensationalism. Instead, it's a gentle sadness that hits the soul. I can even imagine her in her wedding dress, smiling in the sun. That smile must have carried with it a love of life and the promise of the future. I can't stop the tears from falling down after reading this story. It's so poignant. Live like a human being. This sentence is really so solid. Instantly understanding Lin Xiao's feelings. The wedding dress that never dies. That's a great name. Wedding dresses get old. Love doesn't. The pop-ups were active again. But this time, there was less of the previous clamor and skepticism, and more of the moving and sighing. Lee Mingyu looked up at Jiangli. The latter sat quietly with a calm expression, but Lee Myung-woo had a vague feeling. Beneath Jiang Li's calmness, a deeper emotion was hidden, a reverence for life, and an insight into human nature. This is the kind of thing that can't be taught in the academy. It's something that needs to sink in a little bit with time and experience. He suddenly realized that he might have really underestimated Jiang Li. This wild man was perhaps more frightening than he had ever imagined. The wedding dress that never dies. Does cry quite a bit, Lee Myung-woo commented dryly, trying to salvage some face, but the pop-up pressed no one to pay attention to him. Everyone's attention was drawn to the second story on the screen, the Blizzard Takeaway. Lee Myung-woo also pretended to look on with interest. To be honest, he doesn't think that the stories of the little people are any more powerful than a well-crafted piece of music. It's just a bittersweet drama to bring tears to people's eyes. The text on the screen, slowly unfolding. My name is Lao Zhou, a takeaway runner. My daughter's name is Star, nicknamed Snowflake. I didn't give her that name. Her mom did. It said it happened to snow that day and the sky was white and clean. Clean? My ass. But my daughter loves it. She'd never seen snow. And that's what snowflakes look like on TV. White and soft, like cotton candy. Never left the hospital since birth. Bad lungs, can't get off the ventilator. The doctor said that the last surgery, the risks were high. Half of it is a success. Half of it is a failure. Half is enough. I, Lao Zhou, have never begged anyone in my life. The bodhisattva in the temple and the wild gods on the roadside all kowtow to each other when they see them. This time, it's so tempting to ask God. Beg him to open his eyes and show my daughter the snow. I've been alive for 10 years, and I've never even seen snow. But this Lingnan hellhole, you don't see more than a few snowflakes throughout the year. Took an order the other day. Spicy hot, also to Children's Hospital. While delivering the food, I heard a couple of little nurses there muttering about how they don't think there will be any snow again this winter. Through the glass window I saw my daughter's small, waxy face, covered with tubes. Eyes were shining instead, staring out the window. The window was dark and there was nothing. I suddenly thought, why don't we make her a snowstorm? Even if it's fake, it's still snow. Ran to the wholesale market, rummaged around and found an ice crusher. Carried 3 more bags of edible ice, dead heavy. There's a movie base on the outskirts of town. After the crew pulled out, props were thrown around in a mess. The foam snowflakes were unwanted by the crew and I picked them up as if they were rags. The stuff is coming together. Just need the venue. The main entrance to the children's hospital is definitely a no-no. Too many people, too much glare. Back alleys are just right when it's dark. I rode my little donkey straight to the back alley of the children's hospital. The ice crusher was set up and the ice poured in and clattered. Foamy snowflakes bared out. At the 32nd floor window, I gave the OK sign. My daughter can't see it. I know she can feel it. It's snowing. I heard a milky cry from the ICU. Artificial snowflakes mixed with night rain fell on my face. The helmet was cracked and the rain was pouring straight in. I couldn't care less. My hands were busy adjusting the angle. The security guard came out of nowhere and yelled at me. "What for? What are you doing? Who told you to make snow here?" I ignored him, kneeling in the muddy water to adjust the angle of the ice crusher and shouting at the window. "Daughter, look at the snow. Daddy is giving you snow." The security guard was going to yank me, but I pushed him away. "Don't touch me. Let my daughter see the snow." The police also came and said I was disturbing the public order and had to be fined. "Admit the penalty. You must admit the penalty." Taking the ticket, I froze. A line is written on the back. "I stole the world's snow just to plant a spring under your eyes." The handwriting is quite elegant, like that of a cultured person. It doesn't take much thought to realize that it must have been written by the little police officer who wrote the ticket. The world isn't that ed up. There's always someone who secretly loves you and secretly slips you candy. Like this snow. Fake, but it's true when your daughter is happy. Here the story comes to an abrupt end. Silence once again fell over the live feed, but this time the silence was slightly different than before. If the wedding dress that never dies is tenderly sad, then Blizzard Takeout is silent fatherhood. There were no hysterical cries or earth-shattering feats, just a delivery man guarding his love for his daughter in the most awkward way possible. Lee Myung-woo was silent. He realized he was wrong. It's so wrong. The stories of these little people are far more powerful than he ever imagined, because they are real and vivid, with earthy fragrance and life-giving temperature. Stormy weeping. Old Chow's story is too good to cry. "I stole the world's snow just to plant a spring under your eyes" is a poem that's a god. Who said takeout workers are ordinary? This is the real romance. The real hero. Coordinates Guangzhou. Today it also rained. After reading Lao Zhou's story, I feel that the rain has become gentle. The pop-ups drifted by sparsely. Word for word. Lee Mingyu's eyes changed completely when he looked at Zhongli. The previous contempt and disdain was gone. In its place was deep awe, and imperceptible fear. Suddenly, he realized that the teenager lying in the hospital bed, it's a man who can easily penetrate the heart, and translate that into words and notes for monsters. The Blizzard Takeout is also touching. Lee Myung-woo's voice was dry and his smile looked stiff. I don't know what to say to hide the panic inside, just repeating the word touching mechanically to try to muddle through. Zhongli smiled, breaking the silence in the live broadcast room. Next, it's time for everyone to read the third story, the geography teacher's trip to the wheat field. Lee Myung-woo didn't say anything and just looked at the screen silently. The live stream pop-ups also went quiet. Chapter 92, Geography Teacher's Trip to the Wheat Fields. All eyes gathered on the text on the screen. My name is Chen Mei-yoon and I'm a geography teacher. My suitcase is a bit strange. While others are filled with clothes and cosmetics, I'm filled with dirt. Not just any dirt, but dirt from all over the country. Black soil in the northeast, red soil in Hainan, sandy soil in Xinjiang, purple soil in Yunnan and Guizhou. Everywhere I went, I dug up a jar of dirt and packed it in my suitcase. In time, wheat seedlings actually grew in the soil, green and lush, like a furry little carpet. My friends laughed at me and told me if I had eaten too much dirt and my brain was wired. I smiled and didn't say anything. They don't understand. This wheat seedling didn't grow out of the dirt. It grew out of my old textbooks. 1987 edition of the middle school geography textbook. Yellowed pages, maps printed in ink, and highlights I drew in red and blue pencil. The edges of the pages are frayed, like the rough palms of my hands. I've babied this textbook my whole life. When I was a child, my family was poor and I could not afford to go to school. It was hard for me to get into the teacher training program, but before I graduated, a letter came from my family saying that there was a shortage of manpower in the fields and that I should go back to farming. That night, I hid behind a stack of wheat and cried all night, holding the textbook tightly in my arms and crying like a little cutie. After crying, he wiped his tears away and buried his textbooks in the wheat stacks. The wheat stacks are warm, like a mother's embrace. I told the textbook that I was sorry and that I was going back to farming. Probably won't use you in this lifetime, but I'm not happy about it. I don't resign myself to it. Every year at wheat harvest time, I would dig my textbooks out of the stacks, dust them off, and turn to the newest page. Then, chuck in an ear of the year's new crop of wheat, like sending a letter to an old friend to report on the year's harvest. The more you clip the wheat, the thicker the textbooks get. It's so thick that it's about to close. I also went from being a clueless teenager to a middle-aged woman. The wrinkles on his face are like plowed ridges, and the calluses on his hands are like wind-dried tree bark. But there's a voice inside me that keeps ringing. Chen Mei-yoon, you can't just admit it. You still have dreams. You still have to see the outside world. Finally, the kids are older and the work in the field is a little easier. I told my partner I wanted to go for a walk. My partner didn't say anything and silently packed my bags. On the day he left, he slipped that old textbook into my suitcase. Take it with you. Don't lose your book. I hugged my textbook, tears almost falling from my eyes. My old partner understands me. The textbook, he knew, was more than just a book. It's my youth, my dream, my proof that I'm not willing to be mediocre. Start traveling with a suitcase on your back. From south to north, east to west, we have traveled all over the mountains and rivers of our country and measured every inch of land with our feet. Yangtze River, Yellow River, Kunlun and Taishan, Gobi Desert, tropical rainforest. Everywhere I went, I looked at the map in my textbook like an elementary school student, comparing it carefully. Look at the differences between what is drawn in the book and what you see. Sometimes I would stare at the map, remembering when I was in class, looking at the map of my country on the blackboard and envisioning the days ahead. At that time, it felt like the world was so big, so big, so big that you couldn't go through it in a lifetime. Now, I'm really on the go, one step at a time, slowly. Walk to the northernmost point of the motherland, Mauve. Mauve in winter is as cold as an ice cellar. The exhaled breath instantly froze into ice, but I don't feel cold at all. Standing under the Aurora Borealis at the Mauve Observatory, I felt like I was dreaming. The Aurora Borealis is like a colorful ribbon, fluttering in the night sky, unpredictable and breathtakingly beautiful. I'm wearing a thick down coat, clutching my old textbooks, and looking up at the stars. The tears couldn't stop falling. It's not the cold, it's the excitement. It's because dreams come true, also because, think of the days that you can't go back to. I turned the last page of my textbook with a shaky hand. 30 years of wheat lay still in the pages, colored golden yellow by age, like a tiny fallen leaf. Carefully remove the ears of wheat and put them together in the snow to form a map of the motherland. The outline is a little blurry and the lines are a little crooked, but that's okay. This is the motherland in my heart. It is the motherland that I have spent 30 years of my youth, countless days and nights of hard labor, and measured out with my feet. A whistle sounded in the distance. The train was leaving. I'm going home. Back to my wheat field. Back to my home. Back to the place that buried my youth and nurtured my dreams. Before I left, I twisted the last wheat seed from the cob. Kneeling in the snow, he gently buried it. The moonlight shone in the margins of the textbook, reflecting a line of small, fuzzy letters. That's what I secretly wrote on the pages of a book years ago. Gift you the fields you can't walk away from, and the railroad tracks that lead to the stars. End of story. There wasn't a single pop-up in the live feed. Lee Myung-woo felt his throat tighten a little and his eyes heat up slightly. He admitted that he was once again struck by the story. It's not because the story is so bizarrely twisted. Rather, it's because of what's embedded in the story. That simplicity and power. That love of the land, dedication to dreams, and enthusiasm for life. Like ears of wheat, are heavy and radiate a warm glow. The pop-ups finally started rolling. The speed was slow, as if held by an invisible force. Ooh-hoo. The geography teacher's story is so good for crying too. I'm in tears, for the fields you can't walk out of, and for the railroad tracks that lead to the stars. This is too good, isn't it? Instant defense. Coordinates northeast. After reading Mr. Chen's story, I feel warm in my heart and homesick. Zhongli looked at the pop-up screen and revealed a pleased smile. The tone was calm and gentle. It's getting late. Thank you all for your company tonight. Lee Myung-woo came back to his senses and looked at the pale face of the teenager on the screen. His heart was full of mixed feelings. I wanted to say something, but realized that I couldn't find the right words. All those ridicule and questioning that had been prepared for this moment seemed pale and meaningless. Suddenly, he realized that he and Zhongli were not in the same world at all. Zhongli's music had a depth and temperature that he could not reach. That's something that comes from life, from the depths of the soul. It's not something that can be replicated by tricks and academics. All three stories are touching. Lee Myung-woo's voice was a bit hoarse and his tone became much more sincere. I learned a lot tonight. Thanks to Mr. Zhongli. There was a pause and a look to the camera for a slightly tired smile. I'm looking forward to Mr. Zhong's next works. Straight from the booth, the gift effects lit up again, flooding the screen. But this time, it's about honoring the ordinary yet great stories. For those who plow the fields, run through the blizzards, and follow their dreams under the stars. For the ignored, yet real, earthly flavors of the world. The broadcast is over. Online opinion has only begun to fester. Using only one story as its inspiration, Wedding Card Street is already such a tearjerker and a good cry. What will be the presentation of Zhongli's new work, which combines three stories? At this moment, the call for the second installment of Best Buddies across the internet is getting louder and louder. Chapter 93, the internet's rush for more work. The moment the live feed went black, countless netizens who stayed up late to catch up with the live broadcast rushed to major social media platforms like Chicken Blood. The Twitter real-time hot list suddenly jumped 3 times in a row in a convulsive manner. The words of Zhongli's new nuclear explosion level tearjerker were like a rocket, directly squeezing a certain top stream's official romance announcement tag to fourth. A close second. It's happy post street seals live. How much artisan spirit is worth. hashtag Jangly writes epitaph with music, and a host of other related topics. Each phrase is like a heavy bomb that sends shockwaves across the internet. The song, Wedding Card Street, is completely on fire. At an almost viral speed, it spread wildly across all major platforms. The circle of friends was screened and QQ space was attacked. Even the group of elders, who usually don't listen to much songs, started forwarding the link to the song. Main Street, mall stores, cab radio. The slightly raspy, yet straight from the heart song echoed everywhere. It's like this neighborhood, which used to be called Beautiful, but in a blink of an eye the whole street is about to be filled with flats for crows. The lyrics seem to carry magic, easily touching the softest places in people's hearts. The marketing numbers are swarming. There are all kinds of headline-grabbing articles out there. In-depth analysis. What makes Jiangli a god? The secret behind the street of wedding invitations. From vegetarian to top stream. Jiangli's explosive path of popularity. The secret behind the street of wedding invitations. You'll never expect it. Click through and it's pretty much the same. It's nothing more than a rehash of the live broadcast with added flavor and a forced elevation of the stance. It is hardwired to lean on grand themes such as the spirit of the times and humanistic concern. But we can't help the netizens buy it. The traffic is rising, and the KPIs are easily accomplished. The bigwigs in the ghostly area of the B station are working all night long and are on fire. Lee Myung-woo's forced smile and effort to maintain a decent expression during the live broadcast was captured in a moving image. It is accompanied by words such as gradually crumbling and smile fading, made into a brand new emoji. It quickly went viral. Mr. Lee, are you okay? Would you like some gold leaf to calm down? Mr. Lee, stop laughing. I'm scared. Mr. Lee's gold leaf is going to be on his face. Similar comment pop-ups are flooding the major video sites. The music area was even more lively. Various versions of the second creation have sprung up. Remix version, rock version, electro version, folk music version. There are even up owners who use Swona to play Wedding Card Street and froze with a kind of sad and desolate feeling. The netizens jokingly called Swona a sound. Gold 10,000 taels. Send away Mr. Lee. Happy to mention Jiang Shenhuang. One of the hottest is Gold Leaf's Humiliation, produced by an up user named Old King of the Music District. He edited together Lee Mingyu's carefully arranged string accompaniment with Jiang Li's clean version to make a left and right channel comparison. The left channel is gorgeous, delicate strings that sound premium. The right channel, on the other hand, is an unpolished clean singing, rustic but powerful, like a street murmur that goes straight to the heart. The video synopsis is even simpler and cruder, with only one sentence. Left ear, Paris Fashion Week. Right ear, Grandma's Market. The comments section exploded instantly. Ha 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 ha. Are you the devil, up master? The comparison is too real. The left ear wants to yawn. The right ear wants to cry. That's the difference. This is not professional crushing. It's simply a downward strike. The Duban Gossip Group has also opened a tech stream analysis post. Rational discussion of Jiang Li's throaty resonance when she sings. Is this the lung capacity of a cancer patient? The title is full of confusion. But when you click through, the content is unexpectedly professional. The owner claims to be a vocalist. From a professional point of view, he analyzed Jiang Li's vocal technique, breath use, and emotional expression in her oratorio. After spilling thousands of words, with all sorts of terminology at his fingertips, he finally came to a conclusion. Jiang Li's vocals are definitely severely underestimated. In the comments section, a certified medical student showed up. From medical miracle to musical miracle, suggested for the Lancet case of the year. The comment was instantly topped as the #1 hot comment, drawing countless likes and replies. Shakeology has become even more of a large emotional catharsis site. Countless netizens spontaneously uploaded their own videos of the demolition ruins, set to the soundtrack of Wedding Card Street as an expression of inner sadness and nostalgia. The video with the highest number of likes was shot by a demolisher in Guangzhou's old city center. In the video, a gray-haired granny, clutching a rusty tin box, sits alone on a pile of rubble, her eyes empty and blank. The accompanying text is only one sentence, so the sound of broken gold leaf is so good to cry. A few short words, but said all the sadness and helplessness, instantly poked the netizens' tears. Lee Myung-woo, on the other hand, has been completely reduced to a backdrop for this internet frenzy. Originally wanted to use the live broadcast to crush Jiang Li and make a name for himself. It backfired, becoming a tool person to set off Jiang Li's talent, and was mercilessly mocked by netizens. The Twitter comments section is completely down. All sorts of spoof comments and emoticons are popping up. Fans were also silenced en masse. In the face of overwhelming skepticism and ridicule, there was no way to refute it. After all, the strength gap was there, and any amount of tough talk would pale in comparison. The support group suffered a heavy blow, released a suspension of updates announcement, but also triggered a new round of ridicule. The comments section turned into a sea of joy in seconds. Mr. Lee, don't be discouraged. Window gold leaf lagging can find me to spell you cut a knife. Suggesting that Lee Mingwu change his career to ASMR. The sound of knocking on gold foil is quite a sleep aid, guaranteed to fall asleep in a second. Suggest a book 108 positions from questioning Jiang Li to becoming Jiang Li's fans. Sales will surely explode. On a certain Who, the heat continues to climb on the question how to evaluate the creative ability Jiang Li showed in the live broadcast. The highly favorable response came from an out-of-touch music critic with the ID the night watchman of the music world. When we are still studying the 12 equal temperament, Jiang Li has already used the pentatonic scale to write a eulogy for the times. Suggest that a certain top stream fan should not rush to break the defense. First let your brother learn to use the dantian to make a sound, and then come back to touch other people's jiangshin. The words are sharp and nonchalant, but they have attracted countless netizens to praise and applaud. The most unexpected thing is that Taobao searches for the same model have followed suit. The old-fashioned tin box that saw a 3,000% spike in sales overnight. Countless netizens flocked to the store, named to buy Wedding Invitation Street with the same tin box. Acoustic guitar sales are also at a near-decade high. Many instrument store owners are confused. I don't know what happened. The customer service chat was even made into an emoticon by netizens who took screenshots and circulated it widely. Dear, are the tin boxes in your store made of gold foil? Kisses. Does this guitar feel like Wedding Card Street? Pro. Can I have Jiang Li's talent if I buy the tin box? One of the most classic pieces of dialogue is, customer service, dear, this piano can't play Wedding Card Street. Buyer, it's okay, I bought it to collect ashes. +1 merit. Jiang Li's studio account quietly updated its dynamics. No text, just a photo of yellowed sheet music. The edges of the paper have curled slightly and are flooded with age. It was densely written with notes. Zoom in on the picture for a closer look. One can see the annotations written in pen around the edges, to all those who were too late to say goodbye. Chapter 94, What the World Gives You. A few numbers, but full of deep emotions, instantly triggered countless netizens to resonate. Insomniac netizens all over the internet coincidentally flocked to NetEase Cloud Music, Wedding Card Street audio comments section. In just a few hours, the number of comments surpassed 100,000, and it's still growing at an alarming rate. I just traced the gold on my grandmother's tombstone, and suddenly remembered what Tang said, the gold foil should be pounded 9,000 times. It turns out that while some people are gone, the light is still there. My dad polished the old door sign of the old factory in the Iron West district, saying that he wouldn't get lost going back to work in his dreams. After listening to it and crying into, I declare that Wedding Invitation Street is the emo god song of the year. Bar none. No rebuttals accepted. Hashtag contemporary internet spirituality under this topic. A hot comment quickly skyrocketed to the top spot. That's a screenshot of a takeout order. In the notes column, there were lines written, Big Brother writer hard work. After watching Blizzard Takeout, suddenly want to reward every takeout boy with milk tea money. Starting with your order. The weather is cold. Pay attention to keep warm. The accompanying photo is a cup of boba milk tea with double the pearls. However, below this warm and fuzzy comment, the hot comments painted a steep change. If Jiangshin doesn't release a new song, my eyes are going to cry like sad frogs. Heavy money for the same type of ticket of the police little brother. Is there anyone to control this damned romance? Please, 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 please release the second installment of the show soon. I can't wait to hear Jiangshin's new song. I'm begging you. The entire internet is hyping up the second installment of Best Buddies. The audience's curiosity was completely ignited, eager to find out what kind of amazing new song will be the result of blending three tear-jerking stories. The official microblog of the program group of The Best Buddy is even more frantically at by netizens. The comments section completely fell into a large hyped-up scene. Are you guys dead? Why don't you release the second preview? I'm going to pull up a banner in front of the TV station. The director's team is out for a beating. You want to whet people's appetites, don't you? If you don't update, I'm going to shut you down. Oomph. Kneeling for the second installment. Wait online. Urgent. Can't wait to hear Jiangshin's new song. If I don't see the second installment, I'll feel like ants crawling all over my body. Even the official media editor of the Communist Youth League Central Committee is wearing a cocktail head. Knocked down the headline article title. From the warts to the clouds, wall breakers in the new age of literary creation. For the accompanying picture, a photo of greenery on the windowsill of a hospital room was chosen as an unusual choice. Tender shoots break through the paper of the medical record book, bending into the arc of a pentameter in the moonlight. And in the center of all this hubbub, the First People's Hospital of Qinglu City. Inside the ICU, the ventilator in the teenager's room rattled regularly. The infusion tube cast slender shadows on the wall, like strings waiting to be plucked. In the regular ticking of the respirator, Jiang Li suddenly heard a mechanical beat from the depths of his mind. 100% story fragment resonance detected. Does it unlock the world gives you? The teenager's eyelashes fluttered lightly, casting fine shadows on his pale face. The corners of his mouth curved if anything. In fact, there was a vague feeling during the broadcast that there was some sort of connection between the three story fragments. A kind of emotional resonance that goes beyond the story itself and goes deeper. He wondered what kind of song would be unlocked when those three emotions intertwined. Fusion. Congratulations to the host for successfully fusing the story fragments. The song The World Gives You has been unlocked. As the system tone fell, a warm and majestic power instantly flooded into the mind. It was as if a warm current climbed up his spine the moment his 10 fingers struck the keyboard in a continuous rain. 3 distinct emotions exploded in his chest. The tenderness of a wedding dress, the fiery intensity of a blizzard, the mellowness of a wheat field, entangled into colorful, life-affirming paintings. And at the center of the picture is the song that hadn't really been born yet, The World Gives You. Taking a deep breath, he gathered all of his scattered thoughts together and refocused them on the computer screen. The live stream is over and there is no need to hold back as much as before. He was going to pour out the inspiration that came to his mind without reservation. Fingers returned to the keyboard. This time, the tapping was faster and sharper. It seemed that the fingertips carried some sort of urgency as well. The document page scrolls and the cursor blinks faster and faster. The sound of keyboard tapping suddenly intensified like a rainstorm. Some people set off fireworks. Some people chased the evening breeze dash. When the lyrics jumped off the screen, in front of Zhang Li's eyes, it was as if brilliant fireworks really appeared. In a trance, the ICU glass reflected Lin Xia's smiling face in her wedding dress eating grilled cold noodles. Borrow a wisp of time and hold a starry sky dash. Thoughts flow between. Mr. Chen's wheat seeds buried in moat broke through the permafrost and grew ice crystal wheat ears between the lyrics. That geography teacher spent 30 years chasing a childhood dream, eventually arriving in Mo, seeing the aurora borealis, and holding up the starry sky to yourself. Stop, wait, don't rush. This one is a gentle reminder to all. The pace of life is so fast that everyone keeps spinning like a gyroscope, running for your life, fighting for your dreams. Sometimes it's also necessary to stop and wait for the souls that are left behind. Don't let your hasty steps miss the roadside scenery and forget your original dream. The dream maker has made good dreams and deserves my praise dash. The keyboard suddenly jammed, and Zhang Li stared at the lyrics and let out a low laugh. The way old Chow carried the ice crusher and ran wildly through the rain. The same silhouette overlapped with Mr. Chen's back as he knelt in the snow to bury the wheat seeds. The delivery guy who would break the rules for his daughter, in the most down-to-earth way possible, weaving beautiful dreams for our daughters. Beads of sweat dripped down the thin jawline onto the keyboard. The word thunder was just typed. The world has gifted me with the sound of insects and the thunder dash. This one is addressed to Lin Xia. It is also written for all those who, like Lin Xia, still choose to be strong in the face of adversity. The chemo pump hums around the clock like a summer night bug, and the doctor's pronouncement of a deadline for death caught people off guard like a sudden thunderbolt. But she blossomed in the thunder. And even in the midst of adversity, she still chose to face it with a smile and try to live like a human being. Live the best version of yourself in the last hours of your life. Give me the crooked one moon, and the evening star. Too hot. Rolling tears slipped from the corner of the teenager's eyes. The reflected moonlight trickled through the wedding dress. It meanders in a river on that verse on the back of the old weekly ticket. It eventually merged into a map of wheat ears that Mr. Chen had spelled out in the snow. When I wrote, gave me a disease, and slowly healed and shook the wind chimes. Zhang Li's entire body suddenly curled up into a shrimp. The pain pump was yanked with a clatter, but he was still laughing, tears seeping from the corners of his eyes. The chest felt like it was clogged with something. A little breathless, the pain pump worked regularly, injecting a little bit of medicine into the body and relieving the pain. This one is addressed to himself. The wind chimes are glass pieces that hang in the nurse's station and jingle after each patient is resuscitated. It was the wind driven by the nurse's busy feet. At the moment it was swaying against the moonlight, cutting the ward into blocks of warm and cold colors. The heat rising from the thermos condensed into droplets in front of the screen. Snapped open the last line when the one who has gone far away has gone far away. May he all be at peace. The bells of morning prayers were ringing outside the window. The sun pierces the mist. The cactus, topped with its first flower in 20 years, poked its head out of the crack in the sick book. Zhang Li collapsed into the pillow and gasped for air. Look at the text in Word and fumble with the save button. The blue light of the screen reflected off the pupils. These 3 stories make a wine that will eventually intoxicate the entire age. And above the network, the voices in favor of Zhang Li had already formed a monstrous wave, rushing in all directions. The academics, even though they are at the top of the ivory tower, one can also feel the immense pressure that comes over one's face. Chinese Musicians Association. Inside the ancient courtyard, the atmosphere, however, was very different from the autumn atmosphere outside the courtyard. Instead, it seemed a bit staid. Chapter 95, Jomubai is an insurmountable pinnacle. The muffled sound of the tea light knocking on the yellow pearwood tabletop startled the swallows under the eaves. The Street of Wedding Cards is truly one of the rare masterpieces. In recent years, Zhao Yanqiu took off his gold-rimmed glasses and wiped the lenses. A slightly cloudy gaze swept over the people present. The old voice carried an imperceptible gravity. The marketplace story plus the topic of demolition accurately pokes at the public's nostalgia. Zhang Li is able to cut through such a tricky angle and use music to reflect the throes of social change. The intention is really not low. He recognized the artistic value of Pleasant Street. But these words sounded to the others more like a kind of helpless admission. After all, the internet is almost lopsided in its praise. There is no longer room for them old guys to turn a blind eye. It's too whimsical to try to shake our academy school status with a song called Wedding Card Street. An old professor with gray hair spoke with disdain. Obviously didn't think Zhang Li could really pose any serious threat to the academy faction. The real cautionary tale is not Pleasant Street. Shenhua Yuan suddenly heaved his teacup. The lid of the alabaster pot jumped up and rolled in a half-circle wailing on the tabletop. The knot in his throat rolled up and down as he stared at the live clip still looping on the projection screen. Rather, it was those other 3 stories that inspired Zhang Li. Have you guys seen the CT films when the cancer cells spread? Now Zhang Li, is that metastasized cancer cell? 3 stories are like 3 metastases if you let him fuse them into a song. What Elder Shin means is, someone couldn't help but speak up, with uneasiness in their tone. Shenhua Yuan did not answer immediately, but slowly got up, walked over to the projection screen. Eyes lingered on the framed image on the screen. Zhang Li's face was slightly sickly, yet he was incredibly focused. I have a vague feeling. The voice was soft, but clear to everyone's ears, with a lingering sense of apprehension. As long as Zhang Li plays normally, that piece that combines the inspiration of 3 stories will once again be a phenomenal hit, even reaching heights that are hard for us academics to reach. The conference room was silent. Everyone was shocked by Shenhua Yuan's words. The academy, for a long time, has been the gold standard of the Chinese music scene. It is a symbol of professionalism and authority. Now Shenhua Yuan is saying that a teenager in a hospital room created the work, possibly surpassing them academics who have been immersed in sound theory for decades? It's a no-brainer. But no one bothered to refute Shenhua Yuan. Despite his advanced age, this old man has a musical acumen and judgment that few can match. Suddenly someone snorted out a laugh. The crowd turned their heads to look. Zhou Mubai was reclining in his Taisha chair playing with the Hutin jade paperweight. All the teachers are treating this Zhang Li too favorably, aren't they? Casually, he tossed the paperweight onto the table. The sound of jade clashing startled a few of the older professors' eyelids. I read those 3 stories, and they were really not bad, and the ideas were quite original. As for inspiration, oh, that sort of thing has never been a problem for me. Zhao Yanqiu suddenly coughed violently. Grabbing the pill bottle, he poured out 2 fast-acting heart pills, nitroglycerin, and held them under his tongue, before pointing shakily at the projection screen. Look at these figures. Wedding Card Street breaks 100 million plays across the web. Netflix reviews. Airplay? Zhou Mubai got up and walked to the curtain. The slender figure wrapped in a customized suit completely obscured the data charts. It's just the herd effect. It's like a food market mom snatching up discounted eggs. Hilarious, but unnutritious. Pulling the tablet from the inside pocket of his suit, he tapped his fingertips twice on the screen. Here's a first draft I created, based on those 3 stories, for you teachers to listen to. A magnificent string prelude flowed from the conference room's top-of-the-line stereo. The timbre of the 40-piece orchestra was like a golden tide over everyone's eardrums. When Zhou Mubai turned around, the refracted light spots from the wristwatch scratched across Shenhua Yuan's pale face. In the main song section, the 12-tone sequence technique is used to deconstruct the city's smoke and mirrors. The chorus transitions to include micro-differential notes to show the ripped feeling of the times. Of course, these technical details are really over the top for the average listener. Zhao Yanqiu had sat up straight. When the second movement is heard in polyphonic weave, presenting the heart rate of the Blizzard outfitters, H-spots covered hand clutched the Wanwali handrail, knuckles white. The third movement is even better. Zhou Mubai's fingertips crossed the tablet, composing with the spectrum. Shenhua Yuan suddenly raised his hand and pressed his chest, feeling a ball of blazing iron flowing through his heart. That shudder when confronted with a perfect work of art. That shame of being crushed by a descendant. And some deeper fear. How? When he turned off the audio, Zhou Mubai trailed off with a cat playing mouse-like lethargy. That level of work should be enough to qualify to crush the remnants of that ward, right? The worry and uneasiness that had previously clouded the hearts of the crowd instantly dissipated. In its place, there was relief like a weight off his shoulders, as well as a strong confidence in Zhou Mubai's oil. Zhao Yanqiu suddenly burst into violent laughter, trembling up, patting Zhou Mubai on the shoulder, with a sickly exuberant red light under his eyes. This is what the academy should be. It has a high level of technique while retaining artistic character. Mubai, this work of yours is perfect. Yeah, it was flawless. Another old professor also nodded repeatedly, his tone filled with awe. Whether it's the intention, the conception, or the use of techniques, all of them have reached perfection. Simply can't pick any faults. With this work of Mubai, our academy school is still afraid of Zhongli. The old professor who had previously treated Zhongli with disdain now had an easy smile on his face. It's nonsense to talk about phenomenal explosions and surpassing the heights of the academy. In front of true professional strength, all fancy gimmicks, all are nothing but castles in the air. Unbearable. The sound of the morning fog lifting came from the window. Zhou Mubai lowered his head to straighten his cufflinks, his mouth smiling cloudily. These so-called collegiate bigwigs are nothing but a bunch of stubborn old codgers who are stuck in their ways. Their so-called professionalism and authority are just ridiculous self-delusion in their own eyes. As for Zhongli in that ward, he admits that Wedding Card Street does have that little bit of fun, but only a little bit. That kind of work wasn't even worth mentioning in his eyes. And those 3 stories? Ha! He wanted to see what amazing work Zhongli could create with those 3 stories. No amount of talent or inspiration will be able to stand before him. Collegiate, always collegiate. And he, Zhou Mubai, was the pinnacle that could never be surpassed. Sandalwood was folded half an inch in a bronze incense burner. Zhao Yanqiu's withered fingers knocked on the yellow pearwood grain road. But Zhongli could go live again at any time. For every minute that the street of wedding cards heat festers, our foundation loosens an inch. Chapter 96, How can that half-wit be called a gatekeeper? The academy bigwigs are anxious inside. Although Zhou Mubai's work gave them great confidence, but online opinion changes rapidly. In case Zhongli goes live again in the next few days and continues to release new songs, then the heat of Pleasant Street will continue to build. Zhongli's reputation in the hearts of netizens would also grow. At that point, I'm afraid it will be much harder for the academy to turn things around again. Why don't we schedule a live broadcast as well? A professor suggested. Let Mubai open a live broadcast as well and directly fight against Zhongli. Crush him with strength and snatch back the initiative of public opinion. The proposal was immediately approved by a number of people. Since Zhongli was able to turn the tables on live streaming, the academy can fight back in the same way. Zhou Mubai's strength is far superior to Zhongli's, so as long as he comes out live, it must be able to easily suppress Zhongli and regain the high ground of public opinion. But there are also objections that this is too risky. Sniping early is a double-edged sword. An older professor with glasses frowned. One weekly Mubai failed to suppress Zhongli as expected in the live broadcast, and instead allowed Zhongli to gain the upper hand again. That would be an irreversible blow to the reputation of our academy school. This old professor's words instantly cooled down the originally somewhat agitated atmosphere. Sniping Zhongli in advance does carry a huge risk. If it fails, the consequences are unimaginable. Silence once again reigned in the conference room. The crowd looked at me. I looked at you, and no one could decide. Thinking about it, it seemed that only Zhou Mubai would have a few chances of winning if he made a move. In the end, all eyes converged on Zhou Mubai once again, waiting for his final decision. After all, when dealing with a junior, if they were to let them, the old guys, step in, it would be suspected of bullying the big with the small. The academy has a face too. The sunlight filtered through the window pane, casting dragon scale-like spots of light on the lapel of Zhou Mubai's suit. Slowly and methodically, he drew a wolfsbane from his rosewood quill, dipped the remnants of ink and write cursive lines on rice paper. Have you all ever seen an orca hunt? Without waiting for the crowd to react, the brush suddenly split the rice paper. The ink exploded in thunder on the mahogany tabletop. A true hunter doesn't run after the fish. The crunch of tea clinking came from the corner. A professor wiped his cold sweat and spoke. But someone has to guard. Guard? Zhou Mubai suddenly laughed out loud. That half-witly Mingyu deserves to be called a gatekeeper? Throwing the wolf hair into the celadone brush wash, the splash of water fell on the back of Zhao Yanqiu's trembling hand. Teachers, you have not looked down on that Zhongli too much. The fact that a punk like Li Mingyu lost to Zhongli was due to his own lack of strength. It's not at all representative of the true level of the academy. To deal with that kind of wild child, wouldn't I be raising his Zhongli's stature by going out myself? And what do you mean? Zhao Yanqiu asked cautiously, vaguely sensing that Zhou Mubai seemed to have other plans. I'm afraid you've forgotten who it was that crushed the Alpine Ballad to pieces with a 3-voice fugue at the Golden Hall last year? Shen Huayuan's pupils suddenly contracted. He remembered the summit showdown that rocked the European music scene. Crystal chandelier hanging from the Golden Hall dome. It suddenly went out after some Chinese-American teenager played an improvised variation. The Times later devoted a full-page story to it, calling it the Devil's Trill from the East. You mean, Mr. Gu? Zhao Yanqiu's bottle cap of quick-acting heart-saving pills rolled to the ground. Zhou Mubai pulled up a picture from his cell phone. Young man in black turtleneck sweater, tuning his Stradivarius in the rehearsal hall of the Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra. Scattered around his feet were 5-line scores, and the top one was clearly a screenshot of Zhongli's lyrics from the live broadcast. The annotation field reads interesting sample of folklore in German. Gu Mingcheng. the youngest visiting professor at the Berlin Conservatory. Jomubai's fingertips traced the shadow cast by the youth's brow bone. Just picked up a Paganini gold medal last month with an adapted version of Two Fountains in the Moon. Shin Huayuan violently grabbed the armrests of the eunuch chair. When he took his students to the Chopin competition 20 years ago, I once saw 7-year-old Gu Mingcheng in the waiting area, posing with candy in the 12 equal temperament. The kid could even name the vibrational frequency corresponding to each candy with his eyes closed. When dealing with wildlings, you should use a language they understand. Jomubai turned his phone to the crowd, and on the screen was Gu Mingcheng's INS updates. The young man with the skull studs is teaching homeless children to play Hotel California in the ghetto. The caption reads, "The real music is beyond the strings." Essence burst out of Zhao Yanxiu's cloudy eyes. Thinking back to that rainy night 15 years ago, he personally put Gu Mingcheng on the flight to Berlin. Petey's teenager carried a bass that was taller than he was, and the case was covered in cartoon stickers. Minnesota City these past few years. Shin Huayuan's voice was astringent. "Haven't you always been doing pioneering experimental music? So it fits better." Jomubai smoothed out the ruffles of his sleeves, burning through the grassroots with the smoke and fire of the streets. "Isn't such a fun game more exciting than teasing old-timers in the Golden Hall?" An old professor sounded shocked and puzzled. "You actually invited him back?" Jomubai nodded. "Although Ming Chang is not as strong as me, I think it's still a handful to deal with a wild man. As for me, I'm going to dive into a retreat during this time to prepare for the second installment of the show." Sinking incense shavings rustled down on the scraps of rice paper, covered the last bit of ink on the word Zhongli. His goal is to get the rights to adapt the Immortal Sword series for film and television through Best Buddies, open up the Western market with the fairy soundtrack and let the national sound go out of the country. As for Zhongli, it was just an insignificant blip in the plan. Chapter 97, This Heavenly Fortune. You must be able to catch it. Sandalwood incense crumbs rustling fall on the remnants of rice paper, covering the last bit of ink on the word Zhongli. Meanwhile, Tomato TV. The atmosphere at the Tomato Terrace, which has undergone a major personnel change, is very different from that of the past. Zhou Ming, who was originally just a program planner, has now transformed himself into the office director. Not only that, but he also has full authority to act as deputy station manager. It can be a red-hot favorite. He is now in charge of all the affairs of the station, big and small. The large conference room was filled with smoke. Tomato Channel executives have gathered and are discussing the early preparation of the second installment of Best Buddies. The atmosphere appeared a bit heavy, anxiety written on everyone's face. After Jiang Li created Wedding Invitation Street on the air last night, the entire internet exploded. The song quickly caught fire with unimaginable speed, causing a sensation across the internet. The Tomato Channel and the official microblogging of Best Buddies have been bombarded by a large number of netizens. Every day, countless netizens flooded the comments section frantically urging for more. Where's the second installment? Why hasn't it been updated yet? Is the program team on strike? Don't you know how to rub off on such a good heat? I'm going to close the door if I don't update again. Pink to black. Similar comments are refreshed almost every minute. What's more, there were direct verbal attacks on the Tomato table. Tomato Channel is crazy about money, right? Don't you know to hurry up and update such a good program and save it for the new year? Garbage Tomato Station. Just know how to whet people's appetite. Boycott and scrupulous audio synthesizer from me. For a while, both the Tomato Channel and the Best Shot crew were thrust into the limelight. Under great pressure from all sides, the station's leaders, too, were stumped by the suddenness of the situation. They had never dreamed that Zhang Li would be able to cause such a huge stir. It's simply more violent and shocking than any of the year's big shows. Director Zhou, what do you think about this? An elderly leader with gray hair took off his glasses and rubbed his sore brow. The tone was one of exhaustion and helplessness. Now that the entire internet is urging for more, if we don't show some action, I'm afraid we'll really be scolded to death by the netizens. Yes, Director Zhou, you have to do something. Another leader chimed in. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can't just miss it for nothing. If we can capitalize on this wave of heat, our Tomato Channel's ratings will definitely reach new heights. Facing the urging and expectations of the crowd, Zhou Ming felt a pang of headache. Why wouldn't he want to seize this opportunity to take the Tomato table to the next level? But the thing is, a coquette can't cook without rice. Leaders, I understand your feelings, Zhou Ming said with a bitter smile, a helpless expression on his face. But the preparations for the second installment of the show are just too complicated. Our original plan was to put it on the air next Sunday. It's now just 3 or 4 days away from Sunday. Full stop. It has been very stressful to complete all the preparations in such a short period of time. What's more, the second installment of the show is much bigger than the first. Need to contact more guests, singers, venues. There are all sorts of other trivial things that need to be implemented one by one. I've been sleeping only 2 or 3 hours a day for the past few days and have been working overtime to catch up. But trying to move the show's slot up 2 days and put it on Friday night is simply an impossible task. A brain poured out all the bitter water in his heart. Zhou Ming was telling the truth. The preparations for the second installment were indeed more complicated than he had imagined. The contacting of guests and singers alone made him run his legs and grind his teeth, not to mention a series of tedious things such as venue rental, stage construction, equipment commissioning and so on. Each of these takes a lot of time and effort. Trying to get everything done in just a few days is harder than hell. Su Zhang, who was sitting in the main seat, naturally understood Zhou Ming's difficulties, but watch as the heat continues to build on Wedding Card Street. He really didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zhou, I know you're having a hard time and I know time is short. After a moment of contemplation, Su Zhang spoke, but you see what's happening now. The entire internet is hyped for the second installment of the show. If we don't meet the needs of our audience soon, this wave of heat is likely to slowly fade away. It's going to be hard to get the show going again then. Tell you what, you work a little harder and see what you can come up with. Can you move the show's schedule forward a little bit? Even if it's just a day early, it's still good. Zhou Ming's mood was complicated to the extreme at the moment. To say you're not happy? That's a lie. The explosion of Pleasant Street has directly lifted the best shot fever to an all-time high. This splash of riches hit the tomato counter directly on the head. But to be happy? I can't be happy either. The netizens are so enthusiastic that the calls for more work are literally raising the roof. But program production isn't magic. How can you say you're ahead of schedule, let alone 2 days ahead of time? Even 1 day, that's a no-brainer. It's like holding a red-hot branding iron in your hand. It's hot, I can't throw it away, and I'm tormented to hold it. With a difficult expression on his face, he once again looked at Su Zhang and carefully opened his mouth. Su Tai, leaders, it is indeed difficult to advance the schedule, but to say that there's no way at all, that's not true. The original somewhat dull atmosphere of the conference room was instantly enlivened by Zhou Ming's words. All eyes focused on him in unison. Su Zhan was even more energized and hurriedly asked after him, Zhou, what's the solution? Quickly tell me. Yes, Director Zhou, if you have any good solutions, don't hide them. Hurry up and say them out for all of us to consult together. In this situation now, it would be good to move forward a day, even half a day. Zhou Ming cleared his throat and organized his words. Leaders, it's true that it's difficult to advance programs, but we can think differently. It doesn't have to be an early release of the second installment proper. It's also a good idea to put something else up first to ease the pressure of the internet to get more work done. Put something else on? Su Zhang frowned, a little puzzled. Play what else? We can't just replay the first installment of the show again, can we? The netizens definitely won't buy it. The other leaders also shook their heads, thinking that the idea was not very good. Yeah, the first installment was aired, and the reruns definitely didn't work. What the netizens want to see now is the second installment, a new song by Zhongli, and replaying the first installment is simply scratching an itch. Zhou Ming smiled faintly and said with confidence, of course it's not a rerun of the first installment. What I mean is that I can rebroadcast Mr. Zhang Li's live broadcast on Friday night. Broadcasting Mr. Zhang Li's live broadcast? Su Zhang and the other leaders, for a moment, were unable to react to the meaning of Zhou Ming's words. The conference room was quiet for a few seconds. It was Su Zhang who was the first to break the silence, frowning and asking in a puzzled tone, broadcasting live? Zhou, what do you mean by that? Television stations televise individual live broadcasts of this. That doesn't seem to fit the rules, does it? The other leaders also nodded their heads in agreement with Su Zhang's statement. Yeah, it does seem a little out of character for a TV station to televise an individual live. Will the broadcast relieve the pressure of the network's rush? Will it instead make the netizens think we're perfuming them? Chapter 98. That. Then do we still need to broadcast it? In the face of the crowd's skepticism, Zhou Ming didn't rush to explain, and still wore a confident smile on his face. It had been expected that this proposal would surely cause confusion and disbelief. After all, it's true that TV stations televise individual live broadcasts, which is a relatively rare operation in the industry. But the reason why he made this suggestion was naturally due to his deep consideration. Clear your throat and raise your volume. I realize that people may find this proposal a little hard to understand, but extraordinary times call for extraordinary means. Think about it. Why is Wedding Card Street so hot? In addition to the quality of the songs themselves, wasn't the main reason that Zhang Li wrote and sang the song on the air? The format of live streaming is inherently topical and viral. Netizens love to watch live broadcasts, participate in interactions, and enjoy that sense of immediacy and realism. And Mr. Zhang Li's live broadcast fulfills exactly these needs of the netizens. After a pause, Zhou Ming looked around the conference room crowd. The reason why we're now being rushed by netizens is, frankly, because netizens want to hear Mr. Zhang Li's new song as soon as possible. wondering when the second installment of Best Buddies will actually air. If we directly broadcast Mr. Jiang Li's live broadcast, won't we just fulfill this wish of the netizens? The work created by Mr. Jiang Li during the live broadcast was also supposed to be featured in the second installment of Best Buddies. Let's broadcast it now. It's like warming up the show in advance, and it'll also give the netizens a chance to have a good time in advance. What's more, going to the broadcast in the official name of the Tomato channel creates a huge buzz and a lot of heat. Television stations take it upon themselves to go to individual broadcasts. That in itself is a very eye-catching thing. It's sure to generate more attention and discussion among netizens. When that happens, the buzz for best shot will definitely go up a notch. Zhou Ming finished speaking in one breath, and the conference room once again fell silent. This time, however, the atmosphere was very different from before. The silence just now was due to doubt and disbelief, and the silence now is due to reflection and recognition. Su Zhang and the other leaders were in deep thought. Zhou Ming's words do make sense. Television stations televise live individual broadcasts, although against the norm. But put in this particular situation now, it does seem like a good choice. It can not only ease the pressure of netizens to urge for more, but also take the opportunity to hype the heat and warm up for the second installment of the Best Buddy program. Moreover, going to the broadcast in the official name of the Tomato channel will also emphasize the atmosphere and boldness of the Tomato channel. This also has a positive effect on enhancing the image and reputation of Tomato Terrace. Thinking of this, Su Zhang's brows gradually relaxed and an approving smile appeared on his face. He looked towards Zhou Ming, his tone easing up a lot. That's a bit of an interesting idea for Cho. Indeed, television broadcasting live individual broadcasts sounds like it might be a little hard to understand, but when you think about it, it kind of fits the current situation. It's a great way to meet the needs of the network and warm up for our show. It also enhances our station's image. 3 birds with one stone. The other leaders also nodded their heads, indicating that they agreed with Su Zhang. Yeah, that's a great idea, Director Zhou. Very creative. I also think it's feasible to try. Let's do it like this. Immediately arrange for someone to contact Mr. Jiang Li's side and try to finalize the live broadcast as soon as possible. The atmosphere of the conference room, which was originally somewhat gloomy, instantly became relaxed. Everyone was convinced by this proposal from Zhou Ming. Don't bother. Zhou Ming picked up his cell phone and spoke in a relaxed tone. On Teacher Jiang Li's side, I have contact information. It's a matter of saying hello. After saying that, he dialed Jiang Li's phone in front of a group of leaders. It was picked up after a few rings, and a slightly raspy male voice came through the receiver. Very young, with a sickly undertone. Hello, Director Cho? Hello, Mr. Jiang Li. Zhou Ming's tone was polite and his posture was low. Here's the thing. The response to Wedding Card Street, which you created live last night, was particularly good. The leadership of the station has discussed the matter and would like to communicate with your side. Can we televise your live broadcast on Friday night? There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds before the voice rang out again. Broadcasting my live stream? Yes, relaying your live stream. Zhou Ming explained. There's too much urging on the internet right now. Everyone is waiting for the second installment of the show. The station means to broadcast your live broadcast first, which is also a way to quench the thirst of the viewers. It also serves to warm up the second installment of the show. Jiang Li's voice paused slightly, as if he was thinking. There's nothing wrong with broadcasting live, but is your station sure about this? On the Academy sex side, I'm afraid they won't let up, right? Inside the ward of the First People's Hospital, Jiang Li's eyes were stoic. The tomato counter's reaction was what he expected. Wedding Card Street is hot, and it's gotten to the point where it's unbelievable. The Tomato Terrace Twitter comment section fell. The Hot Topic slaughters. He could see all of these. Any other TV station would not have let this splash of traffic go. Broadcasting live is indeed a good way to ease the pressure of public opinion and to harvest another wave of heat while you're at it. It's just that I didn't expect the Tomato Terrace to move so quickly and with enough vigor. Television broadcasting an individual live is definitely a first in the industry, and the stakes are high, especially the Academy side. Li Myung-woo is a member of the Academy faction, and it's impossible for the Academy faction to turn a blind eye to yesterday's live broadcast's crushing of Li Myung-woo. They may be able to play deaf and dumb now, but they will never allow public opinion to continue to fester. Watching the authority of the Academy being rubbed underfoot by a sickly man like him, as the saying goes, if you hit the little one, you get the old one. Next time we go live, sniping is a given, but that's good. The Academy will have a cleaner face. His fear was that the old schoolers would take offense at the tomato counter. By then it will be irritated and trip up the second installment of Best Shot. Then Zhou Ming and Tomato Terrace would be under unimaginable pressure. I'm afraid, the program Tomato Channel has invested heavily in the program and Zhou Ming is in charge of it. And Zhou Ming was considered half a friend with him. A word of caution is in order. Thinking of this, Zhang Li once again picked up his cell phone and sent a message. The message was simple. Just one sentence. It's fine to broadcast, but you have to be prepared to offend the academy. Inside the Tomato Terrace conference room, Zhou Ming still had a smile on his face. Well, what did Mr. Zhang Li say? Su Zheng couldn't wait to ask, anticipation in his tone. The other leaders also looked at Zhou Ming, wanting to know Zhang Li's response. Zhou Ming smiled, his tone relaxed. There's no problem on Mr. Zhang Li's side, he agreed very quickly. But, there was a pause, and his face became a little more subtle. Teacher Zhang Li reminded us that broadcasting the live broadcast might offend the academy school. The originally relaxed atmosphere in the conference room instantly froze. Offend the academy? A leader frowned, his tone worried. What does this, Mr. Zhang Li mean by this? The meaning is obvious. Another leader took over, his face grave. Teacher Zhang Li went live yesterday, but he offended Li Mingyu. Li Mingyu is a member of the academy school, and those old pedants definitely won't stop. So are we still going to broadcast it? Chapter 99, as long as you hold Zhang Li's leg, why should you be afraid of the academy? Some people were hesitant, apparently intimidated by the phrase offending the academy. The academy's place in the Chinese music scene is unquestionable. Offending the academy is equivalent to offending half of the entire Chinese music scene. The consequences of this are chilling to think about. Su Zheng's brows were also tightly furrowed, his fingers tapping the desktop one by one as he fell into deep thought. The conference room was quiet once again, the atmosphere so oppressive that it took one's breath away. Everyone looked at Su Zheng, waiting for his final decision. To televise, or not to televise? It's a tough choice. The rebroadcast certainly captures the immediate heat and brings more traffic and attention to the program, but at the same time, there is a huge risk of potentially offending the academy. Not televising it would avoid offending the academy, but it would be a missed opportunity. Watching the heat die down and previous efforts go down the drain. The dilemma tests the vigor and boldness of the Tomato Terrace executives. It was a long time before Su Zheng raised his head. His eyes swept over each of the leaders present. His tone was calm, but with a sense of determination. "OB, chopped up and unquestionable. CO die?" Some people exclaimed in shock, clearly not expecting Su Zheng to make such a decision. "Guys." Su Zheng stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, his back to the crowd. "This splash of riches has hit our tomato table head. Whether or not we can catch it depends on whether we have the guts and the courage. There's only one chance, and if you miss it, you'll never have it again. What about the academy?" He turned around fiercely, his gaze sharp as a knife. Can they really have one hand and one hand only? Times have changed. This is the age of the internet. The age where traffic is king. Public opinion. That's the biggest backer. As long as we are on the side of public opinion and the program is good enough. So what if we offend the academy? Su Zheng's words were loud and clear, hitting everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. In the conference room, the leaders who were still somewhat hesitant and worried were all ignited by Su Zheng's words at this moment. Yeah, times have changed. It's not the time for academics to dominate anymore. In the age of the internet, public opinion is king. The explosion of the street of wedding cards has been a testament to that. Zhang Li's talent has been recognized and sought after by the general public. As long as they, tomato stage, firmly hold Zhang Li's thigh, why should they be afraid of the academy faction? Su Tai is right. Zhou Ming was the first to stand up, looking excited. Bottoms up. OB, it must be broadcast. That's right. Bottoms up. Other leaders rose to their feet and the group was energized. I'm afraid of the academy school. If they try anything, we'll fight them to the end. Support the OB. I don't believe the academy can still have one hand in the air. Asterisk 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 it. This wave must be stud. The conference room was filled with excitement and fervor. Everyone was infected by Su Zheng and Zhou Ming's vigor, determined to gamble everything on this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And at this time, inside the Songtao court of the Xiangshan Sanatorium, curls of smoke rose from the old sandalwood on the lapis lazuli coffee table. Chen Lao tapped his fingers on the armrest of the rosewood circle chair. The title of the score on the flat screen, "The World Gives You Away," was reflected in the pupils under the white eyebrows. Tortoiseshell sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. Yellowed knuckles, slowly sliding the flat screen. Behind him, like a few silent mountains, there stood several big men with stoic auras. These are the people who can make China tremble when they stomp their feet. At the moment, however, he was holding his breath, not daring to breathe a single breath. It was all because the old man they respected, at the moment, had a changing and wonderful expression on his face. At times the tips of his eyebrows were raised in surprise. At times the corners of his eyes were lowered in thought, sometimes twirling their whiskers and laughing lightly, but also a moment of solemnity, as if tasting rare treasures. The last time I saw Elder Chen reveal such a look. Still, the first installment of Best Buddies aired, when that kid from the Zhang family made his debut as a front-runner and stiff-armed the Academy's up-and-coming Lin Shi. That time it was awestruck, appreciative, with the expectations of elders for their offspring. This time, however, there was a little more gravity, a little more shock, and even incredulous horror. After a long time, Chen Lao's fingertips paused and he exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Slowly removing his old glasses, he rubbed his glazed eyes. "Come here, all of you." Knuckles knocked heavily on the coffee table. The old people who had been holding their breath immediately gathered around. The old but still upright body, leaning against the back of the eunuch's chair, handed over the tablet in his hand. "Check it out." Chen Lao's voice was slightly hoarse, but he was still full of vigor. "What are your thoughts on this child's new work? Tell us all." The bigwigs pass around the tablets in order. Even if they can't read the professional sheet music, the lyrics that jumped out of the screen had already made their hearts pound. And then think about those 3 stories that have been making the rounds on the internet lately, as well as John Lee's physical condition at the moment. Instantly comprehending the deeper meaning behind the song, "The World Gives You." The title of the song is shocking enough. The lyrics are even more sobering. There's no complaining. There's no self-loathing. The words are filled with the deepest love and affection for this land, for this world. Is this really what a terminally ill teenager with his days numbered could have written? This broad-mindedness, this boldness, this pattern, it's just not like that. Elder Chen, a big man in a Chinese mountain suit with white hair, but hale and hearty, answered a phone call and walked back with a slightly gloomy expression. The Tomato Channel site has already put out the word that it's ready to broadcast the whole thing during Zhang Li's next live broadcast. Oh, Elder Chen sniffed and raised his eyebrows slightly, seemingly smiling. The action is quite fast. More than that. The big man paused and lowered his voice. On the Academy faction side, there's also a move. It seems like they're preparing to snipe the Zhang clan kid in the live broadcast to save face. At these words, the atmosphere in the room suddenly tightened. The original relaxed look was instantly replaced by gravity. The energy of the Academy is more than clear to their group. If you really want to snipe someone with an iron fist, the tactics are endless and undefendable. Originally, they felt that Zhang Li would suffer a bit this time. After all, the Academy isn't all straw men. But when reading the song "The World Gives You," it suddenly changed my mind. The intention of the song goes beyond technique and arrives at a soulful level. Can those old schoolers in the Academy really stand up to this level of work? I'm afraid that when the time comes, it's not just sniping that won't work. Instead, it was once again reduced to a laughingstock and a disgrace. From my point of view, this time the Academy faction is afraid of kicking the can down the road. An old man who had been silent and dressed in a tang suit suddenly opened his mouth, his tone certain. "This kid from the Zhang family is evil. The more you suppress it, the more it bounces back. Really push the Academy faction, and there might be some trouble." "Oomph." Elder Chen sniffed and let out a cold snort through his nose. The walking stick stumbled heavily on the ground, shaking the sandalwood incense burner slightly. "Let them make trouble. Do you really think this Chinese music scene is still dominated by their Academy? Times have changed as the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. It's about time some people woke up." Looking around the crowd, his eyes are like torches. "Put out the word. Let's say that the next time the Zhang clan kid goes live, I, a bad old man, will also watch the whole thing. Let's see what the Academy can actually come up with that's decent." In addition, Elder Chen's tone slowed down slightly, a kind smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "For my 80th birthday next month, I'll also put out the word that the Zhang family boy will be invited. The hammer is set, and the world is turned around." Everyone in the room was shocked at the words. Chen Lao is trying to publicly support Zhang Li. It seems like the sky is really changing in the Chinese music scene. Chapter 100, What's the meaning of crushing power gap? 2 days later, Jiangru Metropolitan International Airport. The flight from Berlin landed in the twilight. Young man in studded leather jacket with hair dyed in arrogant red. Exit the international arrivals lane carrying a guitar case patched with graffiti tape. Wearing skull studs and a pair of reflective sunglasses perched on the bridge of his nose. It exudes an untamed, gangly air. It looks out of place with the suited and booted business people around it. Zhou Mubai had been waiting for a long time. Still in his well-tailored white suit, his hands in his pants pockets, his posture as straight as a pine. Like a statue, it stood beside the black nanny car at the airport exit. The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly at the sight of the red-haired youth, and his taut facial lines softened a few points. The chief luthier of the Berlin Philharmonic, reduced to Flying Spring Airlines? Fingertips traced the faded California Hotel sticker on the other guitar case. German pronunciation with the elegance of a Viennese accent. Gu Mingqing's backhanded action of unloading the zither case was like a swordsman sheathing his sword. The applause of the slums burns the ears more than the Golden Hall. Suddenly coming close to sniff Zhou Mubai's collar. Cologne for a sinking incense? Looks like the old men of Zhao didn't pickle you with tea scum. As the two embraced, they drew more camera chases from starstruck teenage girls. It can't be as simple as calling me back from Berlin after traveling all this way to deal with a straw man. Can it? Gu Mingqing took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of slightly gloomy eyes. Zhou Mubai laughed and pulled open the car door. The one who knows me is Ming Chang. Getting into the car and signaling the driver to drive. He spoke slowly. Dealing with Zhang Li is just a passing favor. The real big headache is still the immortal music to the C program I told you about. Gu Mingcheng raised his eyebrows with interest. Oh, not a small ambition. Prof. Zhou Da. Of course you have to be more ambitious. Zhou Mubai turned his head and looked at him with a burning gaze. Ming Chang, do you think that we, the academy school, are only worthy of entertaining ourselves in our ivory towers? Gu Mingcheng did not answer immediately, but lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and exhaled circles of smoke before slowly saying, "You mean, is going to change? It's not going to change. It's already changed." Zhou Mubai's tone was affirmative. In the past few years, China's national strength has soared, and its cultural influence has increased with each passing day. Immortal culture, as our unique cultural symbol, has great potential internationally. Immortal music, too, will inevitably take its place in the international music scene. It's a big trend that no one can stop. So, you want to be the first one to eat the crab? Flicking the ashes of his cigarette, the corner of Gu Mingcheng's mouth hooked into a playful smile. Instead of crabs, it's a rainy day, Zhou Mubai corrected. It's better to wait for others to divide this cake than to make the first move ourselves. This kind of good thing can't be cheapened to those old farts who only dance around. Much less do we want those foreign capitals to get a head start. Gu Mingcheng narrowed his eyes and nodded thoughtfully. It does sound quite tempting. But what does this have to do with the movie and television adaptation rights of that what's-his-name Immortal Sword series? There's a lot at stake. Zhou Mubai tapped his fingers on the leather seat. If you want immortal music to truly go international, relying on a single form of music is not enough. We need a stronger carrier. A cultural IP that can be widely accepted by the international market, and the domestic Immortal Sword series, both in terms of influence, fan base, and completion of the work, all are currently the only cultural IPs that can compete with the Western magic storytelling system. You mean, through the movie and television series of Immortal Sword, to drive the spread of immortal music? Gu Mingcheng instantly understood Zhou Mubai's intentions. That's right. Zhou Mubai nodded approvingly. There's no need for me to say more about how influential the Immortal Sword series is, right? Once we get the rights to the movie and TV adaptations of the Immortal Sword series, along with well-crafted immortal music, it can definitely open up the international market quickly and make fairy music shine in the international music scene. The plan sounds perfect. Gu Mingcheng smiled. But I'm afraid it's not that easy to get the movie and television adaptation rights, right? Of course it's not easy, Zhou Mubai admitted frankly. That's why we need to get the overall best shot title. Grassroots influence is indeed a nuisance. Gu Mingcheng twisted out his cigarette, and scarlet sparks flickered in the ashtray, as a flash of contempt passed under his eyes. But it's just trouble. The corners of his mouth curved up with an innate arrogance. Do you really think you can call the Academy's bluff by composing a few mouthfuls of songs on the spot? Zhou Mubai smiled, not surprised by Gu Mingcheng's reaction. For these heavenly men of the Academy school, grassroots origin of Zhongli, natural with a local flavor. This deep-rooted sense of superiority is hard to dispel. For you, creating on the spot has been a snap, but to the old-timers who only understand the rules and regulations of the Academy, it's their only cover and a poor way to pull in popularity. Gu Mingcheng grunted, his tone tinged with disdain. Popularity? It's just a bunch of rabble-rousers who only know what they're talking about. True gold doesn't fear fire, and work is the hard truth. That said, the third round of online support is, ultimately, a roundabout way to go. Zhou Mubai's fingers rhythmically tapped his knees. Zhongli has too much momentum right now, and the internet is almost lopsidedly in favor of him. If left unchecked, it could have a detrimental effect on the finals. Gu Mingcheng narrowed his eyes, seemingly pondering the deeper meaning of Zhou Mubai's words. A moment later he raised his head. You mean, use this broadcast to suppress his anger? It's not just about suppressing gas. Zhou Mubai shook his head. What's more important is to raise our voice and show those wallflowers who is the real king. Gu Mingcheng sniffed, and the corner of his mouth lifted again. This time the smile had a few more points of playfulness. Spaced out? That's a bit interesting. What time is the live broadcast scheduled for? It's tonight. Zhou Mubai glanced at his wristwatch. 8 p.m. Prime time. Gu Mingcheng lightly laughed and shook his head. It seems that Tomato Terrace's side is really in a hurry. It's also good to get it over with quickly, so as not to have to dream too much at night. There was a moment's silence, and suddenly he remembered something. By the way, live linking in this way is a bit of a self-defeating endeavor. I, Gu Mingcheng, am not reduced to going to perform on the same stage as a grassroots. Zhou Mubai laughed as if he had expected Gu Mingcheng to say that. You boys are still so proud, but I like it. Don't worry, the live streaming has been arranged. It's just a matter of spacing out. We have the resources and connections. There was no need to play the king's wife sells herself act with him. Tonight live, You're going to show Jiangli what it means to have a crushing power gap, and at this time, the First People's Hospital of Qinglu City. A light rain falls outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the VIP ward. The sound of the instruments being moved startled the sparrows in the treetops. Jiangli leaned back and sat on the hospital bed. Fingertips unconsciously rubbed the analgesic pump button and watched the groundskeepers carry camera tripods through the corridors. The Tomato Channel is taking this broadcast seriously, even though it's a rebroadcast. Not in any way inferior to the opening of Best Buddies. Watch the track line. The guide wearing a headset suddenly drank low, and the three interns scrambled to collect the cables on the floor. Chapter 101, Old Shui. What are you shaking? When Chen Ruoshi adjusted the position of the vase for the 8th time, Zhang Yang finally pressed her trembling hand. Ancestor, if you keep spinning the roses will shake them bald. She then realized with a start that her palms were covered in cold sweat, and glanced at the hospital bed with a sardonic smile. The teenager was holding a thermos and taking small sips. The dense heat blurred the pale face, as if the surrounding chaos and disorder have nothing to do with him. I heard that the backup equipment from the Best Shot finale was used this time. Shui Jilu pretended to pick up the conversation with ease, but his eyes were glued to the heart rate monitor. Jiangli smiled lightly at his words. The Tomato Channel is using the ward as a studio. Jokes are like stones thrown into a deep pool. The ripples of the splash are fleeting. Mr. Jiang, the equipment is almost ready. Can you see what else needs to be adjusted? The guide carefully asked Jiangli for her opinion, her tone carrying a bit of respect and nervousness. After all, this is the hottest musician on the internet right now. The song Wedding Card Street sealed the deal straight away. What's more, it's rumored that another heavyweight will be watching the broadcast tonight. The pressure is on. Jiangli put down the sheet music and looked around, shaking her head slightly. Pretty good, that's all. The tone of his voice was calm, and no mood swings could be heard. Chen Ruoshi quickly walked over to Jiangli's bedside and lowered her voice. Mr. Jiangli, are you really not nervous at all? After all, the academy side is up to something, right? Jiangli took over the conversation, his tone still calm. Chen Ruoshi froze for a moment, not expecting Jiangli to be so direct. You know? Jiangli laughed, an imperceptible mockery in his eyes. After all, some people can't afford to lose. Zhang Yang also came over, with worry on his face. Teacher Jiang, this time the academy sect is coming on strong. I heard that they've invited very powerful guys, so you have to be careful. Shui Jilu also nodded his head repeatedly and agreed. I've heard that the one coming this time seems to be some kind of ace, who has won many awards abroad. Very powerful. Looking at the three of them in a nervous state, Jiangli couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, soldiers will come and go. What are you afraid of? Available. Chen Ruoshi wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Jiangli raising her hand. Okay, all of you, stop being nervous and act like you're going to war. Jiangli spoke in a relaxed tone, trying to ease the atmosphere. Isn't it just writing a song? How big a deal? That said, however, Chen Ruoshi, Zhang Yang, and Shui Jilu were still unable to completely relax. The weight of this broadcast, after all, is just too heavy. What's more, there's an unsubstantiated, yet compelling rumor. The one from Shannon Hill will be watching this live tonight as well. Thinking of that Tarzan who stomped his feet and the Chinese music scene would tremble 3 times, Chen Yushi and the others became even more nervous. On the contrary, Jiangli was not concerned about anything, still calm and relaxed, and even had the mood to joke with Shui Jilu. Old Shui, what are you shaking? Is the air conditioning too low? Should I add a quilt for you? Shui Jilu cried out. Teacher Jiang, I'm dying of nervousness, and you're still in the mood to joke. Jiangli smiled and picked up a stack of printed A4 papers from the bedside, handing them to Chen Ruoshi. Pick a song to sing for the second installment of the competition. Chen Ruoshi took it with both hands and quickly skimmed through it. At the top is the sheet music for Pleasant Street. She had heard the song countless times and knew the melody and lyrics by heart, so it was no surprise. What really froze her was the title of the song on the second page, The World Gives You. After just a few sweeps of the lyrics, his heart raced and his fingertips trembled slightly. That one line of lyrics, it's like it has some kind of magic, instantly pulling her into a whirlwind of warm and moving emotions. Wedding, blizzard, rye. The stories I heard on the air flashed back in my mind like movie film. A bride in a wedding dress eating grilled cold noodles, a father running in the wind and snow, a geography teacher rooted in the wheat fields of Mo. Those otherwise scattered pieces of the story are at this moment, by this song, in an almost perfect position, strung together into a complete and moving picture. Chen Ruoshi felt as if she was on top of a vast and boundless wilderness. Overhead is the bright starry sky, underfoot is the soft soil, in the ears is the gentle wind, and in the eyes is the leaping light. The best gifts of life are in this song. It flows slowly and pours out silently. Keep looking down. When I read the line gave me a disease, and slowly healed and shook the wind chimes. The eyes couldn't contain their moistness any longer. the smell of antiseptic water in the hospital room, the regular ticking of the ventilator, the rain-soaked green leaves outside the window, all came alive. This song isn't just about storytelling. It was more about Jiang Li himself and what he was going through at the moment. Shui Jilu and Zhang Yang also curiously came over. What's the song? Look, what moved you? Shui Jilu probed and glanced at the sheet music, and his eyes widened. Asterisk 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 asterisk, the world gives you? Is the song title that atmospheric? Zhang Yang also squeezed his way to the front, and when he read the content of the lyrics, he directly sucked in a breath of cold air. No way. Mr. Jiang, this is too powerful. The more the two of them looked, the more shocked they became, and the look of envy and jealousy on their faces was almost overflowing. Mr. Jiang, you're being too biased, aren't you? Such a good song just misses you, Shui Jilu said sourly, his tone exaggerated like a whiny woman. That's it. Zhang Yang nodded his head repeatedly and agreed. The intention of the song, the pattern, TBH, Gold Song of the Year booking. Mr. Jiang can't favor one over the other. Give us both a song too. Chen Ruoshi listened to Shui Jilu's flirting. Her pretty face instantly reddened, like a ripe apple, delicate. Raising his head, he glared angrily at Shui Jilu and secretly glanced at Jiang Li. Jiang Li was amused by Shui Jilu's exaggerated expression. Look at you. Smiling, he shook his head, his tone light. There's enough songs. What's the hurry? There's more to come. Free up your slot first. Don't let the song come out when you people aren't available. Don't worry. I'm not going to be busy with a world tour like old Chow. Shui Jilax patted his chest in reassurance. Everything that can be pushed has been pushed, just waiting for best shot to start. At this point the guy glanced at his wristwatch to confirm that the equipment was functioning properly. 5 fingers close into a fist in sequence off camera. Jiang Li nodded slightly and looked at the camera. Smile just right at the ring filler light. Good evening, everyone. On the data monitoring screen, the numbers suddenly started going crazy. 30, 000, 50, 000, 80, 000. The orange-red curve traces a nearly straight upward line. The pop-up pool was like a mint pressed into a carbonated beverage. Dense bubbles instantly exploding across the screen. Good evening, River God. Squatting report. Front row confession to Mr. Jiang. The street of wedding cards, YYDS. Rushing. I'm sorry. I've heard Wedding Street before. Where's the new one? This wave must give kudos to Tomato Channel, the conscience of the industry. Tomato Station actually shed to the whole platform to push the stream? This wave of blood loss, Has the River God been inspired yet? Those 3 stories are really good at poking at the heart. Netizens are passionate like fire. All kinds of pop-ups and gift effects brush non-stop. Jiang Li was also in a much more relaxed mood, chatting casually with the netizens like old friends chattering away. Thanks for the show. So many people. The little anchor is a bit flattered. Those 3 stories are done, and the song is called The World Gives You Away. The weekend competition will be given to Yuhi to sing. Chapter 102, to rub it in is called a courtesy. Really? I'm looking forward to it. The World Gives You? The title of the song is so grandiose. Woohoo! There's a new song to listen to. Happiness comes too suddenly. Chen Yushi sings? I'm looking forward to it. Miss is a good singer too. Weekend squatting is set. I'm going to break out the tomato counter for the new song. That being said, the song title is so meaningful. It feels like another pop booking. I've started a single loop of Wedding Card Street and can't stop. Netizens are all over the place, asking for new songs and stories. Jiang Li had a faint smile on her face as she casually chatted with the netizens. The topics of conversation ranged from new songs to the recent weather to the food of Curious City. The atmosphere was relaxed and cozy. He planned to wait until the number of people on the air exceeded 100,000 before starting today's story collection session. The more people there are, the greater the probability of collecting quality stories will naturally be. The number of people in the live broadcast room continued to climb and soon exceeded 90,000. It was about to break through the 100,000 mark, but suddenly it was like being cast under a spell of immobilization. Stuck at the 90,000 figure, never able to inch forward again. The pop-up scrolling has also slowed down significantly. Zhang Yang kept staring at the background data. Strange, what's going on? It's stuck? Shui Jilu also came over to take a look and sked. It's still true. Did the server crash? Chen Ruoshi was also a bit strange. It shouldn't be according to reason. The Tomato Channel's live streaming technology should be pretty sophisticated for that. Just then, a pop-up floated by and instantly caught everyone's attention. Run! Next door to Gumingqing's live broadcast to draw 10 SU7S. It was as if a spoonful of cold water had been thrown into boiling oil. The originally dense barrage suddenly went wide and blank. Real-time numbers began to fall off a cliff. 80, 000, 60, 000, 40, 000. It finally settled on a dismal 37,000. The sporadic pop-ups that drifted by still had hammy trails. I'm sorry Jiangshan, this is a Xiaomi car. I'll be right back. I'll go see what the prize looks like. Brother Mo typed his understanding on the public screen. Xiaomi's car is given away. It seems that this time it is down to blood money. Brothers withdrew and went next door to try their luck, in case they won the lottery. Xiaomi car who doesn't want it? Brother Li is sorry. I'm going next door to scout the enemy. Looking at the plummeting number of people, the smile on Jian Li's face slowly disappeared and her eyes became playful. Xiaomi SU7 It was repeated softly, no joy or anger audible in his tone. Grabbed the thermos and took another drink. The heat was dense, covering the coldness that flickered under his eyes. 10 Xiaomi SU7s. That's a lot of money. Over $2 million in giveaways for a sniper battle firsthand. It's not a bad deal by any stretch of the imagination. After all, once he, a grassroots, gets his feet wet, the authority of the academy will be challenged like never before. What's more, it's not just about face. It's also about the future discourse of the Chinese music scene. I have to say this is a brilliant move indeed. What makes a young conspiracy so difficult to solve is that it is laid out in plain sight, so that you know it is a pit. But you have to jump. Turn off the live feed? That plays right into the hands of the academy. Sitting on the weak nature of Tomato Terrace and Jian Li's colorfulness. No, it's also an unacceptable end to watch a live broadcast lose all its popularity and end up as a laughingstock. In and out, left and right. I'm afraid that anyone else would have panicked long ago, but those who have experienced life and death, their state of mind has long exceeded that of their peers by a large margin. This little scene doesn't scare him. Suddenly, he laughed out softly, startling Zhang Yang so much that his hand shook and almost dropped the tablet. The goji berries in the thermos sync up and down with the vibrations. Like the Tomato Terrace at the moment, the high-level conference room is in a state of disarray. What an international joke. Su Zhang slammed the statement on the conference table, the pages scattering like snowflakes. Zhou Ming stared at the curve that fell off a cliff on the projection screen, his back teeth clenched in raw pain. $2 million for a hot event. Gu Mingcheng. This lunatic is really willing to put down blood money. What now? The publicity director slammed the tablet on the table. The top 3 hot searches are all about pumping cars. All the promotion money we invested has gone down the drain. 23 floors of tempered glass windows. Evening rush hour traffic merges into a river of gold and red stars. But the air in the conference room froze to ice, and everyone's face reflected the ghostly blue light of the cell phone screen. How did this happen? How did this happen? One of the leaders muttered something with a tone of desperation. What was a great situation was instantly crushed by the academy faction. This sense of falling short is overwhelming. Shutting down the live stream stops the damage, but the Tomato channel is completely disgraced. If you don't shut it down, you'll have to watch your popularity get sucked away next door, and you'll end up being the laughingstock of the industry. Zhou Ming was silent, his eyes staring at the screen without blinking. The mind raced, trying to find a way to crack it. Various options flashed by and were rejected one by one. This move by the academy is almost an unanswerable phallic trick. Unless Jiang Li was able to come up with more explosive content that instantly reversed the situation. But is it possible? Proto-creation is inherently challenging. Not to mention, having to come up with an attraction that can compete with 10 SU7s in such a short period of time? Just as everyone was at a loss and near despair, a sharp-eyed senior suddenly exclaimed, "Quick look! Look at Jiang Li's live broadcast." All eyes instantly focused on the screen. In front of the camera, the pale teenager suddenly reaches out to adjust the camera angle. When the cuff of the hospital gown slipped, it revealed the bruised mark of an indwelling needle. Since everyone is busy with the raffle, tapping his finger on the interface to bring up the Connect application, how about we play something more interesting? Like, Connect with Gu Mingcheng? The conference room was instantly dead silent. Everyone froze as if time had frozen. Connecting, Gu Mingcheng? One of the leaders stammered and repeated, incredulous shock in his tone. Su Zhang stood up violently and walked quickly to the screen. Deadpan stared at the blinking connection request. Zhou Ming also raised his head, dismay flashing in his eyes. Teacher Jiang Li wants to connect Gu Mingcheng? What does he want? Almost instantly, he pulled out his cell phone to send a message. And on the screen, Jiang Li pulled out his cell phone and Tada replied. Soon after, Zhou Ming received the message. What else can I do with SU7? I'm always lucky. Su Zhang stared at Zhou Ming's stiff neck bruise and tapped his fingertips on the conference table. Mr. Zhang answered back. The knot in Zhou Ming's throat rolled twice as he mechanically raised his cell phone. He said, was going to be in the drawing. The cold light of the projector swept across the stunned faces of all the executives in the room, and some of them knocked over their thermos cups and forgot to hold them up. Sweepstakes? The publicity director lost his voice and shouted, what's the draw? Our program group budget are. Mr. Jiang said the raffle dash. Zhou Ming lightly clasped his index finger on the desktop. revealing a meaningful smile in a room full of stunned people. It's not necessarily necessary to pay for it yourself. Su Zhang laughed out loud. The station manager, who had always been known for his iron fist, was now laughing so hard that tears appeared in the corners of his eyes. What a borrowed power. This kid is clearly trying to use Gu Mingqing's arena as his stage. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. And suddenly someone drew a cold breath. The publicity director pushed up his glasses violently. If you can really connect to the line at this point, the conversation blows up whether you get the draw or not. The CFO was still wiping his splattered sleeve when he suddenly shuddered. Later, if I do win the lottery, that's even better. Zhou Ming scratched the lock screen of his cell phone, and the latest news sent by Jian Li bounced on the projection screen. I heard the SU-7 costs $300,000 for the top of the line, followed by a playful winking emoji. Su Zhang jabbed his finger at the real-time pop-up screen. See, the Academy is playing with money. We are playing with brains. Between the jaws of the crowd, he turned and unbuttoned his suit. Last time Li Mingyu rubbed Mr. Zhang's heat, today we rub it back and call it a courtesy. But if the streak flips, the finance director was interrupted by Su Zhang waving his hand just as he opened his mouth. Roll over? His knuckles knocked on Jian Li's live screen. Has Mr. Jian Li ever flipped a car? On the monitor screen, Jian Li tapped the Connect application button. The pop-up pool suddenly exploded into scattered sparks. Is really going to link up? Both sides of the live stream string raffle? The grid opens up to the family. Zhou Ming clutched his cell phone and rushed to the console. Guidance team prepare for a double screen push stream. Field control. Connect to backup power. Turning his head to meet Su Zhang's approving gaze, Teacher Jiang said the traffic has no position. Whoever uses it is whoever uses it. Xiao Yun loosened his tie, and a brilliant light appeared under his eyes. I thought we were being roasted on a fire? Then tap dance in the fire. Tech suddenly exclaimed. Look at the curve. What had been a cliffhanger suddenly tailed off the dateline. 30, 000, 50, 000, 80, 000. The orange and red numbers went up like crazy. The pop-up pool drifted through patches of gold special effects. User Shangshan Songtao is giving away Carnival X10. User Songtao Butler gifted Dream Castle X20. In the golden light of the screen, a top pop-up screen stood out. Old Man Shen said that cars are not as interesting as listening to music. Chapter 103, Elder Chen's Descent. Tomato Terrace is confused. The pop-up pool exploded in colorful fireworks. The ID of Shangshan Songtao dominates the top of the screen with carnival effects. The netizens were a little confused for a while. Carnivals, dream castles, these are the top gifts on the air. A carnival costs thousands of dollars and a fantasy castle is tens of thousands. 10 carnivals and 20 dream castles in one go. How much does that cost? What kind of a gold-digging father is this? Throwing away 10 carnivals just like that? The happiness of the rich is really simple. Take out the heirloom bowl. Next door pumping cars, this one spreading money. Tonight we are all badgers jumping up and down in the melon field. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was instantly brushed by Jiangshan Powerful. List 1 Big Brother Mighty. The audience, who had just been shaken by the Xiaomi car, was instantly pulled back by the sudden tycoon-style bounty. There were even quite a few people that were attracted by the commotion over here. The number of people on the air began to pick up again. Chen Ruoshi stared at the background data and swallowed. The amount of money this ID has rewarded in the last 3 minutes is worth half a year's revenue for the average anchor. What's even weirder is that the account information field is completely black, and I can't even find the IP address. And at that moment, in the high-level conference room on the 23rd floor of the Tomato Terrace, the originally frozen atmosphere became subtle once again with the screen full of golden special effects. Su Zhang stared at the words Shangshan Songtao on the screen, his eyes almost glaring out. Shangshan? Songtao? These two phrases together, combined with the line cars are not as fun as listening to music. He felt like he had been struck by a bolt of lightning and his body went numb. The pen in his hand snapped on the solid wood conference table. The ink seeped into the cracks along the Baroque carved lines, like a cracked expression at the moment. Deadpan on that ID on the cast screen. The encrypted prefix, for the exclusive network channel of the Aroma Mountain. Nursing home. Could it really be that one? Turning his head violently to look at Zhou Ming, his voice trembled a little. Xiao Zhou. Director Zhou. You, look at this ID. Xiangshan Pine Tao. Could it be? Zhou Ming's face was even more shocked and incredulous than Su Zhang's, deadly staring at the ID on the screen. His lips trembled, half unable to speak. Xiangshan Songtao, this ID is too familiar, so familiar that it is engraved in the bones. Dreaming about it. Not long ago accompanied the leadership of the station to Xiangshan Sanatorium to send flatbed. Far from having seen a side, that old man lived in the pine-top courtyard, which was filled with pale pine trees. When the wind blows, the pine waves are magnificent. The ID Shangshan Songtao is a perfect match for the old man's place. Take a deep breath and try to calm yourself down. Double-check that ID. and the Chen Lao said that follows it. Can't go wrong. There's absolutely no mistaking it. That's the one. It must be the one. Neon lights haloed into hazy patches of light in the torrential rain. The conference room fell into an eerie silence, the central air conditioning vents emitting a slight hum. Staring at the word Chen Lao on the top pop-up screen, Su Zhang suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself. The crisp ringing sound startled the crowd. It's really Elder Chen. It's not a dream. Co Young touched his reddened cheeks, raised his voice an octave, and laughed like a mouse that had stolen oil. The other executives in the conference room, although not as well informed as Su Zhang and Zhou Ming, had vaguely guessed something. A character that could be so shocked by Su Zhang and Zhou Ming was definitely not an ordinary person. The keywords Fragrant Hill and Chan Lao come to mind, and cars are not as fun as listening to music. A name cried out for them to follow suit. Director of the station. Director Zhou. Is it really that old mansion? The publicity director asked excitedly, his voice trembling a little. Zhou Ming nodded heavily, his tone of certainty incomparable. Can't be wrong. It's definitely that Elder Chen. Fragrant Mountain Sanatorium, Songtao Academy. Who else could it be but that one? Receiving Zhou Ming's affirmative reply, the conference room instantly exploded. All of the executives stood up in excitement, with incredulous ecstasy on their faces. Oh my god, it's really Elder Chen? His old man is actually watching Jiang Li's live broadcast? How is this possible? How could a bigwig of Elder Chen's caliber pay attention to such a small live broadcast? Hearing is believing. Seeing is believing. This ID is right in front of us. How can it be fake? Elder Chen actually swiped so many gifts for Mr. Jiang Li. He even personally sent pop-ups to stand up. This is a heavenly surprise. Our tomato stage has really bet on the right treasure this time. Mr. Jiang Li is simply our lucky star. After the shock, there was great excitement and ecstasy. If there was a slight element of gambling in supporting Jiang Li before, then now that Elder Chen had appeared, he had undoubtedly given them a peace of mind. Elder Chen was willing to stand up for Mr. Jiang Li. That means, even if those people from the Academy faction were to mess things up anymore, they would definitely not dare to go too far. After all, in front of a titanic figure like Elder Chen, the Academy School's little bit of authority was not worth mentioning at all. More importantly, Chen Lao was willing to pay attention to Jiang Li and brush Jiang Li with gifts. That in itself represents an attitude, a recognition. This was a heavenly opportunity for them at Tomato Terrace. All of the executives looked at Su Zhang with excitement and began to pat their asses one after another. The station manager is wise. The station manager is really far-sighted. If it wasn't for you arguing and insisting on supporting Mr. Jiang Li, how could we possibly get on the Chen Elder's good side? Yes. At first I thought that you, the station manager, had a unique vision and extraordinary vigor. Now it seems to be true. Director, you are truly the linchpin of our Tomato Channel. With you here, the future of Tomato Channel is bright. Listening to the flattery of the crowd, Su Zhang's face also revealed a smug look. He enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by people and praised. After all, who doesn't like to hear good things? What's more, these kind words are not all false compliments, but come with a bit of truth. When he had forcefully insisted on supporting Jiang Li, it was indeed he, Su Zhang, who had made the decision. In hindsight, the decision was undeniably and unquestionably the right one, arguably even one of the wisest decisions of his career. If he hadn't insisted, maybe the tomato table will really lose touch with the big ship of Chen Lao. When the time comes, the loss of their tomato station will be incalculable. Other people cut their heads off trying to climb into a relationship with Elder Chen, but suffered from a lack of access. And now, Elder Chen actually took the initiative to pay attention to their Tomato Channel's live program, to also brush Jiang Li with so many gifts. This was simply a good thing that fell from the sky. His heart was happy, but Su Zhang was also very clear. All this credit can't be wrapped around one person, Jiang Li. Without him, it's all just talk. No matter how powerful Elder Chen was, it was impossible for him to pay attention to the tomato table for no reason. In the final analysis, it was Jiang Li's talent and charisma that attracted Chen Lao's attention. Thinking of this, the smile on his face became a little more sincere. Waving his hand to silence the crowd, he said in a sincere tone, "Gentlemen, I certainly deserve a share of the credit for today's situation, but more importantly, it is the talent of Mr. Jiang Li, without whom none of what we have today would have been possible. So, to be thankful, we should be even more thankful to Mr. Jiang Li." It was said in a way that was watertight and affirmed his credit without taking credit for it. Instead, he gave more credit to Jiang Li. These words immediately won another round of praise from the crowd. The station manager is right. We should thank Mr. Jiang Li. Yeah, Mr. Jiang Li is the real credit. Thank you, Mr. Jiang Li. Thank you, Jiang Shun. Once again, the conference room erupted in praise. Only this time, the object of praise changed from Su Zhang. to Zhang Li, who was far away in the hospital room. Notify the technical department to immediately hook up an exclusive server to Mr. Zhang's live room, and make sure to ensure the live broadcast is smooth and stable. Su Zhang flexed his fingers and tapped the desktop. On the live feed, the teenager was tilting his head to study the connectivity interface, oblivious to the fact that he has become a blessing to the entire tomato table. And then let the new media operation department immediately put the phrase hashtag Qianlao appeared in the live broadcast room hashtag on the top of the hot search. Make sure that the whole network knows about this news. Suddenly coming close to Zhou Ming's ear. Go find 20 marketing numbers and make a 9-panel grid of the past reward records of the Shangshan Songtao account. Remember to accidentally reveal the running water that rewarded the theater guild 3 years ago. Zhou Ming's pupils contracted violently. At that much anticipated Peking Opera seminar 3 years ago, Chen was the one who slammed his teacup in front of the Minister of Culture to show his strong dissatisfaction with certain phenomena. Su Tai's move to hit the bull through the mountain is ostensibly to sit on Chen Lao's identity. In reality, it was an allusion to the academy experts who scoffed at Zhang Li, accused them of having eyes for pearls and mistaking them for fish eyes. And at this moment, inside a certain Chinese courtyard at the southern foot of Fragrant Hill, sandalwood incense lingered. Zhao Yanxiu grimaced ironically and took off his silver wire glasses. Fingers crunched heavily over the phrase cars are not as fun as listening to music on the flat screen. The yellow rosewood eunuch chair made an unbearable creaking sound. Shen Huayuan's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if a rainstorm was coming, and he tightly pursed his lips without saying a word. A few other academy school bigwigs, their faces were no better. There was a lingering gloom on all his brows. They are all pivotal figures in the Chinese music scene. You can shake the music world with a stomp of your foot. The academy is where it is today, inextricably linked to the efforts and operations of those of them. More importantly, it is also inseparable from Chen's decades-long support. It's no exaggeration to say that there is no Qianlao. The academy cannot be the ruling force in the country's music scene. Those of them would never have been able to sit where they are today. The word Chan is more than just a former titan to the academy. It's more like a flag, a symbol, an unparalleled bottom line. But now the flag seems to be falling on the side of the wildcard, which they have always disliked. How can this be acceptable to the crowd? In particular, which of them, the bigwigs in high positions, are not the best of the best? The political sense of smell is as sharp as a precision instrument. Chen Lao appeared in the live broadcast, but also in the name of a Shangshan Songtao reward. The phrase a car is not as interesting as listening to music seems to be casual, but it actually carries a very profound meaning. The crowd instantly smelled something unusual. The Elder Chen. This is about supporting the folk faction. Chapter 104, Zhang Shen is up to something again. Once the thought popped up, it grew like a weed in the mind. It puts them on pins and needles. For a long time, academics and folk have been vaguely opposed to each other. The academics, with their well-established system and powerful resources, have been suppressing the folk faction. They have long been used to being on top, to looking down and being in control. But if Elder Chen really starts supporting the folk faction, I'm afraid the music scene is about to change. This change is definitely not good news for the academy. One could even say that it is an unprecedented crisis. It was in this oppressive to suffocating silence that a voice broke the deadlock. 20 years. Shen Huayuan rubbed the rosewood string, and the crystal chandelier cast shadows on the lenses. Since Chan Lao retired to convalesce, this is the first time he has made a public statement. How we stomped on folk music to get to the top back in the day is how they can lift the table today. The bamboo shadows outside the window, but no one has the leisure to watch. Zhao Yanxiu suddenly grabbed the gilt tea needle and heaved it on top of the head of the teapot Pishi. Why are you panicking? If Elder Chen is really determined to promote someone, why would he use such a frivolous means as a reward? 3 years ago, when the Opera Association organized an online live broadcast, didn't the old man also reward a few juniors casually? Which of those kids really caught his eye later on? The vice president of the Folk Music Association rotates the CFT 90 degrees. If you ask me, the old man is hammering us. Don't think that you can rest on your laurels just because you have a monopoly on words. His old man is in a high position and has always been known for his steadfastness. The changing landscape of the music industry is too big a deal to go down easily. It's even less likely that they'll change their stance and support the civic faction just because of a straw man. Several other bigwigs sniffed, their eyes twitching slightly as they waited for the following. In my opinion, the old man's actions tonight may just be that he's still considering Zhang Li. After all, Zhang Li's talent was there for all to see. The street of wedding cards is indeed stunning, and it's no surprise that Chen appreciates his talent. But admiration was admiration. It didn't mean that Chen Lao was going to strongly support him. Still less does it mean that Mr. Chen is going to give up on us academics. So, as long as Gu Mingchen plays well tonight, I believe Elder Chen will definitely re-examine and even change his mind and continue to support our academy school. These words were like a C-pin, instantly stabilizing the hearts and minds of the several bigwigs present. They mulled over the words, and the more they thought about it, the more sense it made. Yeah, what's the old man? How can you be so easily confused by a wild kid? His old man may just have a whim to see what's going on today. Maybe they are still secretly observing and examining Jiang Li's success. And what will really determine the final attitude of the old man? It's still strength. It's collegiate strength. As long as Ming Chang could produce a bright enough performance tonight to completely overwhelm Jiang Li, let the old man see the depth and strength of the academy, then everything still has a chance. Thinking about this, the faces of the several big men finally eased up a bit. The gloom on his brow dissipated considerably. Xin Huayuan suddenly stifled a laugh, wrinkles weaving into a spider web on his face. Elder Li has a point. Isn't the best thing that this Taishan Beidou can do is to give a sweet date and then crack the whip? As long as it's proven that there are successors to the academy, the old man will naturally understand who is the root of the Chinese music scene. The atmosphere of the tea room suddenly loosened, and Zhao Yanqiu removed his glasses and rubbed them slowly. This live broadcast tonight could very well be a turning point in the Chinese music scene. The academy must not lose. That's right. Ming Chang is only allowed to succeed, not to fail. Several other bigwigs nodded in agreement. The crowd quickly reached a consensus. The key to tonight is all on Gu Mingcheng. As long as he can overachieve and save the day, the academy has a chance. A few more people whispered and conferred for a few moments, finalizing some details. Then, it was Zhao Yanqiu who personally picked up the phone and sent a message to Gu Mingcheng. The content is simple. Just one sentence. Agree to connect the dots and make sure to go above and beyond. On the other hand, Gu Mingcheng, who had received a message from Zhao Yanqiu, looked at the words "make sure you play exceedingly well" on the screen of his cell phone. The corners of his mouth curved in disdain. Overachieving? Ha! You still need him, Gu Mingcheng, to go above and beyond to deal with the grassroots? Those old guys are really getting more and more cowardly with each passing day. He even sent a special message over to warn him, fearing that he would fall in the gutter. Agreeing to a connection request? It's ridiculous. Even if these old geezers didn't send a message, they themselves would have agreed to connect without hesitation. The academy's bunch of old-timers are all leaning on their old age and corpses. When it comes to real skill, it has long been crushed by the wheels of time, and now they're acting all high and mighty and pointing fingers, which is disgusting. The future of what Chinese music scene? What collegiate glory? It's just a cover for them to defend their own interests. If you ask him, these old guys should have rolled into the dustbin of history a long time ago. And that old man Chen. Gu Mingcheng's eyes darkened, and an imperceptible haze swept through the depths of his heart. To be old and not dead is to be a thief. This sentence is a bit treasonous, but it is the true inner thoughts at this moment. The old man should have retired a long time ago and stayed in a nursing home to die. Don't occupy the pit. It's only right to free up opportunities and positions for young people. The future of the Chinese music scene ultimately belongs to them. The young blood, just as well. Let's take this opportunity tonight to teach that old man a hard lesson with the absolute truth. Let him take a good look at the young man he had taken a fancy to on a whim. What an unbeatable piece of it really is. It made him realize that it was still up to them, the academy, to truly lead the future of the Chinese music scene. With that in mind, his fingertips tapped and agreed to the connection request. The live feed was instantly split in two. Gu Mingcheng's live broadcast room was brightly lit and luxurious. Dressed in a tailored, bespoke suit, his hair was immaculately coiffed. There was a confident and slightly reserved smile on her face, like a deity on high, looking down on the multitudes. The image on the right is slightly dimly lit, with a few hospital-specific cool white tones. The teenager with a slightly pale face appeared in the right side of the screen, dressed in a wide blue and white striped hospital gown. He looked more and more thin, as if he could be blown over by a gust of wind. The sickly pallor of his face could not hide the clearness of his brow. Instead, it adds a touch of fragile and breakable juvenility. Sitting against the hospital bed, covered with a thin blanket, the back of his right hand had an infusion patch on it, with faintly visible traces of a greenish-purple needle eye. But even so, when Jiang Li's face appeared on the screen, the live stream pop-up still exploded instantly. Ah, brother Jiang Shun, it's really Jiang Shun. Li looks so haggard. I'm heartbroken. Ooh, Jiang Shun should take care of his health. Don't work too hard. Look next door. Brother Li is connected. Come and watch. My heart goes out to Jiang Shun. He has to broadcast live when he's sick. The tomato station is really inhuman. The pop-ups rolled wildly, and various gift effects began to brush the screen. Jiang Li grinned at the camera, revealing a slightly weak, but wry smile. Raising his hand, he waved it towards Gu Mingcheng. The tone was a little polite and a little careless. Hello Anchor Day. The voice still carried the characteristic clarity of a teenager, but perhaps it was due to physical reasons, and a little more hoarse and weak. It sounds rather more sexy and titillating. Gu Mingcheng maintained the reserved smile on his face and nodded slightly as a response. Mind is actually a little surprised. Originally, I thought that Jiang Li would put up a sword-fighting, tit-for-tat stance after connecting. After all, the two are now rivals, and there is a long history of conflict between academics and folk. But I didn't expect Zhongli to have such a calm attitude, even with a hint of showing weakness. This made the contempt in Gu Mingqing's heart grow even more. I'm sure it's just a straw man that doesn't make it to the top. A little pressure and you wimp out. However, before Gu Mingqing had time to think about it in detail, Zhang Li's next words, however, caused the smile on his face to stiffen slightly. I'm here to smoke SU7, he said, and scratched his head in embarrassment. By the way, trying to gather some inspiration as well. Gu Mingqing raised his eyebrows, somewhat not understanding what Zhang Li meant. Smoking SU7? Gathering inspiration? What's going on here? Of course the anchor greatly rest assured that I won't rub this wave of traffic for nothing. It's a courtesy. This time I'm personally putting up $100,000 as a story collection prize for tonight's storytellers. After a pause, Zhang Li seemed to sigh with some difficulty. It can't be helped. Hospitalization is quite expensive these days. As you know, medicine is expensive. I'm so shy that I can only come up with so much, and I really can't come up with more. Spreading his hands, his tone was helpless and a little self-deprecating. Of course, I believe that since the anchor greatly can take out more than $2 million to give the netizens at SU7 draw without blinking an eye, I'm sure that raising the bonus pool amount is just a matter of smooth sailing for you, right? The words were said in a sincere manner, and the stance was put extremely low. It's as if it's really a desperate musician who can only survive by dabbling in traffic, but the words are hidden and sheepish. It seems to show weakness, but in fact, it is a retreat. Secretly poking Gu Mingqing dug a big hole. $100,000 bonus? Compared to Gu Mingqing's $1 million draws, it was simply a drop in the bucket and not worth mentioning. Shy of money? Hospitalization is expensive? Would a musician who can write a phenomenal song like Wedding Card Street lack this measly hospitalization fee? The hell with it. First of all, he indicated that he was here to sweepstakes and traffic. Putting himself in a vulnerable position lowered Gu Mingqing's guard, and then seemingly generously rewarded the storyteller with $100,000. Create the illusion of I'm sincere too. Finally, it is the immobilization that throws out the real purpose, the cudgel. Seemingly praising Gu Mingqing for being rich and generous and being able to take out more than $2 million for the raffle. But in fact it is a moral abduction. If Gu Mingqing doesn't raise the bonus pool amount, wouldn't he look even more shy and stingy than Zhang Li? The live stream pop-ups were once again booming. Zhang Shen's wave of retreat for advancement. High. Really high. Laughing. Is this called cry-poor marketing by Kanjin? Something in the way. Ha 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 ha. Anchor Gu is going to be roasted on the fire. 100,000 bonus versus 10 SU7S. The pattern opens up at once. Gu Mingqing, I've got my pants down, and this is what you're showing me? We're in for a treat. We're in for a good show. Let's wait to see how Anchor Gu will take it. Bet 50 cents on chili fries. Gu Mingqing is definitely going to be set up by Zhang Shen. Chapter 105, Father's Toolbox. The corners of Gu Mingqing's mouth pulled slightly stiffly, and his heart burst with indescribable mushiness. Spent a lot of time dealing with crooked people who have a straight brain. It was really the first time I'd been held up with such a sheepishly soft knife. Zhang Li's move was said to be a first courtesy. Right, and the pattern wasn't much more clever. It's just pure nausea. He looks glamorous, as if he's making a lot of money, but in reality the overhead is just as huge. Otherwise, you wouldn't fly Spring Airlines back home to save some money on airfare. The 10 SU7S that were drawn in the live broadcast room were still sponsored by that guy Mubai. To put it bluntly, what's more, he was half-asked, half-invited to come back and smooth things over. At best it's a favor, at worst it's a gun. Not only did he not get paid a dime, but now he has to put his own money into it? On what grounds? Gu Mingqing's mind was racing, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt stifled. Increase the prize pool? Oh, nice try. He's not generous enough to spend his own money to do someone else's bidding and raise the heat for them. Grew up in a straightforward environment like that abroad. It also allowed Gu Mingqing to develop the character of saying what he had to say. I've never cared for that kind of bending and bending, and I don't care to play around with it. The thought brought back that trademark gangly grin on his face. Speaking candidly to the camera, Mr. Zhang is joking. Raise the prize pool or something. There's no need for that. Shrugging, his tone held a few moments of sincerity, a few moments of helplessness. As you can see, I've made such a big deal on my side. With the SU7 and the raffle, it's really all about program effects and just trying to have a good time. Honestly, this is all the budget I can come up with. It's really not a penny more. There was a pause in his tone and a somewhat embarrassed smile. I'm not going to lie. I have empty pockets and no money right now either. I really can't get more rewards, so I hope you guys will understand and not be offended. After saying this, he also made a slightly exaggerated hand gesture to the camera to show that he is poor. As far as raising the prize pool or whatever, it's even more impossible. After all, Coquettish women cannot cook without rice, but I'm sure there's more to tonight's story than SU7. The words were dripping with honesty and sincerity. Both directly rejected Jiang Li's proposal, but also explained his own cannot increase the prize pool reason. It also brought the conversation back to the call for stories in passing. It can be said to be a triple win, a quadruple win. Looking at Gu Mingqing's eloquent and generous appearance in the live broadcast room, the expression on Jiang Li's face didn't change much, and she only nodded slightly in understanding. It had been expected that Gu Mingqing would react this way. After all, there was no expectation from the beginning that the other party could be made to pay up by a few words. People like this who grew up abroad and carry Western pragmatic do-gooders in their bones, face and all that is far less real than real money. Expecting to make Gu Mingqing obedient with such a small trick as moral kidnapping was tantamount to a fool's dream. However, Jiang Li didn't care. His purpose was not really to get Gu Mingqing to raise the prize pool in the first place, just wanted to take the opportunity to knock him around and disgust him. By the way, it also creates a bit of a conversation for the viewers and adds interest to the live stream. Now it seems that the purpose has been achieved. As for Gu Mingqing's refusal to raise the prize pool, it was also within his expectations. After all, not everyone is an ingrate like Li Myungwoo, will jump into the pit hard to save face. Gu Mingqing this frank crying poor type of explanation. The effect is unexpectedly good. Netizens were instantly enamored by his sincere statement. I love this honesty bureau. I'm also now empty-pocketed and penniless. Laughing. Anchor Ku is too truthful, isn't he? I give full marks to the explanation that a clever woman can't cook without rice. It makes sense. I prefer the sincerity of the anchor to some of the swollen-faced ones. Gu Mingqing this wave of operation, reverse sucking powder the road has turned into a fan. The pattern. This is the true pattern. It's all honesty and no falsehoods. Jiangshan's moral abduction seems to have flopped. I feel sorry for Jiangshan for a second. I didn't expect Gu Mingqing to be so stingy, ha. The winds of the live streaming pop-ups shifted instantly. The netizens who were originally waiting to see a good show and mock Gu Mingqing have been struck by this frank statement. Start praising him for being sincere, truthful and not playing false. There were even quite a few people who directly turned to fans and expressed their support for Gu Mingqing. Gu Mingqing was originally a little worried that his explanation would not be bought by the netizens, but I didn't expect the peaks and valleys. A frankness bureau down but did not lose powder, but also accidentally sucked a wave of road to powder. This made his heart smug and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. It seems that sometimes sincerity is the best surefire way to go. Especially when dealing with a dark guy like Jiang Li who likes to play tricks. It is all the more important to use sincerity to break the trick with force. He's not one of those dumbasses who just wants to save face. Clearing his throat, he piled an even wider smile on his face, facing the camera. It was also as if he was speaking aloud to Jiang Li on the other end of the link. Okay, joke's over. Let's get down to business. After the first story is told, draw the first Xiaomi SU7S of the day. The word SU7 was deliberately emphasized, as if to imply that everyone was in on it. The real showstopper is still the raffle. The story and all that is just an addendum. The netizens are really eating this up. The pop-ups were instantly bristling with all kinds of anticipation and excitement again. Woohoo! My unicorn arms are starving, sitting and waiting for the lottery. I hope I can dip into the European spirit, so that I, a non-celebrity, can experience the joy of winning the lottery. Su7, Su7, Su7. Say the important thing 3 times. Duck for Xiaomi's car. Brothers hit the grid on the public screen. This social animal decided to compare the face of my boss scolding me to SU7 headlights. The number of people online in both booths, fueled by SU7. Another wave of exaggerated growth. And it continues to climb. 1 million, 3 million, 5 million. Soon, the 10 million mark was surpassed. This number has far exceeded the previous record high for the live streaming platform. Even the servers were vaguely unable to withstand this huge traffic. The Shake Shack opening screen ad is stuck as a PPT. Between pop-up jams, sporadic wails drifted across the netizens. I'm popping up in a melon field. The good thing is, the technical team is strong. After some emergency repairs, the server was finally stabilized. It didn't cause too much of a live incident. Thank you all netizens for your patience. Gu Mingqing's voice rang out again. Now, our connection officially begins. Which friend would like to share your story? The words fell, but the live broadcast room fell into silence. The pop-ups also became sparse. It was a stark contrast to the lively scene just now. Time passed by, except for the pop-ups of the netizens urging and cajoling. No one ever volunteered to connect to tell the story. The smile on Gu Mingqing's face stiffened slightly, not expecting this to happen. It stands to reason that with the SU7 and the huge 100,000 prize money on the line, it's only right that netizens should participate in large numbers. How come no one is talking instead? A little puzzled in his heart, his gaze subconsciously glanced to Jiang Li in the right side of the link screen. The teenager still had the same cloudy demeanor, leaning back in the hospital bed, holding a thermos in his hand, small sips of goji berry water, as if everything in front of him had nothing to do with him. Actually, it's not hard to understand. On the one hand, $100,000 bonus is a lot though, but when it comes to the SU-7, which is worth more than $200,000, it's a bit underwhelming. After all, over $200,000 is not a small amount of money for most ordinary people. It's better to win an SU-7 than a $100,000 bonus. On the other hand, after a few live broadcasts, netizens also gradually figured out Jiang Li's threshold. Those lovey-dovey, parental, cheesy stories don't even enter his mind. If you want to impress Jiang Li to get the prize money, you have to have a deep enough, meaningful story to do so. But the problem is that the vast majority of internet users are ordinary people, living a 9-to-5, 2-to-4 life every day. Lay in bed after work and swipe through your phone, watch a live stream, and have some fun. Where are the amazing, heartfelt stories to share? Even if they did, they were mostly trivial. It's not even worth mentioning, let alone take it out and share it in front of tens of millions of people. It was in this awkward silence. A netizen with the ID name Chuni Woodcraft Studio has applied for a connection. Gu Mingqing's eyes lit up and he chose to agree without hesitation. Between flashes, the woman appeared in a third split screen, light gray overalls stained with wood shavings, a ponytail tied casually at the back of her head, and a pair of half-used black-framed glasses perched on the bridge of her nose. She pins the carving knife behind her ear and smiles coyly at the camera. Hello Mr. Jiang, I really like your wedding invitation street. The pop-ups were instantly overrun by earthy sentiments. Sister kills me, workwear beauty yyds. Is it too late to switch to carpentry? Help! She looks so handsome with a knife in her ear. The woman smiled shyly and turned her head to Gu Mingqing again, her tone carrying a few moments of gratitude. Hello Mr. Ku, thank you for this opportunity to be able to share my story here. A smile reappeared on Gu Mingqing's face, and his tone became extraordinarily enthusiastic. Hello. Welcome Chuni Woodcraft Studio. You're welcome, and it's an honor to have the opportunity to hear your story. What kind of stories does Missy want to share? Is it about love? Or is it about family, friendship? Or is it something else? The woman sniffed and smiled at the camera again, warm and serene. What I want to share is a story of legacy. With tens of millions of netizens watching, Chuni of Chuni Woodworking Studio tells the story. Start telling your story. That was the year Dad's planer got stuck in the acacia wood. Wooden splinters flew, and tiny wooden spines dug into the back of Dad's hand, oozing crimson beads of blood. That was the year I was slumped over my toolbox, buried in OU problems. The fresh scent of wood mixed with the rusty smell of motor oil from the toolbox drilled into his nostrils. Dad suddenly stopped working, his rough palm gently rubbing the sharp blade of the planer. It was like talking to myself and to me. Shani, study hard and don't come back to smell this old wood if you get out. Dad, Chen Jiangwo, is a famous carpenter in town. It always rained extra hard in the small southern towns of the 1980s. Whenever it rains, there is a dampness in the air. Dad would then set up a small bench under the eaves of the house and teach the young me to sharpen a paring knife. The sharp edge should be thin and sharp, and the man should be round on the outside and square on the inside. Chapter 106, A person with good luck does everything well. Dad's voice was as steady and strong as the wood he polished in his hands. The paring knife makes a chugging sound on the whetstone. The wood blossoms from the shavings always got all over my Crocs. Every time my dad came back from the Canton Fair, he would always bring me some novelty gadgets. Those brightly colored painted dolls are the brightest colors in my childhood memories. However, more than the elaborate toys, Dad's toolbox, however, appealed more to the younger me. That old toolbox, crushed under Dad's bed for years. The box contains an assortment of woodworking tools, axes, saws, planes, chisels, and all sorts of bits and pieces that can't be named. There was also a somewhat yellowed family photo pressed deep in the toolbox. On the back of the photo, a line was written in pencil, "Pay for your daughter's college education." Time passes slowly through the years like polished wood. In the blink of an eye I grew up and went to college as I had hoped, leaving a small southern town for the big city. And Dad is getting old. His back is hunched, and the calluses on his hands are getting thicker and thicker. In 2010 the bad news came that Dad was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer. He was gone forever that winter. I took my annual vacation to deal with the aftermath and returned to my old house in a small southern town. Dad's scent permeated the empty old house. While organizing my belongings, I came across the dusty toolbox in the corner of the old garage. The signs of insect infestation on it were clear evidence of an old problem that Dad had talked about redoing in the early days, but never had the time to do so. I rummaged through the rusted mortise and tenon model of my toolbox and pulled out a letter that was a little yellowed by age. The letterhead was cut from the back of a copy of my college diploma. The handwriting was Dad's familiar handwriting, strong and robust. The letter reads, "Don't let the old craft turn into cold pork on the offering table. Abba's ink line plays straight, and your path can come out with a new pattern." I took a longer vacation back to the old mansion to try to sort through my dad's belongings. Also want to take a moment and think about the road ahead. The town is still the same as it was in my memory, except that all the wood stores in the town have long since changed to selling cold resin furniture. The warm scent of remembered wood could no longer be found. I was alone that day, caressing my father's broken carved chair in the moonlight. The chairs are from Dad's youth. The carving is superb and lifelike, but the chair legs have been repaired by the father. The two back legs are obviously 2 inches shorter. Looks a bit incongruous. As a kid I used to tease my dad about his handiwork for that. He just smiled and didn't explain. It wasn't until that night that I suddenly realized what my dad was trying to do. Years ago, a cousin who was addicted to gambling had come to his door several times to borrow money. He even threatened to move the family's belongings to the casino to cover his debts. Turns out, Dad had been guarding against this for a long time. He deliberately made the legs 2 inches shorter to make the chair worthless. Naturally, my cousin would not have hit the chair. In the toolbox, still lying quietly, was the inkwell Dad had clutched so tightly on his deathbed. I grabbed the inkwell and pulled the wire wheel. In the wheel of the inkwell thread, there was actually twisted a strip of faded blue school uniform cloth. It was the corner of my school uniform when I was so anxious that I secretly wiped tears from my eyes because I couldn't solve a puzzle during my senior model exam. Dad treasured this cut of cloth until the end of his life. Now, my woodworking studio is listed. In the center of the studio's showroom, a modeled ram's horn hammer is on display. That's the tool Dad used, and it's the town treasure of the studio. I licensed the improved model of the mortise and tenon of the ancient building to the restoration division of the Forbidden City at no cost, contributing to the preservation and restoration of ancient buildings. Attached to the contract was purposely slipped a copy of that year's letter. Don't let the old craft turn into cold pork on the offering table. Abba's ink line plays straight, and your way can come out with a new pattern. The studio workshop is always lit with 2 lights. One is an LED work light that illuminates a modern CNC machine. The other was an old kerosene lamp, and the light licked at the set of chisels Dad had left behind. When the teacher from the Forbidden City came to the studio to accept the sandalwood falcon, staring at my restored model of a Qing dynasty ship's cabin with a furrowed brow, I shook my head. This mortise and tenon play is not like your dad's rules. I opened my dad's work notebook from 1968. Next to the work order diagram, a line was scrawled. If my daughter improves this style, when she breaks the 3rd tendon plate. In that moment, the room was filled with silence. Only green smoke rises slowly from the clay pots where the glue is burned. It's like back in the day, when my dad's breath was warm and lingering as he blew cool boiling broth for me. The story is told. The live stream was silent. The pop-up slowed down. Chunny-chan was a little nervous. I wonder if Mr. Jiang will like her story. After all, it's just a very common one. Stories about fathers, craftsmanship, and legacy. Compared to the thrilling, down and dirty stories, it seemed bland, even a little insipid. Just as quickly, the live stream was covered in pop-ups. Almost all of the internet was touched by this story. Although there is no sensational birth or death, there's no shocker about chasing a dream for decades, but it's often the unfolding, mundane stories that hit home the most. Countless internet users think of their own lives, more or less. There was a figure that influenced the rest of life. Help! Why didn't I cry when I cut the onions and watched the live broadcast? Carpenter Abba is my internet mouth for the bar. My dad said not to go back to the fishing village to smell the fishy odor. Suggested bid. Isn't this story more tear-jerking than a spring festival skit? The social animal begs Chunny to live chisel Hayabusa's head. It's much more sleep-aiding than ASMR. Breaking defense family. This is going through Grandpa's toolbox. Gu Mingcheng adjusted the sapphire cufflinks as his afterglow swept over the skyrocketing online numbers. The curvature of the smile before it reached the bottom of his eyes looked like it had been measured with a vernier caliper. Even the depth of the dimple depression is just right. The heat is kind of up for good. Many of those who originally came for SU7 are now fascinated by the story itself. It seems that the netizens are very interested in the story of Chuni. Good thing. He has long been inspired by the father's love genre. Writing the perfect piece is nothing more than water under the bridge. Also, this is a pillow being handed to you when you're sleepy. It's true that when you're lucky, everything goes smoothly. And at the moment, the mechanical beep of the system suddenly sounded in John Lee's head. The berry water stalled in his throat for half a second, and he swallowed the warmth without moving. Fingers rubbed the concave frosted pattern of the thermos. Detected the host acquiring a story fragment X1. Current collection progress, 1/2. Fusion reward, the complete score and arrangement plan for the song As You Wish. Gu Mingcheng carried a sense of contempt in the corner of his eyes. His eyes roved over Jiang Li's sickly face, the way the teenager's eyes hung down as he fiddled with the 4-tube. He looked like a stray cat that had gotten wet from the rain. There was no trace of the tactfulness that had characterized her earlier. I guess I'm at my wit's end and can't hold back anything decent. After all, The thing about inspiration is that it's not tap water. Unscrew the faucet and it clatters out, especially in this high-pressure live environment. In his place, he might not have been able to get his writing juices flowing right away. Was Mr. John not stumped by this cheesy story? There was an undisguised sarcasm in his tone. Don't be hard on yourself if you're not inspired. After all, the strong twisted melon is not sweet. No inspiration hard to hold back is also strange embarrassing. At those words, John Lee raised her eyes to look at the time on the screen, slowly tightened the lid of the cup and slowly sipped the goji berry water in the thermos. It was only then that he opened his mouth without slowing down. The tone of voice remained the same unenthusiastic blandness. Mr. Gu, are you hungry? I've heard that broccoli can replenish the brain. Why don't I order you a takeaway? It's not even half an hour away. What's the rush? The pop-ups were instantly flooded with bad stems. About the international pianist who needs a recipe for a 10-quart soup. Brotherly, I'm a professional in disliking people. Gu Mingqing's wave belongs to making a fool of himself. Glancing at the pop-up screen, Jiang Li slightly sidestepped her head. Sister Chunny, please private message me in the background and transfer a red packet to you. The netizens haven't reacted to the meaning of this clueless statement. Just seeing the screen, Jiang Li added in a calm tone. Just now this Chuni Woodcraft Studio story was well told and quite moving. Here's the deal. As a thank you to this friend for sharing, and to encourage more friends to participate, I decided to have a small token of appreciation for each of my friends who connected to share their stories. There was a slight pause in his tone, as if he was weighing his words. It's not much, $20,000 in red envelopes raining down, so don't think it's too little. $20,000. There was a brief silence in the live broadcast room, followed by pop-ups that instantly boiled like a volcano erupting. 20,000? Did I hear right? A small token of appreciation of $20,000? Jiang Shun, don't you have some misunderstanding about small token of appreciation? SU7 is in the air. $20,000 is real money. It's real money. Upstairs, the pattern is small. How is SU7 up in the air? What if it hits? What's the higher probability of hitting an SU7? Or being hit by a meteorite? I can't say, but I know $20,000 is solid. The original still slightly silent live room. The screen was instantly filled with pop-ups of connect, I want to connect, and pick me, pick me. Netizens who were just still hesitant and even a bit backed off by the SU7. At the moment, they are as enthusiastic as chicken blood, scrambling to be the first to click on the connection application. After all, as good as the SU7 is, there are only 10 of them. The live feed, however, had nearly 20 million people. The odds of winning are so slim as to be almost negligible. Instead, $20,000 of red envelopes rained down for real. Just connect and share your story for a chance to touch a big bonus. It's simply clear which one is more probable and more cost-effective. Live streaming backstage. Connection requests almost crowded the servers. Looking at the data that was frantically pulsing in the background, Chen Ruoshi's tongue was a bit knotted. Hands and feet screening for connectivity applications. Only Jiang Li's eyes flashed with an imperceptible smile. That's the effect to have. Real money is obviously more stimulating for netizens to participate in the enthusiasm than the nebulous SU7. What's more, $20,000 was just a drop in the bucket for Jiang Li, but for the vast majority of ordinary internet users, $200 is a lot of money. Applications that have been screened by Ruoshi-chan are displayed on the screen. Fingertips tap. Jiang Li randomly selected a netizen with the ID Happy Duck Today too, and accepted the connection request. The new split screen lights up. A handsome-looking girl appeared in the picture. Faced the camera with a slight bow and a smile. Hello Mr. Jiang Li, I would like to share a story related to my grandmother. Chapter 107, Grandma's Blue Scarf. The live stream pop-ups were once again ignited by curiosity. Grandma's story? Sounds interesting. Sitting and waiting for the young lady to tell her story. I hope it's a touching one. Eat your melon in the front row and see if the story can impress Jiangshan this time. Gu Mingcheng also came to be a bit more interested, adjusting his sitting position with just the right amount of smile on his face. A story related to Grandma? That sounds cozy. Missy, please tell it. The girl took a deep breath, as if brewing her emotions, and her voice softened. The year my grandmother left, I was organizing my belongings. A tin box was found at the bottom of the sewing machine drawer. The box was empty, with only some crunchy sesame seeds and half a rusty sewing needle. She always said it mysteriously when she was alive. Here's the key. You're not allowed to touch it until you're old enough to understand the sound of Keelung waves. I snuck it open when I was a kid and got a mahogany ruler from her. Grandmother said, a seagull can hold a cloud and recognize the way. When a man loses his token, his soul cannot more. I didn't understand at the time. I just thought Grandma's words were like a mystery. When I was growing up, I became a docent at the Pingtan Island War Memorial Museum and was responsible for explaining an exhibit called the Straits Concentration Quilt. It is a quilt made of 320 blue fabric blocks pieced together. The stitches are a blend of Manan and Hakka embroidery. There are a few stitches in the lower right corner of the quilt top that are slightly tender. The label reads, "Donated from John Doe," with a note, "When the clouds become a bridge, the warp and weft will meet." Every time I explain this, I think of my grandmother and the metal box that hid the secret. It wasn't until 2019, while sorting through my grandmother's belongings again, that I really unlocked the secret of the tin box. The inside of the lid is engraved with two beautiful names, Yulian Yulan. As it turns out, the iron box, the name, is all related to my grandmother's sister, my great-aunt Su Yuliang. Grandma's name was Su Yulan. She told me that in 1949, the two sisters were forced to separate on a night voyage in the Taiwan Strait. At that time, the 18-year-old grandmother and her sister tore open a blue scarf, one half for a token. Grandma told me that my great-aunt was taken away by the Nationalist Army. At parting, Grandma said to great-aunt, "When you see this clear sky color, you know that your loved ones are remembering." From then on, half a blue scarf became the only link between the sisters. After separating from my sister, my grandmother opened a tailor store in Zhengzhou. To wait for her great-aunt, she hung the other half of her blue scarf in the window of the tailor store. That hanging was 40 years. That is a touch of blue that fades over the years, like Grandma's graying hair, and also like the undying thoughts in her heart. Whenever it rained and the price of floral cloth went up, my mother always complained about the old scarf and urged my grandmother to get some new goods. But Grandma always shook her head and stubbornly held on to that blue. The long wait seemed endless. It was not until the late fall of 1987 that mail was finally opened across the Taiwan Strait. A silver-haired grandmother trembled as she unwrapped a green parcel of mail from Taipei. Inside the mailbag were 37 unsent letters and a few inches missing. Half a blue scarf with the scent of Keelung sea salt. The date of the letter stopped 3 months ago, in which the great-aunt wrote, "Alan, my closet has 44 wedding dresses stored for you." As it turns out, my great-aunt has a dowry store in Keelung. Every year, I would sew a wedding dress for my grandmother, with the expectation of a reunion. Only, she didn't wait for the day of the reunion. The night I received the letter and scarf, it was pouring rain. Grandma suddenly rushed barefoot into the rain, clutching a blue package. I chased her out with my umbrella, and the moment lightning broke through the night sky, I saw her kneeling by the gutter at the end of the alley. The two sections of the shaken scarf floated in the rain. Grandma shivered as she unwrapped the third cut of her scarf sandwich, and the old lens was covered in water droplets. "Look, Xiaowei, your great-aunt drew out all the threads of her own birthday suit to mend the holes." It turns out that in addition to the half that my great-aunt sent, a Taipei veteran rolled over and sent another couple inches. It was sent by a Hong Kong tea merchant who was asked to bring it through customs before his great-aunt Yuliang's death. 3 cuts of the scarf finally returned to Grandma in one piece. Grandma manned the sewing machine and carefully unwrapped 3 sections of the scarf into warp and weft threads. She remembered the parfait tin box she shared with her sister when she was a teenager. That tin box, it symbolizes their sisterly love. Grandma grabbed her anvil scissors and cut the scarf into pieces of fabric. Pieces are pieced together and sewn into a quilt. This is the Straits Concentration Quilt, now displayed in the Memorial Hall. The stitches on the quilt top are sometimes as fine as Manan embroidery and sometimes as rough as Hakka techniques. That was Grandma using a needle and thread to sew the sisterly love and the blood ties between the two sides of the Taiwan Strait. In 2005, the first cross-strait Chinese New Year charter flights took place. That night, my grandmother taught me how to tie the oyster shell knot, a specialty of southern Fujian, with trembling hands. That was the thought and expectation that she wanted to pass on to me, her granddaughter, as well. I ran out of thread when I was mending the last few stitches of the Straits concentric quilt. I secretly tied my own red headband on. That's the lower right corner of the display case, with those slightly juvenile red stitches. Whenever I explain the Straits concentricity quilt to visitors, I always stop in front of those red stitches, pointing to the line on the label. "When the clouds become a bridge, the warp and weft will meet." The warp and weft meet themselves refers to both the texture of the fabric and a metaphor for the eventual reunion of the two sides of the Taiwan Strait. And I always had that little tin box in my pocket. It was like the key to unlocking the half-life story of Grandma and great-aunt. It also connects our family across the strait and stretches out our thoughts. At the moment, the vermilion color on the blue cloth, under the lights of the Memorial Hall, is faintly visible. Out of the blue, I heard the creaking sound of my grandmother's foot on the sewing machine again. Together with the foghorn of Keelung Harbor in the distance, they play a lullaby that crosses the strait. The girl's story was finished, and there was silence in the broadcast room. Jiang Li didn't say anything, just quietly looking at the girl on the screen. There was an imperceptible movement in the lowered eyes. Crying. I really cried. This story is so touching. I instantly felt purified. Thank you, Missy, for sharing such a great story. I'm going to tell this story to my grandmother. Ooh, that's too good to cry. Sisterly love. 44 wedding garments. What kind of divine sisterhood is this? Tears fell from my eyes when I heard that it was so hard for grandma and great auntie, instantly feeling like all my previous troubles were nothing. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was screened by tears and broken defense. Gu Mingcheng was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Thank you Happy Ducks today too, for sharing such a touching story. It's about waiting, about commitment, about intimacy. It's also about the story of blood ties across the strait. Grandma and great aunt. They spent their lives waiting and holding on, explaining what true affection and love is. The story really touched me, and I'm sure it touched all the viewers on the air. Zhongli raised her head and smiled slightly at the camera. Be Happy Ducks today too. Thank you so much for sharing. And I hope your grandmother and sister, who are reunited in heaven, are happy forever. The girl bowed again to the camera, her eyes slightly red and her voice choked with emotion. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Thank you all. The girl exited the connection, and the live stream resumed its bustle once more. But this time, the hilarity was more than a little warm and fuzzy. After hearing this story, I feel warm inside. Yes, there is true love on earth, and the world is still a beautiful place. Looking forward to the next story. I hope it's as touching. And at this moment, in Jiang Li's mind, a system beep sounded once again. Detected the host acquiring a story fragment ×1. Current collection progress, February 2nd. Congratulations to the host for completing the collection of story fragments. Fusion rewards have been issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete score and arrangement plan for the song As You Wish. The mood in the live room was still steeped in that. The long thoughts across the strait. Gu Mingcheng, however, suddenly realized that he had made a fatal mistake. Jiang Li's hand-read envelope rain is simply openly repairing the dark position, using real money to divert netizens' attention from the SU7. By the way, it dilutes the heat of its own fatherhood theme. No, it can't go on like this. That old guy surnamed Chen should be watching in front of the screen at this moment. Old schoolers value proximity above all else. What's the point of talking about a collegiate legacy if you're being carried along by a sick kid? The main character of tonight's live broadcast is him, Gu Mingcheng. It didn't matter at all whether Jiang Li was inspired or not, whether he could create on the spot or not. The important thing is that one must seize this opportunity. The inspiration for the father theme, which had been brewing for a long time, was transformed into a real work of art, present to all. Glancing at the time in the lower right corner of the screen, there were still the last 15 minutes before the SU7 draw. That's a little time. That's enough. He's going to finish a piece that's good enough to wow the crowd and completely turn things around in those 15 minutes. Refocus, all eyes on yourself. By the time the raffle arrived, the great allure of the SU7 was enough to set off the live broadcast. At that time, who would remember whether Jiang Li had any inspiration and could create works? Look at the connecting screen again. The teenager still had the same calm and self-assured look. Mr. Jiang is still uninspired? The end of his voice was deliberately 2 beats long. Why don't we change the order? My side is bursting with ideas. For the next storytelling session, let's leave it to Mr. Jiang to preside. Is that okay with you? Jiang Li was stirring the wolfberries in the thermos with a small silver spoon when she lifted her eyes at the words. 2 locks of broken hair stood out from the collar of the hospital gown. The whole thing looked like it had just been fished out of a pile of cotton wool from a full sun. Please go ahead, Mr. Gu. The voice was so light it could float into a thermos and float. The live stream pop-ups instantly exploded. Danger! River god danger! Gu Peacock is going to open his screen. About the sick beauty who was cornered and kept smiling. Hurriedly. Where's my royal ghostwriter? Hurry up and deliver the cheat sheet to Li. Gu Mingcheng enjoyed this feeling of being noticed. Adjust the angle of the music stand. Long, bony fingers, with a slightly forceful undertone, press down on the live camera. The screen is momentarily taken over by enlarged knuckles. This next song, Shavings and the Sea, is dedicated to all the fathers who are as silent as the mountains. The rhythm of the fingertips tapping on the desktop suddenly became urgent, like an old-fashioned typewriter catching up with inspiration, deliberately lowering your voice to create a magnetic resonance. The first movement, planing knife, in E-flat major to G minor. My father used a paring knife to chip away the burrs of life in those flying wood chips. The draft paper that hides his daughter's OU questions also hides his simplest hopes for life. Before netizens can spit out the middle of the road title, they're hit with a sudden piano intro. Gu Mingcheng actually used a piano synthesizer on the spot and played an improvised melody. The left hand wanders calmly through the bass register, mimicking the dull, powerful sound of planing wood. The right hand jumps in the upper register, skillfully incorporating the nursery rhyme melody into the variations. There's something. Help! Goosebumps! This wave is really a magic attack. Jiang Li supported her chin, her gaze falling on Gu Mingcheng's flipping fingers in the split screen. The heat rising from the rim of the thermos blurred the curve of his lips. Listening to the opposing movement with its deliberate pile of transpositional tricks, Suddenly I remembered the old inkwell in my father's toolbox. Really good stories don't need to be showy. The ink line bounces straight, so naturally someone follows the trail. Chapter 108, 10 minutes to write a song is not the limit. Chen Ruoshi, Shui Jilu, Zhang Yang, and a few staff members from the live broadcast team, all were like ants on a hot plate at the moment, pacing around the hospital room anxiously. Gu Mingcheng had begun to play, and the live broadcast was filled with gasps of surprise. On the contrary, Zhang Li's side was still breezy. Shui Jilu subconsciously touched to the cigarette case, glimpsed the heart monitor and snapped his hand back. Zhang Yang spun in place, like a humanoid sweeping robot. Zhang Li took a sip of goji berry water, and the sound of the bottom of the cup knocking against the nightstand startled Chen Ruoshi's shoulders. Putting down the thermos in his hand, he shook his head helplessly. In fact, he understood the anxiety of the crowd. Gu Mingcheng was coming on strong, making it clear that he wanted to use this live broadcast to completely establish his position in the music industry. And if you can't get a work of sufficient weight yourself, it is very likely that the academics will seize the opportunity to label them as exhausted. The crowd didn't push, just that lustful anxiety in their eyes was enough to say it all. It's just a good idea to give Yuhi and the others a piece of your mind. As for the live streamer, just let the bullets fly a little longer. After all, it was now Gu Mingcheng's home turf. Why should one be in a hurry to steal the limelight and do that kind of fussing? With that in mind, open the back end of your laptop and bring up a blank document. Fingertips flick the keyboard. While rambling and interacting with the netizens in the live room, there's a flurry of replies to the pop-ups. All the while, the melody and lyrics of As You Wish, which had already taken shape in his mind, were tapped into the document a little bit. The live streamers naturally didn't know. At the moment the Lipa they were talking about was doing two things at once. Only Jiang Li popped up with a few lines of humorous banter every now and then. The atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. The guides in the ward, and Ruishi Chan and the others. But it was true that he had seen the whole process of Jiang Li's double-mindedness, watching the teenager, while talking and laughing to the camera. All the while, his fingers were tapping on the keyboard as if they were flying. The look was focused and calm. It was as if doing two intense jobs at the same time was just an easy task for him. Everyone was stunned by the scene. Each one of them stared with wide eyes and mouths opened into an O shape, as if they had seen a monster. Shuejilan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air and muttered, "My God, is Mr. Jiang still human? This is simply not something humans can do, right?" Zhang Yang also swallowed hard and stammered, I always thought that 10 minutes to write a song was already Mr. Jiang's limit. Now it seems that I was still too young and naive." Chen Ruoshi was even more shocked and speechless. It had always been known that Jiang Li was talented. However, he never expected that this teenager would be so powerful to such an extent. It's simply beyond human perception. 10 minutes to write a song is simply not his limit. What's really scary is having two minds at once. Is this still human? It's a monster. Lipa smiles so sweetly. Mom's mom is satisfied. Doesn't anyone else feel that Jiang Shen's reaction has slowed down? He's chatting with 3 topics at the same time. Jiang Li pressed the save button when the thermos bottomed out again. The timestamp at the end of the document shows 6 minutes and 47 seconds. And at that moment, inside the Tomato Channel's high-level conference room, outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the glittering night view of Qinglu City. The lights are on and the traffic is heavy, symbolizing the prosperity and vitality of the city. However, it was as if the conference room had frozen, and the atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. The station manager Su Zhan locked his brows tightly. His face was blue, and his knuckles were slightly white from exertion. Deadpan stared at the huge curtain in front of him. On screen, the teenager was leisurely drinking water with wolfberry. In contrast to Gu Mingcheng's concentration, Chief of Staff Zhou Ming stood aside. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, carefully observing Su Zheng's face, not daring to utter a single breath. Just now, a sudden phone call split everyone in the conference room on the outside. The call was from the Immortal Sword copyright holder, Di Wu. The other party informed in a strong tone that in order to ensure that the IP of the Immortal Sword series is not abused, they decided to withdraw their IP license to Tomato Channel. Su Tai. This Di Wu is also too unruly. We have a contract. How can they just say they're backtracking? One of the executives clapped his hands in exasperation, his voice trembling. He was in charge of the very department that was responsible for interfacing with Di Wu. This sudden turn of events has certainly made him a target. Another senior couldn't help but chime in. Yes, Su Tai. In order to take the IP license for Immortal Sword, our station is paying outrageous royalties. Now they have unilaterally broken the contract and must be held liable for breach of contract. Su Zhang tapped his fingers heavily on the desktop. How much effort did we put into getting this IP license? How much money was spent? And now they say they're taking it back? Zhou Ming opened his mouth after a moment of silence. Director, I heard that this time Di Wu unilaterally broke the contract and is willing to bear triple compensation. Triple? Will tripling the damages make up for our losses? Su Zhang interrupted Zhou Ming with a stern voice. Best Shot is our biggest project of the year. How many people on and off the stage have poured their hearts and souls into this? What about the show now that the Immortal Sword IP license is gone? What reward does the eventual winner get? All our previous investment in publicity has gone down the drain. At the end of his words, his voice was almost a growl, showing how strong the anger in his heart was. Station manager, why don't we just announce the inside story? Zhou Ming wanted to say more, but he saw Su Zhang waving his hand. The words rolled around in his mouth and then he consciously swallowed them. Of course he understood the real worries and concerns behind Su Zhang's anger. The academics want to fight and are now afraid to come to the stage. Su Zhang's words are full of displeasure. His tone is low and slow, seems to be vaguely knocking at the heart of the seat. If there aren't those old guys behind this, I wouldn't believe it to death. Don't dare to come out in the open. So you make these small moves in secret. Chen Lao sits in the live broadcast room. Those old timers don't dare to be in your face. So take advantage of Di Wu to warn us not to be on the wrong team. Zhou Ming shook his head thoughtfully. Those old timers of the academy school are pedantic and old-fashioned, but they have always acted in a bright and open style. It's unlikely to be behind such sneaky little maneuvers. What's more, withdrawing the Immortal Sword IP license has no direct benefit for them. So, who could it be? A name came to mind, Zhou Mubai. I've long heard that Zhou Mubai is eyeing the IP rights to the Immortal Sword series. More than once, he has expressed in public a keen interest in fairy music. Originally, he thought that he wanted to be on the same stage as Mr. Jiang Li through Best Shot. Dang won the game and got the rights to adapt the Immortal Sword IP in the process. Unexpectedly, the other side means so, by any means necessary. He told those present what he thought. Su Zhang, who was pacing back and forth, stopped, his tone certain. I'm afraid that Zhou Mubai alone doesn't have so much energy to make Di Wu withdraw its authorization even though it's in breach of contract. There must be someone else behind this whole thing who is pushing the envelope. The last time Mr. Jiang started the entertainment industry rectification campaign, he offended a lot of employers. Those capitalist predators have always been vindictive. They are besides sniping Mr. Kong on the Best Shot show. It is also highly likely that they will trip up Mr. Jiang in other ways. Before that, Zhou Mubai had been staying abroad. Even if those capitalists get the IP license of the Immortal Sword series, it is still difficult to maximize the value in a short period of time. Things are different now. Zhou Mubai is back in the country and also has a high-profile involvement in Best Buddies. The goals of the two sides coincide, and it makes sense that they would hit it off right away. The thing that gets me the most is this. This business competition is well within the rules. Even if Elder Chen wanted to show favoritism, I'm afraid there was no suitable reason to directly intervene. Come to think of it, the only ones who are hurt are us, Tomato Terrace, and Mr. Jiang Li. A nameless fire burned inside his chest. Su Zhang slammed his fist on the desktop with a dull sound. Simply deceptive. Looking at the enraged station manager, Zhou Ming's heart was also filled with worry. Once the Immortal Sword IP license was withdrawn, to the Best Shot program, and to the reputation of the Tomato Channel as a whole, all will have incalculable negative impacts. More importantly, how should they explain to Mr. Jiang Li? After a little thought, he got up and walked to the pantry. Closing the door, he dialed Di Wu, the head of the copyright licensing department. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. The other man's slightly tired voice came over the receiver. Zhou Ming opened the door and directly asked about the withdrawal of the Immortal Sword IP license. The person on the other end of the phone stammered, flashed his words and never responded positively. It was only vaguely stated that the company's board of directors had given it careful consideration. It is considered that the Academy's professionalism and influence in the field of music is more in line with the Immortal Sword IP tone. In order to better develop the potential value of the Immortal Sword IP, can only bear the pain. Unilaterally terminate the license agreement with Tomato Station. Zhou Ming was so smart that from the other party's flickering words, he immediately heard the strings. Something about more in line with the tone of the Immortal Sword IP. What better exploitation of IP value? It's just a grand excuse. The real reason, I'm afraid, was just as he and Su Tai had guessed. It was pressured by a combination of pressure from the Academy, and the capital forces behind it. After some side conversations, the other party finally revealed some insider information. As Shu Dai said, it is true that a dozen capitals have joined forces to pressure Di Wu, and offered extremely generous licensing terms. Those capitalist predators not only promised to give Di Wu a higher license fee, it also promises to use all its resources to promote the Academy, building Immortal Sword into a phenomenal cultural IP. Faced with such a great temptation, as well as strong pressure from many forces, Di Wu eventually chose to give in and unilaterally tore up its license agreement with Tomato Channel, even though they are well aware of the consequences of default. but the academy behind Jomubai and the strength shown by those capital predators. It does make Daewoo feel intimidated. In order to avoid offending these behemoths, they had no choice but to sacrifice the tomato table. The other party apologized again and again on the phone and promised that they would do their best to make up for the loss of the tomato table. But Zhou Ming knew in his heart, the so-called compensation for loss is nothing more than compensation for nothing. There is no way to undo the huge negative impact caused by the withdrawal of the Xianjian IP license. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Ming returned to the conference room with a grave expression on his face. 109. Tajik border guards. The atmosphere remained oppressive. Su Zhang and the other senior leaders were anxiously waiting for news. Zhou Ming took a deep breath and looked around the crowd. Station manager, leaders, it's not looking too good. As we suspected, the Immortal Sword IP license was withdrawn. It was indeed pressurized by a combination of academics as well as capital forces. The conference room was in an uproar, and everyone's faces became even more ugly. Those people, they're despicable. One leader cursed indignantly. It's useless to talk about it now. Su Zheng forced down his anger and asked in a deep voice, "What did Daewoo say? Is there any room for maneuver?" Zhou Ming shook his head, his tone helpless. For their part, Daewoo said they were forced to do the same. The conditions offered by the other party were too generous, and their strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Unless we, on the Tomato Channel side, can prove that we'll do better than the Academy when we get the Immortal Sword IP, this will impress the Daewoo Board of Directors to reconsider the authorization. Prove we're doing better? A leader frowned. How can we prove it? Now that the license agreement has been withdrawn, we don't even have a chance to show it. Zhou Ming looked at Su Zhang and said in a deep voice, "There's still a chance." Daewoo has revealed that their board of directors will be in half an hour, with Jomubai as the representative of the academy, officially signed the Immortal Sword IP license agreement. That means we have, at most, 20 minutes to prove ourselves. Silence once again fell in the conference room, and all felt the pressure of time running out. How easy is 20 minutes? It would be a stretch to prove that Tomato Terrace is a better fit for Immortal Sword IP than Academy in such a short period of time. Zhou Ming swept his gaze over the people in the conference room, and there was determination in his tone. When I communicate with the Daewoo side, special mention was made of Mr. Jiang and Gu Mingcheng's live showdown tonight. Gu Mingcheng, as a representative of the Academy's elite, if he loses to Mr. Jiang in the next live creation, that's proof enough that we have the strength to make the Immortal Sword IP a classic, because behind the tomato table stands Mr. Jiang and Chen Lao, and the best shot winner must belong to Mr. Jiang. The soundtrack, the soul of a movie or television production, and the Immortal Sword series episodes themselves are top-notch. Creating cultural IPs is a core aspiration of Daewoo. It's agreed over there. They'll be keeping a close eye on the rest of the broadcast, especially the live creation session between Mr. Jiang and Gu Mingcheng. If Mr. Jiang can show his amazing talent again, maybe, things are still turning around. In the conference room, all eyes focused on the screen in unison. On the left is Gu Mingcheng's brightly lit, luxurious and atmospheric live room. On the contrary, on the right, Jiang Li faced the camera and interacted with the netizens of the live broadcast in a relaxed tone. Every now and then a joke or two would pop up. It led to a pop-up. In contrast, Gu Mingcheng's concentration and Jiang Li's ease and diffidence were in stark contrast. This contrast fell in the eyes of the crowd at the tomato stage, but it lifted their already hanging hearts even more. Why hasn't this Mr. Jiang started? One of the top brass couldn't help but murmur in a low voice, with obvious agitation in his tone. Yes, Gu Mingcheng has already popped on. I'm afraid it'll be too late if Mr. Jiang doesn't make a move, right? The other man chimed in, his voice full of worry. All eyes were focused on Jiang Li on the right side of the screen. This broadcast means a lot to the Tomato Channel, and to Best Buddies. Best Buddies faces unprecedented crisis as Immortal Sword IP license is pulled. It's almost a matter of life and death. And Jiang Li, was their only saving grace? If this time he lost to Gu Mingcheng, then it's all over. The tomato table will completely lose its turnaround. Best Buddies will also be facing the fate of being cut down to size. The cost of admitting defeat is immense. One might even say that the tomato counter can't handle it. But reality is so cruel. The mall is like a battlefield. There is never any foolproof business, much less any absolute chance of winning. Su Zhang knew better than anyone else. How much weight is on your shoulders at this moment? The broadcast was a decision he made with great force and under great pressure. If Mr. Jiang really lost this time, then he could only concede along with him. Only one point of luck remained in his heart. This teenager who has performed miracles countless times will not let them down. Take a deep breath and try to calm yourself. With his eyes locked onto Jiang Li on the screen, he silently prayed in his heart. Mr. Jiang Li, please, you must win this time. At this time, Jiang Li did not know that the life and death of the tomato table was already between his thoughts. Straight from the booth, Netizens are still discussing Gu Mingqing's song Shavings in the Sea, or perhaps expecting Jiangli to fight back. At this point, a new connection request pops up. Jiangli absently scanned the avatar. The cartoonish hawkish nose with a funny felt hat is quite exotic in style. Doubt flashed through his mind. When did one's own live room internationalize to such an extent? Accept the connection application with curiosity. The screen flickered. A middle-aged older woman, whose face was red from the cold wind, appeared on the air. She was wearing a thick cotton jacket, with rolling snow-covered mountains behind her. The bitterly cold wind seemed to blow through the screen and into the live broadcast. It has cooled off a lot of people who are in the warmth of the internet. Hello, Mr. Jiang. The older woman had a heavy accent, but her tone was very warm. My name is Guli. I'm a Tajik border guard from the Pamir Plateau. Tajik? Border guard? The netizens in the live broadcast room exploded, and the pop-ups instantly became dense. Tajiks? I've never heard of them. Pamir Plateau? That sounds awesome. Border guards? Border guards? This is so cool. I'm not good at geography. Is the Pamir Plateau abroad or at home? Upstairs. The Pamir Plateau is west of us in China. Miss is one of us. Auntie Gori seemed to be used to this kind of reaction, and with a simple smile on her face, she continued, I love listening to Mr. Jiang's songs. Every song is especially good. Today I want to tell you a story about my father. His name was Amir and he was also a border guard. Spend your life guarding the boundary markers at the border between our Chinese and neighboring countries. Guard the boundary monument for a lifetime. These words instantly triggered the live broadcast. The curiosity of netizens was completely ignited, and various pop-ups came like a tidal wave. A lifetime of guarding boundary monuments? This story sounds like it has a lot of depth to it. Really? This is too touching. Speak up. Speak up. I can't wait to hear it. I love this kind of story. It's much more interesting than those lovey-dovey ones. The pattern. This is the true pattern. The pattern of Mrs. Story came up in a flash. And at this time, Gu Mingqiang was still drunk on creation. The lyrics are one-third complete. He didn't realize that Jiangli had not only completed the entire song, even already collecting pieces of the story for the next piece. The two speeds are not at all in the same order of magnitude. After all, he was dealing with a hangman. Chapter 110, Chinese Red on the Snowline. Auntie Guli's slightly naive smile is particularly moving on a face sculpted by the wind and frost of the plateau. She turns to the camera and slowly tells the story of her father. Amir, my Abba, Amir, has done one thing in his life. That's guarding that boundary marker. The boundary markers on the Pamir Plateau are our Chinese and our Tajik roots. When I was a kid, I always thought that boundary markers were just cold stones. What's the point of guarding a snowy mountaintop in the wind and the sun? Abba came back from every patrol with his body frozen hard. The hands were also cracked and painful to look at. I didn't understand then. I don't understand why Abba is so obsessed and what that boundary marker really means to him. It wasn't until I grew up and became a border guard too that I slowly understood Abba's heart. Aunt Gori's voice trailed off, as if she was caught up in some kind of memory. The pop-ups on the live feed also became slowed down. Everyone waited with bated breath for what was to follow. When Abba was young, he was a PLA border patrol guide. He had grown up on the Pamir Plateau and was familiar with every blade of grass and tree here. He knew exactly where there were glaciers, where there were culverts, and where it was easy to get lost. I heard the old man say that in the 50s, the conditions on the border were particularly hard. Patrols often have to brave the elements and trek for days up snow-covered mountains. Abba then led them over the mountains, recognizing and guiding the way, and never made a mistake. Abba's father, my grandfather, was also a guide. Our family has lived on the Pamir Plateau for generations, guarding the land. Abba used to say that Tajiks are born to guard the border. I remember when I was a kid, Abba always had a brass whistle around his waist. The brass whistle was given to him as a bar mitzvah by a PLA patrol in 1953. Abba treasured it so much that he took it out to rub it and blow on it when he had nothing else to do. He said that when the whistle blew, he could find his way home. Auntie Gori lifted her hand and gently stroked the brass whistle hanging on her chest, nostalgia in her eyes. When I was 18, a blizzard took the life of Abba's father, my grandfather. Grandpa was on patrol and accidentally fell into an ice crevice. By the time we found him, the man was no longer able to do so. Abba said that Grandpa blew his brass whistle for the last time before he left. The whistle pierced the blizzard and traveled far and wide, like a will. What was Grandpa's will? It's snow on the boundary markers. 1 inch falls and 3 inches have to be cleared. Since then, Abba has taken over Grandpa's horsewhip and binoculars, as well as the responsibility of guarding the boundary markers. Every winter when the snow closes the mountains, everyone else hides in their homes and roasts the fire. Instead, Abba had to ride across the glacier alone to clear the snow from the boundary markers. Winter on the Pamir Plateau is so cold that it can freeze you. The glacier is even more treacherous, and if you're not careful, you can lose your horse and fall into a hole in the ice. Whenever Abba went to clean the boundary markers, it took him days to return. When I came back, I was always covered in ice and my face was frozen and bruised. Once, Abba got lost in a snowstorm and suffered severe frostbite on his right leg. When he was taken to the hospital, the doctor said the leg had to be amputated to save his life. Our family cried when we heard the news. Abba, however, was calm. He said, "You can have a prosthesis if you lose your leg, but you can't leave the boundary marker unguarded. If the boundary marker is there, I will be there." Abba was really fitted with a prosthetic leg, but he still insisted on going up the mountain to patrol the border. When his prosthetic leg wore out the skin, he patted it with thick cotton. When his prosthetic limbs were frozen, he scalded them with hot water. And so, with one leg, Abba continued to guard the boundary markers for whole decades. Auntie Gory's voice became a little choked and her eyes were slightly red. The live broadcast pop-ups, at this moment, were completely overwhelmed by emotion and admiration. "Ooh, I'm crying. This uncle is so great. When the boundary markers are there, I am there." This line poked me so much, I was in tears. I decided that I'm going to tell this story to my child, so that he can understand what responsibility and accountability are from an early age. Aunt Gully wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and continued, "Abba not only guarded the border himself, but also taught us to do so for generations. I grew up listening to my Abba's stories about the border, watching him patrol the border every day, early in the morning and late at night, rain or shine. He's a figure that seared into my heart. I remember when I was a kid, my dad would often take me to the hot springs to soak my feet. The hot springs on the Pamir Plateau, which are made by the convergence of meltwater from the snow-capped mountains, are steaming hot and especially comfortable to soak in. Every time Abba soaks his feet, he removes his prosthetic leg and sets it aside. His prosthetic limbs were pitted by the gnawing of warhorses, and gravel was often poured out of his leather boots. Once, I was curious and asked Abba where the gravel came from. Abba chuckled. "These are the stones under the Third Eagle's Beak Rock south of the boundary marker. They tried to roll secretly to the neighboring country, but I caught them back." Abba was always like that, making the business of guarding the border sound both grueling and fun. He didn't want us to think that guarding the border was a chore, but an honorable and sacred mission. I remember one spring when Abba's pulmonary edema broke out and he had a particularly bad cough. I cried and begged him to go down to the hospital for treatment, but he shook his head and shoved the binoculars into my arms. He said, "Look at the boundary markers on the other side of the boundary river. They use brushes to paint them, but we use eyelash brushes. The paint is expensive, so we have to use it sparingly." Abba is such a person. Even when he is very sick, what is still on his mind is the boundary markers and the border defense. Auntie Gully's voice choked again, and the tears were finally uncontrollable. The atmosphere of the live broadcast room also became grave and sad. Tears. This father's love for the boundary markers has melted into his bones. Lacquer is scarce and expensive, so you have to save it. This is so true, and the hardships of the border guards are evident. This is the true sense of family and country. This is the kind of idol we should be chasing after. Aunt Gully looked up, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. A smile returned to her face. On his deathbed, Abba pulled a faded piece of flag debris out of his patch pocket. That flag is charred around the edges, the ragged holes documenting the 1972 robbery when a lightning strike ignited the pasture. With a trembling hand, Abba handed me the remnants of the flag and said with the last of his strength, "Remember, the ground beneath your feet is guarded by the blood of your ancestors." I nodded heavily with tears in my eyes, knowing that Abba is placing the burden of guarding the frontier in my hands. I've been a ranger ever since. Steer your horse like Abba and patrol through the snow and wind. On the right side of my saddle, a brass kettle hangs perpetually, its bottom impregnated with red paint. On blizzard days patrolling the border, the paint would freeze at -30 degrees and have to be covered with body heat to melt away, just like Abba did back then, using his body heat to melt away the frozen red paint, and using his fingertips to grind the blood calluses raw. Last month, a young man from a neighboring village asked me, "Sister, is it worth it?" I pointed out to him the boundary markers on the south bank of the boundary river. The opposing border guards were trimming the corners of the monument with an electric grinding wheel and sparks were flying. They don't have the blood of their ancestors knotted under the ice. The muffled sound of the blade scraping over granite as it lifts the ice pick left behind by Abba is a requiem unique to the Pamirs. There was a silence in the broadcast room when Aunt Gully's story was finished. Only the wind and snow whistled from the distant Pamir Plateau, with an air of bleakness and sadness. Zhongli was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "Thank you, Big Sister Gory. Thank you for such a touching story. Your father, Amir, was a true hero. His story will also always inspire us to guard our homes and our country. Thank you, too, Big Sister Gully. You carry on your father's legacy and continue to guard the frontier. You are all the loveliest people, the backbone of our nation." In the live broadcast room, the pop-ups once again came like a tidal wave. Tribute to heroes. Honor the Pamir Plateau border guards. After listening to this story, I feel like my soul has been baptized. Thank you, Big Sister Gully, and Uncle Amir. I decided that I would share this story with my circle of friends, so that more people would know that there is such a group of silent guardians of the motherland around us. Aunt Gully smiles a simple, genuine smile at the camera, said in not-so-standard Mandarin, "Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Thank you all. I wish you all happiness and well-being." The connection is over. The live feeds, however, were not quiet for a long time. The story of Dame Gulery and her father Amir has created huge ripples in the hearts of netizens. People were moved by Amir's perseverance, inspired by Gurley's legacy, also struck by the magnificence of the Pamir Plateau, and thousands of miles away on the Pamir Plateau, Aunt Gurley tucked away her cell phone, mounted her horse again, and continued her patrol against the wind and snow. The red color of Huaxia on the snow line is as bright as ever in the wind and snow. Chapter 111. Some people are born to do great things. Jiang Li's fingertips unconsciously rubbed the wall of the thermos. The sound of the wind and snow on the Pamir Plateau seems to be still echoing in my ears. The story of the monument keeping told by Big Sister Gully added a bit of biting coldness to the smell of sterilized water in the ward. Detected the host acquiring a story fragment ×1. Current collection progress, 1/3. Reward upon successful fusion. Complete score and arrangement plan for the song 10,000 Borders. Mechanical sounds exploded inside his skull for a moment, and the goji berry water bobbed in tiny ripples at the bottom of his glass. The young man lowered his eyes to hide the strange color under his eyes, and his knuckles lightly knocked on the wall of the cup. One step closer to unlocking 10,000 frontiers. A wisp of imperceptible expectation quietly rose in the bottom of his heart. And at this moment, Gu Mingcheng's live broadcast room was setting off waves of revelry. The piano synthesizer bleeds out the last note. Gu Mingcheng shook off his slightly sore wrist. In the split-screen image, behind you is an entire wall of sheet music manuscripts. The snow-white pages are densely packed with revision marks clearly visible. Regarding the song Shavings in the Sea, I tried to structure its full emotion in 3 movements. The knuckles tap on the music stand to make a crisp sound. The first movement, planing knife, opts for E-flat major to G minor. The purpose is to simulate that ripping sound when wood is planed. Strive to restore the grain texture of the wood itself. The second movement, sea salt, makes skillful use of triplet syncopated rhythms, to mimic the rhythm of the surging tides and waves lapping against the shore. As for the final finale, warp and weft, the polyphonic counterpoint method is used. It tries to interweave the mood of a father's conversation with his daughter across time and space. The pop-ups were instantly slammed with jargon. It's cloudy to hear, but it's right to be uncertain. JPG, Gu Peacock opening screen is late but arrived. I'll give him 99 points for this X-play. I'm afraid he'll be proud of himself. Translation. What the hell is that called? Awesome bomb. Gu Mingcheng suddenly faced the camera and spread his hands helplessly. The dimples at the corners of his mouth were full of genuine self-deprecation. It's a pity that my voice, which is naturally a broken gong, doesn't really match the subtlety of this tune. Casually tugging his tie loose to reveal a smooth neckline. Underneath the white skin, pale green veins were faintly visible. So is there any warrior who dares to challenge this song? Friendly reminder, if you sing it badly, you won't be compensated for any moral damages. Let me do it. The god of bathroom songs has applied to fight. In front of you, you're howling like a pig. Thank you. Don't panic. I'm going to get you a sound engineer from the recording studio overnight. I'll make sure you'll be so good that your own mom won't even recognize you. Right in the middle of a wave of joyful banter on the air, a golden pop-up suddenly surfaced. This is Cheng Jie, requesting a mic. 6 simple, single words that instantly jammed the live room into a PPT. Cheng Kit? That Cheng Jie who won the Golden Bell last year? Live Cheng Jie. I'm going to perform a groundhog squeal and go crazy for Mr. Cheng. Was Mr. Cheng's number stolen? Or was it actually kidnapped? If it's kidnapped, blink your big Kazran eyes. Gu Mingcheng raised his eyebrows and tapped his fingertips, pressed the Agree to Connect button. The image tore apart in moments and reorganized quickly. A slightly young face appeared on the live broadcast screen. Cheng Jie wore a loose oversized sweatshirt, casually nestled in his gaming chair. The bangs on his forehead still have 2 pinches of nerdy hair sticking out mischievously. He was actually holding half a half-chewed watermelon in his arms. A real live look of a college student who hasn't graduated yet. This tune, Mr. Gu, Cheng Jie said vaguely as he scooped up a large spoonful of chilled watermelon, the juice sliding slowly down the corners of his mouth. The use of off-key 7th chords in the main part of the song is meant to create that woodsy texture, right? For the chorus, there's an abrupt shift to a parallel major key. It's like a shaving splash moment, bright and breezy. Interlude. That 12-tone sequence. Is it trying to convey that salty flavor that the sea breeze carries? In between speaking, he spits watermelon seeds, with extreme precision, into a nearby trash can. That polyphony of warp and weft, I can try to sing it. The live broadcast pop-up instantly fell into an eerie silence. All words lose their meaning, leaving a screen full of ellipses, as well as countless internet users frantically bristling with question marks. Is this the world of the Big Brother? Eat melon talk and tear the tunes apart. Changjia, I'm just singing, don't take it seriously. JPG suggests checking it out. It doesn't look like an act. Gu Mingqing's eyes flashed with excitement as he pushed the sheet music closer to the camera, making it easier for Changjia to see it more clearly. Changjia casually wiped off the watermelon juice at the corner of his mouth, and his temperament suddenly changed when he cleared his throat. When the first note spills out of the throat, all the playful pops instantly clear the air. He went so far as to choose the highly virtuosic American voice to perform this melody with a light folk flavor. The baritone, mellow as a vintage wine, travels with ease between the wide range of the G4 to the D5. The treble is clear and translucent without being harsh, and the bass is calm and rich with magnetism. The best part is when singing the second voice. The air voice technique is skillfully used to simulate the sound of the ocean tide. The two voices ebb and flow and intertwine with each other. It was like a father's rough palm stroking the top of his daughter's hair. Voice teacher writes resignation letter overnight series. Other people sing for money. Changjia sings for his life. This voice, it's definitely been kissed by God, right? At this time a steel slugger silently wiped away tears from the corner of his eyes. Where is this singing? This is clearly in the song to tell a story. The last trailing note dissipated slowly like a sigh. Changjia changed back to his boy-next-door appearance, scratching his head and giggling, revealing a slightly blushing smile. The new equipment hasn't arrived yet, so I'll just sing along and make everyone laugh. The bouncer didn't realize it as an afterthought until then. People use just regular earphones, but they sing hard with professional studio-level awesomeness. Gu Mingqing solemnly saved the recording file and suddenly bowed 90 degrees to the camera. Thank you, Mr. Chang, for saving the day. Broken hair fell down his eyelashes as he got up, showing a few rare moments of youthfulness. Professional things should really be left to the professionals. Grass. Gu Dog is suddenly not a dog. Black to road. This wave of atmospheric fanfare. Changjia, deeply hidden merits and fame. JPG, Gu Mingqing's skills are astonishing. Changjia's voice is even more directly pulling the live effect full. And on the other side, the Fragrant Hills Sanatorium. Floor-to-ceiling windows reflect cedar silhouettes. Secretary Li quietly walked into Chen Lao's study. The old man was seen sitting upright, staring at the tablet in his hand. On the live screen, John Li was replying to the pop-ups. Old chief, why aren't you worried at all? Secretary Li's measured tone broke the silence of the room. Gu Mingqing has already taken out his work, and the response has been very enthusiastic, and there doesn't seem to be much movement on Mr. Zheng's side. Worry about what? That kid from the Zheng family's work was finished a long time ago. Chen Lao's tone was certain. There was an imperceptible smile on his face, his eyes still not leaving the screen. Secretary Li paused in pushing his gold-rimmed glasses. The gaze behind the lenses was tinged with doubt. You mean Mr. Jiang has finished the new song? He was following the live stream the entire time. Hasn't Mr. Jiang Li been interacting with netizens and having a chat? Since when do you write songs? The second story tells when the prosthetic leg freezes. Elder Chen cut off the question and tapped his finger in the flood of pop-ups scrolling across the screen, pinpointing a comment. Look at this one. The river god has slowed down his typing. The tone of his voice was calm, but it carried the confidence of insight. The secretary leaned over for a closer look. Recall it carefully. It seems, does. Previously, Jiang Li returned to the pop-up screen in almost seconds, and he was able to deal with all kinds of tricky questions with ease. But since the Tajik border guardian, Auntie Gully, connected the dots, the response was noticeably half a beat slower. But he is always interacting with the netizens. How can he find time to write songs? Secretary Li's doubts deepened. In his opinion, it was hard enough to have two minds at once. Whether it's interacting with your network and keeping the heat on the air, or songwriting, all require a high level of concentration and are extremely mentally demanding. How is it possible for one person to perform two such intense tasks at the same time? It's unbelievable. Elder Chen seemed to see through the secretary's shock. Smiling slightly, he didn't explain too much. He only said meaningfully, just watch. I guess the Zheng family kid still has a surprise for the crowd. 8 years ago, there was a soldier in the civilian troop who could memorize that Nei Shang Yui song while dismantling his gun. There are some people who are born to do great things. The copper bells on the eaves were rattled by the wind through the room, and their crisp ringing echoed through the quiet room. It's time for the Spring Festival director's team to go into the premieres to pick up the scenery. The old man pulled up a screenshot of the live stream of Gully's patrol. Picture. Winding hoofprints on the snow-covered ground look like a string of unfinished music. The third story is great, and the Tajiks can invite it to the Spring Festival. Just sing the song that the River Boys haven't put pen to paper yet. The secretary's pupils suddenly contracted. finally understanding the deeper meaning of Chen Lao's words. How are you sure, Mr. Jiang has had another inspiration? His voice trembled slightly, and the shock in his heart was already beyond words. Elder Chen meant that Jiang Li had not only completed the work, and inspired after listening to the story of Auntie Girly? Is this still human? It's a monster. Just as Secretary Li's mind was reeling with shock, the old man flexed his fingers and knocked on the sandalwood case and spoke again. By the way, pass a message to Di Wu. Red tape, 3 tons heavier than a capitalist's check. Culture at sea is a national policy, and the immortal sword IP is not something those people can take away just because they want to. The steady tapping sound shook the tea broth with ripples. A circle spreads. Secretary Li's heart shook, instantly understanding the weight of Elder Chen's words. Cultural outreach has risen to the level of national policy. It will never be shaken by the power of capital in the district. With that in mind, Tomato Terrace's Sword of the Immortals IP license is as solid as it gets. The doubts in his mind were allayed. In its place was a deep admiration for Jiang Li, and the anticipation of the next live showdown. So, you are concluding that Mr. Jiang will defeat the Academy's elite tonight and hold the copyright to the Tomato Stage's immortal sword? Elder Chen did not turn around. His eyes focused on the screen on the tablet. You're talking a little too much tonight. Secretary Li was aghast at the words and knew he had overstepped his bounds. Hastily bowing slightly, he apologized. Yes, I understand. With that, he picked up his cell phone and respectfully exited the room to convey Elder Chen's instructions. Chapter 112 Jiang Li is going to lose? Meanwhile, inside the Tomato Terrace high-level conference room, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it seemed to freeze. Everyone's eyes were glued to Gu Mingqing's live broadcast on the screen. Just now Chang Jia's amazing singing hit them like a heavy hammer. The shock made everyone's face pale and their hearts go cold. Su Zheng's face was even harder to see. Deadly clenched teeth, trying his best to control himself from thinking the worst. But in his mind, one horrible thought kept flashing by like a horselight. Immortal Sword IP license fell through. Best buddies faced a cut. And all of that is still second nature. The most frightening thing was that once Chen Lao was completely disappointed in Jiang Li. Instead, they continue to support the Academy. The future of that tomato counter is simply unimaginable. What does television survive on? It's nothing more than boosting ratings through variety shows and movies and TV dramas, and then rely on ratings to get advertisers to place them. Now, in order to support Jiang Li, he has hardened himself against the Academy. And behind the Academy are the civic capitals that control half of the entertainment industry. When the time comes, those capitals will just move their fingers. It would be able to jam the tomato station around their necks and make it difficult for them to move an inch. It's a mixed bag inside at the moment. He cares more about his career than anyone else. In order to be able to go further, the force of the people, under great pressure to bet on Jiang Li. If the bet is won, naturally everyone will be happy. He, Su Zheng, will add another colorful stroke to his resume. But once the bet is lost, political performance is hard to see, and there is no hope for promotion. He was even transferred to the Clearwater office to retire. That was the chain reaction he was most worried about. And now it seems, the worst really seems to be happening. The entire conference room was dead silent. All the executives were like ants on a hot pan, pretending to be calm on the surface. But in fact, they had already been in a mess inside. It's not just the future of the tomato counter they're worried about. It's more about the fate of your own future. Being on the wrong side never ends well. This truth was well known to everyone present. All of them are veterans who have worked their way through the system and know how to survive in officialdom. Seeing that the wind was blowing in the wrong direction, each one began to plan for the future. After all, no one wants to be a victim of a power struggle. On the other side, in the quadrangle at the foot of Fragrant Hill, the crunching sound of a blue and white porcelain marigold knocking on a wooden table woke up the copper bells in the eaves. Zhao Yanqiu shuddered and took off his glasses. The lenses reflected. On the projection screen, the climbing live data. The quick-relief tinfoil crumbles into a ball between his fingers and slowly stretches back into the shape of a butterfly. It's done! He suddenly shot up. Ming Chang Song Shavings in the Sea takes the 12-tone sequence and micro-differential techniques and rubs them down into the city's smoke and fire, which is what academics should be like. Cigar smoke swirled in greenish-gray swirls between carved beams. Xin Huayuan rubbed the wrappings on the armrests of the eunuch chair. Gaze swept over his red-faced colleagues. A certain professor was stirring a rainy day dragon well with a silver spoon, the tea swirling in a golden vortex in the calabash, like that stunning off-key chord in Gu Mingqing's chorus. If you ask me, this improvised variation by Ming Chang is even more subtle than Mubai's one at the Lucerne Festival last year. The old man in the Zhongshan suit twirled his goatee, and the edge of his tea light was stained with half of a Biluakan shoot. Listen to the treatment at 42 seconds of the third movement, which is clearly an adaptation of the urgent tune technique from the ancient Dunhuang score. The moonlight leaking in through the window pane flowed into a river on the brick floor. Zhao Yanqiu suddenly coughed violently. the blood rising in his throat mingled with the smell of burnt cigars. He recalls taking his students to an international composition competition 30 years ago. The chairman of the jury's insulting remark that the Chinese music scene is dead was now shattered into pieces by the sound of Gu Mingqing's piano. That's the kind of sharpness young people should have. Xin Huayuan used silver tweezers to pick up the sedum wood in the coals. Back in the day, we were pointed at in Vienna and called techno without soul. Now Mintone cooks up a human meal with collegiate techniques that are truly. He paused suddenly. The projection screen flashed the real-time image of Jiang Li's live broadcast. The clouded look of the sickly boy stung the eyes. The room full of joy suddenly froze, like a vinyl record skipping frames. Brother Huayuan is overly concerned. Zhao Yanqiu twisted the cap of the bottle of quick-acting heart-saving pills with a crunching sound. With that kid's live-streaming trippy interactive tricks? This improvisation by Ming Chang is good enough to be included in the textbook of the Berlin Conservatory. Get up and push open the wooden window. The nocturnal scent of the quadrangle came pouring in, mixed with the rusty metallic smell of the distant construction site. The old professor in the navy blue tunic burst out laughing, the muffled sound of an incense string crashing between his wrists. Have you guys seen the pop-ups? Netizens say that Ayutaya's work is like dissecting the earth with a scalpel, which is a refreshing analogy, pointing to the golden pop-ups that swept across the screen. If you ask me, this scalpel cuts through more than just the earth. The aroma of tea was suddenly strong. The crowd then realized that the water on the sea of tea had been boiling for a long time. Steam whined against the lid of the cast iron kettle. Xin Huayuan watched as the water mist rose into a rainbow in the moonlight. Trance saw the teenager who walked into a rainstorm with a bass on his back over a decade ago. The robot cat sticker that was attached to Gu Mingqing's piano case at the time. Now it has been transformed into a mountain of Gushin pop-ups in the live broadcast room. Mubai is right. Zhao Yanqiu suddenly splashed the tea soup into the celadone water pot. The splash of water startled the reflection of the waning moon. A sniper battle of this magnitude doesn't even require him to personally make a move. Touching the cartoon stickers that my daughter had put on the phone case. Thinking about the Berkeley College of Music offer she received this morning. When this group of kids from Ming City grows up, it's time for one of our guys to sit in the judge's chair at the Golden Hall. The old man in the Chinese mountain suit suddenly tapped the rim of the marigold with a silver spoon. The clanking sound actually alludes to the chorus melody of Shavings and the Sea. The crowd looked at each other and laughed. A room full of tea wrapped in cigar smoke, intertwined in a golden river in front of the projection screen. It was as if they saw Gu Mingqing standing on the Grammy podium. Behind them is the Academy's new generation galactic fleet. The copper bell on the eaves was suddenly struck by the night wind. Xin Huayuan slightly hung his head. Xin gazed at the moon shadow floating in the tea soup. Thoughts drifted to the distant border. I can hear the sound of the cold wind whistling through the snow on the Pamir Plateau. This slightly sad thought just popped up. It was then immediately and forcefully extinguished in his mind. Jiang Li at this moment, but is just the wheel of history, will be crushed under the autumn leaves. And how can the foundations of the Academy be shaken? At this time, thousands of miles away, Pengcheng is also brightly lit. The skyscrapers lined up one after another highlight the economic vitality of this bridgehead for reform and opening up. The top floor of the Daewoo Group headquarters building, in front of wide floor-to-ceiling windows, the deep night curtain is like a black velvet cloth slowly pulled open, taking in the whole city's prosperity. Around the huge circular conference table, a dozen or so middle-aged and elderly people in suits with extraordinary bearing were seated with solemn expressions. They are members of the board of directors of the Daewoo Group, holds the power at the heart of this vast business empire. And at this moment, all eyes were focused on the projection screen in the center of the conference table. Upon seeing Gu Mingqing complete the composition and performance of Shavings in the Sea and the phenomenal online response, the looks on the faces of the board members all became more and more serious. Gentlemen, the situation is obvious to everyone. Top of the table. The old man with meticulously combed hair and a calm face spoke slowly. He is the chairman of Daewoo Group, Zhou Shichang, a man of the moment who has been a part of the business world for decades. Raising his hands and feet, he carried the authority of a superior. The standard of Gu Mingqing's work is indeed very high, and we can even say that it exceeds our expectations. The voice was not high, but it clearly reached the ears of every director present. Judging by current online opinion, the Academy has completely overwhelmed the tomato stations. It would seem logical to make the decision now to license the Immortal Sword IP to the Academy. It's more likely to show the outside world, especially to those capitalists. Our business judgment at Daewoo. Chapter 113, Elder Chen asked me to bring a message. The words were very subtle, but the meaning was clear. In business, from a benefit maximization perspective, giving up the tomato table for the Academy now seems like the safest, most sensible option. After all, the mall is like a battlefield, changing rapidly. The tomato channel was previously chosen for Jiang Li's potential and topicality. But now, Gu Mingqing used his strength to prove the Academy school's depth and energy. If you continue to choose Jiang Li, once the end result is less than desired, Daewoo Group will have to bear huge business risks and public pressure. What's more, those capitalists behind the scenes have already begun to move and keep applying pressure. I hope Daewoo will reconsider who they are working with. The board members are all veterans of the shopping mall and naturally understand the deeper meaning of Zhou Shichang's words. For a moment, the room fell into a brief silence. Several directors exchanged glances with each other, seemingly in silent communication. A few moments later, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, the middle-aged director with slightly thinning hair, was the first to break the silence. Chairman, I agree with you. Gu Mingqing's work is truly outstanding. It already has the potential to be a phenomenal hit. If the Immortal Sword IP can be strong with the Academy, I'm sure it will create greater business value. This director is Daewoo Group's vice president for IP operations. He has always been very keen in judging the market trend in business value. His statement undoubtedly represents the opinion of a portion of the board. Immediately afterward, another board member spoke up to echo the sentiment. I also think it's time to re-evaluate the partnership with Tomato Terrace. Although Jiang Li was talented, she was still underqualified after all. It still seems a bit young compared to the Academy. The Immortal Sword IP is at stake. We have to be careful and make sure nothing goes wrong. With these two directors taking a stand, the atmosphere in the conference room began to tilt in a certain direction. More and more directors agree with Zhou Shichang's point of view. It was felt that cooperation with the Academy should be reconsidered. After all, profit comes first, the iron law of the business world. Look for the board scales to tip to the side of the Academy. At this time, Zhou Shichang's cell phone suddenly vibrated. The sound of crisp vibrations seemed out of place. Frowning slightly, he glanced at the caller ID. A special encrypted number with a note saying Secretary Li. With a twinkle in his eye, he signaled a pause in the meeting. Getting up, he walked to the landing and picked up the phone. The Pengcheng night scene is transformed into a flowing river of light. The gentle accent characteristic of the institution came over the receiver. Elder Chen asked me to bring a message that culture at sea is not a treat, and that there should always be time for new seedlings to break ground. Secretary Li's voice was not loud. Every word, however, was like a knock on Zhou Shichang's heart. Fragrant Hill is calling. Chen Lao's attitude. These few keywords instantly caused waves of shock to rise in Qin's heart. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm the internal vibrations. Does Elder Chen have any other instructions? Trust your judgment and trust the young people. Thank you, Brother Li. I know what to do. I'll invite you to dinner in the capital some other day. Secretary Li didn't respond to this and hung up directly. Zhou Shichang's knuckles knocked against the bulletproof glass. In the reflection, the traffic 23 stories below was like red blood cells rushing through the veins. 10 years ago when he took Daewoo Games to the U.S. for an IPO, have heard similar things on the NYSE. The look became a little subtle. Turning back to the conference table, he gazed at the directors. Gentlemen, I just got a call from the Fragrant Hill side. Elder Chen is very concerned about the Immortal Sword IP and has given some instructions. Call from Fragrant Hill? Instructions from Elder Chen? The board members froze. The conference room, which was originally somewhat noisy, instantly became silent. Everyone held their breath as their eyes focused on Zhou Shichang in unison. All those present are human beings. It is natural to understand what it means to call Fragrant Hills. I understand Chen's instructions better. What it means to the Daewoo Group, to the entire business world. What Elder Chen means is to wait a little longer about the Immortal Sword IP license. Don't rush to make a decision. Young people should be given the opportunity to fully display their talents. The end result takes the work. Zhou Shichang's words sealed the deal and completely changed the direction of the atmosphere in the conference room. Directors who were originally somewhat academically inclined. At this moment, they all put away their previous arguments and their expressions became grave. Chairman, since it's Elder Chen's intention, it's only natural for us to seriously consider it. The vice president who had first stated his position immediately changed his tone to one of respect and caution. Elder Chen is far-sighted, and his judgment must have its own rationale. Another board member hastened to chime in. We are supposed to give the tomato stage some more time to see what kind of work Mr. Jiang Li can actually come up with. These are all old foxes, and their ability to see the wind and make a move has long been perfected. At this moment, since the Fragrant Hill has spoken, Elder Chen has taken a stand. It is only natural for them to adjust their strategies to keep up with the winds above. After all, in this part of China, no business behavior can be separated from the general political environment, especially a business giant like Daewoo Group, which has a huge volume. All the more reason to be politically astute at all times, highly consistent with policy guidelines from above. Otherwise, once you're on the wrong side, you're on the wrong path. What awaits them will be unimaginable annihilation. Zhou Shichang nodded his head in satisfaction, not surprised that the board members knew what they were doing. Raising his hand, he glanced at his wristwatch. Let's watch the live stream first, and then we'll have a final vote on the Immortal Sword IP license in 10 minutes. Half a 10 minutes? A board member asked with some confusion. Chairman, isn't it too soon? Shouldn't we have more time for a fuller discussion and assessment? Time is running out. Zhou Shichang spoke in a calm tone. Zhou Mubai, as well as those capitalist representatives, will arrive in almost 10 more minutes. There was a long, meaningful pause. Anyway, remember, Shannon Hill called. As long as Daewoo still wants to develop in the country, it's best to follow the policy guidelines from above. If 10 minutes later, Zhongli still couldn't come up with anything better, we'll sign the contract then and no one can say anything. The words are not watertight, not only to show that we have to respect the Fragrant Hill instructions, to give Zhongli a chance. Stay back again. If Zhongli ends up underperforming, Daewoo could still logically choose the academy to maximize its business interests. That's the way the higher-ups should be spreading their wings, always looking for a balance in the political and business game. The board members naturally caught the drift and nodded their heads in understanding. For a while, the atmosphere of the conference room once again became delicate. The original almost dusted off Xianjian IP license dispute, because of a phone call from Aroma Mountain. Once again the suspense is up. All eyes were focused on the teenager in the live stream. Wanted to see if this young musician could work wonders, come up with something that's good enough to turn things around. Chapter 114. Gu Mingcheng has broken the defense. Meanwhile, inside the live broadcast, the speed at which the pop-ups are scrolling has broken through the sky. Suggests looking up vocal cord structure. Is this the sound that carbon-based organisms can make? I announce. Chengjia plus Gu Mingcheng, the King Bomb combo. Who's for it? Who's against? Help! I've got goosebumps. This song is great, and so is Jay Ching. Everyone was immersed in Chengjia's near-perfect rendition. Gu Mingcheng's strength was also confirmed once again. The song Planes in the Sea does have the potential to seal the deal. Even Chengjia loves this song to death. Holding the watermelon and looking up, juice dripped down his chin and onto his jumper. It's like a male college student who's misplaced his fame and fortune. Mr. Gu, I love this song so much. I can't wait to include it in my new album. I wonder if you'd be willing to part with it. After a brief pause, he added, let's put it this way, didn't Mr. Gu say earlier that he would give away 10 SU7S? I'll pay for this one. Consider it a royalty for the song. What do you think? The live feed was once again detonated. What? Did I hear right? Chengjia wants to buy a song? And he's going to pay for SU7? 10 SU7S. Poverty limits my imagination. $2 million. Just for one song? Trenchless. Upstairs. The pattern is too small. Chengjia is a rich third generation. Playing music is just for fun. $2 million is just a drop in the bucket for him. The truth. The rich third generation's capriciousness. The pleasures of the rich we can't imagine. But this is also side evidence that Planes and Seas is really awesome. How else could it make even Chengjia's heart flutter? Netizens marveled at Chengjia's bravado. It also reinforces the value of Planes and Seas. Gu Mingcheng also did not expect that Chengjia would offer to buy the song in public. The heart snickered and quickly regained its composure. A smile played at the corners of his mouth, pretending to be reserved. Mr. Cheng is joking. It's my honor that you like it. The matter of copyrights can be talked about privately after the live broadcast. After that, the conversation turned and began to fulfill the previous promise. Thanks again to Mr. Cheng for the great rendition. To celebrate, and to thank you all for your old support. Now immediately draw the first lucky audience of the day and give away 5 SU7S. As the lucky draw program was launched, the atmosphere in the broadcast room was once again ignited. Soon, 5 lucky viewers were drawn. The live broadcast room was instantly flooded with pop-ups of envy and congratulations. Seriously? I actually won the lottery? Happiness comes so suddenly. I want SU7 too. I want SU7 too. Gushin atmosphere. Thank you Gushin. Gushin YYDS. I'm going to go to my friend circle, Weibo, and shake, and crazy Anon Gushin. The winners were incoherent with excitement. They have said that they want to become die-hard fans of Gu Mingcheng. Those who didn't win wailed. All kinds of envious and jealous pop-ups brushed the screen. Ooh, why not me? I want SU7 too. Gu dog. Don't you understand? You can't just favor these people. Next time for sure. I'll get my turn next time. The raffle was a hoot though. However, the popularity of the live broadcast did not seem to completely fall to his side as Gu Mingcheng had expected. Many netizens are expressing envy. It was also on the pop-up screen, constantly brushing Jiang Li's name. Gu Mingcheng is awesome and the songs are really good, but I still want to hear Jiangshen's songs. Yeah. Where's Jiangshen? When are you going to make your big move? Sit back and wait for Jiangshen to counterattack. I don't believe he'll lose. Apparently, even though Gu Mingcheng and Chengjia's collaboration was amazing enough, however, in the minds of many netizens, there are still expectations for Jiang Li. Seeing the pop-up screen in the live broadcast, once again, Jiang Li's name was strongly screened. In Gu Mingcheng's heart, the feeling of superiority that had just built up due to Chengjia's offering of Planes and Seas instantly dissipated. In its place was intense resentment and jealousy. He clearly wowed the crowd first, proving collegiate prowess with planes and seas. But why? In the end, are all eyes focused on Zhongli? Don't get it. Really don't get it. Is it possible that no amount of effort will be able to overtake this sick child? The fingertips trembled slightly. Gu Mingcheng tried his best to maintain the cloudiness on his face, speaking slowly to the live camera. Actually, people don't need to put too much pressure on Mr. Jiang. After all, inspiration is something that can really come and go. Mr. Jiang has proven himself the first few times. There is absolutely no need to prove anything more. Mr. Jiang is really under a lot of pressure tonight. People should give him more encouragement and support. At first glance, these words seem to be speaking for Zhongli. In fact, the words are full of hints of exhausted and at the end of their tether. It was as if he was saying that Zhongli's previous amazing works, it's just a flash in the pan, a stroke of luck. Now that inspiration has dried up, it is no longer possible to produce great work. Most of the netizens in the live stream were watching the fun. Where couldn't you hear Gu Mingcheng's words? The flavor of yin and yang? The pop-ups instantly became more lively, explicitly praise and implicitly disparage. Yin and yang, worthy of being a senior student of the academy, all speak so level-headed. Yes, yes, yes. On the surface, they speak for Mr. Jiang, but in reality, they're all arching fire. But there's one thing to say. Gushin is right. Zhongli did pull his crotch tonight, and hasn't held a song until now. Is it true that you've run out of talent? I don't think so. I don't believe it. Sit and wait for Mr. Jiang to hit his face again. He's going to hit some people's faces hard. The netizens were talking and the pop-ups were a mess. And the live feed. Zhongli, who was originally calm, frowned slightly after hearing these words. The original thought was to let Gu Mingcheng be complacent for a while longer. After all, the more the clown jumps, the worse he falls. But I didn't expect it. The bastard was so calm that he had to make things difficult for himself. That being the case, then he would not be polite. The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly, surfacing in a meaningful arc. Pick up the songbook for As You Like It that you have already printed in your hand. Showed it to the camera for a few seconds. Make sure the 20 million or so netizens on the air can see the song title clearly. Then, he handed the song sheet to Chen Yushi beside him, signaling her to sing later. Doubts flashed in Chen Rushi's beautiful eyes, not understanding why Zhongli wanted her to sing later. This song has just been familiarized with. The melody and lyrics are well known. It's perfectly fine to just start singing in front of the live streamers, right? Doubtful as he was, he obeyed and took the songbook. Was about to open his mouth to ask. Instead, he saw Zhongli poking at the camera. Follow the gaze. Only then did Chen Ruoshi notice Gu Mingcheng. Instantly, he understood what the teenager was trying to do. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly as a playful smile surfaced. And at the same time, Gu Mingcheng at the other end. In looking at the songbook displayed by Qin Zhongli, and after the two Thucydides As You Like It on the song sheet, his face instantly became extremely ugly. The smile also stiffened on his face. The outsiders see what's going on. The insiders see what's going on. Ordinary netizens in the live broadcast room may only feel that the title of the song is I Wish is a good one, and the lyrics are written in quite a mood. However, Gu Mingcheng knew it clearly. This song is far more than just a well-written title and lyrics. Just by scanning the songbook alone, one can sense the arrangement, which is absolutely top-notch. Though he thinks of himself that Plains and Seas is also superior. It's even good enough to be included in a conservatory textbook. But it's still significantly worse than this song. As You Wish. This gap is like the gap between a well-furnished commercial house and a carefully sculpted work of art. Not at all on the same level. Realize this. Gu Mingcheng could no longer care about poise and decency. The handsome face twisted slightly from shock. With disbelief in his voice, he blurted it out to the live camera. Is Mr. Zhang song also composed on the spot? How do I remember? Just now Mr. Zhang has been interacting with the netizens. How can you have time to write a song when you're listening to stories and linking up? The words fell. The live stream pop-ups exploded again. Everyone smelled something unusual. There seems to be a smell of gunpowder in the air. There's a good show to watch. Is this going to be a frontal tear? Is Gushin questioning Mr. Zhang's cheating? Saying that As You Wish wasn't created on the spot? TSK, TSK, TSK. The academy school really can't afford to lose. They can't do it themselves, so they question others' openness. I told you, the academy is a bunch of hypocrites, who do one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. Sit and wait for Mr. Zhang to respond. Let's see how Mr. Zhang swollen his face. Rip it up. Tear it up. I love to see this annual drama. Chapter 115, The Academy's Love of Talent. Zhongli didn't rush to defend herself. Her expression remained calm as usual, only gestured toward the off-camera. The guide immediately understood and cut out the replay of the two-way shot. In an instant, John Lee's live broadcast screen split in two. On the left is the teenager's clouded face, still interacting with the pop-ups. Every now and then a few funny comments are read out softly. On the right is a panoramic replay of what just happened. On the screen, John Lee's fingers could be clearly seen tapping rapidly on the keyboard. A new document page was created and the lyrics poured out like a waterfall. To be more persuasive, the Tomato Channel guide was also very careful, adding timestamps to the replay screen that were accurate to the second, and the last modification time of the computerized document. Ironclad evidence. All the skepticism paled in this moment. The last bit of blood on Gu Mingqing's face faded. In its place was a deathly despair, staring blankly at the split-screen image on the screen. In the two-way shot, John Lee's fingertips were flipping over the keyboard like a butterfly. The left hand even managed to find time to give the netizen a heart. The guide gives the document a special red timestamp. It's like mocking the 15 minutes of creative time he's so proud of. A tsunami of pop-ups flooded the screen during the live broadcast. How many years of singleness has Jiangshan practiced this hand speed? At CAS, come and arrest someone for research. I told you it's impossible for Jiangshan to cheat. Where are those skeptical black fans? Are their faces swollen? 7 minutes? Did I read that right? Finished writing a song in less than 7 minutes? This hand speed. This efficiency. It's unbelievable. Gu Mingqing's song written in 15 minutes was already blown out of proportion. But it turns out that Jiangshan managed to do it in 7 minutes. And it feels like it's of even higher quality. How can we compare? 7 minutes to write a song and still drive with us? Gu Mingqing didn't lose unfairly, ahahaha. Now I just want to know what kind of divine song As I Wish is. Miss Chen Ruoshi, sing it. I can't wait. Missy, don't freeze. Sing. Sing quickly. I've got my ears ready. Begging. Sing it. I want to hear Jiangshan's new song now. Curiosity is already going to explode. Everyone was completely overwhelmed by the strength John Lee displayed. Also looking forward to As Good as It Gets like never before. Chen Ruoshi nodded slightly as she faced the camera, the shaky light spots from her earrings crashing into the cracks of her keyboard. This song is dedicated to all the ordinary and great watchmen. The intro is an evening breeze simulated by the clarinet, mixed with the piano's fountain-like arpeggios. When the first line, "You are a distant road, a light in the mountain fog," escaped from my lips, the pop-up suddenly went silent. Everyone held their breath for fear of missing a lyric. Chen Ruoshi's voice is ethereal and clear, with a hint of sadness, but contains warmth and strength. The lyrics are stark and heartfelt. Each word is like a seed full of emotion, quietly taking root in the listener's mind. I am a child, oh child, walking in your eyes. You are the bright moon and the breeze, and I am the dream you illuminate. As the song advances, netizens' thoughts are also pulled by the lyrics, drifting to the depths of distant memories. My father's silent yet magnificent figure came to mind. The odor of motor oil, mixed with wood chips, emanating from the toolbox lingered in the nose. Grandma's weathered face, and the blue scarf that carried half a lifetime of longing, also became clearer and clearer. Chuni-chan's carving knife hangs between the folds of the sandalwood Guanin's coat. Wood shavings rustled down onto the tablet. She suddenly remembered her father's words, "Live like a mortise in tenon," as he sandpapered the handle of his toolbox on his deathbed. Shakily, he picked up his tablet and typed a text into the pop-up box. Chuni Wood Workshop, Mr. Jiang has melted his father's shavings into a song. Listen to the line, "I'll embrace you all my life, whether I see you or not." The warp and woof of the concentric quilt of the straight ripples in the light of the display case. Song Xiaowei stuck the tin box in front of the microphone. The pop-ups sent out are stuck right at the moment when the chorus goes up the key. Happy duck today too. Grandma must have heard the foghorn in Keelung Harbor. The blue scarf floats up in the song QAQ. To see and not to see all my life with you, and I will love the earth you love and wish for the smile you wish for. The song builds to a crescendo. Chen Yushi's voice has also become fuller and more infectious. The deep emotions contained in the lyrics spilled out, instantly hit the softest place in the hearts of countless netizens. Pop-ups sporadically appeared in the live room, no longer the boisterous banter of before. Instead, it's a message full of truth. Listening to the tears, really listening to the tears. The lyrics are so well written, aren't they? Every line pokes me in the heart. Thinking of my father, thinking of my grandmother. Thank you Jiangshan, thank you Yushi. This song is really so touching. Meanwhile, in the sanatorium at the northern foot of Fragrant Hill, the green bamboo curtain was lifted by the night wind, and the moonlight trickled over the teacups on the rosewood table. Secretary Li bowed and refilled the tea to 7 full. Elder Chen Yu said 3 years ago that pop music should pick up the bone and blood of Chinese civilization. John Li, teacher of this song, As I Wish. It's a breathing living tablet. Chen Lao stirred the tea broth with a silver spoon, and the water surfaced with the azure color of the Northern Song Dynasty's Ru Kiln. The first half of the quatrain uses a pentatonic scale to outline the carpenter's inkwell. The second half of the cue turns the tone to allude to the channel tides. Do you hear the breathiness of the chorus? Like you're playing the warp and weft of a quilt? The alarm bells on the eaves suddenly chimed in unison. Overwhelmed by the mountain of God pop-ups in the live broadcast room, Secretary Lee's hand paused as he cupped the medicine calabash. He had never seen such vivid watery light hidden in the creases at the end of the old man's eyes. Look at these lyrics. The old man suddenly pointed at the tablet and let out a laugh. And I will love the earth that you love. Good young family boy. Chinese music is long overdue. A voice for the times. A voice for the people. That's what makes it really good. Outside the sanatorium, mountain mist wrapped in the melody of As You Like It roams through the pine forest. One of the guards suddenly wiped his face and turned his head to look off into the distance at the lights of a million homes. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the courtyard at the foot of Fragrant Hill, the green smoke from the rosewood incense burner curls up. The projection screen is fixed on the end of As You Wish. The pentatonic scale transforms into steel nails, pinning fine cracks in the Academy's gold lettering. The faces of the bigwigs of the Academy faction, led by Zhao Yanqiu and Xin Huayuan, were so gloomy that it seemed as if a rainstorm was approaching. In a room full of silence, someone heard the sound of the Academy's 60 years of glory, shattering into pieces. These old men, who are in charge of half of the Chinese music industry, are now like puppets on strings with their spines removed. I've seen too many shooting stars streak across the night sky, but I've never seen anyone drag the Milky Way into the studio. But today, it was seen. In less than 7 minutes, a piece of this quality came out of nowhere. This is simply beyond anyone's knowledge. When it comes to musical skill, everyone here is naturally as good as, if not better. But inspiration is something that is always available. Inspiration like John Lee's gurgles out, and in a moment it can be transformed into a sound. Truly gifted. A genius among geniuses. An unspeakable feeling of frustration slowly flooded the hearts of these Academy bigwigs. Originally, there were still high hopes for Gu Mingcheng. I think he can represent the Academy and thwart Zhang Li. Let those folk musicians realize who is the king of size. However, reality hits hard. As You Like It not only completely shattered Gu Mingcheng's confidence, it also disgraced their Academy. Xin Huayuan's pupils behind the lenses shrunk into pinpoints. Old Li, how long did it take the graduate students you brought with you to polish that Silk Road camel bell for the national project they declared last year? The knotted head of the folk music department rolled the knot in his throat twice. Chapter 116, The Times have chosen Zhang Li. The tea-light cover bowl touched out a crisp trill. 17 months. Less than 7 minutes on one side. Nearly 2 years on the other side. How can there be such a big gap between people? Zhao Yanqiu smiled bitterly and grabbed the alabaster pot to pour it in the green-potted plant. The boiling water was so hot that the blades curled into baby fists. The honorary vice president who had laid down half an arm of the Academy with 3 red songs. At the moment the backs of his hands were bruised like old gnarled trees. Ningxiu and Road played marvelously. Even the old man has fallen into the path of the Zhang family boy. The room was filled with the bitterness of a dragon well being scalded. The crowd stared at the real-time scrolling Seal the God pop-up screen on the projection screen. Trance saw the high walls built by the Academy cracking. But soon the frustration crept into a complex emotion, a love of talent. How good would it be if Jiang Li was from their Academy school? This will surely make the Academy's position more secure. We can even take this opportunity to further expand our influence in the Chinese music scene. As much momentum as folk musicians have, they are ultimately just wildcards. It is difficult to compare it with the orthodox academics who come from the science class. A thought grew quietly in the minds of the crowd. Now, the captive folk music scene doesn't seem to realize the value of Zhang Li. In other words, the Academy still has a chance to bring this rising star into its fold. Xin Huayuan suddenly crushed the cultural walnut in his palm. Perhaps we could try. The end of the words hung in the air, but they were more alarming than the end of the words. I don't know who knocked over the Ruyao tea favor. Pixie break horns rolled over the plains and seas, and As You Like It score examples. The former is as neat as an array of terracotta warriors. The latter's soulful notes, however, resembled Dunhuang frescoes flying in the sky. To break out of the paper. Adoption. Zhao Yanqiu suddenly spat out 2 words, startling the night heron perched by the window. Save it for the wildlife as a treasure? Take my obeisance tomorrow, and say that there is a new committee of young artists in the Music Association. Xin Huayuan twisted the walnut crumbs and suddenly burst into tears of laughter. Wonderful! What do those mudbloods know about resource replacement? Let's give him a dummy position. It'll be honorable, and we'll use his talents to gild the Academy. Dip your tea and draw circles on the tabletop. When we join the club, these slaps in the face tonight will naturally become a good story for lifting up the ladder. The Secretary General of the Literary Union, who had been silent in the corner, suddenly spoke up. I heard that Daewoo Group's authorization hasn't been signed yet? Since the one from Fragrant Hill has spoken, we have to move faster. At this moment, inside the Tomato Terrace's high-level conference room, the long-suppressed atmosphere was finally completely dispersed by the cheers. It's done! It's done! We got it right! I don't know who was the first to shout, instantly igniting the mood of the entire conference room. Su Zheng's tightly tensed face finally revealed a smile of relief. Clenched fists pounded the tabletop with a dull sound, but no one thought it was noisy, but rather the sound was as uplifting as the beat of a victory drum. Zhou Ming was even more excited, his face flushed red, as if he wanted to release all the joy in his chest. I told you that Mr. Zhongli can definitely do it. Look at that. 7 minutes or less. Wrote a song as you wish in less than 7 minutes. It's nothing short of a miracle. A miracle. As Su Tai's most trusted right-hand man, he knew it better than anyone. How much pressure the Tomato Channel has been under to support Zhongli. Immortal Sword IP Authorization Storm. Academy Strong Sniper. Each of these is enough to send the tomato counter into the land of doom. And now, Zhongli used a song as I wish to turn the tide in a hard way. Not only does it make the tomato table desperate, even more so, it is a brilliant battle against the Academy's hardcore. The ecstasy of the aftermath of the robbery and the excitement of the success of the big gamble filled everyone's mind. These executives, who usually have the same color as the mountain before them, at this moment, the disguise is completely removed and the excitement is released to the fullest. All are old birds who have been in the system for years and know the importance of standing up for themselves. Supporting Jiang Li certainly has Chen Lao sake, but more than that, it was the crowd's judgment of the general situation, as well as their belief in Jiang Li's talent. Su Zhen clenched his fists hard, trying to calm his excitement as he swept his gaze over every senior present. Guys, another win this time. Won beautifully. Won completely. We have been proved not to be wrong in our vision. Zhou Ming nodded his head vigorously and said deeply, yes, Station Su, if it wasn't for your courage and insistence on broadcasting Jiang Li live, I'm afraid we would have missed the opportunity for nothing this time. Ha 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 ha. Su Zhang laughed openly, the joy in his heart unspeakable. Jiang Li's personal ability was the most crucial factor in saving the day this time, but it was undeniable that he had chosen to believe Jiang Li in the beginning against the pressure. It also requires a great deal of vigor and boldness, and as it turns out, his busting his ass has paid off big time for Tomato Terrace. Broke 5%. Real-time ratings broke 5%. Data on the big screen. The curve representing the ratings is going up at a 90-degree angle. The crowd at the moment resembles the gourmet shabu-shabuing tripe in the alleys of Chongqing. Spicy pain drenched in redness. Zhou Ming took off his glasses, and his breath haloed the hazy light spots on the lenses. Think of the fiasco of the station party 3 years ago. The conference room was lit up like this when the advertisers pulled out en masse. Only then all that shone through were cigarette butts all over the place, with a deficit on the financial statements. The capital market's sense of smell is always faster than opinion monitoring. The CFO turned the tablet to the crowd. Station manager, 7 advertisers have requested additional placements, in which Bulgari jacked up the Best Buddies title fee by 30%. This woman, who was always shrewd, was smiling like a freshly graduated intern at the moment. The tail end dissolved into applause from the other executives. At that moment, the director of the guide team rushed into the conference room with a red face. Station manager, the pop-up peak broke the platform's all-time record. We accounted for 13 of the top 20 hot searches on Weibo. Okay, got it. Su Zheng raised his hand and pressed it in vain, and the room full of clamor receded like a tidal wave. Pacing to the floor-to-ceiling windows, he ran his fingertips over the rain trails condensing on the glass. Half a month ago, it was the same rainy night. He personally approved and passed the best shot planning. Those 3 thin pages weighed 1,000 pounds at the moment. Notify the technical department to add 3 more dedicated lines to Mr. Zhang's live room. As he turned, his cuff swept across the sandalwood conference table. All resources of the variety channel are tilted towards Best Buddies. The director of advertising suddenly snorted out a laugh and projected the text message onto the main screen. A certain senior producer at the Academy sends a message of goodwill that is as flattering as a cover letter. The crowd exchanged glances. 3 days ago, the producer was tweeting sarcastic digs. It is said that the tomato table is self-defeating to be in the company of the wild ones. The station manager, want to, 8 words back to him. Su Zheng picked up the coffee that had long since gone cold. Sincere cooperation, come what may. The room was full of laughter. Suddenly remembering Chen Lao's previous knock on the phone, at this moment finally tasted the 3 things. It wasn't the tomato counter that chose Jiang Li. Rather, it is the times that choose those who dare to shield the new seedlings from the wind and rain. Chapter 117, it's not a bad idea to put pressure on Elder Chen. Meanwhile, Di-Wu Group. Inside the top-floor circular conference room, the floor-to-ceiling windows reflect the bright stars of Pengcheng. Zhou Shichang's knuckles tapped on the glass and the projection screen behind him. The end of As I Wish was falling into the fluttering eyelashes of Chen Ruoshi as stardust. Do you all hear the sound of growing wood grain? Turning abruptly, a few strands of sunken ash shook from the folds of his suit. At first, the crowd was still scrutinizing Jiang Li, assessing the value of this prey. However, as the song came to an abrupt end, directors who have seen it all in the shopping mall, They all take off their cold masks and reveal a soft corner of their hearts. The ecology of the multitude mirrored in the lyrics of As You Like It reminds the crowd of a stern father, or a gentle mother, or perhaps the tenderness and light in other lives. The first to break the silence was the patriarchal director, second only to Chow Sai-chong. The voice was a little choked. This song is written to the heart. My old father sold the house in my hometown back then to support my business. The vice president in charge of IP operations removes his gold-rimmed glasses and wipes the condensation on the lenses with a flannel. Fong when the chorus comes on. He remembered the 1,000 paper cranes his daughter had slipped into his briefcase before she studied abroad. The kid always said that his business plan was missing temperature. The projected light cuts a junction of light and dark across the faces of the crowd. The CFO who wears Armani haute couture had just swallowed her anti-hypertensive medication mixed with cold brew coffee 3 minutes earlier. At the moment, however, it feels like the Pearl River spring floods are running through my veins. Zhou Shichang silently turned around and looked at the screen. His heart also had mixed feelings. The song As I Wish allowed him to see in Jiangli a depth of talent and emotion far beyond her years. More importantly, the family sentiment and humanistic concern conveyed by the song coincides with the corporate culture Daewoo has always upheld. Look around. The directors who were originally skeptical of Jiangli were now showing signs of approval. Gentlemen, Zhou Shichang slowly spoke. Now it seems that the previous worries were somewhat redundant. Jiangli's talent is far beyond imagination. The song As Good As It Gets is a testament to his strength and potential. The chairman is right. The patriarchal director was the first to state. The intention and depth of this song far exceeds Gu Mingqing's song Shavings in the Sea. I believe that the immortal sword IP, if given to Mr. Jiangli, it's bound to take on a stronger life. I agree. Another director chimed in. With Elder Chen's strong support, coupled with Ms. Jiangli's talent, we can be completely fearless of Zhou Mubai and the pressure of other capitals. Daewoo's core claim is to make the Immortal Sword series an international business card representing China, and Jiangli is the perfect candidate. Zhou Shichang paces to the center of the circular conference table. 20 years ago we made Immortal Sword in chivalry in order for the Chinese game industry to plant its flag on the world map. Fingertips traced over the fairy sword logo in the projection. Nowadays, only Mr. Jiangli can take the chivalry that can't be written in the game and brew it into a light that floats across the ocean. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, laser beams from the Ping An building pierced the clouds. The female director in charge of overseas markets suddenly laughed out softly. I just rejected the marketing department's westernization of martial arts elements proposal this morning. At the moment it feels like it. It's time to put this quote from Chow on the title page of the proposal along with the lyrics to As Good As It Gets. By a show of hands, those in favor of continuing to license the Immortal Sword IP to the Tomato Channel may raise their hands. Zhou Shichang pushed the encrypted phone to the center of the table. On the screen was an encrypted email from Secretary Li 5 minutes ago. Cultural confidence in big red letters hurts your eyes. 17 hands were raised at the same time. Suddenly there was a tap on the walnut door. The secretary pushed her way in on her Chanel heels. Zhou Dong, Mr. Zhou Mubai arrived with the capital representative. The atmosphere of the conference room suddenly tensed, and everyone looked at the chairman in unison. Zhou Shichang slowly and methodically straightened his cufflinks and glanced at the group of uninvited guests in suits on the surveillance screen. After a moment of contemplation, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Of course, although the license agreement is not signed with them, this group of people cannot be easily offended. Please come to the Bohemia Hall, inform me of the truth, and let go to the trouble of Chen Lao at that time. Turn around and press the curtain remote. The night view of Pengcheng slowly closes in like a scroll. As Zhou Mubai smoothed out the front of his suit, the elevator mirror reflected the imperative arc of his lips. 3 hours ago, the congratulatory telegrams from the Academy's old-timers were still ringing in our ears. Minnesota's crushing victory was rendered a foregone conclusion early on. At the moment he was full of Grammy producers, kneeling and begging for cooperation in a fawning manner. When the Immortal Sword IP arrived, these mole crickets weren't even worthy of lifting his shoes. The hallway light splashed crushed gold on his leather shoes. The capitalist representative was half a step behind him, and the leather of his briefcase creaked. Bohemia Hall door opened for a moment. The scent of incense would wrapped in cold air on the face. Zhou Shichang sat in the main seat. Both sides were filled with the Daewoo Group Board of Directors crowd. The expression was slightly serious, and in no way did it look like a gesture of signing an agreement. The ambition in his heart couldn't help but falter for a moment, especially when Zhou Shichang informed in a calm tone that the Daewoo Group, after careful consideration, decided to continue licensing the Immortal Sword IP to Tomato Channel. The smile on Zhou Mubai's face froze, replaced by consternation. Zhou Dong, what do you mean by this? The Daewoo Group has clearly favored the Academy before. Even the details of the licensing contract are pretty much negotiated. Why did you change your mind all of a sudden? Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry. Zhou Shichang's tone remained calm. After unanimous deliberation by our board of directors, we believe that Tomato Terrace in Mr. Zhongli may be more suitable for the development of the Immortal Sword IP. More suitable? Zhou Mubai's brows were tightly locked, and there was suppressed anger in his tone. Are you mistaken about something? When it comes to professionalism and influence in the field of music, who can match the Academy? What's more, the Academy School can give resources that a wildcatter wouldn't be able to touch the doorframe in 10 lifetimes. The funding representatives turned over the data sheets in due course. North American theater scheduling, European streaming share deal, Tokyo Akihabara giant ad space design. Every piece of paper is drenched in coppery weights. With the capitalists assisting, Zhou Mubai tries to be reasonable. The value of the Immortal Sword IP is by no means limited to commercial interests, more in the cultural value behind it. I'm the only one who can tap into the cultural heritage of the Immortal Sword series, make it a business card of Chinese culture to the world. Zhongli doesn't know anything about cultural connotations. The capital representatives accompanying Zhou Mubai continue to pressure the Daewoo Group's board of directors. Dong Zhou, we are all optimistic about the strength of the Academy before we are willing to fund our support. If the Daewoo Group insists on choosing the tomato table, I'm afraid we'll have to rethink our subsequent cooperation, now that the market is so competitive. A decision made in the heat of the moment in the head is likely to cost dearly. Zhou Shichang was unmoved and shook his head. Threats? The thing he, Mr. Zhou, was least afraid of was threats. Sadly, the board just voted unanimously. The capital representatives exchanged glances, and the packets of papers spread out in unison to pressure the program. Zhou Mubai, however, raised his hand to stop it, and the sound of wristwatch gears biting crushed the room full of noise. He was all too familiar with this kind of lustful play. Back in the day, Zhao Yanqiu pressed for the purchase of the folk orchestra and acted 10 times more authentically than this. You guys aren't really buying into the live show, are you? Ming Cheng was able to write plain and see in 15 minutes because of the 60 years of Chinese music theory that had been precipitated, and some of the internet writers are just sewing the search engines into 100 lines. If your company insists on emotionalism, there was a deliberate pause, waiting for the capital representatives to turn over the betting agreement. I'm afraid I'm going to get a delisting warning before I can wait for Immortal Sword to go to sea. Zhou Shichang suddenly laughed out loud, startling the rain swallows peering out of the window. Mr. Zhou may as well go to put pressure on Chen Lao, the cloud tea of the northern foot of Xiangshan Mountain. Cold cannot taste the sweetness back. Chapter 118, Poor Skin, Rich Stomach. The cold air from the Bohemia Hall crawled down the back of Zhou Mubai's neck and into the lining of his suit. Staring at the speck of light swimming behind Zhou Shichang's lens, he suddenly realized that he had missed a certain variable in his calculations. It is by no means only the temperature of Xiangshan Yunwu tea that can make 17 directors vote unanimously. When Chao Saichong brought up elderly Chan, he was just trying to use this big mountain to block his own mouth. But he didn't believe in the word Chen Lao alone. That's all it took to make this old fox, who had been in the business world for many years, make such a decision. It even flatly rejected the generous terms offered by the Academy and the capital behind it. It is an unchanging truth that businessmen seek profits. What's more, there are more than millions and millions of dollars of interests involved behind this fight for the Immortal Sword IP. Just because of Chen Lao's attitude, it made Daewoo Group give up the huge benefits that were within its reach. It's a no-brainer. Unless, there are deeper reasons that one does not see. So, what is it all about? Zhou Mubai's mind raced, trying to find a reasonable explanation. And so on. Suddenly, I remembered that Zhou Shichang mentioned that Tomato Terrace and Mr. Zhongli are more suitable for the development of the Immortal Sword IP. The heart sank hard. Did something happen on the air? A strong uneasiness welled up in his heart. Scrambling, he pulled out his cell phone and tapped on the official Tomato Channel live feed. The pop-ups gnawed at the retina like locusts. Chen Ruoshi's unsettled trailing voice pierced through the cell phone speaker. The pop-up pool is a sea of tears. The reddish-gold reward effects of Zhang Shen's divine work are floating sporadically. As you like it. How is that possible? How is it possible to write such a quality song in just a few minutes? Rather believe that this was all pre-arranged by Tomato Terrace and Zhongli, an elaborate bureau designed to confuse itself and everyone else. That must be it. Trying to find all sorts of reasons to try to convince myself. The song must have been prepared by Zhongli beforehand, pretending to create it live in the live studio. But no matter how self-soothing, that uneasiness and suspicion lingered in his mind. Tap on the replay and watch it over and over again, trying to find the breaks and prove their guesses. However, the more you look, the more your heart sinks. Both the lyrics and the melody. It's all like it's been hammered to perfection, especially the deep emotions contained in the lyrics, and the ethereal and infectious voice of Chen Yushi, a perfect blend that strikes at the heart. This is by no means a hastily written song, not to mention the cassock put together by some search engine. Mr. Zhou, are you okay? The voice of the capitalist representative pulled Zhou Mubai back to reality from his thoughts. Lift your head and look around. Finding everyone scrutinizing themselves with a strange look, Zhou Shichang had a faint smile on his face, but there was a teasing look in his eyes. Mr. Zhou, since you have a problem with our decision, you might want to take a look at this, said, signaling the staff to pull up a video. The scene is the whole process of Zhongli creating as you wish in the live broadcast. To enhance video persuasion, the Daewoo staff made a point of keeping, in bold red font, the details that the guide used to identify when the document was last modified. Looking at Jian Li's cloudy expression, Zhou Mubai's entire body cracked in place. The teenager even managed to find time to compare hearts to his online friends with his left hand while he was creating. A new document page was created and the lyrics poured out like a waterfall. 6 minutes and 47 seconds. In just 6 minutes and 47 seconds, a song good enough to seal the deal was born. It's no longer the realm of talent that can be explained. It's simply a demon, a monster. It was a moment when the worldview completely collapsed. The talent that he was so proud of looked so ridiculous and unbearable in front of Zhongli. A strong sense of despair surged through him. The Immortal Sword IP license is gone, which means all the previous efforts have gone down the drain. What frightened him even more was this. If you want to get the rights to develop the Immortal Sword IP, you'll have to stay in Best Buddies. But, facing such a demonic teenager, could he defeat his opponent? Suddenly I remembered when I was at Juilliard 3 years ago, surrounded by European music critics, Zhao Yanqiu on the transatlantic phone. The line, the eaves of the academy are always half an inch higher than the stars of the wild. So it is. Zhou Mubai loosened the knot of his tie, and the projection screen reflected the rekindled sparks under his eyes. The 7-minute myth is certainly stunning, but Best Buddies isn't an impromptu ring after all. The second installment of the competition is not about clinical creativity, but about the depth and skill of the work. Zhou Mubai stood behind him. It is the most authoritative academy in the entire Chinese music scene. In terms of creative skill and depth of work, it is by no means inferior to anyone else. Is it possible that the Academy School's 60 years of heritage can't suppress a single plant of wild rosewood? Just follow up the competition with the most finely crafted works to completely crush Jian Li's sharpness. Then everyone will know that the Academy is the one who rules the roost in Chinese music. He still had countless undercards that he hadn't shown. The true power of the Academy is far from being shown. Jian Li must be made to understand. Talent is important, but substance and accumulation are the key to victory. All the more reason to make Daewoo Group regret it. Let them know what a stupid choice it is to abandon the academy. Take a deep breath. Exhale all of that pent-up air in your chest. A confident smile resurfaced on Zhou Mubai's face, even more determined than before. Zhou Dong is right. It's time to ask Chen Lao for a cup of tea. As he turned to walk out of the purple Bohemia room, the cuffs swept down the betting agreement handed by the capital representative. The wildfire, no matter how hot it is, will not burn through the glazed tiles after all. Jian Li can write as you like it in 7 minutes. He can cook a cup of Buddha jumping over the wall in 3 days with 60 years of effort. After all, live off camera, who can see if it's firewood or a tone that's burning in the fire? Meanwhile, inside the live broadcast, when Chen Rushi's last note dissipated, the pop-up pool in the live broadcast room exploded into a sky of starbursts. Wood carving knife hanging in front of the screen. Chun-Chen suddenly realized, the wood shavings that fell on the plate formed the shape of a billion more times. Electronic down jacket. This is definitely the top e-feather jacket this winter. Suggests Gu Mingqing not to go on the variety show. Suggests Jiangshan to be directly sealed as a god. If you use as you wish as your alarm, you'll wake up every day with a sense of purpose. Single looped and welded to my playlist. Jiangshan is awesome. 7 minutes to write this kind of divine song. What can Gu Mingqing's class compare to? Academy, do not queue, do not queue. Check, no such person. Dog head to save life. JPG, Missy to do it again. I'm begging you. I haven't heard enough. A billion more times. I've completely fallen into the song as I wish. The screen was full of pop-ups asking Chen Yushi to sing again. And more people were marveling at Jian Li's talent over and over again. Who said that Jiangshan had run out of talent? Come out and get beaten. Does the face of some academics hurt? Is it swollen? Do you want me to send you some ice masks? My heart aches for Gu Mingqing for a second. And then, ha 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 ha. Those fans who strongly supported Gu Mingqing, the collective lost their voices at the moment, not even daring to fart. Just as the live stream pop-ups were going wild, Chang Jie, who was in the middle of connecting, finally came back from the shock he had just experienced. There were still watermelon seeds on the collar of his sweatshirt, but his eyes burned even more than they had when he'd raised his hand at the auction. Mr. Jiang, I bought the rights to this song as you wish. 3 million. No, 5 million. As long as you're willing to part with it, the price is whatever you want it to be. The pop-ups instantly mutated into Mardi Gras ribbons at this statement. If it cost over $2 million to buy the rights to Planes and Seas before, words that have already left the internet in awe. That's just trenchant to spend $5 million on the rights to as you like it right now. Little old me grumpy. Big Jiangshan hanging strength. Gu Mingcheng, I'm selling 200 Ws. You backhandedly shelled out 500 Ws. Polite, aren't you? Poor skin and rich stomach. Jiangshan writing songs is not too expensive. Suggested to check Cheng Gongzi ingredients. This is not a rich 3 generations. Is clearly the Jiangshan push people. Heartbroken Gu Mingcheng plus 10086. Originally thought he was good enough, but ended up being rubbed on the ground by Jiangshan. Friction? You call this friction? It's simply a 3-dimensional beating by land, sea and air. It's an all-around, no death angle crush. Gu Mingcheng, my mind is broken. While netizens were shocked by Chang Jie's bravado, they were also once again impressed by Jiang Li's talent. The Plane in the Sea was created in 15 minutes and is worth over $2 million. As You Like It was created in less than 7 minutes, but it's worth $5 million. The gap. It's just not too obvious. Gu Mingcheng stared at the pop-ups floating by in the split screen, his knuckles squeezing white. The watermelon juice that splashed out when Chang Jie opened his bidding haloed the screen in a mocking smirk. The guide badgered the 2 live rooms to place them side by side. On the left was Jiang Li calmly sipping her wolfberry tea, and on the right was Gu Mingcheng's gradually frozen expression. A netizen captured the corner of his twitching mouth, with the terse picture of Wu Keqiang is coming. 3 minutes to break 10,000 retweets. Don't cry. Mommy's got your arms around you. Joke of the day, the Academy's dignity value, $3 million. Mr. Gooseface looks like the bacon my milk has been curing for 3 months. Chapter 119 Gu Mingcheng is silent. Just breaking the defenses. A certain pop-up suddenly drifted red. All are laughing at Gu Mingcheng. Am I the only one who feels sorry for Chang Jie? His hand shook more violently when he made the offer than I did when I grabbed the coupons on the 11th of February. Only. Jiang Li's next words caused a momentary silence to appear in the originally noisy live broadcast room. I appreciate Mr. Cheng's kindness. Jiang Li's tone was still gentle, but with an unquestionable firmness. But I'm afraid I can't sell you this song. Can't sell it? Once those 3 words came out, not only Chang Jie froze, even the tens of millions of netizens in the live broadcast were instantly confused. What? Did I hear right? The river god has refused? $5 million. Or Chang Jie took the initiative to ask for the song. How can you say no to that? Jiangshan is really something. Everyone else is begging the Golden Father to buy the songs, but Jiangshan is good. He directly pouted the Golden Father. Respect. Patterns. This is the pattern. It's a far cry from someone who's grinning from ear to ear over $2 million. River God, sorry, I'm not short of money. The pop-up screen instantly exploded, with all kinds of marveling and flirting going on in unison. Everyone didn't expect Jiang Li to reject Chang Jie's request to buy a song. It's not a small amount of money. It's $5 million in real money. What's more, the one who opened his mouth to buy the song was the popular friar Chang Jie. Anyone else would have been so happy that they would have been on their knees giving the song with both hands. However, Jiang Li favored the opposite and directly rejected the sky-high deal. This operation, it's a riot to break your legs. Chang Jie also didn't expect Jiang Li to refuse so dryly. The smile on his face froze slightly, but it quickly returned to normal. After all, it is also a veteran who has been in the entertainment industry for many years, and this point of the city is still there. Oh, can you tell me why? Chang Jie raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a bit of curiosity. Because all my work, the copyright is in the studio's name. Jiang Li's gaze turned to Chen Ruoshi on the side. The corner of her mouth slightly hooked up. Selling the rights won't work, and is a much more appropriate song for Yuhi to sing. Chen Ruoshi sniffed and her eyes became softer as she looked at Jiang Li, and the live broadcast pop-up screen was once again Jie pattern plus and other pop-up screen strong brush screen. Knocked on. Egami and Rui are locked up. Jiangshan also favors Chen Ruoshi too much. This is the real CP pattern. Jiangshan's pattern is really overwhelming. $5 million, just to pave the way for his own studio singer. Some people learn. See what it means to have a pattern. Think about your own artists. Don't just stare at money all day long. Jiangshan, it's only $5 million. It's just water. What's important is that my Ruoshi is going to make a debut. Chang Jie also reacted quickly. Jiang Li's words appeared to be a rejection of him. In reality, he was lifting up Chen Ruoshi, and by the way, he also gave his studio a free advertisement. However, he wasn't angry. Instead, he felt that Jiang Li was quite interesting and bold. I see, Mr. Jiang is thoughtful. Chang Jie smiled and nodded. That's a shame. I kinda like that song. That's okay, we'll work together again sometime in the future. Jiang Li explained in a gentle tone. Some other day if you have new inspiration, you can customize a song for Mr. Chang. It's guaranteed to be even more amazing than this one. Chang Jie laughed, looking quite cheerful. That would be great. I'm waiting for Mr. John's masterpiece. The two men exchanged a few more pleasantries. Chang Jie then took the initiative to end the connection and handed the live broadcast back to Zhangli. The screen once again returned to the split screen of Zhangli and Gu Mingcheng. It was as if Zhangli didn't hear the pop-ups that were almost flooding the screen. Once again, he turned his gaze to the other end of the split screen. Mr. Gu, do you want to continue? Gu Mingcheng's mood at the moment was like swallowing a fly. Still alive. It was fluttering around in his throat and was disgusting. I can't wait to cut off the live stream and drop my phone, and then pull the tomato counter guys out and give them a good scolding. However, sanity remains. He knew full well he couldn't do that. The two live streams combined, more than 20 million viewers. This is no longer a simple personal broadcast. Rather, it's Academy face. It was even, in a way, an invisible battle between the Academy and the folk musicians. Not to mention the fact that this live broadcast comes with a mission given by the Academy. It must not be done in anger, let alone on the verge of fleeing. Otherwise what awaits him will be even harsher accountability within the Academy. Riding a tiger is difficult. In and out of a dilemma is aptly used to describe Gu Mingcheng's state of mind at this moment. Take a deep breath and try to squeeze out a stiff smile. Of course we have to continue. There are still 5 SU7s left to be drawn. How can we stop halfway? The family has such a wonderful story to tell. So of course I have to keep listening. Tell you what, in another half hour, I'll draw the other 5. So more of my friends will have a chance to participate. When he finished speaking, Gu Mingcheng felt that the words were pale and full of reluctance and embarrassment. He didn't even dare to look into Jian Li's eyes, afraid to see mockery and teasing in the other's eyes. Isn't Mr. Gu afraid that when the raffle is drawn later, I'll win one too? Gu Mingcheng froze for a moment, then shook his head exaggeratedly as if he had heard some heavenly joke. Mr. John's luck shouldn't be that euro, right? After saying that, he laughed dryly and hastily changed the topic. Ha ha, well, the joke's over. Better move on to connecting to the next netizen, said the man who hurriedly cut to the next screen of the connected network. The live stream pop-ups were once again active. Only this time, the pop-ups were full of derision and banter. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Gu's smile. It's worse than crying. Gu Mingcheng doesn't say a word and just keeps on breaking the defense. Heartbreaking Gu Bo for a second. And then, ha 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 ha. Wu Keqiang is here. The netizens of the company rushed into the picture with the ID of crayon little sprinkle wild salt. The opening is a blitzkrieg. Mr. Gu, if Jiangshan really draws SU7, is your live broadcast considered a work injury or a blessing? Gu Mingcheng's back teeth clenched, but on his face, he had to carry the decency of a college unicorn. If Mr. Jiang can win, I'll personally send another set of car stereo. The screen was full of ha 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 ha, like locusts. Suggests that the Academy pair Mr. Gu with a psychologist. I'm afraid he'll write Planes and Seas too, the age of broken defense right off the air. Gu Mingcheng stared at the pop-up, suddenly remembering Shen Huayuan's advice before going on air. The roof of the Academy is always half an inch higher than the stars of the wild. But it's not moonlight leaking from this roof today. It's 23 million pairs of eyes pouring boiling oil. Crayon sprinkles wild generation salt tells a story about love that doesn't work. Netizens were moved to tears. However, no system prompt rang out in Jian Li's head. Just in case of doubt, Crayon sprinkles wild generation salt volunteered to blow himself up. I'm actually a web writer myself, and I make up all the stories. After ruthlessly harvesting a wave of nationalists on the air, the light went off the air. Immediately afterward, the 7th waterman chose to connect. See, the background is in a gloomy cave. The storyteller is an old woman with dark glasses. Netizens knew at first glance that this had to be a story, so hold your breath. The live streaming pop-up refreshes slowed down as well. Chapter 120, The Wheel of the Year in Lapis Lazuli. My name is Lin Wanqing, a restorer of cultural relics who has been stationed at the Mogao Grottos in Dunhuang for 30 years. 4 o'clock in the morning every day, while the city is still asleep, the stars still favor the night sky of the Gobi. I had then walked into the cave alone. The cave was quiet, with only the sound of my light footsteps, and breathing. Breathing must be lighter than the desert night wind, because I'm going to touch those frescoes that have survived thousands of years of wind and sand and erosion. A camel hair brush gently sweeps the dust off the mural. That dust, it's sand from 1,000 years ago. It may also come from deeper in history. Fingertips dipped in mineral pigment, little by little, carefully filling in those flaking gaps in the mural. The pigments are ground in-house. Lapis lazuli, cinnabar, stone green. These colors from nature are rejuvenated by my hands to their millennial-old luster. Restoration, not creation, but guardianship. Guard those that our ancestors have left us. Traces of beauty, marks of history. I remember one time, restoring a Tang Dynasty painting of the flying sky. Flying sky is the most dynamic elves in Dunhuang murals. Their dresses fluttered and their bodies were graceful, as if they were going to ride the wind. When I repaired to the corner of the mural, unexpectedly, I found a small line. In the 13th year of the reign of Jingguan, the painter Zhang respectfully painted. The 13th year of Jingguan, that was the beginning of the flourishing Tang dynasty and the golden age of Dunhuang art. Painter Zhang, an ordinary name, and yet, after 1,000 years, it still shines, gently stroking those handwriting, as if touching the body temperature of the craftsman 1,000 years ago. Their heart's blood, sweat and sweat are condensed on top of this mural. At that moment, my eyes moistened and tears dripped down onto the restoration knife. You leave beauty to future generations, and I will guard it for you, I murmured in my mind. 30 years, 10,000 days and nights. I have spent time with these ancient murals. They are like my old friends, silently speaking of the vicissitudes of history and the passage of time. My daughter Shua grew up in Dunhuang. She also has a special affection for these murals. Shua didn't follow in my footsteps. Instead, he became a researcher in mural restoration techniques. That time she brought the latest fresco restoration techniques. We want to use digital means to restore the damaged frescoes to their original form. Looking into my daughter's expectant eyes, I shook my head. Restoration is not creation. History needs real scars. The cracks in the murals, the flaking of the colors, are all traces of history, marks left by the years. These real scars cannot be erased in the pursuit of perfection. I taught my daughter to make mineral pigments using traditional techniques. Tell her about the properties of each pigment, the wonders of each technique. 2 generations of us sat side by side in the cave light. The sound of the wind and sand at Dunhuang is accompanying us. The bloodline of civilization continues quietly in the sound of this wind and sand. The restoration knife once hung in the corner of the Bodhisattva's eye for 3 hours. That was during the restoration of the Guanyin statue in Cave 45. Over the past 30 years, I've long since gotten used to holding my breath and tuning it lighter than the desert night wind, but that time, when I was trying to complete the fluttering straps of Goddess of Mercy's heavenly garment, my wrist actually started shaking. The restoration map shows that there should be a triple tassel here, but the remaining mineral fragments are clearly indigo, not vermilion. My daughter, Shua, held up the spectrometer and asked softly, corrected by data? A gale of wind suddenly poured into the cave. The ultramarine color of the Northern Way provider's coat abruptly spread across his pupils. That moment, it was as if I could hear the painters of the 13th year of Jeanne d'Arc sighing in my ears. That night, my daughter and I huddled on a serge blanket in the restoration room. A serge blanket is a woolen blanket handwoven by Tibetans, rough and warm, with the flavor of the highland sun. I took half of the lapis lazuli out of the safe. This was in 1998, sifted from the silt of a Song dynasty robber's hole. I handed my daughter the lapis lazuli. The minerals flow in the light with the ghostly glow of rain. Shua said that she suddenly realized why I always wore a blue cloth shirt. Years and years of rubbing lapis lazuli, my whole person, all seeped into the background color of the mural. At dawn, my daughter turned off the projector. She carefully filled in the remains of the mural with the stone green she had ground with her own hands. The monitor showed that the color difference was 3% over the limit. Instead, I smiled. You see, Zheng Painter also toned the color off back then, and this error just renewed it. Now on the new electronic tag in Cave 217, the juxtaposition shows the brushstrokes of Tang statuary with the trajectory of contemporary restoration. Some visitors complained that the newly replenished celluloid was not bright enough. Was smiled and pointed to the seepage at the top of the cave. When you've seen the sunrise red mural 30 times, you'll be able to tell which blue is a filter given by the years. As twilight spreads across the narrows, my daughter and I can always be found sitting side by side in front of the cave. The sandstone takes the sunset glow and filters it into a soft Buddhist light. It enveloped the square bench that had not moved in 30 years. I counted my daughter's new gray hairs and suddenly remembered my first time. The afternoon that the fingerprints of the Tang dynasty painters were discovered. It turns out that annual rings don't just grow in trees. It will also take root quietly in the winds of Dunhuang. Students once asked me curiously, Mr. Lin, why do we need the Song dynasty method of sand replenishment? My camel's hairbrush hangs from a flying draped ribbon of silk. A fine grain of sand drifted down from the roof of the cave. It falls exactly in the corner where Zhang Painter left his name in the 13th year of Zhangwan. Because the dawn dropped sand here too. I sucked away the grains of sand with a piece of cotton paper. Look here dash. The light hit diagonally, and a half-dozen fingerprints peeked out of the cracks in the mural. That's a mark left inadvertently by the painters 1,000 years ago. In 1998, during the restoration of the Guanyin statue in Cave 45, my tweezers plucked a camel's hair from a crevice in the mural. Carbon testing showed that it was a Northern Way relic. I sat in the cave late into the night that day. The winds of the Gobi tinkle like camel bells from 1,000 years ago. Suddenly, I heard someone behind me say, the little lady in stay half deficient. Jerking back, he saw only the moonlight stretching the projections of the hush-hush merchants on the wall. The day my daughter, Shua, restored the descending transformation using modern technology, I was so angry I dropped the lapis lazuli. At night, wrapped in the felt blanket I used for my vigil in front of the cave. She rubbed over and whispered, "Mom, I scanned all of your repair records for 30 years, and the program can now mimic the tremors in your wrists." The computer screen lights up. The digital brushstrokes and my filler strokes mingle perfectly at the folds of the Bodhisattva's coat. At that moment, I cried out in pain. Red nights, worn-out pens, those years of perseverance in the wind and sand, not dissipated in the sands of history after all. They were recorded and passed down in a different way by my daughter. And at this moment, it's as if I can hear the painter Shang's sigh again. That sigh traveled through the millennia, with my heartbeat resonating in the silence of the cave. Chapter 121, 1,000 years of body heat over the 13 years of Jingguan. Moonlight streams over the murals in the cave. When Lin Wanqing's last sentence, a sigh that crosses 1,000 years, dissipated. The pop-up pool looks like the pause button has been pressed. All of them were immersed in that long historical mood, unable to extricate themselves. Jiang Li's fingertips unconsciously rubbed the thermos relief. The thermos suddenly became hot. 30 years of lapis lazuli shards seemed to penetrate the screen. It landed on the back of his hand with the lag shot. Turns out there are some things more raging than lovers' love. For example, when Lin Wanqing rubbed the mural, the body heat that roamed over from the 13th year of Jingguan, Mogeo grottos he has long desired. I was even thinking of visiting Dunhuang with Ruwashi when my health got better. Feel the sand there and get a close-up look at murals that have lasted for thousands of years. Lin Wanqing's story made him revisit the meaning of Dunhuang from a new perspective. That's not just a tourist attraction. It is more of an art temple that carries the heavy history of Chinese civilization. And Lin Wanqing, and countless other heritage workers like her. Decades of perseverance and dedication. What's it for? For money? For fame and fortune? Apparently neither. They are guarding the precious cultural heritage left behind by those who came before them. Guard the bloodline inheritance of Chinese history. If not for the love of the land. It's not an almost paranoid belief in Chinese history. How can one endure the loneliness and coldness of Dunhuang? Dedicating your life to those silent murals for decades? Just as it was sinking in, it was moving and shocking. In his mind, the long-lost system beep sounded once again. Detected the host acquiring a story fragment ×1. Current collection progress, 2/3. Fusion reward, the complete score and arrangement plan for the song 10,000 Borders. The system voice was still mechanical and cold, without any emotional color. But to Jiang Li's ears, it was like heavenly music. The 10,000 Borders. Just listening to the title of the song gives you a strong sense of national pride. Gain another story fragment. You'll be able to unlock this piece that carries a heavy dose of family and national sentiment. I wonder what kind of wonderful expression will be on the faces of the academics when they hear this song. How would Chen react when he heard the song? Honestly, he was already a little impatient to move on to the next storyteller, and in turn, unlock the song. I believe the second installment of the Best Buddies competition broadcast over the weekend is going to be pretty exciting. A song called The World Gives You and a song called 10,000 Borders. These two pieces, combined, incorporate 6 story fragments. I wonder what kind of buzz will be created across the internet then. Mr. John, the guide whispered a reminder. Jiang Li was just shocked to realize that the wolfberry tea was already cold. Raise your eyes to the split screen. Gu Mingcheng was using tweezers to hold a small piece of tucha. The movement was so graceful it looked like he was pinching a pentatonic. If you ignore the twitch at the corner of his mouth, the pop-up pool suddenly thawed. Tribute to all heritage restoration workers. They are the backbone of our nation. I announce that from today on. I am also a self-made man of Dunhuang culture. After listening to Mr. Lin's story, I suddenly felt that my pattern had opened up. Before, I was emo every day, but now I feel full of power. I've decided to go to Dunhuang this winter vacation. I'm going to visit the Mogeo grottos and experience the charm of Chinese culture firsthand. Electronic down coat. This story warmed me up so much that I took off my down coat. I suggest checking Grandma Lin's ingredients. This narrative rhythm is more tearful than my thesis acknowledgement. I'll eat the restorer's spiritual food until I'm full. DNA moved. I suddenly want to do a carbon-14 test on my family's ancestral pickle jar. As she laughed softly, Jiang Li caught a glimpse of Chen Ruwashi wiping the corners of her eyes off camera. She's wearing a blue silk scarf today. It is just like the color of the rain in Lin Wanqing's story. What does Mr. Gu think of this story? Jiang Li suddenly asked. Gu Mingqing's hand shook, and the small tea shattered on the customized suit. Forcing a smile, he dusted off the crumbs. The dregs of tea stuck in the crevices of my nails resembled the flaking mineral pigments of a mural. Very touching, but artistic creation is still a matter of technique. Just as we in the academy must follow the 12 equal temperaments in composing. The netizens really didn't spare Gu Mingcheng. Academy? That's the best you can do with an academy song? It doesn't sound as good as the tune my next door neighbor is humming. Laughing, I thought you were some kind of master. But this is it? And this is it? That's it? Mr. Gu, don't just talk without practicing. If you have the ability to do a song live again, don't embarrass Mr. Goo. He's an academic, dog's head to save his life. Upstairs is right. Academy songs are used to hypnotize, and it's easy to live a long life listening to them. Manual dog head. Looking at the screen full of mocking pop-ups, Gu Mingcheng was unexpectedly calm. There was even a faint smile on his face. Everyone's right. I'm really just a minion in the academy school, not much of a character. The real masters are waiting for the weekend's live competition. When the time comes, you will all naturally see the real thing. These words fell on the ears of the netizens, but they turned sour. Suggestion to check Mr. Gu's ingredients: 50% hard mouth plus 30% breaking defense plus 20% dead ducks. Gu Bao, don't cry. Mommy will buy you calcium AD milk. Ha 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 ha. I'm already looking forward to the weekend's live stream. Sitting back and waiting for the academy to get punched in the face, Gu Mingcheng remained unperturbed and looked at the time in the lower right corner of the screen. It's almost time, so let's let Mr. Jiang continue. As for me, I'm so drained of inspiration today that I can't really write any new songs, said, also helplessly shrugged his shoulders. I have tried my best, but why talent is exhausted. Looking at Gu Mingcheng's slightly stiff smile in the split screen, Jiang Li's heart was clear. The academy's senior student has had a complete breakdown. Nodding slightly, his eyes returned to the broadcast. Anyone else want to share a story? The pop-up screen instantly became active again, with various IDs scrambling to connect. At that moment, a Q version of Lori's avatar suddenly popped up. It stands out in a screen full of application lists. The application for connectivity was agreed. The screen lit up and a small face appeared, with two fluffy crochets and eyes as bright as the stars in the meadow. The girl wore a faded Mongolian robe with an auspicious cloud design embroidered on it. It's just worn in places, revealing the lint underneath. She clutched an old telescope larger than her face and blinked curiously at the lens. Hello, brother Jiang. The girl's voice was clear and pleasant, like the rustle of pasture grass when the wind blew across the grassland. My name is Kikig. I'm 15 years old, and I'm a child of the Badanjalin grasslands. Jiang Li smiled slightly. Hello, Kikigi. What story would you like to share? Kikig clutched her binoculars, her eyes gleaming with pride. I want to talk about Grandpa, and my home, and the stars of our prairie. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was instantly flooded with words like adorable and cute. No one expected that. Those who were connected before were all adults. I can't believe such a cute little girl came along this time, and by the sound of her accent, she really seemed to be from the distant grasslands. Kikig cleared her throat. A childish voice rang out on the air. Chapter 122, Grassroots are trembling with the tremor of spring. Abu, Dad, says my eyes are the brightest stars on the prairie. But I knew that the brightest thing was the moonlight leaking in through the cracks in Grandpa's telescope. That night, the moon was like silver horse's milk, wine spilling over the grasslands. The wolves outside the felt pack howled one after the other, like the wind whimpering. I curled up in my grandpa's yurt. The Mongolian robe carries the distinctive smell of tobacco and sheep from Grandpa's body. It's warm, like the milk biscuits baked by Ag, Mom, when I was a kid. Grandpa sat by the fire, the sparks knocking out of the copper smoker flickering in the darkness. I counted the sparks, when suddenly I heard a strange movement coming from beyond the barbed wire. The sound wasn't a wolf howl. It was more like man's whisper. Grandpa, there seems to be someone outside. I tugged on the corner of my grandfather's coat and whispered. Grandpa put down the tobacco pot. His ears twitched slightly, and his eyes sharpened. He went to the door of the felt bag and lifted the curtain. A cold wind with the smell of snow blew in. It blew the fire in the furnace and shook it a few times. Grandpa squinted his eyes and peered into the distance by moonlight. There was a moment of silence before he turned and handed me the binoculars in his hand. It's the oil-stealing badgers. Take it and see what they're doing. The telescope's cool barrel carried the temperature of Grandpa's chest. Holding it in your hand is like holding a fire. I carefully raised my binoculars and stuck them in front of my eyes. That crack choked my brow bone 10 years ago. It hurt a little, but look out through the cracks, and the world is a different place. The dark shadows on the borderline were sliced in two by the rift, twisting and contorting like ghosts roaming the steppe. I saw 3 heads floating in the waves of grass. It was dark and sneaky, like the thief-like look of a dry otter when it steals and nibbles on a boundary post. They were dressed in black and their faces were covered with black cloth. With the glittering dagger in his hand, he was cautiously approaching the barbed wire fence. Grandpa rolled onto his horse more lightly than Cloud Shadow. The years have left their mark on him, but he's still athletic, like he was when he was young. The lasso pole shakes its silver arc in the moonlight. Grandpa rode out like a gust of wind on his date red horse. I clutched my binoculars, the crack just framing his back as he sprinted toward the border. The hoofbeats of the ewes as they nursed their young were not as urgent as his, and the dewdrops on the blades of grass cried out for pain under the hoofs of his horse. The wind sent Grandpa's voice, torn to shreds, yet it still reaches my ears clearly. Kiki G, count to 100 and call out to Uncle Jeffong. Grandpa's shout woke me up like a horsewhip. I bit my lip and fought back the fear in my heart as I began to count. The tongue tasted a faint rusty flavor. That's blood seeping through the crack in the telescope, left behind when the mob's dagger sliced through Grandpa's brow bone 10 years ago. The scar, like a crack in a telescope, forever on my grandfather's face and in my memory. 97, 98, 99. A flashlight suddenly exploded across the Boundary River, piercing the silence of the night. With a half-cry stuck in my throat, I saw my grandfather's lasso pole strangling the Black Shadow's neck. The oil-stealing badger's dagger flashed in the moonlight, suddenly turning and charging towards me. At the time I was scared out of my wits and my mind went blank. One could only watch as the dagger came closer and closer. Kiki-G. Spin 3 times. Grandpa's roar jerked me awake, holding the telescope and spinning it in place. The cracked starry sky shattered into a kaleidoscope. The dark figure stumbled and lunged in the distorted vision. The pursuing uncle of the PLA, a divine warrior, pounced on him and pressed the Black Shadow into the shallows of the Boundary River. Later, the thug cried and wailed at the police station, saying he had run into the little shaman who knew demonic magic. The uncles at the police station laughed and said he was scaring himself. Grandpa laughed and shoved milky tofu into my mouth, lightly tart and creamy, sweet and delicious. Which is sorcery. It's the borderline that trips him up. Grandpa smiled, pride in his eyes. I knew that the borderline Grandpa was talking about was more than just the line on the map. It's more of a bottom line that we guard in our hearts. 2020 when the white hair winds blow. My pony, Wind Chaser, is just learning to skate on the ice. The white-haired wind wrapped in snowflakes came overwhelmingly, and the sky and the earth were in a state of chaos. The diesel stove exhaled its last breath and went out completely as Ag, Mom, tucked the last handful of fried rice into my robe. The felt bag became instantly cold, and the cold wind scraped at his face like a knife, making it raw and painful. Grandpa draped his leather robe over me. It was thick and warm and smelled of his body heat and sweat on it. The faded leather robe still had 38 patches. Each patch was a wound from his fall by the boundary marker. It is the engraving of the wind and snow, the testimony of the years. I touched the bloody scab on the 5th patch. It was left behind by Grandpa when he fought against cattle rustlers to protect the boundary marker. Suddenly I remembered the song he taught me. Beneath the white clouds is home. The smoky river reflects the cows and sheep. The song floated in the wind and snow, carrying the vastness and deep feelings of the grassland. Aggie's cries were chewed up by the wind and snow. It was hard to hear, only intermittent whimpering. Grandpa suddenly laughed, shaking the snow off the top of his felt bag. Boyar, do you remember our boundary marker? The snowstorm of 57 years gnawed at the boundary pillar for 3 days, and they would rather starve to death than move their hoofprints southward. The boundary marker that Grandpa talked about was an old bull that we had at home. That old bull, he's like the patron saint of our family. I curled up in my leather robe, swinging tar cards with frozen fingers. The sheep domino is engraved with Wasia. Abu said it was brought back from Ulaanbaatar by great-grandpa. That year he followed a caravan and traded half a bag of salt for the bones on which the Chinese characters were carved. These bones carry the history of our family and the legacy of prairie culture. I was wrapping the last card in a haddock when Uncle Liberty broke through the wall of snow. Aggie's tears froze in his cheeks. Grandpa, however, held up the bowl of milk wine like a lump of ice and shouted, "Just in time, the milk wine is still warm." The PLA uncles laughed and took Grandpa's bowl of milk wine and drank it all in one gulp. Today that leather robe sleeps in the Suki glass cabinet. My new robe is encrusted with threads that fell off of it. MS. Narentoa says it's a legacy, a continuation of culture, a symbol of spirituality. Instead, I felt like I had the prairie season sewn into me. The tire coat of the spring lamb, the campfire of the summer night, the gilt of the fall grass, the silver scales of the winter snow. Wearing this robe is like wearing the seasons of the prairie. Today I was picking up wolf dung rocks at boundary marker 38 when the drone buzzed overhead. Grandpa Bartle said that this is the lasso pole of the new era, but I still filled the sack with rocks. Every single one of them has heard me sing the national anthem. Some of them are still covered in the snout of the Windchaser colt. On the way back, I met a tour group bus, rumbling across the grassland, raising dust. The auntie in the punch bowl asked me, "Kid, where's the border?" I pointed to my feet. "The pasture grass you are stepping on falls to the north, and all the grass that grows to the south is Chinese grass." The setting sun stretched the shadows of Chaser and me, like Grandpa's lasso pole that always pointed to the border. The sound coming from the felt bag at this moment is Abu watching the news, concerned with national events. With that said, the little girl brewed for a moment. The wolf dung stone is not a stone. It is the frozen watch of the grassland. The cracks in the telescope are not wounds. They are the eye lines of motherland. Kiki Egg held up the wolf dung rock she had picked up. The roots of the grass under the ice are sending out the tremors of spring. Chapter 123, Moonlight scalded through 56 palm prints. The wolf dung stone in Kikig's hand refracted the shimmering light of the ice. The live broadcast room fell into a brief silence, like the low pressure before a prairie storm. Moonlight from boundary pillar 38 trickles across the screen. Stamp out fine totems on the palm prints of the 56 ethnic groups. A sudden pop-up broke the silence. It's a string of garbled IDs with the snowflake logo that characterizes Tibetan IPs. Cam. Eyelashes fell into the ghee. Anyone pass me a piece of paper? The words were like lighting a spark. The silent pool of pop-ups instantly exploded with stars. Xinjiang netizens apply to fight. Just cried naan bread into a bubble bun. Fujianese say seafood allergens are their own tear ducts. Hupiao social animal on the subway crying into the vibration mode. Next to the ant asked me if I want to take fast-acting heart pills. Zhang Li's knuckles unconsciously knocked against the thermos. The goji berries sink and float in the cup, reflecting a screen full of jumping redheads. There was a time when the internet was filled with all kinds of negative statements about minorities. Some people with ulterior motives take advantage of the information gap and cognitive bias. Wanton distortion of facts and creation of ethnic divisions. Publicists wag their tongues. Self-publishers push the envelope. And marketing numbers fan the flames. Various arguments abound. It has caused many uninformed netizens to misunderstand and even be prejudiced against ethnic minorities. However, today, the story of Auntie Gully and Kiki Gully, but like light through the fog, it illuminates the truth. It turns out that those fellow minorities are misunderstood by all. The love for the motherland is equally deep and passionate. Ethnic minorities on the border are not facing the lights of the city. Rather, it is the sound of prairie wolves howling in the wind. A glacier carved by the wind and snow on the borderline. It's common sense that the monotony of year after year, day after day, when a person gives his life from the bottom of his heart, to guard the dignity and history and culture of the Chinese nation, the energy generated is undoubtedly on the level of a nuclear explosion. A few deep water fish swam silently through the pop-up. 10 years ago, I saw the border guards in Kanas, and they really had wolf dung stones in their tents. Grandpa was a veteran of the Corps, and before he died, he said he wanted to smell the rust of the boundary markers again. 6 years of running a youth hostel in Lhasa. Tibetan Ajia leaves pots of sweet tea for patrolling soldiers every day. Chen Ruoshi's blue silk scarf suddenly swings out of the camera. Suppressed sobbing came from the hospital room, like the soft thud of ice prongs crashing into the boundary river as the spring snow melts. A pop-up started reporting latitude and longitude. 43 degrees 76 foot north latitude. 87 degrees 41 minutes east longitude. The grass goes east. 116 degrees 23 minutes east 39 degrees 54 minutes north. The brick from the Forbidden City says it wants to hear the horsehead cheen. Jubi Reef. Nansha. Salty water song mixed with Chiliao. Geographic coordinates fall like stars. It is connected to the Milky Way over a territory of 9.6 million square kilometers. Suddenly a pop-up popped up with actuary certified on it. Just modeled. Each Chinese has at least 3 ethnic components in their genes, with an error of plus or minus 0.5. So rounding up we're all Kiki's distant cousins. The screen full of cousin good pop-up screen, mixed into a Yunnan IP. Come and eat mushrooms in my bamboo house. You'll be sure to meet the elves. Jiang Li swirled the thermos. The walls of the cup condensed like dew on a prairie morning. It used to be that minorities. He weighed his words, running his fingertips over the embossed warp pattern of the cup. It wasn't until today that I realized that the same moonlight runs through our veins. It was as if the words flicked some switch. The pop-ups began to scroll the greetings of the 56 nations. Chinese, Tibetan, Mongolian, Uyghur. Different words bloom into a sea of Gerberas on the screen. Orican netizen, the mountain god said your pop-ups woke up the reindeer. Changirl, the towers on the clouds are receiving signals. Brothershi, the silver jewelry on the phoenix costume is reflecting. Never tears. Suddenly a plane pop-up silently floated by. A Han Chinese programmer, at his grandfather's wake, suddenly realized that the falling leaves returned to their roots he recited was the oldest form of national unity. Moonlight diffused over the corners of Gu Mingqing's stiffened mouth. The pu'er tea in front of me has long been cold, reflecting the ethnic totems scrolling in the split screen. This collegiate nobleman suddenly got up and gave the camera a Mongolian chest-hugging salute. The movements were as raw as a new toddler's pony. Shocked, Mr. Gu worships the prairie munchkin late at night. In the midst of the flirting, Jiang Li's thermos cup suddenly overflowed with lapis lazuli luster. That's the unchanging Dunhuan undertones of Lin Wanqing's story, unchanged for 1,000 years. Kikia's face suddenly comes close to the camera, pointing to the paneling of his Mongolian robe. Look, this is the thread from Abu's old uniform. This is the silk from Edge's turban. And this is, the camera swings over the colorful knot of rope around his waist. Each knot is tied with the blessings of a different ethnic group. Non-geneticist rapture. This is the coiling technique of the southwestern ethnic minorities. Wait a minute, that knot tying is clearly our Hakka style. The pattern on it looks like my grandmother's embroidered Hmong bird coat. The girl held the wolf dung stone to her chest, her eyes shining brighter than the Big Dipper. The teacher said that this is called casting a firm sense of community among the Chinese nation. The comment caused a 3-second vacuum in the pop-up. followed by a burst of even more fiery light. In human terms, we're all brothers. When I got lost while traveling in Xinjiang, a Kazakh uncle rode a horse to take me back to my lodging house, with a Chinese book bag for my granddaughter hanging on the saddle of the horse. My Tibetan classmate taught me how to dance the pots and pans, and it turned out that he was better at dancing the honky-tonk than I was. The moonlight turned over the middle of the sky, frost hangs on the grass blades of the steppe, the murals of Dunhuang are bathed in dew, and the neon lights of the city are illuminated. 56 beams of light pass through the screen, branding the same temperature in each palm. I don't know who started it. A screen full of people suddenly started painting the same sentence. I have no regrets about joining China. The pop-ups in different characters were like 100 rivers returning to the sea, and all of them were eventually transformed into Chinese characters. A snoozing Kiki Egg said, rubbing her eyes, brothers and sisters, I'm going to go tie a harta to the boundary pillar. Her small, waving hand was still covered in grass clippings and starbursts from the wolf's dung rock. The number of people on the air was set at 56 million. That number is still bouncing around, like the common heartbeat of 56 nations. The Kikig figure disappeared into the connecting screen. In Jiang Li's mind, the familiar mechanical beat sounded once again. Congratulations to the host, obtaining story fragment X1. Congratulations to the host, unlocking the song 10,000 Borders. A stirring melody instantly flooded the mind. The lyrics are like a rushing river, surging through the heart. The red sun rises in the east, its avenue is full of haze. How fortunate I am to have been born in your arms, to carry a lineage of blood flowing. Each sentence carries echoes of 5,000 years of history. Carry the spirit of the nation that is alive and well in this land. John Lee's knuckles suddenly clenched the thermos, and the wolfberry tea rippled minutely. Arranged scoresheets spread out into a sprawling frontier in the sea of consciousness. Horsehead Chin's pale succession Dunhuang mural modeled. The cheer of the winter bottom leaps above the frosting of the boundary stakes, when the illusory bronze chime bells struck the morning and evening lines of the Chinese mountains and rivers. His whole body shook slightly against the bed. The pop-up pool suddenly exploded with colorful glaze. Woohoo! Is Mr. John's expression psychic or electrocuted? Suggest checking the ingredients of the thermos. I bet 50 cents added Moutai. Mr. Gang, it's just that I empathize too much. Dog's head. The netizens chortled and flirted. No one had expected this seemingly unintentional outpouring of Jiang Li's emotions. Once again, the popularity value of the live broadcast has climbed again. Chen Ruwashi reached out to touch his trembling shoulder blades, but it congeals in midair as a plaster statue. The teenager's spine was taut like a fully drawn bowstring at the moment, and every bone resonated with the echoes of 1,000 years of civilization. Chapter 124, Running Over the Not Yet Scabbed Summer. In the split-screen image, Gu Mingqing saw that the teenager was once again the center of attention. His face grew more and more somber. It was as if he was destined to become Jiang Li's backdrop. No matter how hard you try, you can't hide the light from each other. This feeling of intense frustration grows wild in the mind like a vine. Next, we have our second drawing of the night. Strongly suppressing the anger and unwillingness in his heart, Gu Mingqing squeezed out a stiff smile. The last 5 SU7s, and after this round of draws, tonight's broadcast will be nearing its end. The lottery process was repeated mechanically, with a tone of undisguised exhaustion. However, fate seemed determined to work against him. The scroll bar for the live sweepstakes spins on the fly. Eventually, John Lee's ID appeared on the screen. Congratulations to user Smoke on the River for winning a SU7 car. The list of winners that popped up completely shattered Gu Mingqing's last psychological defense. I only felt a burst of blackness in front of my eyes, and my chest felt like it was blocked by a boulder. Suffocating to the point of almost suffocating. Being pressured by Jiang Li to the point of losing face was even worse. Now they're even whoring away a SU7 worth over $200,000 for nothing. A strong sense of humiliation surged through her. Although the prize was provided by Zhou Mubai, but it was sent out from his hands and ended up on Jiang Li's head. So much money down the drain, instead of bringing any benefit to yourself. Instead, they had given Jiang Li a wedding dress for nothing, making him even more popular. What about yourself? Not only did he gain nothing, but he became the green leaf that set off Jiang Li. From now on, I'm afraid I'm going to be nailed to a pillar of shame. Become the backdrop for Jiang Li's brilliant life. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Gu's face is green as a grassland. Suggests changing the name to this thing about the other guy whoring around for $200,000 in my booth. Mr. Ray, thanks for the heat sent by the old iron. The friend is. Gu Mingqing tugged his tie loose, the knot in his throat rolling as he swallowed some sort of bitterness. Think of the careless promise made to Zhou Mubai before the start of the show. At the moment each word was transformed into a barbed arrow that nailed his pride to the altar of flow. Congratulations to Mr. Jiang. Squeezing out a stiff smile. A staff member will dock the delivery later. Bung Bu Live. Mr. Gu, this expression. I can laugh for a year. Heartbroken Gu Pa, rubbing his head. Don't send it next time, dog's head. Mr. Gu, I cracked it. I really cracked it. The screen is stuck to me. The pop-up banter pokes each one precisely where it hurts. Gu Mingcheng only felt hot blood rushing straight to his head, his temples jumping, as if they were going to explode in the next second. Taking a few deep breaths, he tried to maintain the last vestiges of decency, only to realize that his fingertips were trembling slightly. That is pretty much it for today's live broadcast. Thanks for watching and supporting. A quick good night. It then ended the broadcast with a near fall. The screen went black for a moment, only leaving the netizens with a screen full of question marks. Bungbu lives with the family. Mr. Gu carried the train all night and ran away. Mr. Gu, goodbye to this sad place. I'm going to outer space to heal. The academy's collapse, from 12 points of equal law to 12 points of broken defense, and the other end of the broadcast. John Lee looked at the winning message that popped up on the screen and was also a bit surprised. I was just randomly entering the drawing, but I didn't expect to really win. After all, he's not out of the hospital yet, and the SU-7 is optional for him right now. Then this car. Chen Ruoshi needs to boost her popularity and exposure more than anything else. As one of the artists signed by the studio, she's been busy all this time, and she's seen it all for herself. Dropping his eyes to hide the deep meaning in them. The steaming heat along the thermos blurred the edges. SU-7 is useless for me to keep. The teenager suddenly opened his mouth, his voice wrapped in the warmth of goji berry tea. Yuhi, keep it for me, as a substitute for me during my care. Chen Ruoshi looked at Zhongli in a daze, completely not expecting him to make such a decision. The pop-up pool drifted through strings of high to the bone. Instead, she read the deeper machinations in the teenager's eyes. The coupe that was destined to set off hot searches was clearly a traffic springboard prepared for her. Mr. Jiang, this is too. I get carsick. The teenager cut off her unfinished words, his eyes like the spring breeze melting away the ice prongs of the Ergun River. Grid. Mr. Jiang shoved a 200,000 flow pack into someone's hand and said it was motion sickness. Contemporary language arts, I get carsick is almost equal to I want to praise you. Suggestion to check John Lee's composition, 30% sickly beautiful boy plus 70% white cut black. Chen Ruoshi closed in on the camera, the cold light of the screen reflecting the reddened ends of her eyes. We can't take Mr. John's luck for nothing. That's why I've decided to send 50,000 red packets raining down on the live broadcast. It ended with an imperceptible tremor, like the lasso rope in the Kiki story that's taught to the core. John Lee flexed his fingers and knocked on the thermos. The ripples from the vibrating walls of the cup awakened the baffled guide. Then I'll round up. Cloud lightly added the fatal blow. 100,000 red packets. Just as an early celebration of Ruoshi's new song killing the Hot 100. The pop-up pool was instantly swept by boss atmosphere. Chen Ruoshi turned her head violently, and the teardrops that had been stored in her eyes finally fell onto the blue silk scarf. Haloed dark traces like the border river meandering along the national border. It turns out that he saw through it early on, emptying his own savings for the studio's inception. Even the last vestiges of decency must be guarded with a spring in their step. All those earlier words were to boost her popularity and build up her fan base. A seemingly random decision. Behind it lies a deep sense of good intentions. Red packets rained down, and the live broadcast room boiled into a sea of joy. Netizens have taken screenshots to share the joy of grabbing red envelopes. The pop-up screen was filled with words like thank you boss and boss atmosphere, intermittently interspersed with wishes for Jiang Li and Chen Ruoshi. Thank you all for your company tonight. Jiang Li's voice was still warm, with an imperceptible fatigue. It's getting late, so that's it for today's broadcast. I hope tonight's story brings some warmth and strength. Good night, guys. A wave toward the camera signaled that the broadcast was about to end. Chen Ruoshi also smiled sweetly at the camera and said good night. The guide understood and cut the live signal. The clamor of the live broadcast instantly quieted down. It was as if all the hilarity just now was just a phantom dream. The Tomato Terrace staff began packing up their equipment and preparing to evacuate the ward. Cameras, lights, and radio equipment were removed piece by piece. The room gradually returned to its original emptiness and quiet. Chen Ruoshi stood silently by the side, looking at the busy figures of the staff, with mixed feelings in her heart. Tonight's broadcast means a lot to her. Not only has it gained popularity and attention, more importantly, feel the warmth that has been missing for a long time. And that's all. It all stems from the seemingly sickly, but extremely strong spiritual core of the teenager beside him. Staff members were withdrawn from the ward one by one. In the end, only Chen Yushi and Jiang Li were left. The room was silent and all that could be heard was the faint sound of traffic coming through the window. Chen Ruoshi turned around and faced Jiang Li. Her eyes reddened and her voice was choked with emotion. Mr. Jiang, thank you. Thank me for what? Thank you for everything. Chen Ruoshi's voice trembled a little. Thank you for helping me write songs, helping me increase my popularity. And, also giving me such an expensive gift. Sue 7? Jiang Li smiled, her tone relaxed. Didn't I say, I get carsick, so it's a waste to put it away. The tears couldn't be held back any longer. Chen Ruoshi lowered her head and tried not to let her tears fall. Mr. Jiang, choking back a sob, he opened his mouth, his voice tinged with suppressed sadness. Actually, I have a lot to say to you. The thermos rested on the bedside table with a soft thud, and Jiang Li looked at her quietly, waiting for the following. The ice watermelon was especially sweet when I was 8. Dad picked the watermelon seeds clean and said he would take me to see the Lesan Buddha when the weekend came, but he went back on his word and had an accident on the way home. Ambulance sirens blared from noon to dusk. The smell of sterilized water leaking out of the ICU doorway is more bitter than watermelon rind. Jiang Li gazed at those fluttering eyelashes. There condenses the vapor of childhood that never dries. The heart monitor rippled a little sharper, like a green train rushing toward a funeral home, clunking over the girl's not yet crusted summer. Chapter 125, The moonlight under the sea has no echo. Sterilized water smells like icy prisms in your nose. Instead, the memory goes back to the damp, moldy patches of the old mansion in Lesan. Relatives chewed on the white stuff buns, called me a mourner, and said my mom had a cockra look. When my grandparents overturned the table in the hearth, my mom held me in her arms and knelt in the ashes of the incense on the floor. Hot tea splashed on mom's back, sending up white smoke that was more blinding than the morning linen. She was yanked by her aunt's hair and pressed into the fire pit. I ended up calling the police to save my mom from someone else. In my second year of junior high school, my neighbor Uncle Wang always blocked me at the entrance of the alley. Said the little girl looked like his dead daughter. My mom found out about his bad intentions and took me to the police station overnight to file a report. The police say there's not enough evidence, but then turn around and mutter, "You're still attracting butterflies when you're so plainly dressed." Suddenly the corners of his mouth tugged and he smiled harder than he cried. The day shall you put the boy who was bullying me in the hospital. We were sitting on the playground double bar munching on old popsicles. She said, you're going to be a policeman and catch all the bad guys. But her dad died chasing a drug dealer in her senior year of high school. Xiaoyu said with red eyes, I'd like you to see a bigger stage for me. The night I received my notice from Chuanin, my mom brushed my hair until midnight. The broken teeth of the horn comb hooked into the ends of her hair. She said suddenly, from now on, just go around. Don't be like your mom. I didn't understand it at the time and laughed at her for being a worrywart. When the moving train to Kawafu started, my mom ran after the platform for a dozen steps. The lake blue shirt was puffed up by the wind, like the mist that was about to dissipate at the top of Mount Amei. That was the last time I saw her run. 2 months later salvage team called, said found in the lower Minjiang River. The sudden surge of acidity in her throat made her curl up. They wouldn't let me see the last of them, saying it was bad luck. When Xiaoyu led the men to break open the lock of the shrine door, I saw 46 money orders neatly stacked in my mom's dresser. Turns out she works 3 jobs a day just to keep me at ease with my voice lessons. Jiang Li's knuckles unconsciously rubbed the thermos relief. The goji berry tea reflected Chun Yushi's trembling shoulder line, like the embers of the evening sun falling into the Min River. My sophomore year of work study, the agency said they wanted to make me a star. At the dinner party on the night of the signing, the boss said, little girls need to learn how to bend over if they want to be famous. I heard the sound of dreams shattering as I poured thatch over his head, broke his cell phone when he escaped the box. The face reflected in the cracks of the screen looked like mom's swollen face from the river. Has Mr. Jiang ever seen a recording studio at 4 a.m.? I've seen it. The heater was frozen with ice flowers and the monitor headphones were frozen and sticking to my ears. That's the closest I've ever gotten to a dream. Until the producer asked me to sing Itchy at a drinking party. I grabbed the rolling teapot and splashed it. Then the whole industry circulated kawaii that doesn't know what he's talking about. And then later, my name is off all the gig lists. Jiang Li's fingertips unconsciously scratched across the edge of the computer, remembering how Chen Ruwashi looked when she first met him. That girl will always stand 3 steps away from the crowd, receive things with both hands, and bow 15 degrees to say thank you, like a scared bird ready to run away. Everyone I met afterward was like a reminder that being pretty is an original sin. One time after a commercial show, the investors locked me in the hotel bathroom. I escaped by stepping on the toilet tank and flipping through the window, almost falling from the 6th floor. Do you know what the most desperate thing is? It's not the darkness, it's seeing the light go out again. The night I'm a singer auditioned through, I had my first hot meal in a whole month. Before the main event started, Choi slipped me the rune card, the card I threw in his face. So being eliminated wasn't really a surprise at all. I was fretting about the elimination when I linked up with you. That $1,000 bounty was actually what little savings I had left on me. Then you shoved Twilight Echoes down my throat and didn't even want royalties. It's like Mom sneaking tea eggs into my suitcase back in the day. That night, I hid in the bathroom and wet 3 packs of tissues crying, not touched, but scared. Suddenly, he looked at Jiang Li, The cold reflection of the stand wavered in his pupils. The vocal teacher said, "The gifts of fate are marked with a price in secret." But all she could see in the bottom of this teenager's eyes was borderline clarity. The lid of the thermos suddenly rattled softly. Chenruwashi saw the goji berries sinking in the amber-colored tea broth, like the ashes that leaked through my fingers the day my mom was cremated. Some kind of shudder that had been suppressed for 20 years suddenly broke through. Everyone says I should resign myself to my fate, but I'm going to see. The choking clogged his throat and dissolved into a cub-like whimper. Let's see if living clean. Will we ever see the light of day? The night breeze lifted the curtains. Those years gnawed by fate turned into countless 8-year-old girl holding a posthumous photo. 18-year-old girl clutching her acceptance letter. 23-year-old singer with a forced smile. At the moment it's all shattering into ice crystals in the sterilized water breath. Hot teardrops dripped onto the back of Zhongli's hand, scalding his fingertips and causing them to tremble slightly. The girl choked and buried her face in the sheets, her voice muffled like cumulus clouds before a rainstorm. Zhongli, you can't die. If you die, no one in this world will treat me as Chenruwashi anymore. When tears blot the sheets, a mechanical beat sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining story fragment X1. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the song Under the Sea. A tidal wave of melody wrapped in a sense of suffocation flooded the nerve endings. Scattered moonlight passes through the clouds, hides from the crowd, and spreads into the scales of the sea. Looking at the trembling shoulder blades curled up on the edge of the bed, he suddenly remembered what Xue Jilu had said, the night the critical notice was issued. Chenruwashi's tears were almost unbroken. Finger rubbing the cup body embossed engraved marks, suddenly realized that he had become a driftwood who, if there was no system to forcefully renew his life, so that his body would gradually get better. I'm afraid that Chenruwashi, who is curled up here at the moment, will be a corpse. You are not what others see you as. Zhongli suddenly spoke, startling the teardrops on Chenruwashi's eyelashes. The teenage girl's panicked face-wiping movements resembled a workbook disrupted by the wind. The handwriting is scribbled to hide the heart. It's what you see in others that makes you who you are. When the thermos is swirled open it overflows with the aroma of dates, mixed with the characteristic bitterness of the wards. The fact that you can shine a rainbow out of my stagnant water means that the sun already lives in your bones. The blush that rose from the tips of Chenruwashi's ears diffused the blue light of the sterilizer. The fingertips unconsciously twisted the fringe of the blue silk scarf, kneading the Dunhuang fresco-like patterns into a mess. And, the teenager suddenly leaned in. The heat of the goji berry tea is heavy on the brow, but it can't hide the clear brightness in the eyes. Those words just now, do they count as a confession? Chenruwashi's entire body leaned back, the back of her head knocking against the backrest of the escort chair. The moonlight diffused just enough over her burnt red ears. Who wants to talk to a sick kid? The trailing notes are scattered in the smell of disinfectant water, lighter than the willows outside the window. The shadow cast by the stand on the floor wobbled like a cat with its tail stepped on. Zhongli laughed lightly as she rested her arms. For the 32nd time, the young girl finally popped up when she wanted to speak. I'm going back. The figure fleeing hastily toward the door was pinned in silhouette by the moonlight. As his fingertips touched the doorknob, an airy voice with laughter drifted behind him. Remember to pick up your car at the 4S in the morning. The sound of falling footsteps woke the sleepy sound-activated lights of the hallway. The goji berries that settle at the bottom of the thermos soak into faded blood scabs in the moonlight. Looking out the window at the swaying trees, Zhongli suddenly remembered the lyrics at the end of the cured version of Under the Sea. Spring rains, summer cicadas, tomorrow is a great day. In the silence of the hallway, voice-activated lights going out, calls up the system panel. The familiar blue curtain of light unfolded before his eyes. Host, Zhongli. Remaining life, 733 days. Influence, 103. 457. 892. Unlocked story fragments, 0. Unlocked songs, Twilight Echoes, As You Wish, 10,000 borders. The world gives you, Under the Sea, depressing version. A series of numbers came into view, and Zhongli was taken aback. I can't believe the reach has broken 100 million? 700 days of life. Nearly 2 years. Enough for him to do a lot of things. Slightly surprised at the spike in influence. $100 million. A figure that would have been unthinkable a few days ago. Carefully reviewing the events of the period, it all makes sense again. Chapter 126, Industry Innovators Should Be Seen. The explosion of Zhou Yi's concert. The discussion sparked by the release of Xue Jilu's new song. The continued fermentation of the Best Buddies program. And the sentiment added by the concerts of the Four Heavenly Kings. Everything continues to provide him with influence. Fingertips tapped the edge of the bed with a dull sound. It feels like the body is steadily recovering its functions. Perhaps it was true, as he had predicted, that the day of discharge was not far off. A plan was taking shape in his mind. Talk to your doctor about discharge tomorrow. Smooth words. Maybe go to the best shot competition site this weekend. If it suddenly appears on the bidding scene, What kind of a look does Chen Ruoshi get on her face? Surprise? Stunned? Or is it unbelievable? Just imagining that image gives me something to look forward to. Pulling his thoughts back from the weekend competition scene, Zhang Li's gaze fell on the system panel's songbar. Each one is enough to make waves in the music scene, especially 10,000 Borders and The World Gives You. It's all 3 story fragments to unlock the nuke level gold. Once it's publicized on the competition stage, it's bound to cause a huge shock across the internet. There's also Under the Sea, which has 2 versions of the song. Depressing and healing are like 2 sides of the same coin, and together they form the complete core of the song. He intends to release the depressing version first, to be the first to plant an emotional anchor in the minds of the netizens. Wait until the critical moment of the competition before releasing the cure. Tear apart the night of despair with the dawn of hope. The contrast between the 2 versions stacked on top of each other is bound to create a new conversation starter. After all, influence is the source of longevity. No one is too old to live a long life. Eyes rested on the 10,000 Borders. The pattern and intention of this song is far superior to the others. The incorporation of theater accents is the finishing touch. Majestic and magnificent. It is a well-deserved epic masterpiece of national style. Unfortunately, this song is not suitable for Zhang Yang to sing. His voice can't sing with the gravity and history that 10,000 Borders requires. Chen Ruoshi's voice is rather ethereal and clear, with delicate emotions, but the aura is on the softer side, and it doesn't hold up to the grandeur of 10,000 Frontiers. What's more, he had already prepared the songs As You Wish, The World Gives You, and Under the Sea for Qin Yushi, plus the earliest Twilight echoes. For songs on the side is enough to put her on her feet and raise her curiosity in the singing world. The song 10,000 Borders doesn't fit Xue Zhilax and Joey either. Xue's voice is explosive, but clashes slightly with the tone of 10,000 Borders. Joey's vocals are unquestionable, but his personal style is a bit obvious. It also doesn't fit well with the core of the 10,000 Borders. In that case, another person needs to be found. The mind silently calculates. There are only 2 days left until the competition weekend. Within 2 days, a singer must be found who can perform 10,000 Borders perfectly, preferably a powerhouse vocalist who brings his own traffic and buzz. In addition to 10,000 Borders, there are new songs owed to Zhang Yang and Xue Zhilu. These 2 guys have been making every single suggestion that he needs to get his share of the rain. It looks like it will take a few more new songs to unlock. Otherwise, those 2 live ones would be whispering favoritism in his ear again. Follow the agreed-upon laws of the internet. The moment the live stream ends is when the real revelry begins. Even though Gu Mingcheng closed the live broadcast slightly hastily, but tonight the heat was like out-of-control fireworks, spreading in all directions. The first to ignite the court of public opinion. Naturally, it was the song As I Wish that Zhang Li had composed during the live broadcast. As if overnight, this song has become the brand new BGM of the internet. The major short video platforms, but all a bit of traffic in the music area up master. All are clamoring to cover the song. Various versions have sprung up. Folk version, rock version, electro version, opera version. There's even a dialect rap version, with fancy renditions galore. There's no sign of an official studio version from Chen Yushi yet. Various cover versions alone have dominated the new songs charts on all major music platforms. Tap on a random music app. At least 7 or 8 of the top 10 new songs on the charts are variations on As Good As It Gets. A certain sounding hot list is like a kaleidoscope with the fast forward button pressed. Hashtag a web-wide search for the fugitive heir to the NRM hashtag. Hashtag grandma's blue scarf kills me. Hashtag SU7 the birth of koi hashtag. Every word clicked through sees netizens wetting 3 packs of tissues with second creation videos of crying. Thanks for the invite. Just cried into vibration mode at the workstation. The leader asked me if I had triggered the hidden function of the ergonomic chair. Orican Sisters apply to play. We'll record the birch skin boat calling edition tomorrow. Zhang Li's thermos cup is not filled with wolfberries. It's the arrangement code for the theme song of National Treasure, right? Who understands? After listening to As I Wish, my dad directly took out his arrow, which he's treasured for years, and said he wanted to dub the song. Help! The company's annual program is forced to sing As You Wish in full chorus, and the social terrorists are already shivering. As Good As It Gets is a hit, and not just because of the catchy melody and heartfelt lyrics. What's more, it accurately hits the deep emotional resonance of contemporary young people, especially when live slices are streamed online. People learn about the song behind it. Surprisingly, there are still 2 stories hidden after The Parent's Toolbox and Grandma's Blue Scarf. The rate of dissemination has grown even more geometrically. Countless netizens were deeply moved by the spirit of heritage embedded in the song. Spontaneous retweets and amenities on social media, various Jihu analysis posts, Duban analysis posts, and short video platforms are full of rubbing hot topics. The whole internet is talking about the song and the story behind the song. After listening to As I Wish, I broke down in tears straight away. Who doesn't have a family member who's dedicated to their home and their country? The lyrics are really great. The mountains and rivers are unharmed. The fireworks are ordinary. Just 8 words, directly sealing the god. I announced that As I Wish is my single of the year this year. No rebuttals accepted. Various media outlets have also come down to interpret and tout the song As You Wish from all angles and perspectives. An article in the People's Daily praised As I Wish as a stirring note of homage to the feelings of the country by the youth of the new era. Guangming Daily commented that the song shows the feelings of the country from an individual's point of view and triggers a wide range of emotional resonance. Even the New Beijing News, which has always been known for its sharpness, has written a rare lengthy commentary, praised As You Wish for building a bridge to the spirit of the times with music. In time, As You Like It became a phenomenal cultural event, with a staggering amount of firepower. And just as Good As It Gets was catching fire all over the internet, another cyberstorm is also brewing. Some users are in the comments section of the official policy document of the Ministry of Culture. Started the topic Industry Innovators should be seen. At first it was just a few sporadic comments, but soon, more and more netizens are joining in, leaving messages of solidarity. I strongly suggest that the Ministry of Culture give Mr. Jiang an award. This is real cultural innovation. As Good As It Gets is on fire and certain corpses are still playing dead? Open your eyes and see what it means to be a real people's favorite. Industry innovators must be seen. Mr. Jiang is YYDS. In a few short hours, the topic Industry Innovators should be seen has garnered more than 2 million interactions. The heat is right at the top of the Hot 100. Countless netizens flooded the comments section of the Ministry of Culture. Using a variety of humorous and sharp language, he expressed his recognition and admiration for Jiang Li. Culture Department greats, don't play dead. If you don't put Mr. Jiang on, watch out for us flushing your comment section. It is recommended that the Ministry of Culture set up a Jiang Li Cultural Development Special Fund to specifically support industry innovators like Mr. Jiang. I propose that today be designated as Jiang Li Day in honor of his outstanding contributions to the cultural industry. Chapter 127, The Golden Melody Revolution in the Age of Tidal Surge. The winds of the Chinese music scene really seem to be changing. The heat of As Good As It Gets continues to fester, even as it vaguely threatens to break the circle. First, there was a social media blitz. Said CCTV a set of long preparation Space Spirit documentary, most likely to adopt As I Wish as the closing song. The news has once again ignited the court of public opinion. To know, CCTV documentaries, especially those that promote the spirit of the country, have always been careful in choosing songs. As Good As It Gets could mean a lot more if it does get picked up. Netflix is thrilled. They have run to the official account of the CCTV documentary and left messages under it. Let's use As I Wish. It's so appropriate. The lyrics and the spirit of spaceflight are a perfect match. I'm crying my eyes out. The spirit of spaceflight paired with As Good As It Gets. It's a king-sized combo. Every time I listen to As I Wish I get tears in my eyes. This is the song that truly represents the spirit of our nation. The outcry grew so loud that it almost drowned out the comments section of the official media account. Immediately afterward, another heavy hitter came. The official account of the Ministry of Culture and Tourism has officially announced that it will adopt As You Wish as its theme song for the upcoming Non-Heritage Awareness Week. If the CCTV documentary is just a maybe, that official announcement from the Ministry of Culture and Tourism is the nail in the coffin for sure. As You Like It is instantly elevated to another level. No longer just a pop song. It has been given cultural and contemporary significance. The Ministry of Culture and Tourism also made an official announcement. As I Wish is going to be a national hit. Mr. Jiang, this is the real cultural export. Theme song of Non-Heritage Awareness Week. This contains too much gold. As I Wish, the pattern is up again. As expected is definitely the gold song of the year, and could even go down in history. Proud of Jiang Li, proud of the Chinese music scene. The successive endorsements from the official media have brought the heat of As You Like It to a complete boil. Jiang Li's name has also come into the public eye in a real sense. No longer limited to just the music scene, his contributions and value are being more widely recognized and affirmed. And the recognition from officials goes far beyond that. The Federation of Chinese Literature and Artists has also released a rumor that it is actively preparing for the Young Artist Support Program Jiang Li Special Show. The Huaxia Literature Union is the highest organization representing the official literary world. What it means to be supported by the Literary Federation is self-evident. This meant that Jiang Li had received recognition and support from the top of the official hierarchy. The Literary Federation is also going to make a move? Is this the rhythm of Mr. Jiang to be focused on by the officials? Young Artist Support Program. It sounds so lofty. Mr. Jiang, punch the duck. Hurry up. I want to see the special show. This is the real youth role model. Certain celebrities should learn from this. The Chinese Musicians Association also followed suit and quietly opened the Golden Song Folk Heritage channel on its official website. Golden Song Bid? What's this new concept? Netizens curious to click in, only to find that the association is to respond to the National Cultural Confidence Call. Prepare to discover and promote outstanding original musical works from the private sector. Take songs that are truly culturally valuable and contemporary. Inclusion in the safeguarding of the intangible cultural heritage. And As I Wish has become the first work recommended by netizens to be co-signed by this Golden Song Folk Heritage channel. In just a few hours, the number of co-signers exceeded 1 million, and it's still growing at an alarming rate. Even more surprising, the official website of the Music Association announced that Jiang Li was officially appointed as the ambassador for the promotion of non-legacy music. Ambassadors for the promotion of non-religious music, another official title added to the list. Jiang Li influence has reached an unprecedented height. The Music Association has also stepped in. Ambassador for the promotion of non-legacy music. That's a hell of a title, isn't it? Golden Song Folklore Bid? This channel is so powerful. From now on, your favorite songs will also have the chance to apply for heritage. As You Wish punch punch punch. The bid must succeed. Even the Forbidden City's cultural creations have keenly captured this cultural craze. We quickly got in touch with Jiang Li Studio to launch the co-branded woodworking box As You Wish. This kind of cultural and creative products with a strong traditional cultural flavor and the mood of the song As You Wish are a match made in heaven. On the wooden box, there is a beautifully carved auspicious cloud pattern. In the center of the lid is the word As You Wish stamped in gold. Open the wooden box. It's not just a selection of cultural and creative peripherals inside. It also comes with a beautiful card with the lyrics to As You Wish, and a letter of thanks signed by Jiang Li. Of course, the signature is printed. Once on the shelves, it sold out quickly and became a phenomenal cultural and creative product. Netflix, OMG, must support. Buy it. The Forbidden City's cultural creations are coming along for the ride? A co-branded woodworking box of As You Wish? Sounds so cultured. The palace's products must be of high quality. I have to buy one even for the co-branding. The co-branding of As You Wish and the Forbidden City's cultural creations is simply the best manifestation of cultural self-confidence. I give full marks to this joint name. By this point, As You Wish has become more than just a song. It has even evolved into a cultural symbol, a symbol of the spirit of the times. Jiang Li's name is also closely associated with keywords such as positive energy, cultural innovation and youth role model. His influence snowballed. It has reached an unprecedented level. On the other side of the spectrum, the raging public opinion of #industry innovators should be seen. It eventually converged into a wave of invisible pressure. A direct reference to the Golden Bell Awards organizing committee. Originally, everyone was planning to go to the hospital and have a good exchange with Jiang Li. Let's see if we can get this rising star under the banner of the Academy. After all, in the eyes of them old-school musicians, the Academy is the orthodoxy, the reigning champions of Chinese music. However, there was a sudden shift in online opinion, but it forced them to change their plans on the fly. The scheduled solicitation trip was called off urgently. Replacement. It was an emergency consultation meeting, held within the Golden Bell Awards organizing committee. At this moment, the depths of the East 6th House of the Forbidden City. Inside the Golden Buzzer finalist conference room, the sound of the bottom of the cup hitting the tabletop was particularly harsh. Zhao Yanqiu pinched the latest guidance issued by the Ministry of Culture. Fingertips rubbed over the bolded words, encourage innovation in the industry. Guys, you've all seen the voices on the internet. Public opinion is like a tidal wave. You can't go against it. Apart from the Special Contribution Award, the Golden Song of the Year award should also go to Jiang Li. The whole internet is watching us now, so let's do the cliquey cake sharing thing again. Elder Zhao, isn't this a bit of an understatement? Elder Li suddenly interrupted with a cough. Wisps of white smoke come out of the spout of the purple sandpot, like the year-round clouds on top of Mount Amei. If the Golden Bell Awards are led by the nose by netizens, where are we old men going to put our faces? There are only so many spots. If we give Jiang Li one more, doesn't that mean we'll have one less? His words immediately resonated with many people. In the opinion of these Academy conservatives, the Golden Buzzer is Academy territory. The award belongs to them, and naturally they should be the ones to say so. Although Jiang Li has been in the limelight lately, he is only a grassroots person after all. To give two such important awards at once would be too much for him. What's more, in the hearts of the people, there was another layer of concern hidden in their minds. Chapter 128, who's stopping As You Wish from sealing the god? Isn't it too soon to give him Golden Song of the Year? The old lady in the tang suit frowned, displeasure in her tone. In case he wins the prize but refuses to submit to the Academy faction, won't we lose our fortune? Her words, no doubt, speak to the hearts of many. It's okay to give Jiang Li the honor, but only if he gets it and submits to the Academy first. Otherwise this honor is a white-eyed wolf that cannot be fed and will only turn around and devour its owner. The atmosphere in the conference room, at once, became subtle. Xin Huayuan slammed his notebook shut. The sound of metal clasps crashing startled the sparrows on the windowsill. When he got up, he brought up a gust of wind through the room, causing the list of past winners on the wall to rattle. 10 years ago we set the bar for talent singers. 5 years ago jammed internet song finalists. Now that even Elder Chen has spoken out for reform, can't you all see the situation? A snort came from across the conference table. Counselor Sun in a Chinese mountain suit twirled his emerald trigger finger. The eyelids that drooped behind the lenses looked like 2 pieces of air-dried stale leather. Last year, 2 newcomer awards were vacated for the talent flow. And what happened? People turned around after receiving the awards and cursed the organizing committee for being old-fashioned. The sunlight cuts diagonally across the blinds, branded bright and dark scars on Zhao Yanqiu's white shirt. As You Wish has already surpassed 200 million plays, and the joint promotion by the Ministry of Culture and Tourism and the Audio Association is effective. Elder Lee suddenly slapped the case. The slices of American ginseng in the thermos sinking and floating in the boiling water. Data can be eaten as a meal? Shin Huayuan grabbed the jacket on the back of his chair, and his cufflinks scraped off a page of the opinion bulletin. The pages fluttered, covering the bolded headline, The People's Will. Staring at the hidden door at the end of the hallway, suddenly the light leaking from that crack felt extra harsh. Don't forget, gentlemen, the word gold in the Golden Bell Awards is never plated on itself. If you are stuck in your ways, you will turn the Golden Bell Awards into the Academy's own place. I'm afraid it will cause resentment from above. At that time, I'm afraid we academics will lose control of the Golden Bell Awards. Shin Huayuan's words were like a blow to the head. It made some of the people who were still lucky to be there awake for a few moments. It's not that they don't understand this. It's just that for so long, the Academy has been in a strong position. Let the crowd get used to seeing the golden buzzer as a bag of tricks. It's just hard to change your mindset for a while. However, the power of the recalcitrant is still not to be underestimated. Elder Shin is wrong. A white-haired, hale and hearty old man said angrily. What displeasure from above. I think you, Shin Huayuan, are totally growing others' ambition and destroying your own. A young man who became popular with a few Netflix songs. Are you really that powerful to shake the foundation of our academy school? Anyway, I'll leave it at that. So much for giving him that special contribution award. None of the other awards must be reserved for us academics. The atmosphere in the conference room was once again tense. Seeing that the two sides were at a standstill, the argument intensified. Shin Huayuan's face became increasingly ugly. Sighing deeply, he knew what more to say. Nor will it change the prejudices and arrogance of these old codgers. Nodding slightly towards Zhao Yanqiu, Elder Zhao, since all of you have already made your decisions, I won't say any more. Farewell. After saying that, he whisked his sleeve away. The wind brought up by the slamming door lifted Counselor Sun's wig, revealing thinning gray hair underneath. When Shin Huayuan pushed open the door of his house, the copper bell on the eaves was crashing into the setting sun. Before he could change his shoes, he heard the doorbell ring. Open the door. Standing in the doorway was a middle-aged man with glasses and meticulously combed hair. It is the academy that has the most to say in the field of pop music. Li Jiangsung, teacher. Li Zhaosheng shouted respectfully, carrying 2 bottles of wine in his hand. Shin Huayuan sidestepped and let him in. Zong Xing, what brings you here? Came to see you and to update you on recent work. Putting the wine on the tea case, Li Jiangsung spoke directly about the Golden Bell Awards. This Golden Bell Award, quite a few people in the academy are talking about it. And there's a lot of controversy over Zhongli. Shin Huayuan had expected this and picked up the review notes. You should look at this first. The cowl cover startles away the dust floating in the tea smoke. Li Chungsong took the notes with both hands and carefully flipped through them. These are the records of the judges of the Golden Bell Awards over the years. It details the Academy's patriarchs, who commented on various musical styles. Reading between the lines reveals the rejection and suppression of non-academic music. The more Li Zhaosheng looked at it, the tighter his brow wrinkled. He didn't realize that within the academy, prejudice against folk music had reached such a level. Turning to the preliminary page of last year's Best Arrangement Award, my fingertips tightened abruptly. The composer of the folk piece Ballad of Dunhuang is not from a science class and is demoted. Zhou Yi's new song has too many pop elements, suggesting that it be removed from the shortlist. Teacher, these. Li Zhaosheng was a bit shocked and looked up at Shin Huayuan. It's true that academics have gotten a little stuck in their ways over the years. Times have changed. I'm afraid that if we don't change, we'll really be eliminated. When the tea soup is getting cold, Shin Huayuan sighed, picking up the young Longjing buds that had settled at the bottom of the calabash. 12 years ago you defended your thesis arguing for the possibility of a modernized adaptation of the pentatonic scale. Suddenly choking and coughing, the taste of medicine rising in his throat mingled with the scent of tea. Li Zhaosheng scrambled to get up and pour water, but was pressed down by a withered palm. There were 7 judges and 6 gave you a failing grade. Twilight roamed over the old man's trembling silver strands. Nowadays, John Lee's As You Wish has sung your theories back then into reality. The notes are pushed back in front of the student. Li Zhaosheng touched the bottom of the hard object, but it was a USB flash drive. There are some things that are not convenient for an old man like me, but if the Academy doesn't want to be left behind by the times, someone has to stand up and say something true. It's time for you to change your solution for the next issue of Music Deconstructed. The old man's back as he curled into the wicker chair blended with the evening sun that was going out of the window. Lee Hyung-sung understood what the teacher meant. Nodded. Don't worry, teacher. I know what to do. Coming out of Shin En-chi's house, Lee Jong-sung rushed straight to the TV station, preparing for the latest episode of Music Deconstructed. The theme of the episode, originally, was to analyze a few of the recent hit internet songs. Lee Hyung-sung tentatively decided to add Zhang Li's As You Wish to the list. The program begins. Lee Hyung-sung started off by briefly reviewing a couple of internet songs. The conversation then turned to a reference to As You Like It. You've seen how hot this song As Good As It Gets has been lately. It's being played on the streets, and it's even officially recognized. Today, we're going to deconstruct the song properly and find out what magic it has. Signaled the guy to play the audio of As You Like It. The intro played and he began humming along with the melody. The most gripping thing about the song As You Wish is its melody. It's very beautiful and very Chinese. Does everyone hear it? This song makes heavy use of the pentatonic scale. On the whiteboard, Lee Hyung-sung quickly wrote down a few notes of the pentatonic scale. The pentatonic scale is the foundation of our traditional Chinese music. Songs like the familiar Jasmine and Little Star are representative of the pentatonic scale. But the brilliance of As You Like It is that it takes the traditional pentatonic scale, a fresh take with modern arrangements. It sounds ethnic but not cliched and very stylish. Chapter 129, Reversing the Ivory Tower. There was a pause and an aggravated tone. This modernized application of the pentatonic scale arguably transcends the textbook paradigm. It's well worth studying and learning from our musicians. The live audience and those in front of the TV were a bit surprised. I didn't realize that Academy authority figure Lee Chung-sung would give such high marks to an internet song. But that's not all. Lee Hyung-sung's next words were even more shocking to everyone. Of course, the success of As You Like It has generated some controversy. Some people think that this folk music is of low style. It doesn't deserve to be recognized by the Golden Bell Awards, and I personally don't agree with that viewpoint. Pointed to the review notes beside him. Today, I also want to take this opportunity. Make public the review notes of certain Academy patriarchs from previous years. Let's all see how the so-called Academy really treats the civic factions. On the big screen, some excerpts from the review notes began to scroll. Folk music is crude and uninspiring. The Academy is the musical orthodoxy, and the folk factions are nothing but claptrap. The Golden Bell Awards is a stage for academics and cannot be tainted by folk factions. Jo Ye's new song has too many pop elements, suggesting that it be removed from the shortlist. The composer of the folk piece Ballad of Dunhuang is not from a science class and is demoted. A comment full of prejudice and arrogance. It left the audience, both live and in front of the TV, in an uproar. Lee Jong-sung's voice also became heavy. These reviews are just the tip of the iceberg. For many years, the Academy has dominated the music industry. They used the power in their hands to ostracize and suppress non-academic musicians. It has led to the burial of many good folk musicians. A lot of great folk music pieces don't get the recognition they deserve. But times have changed, and in the internet age information spreads faster and through more diverse channels. Folk music has more opportunities to be heard and recognized by the public. The fact that As Good As It Gets exploded in popularity is a testament to that. The Golden Bell Award is the highest award for Chinese music. It should represent the highest level of Chinese music and encourage the common development of various styles and genres of music. Instead, they are stuck in their ways and exclude dissenters. If the Golden Bell Awards continue to hold on to past notions, it will only end up losing credibility and being left behind by the times. After the program aired, Lee Jong-sung's speech was like heaven and earth are the same. It sent a nuclear shockwave through the internet. This is the first time that a professional has publicly blasted the Academy. And to top it all off, that guy is a mainstay of the Academy. Hashtag Lee Comprehensive Sung Rage Against Academics. Hashtag Music Deconstruction Live. Hashtag Academy Bias. And more. At rocket speed, it shot to the top of the hot search list on all major social media platforms. The first to charge were the segmenters. Good guy. The Golden Bell Awards judges' notes are more exciting than the script of Legend of Donnie Darko. Suggest Mr. Lee change his career to become a screenwriter. The hidden corner of the Golden Bell Award is an absolute hit. Academy, Lee Jong-sung. Are you polite? Lee Jong-sung, I'm polite to you asterisk, 10,000 words omitted here. Internet opinion is almost overwhelmingly in favor of Lee Chung-shang in vocal in its denunciation of the academics. The people have long been dissatisfied with the Academy's long history of being superior and stuck in its ways. This time Lee Chung-shang opened fire, undoubtedly ignited a long pent-up anger. Many passers-by who were previously disillusioned with the Academy. It has also begun to take a fresh look at the music group that has dominated the Chinese music scene. The original Academy looks like this. I always thought that academics represented professionalism and authority, but I didn't realize it was also so. No wonder the Chinese music scene is becoming more and more declining now. The academy has to take a lot of the blame, right? In addition to the regular webmasters, professionals in the music industry also came down to show their solidarity. Some musicians who have a long-standing grudge against the academy. It's more like a shot in the arm. On social media, he publicly supported Lee Chung-sung and denounced the evil deeds of the academy. Indie music producer Key Fat wrote on Twitter, "The courage of Mr. Lee Chung-sung is admirable. Certain practices of the academy have indeed seriously hindered the healthy development of the Chinese music scene. It's time to break this monopoly and let more great musicians be seen." Rocker Wang Shen has also spoken out. "Although I am also an academician, I have long been tired of seeing those people leaning on the old. Their judging criteria are simply antiquated from the last century. Support Mr. Lee and musical innovation." Even some otherwise neutral music critics, it is also beginning to shift positions, wrote a lengthy article analyzing the shortcomings of the academy and calling for reforms in the industry. Veteran venomous music critic Lu Jiuqing wrote in an op-ed, "The downfall of Lee Hyung-sung was undoubtedly a major turning point in the Chinese music scene. It signaled that the long-standing dominance of the academy was being challenged as never before, and this challenge may become an opportunity for the rebirth of the Chinese music scene. Professionals get down to the magical scene." A music school professor tweeted a withdrawal request with the message, suggests that the Golden Bell Awards be renamed the Academy's internal gala. Grammy judge Jeffrey Cohen tweets in Chinese despite jet lag. "Our Wachovia peers teach us that judging shouldn't be a dinosaur in a China store. The most desperate is the official microblog of the Palace Museum. Out of the Guangxu period of the Ministry of the Interior Office of the Secret Fold Photocopy, Zhu approved these craftsmen. Although no official status, but the skills of the superb when the exception to be employed. The accompanying image is instead a draft of the As You Wish woodworking box design. Folk musicians who were originally struggling to survive under the repression of the academy. It's also as if they've found an organization and have come forward to speak out. Tells of his experience of being suppressed by the academy and accuses the academy of injustice. I think back in the day, my band was rejected by the Golden Bell Awards for not being collegiate enough in style. Now finally someone is speaking for us. I was criticized by my tutor for my graduation work, which clearly incorporates many ethnic elements. My graduation work clearly incorporated many ethnic elements, and then I was criticized by my tutor for being incestuous. The academy is the biggest enroll maker in the Chinese music industry. Even if they roll on their own, they have to drag everyone else along with them. It's outrageous." For a while, the online public opinion completely fell on the side of Li Zongxing and the folk musicians. The academics, on the other hand, have been targeted and are notorious for being verbally abused by the internet. Academy, I'm not a person. I'm a stumbling block. Suggests that the academy disband in place and give resources to those who truly love music. Golden Bell Awards? I think it would be better to change the name to Golden Bell Award to cover the interests of the academy and the future of the Chinese music scene. The internet is full of all sorts of taunts and segments aimed at academics. A storm of public opinion against the academics was triggered by the backlash against Li Zongxing, is sweeping across the Chinese music scene with unstoppable momentum. Chapter 130 The Era of Zhongli. In the meantime, in the sound of pine waves at the Shannon Sanatorium, Secretary Li walked through the moonhole door holding a tablet. In the octagonal pavilion, two old men were landing their pieces on a green jade chessboard. The old man in the navy green Chinese suit reaches out to stir up the game. Old Zhou, it's a rule to fall without regret. Elder Chen spun two warm chess pieces around his fingertips, his words carrying a three-quarter smile. The old man known as Zhou Hernian lifted the alabaster pot and pointed the spout in the direction of Zhong Nanhai. Playing chess with you. The rules are all made up as you go along. Secretary Li duly stepped forward to report, and only bowed and whispered after Chen Lao had executed the black drop. The news has been confirmed that Li Zhongsung publicly accused the academy on the programmed music deconstruction. The fingers twirling the pieces gave a slight lurch. Raising his eyes, his gaze was calm but insightful. "Oh, what was said?" Secretary Li succinctly recapitulated the remarks made by Li Zongxing on the program. This includes academy judging bias, and the suppression of folk music. After hearing this, Chen Lao did not get angry and picked up the black pieces and slowly dropped them on the chessboard. It's long past time for the academy's fly-by-nights to be exposed to the sunlight, hiding dirt and self-righteousness to hold the resources and voice. The Chinese music scene is all twilight by them. Zhou Henian picked up his thermos. The CPPCC vice chairman who has been in charge of the National Literary and Art Award system for 3 decades. The laugh that rolled from his throat was deeper than the twilight of the Western Mountains. Originally, I thought it was just some small-time gateway argument, but I didn't realize that it had reached the point where it had built up. This is a move that is really unexpected. The students that Shen brought up had a bit of the crazy energy he had when he was younger. There are still people in the academy who understand, knowing the big picture, change for the better. Chen picked up the black jade chess piece that had been brushed off and blew away the non-existent ash. 10 years ago, we rectified the gateway to the opera world. 5 years ago, we cleaned up the mountainous culture of the Association of Composers. And now it's the music world's turn to take a bath. The pieces tapped into the star positions, startling the dewdrops on the pine needles. There was a pause, and his tone turned cold. The opportunity was given to them long ago. It's a pity that some people are corpses and hold on to old ideas, so it's no wonder that others help them to be decent. Johanian touched the tin cigarette case specially supplied by the internal staff, and the mint flavor mixed with the fragrance of Longjing diffused across the chess ping. Those old schoolboys have handed you 3 reviews, haven't they? Chen Lao did not answer, but only pushed the non-heritage music promotion program, which had just been presented by the Ministry of Culture and Tourism. Across the board, the word Jiangli on the back cover burned brightly in the twilight. The orderly 20 meters away suddenly got a chill on the back of his neck. He saw Johanian touch his personal seal and press it in the blank space of the red-headed document. The last rays of the Western Mountains haze happened to diffuse over the coiled dragon on the seal button. The Johanian seal. Stamped guidance proposal on the reorganization of the Admiralty Awards review mechanism. The cicadas on the entire fragrant mountain were silent for a moment. Have Wyoming lead a steering group? Chen Lao suddenly opened his mouth to the pavilion full of twilight, waking up the spotted cat frozen on the stone steps. Chess is owed for now, and this is something you'll take care of yourself. Johanian understood it by heart, deeply aware of Elder Chen's position and influence in the temple. More than that, he understood what thunderous power lay beneath this seemingly calm tone. Nodding slightly, he placed the pieces in his hand back into the chess box. The movement to get up was crisp and clear, without the slightest hesitation. The remaining pieces are left in the pavilion to form their own pattern. Secretary Li saw that Blackie was trapping White Dragon in the Two Swallows formation. Suddenly headlights cut through the twilight at the foot of the mountain. 3 red flag sedans are quietly making their way down the panhandle to the city. He put away his tablet, knowing that tonight's Golden Bell Awards organizing committee, countless people are destined to be unable to see the Chang'an Street outside their windows. The night poured down like ink. Chang'an Street lights, reflecting the solemn and dignified 6 east of the Forbidden City. However, this solemn atmosphere is particularly taut this evening. It's like the calm before the storm. No one expected the action from above to be so swift. The night music deconstructed aired. Red tape documents with seals are publicized on the official website. In the document numbered Wenbeifa 2025-178, the words 333 system were mentioned several times. The redhead documents are here? This is about to get real. 333 jury? Academics, non-geneticists, and representatives of the public? I give you full marks for this. Official dad strikes. The Academy's good days are over. This guidance on further deepening the reform of the Golden Bell Awards judging mechanism was issued by the official department. The opening paragraph directly points out the shortcomings of the current Golden Bell Awards judging mechanism. It was harshly worded and unceremoniously pointed out. The composition of the Golden Bell Awards jury has long been too homogeneous. The Academy experts are absolutely dominant. This has led to a serious phenomenon of coterie and inbreeding in the selection of awards. It is seriously detached from public aesthetics and runs counter to the trend of the times. The document makes this clear. In order to implement the people-centered creative orientation, fully incorporate the views of all sectors of the community to enhance the credibility and authority of the Golden Bell Awards, decides to do so with immediate effect. A major reform of the adjudication mechanism of the Golden Bell Awards was carried out, with the formation of the 333 jury. The so-called 333 system means that the jury is composed of 3 parties. They are representatives of Academy experts, representatives of intangible cultural heritage inheritors, and representatives of the general public listening to the trial. 1/3 of each of the 3 seats are shared for the awards. The document also details the manner in which tripartite representatives are to be selected and the criteria for their selection. Strive to maximize the impartiality and representativeness of the jury. Academy experts are represented by recommendations from major conservatories and research organizations. Senior level designation and extensive industry experience required. Representatives of non-heritage bearers are recommended by cultural departments and non-heritage protection associations. Must be a representative inheritor of national or provincial non-heritage projects. The representatives of the public hearing are then selected through online voting and random selection. Ensure broader community participation. In order to avoid the challenge of outsiders guiding insiders, the document also makes it clear that the tripartite jury has its own focus. Academy experts focus on the professional and technical aspects of the work. The non-geneticist focuses on the cultural and ethnic nature of the work. Mass auditing, on the other hand, focuses on the popularity of the work, the popularity of the song. In the end, the opinions of the 3 parties will be synthesized to select outstanding musical works that combine professionalism, culture and popularity. And in this reform guidance, Nothing is more striking than the nod to Zhang Li and his work. As you wish. In the section encouraging creative orientation, the document devotes a paragraph to mentioning Zhang Li and As You Like It, praise for As You Wish, which is ambitious, heartfelt, melodic, and catchy. It is both culturally rich and in keeping with the spirit of the times. It is one of the rare great original songs of recent years, and he called on the majority of musicians to learn from Comrade Zhang Li to go deeper into life and take root in the people. Listen to the voice of the people and create more excellent works like As You Like It that the people will enjoy. Contribute to the prosperity and development of socialist culture. The officials are praising As You Wish by name. Mr. Zhang, this is the real deal. Learn to be like Zhang Li. The Academy's face is all swollen. Mr. Zhang, thanks for the invitation. People sit in their wards, and prizes come from the sky. Once the redhead document was released, it was like a thunderbolt from the ground, instantly triggering the entire court of public opinion. The internet was abuzz with it. Netizens are running around as if it's New Year's Eve. POTUS, the Golden Bell Awards will finally change. 333 system. This is real reform. The good old days of the Academy are over. Academy, I'm in a state of shock. Upstairs, the academics are probably crying their eyes out right now. Crying out counts for nothing. I guess I met overnight to discuss a plan. Countermeasures? All countermeasures are paper tigers in front of the redhead document. It is strongly recommended that the Golden Bell Award Organizing Committee publicly apologize. Apologize to Mr. Jiang. Apologize to all musicians who have been suppressed by the Academy. In stark contrast to the cheering on the internet, it's the dead silence within the Academy. The depths of the 6 eastern locations of the Forbidden City. The expert professors who used to talk and point the way. At the moment, he was as wilted and silent as a frosted eggplant. No one expected such decisiveness and determination from above. Straight out of the kettle. The dominance of the Academy was completely subverted in terms of the judging mechanism. This red tape document is not only a reform of the Golden Bell Awards judging mechanism. What's more, it is a head-on blow to the academics who have long held the discourse, stuck in their ways, and excluded dissenters. The ivory tower that has been painstakingly built over the years, it collapsed under the raging public opinion and the iron fist of the officials. The time for them really seems to be coming to an end, and it belongs to Zhang Li. The era of music belonging to the folk school is coming in a tidal wave that is unstoppable. Chapter 131, Criticizing As You Like It. The Academy's backlash. The night grows thicker. The silence that enveloped the east sixth of the palace became more and more suffocating. It's my fault. I should have listened to Wyvern in the first place. Zhao Yanqiu rubbed his brow wearily and looked around. The patriarchs who in days gone by spoke generously and argued their case at meetings. At the moment, they were all like defeated roosters, hanging their heads and not saying a word. No one responded. Only the wind whistling outside the window made a whimpering sound. Elderly slowly looked up. The titan who established his academic status with the general history of Chinese music. At the moment, my eyes are so puffy they look like they're filled with 2 dried Longan eyes. Is going to stand by and watch the Golden Bell Awards, given by those grassroots and netizens. 2. No further words were said, but everyone understood what he was trying to say. It was defiled, spoiled, taken away. The old lady in the tang suit sighed heavily, despair in her tone. What else can be done when it comes down to it? The redhead documents have come down. Who dares to disobey? Counselor Sun was still turning the emerald trigger in his hand, only his speed was noticeably slower. Are we really going to change it according to that 3333 system thing? Let all those non-geneticists and public hearers judge the awards too? This is nonsense. Elderly picked up the purple clay pot and tried to pour a glass of water. Instead, I realized that my hand was shaking a little, and the slices of American ginseng were swirling feebly at the bottom of the glass. Xin Huayuan was at the meeting earlier. They were earnestly persuaded to go with the times and embrace folk music, but at that time, no one took Xin Huayuan's words seriously. Reality slapped the crowd hard in the face. Although the red tape says trial run, but they're old farts who have been immersed in the system for years. How can we not understand the deeper meaning behind this trial run? This is just a buffer given by the officials to take care of the Academy's face. Once the trial run is over, formal implementation is nothing more than a nail in the coffin. You're really going to stand by and watch the Golden Bell Awards be tainted by those mudbloods? The old lady in the tang suit obviously couldn't accept this. The Golden Buzzer is more than just an award for the Academy. It's more a symbol of their status and voice. Once you lose control of the Golden Buzzer, it would mean that the Academy's dominance in the Chinese music scene would be in jeopardy. Suddenly, a slightly younger voice broke the silence. I think things might still be turning around. The talking heads are Academy upstarts. The name is Zhang Mingyuan. He was a student whom Zhao Yanqiu thought highly of. Though still young in seniority, he is considered young and highly regarded in the Academy. Compared to Zhou Mubai, the crowd was a few points higher. The document purposely uses As You Like It as a sample project, Haven't you teachers tasted it yet? Officially, the wording is harsh, but it is only a trial run document after all. The fact that it's a trial run means there's room for maneuver in the attitude up there. Room for maneuver? Elder Li frowned, clearly not understanding the deeper meaning of this. Zhang Mingyuan nodded. In the document, Jiang Li's As You Wish was specifically singled out for praise, and it was said that study comrade Jiang Li. What does that mean? It means that the higher-ups now value As You Like It and Jiang Li. What's it gonna be? The old lady in the tang suit cut him off with some impatience. Do we have to go and boast about As You Like It? The corner of Zhang Mingyuan's mouth rose slightly. No, I mean, since the powers that be think so highly of As You Like It, then we'll do the opposite. Using the Academy's best professional parsing, it criticizes As Good As It Gets to nothing. Criticize As You Like It? The conference room rang with a chorus of puzzled voices. That's right. All of you teachers are connoisseurs and have the most to say about the professionalism of music. It's entirely possible to deconstruct and critique As You Like It from a professional perspective, in all its aspects. Point out all the shortcomings of the song in terms of melody, lyrics, and arrangement. It can even rise to the level of culture. Criticize the song for being grungy, pandering, and lacking in artistic merit. This, Elder Li was a bit hesitant. Will this make us look too petty? The Ministry of Culture has already praised As You Like It. Wouldn't it be openly antagonistic to officialdom for us to criticize it again? Elder Li, this is the time and the place. Zhang Mingyuan patiently explained. It's in the trial phase and the attitude from the top is still unclear. If we can come up with a reasoned and professional critique, proof that As Good As It Gets isn't as good as it's officially touted to be, even if it is a mediocre piece, I'm afraid the top brass won't be able to save face, right? At that point, in order to maintain its authority, the trial run will surely have to be left alone. There was a rustling in the corner. Vice President Cheng of the Institute of Ethnomusicology is sketching in the margins of the document with a gilt fountain pen. The tip of the pen suddenly blotted out ink on the words representative of the public hearing. Wasn't the word rough technique the one we used when we stuck the filing for Ballad of the Yellow River? When he looked up, the reflection of his lenses obscured the grimness of his eyes. Does As You Wish really stand up to scrutiny? The Academy executives in the room lit up. Yeah, why didn't they think of that? In terms of professionalism, who can beat the Academy? It's entirely possible to use professional advantage to criticize As You Like It to death. Make the official praise a joke. The teacher at the Palace Restoration Office said. Counselor Sun suddenly rose, sweeping down a few grains of sedum ash on his sleeve. If a big pillar of heather is infested with insects, you can't rush to replace the beams. You have to take boiling hot tung oil and pour it into the infested holes first. A withered finger scratched across Shenhua Yuan on the jury list, pinching out crescent-shaped white marks on the desktop. The Golden Bell Awards still have to be surnamed Zhao, Li, Sun and Zhang. Don't you all think that's true? Li Lao suddenly coughed violently. The phlegm sound in his throat mixed with the bitter flavor of American ginseng. That year, Two Springs Reflecting the Moon was declared a non-legacy. We were able to jam it for 3 years with too many improvisational elements. Is As You Wish even harder to deal with than Bing? I agree. The old lady in the tunic took a deep breath. Instead of sitting on the sidelines, we need to be proactive. Criticizing As Good As It Gets may be the only way out for us now. Zhao Yanqiu pondered for a moment and slowly nodded his head as well. This proposal from Ming Yuan is indeed worth considering. In that case, it's a good idea to look into it. Where to start with a professional critique of As Good As It Gets? Think about it for a moment. The Academy executives were quick to unify their front. A storm of professional criticism against As You Like It was secretly brewing in earnest. The night is getting darker, but the internet world is getting more and more noisy. Some of the first to act were music self-publishers. The headline In-Depth Music Review is bold and pointed. Deconstructing the Divine Comedy As You Wish, the pale kernel underneath the ornate rhetoric. A professional analysis, the popularity of As You Wish is the sorrow of the Chinese music industry. Vigilance, who is overblowing As You Like It? The article is even more fiery. From all aspects of the melody, lyrics, and arrangement. A nuanced and professional deconstruction and critique of As You Like It. The melodies seem beautiful but lack innovation. The extensive stacking of traditional pentatonic scales falls into cliché. The lyrics are pretentious and empty, piling on the rhetoric throughout and forcing up the stakes. In reality, the emotion is pale and lacks truth. The arrangements are even more of a disaster. With cheap electronic sounds and confusing orchestrations, it completely overshadows the few highlights of the song itself and is a terrible listen. The words are full of arrogance and prejudice. It seems that As Good As It Gets is just a bunch of overpackaged garbage in their eyes. At first, these critical articles did not attract much attention. Instead, it drew a lot of flack from netizens. Chapter 132, The Academy Stage Victory. How dare you call people sad when As You Wish has become so hot? I think it's you who are sad. A professional music review? I think it's more like a professional black review. The acidity is spilling out of the screen. It's hard to admit that other people are good at what they do. If you have to nitpick, you can't afford to lose. Netizens scoffed at these self-published media outlets as nothing more than a dying effort to run out of ideas. Yet the Academy's backlash goes far beyond that. Soon, a number of old-timers and senior musicians who are well known in the music industry also came down to the stage. They don't troll with a straight face like the self-publishers do. Instead, they are posing as distressed and worried about the future of the Chinese music scene. Begin to rationally and objectively analyze the shortcomings of As You Like It. In the well-known music forum Sea of Pentatones, the poster is certified as a visiting professor of the composition department of the Central Conservatory of Music. The 10,000 word article with the spectrum chart criticizes As You Like It as worthless. The popularity of this song does reflect a certain trend in popular aesthetics at the moment, but this trend is not, in my opinion, healthy. There is no denying the success in terms of spread and popularity, but that doesn't hide its lack of artistry. A song that focuses only on appealing to popular tastes, and ignoring the artistic value of the music itself, that doesn't go far in the end. Understand the public's love for As Good As It Gets, but it's more of an emotional projection, rather than a recognition of the artistry of the music itself. As musicians, it is more important for us to guide the public to enhance their musical aesthetics rather than pander to them. Not to mention the fact that pentatonic scale modernization is simply bogus. The arrangement of the gong, sheng, horn, liang and feather in the main song of As I Wish is an exact replica of the 1980s folk song Shandan Dandan. Many netizens were confused by the restoration of the arrangement. The song actually has a chord progression that stays in the canon set. The chorus turn, in particular, is clearly copied from the way the mood is laid out in the Soviet folk song Katyusha. The list goes on in turn on all major internet platforms. These veteran musicians are more euphemistic in their wording and more elevated in their arguments. But the kernel is the same as those self-published critiques, the devaluing the artistic value of As You Like It and questioning the rationale for its popularity. More to the point, these senior musicians have a high degree of power and influence in the industry. Their vocalizations have caused some netizens, who were originally staunch supporters of As You Like It, to waver. What Big Brother said seems to make some sense. I don't understand, but I'm blown away. 985 professors don't lie, do they? I suggest you become tailors instead. You're good at it. If you know so much, try to write a song with 200 million views. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. My cats love As I Wish. And you're telling me it has no artistic merit? Some people are in a hurry, aren't they? Red eye. If you're capable of writing one, write one too. You're so low here. BB lie. At first, the network was barely holding on. In the comments section of those professional music critics, arguing with the fans of the Academy. But as more and more professionals join in the criticism, it grows louder and louder. The original voices in favor of As You Like It were gradually drowned in verbal abuse. The senior musicians of the Academy seem to have some kind of public opinion code. It is no longer limited to a technical analysis of the song itself. Instead, they began to deconstruct the value of As You Like It on a grander level. A music sociologist has written, "The popularity of As You Like It is a typical manifestation of the fast-foodization of popular culture. It is a concentrated reflection of the vulgarization of aesthetic taste. In the long run, it will lead to the Chinese music industry bad money expelling good money, and ultimately to the decline." Some cultural critics voiced that the lyrics of As I Wish seem to be family sentiment, but in fact empty sensationalism. Lack of deep concern for social reality is a cheap touch. It is even a spiritual opium that paralyzes the nerves of the public and hinders social progress. Some even directly equate As You Like It with vulgar culture and kitschy fun. It is considered to have pulled down the tone of the Chinese music scene and polluted the aesthetics of the younger generation. It is a tumor in the field of culture and must be resolutely resisted and completely eliminated. For a while, all kinds of hats were flying and clamoring. The uninformed masses of eaters are inherently susceptible to being held hostage by public opinion. Not to mention the critics who have come forward this time. They are all experts, scholars and professors with all kinds of halos. Under the bombardment of these authorities, those who had been staunch supporters of As You Like It began to become hesitant, uncertain, and even shaken. What said seems to make some sense. After finishing it and hearing them analyze it like that, it doesn't feel like As Good As It Gets is that good. Could it be that all the moving we've been doing is an illusion? All brainwashed? And just as this countercurrent of opinion was reaching its peak, the major music platforms, almost at the same time, received an urgent notice from the group's senior management. The wording is harsh, the tone is strong, and there's only one thing at the heart of it all, in view of the current huge controversy and adverse social impact caused by As You Wish and John Lee's related works, to maintain the healthy and orderly development of the platform. Effective immediately, all works created by John Lee will be taken down across all platforms. This includes, but is not limited to, songs, music videos, audio programs, etc. It must be carried out without fail. The platform party executives, looking at the bright red seal on the red-tipped document, and the thunderous names in the drop, all of them sucked in their breath and were silenced. Of course, they are aware of the powerful energy behind this emergency notice. By no means are they a platform operation to contend with. What's more, the controversy over As Good As It Gets has intensified. It has gone far beyond music. It rises to the level of ideological, cultural orientation. At such a sensitive time, no platform dares to, or can, buck the trend. Take it down. Take it all down. Goose Factory Music Headquarters, 26th floor conference room. Vice President Zhang Qi took off his headphones. I sighed helplessly at the downgrade command on the computer screen. There was a deep weariness and powerlessness in his tone. Notify the technical department to execute immediately, and make sure that the whole platform, all corners, can't find any works related to Zhongli. Does that include those covers? Leave no one behind. Cut off the roots. Zhang Qi gritted his teeth and waved his hand in near despair. So it was this night. Countless netizens were surprised to find out. The name Zhongli is on all major music platforms, and all traces of the song As You Wish are disappearing at an alarming rate. Search for Jiang Li returned no results. A search for As Desired also turned up nothing. Occupying the top of the major charts, dominating the recommended position, the amount of play often hundreds of millions of phenomenal God song As I Wish, and all other works by Zhang Li. It's like it never existed, completely vaporized from the internet world. Even those cover versions of As Good As It Gets that hit the internet, they were all taken off the shelves together as well and disappeared without a trace. What the hell? Where's As I Wish in my song list? No way. It's really down? The platform is really playing? Outrageous. It's just listening to a song. Is that so much to ask? The power of capital is as terrifying as it is. Oh, some people are satisfied, aren't they? Now it's completely clean. Master Green Knot, goodbye. As You Wish, goodbye. Mr. Jiang, farewell. Chinese music scene, the internet, once again, is in an uproar. Only this time it was more dismay, bewilderment, and a deep sense of powerlessness. Netizens who were touched by As I Wish and overwhelmed by Zhang Li's talent. Watching a favorite song being crudely erased and being unable to do anything about it. All you can do is let out a helpless sigh. And those academics who previously criticized As You Like It and attacked Zhang Li, and their fans, on the other hand, are secretly bouncing off the walls. A well-planned, step-by-step backlash by the Academy. At this point, it seems to have achieved a stage of brilliant results. Chapter 133, The Four Heavenly Kings Speak Out. Stiffen the Academy. At this very moment, far away in the penthouse suite of the Peninsula Hotel in Shangri-La, outside the floor-to-ceiling windows is the glittering night view of Victoria Harbor. The god of song is sitting upright on the couch. The tablet screen was filled with articles that criticized As You Like It. His brow was furrowed and his face was so grim that it looked like it could drip water. It's too much. It's just too much. The always gentle and elegant god of song couldn't help but be enraged at this moment, slamming the tablet in his hand heavily on the coffee table. The loud noise made the agent, Sister Chen, who was standing by the side, startled. Rongxing, what's wrong? Getting so mad? Zhang Rongxing pointed at the tablet, his voice trembling a little from anger. Look at these articles. These academics. They're just plain bullying. Sister Chen picked up her computer and quickly skimmed through the articles that criticized As You Like It. At first I didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was just some ordinary music review, but the more he looked on, his face became more and more grave. These articles ostensibly professionally analyze the shortcomings of As You Like It. The truth is that the words are full of malice and prejudice. More than that, she was alarmed. There is a hint of the Academy behind these articles. They are trying to stink up Zhang Li? Sister Chen asked in a somewhat uncertain tone. Zhang Rongxing sneered. More than stinking, they are trying to completely ruin Zhang Li. Officials have only just praised As Good As It Gets and they can't wait to jump in and criticize it. Isn't that a slap in the face to the officials? I think they're dog-tired and don't care about anything. Sister Chen was silent. She is well aware of the Academy's position and influence in the Chinese music scene. Once you are targeted by these people, the consequences are unimaginable. What's more, this time, the Academy faction's counterattack was clearly prepared and aggressive. Then Sister Chen wanted to say something, her expression worried. Of course it's in support of Zhang Li. I know in my heart of hearts how classic Kiss Me Goodbye is when he sends it. Those people are simply jealous of Zhang Li's talent and are deliberately smearing him. But the Academy faction is powerful. If we do this, Sister Chen is worried that Zhang Rongxing is trying to support Zhang Li. It would offend the entire Academy and even affect your own career. The god of song waved his hand. There's nothing to be afraid of. I've been in the business for decades. What kind of storms haven't I seen before? Wouldn't you be afraid of those old pedants? Besides, who is Zhang Li? terminally ill. She continues to create and leave the world with her best work. Such a late bloomer deserves the respect of all. If even those of us who have been favored by him choose to remain silent, who else will speak for him? Sister Chen was deeply touched by these words. She knew Zhang Rongxing's temperament better than anyone else. Once a decision is made, it is never changed. Understood, Rongsheng. I'll make the arrangements. Almost at the same time, the three heavenly kings, Chao Hua, Lip Ming and Kwok Chang, separately, in different places, I've seen critical articles all over the internet. They reacted in the same way as Zhang Rongxing. Anger, shock, and disbelief. These academics, they're crazy. Zhou Hua slammed the table, and the solid wood tabletop shook. The song Ice Rain means a lot to him. The academics have turned black and white so upside down that it is unbelievable. Lo Min, on the other hand, was worried. To think that Zhang Li was still in her hospital bed fighting against her illness, yet she had to endure such immense public pressure. The heart was even more mixed. Won't You Come Tonight is a major work of public service. This song, Zhang Li wrote for him in the ICU ward. It's hard on the conscience if you don't do something about it. Guo Chang was silent for a long time after reading those articles, and finally let out a long sigh. He didn't really cross paths with Zhang Li, but the song Can't Get Enough of You showed him the great energy contained in Zhang Li's work. Admire Zhang Li's talent, but also admire his calmness and tenacity in the face of desperate circumstances. There can be no more silence. Rongxing Zhang was the first to break the silence, contacting several others by phone. We have to do something. Of course there can be no silence. Guo Chang's voice came from the other end of the phone with obvious anger. Soon, the four heavenly kings made an amazing decision. They were going to join forces to fight back and do right by Zhang Li. Declare war on the forces that suppressed Zhang Li. Late at night, the agencies of the four heavenly kings released statements at almost the same time. Zhou Hua's agency statement, effective immediately. Mr. Zhou Hua will terminate his partnership with all companies and brands involved in the suppression and smearing of Mr. Zhang Li. At the same time, Mr. Zhou Hua will be withdrawing from all music activities dominated by or involving the Academy. We firmly support original music and oppose any form of malicious suppression and unfair competition. Guo Chang's agency statement, Mr. Guo Chang expressed strong indignation at the recent malicious attacks and slander against the musician Mr. Zhang Li on the internet. Mr. Guo Chang will immediately terminate his cooperation with all the companies involved and announce his withdrawal from all activities organized by the Academy. We believe that justice is in the hands of the people and that talent cannot be denigrated. Lip Ming's agency statement, Mr. Lip Ming has always been committed to promoting the healthy development of the Chinese music scene. Mr. Liming is deeply saddened by the injustice done to Mr. Zhang Li on this occasion. Mr. Tatsuaki has decided to cease cooperation with all relevant enterprises with immediate effect, and quit all Academy-led music programs. We call on the industry to return to rationality and respect the creative achievements of every musician. Zhang Rongxing's agency statement, Mr. Zhang Rongxing deeply admires Mr. Zhang Li's musical talent and charisma. Mr. Zhang Rongxing strongly condemns the malicious suppression of Mr. Zhang Li by certain forces. Mr. Rongxing Zhang will immediately terminate his cooperation with all businesses involved in the incident, and withdraw from all collegiate backgrounds. We believe that true music, in the end, will overcome all prejudice and darkness. The joint statement of the four heavenly kings is comparable to a 12-magnitude earthquake, which instantly shook the entire Chinese music industry. No one expected things to go this far. The influence of the four heavenly kings is pivotal in the entire Asian and even global Chinese circles. Any decision they make is enough to set off a huge chain reaction. Hashtag the four heavenly kings collectively showed solidarity with Zhang Li. Hashtag the four heavenly kings disliked the Academy. Hashtag the four heavenly kings withdrew from the Academy's activities. And other topics instantly rushed to the top of the hot search list on all major social media platforms. Internet opinion instantly boiled over. My God, the four heavenly kings are actually coming down en masse. What kind of divine scene is this? The heavenly kings are so righteous. For Zhang Li's sake, they even went so far as to offend the entire Academy school. The Academy faction has kicked the bucket this time. The influence of the four heavenly kings is not something they can match. It's so dominating, worthy of being a heavenly king. This is the real Big Brother style. Dismissed. Withdrawal from the event. The four heavenly kings are getting real this time. Support the four heavenly kings. Speak up for Zhang Li. Resist all malicious suppression. This is the real musician, sentient and courageous. Fans were even more excited and took to social media to show their solidarity with their idol, and self-organized, boycott companies and brands that suppressed Zhang Li. For a while, the internet was filled with voices supporting the four heavenly kings and showing solidarity with Zhang Li, and those who were wavering on the net before. It also completely fell to Zhang Li's side. Chapter 134, What the hell do you mean by the people's will? On the other side, the Tomato Terrace headquarters building. Inside the top floor conference room, The atmosphere was as heavy as a lead cloud pressing down on the city. Director Su Zhang tapped his fingers on the mahogany desktop, making a dull duck-duck sound. This veteran of more than 30 years in the literary world, a rare layer of gloom hangs over his brow. Zhou Ming stood in front of the projection screen. It was scrolling with the news that all the major music platforms had taken down all of John Lee's works, as well as the internet is abuzz with music review articles criticizing As You Like It. The capital is down, and the Academy faction has torn its face off. Do you really think that we, Tomato Stage, are made of clay? Su Zhang's voice was tinged with anger, breaking the silence of the conference room. Looking around the room, each of the core Tomato Terrace figures present had a pout on their faces. Zhou Ming pushed up his glasses, and there was indignation in his tone. They're trying to completely block Mr. Jiang, not leaving any room for As You Wish to Live. So what if the four heavenly kings speak out? With Capital and the Academy joining forces to strangle it, the voice is no longer loud enough to be a force to be reckoned with. You can't just let it go. The vice president slammed the table and stood up. We at Tomato Channel support Mr. Jiang and put up with so much pressure to make best buddies. Eyes on takeoff. This group of people are kettle cooking and are simply too deceitful. The rest of the Tomato Terrace executives were silent. All are millennial foxes, naturally well aware of the sordid machinations of the Academy and Capital. I just didn't expect to go so far this time, not even wanting to lose face. This time, academics and Capital have joined forces to suppress the situation, seemingly targeting Jiang Li personally. In reality, it's more of a pick and a warning to the Tomato Station. Compromise will not bring peace, it will only be intensified. So the only option left to them is to fight to the death. Su Tai, we have to do something. Zhou Ming turned to Su Zhang with determination in his eyes. Su Zhang tried to suppress the anger in his heart. Xiao Zhou, what do you have in mind? Zhou Ming pointed to the critical articles on the projection screen. Didn't they say as good as it gets wouldn't work? Didn't you say that the public aesthetics are not good? Then we'll let the facts speak for themselves. Tell everyone in the most direct way possible if As You Wish is a good song or not. What do you mean? Someone asked suspiciously. Zhou Ming raised his volume and threw out the plan in a loud voice. 100 City Street auditions. Since some people won't let the people listen to As You Like It on music platforms, then we'll put the song on the street, put it on the square, put it to the ears of the people, respond to the Academy's skepticism and Capital suppression, with the mass tears of As You Like It in 237 city squares across the country. A 100 City Street audition? A murmur rang through the conference room as the crowd seemed to ponder the feasibility of this plan. Yes, Su Zhang slapped his thighs, his eyes shining brightly. That's a good idea. Just do it. Don't some people want to gag the yokels? Then we are partial to the sound of As You Like It, which resonates through the land of China. I want everyone to know, it's not the high and mighty academics who can really judge a song. Rather, it is the widest possible population. Act immediately. Advocacy, technology, outreach, all departments cooperate fully. Turning around, he swept his gaze over each of the executives present. I want to see the 100 City Street auditions in full swing by sunrise tomorrow. Funding is not a problem, manpower is not a problem. This time, I'm bound to show those who suppressed Mr. Jiang what the is meant by the people's will. 11 o'clock at night exactly. Wanda plazas in 237 cities across the country were crowded. On the huge LED screen, the Tomato Channel station logo appeared at the same time. Immediately afterward, the intro to As You Wish plays slowly. The melodious melody instantly attracts the attention of pedestrians. People stopped and looked up at the screen. In the picture, Chen Ruoshi sings As I Wish with deep emotion. The heartfelt songs infected everyone. Many people's eyes moistened as they listened. Some people think of their departed loved ones. Some think of their struggling youth. And some think of the strength of their country. Different experiences, different feelings. In this moment all converge into the same touch. In the square, it was so quiet that only the song remained. People listened and felt in silence, tears slipping silently down their faces. This scene was faithfully recorded by the cameras at the Tomato Station, and through the internet, it quickly spread. The news of 100 City Street audition has once again caused a sensation all over the internet. Tomato Channel is awesome. I give this operation full marks. What academics? What professionals? Get lost. The eyes of the people are discerning. Coordinate South City. So many people in the plaza cried, and I was one of them. Just as the 100 City Street audition triggered a hot debate among netizens, two pieces of heavy news that detonated the court of public opinion almost simultaneously. A message from the Central Conservatory of Music, the highest hall of music education. The Central Conservatory of Music announced to the public, the song As You Wish will be officially included in the textbook Contemporary Music Analysis. The case of non-academic creation is analyzed as a typical example. In the meantime, The college will also create a brand new research topic, specializes in the phenomenon of non-academic music composition. The other message came from the national television station, CCTV. CCTV's ACE program National Memory was announced to the public. A special program will be produced on the theme of great national craftsmen, looking back at the 40 years of reform and opening up, artisans from all walks of life, for their outstanding contribution to nation building. And the background music of this episode will break the mold with the recent hit song, As You Wish. Once these two pieces of news came out, their deep meaning was immediately interpreted by all parties. What is the Central Conservatory of Music? That's the Academy's home base, the highest school of music education in China. Now, the Central Conservatory of Music has taken the initiative to include a non-academic song in its teaching materials for study. This in itself releases an extremely strong signal, the Academy. It's about to change. The weight of CCTV's Memory of a Nation needs no introduction. This column has always been known as authoritative and orthodox. It was able to be selected by National Memory and used to soundtrack the artisanal spirit of the 40th anniversary of reform and opening up. It's no longer just about recognizing the song, As Good As It Gets. It is also a recognition of the people's heart and public opinion behind the song. My God, the Central Conservatory of Music actually included As You Wish in their textbook? I've never seen that before. CCTV's National Memory also uses As You Wish? This platoon. It's unbeatable. This official attitude couldn't be more obvious, could it? It's a hard bail. The netizens are completely abuzz. Pop-ups, comment sections, and messages of excitement everywhere. Everyone realized, the winds have, literally, changed. If the previous 100 City Street audition was just a spontaneous civil solidarity action, so now, the Central Conservatory of Music and CCTV taking a stand is tantamount to an official level, officially endorsing As You Like It. Now, those who were still watching, the capitalist bigwigs who were still on the fence couldn't sit still any longer. The first to react were the major music platforms, almost as soon as the news was released. Those platforms that had previously been pressured by the Academy to take down As You Like It have moved on. Urgent notice. Immediately restore all of Jiang Li's songs to the shelves. All channels, at all costs. Re-promote As You Wish. Contact Jiang Li Studio immediately. We want to buy out the exclusive rights to As You Wish. Price is not a problem. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and arrange all the resource spots that were previously removed for As You Wish. Big cover push on the homepage. Open screen ads. Use all the resources you can. The platform executives, each with red eyes, frantically gave orders to their subordinates. Just kidding. It's a song that CCTV has praised by name. What this represents behind the scenes is the official attitude. It's political correctness. Anyone who can't see the writing on the wall anymore is still messing with As Good As It Gets. That's messing with the money. Messing with the future. So, overnight, with all the major music platforms, the tide is turning. As Good As It Gets, which had previously been taken off the shelves across the internet, was like a rocket, back to the top of the major charts with incredible speed. Homepage referrals, open screen ads, pop-up pushes, all the most visible, premium resource bits. It's all dominated by the song As Good As It Gets. There are even platforms that, as a show of good faith, directly on the app launch page, it was replaced with the As You Wish promotional poster. The music app that had previously shunned As You Wish, seemingly overnight, all have become the biggest fans of As Good As It Gets. It's not just music platforms, those short video platforms, social media, which had previously followed the trend of taking down As You Wish, have also started to turn their guns around. Videos, posts related to As You Like It that were also previously limited, downvoted, and even deleted. Like the rain, it sprang back up. Not only that, the platform has also taken the initiative to increase the promotion of As You Like It. All kinds of hot topics, challenges, and more. There are even platforms that contact Jiang Li Studio directly. It said that it would pay heavily to invite Jiang Li to join and open a personal account for exclusive live broadcasts. For a while, the entire internet was filled with the sound of As Good As It Gets. Those who were previously mocking and questioning As Good As It Gets were completely dumbfounded. No one expected that. It's amazing how quickly and completely the situation has reversed. The Academy's backlash, the four Heavenly Kings' voices, and public opinion at the 100 City audition, plus the official endorsement of the Central Conservatory of Music and CCTV. All of it, converging into an unstoppable torrent of the times. It completely puts As Good As It Gets on the map. The era belonging to Jiang Li had truly arrived. Chapter 135, Live Again. Green rice season. Early the next morning, the sunlight filtered through the curtains, shedding dappled spots of light on the ground. Jiang Li woke up early. All the body indicators were improving and the doctor agreed to the discharge request. Simply pack your personal belongings. After checking out of the hospital, I walked out of the cage-like hospital. The early morning sunlight poured in. It was warm and fuzzy, but the heart wasn't much lighter. The internet is pretty much flooded with news about as good as it gets in him. All praise and support. The four heavenly kings have made their voices heard. CCTV has included teaching materials. CCTV has praised them by name. And the 100 City audition has pushed public opinion to the top. Everything seems to be going in the best direction. Yet he was always on guard. The Academy backfired and capitalized on the downgrade of the work. All of this made him realize. Some people in the Academy have completely stopped pretending. Those people will never admit defeat easily. What's more, it's not like we haven't seen this tactic before. Zhongli knew better than anyone the truth that the higher you fly, the worse you fall. Outside honors come and go quickly. It's like a mirror. It looks like prosperity, but it's nothing. The only thing that's reliable is what you actually hold in your hand. Like the Best Buddies Championship, like the development rights to Immortal Sword. Only when you get these tangible benefits can you breathe a sigh of relief for a while. Tomorrow night is the second installment of the Best Buddies competition live. There was not much time left for him. Zhou Yi, Shuiji Lax, and Zhang Yang, to whom he still owed 3 new songs. The singer of 10,000 Borders is also still missing. It is important to get these things organized as soon as possible. Back to the large bungalow in the center of Gyeongju, Zhongli turned on his computer, briefly checked email and work messages. A message from the studio, said the major music and short video platforms. They all want to talk to him about copyright cooperation, as well as onboarding to the platform. A number of variety shows and parties, too, have thrown him a bone. There are even game companies contacting the studio to buy the game rights to As You Like It. Looking at these numerous invitations, Zhongli didn't feel too excited. These are the added effects of the explosion of As Good As It Gets. The most important thing he needed to do right now was to stay awake, continue to unlock more great work and solidify your popularity and status. Instead, they are immersed in the false prosperity that is right in front of them. After a little thought, a decision was made. The most important thing right now is to prepare for tomorrow night's live broadcast of the competition. Thinking about it, open the live streaming software, skillfully set up the parameters for the live broadcast and open the day's broadcast. It was on a weekend morning, and the popularity of all the major live streaming platforms was relatively low. Zhongli's live broadcasting room even looked a little cold. A few sporadic popularity, and a world away from the previous spectacle of millions at every turn. What made him feel even more helpless was that the background of the live broadcast was changed from a hospital ward to a home environment. Many uninformed netizens didn't react for a while, plus the impression he had made on the outside world before. It's all live at night. Now that it's suddenly on in the morning, it's inevitable that some people will be confused. Is this Mr. Jiang himself? It doesn't feel quite like it. The context isn't right either. Shouldn't Mr. Jiang be live in the hospital? There are so many of these frame-by-frame pixel-level replicas of Netflix these days that you can accidentally misrecognize them. Now that all kinds of parodies are coming out, netizens are becoming more and more vigilant. In their opinion, the live broadcast of this Zhongli is likely to be just a high imitation of Netflix. The purpose is to rub off on true Zhongli's hotness, so as to increase the number of fans and attract traffic for themselves. This phenomenon has long been commonplace on the internet. The netizens are not surprised. Looking at the few popularity of the live broadcast, as well as the questionable pop-ups from netizens, Zhongli cried and laughed. Gentlemen, I am truly the honored one, as it were. Che, still the original, who believes it? If you're the real Zhongli, I'll wash my hair upside down on the spot. Don't pretend. High fashion is high fashion. No need to rub it in hard. Zhongli didn't bother to explain further when he saw this. No amount of explanation can counteract inherent perceptions. Instead of wasting words, we should prove ourselves with real actions. Watching the time pass by, the live room remained cold and quiet. None of the webmasters wanted to volunteer to share the story. Zhongli frowned slightly, and after a little thought, he suddenly had a plan in mind. Tell you what, as a thank you for your support, I'm going to create an event. The first friend to offer a story and succeed in having it gleaned by me for inspiration, I'll send a straight-up $20,000 bonus. Heavy rewards will be rewarded. As expected, as soon as the words fell, the live broadcast immediately became lively. The netizens who were still questioning and watching were instantly like chicken blood. $20,000 in red packets? Really? Anchor atmosphere. This red packet is too powerful, right? For the sake of the $20,000, I'll tell a story too. Connection requests popped up one after the other like a rainbow. Zhongli randomly selected a connection request. The request was granted. Soon, the live feed split in two. A slightly tanned young man appeared on the air, dressed plainly, with dark skin and a simple smile on his face. Behind them was a lush green paddy field. Waves of rice tumble in the breeze. In the distance, a group of farmers are busy in the fields under the hot sun. The tanned youth grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Hello Mr. Jiang. Hello everyone on the net. My name is Li Minghua. From Wuhu, Anhui Province, a common farm boy. The youth scratched his head slightly shyly and smiled nervously at the camera. To say that I have a story, that's a lot. Growing up in the countryside, I worked with the fields every day. I'd have to say the most memorable is the one from this spring. Li Minghua paused, seeming to recall something, and his eyes became a little fluttering. It was March, the busiest time of the year for the company. My department has to catch up on a PPT for a big project. I've been working overtime for weeks, and I'm almost bald. That afternoon, I was in a conference room crackling my keyboard at the computer screen. Suddenly it felt like my eyes went black and my computer screen started shaking like an earthquake. I was so confused that I thought I was having a hypoglycemic episode. Quickly, he reached for the projector, trying to steady himself. I ended up touching a cold, clammy hand and started to panic. The last thing I remember is Lucy's newly dyed pink hair. There was a flash of light at the conference room door and then nothing. The live feed pop-up started rolling in. Pink hair? Lucy? That's a little too much information. Sounds like a social animal working in a big city? PPT. Overtime. Pink hair. Blind guessing a big internet company. Chapter 136, Unlocking Inari. Lee Minerva didn't notice the pop-ups and continued to immerse herself in her memories. When I woke up, I smelled the pungent odor of disinfectant. The eyes also hurt so much that they couldn't open, and his head was buzzing as if it had exploded. In a daze, I saw a white lab coat walk up to my bedside. I was handed a piece of paper with suggested vacation for 3 months printed on it in big letters. The red ones are particularly eye-catching. I was so dumbfounded that I wanted to touch my cell phone to call my boss for time off, but my fingertips were shaking so badly that I couldn't even press the unlock button. I'm so panicked. I don't know what to do. Just as I was at my wit's end, out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of a dark figure curled up on a bench. I got out of bed and approached to see that it was my dad. He was wearing the black jacket I bought him 3 years ago. The collar is worn white and the cuffs are still stained with mud spots. The whole man looked dark and thin, like he had aged several years. My dad usually seldom comes to the city, let alone to a big place like Shanghai. When I saw him suddenly appear, I was both surprised and puzzled, and I had an indescribable aggravation in my heart. Go home. My dad didn't say anything, but just slipped a train ticket into my hand. The stiffness of his movements and the blue-black color of his fingernail crevices made my nose sore, and tears almost fell from my eyes. When I was a kid, I was most afraid of my dad's hands. Every time he was lazy in transplanting rice seedlings, he would whip his calves with seedlings. That's a tough one. I see those hands now, but I feel extraordinarily close and heartbroken. In the live room, the pop-ups became dense. When you work outside, the thing you fear most is getting sick. It's hard for your family to get sick and yourself to get sick. I cried watching it and remembered my dad, who was also so quietly giving and unspoken. Anchor's story is so real and touching. 20,000 red packets must be given to you. Li Minghua sniffled, his voice a little choked. The train clunked and shook for 8 hours. My dad has been quiet and is sitting across from me. Occasionally, he looked up at me with a look of worry and reproach and something I couldn't understand. By noon, my dad pulled 2 tea eggs out of his blue cloth pocket. The eggshell was wrapped in an old newspaper. I recognize that newspaper. It's the New People's Evening News, or I sent it home 6 months ago. There are also fun charts on the finance page that I have circled in red. Eat. My dad still didn't say anything, just looked down and shelled the eggs. Crumbs spread out across the newspaper, spelling out a route from Shanghai to Wuhu. It's curvy, like my life. I took a bite of the yolk and it was so salty that I cringed, so I'm sure my mom cooked it. She always said salt it down. It's like when I was a kid and brought rice down to the fields, and the pickles coaxed the white rice into my belly. I thought pickles were so good back then. Now I'm eating a tea egg, but I find it bitter and hard to swallow. Outside the window the rice fields swept by and the green seedlings looked like a green carpet that went all the way to the sky. My father suddenly spoke up and said, "It's time to plant rice seedlings." The voice was soft, but it was like thunder exploding in my heart. It's time to plant rice seedlings, which is exactly the same as it was 20 years ago. I was only 6 years old at the time, squatting on the ridge with bare feet, counting the seedlings he had planted. Each column is a neat 38 trees. One is not much, one is not less. Back at the old house, I was awakened before dawn by the sound of a clanging rice planting horse. When I pushed open the door, my dad was already carrying the rice planting horse and ready to go down to the field. He threw me a pair of rubber boots. Black, the sole smoothed out long ago. The inside of the left foot still has the word morning that I went up in my middle school moments. It's crooked, like an earthworm crawling. The field water was cold and biting, and I winced as it filled the mouths of my boots. The thermostatic carpet in the Land's End office is so far away at the moment it seems like a lifetime ago. So warm, so soft, yet so out of reach. Going down to the field to plant rice seedlings is much harder than I thought it would be. The seedlings are always out of order, falling to the right, and can't be inserted straight. My dad couldn't look away and grabbed the rice plant handle from my hand. Hatefully, he said, "Hands are as dumb as feet." He taught me to fasten my index finger to the root of the rice plant and give a gentle push with my thumb. But the tender seedlings seemed like live fish, giggling and slipping away from my fingers, not listening to my command. When the sun climbs to the top of the bamboo, the back of my neck is on fire, sweat is dripping down my cheeks, and my back is too sore to straighten. But my dad laughed and pointed at the crooked seedlings I had planted. "It's much better than when I was a kid. Back then you'd stick in 3 plants and run away. Now you can still last half a day." On the 7th day, I finally inserted a straight row of seedlings, 38 trees, neat and tidy as if measured by a ruler. I was so excited that I screamed like a child. My dad pulled a handful of fried fava beans out of his pocket. The charred aroma mingled with the earthy flavor and handed it to me, smiling. "When you were 6 years old, you chased a rice planting boat with broad beans in your pocket, and accidentally fell into a field ditch, covered in mud." And still giggling, the beans cracked in my mouth. It was salty and bitter, the same as the ones I stole in my childhood, but with a much more complex flavor. Later that evening, I saw my dad fiddling with a smartphone in the barn. He squinted and scanned at the screen, like back in the day when you were on the ridge, bowing down to check the spacing of the seedlings. Meticulous and careful. "How do you get a shake?" he asked me gruffly, with curiosity in his voice, and an inquisitiveness that shouldn't be there at his age. When I taught him to tap the live button, his ears were so red that he looked like he had a sunburn. His hands were also trembling a bit, like holding a rare treasure. Now our live room is called Jingyang Rice Shop. I took the name. It's a bit rustic. My dad wears old glasses wrapped in duct tape and often yells at the camera at the top of his lungs. "Manhwa sent today." The voice was loud and center, not at all like an old man of almost 70 years old. Netizens swiped "The old man is fiercely cute and grandpa is so adorable," without realizing that 3 months ago, this old man learned to type in order to learn to broadcast live. Crouching on a ridge, looking into a cell phone screen, learned phonics 1 word at a time, made a lot of jokes by losing customer for keto. Lee Mingwa was saying. My father came wordlessly to his side and handed over an enamel jar. "Have a sip of tea. Don't be like the last live broadcast and pass out from exhaustion again." The enamel cylinder, once bright red advanced producers, has now faded a lot. The live camera crosses over the rice paddies. At the end of the ridge, the figure of an old woman came into view. She was waving a bamboo pole and making woo noises under her breath to drive away the birds. The light of the rising sun spilled behind her, stretching her figure thin and long across the fields. "Mr. Zhongli, I'm done sharing my story. In fact, I just hope that you, when you have time, can take care of the business of our small store. Well, I'm going to get offline and get down to business." The live link cuts off. It took a few seconds for the pop-ups to start sporadically appearing. This is real life. Plain but full of warmth. I think of my parents and it's so hard. And who isn't a small-town do-gooder wrapped up in the current of the times? I really envy this kind of life. Unlike me, who has KPIs every day when I open my eyes. After that breakup, I came home with a calmer state of mind. The popularity of the live broadcast room, after Lee Mingwa's story, began to slowly pick up. More and more people are flocking to the live stream. At the same time, a system mechanical beep sounded in John Lee's head. "Congratulations to the host. He has obtained story fragment X1. Congratulations to the host." Unlocking the song Rice Scent, a torrent of water then rushed into the mind. Chapter 137, The Real Top Stream of Goods. John Lee ignored the system's beeps in his head. Instead, they are skilled at opening Word documents. Record the lyrics to The Scent of Rice line by line in your head. Remember when you said home is the only castle? With the rivers of rice continue to run. A slight smile, a childhood dream I know. While knocking down these lines of lyrics and inadvertently displaying the Word document interface on the live screen, the netizens who were originally skeptical instantly exploded. "Inari? Is that the name of the work? It sounds so healing. No way, no way, no way. Is it really the river god himself? Wake up upstairs. If this is a knockoff, I'll eat my keyboard live." The netizens who had originally just flocked to the live broadcast room with the mindset of watching. At the moment they were all staring wide-eyed and deadpan at the Word document on the screen. Only a few short lyrics though, but the kind of freshness and warmth that comes over you. The kind that moves straight to the heart. Yet it instantly convinced them. The slightly haggard teenager in front of the screen was really the Jiangli they had longed for. It's really Jiangshan. It's really the river god. My god. I actually squatted to the river god livestream. Happiness came too suddenly. Running around. Brothers and sisters. River god is on the air. It's really him. If you don't believe me, come and see. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. After confirming Jiang Li's true identity, the entire live broadcast room instantly boiled. The gift effects are even more crazy. The original live broadcast room that was still slightly cold became incomparably hot in an instant, and those netizens who first confirmed Zhang Li's identity start running around on all the major social media platforms. Just a few minutes, the news of Zhang Li's opening spread rapidly across the internet like a virus. Microblogging hot search list, jittery hot list, bar forums, everywhere is the news about Zhang Li start broadcasting. Hashtag Zhang Li raid live. Hashtag Zhang Li repeat shenanigans. Hashtag $1 million cash call for stories. One topic after another. It shot to the top of the charts at an alarming rate. The official Shake Shack launched an emergency S-class traffic package, directly disliking the live broadcast into the national traffic pool. So, in the eager anticipation of countless netizens, Zhang Li live broadcast ushered in the platform official heavy recommendation. Jitterbug app homepage, pop-up ads, open screen posters, live square top, all the best, most visible resource bits. All of them smashed into Zhang Li's live broadcast without stinting. In an instant, the popularity of the live broadcast completely erupted. Originally there were only a handful of thousands of people in the live room. The number of people instantly exceeded 100,000 million, 10 million. The number of people online is climbing wildly at a jaw-dropping rate. The live feed screen, refreshing the number of viewers almost every second. The speed of the pop-up scrolling is even faster than the naked eye can distinguish. Meanwhile, watch as Lee Minerva's avatar disappears into the connectivity list. Zhang Li then remembered that he hadn't had time to send out red envelopes. This young man's storytelling is sincere, and the $20,000 red packet is definitely worth it. Unfortunately, the other party went offline so fast that the red envelope could not be sent out. Thinking briefly, he smiled at the popularity that continued to skyrocket in the live room. This friend who just connected is called Li Minghua. His family's green rice shop is selling rice live. Good storytelling, and the rice must be good too. Here's the deal. For those interested, go ahead and support it. Think of it as supporting the person who told us the story, okay? Having said that, it didn't matter too much. The point of today's broadcast is to listen to stories to unlock new songs. On the other hand, on a ridge in the woohoo countryside, ladies and gentlemen, my family's rice is authentic green rice. No polishing, no waxing, soft texture, rich flavor. Porridge and rice is really good. Order now and get a free small homemade pickle from my family. Limited quantity. First come first served. Li Minghua yells hard, hoping to sell more rice. Times are tough at home. Pops has been learning Pinyin from his cell phone screen every day for this live broadcast, and his eyes are getting bleary. He'll have to try harder than that. Right at this moment, the number of people in the live broadcast room suddenly looked like a flood that had opened up, instantly skyrocketing. There were only a few dozens of people in the original live room. Thousands of netizens flooded in the blink of an eye. Am I in the wrong live room? Why are there so many people? Recommended by the god of the river? Then you must support it. Green Rice Shop? The name is quite simple, and it seems to be a real merchant. Woohoo Hometown is here to support. Reporting for duty. For the sake of the river god, we must buy. The pop-ups scrolled like snowflakes. Li Minghua was a little confused for a moment as he looked at the sudden influx of comments on the screen. What is this? Could it be a Buge in the background? What shocked him even more was yet to come. Subconsciously, he glanced at the small yellow car at the bottom of the broadcast. Rice stocks, which were still piling up, are plummeting at a rate visible to the naked eye. $9.99 plus, $998, $997. The numbers jumped wildly, almost in the blink of an eye. The inventory went from a few thousand units to a few hundred, and quickly dropped below 100 again. Holy! Li Minghua rubbed his eyes and thought he had misread the situation. Double-checked the inventory numbers, and surprisingly, they're down to single digits. What's going on here? Bean's face was filled with horror. The happiness came so suddenly that he was a bit overwhelmed. At this time, Li Minghua's old father, wearing a cloth coat stained with mud, also came over. The old man originally just wanted to see how his son got on the air. I didn't expect to be surprised by the scene in front of me. Minghua, so many people? Where did it come from? My father's voice trembled, doubt and disbelief written all over his wrinkled face. Li Minghua scratched his head and smiled nervously. Father, I just went to Mr. Zhang Li's live studio and told a story. These netizens, they're all the ones that Mr. Zhang Li let come over and take care of our business. The old father nodded as if he understood. I still don't know who Mr. Zhang Li is, but see the hot scene in the live room. A slow smile crept across the weathered face of the empty inventory in the little yellow car. This Mr. Zhang Li, he's a great person Ha ha ha. One word from the god of Zhang, and it directly empties the inventory. This is the real bandwagon top stream. Boss of Qingyang Rice Shop, I just told a story. I didn't expect the rice to be sold out. The owner is a real person, and the rice is sure to be delicious. So sit back and wait for the shipment. Before the next Jiangshan live broadcast, the boss remembered to prepare more goods. This speed, it's scary. Boss, I'll go home and ask my mom to grind rice all night. Ha 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 ha. Upstairs is too damaging. Be careful, the boss sends you stale rice. Next, any others who would like to share a story? Watching the popularity of the live stream rise, Zhang Li asked the crowd while the iron was hot. The song Inari is quite suitable for Zhou Yi's vocals. Now we're still missing Zhang Yang's work with Shui Jilu. It would be nice to fish for a 10,000 Frontiers vocalist on the air. By the way, as soon as the words left his mouth, a bunch of connection requests popped up in the background. Zhang Li randomly chose an avatar with long hair looking at the sea and agreed to the other party's application. The live feed split in two. A young girl in a white dress with long hair appeared on the air. The makeup is exquisite and the features are clear, like a classical beauty coming out of the Jiangnan water town. There was just a hint of melancholy on her brow, giving her beauty a bit more of a pathetic look. Chapter 138, The Green Roses That Can't Be Fed with Diet Pills. Hello Mr. Jiang. Hello everyone on the net. The girl's voice was soft and sticky, like the breeze that brushed through the willows in spring, gentle and delicate. My name is Lin Yutong, and tongue is the tongue of sycamore. After a pause, the girl continued. The story I'm going to tell today is about waiting and about regret. A few pop-ups drifted sporadically across the live feed. Beautiful girl. She has a nice voice. Sycamore? Wutong? What a nice name. And a pretty person too. Waiting and regretting? Sounds like a sad story. Lin Yutong ignored the pop-ups, as if she had fallen into memories, her eyes becoming vacant and distant. The story begins on a rainy winter night. That night, I had just finished my part-time job at the piano store and was heading home in the rain. The bitterly cold wind wrapped in icy rain invaded the body in a pervasive manner. To make matters worse, the umbrella that was in the bag got scraped away at some point. Vehicles were in a hurry, none of them willing to stop. I hugged my piano case in the cold wind like a homeless stray cat, lumbering through the neon lights of the city. Just on the verge of despair, a cab pulled up. The windows rolled down, revealing the boys in black down jackets, bright eyebrows and a warm smile, like a ray of sunshine on a winter's day. Classmate, do you need help? I hesitated, but pulled open the car door. We talked a lot, from each other's schools, to favorite music, to future plans. It's as if there's no end to what can be said. His name is Chen Xiaoman. It's a PhD student in the biology department at KO University, 2 years older than me. I asked him why he chose such a boring major as biology. He smiles and says that life is amazing and worth spending a lifetime exploring. Insisted on seeing me downstairs when we parted. Under the dim streetlight, his figure was stretched out like an upright aspen tree, giving people a sense of reassurance. From that day on, life began to look different. Every night I would be in front of the piano store, expecting the familiar cab to show up. He was like a light that illuminated my dull and somewhat gray life. We'd eat steaming hot canto boil at a roadside stand together. We'll share a cup of hot chocolate on a winter night on the street. Would spend weekend afternoons reading at the library or going for walks in the park. He would tell me interesting biology experiments, patiently teach me complex math problems, and gently encourage me when I hit a bottleneck in my piano practice. In his company, the boring college life became full of colors. I began to look forward to every sunset, to every encounter, to every second I would spend with him. I thought that we would go on like this until the end of time, until that day, when out of the blue he told me I was going to study abroad at Princeton. Lin Yutong's voice became low and her eyes were slightly red. The live feed pop-ups went silent as everyone was engrossed in her story. Princeton? That's awesome. I don't understand the world of the schoolteacher. Studying abroad feels like it's going to be abusive. Ugh, is it another story about parting? I don't want to hear a sad story. Lin Yutong took a deep breath and tried to calm her emotions as she continued. When I found out that he was going to study abroad, my whole body was confused. It was like being thrown a basin of cold water over his head, from head to toe, icy cold and piercing to the bone. I don't know what to say or what to do. It just felt empty inside, like a piece had been hollowed out. Started to become afflicted with fear of losing him, fear that he would forget me, fear that we will grow apart. I started to become sensitive and paranoid, and would get paranoid because he was a little slow in responding to messages. Would get jealous just because he said a few words to another girl. I knew I was getting bad and becoming less like myself, but I couldn't help it. The more I tried to hold on to him, the more it felt like he was moving away from me. During that time, there were constant arguments and misunderstandings between us. Two people who were once close have become the most familiar of strangers. I began to lose sleep, become anorexic, and cry all night long. Don't know what to do but lock myself in my room, listening to Mr. Gang Lee's song over and over again. The day I dropped him off at the airport, the weather was awful, overcast, like it was going to snow. Pudong Airport's T2 terminal was so crowded that it seemed like a giant departure station. In front of the security checkpoint, he stopped abruptly and turned around. Yutong, I'm sorry. The sound is very soft. I shook my head as I fought back tears and tried to say something, only to find that his throat felt like it was blocked and he couldn't make any sound. He reached out to hug me, but then remembered something and froze in mid-air. Finally just tapped me lightly on the shoulder and turned to walk into the security lane. When the plane takes off, I stood alone in the empty terminal, looking out the window at the overcast sky. The tears could no longer be held back. Lin Yutong's voice became more and more choked, and tears slid down her cheeks. Listening to tears, long-distance relationships are really hard. Girl, don't cry. The next one will be better. Ugh, another B story. Why are all the good stories sad? Lin Yutong wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and tried to squeeze out a smile as she continued. The story is not over. I can't get him out of my mind, even though we're separated. I would secretly follow his INS to see his life in Princeton, to see every picture he posted, every update he made. I know he is doing well, fulfilled, and happy, and that is both comforting and lost on me. I am glad that he has finally realized his dream. The loss is that I am no longer in the dream. One day I saw him post a picture on Ins. The red scarf and the snow is bright and blinding. The accompanying text is New Start. I recognized it as the red scarf I knitted for him last year. It's just the interface, which still has the severed head like before. Suddenly I remembered last winter. I had said I would reknit him a scarf and never delivered. Time is like a river that rushes by, took away youth and love. What was left behind was endless regret and frustration. At the end of the story, I'm still alone. Alone in the kitchen wiping up soy sauce stains. Alone cooking the frozen layer of dumplings. Alone staring at the greenery on the windowsill. The greens were a gift from him before he left, and he said they were very good. However, the greens are still wilting. Just like our love, it eventually withered away. I crushed the rest of the elimination tablets into a powder, mixed it with the soil from the monarchs, and sprinkled it into the pots. The instructions say that the elimination tablets can be used as fertilizer. Perhaps it will revitalize the greens. Just like me, I wish I could start my life over after losing him, though some things, once lost, never come back. After Lin Yutong finished speaking, tears once again came out of her eyes, sobbing uncontrollably. In the live room, there was silence. Everyone was soaking in her sadness. It took a long time to come back. It took a few seconds before a smattering of pop-ups began to float by. It's so abusive. It's really abusive. I can't stop the tears. Sister, don't cry. Hug you. It will all pass. I give this story full marks. It's so real and so touching. At the same time, in Jiang Li's mind, the system beep sounded again. Congratulations to the host. He has obtained story fragment X1. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the song Gulf of Alaska. Chapter 139, Love Word Stuck in the Cracks. The moment the system prompt fell, Jiang Li's eardrums were suddenly filled with the sound of a tidal wave. Waves so blue they lapped at consciousness. The salty sea air wrapped around the piano intro creates tiny swirls in the nerve endings. I think back to when I was a kid, watching migrating schools of fish at the oceanarium with my parents. At the moment the memory fragments are pouring into the light source with the same gesture. The geography of the Gulf of Alaska automatically comes to mind. The cold and warm currents of the 56th parallel meet here. Density differences give the sea a treacherous two-color layering. The seams of the dark and light blues were flooded with a fine white foam, like a ceramic mug that breaks when a couple fights. The love word stuck in those cracks. It will eventually sink into the Mariana Trench over time. It's a love song with a light, sad and hopeless melody. The lyrics delicately depict the regret of that kind of love. That bitterness of obviously being deeply in love, but having to part. Encounters are always unexpected, and partings are long planned. There are always people who easily get everything that others work for. There are also always people who have what others dream of having without any effort. It's a song that's perfect for Zhang Yang, the man with the slightly raspy, yet magnetic voice. His voice carries an innate sense of storytelling. Performing this slightly poignant love song should go down a treat. Also, Gulf of Alaska should have a wide audience. It's not just for male voices, but female voices are equally suitable. That emotion of helplessness and regret easily resonates with the listener, especially in this fast-paced era. Everyone has more or less experienced the regret of not being able to love and not being able to seek. It's even predictable. After tomorrow's game, this song is sure to catch fire and feed a whole bunch of internet singers who cover it. Those singers would compete to cover the song and perform it in all different styles. Let it continue to ferment on the internet and become a phenomenal hit love song. As for royalties, rather than trying to collect with these cover singers, this kind of disguised publicity expands the song's reach faster and wider. Why not? After all, compared to longevity, royalties and all that seem inconsequential. Lin Yutong finished her story, and the live broadcast room was quiet for a while. Jiang Li tapped his fingertips on the microphone. The sound of metal trembling awakened the netizens who were immersed in the story. Lin Yutong was still wiping her tears. Mascara smudged into a small crescent moon hanging at the end of the eye, but it showed a bit of anachronistic cuteness. A moving story of Rainbird. Zhang spoke slowly to the camera. Thank you for being willing to share such a personal story. Lin Yutong smiled a little embarrassed, her eyes still red. It's nothing really, it's much more comfortable to say it, and it's kind of a goodbye to the past. Zhang Li nodded. He could understand the feeling. There are some stories that, hidden in the heart, can become a rock that weighs you down. It might be easier to say it. Here's the deal. Yuto, the words turned to a lighter tone. Thank you for bringing me inspiration. In that case, would it be okay to transfer $20,000 to you? Ha! Lin Yutong froze, obviously not expecting there to be such a thing as a red envelope. Waving his hands back and forth. Teacher Jiang, no need, no need. I really didn't come for the money. I just wanted to find someone to talk to. I know you're not in it for the money, but you deserve it. There should be a reward for good storytelling. Here's the deal. Give me your bank account number and it'll be transferred to you. Lin Yutong hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded her head and softly said thank you. Mr. Jiang. Soon, the bank account number was sent privately. Zhang Li operated his cell phone in front of the millions of netizens in the live broadcast room. After the transfer is successful, he also made a point of waving his phone screen at the camera so that everyone could see the transfer screenshot. Now, the live broadcast completely exploded. $20,000. Zhangshan's operation is even better than my mom's New Year's money. Is it too late to change your career to become a screenwriter? Even my dog can make up an 8 o'clock episode. Sister's blood money. My last breakup only yielded 10 pounds of tears and 3 boxes of expired chocolates. The netizens were like chicken blood, and they were swiping at the pop-ups. Indicates that he also wants to connect to Zhang Li and share his story, trying to get the $20,000 story bonus. There were also some more sensible netizens who were curious about what inspiration the Lin Yutong story had given Zhang Li. So, is the story of Lin Yutong the inspiration for Zhangshan's new song? Zhangshan, tell us what the new song is like. Is it a sad love song? Begging for spoilers. Request lyrics. Even one line will do. Looking at the screen full of pop-ups, Zhang Li smiled and didn't directly reveal the new song information. Has anyone ever heard the story of the Gulf of Alaska? Netizens were confused and said they had never heard of it. Zhang Li explained. In the waters of the Gulf of Alaska, the sea surface takes on 2 colors because of the different densities of the water. Dark blue and light blue, distinct and incompatible. It's like 2 fish that love each other and are obviously in the same ocean. And yet it never blends in. Isn't it kind of a shame that you can only see each other from afar? Does Zhangshan mean that Lin Yutong and her ex-boyfriend are like the waters of the Gulf of Alaska? So, the new song is a sad love song, right? Ooh, I was having a good day. And then I started to emo again after listening to the story. Some netizens didn't quite agree with Zhang Li's statement and questioned it in the pop-ups. But, Chen Xiaoman broke up with Lin Yutong when she went abroad to study. How can we say that we love each other? It feels like Chen Xiaoman unilaterally gave up, right? Zhang Li smiled and asked the other party rhetorically. If you meet the girl you most want to spend your life with at an age when you are least able to do anything about it, will you choose to hold on, or let go and set her free? As soon as the question was thrown out, the broadcast room went quiet, the netizens thought hard, and the pop-ups became sporadic. This is a bit solid. If you meet true love at a young age, but you can't give each other the life you want, it's really hard to choose. I'll probably choose to stick with it. In case I can afford it later, I might let it go. Long pain is better than short pain. Don't want to hold each other back. Zhangshan's question is so profound. It feels like it's risen to philosophical heights all of a sudden. Zhang Li didn't interrupt the netizens' thoughts, but continued. In fact, there are many things that we see only on the surface. There are some people who, on the surface, look polished and are the envy of others, but in reality they have a lot of unavoidable hardships. It's like the story of Lin Yutong. Perhaps Chen Xiaoman's choice to break up was not a lack of love. Rather, there is a deeper reason that we just don't know about. Of course, that's just my gut feeling. Is there an end to the story of Lin Yutong and Chen Xiaoman or not? I'm afraid only they know. It's just that I'm hoping for a miracle when the new one comes out. I've always believed that love conquers all, so I also hope that all lovers in the world will be happy together. Netizens were infected by these words and swiped up the pop-up screen wishing all lovers in the world to get married. Of course, there are also some unappreciative netizens, still doggedly pursuing info on new songs. Zhangshan, don't just talk about all this nonsense. Give us some insight into the new song. What's the title of the song? Write some lyrics. 2. Kneel down and ask the god of the river for spoilers. The game is tomorrow. I'm dying of curiosity. Zhang Li shook her head and sold a smile. The name of the new song, in fact, has already been told. As for the lyrics, they can't be revealed right now. However, I can assure you that everyone will be able to hear the song tomorrow. The more secrecy there is, the more curious the netizens become. Anticipation for tomorrow's second best buddies competition was also instantly drawn out. Ah, Egami is so bad. He's deliberately trying to whet our appetites. Abominable. Looking forward to tomorrow's game even more. I can't wait to hear the new songs. Squatting one for tomorrow's live broadcast. Be sure to be the first to hear Jiangshan's new song. I've already moved my bench, waiting for Jiangshan to blow up tomorrow. Tomorrow's ratings for best buddies are probably going to explode, aren't they? Between the pop-ups scrolling frantically, Zhongli had already clicked on the next connection request. The screen full of pop-ups instantly turned into wailing groundhogs. Pick me. Pick me. My cat can do backflips. River God, look at me. My ex-boyfriend's current girlfriend's current boyfriend's cheating story can be written in 80 episodes. All out of the way. My grandma's Twilight romance with the square dance leader is a hit. Chapter 140, Wounds are the heights of the brave. Swipe your mouse at will to select a certain plain black avatar for a connected application. Ghostly clicked accept. The live feed split in two again. On the right side of the screen, a man wearing a colorful curly wig appears. Clown oil paint swooshes red balls on the tip of the nose. There were still pieces of wilted lettuce leaves stuck to the edges of the mask. This dude is cozying up to crazy fridge stickers? Mask off for carnival brush. Did you just steal a burger from a lettuce leaf? The Joker's throat knots rolled twice, and the electronic sounds processed by the voice changer carried a nuisance current. We'll all decide if we want to see this face when the story is finished. Reach up and adjust your mask. The skin exposed at the wrist opening was covered in burn scars, and the pop-up was instantly quiet. The wind in the loading dock is wrapped in the smell of the sea and the sweltering October heat. Sticky in the face. It's like being covered in a wet plastic bag that takes your breath away. Yesterday, it arrived in the car chilled. Dispatch old Lou waved from 20 meters away. I wiped the sweat that had trickled into the corners of my eyes, the calluses on my palms scratching the scars and making them itch. It's that all too common action. But it made the new porter, Xiao Wang, take half a step back as if he had been electrocuted. Last week at dinner, he's happened to bump into me with my mask off. As a result, his hand shook and 2 boxes of scallops fell to the ground with a clatter, splashing him with fish. The cooler door slowly opened. The white mist instantly gushed out like a dike-breaking flood, wrapped in a chilly -25-degree wind. It came crashing down. I skillfully put anti-skid chains on the forklift tires. A lowered murmur came from behind his ears. Intermittent, like the cicadas on a summer afternoon, but more distracting. I heard he had acid thrown in his face? Out of prison, I think. I gripped the steering wheel tightly. These unfounded speculations are more searing than that gas explosion 6 years ago. They'll never know. This scar. I rushed into the fire. It was cut open by a falling chandelier fragment when I pulled my neighbor, Granny Wang, out of the collapsed rubble. The fires then were like these rumors now, searing my flesh and blood and nerves. Move quickly. If this batch of salmon freezes, who's responsible? The shipper was wearing an elaborate polo shirt, fanning the wind with the customs declaration in his hand, one at a time. On his wrist, the gold watch reflected dazzling light in the sunlight. He commanded in a chirpy manner. Instead, my eyes glanced absently at the hideous scar that showed at the edge of my mask as I held onto the cargo box. Immediately, his brow furrowed in disgust. How can your company let such people touch high-end goods? It's bad luck. The refrigerated truck roared away, leaving behind pungent exhaust fumes. There was a sudden, muffled thud in the distance, like the sound of something heavy collapsing. Jia is crushed under the shelves. The warehouse was a mess. I rushed into the warehouse almost instinctively. Cold air mixed with the smell of dust, pushing through the panicked crowd. Jay, a 16-year-old summer job, was seen curled up in pain on the floor. A couple boxes of frozen fries were pressed against the body. The boy has a wine-colored birthmark on the left side of his face. Usually always covered his right eye with thick bangs and looked a bit gloomy. His lips turned white from the pain and fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Yet he was still desperately tugging at his sleeve, trying to cover the blood from the graze on his arm. Get out of the way, all of you. I slammed my way through the handful of workers in the way. Old back injuries sent ripping pains as the force was applied, like a million pins and needles. It was like the burning sensation again when I carried Granny Wang out of the fire. I clenched my teeth and used all my strength. Jet violently lifted the shelves that were pressed against Jet. The shelves were lifted momentarily. Jay violently covered his face like a frightened little beast. Don't look at me! Don't look at me! The siren of an emergency vehicle came from far and near, piercing the hustle and bustle of the docks. That's when I felt what warm liquid was running down my forehead. The drops stung a little in the eyes. Reaching out, he realized he was hurt too. Blood was gurgling out of the forehead wound. On the way to the hospital, Jai had a death grip on my wrist, his scabbed nails pinching deep into my skin, leaving several red marks. They say the birthmark on my face is karma. It's ugly. The voice broke with a sobbing tone, the moment the smell of sterilized water flooded his nostrils. It's like I'm back in the burn unit 6 years ago. White walls, pungent smell, and the omnipresent pain. all so similar to the present. At the time, the reporter's camera was on my gauze-wrapped face. The front page headline of the next day's newspaper was, "Instead, suspected arsonist seriously injured and in coma." Despite what the fire report proved early on, it was just an accidental gas line deterioration. But people still go around me like the plague when they see me. In the disposal room, the light was a little harsh. Jay looked in the mirror and looked flustered as he tore at the forehead gauze. The iodine vapor scrubbed birthmark is even darker red in the light. You know what? I used to think that scar was ugly too. I suddenly took off my helmet, leaving the hideous scar on my forehead, unreservedly exposed to the cold air. Jay's head snapped up, his pupils contracting suddenly. But this time, I didn't dodge or hold back. Just look at him calmly, looking at his ugly scar in the mirror. I recounted it slowly. From that sudden racking accident. Speaking of the gas explosion 6 years ago, it tells of Grandma Wang's trembling delivery of steaming leak boxes to me after she was discharged from the hospital. Talk about those long and painful rehab sessions. Finally, I pulled out my cell phone, flipping out a somewhat blurry family photo from the album. In the photo, Grandma Wang is holding her little granddaughter, smiling with her eyes narrowed to slits. That was specially sent to me by the old man last New Year's Eve. Jai's eyes softened as he ran his fingers over the little girl in the photo. Suddenly it was like he had made up his mind about something. Lifting the bangs on her forehead revealed the dark red birthmark. I was asked with a slight tremor in my voice, "Is my birthmark ugly? Is it like a map?" I pointed to the mirror and smiled. "Does this protrusion look like the Himalayas? Does this curved vein look like the Amazon River?" Curious, he approached the mirror and scrutinized the birthmark on his face. The sun was just right outside the window. Warmth falls on your face through the glass window. It also illuminates the birthmark, those tiny capillaries, interwoven into a strange and unique pattern. Passing through the restroom before work started the next day, I heard Jai on the phone, with excitement and leaps in his voice. "Yes, Mom, the birthmark is a map." It was midday, the hottest part of the day. The fussy shipper is back, still with the same condescending attitude. Pointing at my scar, he cursed and said bad luck. The slurs are unpleasant. Jia suddenly squeezed in front of me, holding a box of heavy goods. "The scar on Uncle Chen's face has saved 2 lives. Who has your gold watch saved?" The entire loading dock suddenly fell silent. It was so quiet that you could only hear the low hum of the cold storage compressor. Yesterday at closing time, I was in the corner of the locker room when I found the notebook that Jay had accidentally left behind. The yellowed pages were densely filled with words like "go to hell" and "ugly." But the latest page of the notebook, but with childish brushstrokes, he drew a mountain range in the shape of a scar, and a river in the shape of a birthmark. Written on the back of the notebook were lines of small, slightly childish letters. Uncle Chen said that scars are the contour of the brave. I smiled as I touched the dented scars on my face. In the distance the evening sun burned half the sky red, like the fires from the explosion that year. But this time I no longer felt the burn. Those marks that were once seen as ugly are now gently undulating in the afterglow. Chapter 141, Nanlian's downfall as the Northern Dynasty. The story was told, and the silence on the air lasted 12 seconds. Everyone was engrossed in the story. A few seconds later, in Jiang Li's mind, the system beep sounded once again. Congratulations to the host. He has obtained story fragment X1. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the song Ugly. A piano intro wrapped in electronic synthesizer soundscape sends shockwaves deep into the cochlea. Unlike the previous songs, Ugly Bastard has a slightly more aggressive melody and sharper lyrics. It bluntly exposes the current society's almost pathological pursuit of perfection. In this day and age, look anxiety is a topic that almost everyone struggles to escape. Social media is full of words like divine face and frozen age. Everyone is wrapped up in the rush towards the perfect template. People are overly concerned with their appearance to the point where it borders on harsh. It seems that all it takes is a little flaw in appearance. It would be infinitely magnified, even mocked and ostracized. But many people put the cart before the horse. The pursuit of external perfection is neglected in favor of internal cultivation and enhancement. Of course, it would be nice to have both inner and outer beauty. Nature is the best choice, but if you can only choose one or the other, inner beauty, then, is undoubtedly more important than outer beauty. After all, the skin will eventually grow old. Only cultivation and quality can withstand the precipitation of the years and remain new. The pop-up pool began to flood with fine bubbles. This little brother, take off your mask. I want to see what kind of face is under the mask. Yeah, take it off. We have to see the real thing. Curious +1. Want to know if it's a handsome man or an ugly man under the mask. The curiosity of the netizens was thoroughly tickled. They suddenly realized, a person can be flawed on the outside, but not on the inside. Appearance societies certainly exist, but it's always the inner quality and soul that really moves the heart. The way others see themselves is ultimately too one-sided. The only person who is true to himself is the other person in his own eyes. If you dislike someone just because of their appearance, that can only mean people who dislike others are ugly inside themselves. Encouraged by a crowd of netizens, the man in the clown mask was silent for a moment and slowly raised his hand, removed the slightly comical mask from his face. Beneath the mask was an angular face. There were a few vicissitudes and maturity between his eyebrows. Although the scars on his face were still hideous, they did not detract from the handsomeness. Instead, it adds a bit of hardness and masculinity to him. It's kinda cool. Scars are a man's metal. Brother clown, you're a man. Compared to those greasy-headed sissies, this kind of masculine man is more secure. This is the image of a real tough guy. Brother clown, don't feel inferior. Your face is much more advanced than those traffic stars. John Lee rubbed the frosted pattern on the thermos. Think of the sight I saw at the mall a long time ago. Beauty counters are crowded with young people wearing masks. The look of concentration when you try the color on your arm with the foundation, like a scientist in a lab, mixing dangerous reagents. Have you all ever seen a medical facility at 4 a.m.? Suddenly speaking, his fingertips unconsciously tapped on the desktop. Those young men lying under the shadowless lamp are not repairing wounds, they are repairing the scrutinizing eyes of others. The netizens who had been immersed in the story were awakened by these words. The pop-up scrolls all slowed down. Many people are beginning to think seriously about the meaning behind this statement. Scars are marks on the skin. It's more of an indelible mark on the soul. And those who summoned the courage to expose their scars to the sun. It takes more than courage. It takes fearlessness of the outside eye. John Lee didn't speak again. Quietly, he waited for the words to fester on the air. After a moment of silence, he smiled at the screen. This friend has a moving story. Thank you for sharing it, and here's your $20,000 bonus, said, skillfully operating his cell phone. He transferred the red packet, and a screenshot of the successful transfer is displayed on the live screen. $20,000, just like that. I'm impressed. Ooh, I want to tell a story too, and I want $20,000 too. Wake up upstairs and see if you have a story before you tell it. Netizens were once again shocked by John Lee's bravado. The atmosphere in the live room was also re-energized. John Lee once again looked at the live broadcast. Next, would any of you like to share your stories? Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, the background connection application beep sounded again. Casually scanning through the list of applications, his eyes suddenly rested on an avatar. That avatar. It's not some landscape photo or a cartoon character. Instead, it's a slightly blurred opera face, red and white oil paint outlines, exaggerated eyebrows. A bit of vermilion sand in the middle of his forehead stood out. A playwright? With a slight movement in his heart, the melody of 10,000 Borders instantly flashed through his mind. The song that stands out the most, none more so than the high-pitched, stirring theater in which it is performed. If you can find a professional opera singer to sing it, it definitely brings out the mood of the song perfectly. Could it be that this connectivity application? Could it be the one you've been looking for? Vaguely expectant, but not entirely sure. After all, everything is still just speculation. We'll have to wait for the other side to connect. The right half of the screen splashed with inked black hair the moment the connection was made. The teenager looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old. Her eyebrows were clear, her features delicate, her skin fair, her lips red and her teeth white. A beautiful boy who came out of a painting. Especially those peach blossom eyes, which looked like they were holding spring water. Looking around, between the flows, it actually carries a charming and attractive flavor. Painted with delicate makeup and just the right amount of eyeshadow smudging, the eyes were even more seductive. He's wearing a hanbok. More show temperament out of the dust, like the ancient family sun. The live broadcast pop-up screen was instantly screened by ********. Holy, where did this fairy face come from? Female Bodhisattva, the woman of my destiny. I want all the information about this young lady in 3 minutes. This face value, just debut in the same place. It's a bloodbath for the entertainment industry. I announce that this is my new wall. Face value is justice. The teenager's throat twitched lightly, and he faced the camera with a slight smile. The voice carried the characteristic clarity and vigor of a teenager. Hello everyone, my name is Liu Yutang. Willow as in pear garden row. Encounter as in meet. Also, I'm male. Male. Is this really a boy? Are you sure it's not a crossdresser? Upstairs, I'm afraid you've never seen such a refined boy, have you? Better yet, hey. My husband uses this face and I'll match whatever he wears. Netflix is thrilled. The pop-ups were full of all kinds of flirtatious remarks. Xiao Nan Yang. Nanliang's downfall is the North Dynasty, and other stems are even played to the fly. Zhang Li ignored the slightly teasing pop-ups from the netizens. Time was too precious to him. though Chen Yushi is already hard at work practicing songs like As I Wish. However, the arrangements and post-production of those 3 songs by Zhang Yang, Shuiji Lax and Zhou Yi have not yet been completed. After that they had to familiarize themselves with the songs and rehearse. Suffice it to say, every second counts now, every minute counts. So it's important to grab as many stories as you can and unlock new songs. Knocked on the microphone to silence the rising tide of tigers and wolves. This friend, looking at your costume, you should be an opera singer, right? Yes, Mr. Jiang. The teenager nodded, a coy smile on his face. I've been studying opera since I was a child. Jiang Li opened the door and asked, I wonder what story you have that you'd like to share. The teenager froze slightly. It seemed that he didn't expect Jiang Li to be so direct. However, it was quickly reacted to. The voice carries the characteristic flavor of an opera singer, bringing the crowd into the middle of his story. Chapter 142, Folding into a Fleeting Rainbow. 5 generations of the Liu family have been opera singers, an honor etched on the lintel of the old mansion. It was also a heavy burden weighing on the shoulders of the descendants of the Liu family. The old begonia tree in the yard is said to be tilting its branches from the sound of hanging voices day after day. Opened the school at age 6 to learn pick a slider. My father pressed his chopsticks against the knot of my throat, his eyes as stern as the unsmiling baogongs on a theater stage. This dantianqi was earned by your great-grandfather when he broke into the palace to offer his art. It's even more valuable than the Forbidden City's gold bricks, so there's no room for ambiguity. But my eyes, I can't help drifting out of the alleyway entrance. There's a new video store there. Huge Beyond posters are plastered on the door. The poster shows Kakue holding his guitar, the body of the instrument reflecting a blinding light. The light shone brighter in my eyes than the most magnificent kingfisher feathers on a python robe. In order to get closer to that light, I sneaked off to work in a bar street in Hohai. Cheap beer was sold by the glass to deafening music. Rough calluses were worn on his fingertips, and little by little he saved up the money to buy a piano. Finally, one sweltering summer night, I went home with a used Fender Stratocaster in my arms. The neck bears the wear marks of age and the strings are rusted, but to me, it looks like a treasure. Late at night, clutching my violin, I snuck behind a public restroom deep in the alley, practiced over and over again by dim light, taking the fast version of Tingjinshin that my grandfather taught me, and changing it to a manic punk beat. The toilet janitor's ears are probably calloused from my noise. It was finally too much to bear to lift the heavy cotton curtain. Poking his head out, he cursed in a thick Beijing accent. I was so scared I hid my guitar in the long wooden case that held the handles of the knives and guns. In a panic, the strings accidentally hooked Grandpa's treasured faded redline. Stabbing sound, even hard from the top, pulled out 3 gold thread. During the period of reversing the warehouse, my voice split like a broken gong, and I could no longer sing the euphonious Qing-yi. My father looked at me, was silent for a long time, and finally sighed and told me to learn the Sagetsu drums instead. The troupe rehearses a new play, Farewell My Concubine. It's the turn of the classic drum beat of Deep in the Night. On a whim, I snuck a drum solo mix in there. The drumsticks struck a dense drumbeat, as sharp as a sudden rain. Old Joe, the luthier, the old man who had played the moon harp all his life, dropped it on the spot, pointing his nose at me, his beard curled up in anger. The Liu family's drums are played after the heartbeat of the ancestor. Not for you to learn from the western devils to pump the wind, to escape the wrath of his father and old Chow, also to be able to play music more freely. I secretly rented a semi-basement in an alley not far from my home and converted it into a humble recording studio. The walls were covered with damp mold and emitted an unpleasant odor. Unexpectedly, however, the mold became a natural sound-absorbing material. I used my cell phone to record the beating of the martial arts gongs and then carefully hooked it up to a used mixer. Adjust the parameters over and over again, trying to make a variety of samples. The day I uploaded the music I made to Netflix for the first time, my mother snuck me a jar of chilled fall pear cream. The eyes held a complexity I couldn't read. When your father was young, he also played the accordion in the cultural workers' troupe, and chopped the instrument up with his own hands to burn as firewood during the Cultural Revolution. Unexpectedly, the uploaded music, but the number of hits quickly broke 50,000. The ticket group instantly exploded. A voice message pops up. Tap on it, and it's a familiar voice, tinged with surprise and anger. Isn't this the brat from Master Lu's family? Simply trampling on the ancestors. The moment my father burst into the basement in a rage, I'm immersing myself in my own musical world. Add a distorted and manic electric guitar interlude to that classic vocal from Empty City. He ripped off the audio cable connecting the speakers with one hand and threw it into the incense burner. The copper wire was burnt black and gave off a pungent odor, like when I was in the middle of my voice change period, vocally singing War Peace. Then my mother was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer. To get the medical bills together, I started taking various funeral gigs, holding an electric guitar in a hearth piled high with wreaths. He played a rock version of Hong Yang Dong adapted for the occasion. Swana Lao Li, the usually quiet old man, Improvisation was also added. The sound of the sham and the guitar intertwined in an extraordinarily grotesque and sad way. At the end of the show, the host family slipped me a thick red envelope, said something that made me cry. It's more energizing than a monk reciting scripture. I was at my mother's bedside the night she died. Softly hum your own original opera ballads. On the cardiac monitor, the curve representing the vital signs eventually turned into a cold straight line, emitting an ear-piercing beep-beep sound. My silent father suddenly grabbed my wrist. That last brio sounds like the crying voice of Let's Make Shujo. His voice was raspy, as if squeezed from deep in his throat. After that night, my father was no longer as repulsed by my playing music as he had been in the past. For the Pearland graduation performance repertoire, I ended up choosing an adaptation of Changbampo, as the synthesizer simulated the sounds of warhorses neighing and leaning flags trembling. The old ticket holders on stage, who had been drowsy, suddenly stirred. My father rolled onto the stage and took off my electric guitar hanging around my neck as soon as he could. Then, demonstrate it to me personally. Don't be too dead with the tiger's pressure strings. Back when your great-grandfather juggled a big sword, his wrists lived like water snakes. The sound was not loud, but it carried clearly throughout the theater, overriding the buzz of chatter from the stage. Older ticket holders weren't buying it, and there was a lot of cheering. Someone even threw a mineral water bottle at the stage. My father, however, copied the single-skin drumstick as if he hadn't heard it, smashing out a sharp, dense rush of wind in the return song. Drums crash against the roar of an electric guitar. In the dust that flew all over the field, I looked at my father sideways. Sweat-dampened white hair clung to his cheeks. Under the light, it was actually brighter than Huang Zhong's white beard in Ding Junshan. After the break, he made a rare walk to the effects. Reaching out a calloused hand, he touched the knob on the effector, smarter than the hall drums on the stage. Suddenly breaking my left hand and looking closely at the poem. You haven't lost the wrist strength of Beat the Drum and Curse Chow. Before reporting to the Central Conservatory of Music, my father insisted on a ride. The subway whizzed across the platform. The father's shadow shattered into pieces on the glass of the platform. I felt for the nickel on my keychain. That was back in the day to improve the tone. Picked it up off the side of the road stuck in the sound hole of a guitar. Nowadays it's worn to the point where the emblem is mushy. Flex your fingers and flick the coin. Over the clinking, I heard my father humming half of Wenjiao Guan. The raspy tail drilled into the tunnel, like the final overtones of an electric guitar. Out of nowhere, the reflection of the coin's edge swept across the corner of my father's eye. Fold those unspoken compliments into a fleeting rainbow. Chapter 143, Shock. An anchor abducts a beautiful young man in national style. Yu Mutong's story is finished. The atmosphere in the live room was still steeped in father-son flashbacks. Tapping her fingertips on the desktop, Zhongli also silently digested the story in her mind. A family of opera singers. Xingyi, Yan Yin. These key words intertwine in the mind, vaguely forming an outline. At that moment, the system beep sounded at the right time. Congratulations to the host. He has obtained story fragment X1. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the song New Noble Princess Drunk. The cranium buzzed like the sweeping strings of a koto, and the opera floated out of the sound of the lute's wheeling fingers. Close your eyes and press your temples, letting the sea of information wash over your nerves. This song, which is very different from the previous unlock. It's a gentle, low, drunken haze, with a gorgeous arrangement and a full-blooded Tang Dynasty feel to it. Repeated horizontal jumps between the male native voice and the female operatic voice. The chorus requires even more of a blue-robed background. The essence of the drunkenness of the new noble lady lies in the operatic cadence of the male counterpart to the female voice. That androgynous seduction, that extreme contrast, is what grabs you the most. And Lu Yutang Yang In Qingyi professional origin, opera family inculcation. Ben carries a natural flavor of opera. Thinking of this, he once again looked at Lu Yutang in the live screen. The young man's eyebrows were clear and his temperament was outstanding. Standing there, it's a stunning brush painting. Not only is her appearance a perfect match for the mood of the song, but her professionalism is unquestionable. Xingyi's singing voice is already good, it's soft and gentle. He will be able to perform this song with 10,000 borders and will be able to sing it with a different flavor and amaze the audience. The only question now was whether or not Lu Yutang was willing. After all, 10,000 borders and the drunkenness of the new Guifei, both of which require extreme professionalism on the part of the singers. The theater part of the show requires even more extreme singing and technique. Although Lu Yutang specialized in Qingyi, he was asked to cross over to sing pop songs, and it's a reverse female voice, which is a bit of a challenge. The live stream pop-ups finally started rolling in. Ooh, I cried listening to it. It's so hard for theater people to hold on. Willow leaves bend around the beams, and little brother's stories are so beautiful. I just checked the official website of the Central Sound. Lu Yutang is really the first professional in Qingyi. Zhongli cleared his throat, breaking the quiet atmosphere of the live broadcast room. Thank you so much to Willow for sharing your story. It was wonderful and touching. I can feel your love for opera and your dedication to music. As is customary on the air, each friend who shares a story receives a small token of appreciation. Could you please send me a private message with your bank account number? I'll transfer $20,000 in bonus money to you later. As soon as the words left his mouth, the pop-ups on the live broadcast were boiling again. Another $20,000. Mr. Jung Atmosphere. I want to tell a story. 2. I'm looking for story material online. Is Mr. Gang missing a pendant? The kind that went to college. However, to everyone's surprise, in the face of 20,000 yuan red packet, Lu Yutang but waved his hand. His face showed a few minutes of urgency and anticipation. Teacher Jiang, I appreciate the red packet intention, but, can we do it in a different way? Zhangli was slightly stunned and raised her eyebrows in some surprise. Oh, what would you like to do differently? Ri Yutang took a few deep breaths, as if gathering his courage. There was a longing apprehension in his eyes. Can you please give me a chance? Chance? Zhangli repeated, vaguely understanding somewhat in her heart what Lu Yutang meant. Ri Yutang nodded. Yes, Mr. Jiang, truth be told, I'm facing a bottleneck right now. Wanted to make the transition to becoming a professional singer, but it's such a hard road. I've posted some of the music I've made before on online platforms. The response has been lukewarm. Nowadays, when a lot of record labels hear songs posted on the internet, they just put me in the internet celebrity category. No audition at all, let alone on stage. I think I'm still over the top in terms of strength. After all, it is also considered to be a science class, and the professional ability is still there. What's missing now is an opportunity, a chance for more people to see me. The pop-up instantly split into two factions. The grid opens. It's about resource replacement. Netflix transformation live teaching. Take notes. You don't want $20,000? Mom, I found a moonlight who treats money like dirt. This wave of Operation 666. $20,000 for the Taoist position of blood earn no loss. Little brother can negotiate. I suggest you come to our company as a buyer. The first person who refused the temptation of money is recommended to declare the intangible heritage of tough talk. Lu Yutang's words were a bit of a surprise to Zhangli. Originally, he was still pondering how to speak politely, so that he could express his willingness to cooperate without appearing to be too abrupt. After all, such a professional opera singer, crossing over into the realm of pop music more or less requires some padding and guidance. I didn't expect the other side to initiate the request. Good thing too, it saves a lot of padding. Little brother Ryu should also be in Qinglu City right now, right? After receiving an affirmative reply, Zhangli continued, private message me later for contact information if it's convenient. When he finished, he smiled for the camera. That's all for today's story sharing session. Folks, thanks for the company and I'll see you on the next broadcast. The words ended the broadcast cleanly. The live stream pop-ups instantly exploded. The screen is full of fond retentions and flirtations. What's going on? I haven't seen enough of the little brother with the face of a god. Bet 50 cents that tomorrow's entertainment page headline, surprise, an anchor abducts a beautiful boy in national style. Jiang Xin must have gone to meet his little brother in private. South Liang's downfall is really North Dynasty. On the other side, it didn't take long. Zhang Li's cell phone then rang. Phone call connected. Lu Yutang's slightly polite voice came from the receiver. Hello Mr. Jiang, the request I said during the live broadcast just now. Little brother Ryu hasn't signed with a company yet, has he? Aha, yeah, always made my own indie music. Zhangli pondered slightly and organized his words. It's like this, little brother. I have a studio over here that mainly specializes in music as well. If you don't mind, I cordially invite you to join me in my studio. I wonder what you think. Of course, this is just a suggestion and the final decision is yours. Even if you refuse, the opportunity is still valid. Before the words were finished, they were cut off by Lu Yutang's slightly agitated voice. Mr. Jiang, I'm willing. I'm looking forward to it. How could I refuse? In fact, the idea has always been that. Just a little embarrassed to bring it up. Hearing such a quick answer, Zhangli smiled and also felt quite a connection. In that case, the exact address will be sent to you later. Come over to the studio site at your convenience. Let's talk in detail about the next step in our collaboration. Lu Yutang hurriedly agreed over the phone, fearing that Zhangli would back out. Okay, I'll see you later then. Hang up. Zhangli took the songs unlocked by the system and organized them into individual files. After making sure it was done, he grabbed his jacket and hurried out the door. The studio was a strange place for him. Never really stepped through that door despite bearing his name. Cabs weave through the slightly congested streets of the late afternoon. Daylight pouring in. The light outside the car window was cut to pieces by the scaling skyscrapers. Projected on the face, light and dark. Half an hour later, The car stopped steadily at the downstairs of Block A of the Chaoyang Cultural Industrial Park. Pay the fare and look up. 18 stories in height looked imposing in the sunlight. The elevator stopped at the 18th floor. Zhang Li stumbled as he was hit by the pounding wave of sound. Inside the glass door, keyboard tapping and phone ringing intertwined in a dense shower. The smell of burnt coffee floated in the air. Folk music samples wanted by the Arrangers Group. Studio 3 equipment commissioned. The third version of the publicity copy has been reviewed. Chapter 144, Mr. Jiang is too biased. Here and there, the shouts rose and fell. Zhang Li stopped a staff member who was hurriedly passing by holding a document. The other guy was wearing a black t-shirt with the studio logo on it. With his work badge on his chest, he looks competent and professional. Hello, where's Ruwashi-chan, please? The staff member stopped and glanced at Zhang Li with slight suspicion. Do you have an appointment, please? Zhang Li was about to explain. The other had quickly flipped through the tablet in his hand, seemingly checking the reservation list. I'm sorry, sir, Sister Ruwashi has a full schedule this afternoon, so if you don't have an appointment, it's okay, I'll find her myself. Saying thanks, he stepped forward. The staff voice behind him sounded again. Sir, please wait. Quickly walking up to Zhang Li, he once again scrutinized him. The eyes gradually shifted from puzzlement to shock and finally settled on disbelief. His eyes snapped open and his voice stuttered. You are Mr. Jiang. Jiang? It was as if the pause button had been pressed on an otherwise busy work area. All eyes converged in the direction of the sound. Mr. Jiang? It's really Mr. Jiang. OMG. I didn't see it wrong. It's a living Mr. Jiang. Look. Mr. Jiang has come to the studio. Exclamations, screams, and murmurs instantly drowned out the studio's original busy atmosphere. Hundreds of staff members came from all directions and surrounded Zhang Li. There was excitement and thrill in his eyes. Zhang Li was pushed back half a step by the sound wave, her back resting against the cold glass curtain wall. The Mr. Jiang was sung like a Peking opera song, and it made my eardrums tremble. Interns in JK uniforms tiptoe into the crowd to stuff thermos cups, the sweet and bitter taste of fat seawater wafting out of the mouths of the cups. The mixer still had monitor headphones around his neck, the metal casing knocking against Zhang Li's shoulder. The hands of the girls in the publicity team were shaking as they held up their cell phones, the camera reflecting the corners of his slightly twitching mouth. Mr. Jiang, how is your health? It looks much better. You don't know. A lot of people have been coming to the studio looking for you this time, wanting to work with you. Yeah. Script offers, song offers, and so many advertisers that it's almost as if Sister Ruwashi and the others are on the phone. Zhang Li listened patiently, always with a gentle smile on his face. Gradually, through the narratives of these staff members, a picture of the functioning of the studio during this time is pieced together. It turns out that all those offers to collaborate came pouring in. Most of them were blocked by Chen Yushi and the others. If they couldn't block it, Ruwashi talked to Zhang Yang and Shui Jilu about it. The commercials and stuff are fine. It's mainly the ones that ask for song dates, keep the crowd busy. Zhang Li couldn't help but feel some emotion in her heart. It was no wonder that during this period of time, those people who were clamoring for their cooperation in the live broadcast room ended up disappearing. It turns out that Yuhi and the others have solved the problem. But is it really a good idea to do so? Though Yuhi they were doing it for their own good. This practice, however, is potentially risky. Legal aspects aside, once exploited by someone with an axe to grind, it's easy to negatively impact yourself. By then, I am afraid that the loss will outweigh the gain. Thinking of this, Zhang Li felt the need to find a time, communicate well with Yuhi and the others. This kind of good intentions do harm situation. It is better to avoid it as much as possible. Okay, everyone go ahead and get busy. I know everyone's been working hard for a while. Clapping his hands, he signaled the crowd to be quiet. When Best Buddies gets the overall title this time, I'll send out a big red packet to treat everyone well. Long live Mr. Jiang. The studio erupted in loud cheers. Zhang Li waved his hand and walked towards the direction of the song practice room surrounded by the crowd. Meanwhile, inside the practice room, sound equipment emits a subtle current sound. Chen Ruwashi was standing in front of the microphone, practicing As I Wish over and over again. This song has been a long time in the making, but thinking about tomorrow night's live competition on Best Buddies, still don't dare to have the slightest relaxation. Zhang Yang, Shuijilu and Zhou were busy around the mixing console. A variety of complex audio cables are crisscrossed, and the indicator lights on the equipment keep blinking. A few people were focused, meticulously calibrated the sound parameters of the tracks, striving to present the most perfect stage effects. A few words were exchanged in whispers now and then, discussed song detailing and stage presentation. At that moment, the door to the practice room was suddenly pushed open. Zhang Li appeared in the doorway. Mr. Jiang, Zhang Li. Asterisk 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 aren't you in the hospital? Several people looked up at the same time, with surprised expressions on their faces. Shui Jilu even exclaimed in an exaggerated manner, as if he had seen something unbelievable. What's that look on your faces? Zhongli smiled and walked into the practice room with a relaxed tone. I was feeling better, so I took a leave of absence from the doctor. Really? Zhang Yang walked quickly and looked Zhongli up and down, his eyes filled with concern. Do I look like I'm up to something? Zhongli smiled and patted Zhang Yang's shoulder, signaling him to rest assured. Didn't plan on telling the crowd about his discharge. Want to surprise them tomorrow at the competition. Zhang Yang waved his hand at the soundproof glass of the practice room. When Ruoshi-chan adjusted the air gag at the end of As You Wish for the 5th time, the afterglow caught a glimpse of a white shirt bobbing outside the soundproof glass. The fingertips abruptly pressed against the edge of the music stand, and the sheet music paper was brought up with a clatter. When he pushed open the soundproof door, the tips of his hair were still dripping with the thin sweat from practicing. Minty air-conditioned breeze swept past your ears. She stared at the medical tape on the back of Jian Li's hand and frowned. Does the attending know you're sneaking off? Without waiting for an answer, his eyes swept over the paper bag in his arms. This is a newly written piece? Jian Li smiled and nodded, taking out a few documents from a paper bag. First, he handed Chen Ruoshi 2 documents. Yu He, this is The World Gives You and Under the Sea. Turning his hand again, he handed Zhou Yi a document. Brother Zhou, here's your copy of The Fragrance of Rice. Then came Shui Jilu. Old Shui, you're ugly. The last copy. Zhang Li handed it to Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, this is Gulf of Alaska. Receiving the respective song files, Shui Jilu couldn't wait to flip through the sheet music, his mouth tootaying in praise. The Ugly One? Interesting song title. Joey looked at the lyrics of The Fragrance of Rice with a thoughtful expression on his face. Zhang Yang was even more excited and almost jumped up. Gulf of Alaska. Mr. Jiang, the title of the song sounds so sensational. Seeing that there were still 2 documents left in Jian Li's hands, several people looked at him curiously again. Mr. Jiang, there are 2 more copies? For whom? Zhang Yang couldn't help but ask. Jian Li deliberately sold a lie. Anyway, it's not for you guys. No way, Mr. Jiang, this is too biased. Zhang Yang said sourly, his tone exaggerated. As You Wish, Pleasant Street, The World Gives You, Under the Sea, Twilight Echoes, 5 songs by Sister Yuhi, and me, only a pathetic 2 songs, deliberately stretching his voice, aggravated like a child who has been robbed of candy. As for Brother Shui and Brother Zhou, they're already busy, so it's already great to have a new song. Shui Jilu smiled and came over, deliberately teasing Zhang Yang. If you don't want to sing, give me Gulf of Alaska. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang immediately looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his head shaking like a rattle. No, 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 Brother Shui, I'm just kidding. I'll sing, for sure. Hastily waving his hand, he was afraid that Shui Jilu would really steal the song. Chapter 145, More Than Awesome, Simply Explosive. Afterward, the gazes of several people once again turned to the sheet music in their hands. Look up carefully and closely. After a few minutes, Shui Jilu was the first to break the silence. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mr. Jiang, your song is also too powerful. Is this ing pop? The chorus has 3 consecutive ascending key transitions. The harmonic weave is sicker than Baroque polyphony. He was so excited that he was incoherent, but everyone understood how he was feeling at the moment. More than awesome, it's a blast. Zhang Yang held the score to Gulf of Alaska above his head. LED overhead lights penetrate the paper, reflecting the Arabic numerals as floating clusters of stars. He suddenly realized, these songs are enough to slaughter the charts for half a year if you throw them out at random. And Jian Li actually handed them out casually like poker cards. It's as if creating is as natural as breathing. Mr. Zhang is lifting the coffin board of the Chinese music industry and using it as a rubbing board. Fine beads of sweat were still smeared on the metal headband when Joey took off his listening headphones. The cricket sampling sounds labeled in the intro of Rice Scent remind him of his childhood recording sessions in the rice paddies. At that time he held up an old tape recorder and ran after the insects. The ears of wheat cut through his pants without even realizing it. The country blues rhythm flowing between the pages at the moment. It was actually a tight fit with the memory of the cicadas. Chen Yushi's fingertips brushed over the chorus of Under the Sea. The notes jumping on the pentatonic scale turned into warmth, scalding her throat and tightening it slightly. This song is written for the depression community. Each turn of phrase is like a flower blossoming from thorns. Reminds her of not so long ago. The image of himself still struggling between life and death. Jian Li walked to her side and gently patted her shoulder. What? Don't like it? Chen Ruoshi snapped back to her senses and raised her head, her eyes already slightly red. Shaking his head vigorously, his voice took on a choked tone. It's not that I don't like, it's that I like it too much. Mr. Jiang, this song, This song is simply tailor-made for me. The resonance that went straight to her soul almost brought tears to her eyes. I have a feeling that Ruwashi-san will definitely be a hit when she sings this song. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit off, Zhang Yang quickly changed the topic. More than a hit, it's going to be a step up. Shui Lax immediately took over. Ruwashi, you're really going to be on fire this time. Those old guys from the academy are definitely going to be scared silly by you. The crowd roared with laughter and the atmosphere instantly lightened. Yeah, they're holding so many king bombs. What's the academy to be afraid of? Tomorrow night's game is destined to be a great one. The crowd was looking forward to it. When those self-proclaimed orthodox academics saw Jiangli throw so many bombs one after another, what kind of wonderful expression would be on your face? It hurts just to think about it. After a short period of excitement, the crowd's eyes once again focused on Jiangli. There are still the last two songs not shown. What kind of surprises will these two songs be? Jiangli smiled and handed over the last two sheet music. The crowd couldn't wait to receive the sheet music. The moment they saw 10,000 borders, everyone froze. 10,000 borders? What a dominant song title. With curiosity and anticipation, the crowd slowly unfolded the sheet music and their eyes fell on the lyrics. Just a few lines of lyrics took everyone's breath away instantly. The red sun rises in the east and its avenue is full of sunlight. How fortunate I am to have been born in your arms and to have a lineage of blood flowing through me. Atmospheric lyrics, instantly pulling the crowd's thoughts into a realm of grandeur and magnificence. It is as if you are in the vast and boundless land of China. Feel the heaviness and vicissitudes of the land. The song contains a deep love and pride for our country. It is even more deeply shocking to every soul. As Shui Zhishe read, his voice began to choke, and his eyes gradually became moist. Zhang Yang even went straight to red, rubbing his eyes hard with the back of his hand. Chen Ruwashi had long since burst into tears. Turning his head, he saw Zhou Yi turn his face away, the knots of his throat rolling violently as he swallowed his emotions. Only after a long time did Shui Zhilan open his mouth hoarsely. Mr. Jiang, this song is simply not written by a human being. Yeah, it was so shocking, so touching. Zhang Yang chimed in. I'm pretty sure this song is definitely the most bombastic one tomorrow night. There's no one else. Zhou Yi also nodded in agreement. The intention and pattern of 10,000 borders far exceeds the other songs, and it is definitely a grand finale. Zhongli, however, said thoughtfully, the effect of these songs is definitely maximized if they're separated and put out at intervals. It's like the world of great struggles in metaphysical novels, where heaven's pride rises up side by side. When these heavenly prides were placed in other eras, each of them would be a legend, but put in the same era, destined to be reduced to the background plate of the protagonist. Tomorrow night's game is the big fight for these songs. The audience threshold will be pulled to the maximum. Attention will also mostly be focused on the one or two songs that are the best. As for the other entries, I'm afraid we'll just have to wait for the contest to be over and let it fester. Classics don't get buried. It just takes time to blossom into its own at some opportune time. The crowd sniffed and fell into deep thought. When you think about it, this statement does make sense. So many king bombs in one breath. It can certainly rock the house, but it can also distract the audience. I'm afraid there are only a few songs that will really be remembered. But even so, the crowd is still looking forward to tomorrow night's game. Mr. Jiang Li has come up with so many classics. Even his own work is killed crazy. I'm afraid those Academy vomit songs aren't even cannon fodder. What happens to academics tomorrow night? It's exciting to think about. Zhou Yi's fingertips scratched across the pages of the score of 10,000 borders, and he suddenly looked up at the sound of paper rustling. These two songs. Jiang Li was just about to speak when three restrained knocks came from outside the door. The staff member peeked halfway in, his voice tinged with suppressed trepidation. Teacher Jiang, there's an extraordinarily handsome little brother looking for you. Says his surname is Lu. Before the words left his mouth, Shui Jilu had already stretched his neck to look out the doorway. How handsome can it be? Was the refrain. Jiang Li's words were laced with laughter. Let him come straight over. The staff member answered and turned to leave. Zhang Yang was chewing on a leather band to tie his hair when the footsteps came from far away. The moment the glass door was pushed open, the black hair band bounced off the mixing desk. The teenagers stood at the junction of the halos. Moonlight white shirts are drummed by the penetrating wind into the wings of cranes that want to fly. The moment Lu Yutang lowered his eyes and crossed the threshold, the whole room seemed to be splashed with a light green glaze color. Obviously a man's body, but with a woman's softness and elegance. Boys and girls are perfectly illustrated in him. For a while, the practice room was actually a bit quiet. Shui Jilu was the first to return to his senses and couldn't help but tsk. I'll be damned. This little brother. He's so stunningly good looking. Zhang Yang also widened his eyes and looked Lu Yutang up and down. This face, this temperament, absolute. Even the always introverted Zhou Yi's eyes flashed with amazement. Jiang Li smiled and walked over to Lu Yutang. Reaching out, he wrapped his hand around the teenager's thin shoulders. Come on, let me introduce you all. This is Lu Yutang, my newly signed artist. Central Sound Cyanide Specialty Number 1. It's part of our studio from now on. Lu Yutang? Shui Jilu raised an eyebrow, sizing up the teenager in front of him with interest. Joey nodded slightly as a greeting. When the teenager bowed, the back of his neck bulged with bones like a warm jade button. Good day, Mr. Zhou. Good day, Mr. Shui. Please teach me more in the future. The greeting carried the crunch of a clear spring hitting stone. It's 2 degrees lower when you turn to Zhang Yang and Chen Ruwashi. Hello brother Zhang Yang. Hello sister Ruwashi. The words teacher, brother and sister were very sincere. Completely treat yourself as a late bloomer. Indeed, it is, in fact, a late bloomer. Shuiji Lax and Zhou Yi, both hot figures in the entertainment industry. Although Zhang Yang and Chen Ruwashi are still young in terms of seniority, but there is a fan base, a small one. In contrast, Lu Yutang was professionally competent though, but still a newcomer to the pop music scene. Zhang Li put the scores of 10,000 borders and the drunkenness of the new noble consort into the young man's sweaty palm. The palm of his hand then pressed heavily on his opponent's shoulder. Through the embroidered clouds, one could feel the young man's taut butterfly bones gradually stretching. Afraid of what? Lowering his voice, he laughed. After tomorrow night, it's time for someone else to be afraid of you. Chapter 146, Hangul rhyme is not the way to use it. After a brief introduction, the atmosphere was revitalized. Jiang Li swept her gaze over Chen Yushi, Shuijilu and Zhang Yang. Ruwashi, and you guys, are you parodying my style for those song invitations the studio has been taking on lately? The practice room was instantly quiet, with only the sound of the stereo equipment emitting a slight current. Chen Ruwashi and Shuijilu and the others exchanged glances with each other. It seemed like he didn't expect Jiang Li to suddenly bring up this topic. Mr. Jiang, we did take some invitations for songs and also tried to write some songs in your style. Chen Ruwashi opened her mouth carefully. Shuijilu hurriedly added, Mr. Jiang, we can't do anything about it. Those invitations are just too many. We can't even push them off. And we thought about writing songs in your style to kind of take some of the pressure off of you. After all, you're not fully recovered. Zhang Yang nodded along. Yes, Mr. Jiang, imitating your style to write songs should be easy for those collaborators to accept. Looking at the slightly apprehensive expressions of several people, Jiang Li sighed, knowing that they are doing it for their own good. But the potential risks of this approach have to be taken seriously. The expression became a bit more serious, and the tone became more and more composed. I understand your intentions, but use my name or mimic my style to get the job. It's a big deal. Once the academy or anyone else with an axe to grind catches on, there will be big trouble. Collegiate? Zhang Yang frowned in some confusion. What can they have on them? As long as we don't say anything and insist that you wrote those songs, they won't have any proof. What's more, the studio's legal department says the situation is difficult to define, unless it's the kind of collaboration that explicitly requires that it be handled by you personally. The rest of the list isn't hard and fast, so it should be fine, right? Jiang Li shook her head, her tone heavy for a few moments. It's not that simple. You're thinking too optimistically. There may be loopholes on the legal level, but what about public opinion and reputation? The phrase rumors can kill is no joke. If I were those capitals, I'm afraid I'd already be laying out in the dark by now, just waiting for you guys to turn in your songs. Then a professional appraisal organization will be called in to do the actual hammering. When the time comes, all sorts of hats like ghostwriter, fraud, and jaded come down. Our studio's reputation is in tatters. To a lesser extent, it's a ghostwriter. On a larger scale, this is contract fraud. When that happens, a lawsuit will be light, and the studio may be screwed. Jiang Li's words caused the atmosphere of the practice room to instantly condense. Chen Ruwashi and Zhang Yang and the others turned a little pale, obviously intimidated by the comment. Earlier, he had only thought about helping Jiang Li share the pressure, without taking into account the huge risks hidden in it. Originally, I thought that if I was careful, I would be able to hide it from the world. Little did they realize that things were far more complicated and dangerous than they thought. Zhang Yang asked with some incredulity. That's serious? But the law department lawyer said this situation. Jiang Li cut off his words. What the lawyers are saying is just the legal aspect. But business competition is never just about the law. There are plenty of ways for those capitals to screw us. They could have used no evidence at all and just put out some specious rumors. It'll just leave us speechless. No one will believe us then, even if we try to explain. There was a pause, and the tone slowed down a bit, reassuringly. This time, let this be a reminder to all of us that we must never do this again. Forget about these songs, I'll just rewrite a few more when I'm feeling better. Preparing for tomorrow night's game is what's important. Chen Ruwashi looked at him with some concern. Teacher Jiang, can your body eat? It's either that or forget it. Those invitations just find a way to shrug them off. There's no need to push yourself. Shui Jilu and Zhang Yang also nodded their heads in agreement. They were worried that Zhang Li had exhausted her body again over the studio. Zhang Li waved her hand and smiled. Don't worry, the body is much better. Both were able to leave the ward. It's not as serious as everyone thinks. And it's not like these songs are difficult for me. Think of it as an exercise. The tone of voice was relaxed and self-effacing. It's as if the risks and pitfalls just mentioned are trivial and insignificant. But Chen Ruoshi knew that the more Jiang Li said this, the more it shows the seriousness of the matter. Jiang Li pacified the crowd a few more times. Let them prepare for tomorrow night's match without worrying about the song invitation for the time being. I'm a little pressed for time. I haven't even started recording the demo yet, and I need to practice the new songs. He was going to go to the office first. Let's see if any of the previous works written by the crowd are barely usable. A slight modification and handing it in would be considered completion of the contract and not a breach of contract. Making up his mind, he turned and left the practice room. The charred aroma of beans ground by a coffee machine floated down the hallway. From time to time, people rushed by clutching papers or equipment. For tomorrow night's game, the entire studio was running at high speed like a wind-up machine. Walking through the busy crowd, he went straight to the office. When you push open the frosted glass door, the window frames were leaking in a beam of slanting sunlight. The inside was unexpectedly tidy. It seemed that Ruwashi and the others didn't usually take care of it. Walking over to his desk, he pulled open a drawer and rummaged through it to pull out a stack of papers. Exactly the same half-baked stuff that a couple of people had written earlier. Pick up the 2 copies written by Zhang Yang at the top. The title of the song is quite a bluff, Midnight Heartbreak Club. Frowning, he quickly skimmed through it. The lyrics are stacked with funky imagery, such as neon lights, whiskey, and eyeshadow smudged makeup. At first glance it kinda looks that way. It's empty and uninformative when you scrutinize it, purely for the sake of being cool and emo. There's absolutely no kernel, let alone any emotion or depth. Another copy of Summer Bubbles lyrics 2 is over the top. Only the intro uses 4 8-beat 4536 chord loops. The chorus is forced into a bluesy scale, like a studded belt on a cheongsam. There was a kind of grungy twang to it. Sighing, he put down Zhang Yang's work and picked up the one written by Qing Yushi. The title of the song is rather plain as stars. It's always right to write about the stars and the moon for a girl's song, so maybe it's better? But when it came time to watch it carefully, it was once again disappointing. Chen's lyrics are more like I don't know what to do than I don't know what to do, as in Zhang Yang's I don't know what to do. It's all girly and crummy throughout. The stars are winking. The moon is shining. I like the way you smile. It's so childish it's like an elementary school essay. The lyrics are even more cheesy. Nothing more than a little lovey-dovey and pathetically small. Another song, Moonlight Route. The lyrics are littered with empty phrases like bright and eternal. The end of each paragraph has to rhyme with ong, which makes your back teeth sink. The n and ong rhyming angles are hanwu zhengyun, the standard way to write a HWA war song. It's not that it can't be used, but it can't be used indiscriminately. It's a bit unorthodox to use it for a love song. Rubbing his brow, he felt a slight headache. Finally, pick up the one written by Shui Jilu. The title of the song is more straightforward, Dadia, rather in keeping with the old Shui's style. Just seeing this song title, Jiang Li already had a vague sense of foreboding in her heart. Chapter 147, The Darkest Hour Before the Dawn. As expected, upon reading the lyrics of Shui Jilu, there was a moment of disillusionment. Rather than lyrics, it's a satire of the praising of the good. The whole thing is a mockery of Papa. What light, direction, follow the A-side. The lyrics are low and vulgar. It's like standing around for food written all over your face. There is nothing musical or artistic about it. Another song, Mechanical Heartbeat, is even more outrageous. Electronic sound effects are laid out in a way that is more crowded than a spring train station. The interlude, however, suddenly interjects a section of Shandong fast-paced boards. Writing a novel can be epileptic. Writing songs that are this crazy is just like going to the bathroom with a lantern looking for death. After reading the works of these 3 people, Jiang Li completely despaired. There was hope. Thought maybe I could find some material I could use from these half-finished products. Slightly altered to cope with all those contracts for song invitations. Now it seems he was naive in his thinking. These guys do sing well and have an okay stage presence. But when it comes to creativity, it's a complete mess and not at all on the same level. This level of work, let alone handing it over to those picky A's. Even if it was casually posted on the internet, I'm afraid it would be sprayed into a sieve by netizens. When that happens, the studio's reputation will follow suit. It all has to be overturned and rewritten. But the most important thing at the moment, or tomorrow night's best shot live competition, the song invitations will have to wait for now, until after the game. Also, rewrites require inspiration. He was going to wait until the game was over and turn on the live stream again. Continue to listen to the story of the network, trying to unlock more songs for reserve. With that thought, the pieces on the table were rearranged and put back in the drawer. At that moment, the office door was violently pushed open. Chen Ruoshi walked in with an iron face, followed closely by Zhang Yang and Shui Jilu. Mr. Jiang, look at your phone. Shoving the phone directly into her hand, Jiang Li unlocked the screen suspiciously. What comes to mind is the overwhelming internet news. The headlines almost all point to the same person, Zhou Mubai, and his new song Spine. Zhou Mubai new song preview. The demo of the Spine is blowing up all over the net. Songwriting earthquake. Zhou Mubai's new song may surpass As I Wish. Sample demo of the Spine exposed. Netizens, this is the true god coming down. After clicking on a few news links and skimming the contents in general, his mind was clear. It turns out that Zhou Mubai's new song is starting its pre-publicity. And look at this situation. It's raging, with the momentum of crushing everything. Swipe the screen a few times at random. 3 of the top 10 positions on the microblogging hot search list were related to Zhou Mubai's new song Spine. Hashtag Zhou Mubai's new song Spine. Hashtag Spine demo. Hashtag Zhou Mubai may ask for the king of songs. The heat is simply explosive. Tap into the demo link for the Spine demo. A rousing melody instantly flooded the eardrums. The lyrics are just a few lines, but they are powerful and empowering. Look through the comments section again. It's even more clean and favorable. All kinds of brags and compliments almost overflowed the screen. This demo is making my head spin. The Academy has zoomed in this time. This is the real masterpiece of Chinese music. Get out of my way. After listening to the demo of Spine, I feel like I've listened to all the previous songs for nothing. Zhou Gongyi's, tomorrow night, Jiang Li will compete with Mr. Zhou. It feels like the championship is up in the air. Don't be silly upstairs. What if Mr. Jiang comes up with a new song? Until the last minute, we don't know who's going to die. Shuiji Lax also poked at the comments section. And the number one hot comment was from a well-known music critic. This opera cadence of Mr. Zhou moved my DNA and suggested that it be carried directly into the National Theatre. There are over 7,000 follow-up comments at the bottom. The second most popular review was drawn in as sudden change. Double Chef Rapture. It's not as hot as Boruto? The accompanying images are a photo of Zhou Mubai and a stitched P illustration of that year. That rabbit. And those things. Zhang Yang huddled next to him to watch the fun, and suddenly pointed at a particular comment and screamed strangely. This generation of netizens is so damaging. Only to see a certain netizen take a sneak peek of Jiang Li's infusion in the hospital room, and Zhou Mubai's stage photo to spell out a 9-panel grid. And with the text, some people lie on the hot search. Some people stand on the textbook. The number of likes is soaring at dozens per second. Another wave of heat bombs ensued as twilight grew outside the window. A couple of hot tweets popped up on the phone screen. The headlines are more powerful than one, and you can see your eyelids popping. Hashtag People's Daily Literature and Art section published an article praising the backbone hashtag. Hashtag CCTV documentaries may replace As Good As It Gets hashtag. Hashtag MCTS removes the theme song for NRM Awareness Week. Hashtag Huahua Literary Federation called off the Jiang Li special hashtag. Hashtag Musicians Association removes Jiang Li's public information hashtag. Hashtag Spine slaughtered the charts and As Good As It Gets plummeted in airplay hashtag. Hashtag B-Station amazingly appeared Jiang Li creative set of analysis hashtag. A hit list that blew up and caught people off guard and dumbfounded. People's Daily's Literature and Arts section went so far as to publish an article praising Zhou Mubai's new song Backbone. The lyrics Fingerprints on the Red Flag are also quoted as a chapter title. That's an official media endorsement. The weight is so heavy that you can imagine. People's Daily has written an article? This is too big a row for Mr. Zhou. Official verification. The song Backbone is absolutely solid. Jiang Li, I may not be human, but you're a real dog. This was followed by the announcement of a CCTV documentary on the spirit of spaceflight. Prepare to replace the ending song from Jiang Li's As I Wish to Zhou Mubai's Spine. You should know that As You Wish has been praised by CCTV by name many times before. It's amazing how quickly attitudes change when you say change now. CCTV is also down? Looks like Mr. Zhou is really going to take off this time. As You Like It, what have I done wrong? Why are you doing this to me? Heartbreaking As Good As It Gets for a second. Does that make it a tear of the times? Even more outrageously, the Ministry of Culture and Tourism followed suit, announcing the removal of the theme song for NRL Awareness Week, replaced Jiang Li's As You Wish with the Spine. This is a direct kettle of fish, not even a face-saving sentiment. The Ministry of Culture and Tourism has also changed its song. Jiang Li, this is the rhythm of coolness. As You Like It, I'm too hard. I'm really too hard. Non-Heritage Awareness Week, I just wanted to rub it in, but I didn't expect to roll over. Before the crowd could recover from the shock, the Chinese Literature Union issued another emergency notice, called off the scheduled Young Artist Support Program Jiang Li special show, converted to a seminar on the works of Zhou Mubai. It's just naked suppression. No mercy at all. The Chinese Federation of Literature has changed its face? Who has Jiang Li offended? Workshop? Is this to promote Zhou Dong? Jiang Li, I suspect you're targeting me. but I have no proof. The Musicians Association is even more direct. Silently deleted the official website. Non-legacy music promotion ambassador Jiang Li. Public information. The announcement of Mubai's appointment as a member of the main theme creative committee was put up right after the announcement was made. The wallflower gesture is so obvious. Musicians Association. This is too much of an operation, isn't it? Kill the donkey? Ambassador for the promotion of non-legacy music. Don't I need to lose face? I'm the one. Station B's second creation area quickly followed suit. Various technical streaming videos such as explanation of Jiang Li's creative routines and analysis of Jiang Li's song formulas have sprung up. The number of plays has even soared at an alarming rate, surpassing 5 million in just a few hours. Countless up-owners are competing to rub it in. Seemingly overnight, Jiang Li fell from the altar. Techno streaming Big Brother online. Jiang Li's set is going to be raked over the coals. Formulaic creation? So Mr. John's songs are all industrial saccharine. Be station up master, I've realized the traffic code. There was a flurry of negative news that almost overwhelmed the crowd. The atmosphere in the office was depressing to the core. Shui Jilu was so angry that he flung his thermos on the table. These grandsons changed their faces faster than turning a book. Joey stared at the publicized page of the Musicians Association's removal, the knots in his throat rolling violently. Zhang Yang suddenly realized something even more frightening. The major music charts were having a massacre. The demo version of Spine bloodied the soaring Hot 100 and original charts. Even the top 20 of the K-song cover list was reoccupied by Joe Mubai's old songs. And as good as it gets, daily activity numbers are like being stopped dead in its tracks. The latest message in the comments section is stuck at 6 hours old. John Lee got up and turned off the harsh overhead light. Moonlight streamed in through the cracks in the blinds, cutting light and dark trails of light across the side of his face. From the direction of the practice room came the vocal line of Lu Yutang trying to sing 10,000 Borders. The teenager's clear voice crashed into the dead silence of the room. The red sun rises in the east. Chapter 148. The bullet will fly for a while before you can see the trajectory. Jiang Li's fingertips tapped lightly on the desktop, harmonizing with the beat of 10,000 Borders. Lu Yutang's opera voice came through the wall. The characteristic youthful freshness was wrapped in a three-quarter iron-quenching fierceness. The reverse accidentally fits the sinews of the song. Chen Ruwashi and others looked at each other in disbelief, unable to understand what the official intention of this series of operations. This kind of thing is usually not readily disclosed to the public. Once it is made public, it will not be possible to make frequent changes and iterations, as is the case now. It's just like buying food at the market. What's the point of haggling? What the hell do they want? Zhang Yang couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, his tone filled with disbelief and indignation. Shui Jilan also frowned. It feels like a deliberate attempt to play us for fools. Only Jiang Li's expression remained calm. Looking at the anxious faces of the crowd, he spoke faintly. I'll go back to practicing your songs and let them hear what the zeitgeist is tomorrow night. But, Chen Ruwashi wanted to say something else, but Jiang Li raised his hand to cut it off. Don't fret over things you can't control. The only thing we can control is ourselves. Jiang Li's gaze was calm and clear. So relax. It's all over the internet right now. It was just a smoke bomb put out by Chen Lao. Or maybe, the rest of the words didn't come out. I am afraid that it is difficult to fully explain the development of the matter in this direction simply by using the word smoke bomb. This was more like Chen Lao's intention to knock him down. After all, the top power play was never meant to relegate anyone to the background. Just happened to need someone. It was used to suppress the gradually out-of-control academy, thus changing the existing pattern of the Chinese music scene. And his own sudden appearance just happened to be a smooth chess piece for Elder Chen. Black can trap White Dragon in the double swallow formation. It's never about how good the blacks themselves are. Rather, it's a game between chess executives. Officials can both launch in Jiang Li as a typical example. Naturally, he can also use Zhou Mubai to remove him easily. This is nothing but a reminder to him not to forget who he is, lest he should repeat the mistakes of the academics. Think about it. Jiang Li smiled bitterly, a deep helplessness welling up in his heart. He never wanted to replace anyone, much less trying to subvert the Chinese music scene. After all, in the beginning, one just wants to live. Tomorrow night's match, if not expected, the attitude of Chen Lao and others will still favor the academy. The second round was a crippling defeat on its own. The third round then wins the overall title. This may be the script that Chen got his hands on. Only, he, Jiang Li, had never been anyone's script, much less interested in being drawn into these complicated political games. Looks like it's going to be quiet for a while after getting the rights to Immortal Sword. Chen Ruwashi and the others were just about to turn around and leave when Jiang Li suddenly called out to them. The moonlight leaking in through the blinds cast fine shadows under his eyelashes. Yu-He, get Under the Sea recorded and sent out tonight. Shui Jilu's thermos knocked crisply on the table. Zhou Yi's hand pressed on the door handle paused. Zhang Yang turned around violently, his canvas shoes scraping the ground with a piercing clatter. Send it now? Chen Nuxi was a little confused. Isn't this song saved as a killer? Zhang Yang and Shui Jilu also nodded their heads in incomprehension. Releasing Under the Sea right now doesn't seem to have a surprise effect. Jiang Li raised her hand to cut off her words. It takes time for public opinion to ferment. Don't worry, I still have backstops. The knot in his throat rolled twice in the shadows as he tugged his collar open for air. The whole internet is talking down on us right now. Isn't releasing a new song at this time a shot in the dark? It's all about the bump. The pen spun a silver arc between Jiang Li's fingers. Wait for the bullet to fly for a while before you can see the trajectory. Zhang Yang anxiously scratched his hair. But this version of Under the Sea is too depressing. I'm afraid that if I send it out now, I'll be scolded for eating human blood buns. Jiang Li suddenly laughed, and the rattle of tearing open the lollipop wrapping startled the windowsill sparrows. The smell of orange flavoring permeated the air-conditioned air. Vaguely, I've thought of all the hot search phrases for tomorrow. Hashtag Jiang Li Jianglangji. Hashtag trafficking in depression is shameful. Chen Ruoshi's pupils shrunk slightly, remembering the line in the lyrics of Under the Sea. There is nothing left on earth. Everything is scattered into smoke. If taken out of context, don't worry. The sugar cube broke into two halves between Jiang Li's teeth. When they're done cursing, we'll give them a big gift. The crowd was full of questions though. However, seeing Jiang Li so certain, they could only suppress their doubts and disperse. Jiang Li was the only one left in the office. Pulling the drawer open again, he pulled a blank sheet of pentatonic music from it. Picking up the pen again, he began to rustle on the paper. The subtle sound of pages rubbing together was loud and clear in the empty room. Gotta get the healing version of Under the Sea written before public opinion of the depressing version festers. The night was like ink, silently swooshing away, soaking the city in a deep blue-black color. The daytime clamor gradually quieted down. All that was left was the occasional whistling night wind, and the faint sound of traffic in the distance. In the midst of a million voices, Under the Sea was quietly synchronized on all major music platforms. There's no overwhelming hype or pre-popularity building gimmicks. Performed by Qin Yushi. The name, perhaps, sounds slightly unfamiliar to passers-by, but anyone who pays the slightest attention to the entertainment industry knows that she is a singer under Jiang Li's studio. And Jiang Li, this two words. Even at this moment there are some hidden signs of falling from the altar. However, it is still undoubtedly the top stream of conversation on the internet. Not to mention, just a couple hours ago, the whole network is still covered by the public opinion of Jiang Li is not working and Jiang Li is going to be finished. This black and red is also red effect. On the contrary, the word Jiang Li still has amazing traffic in the middle of the night. So, when nosy people who are tossing and turning late at night and have trouble sleeping, while aimlessly swiping your phone and searching for songs that can soothe your soul on all major music platforms, the song Under the Sea, then, like a glimmer in the darkness, crept into view. Ha! Chen Ruoshi released a new song? Has the studio been so low-key lately? No publicity at all? Under the Sea? The title of the song sounds a little funereal. It fits my mood for emo tonight. Give it a listen. Chen Yushi? From Jiang Li's studio? That must be supported. Let's see how the song's produced by Mr. Jiang R. With a variety of mindsets, the first group of night owl netizens clicked on the Under the Sea play button. The ethereal female voice, like a sigh slowly drifting from the deep sea, instantly grabbed everyone's ears. The melody is soothing and slightly depressing. The lyrics are even more blunt and heartfelt. The words speak of endless loneliness and despair. I lost my man when this intro came on, and tonight's emo vibe is pulling straight through the roof. The lyrics are too heartfelt, right? There's nothing left on earth. Everything scatters into smoke. It brings tears to my eyes. Chen Yushi's voice is so sensual, ethereal and fragile, perfectly interpreting what it means to be at the bottom of the sea. I was just listening to it casually, but I couldn't stop listening to it. It's a toxic song, isn't it? Late night emo must have song booking. Sisters, let's go. As word of mouth spreads from the first listeners, the song, Under the Sea, began to spread rapidly on a small scale. Those who were already in an emo state seem to have found an emotional outlet. Chapter 149, Buns Will Soon Become Cakes. The comments section is a great place to share your feelings. After listening to this song, I feel like my depression has worsened. But strangely enough, it feels good? Originally only mild emo. After listening to Under the Sea directly heavy depression, this song is also too much after power. When I listen to this song, I feel like I'm literally sinking to the bottom of the ocean, surrounded by darkness, oppressive and breathless, but with an inexplicable sense of security. Who says emo is pretentious? Listen to this song. This is the real emo, okay? All those sickly songs are out of the way. Although I'm more emo after listening to it, I have to say that this song is really written to my heart. Thanks to Ruoshi. Thanks to Mr. Jiang. With all this tap water amenity, listeners of Under the Sea were growing, and the song's popularity began to climb gradually. The back-end data from the major music platforms is starting to show a clear growth curve. Soaring charts, new songs, hot songs, Under the Sea is rocketing upwards in the rankings. It's been rising rapidly, but it hasn't been publicized in any way, after all. Plus the heat of Jomubai's spine remains high. Under the Sea ranks, for the time being, no match for spine. But even so, Under the Sea skyrocketed to fame fast enough to garner attention all over the internet. After all, with Jomubai's The Spine riding high, there are still new songs that rise to the top and get a piece of the action. That in itself speaks volumes about the quality and potential of the song. I go, what's going on with Under the Sea? Why is it suddenly on fire? I've also noticed that the song is on all the major charts and is rising in the rankings. No way, this song is so powerful? It's able to arm wrestle with Mr. Joe's backbone? Even though the ranking isn't as good as The Spine. This rate of rise is too scary, isn't it? It feels like it won't take long to catch up. Jeonli really does have something, even though she's in bad shape right now. A random song can catch fire like this. It looks like there's a good show in Best Buddies, and it's hard to say who will be better between Jeonli and the Academy. 3.6. Hashtag the hashtag seafloor depressant is creeping up the tail end of the hot search at a rate of 400 per minute. 5:23 in the morning. Thousands of emo literature suddenly popped up in the net depression cloud hot comments section. I heard this song right after we broke up, and now I'm on a rooftop with a strong wind. Suggests that the Civil Affairs Bureau set this song as a divorce march. Renewal of net depression cloud is successful. This emo warrior applies for battle. Chen Ruwashi cowered on the lounge couch wrapped in a blanket, her fingers shaking slightly as she refreshed the charts. 5:23 in the morning. The number of song comments is crossing the 100,000 mark at a terrifying rate. The number one hot comment is a sandy voice. Family members who understand. Listening to this at 3 o'clock in the morning almost sent me away. Followed by over 3,000 hell jokes at the bottom. The sisterhood pattern opens and it is recommended that it be taken with the mantra of great compassion. I just tried it, and now it's merit $9.99. Yama Temple KTV +1. Shui Jilu refreshes the QQ Music soaring chart with a donut in his mouth, suddenly choking on soy milk and coughing. To use version of The Bottom of the Sea actually pressed Jomubai's 2 old songs and squeezed into the top 10. Zhang Yang rushed into the conference room with his cocktail head. The tablet in my hand is still playing out the B-Station's second creation video. A certain $1 million fan Upmaster mixed and cut Under the Sea into Titanic. Jack sank to the bottom of the ocean just in time for the lyrics to read. There's nothing left on Earth. Pop-ups drifted across the sky broke the big defense. 6:46. The top 3 of the Kudos Music soaring chart suddenly flashed dark blue covers. The latest hot comment in the comments section is an emoji. Zhongli's Q version of the villain was carrying the title of Master of Depression, and was casting a net into the sea to fish for stars. Zhongli was in his office when he heard the sound of suppressed sobbing coming from the corridor. Pushing the door open he saw Chen Ruwashi crouching next to a fire hydrant. Her cell phone screen lit up with the lyrics screen of Under the Sea. Mr. Jiang. The girl looked up with a nasal voice. They all say I'm eating human blood. Jiangli shoved the lollipop into her hand. The candy paper refracting rainbow colors. It's okay, the buns will soon become cakes. At that moment, Zhang Yang crashed through the glass door of the conference room, and the tablet nearly came off and hit the carpet. Panting, he ran to the front and shoved the tablet into Jianli's hand. Mr. Jiang, it's just like you said last night. Taking the tablet, he scanned the hit list. The phrase consuming depressives is bouncing around in third place. The real-time square is filled with screenshots of Under the Sea lyrics intercepted by marketing numbers. The accompanying text is always eat ugly. The dog raised by Jomubai can pick his moments. Shui Jilan's back teeth ground together. I just read a 3,000 word diatribe from a major globetrotter. Throughout the article, it is implied that Jiangli exploits the vulnerable to gain attention. The air conditioning vents curled and shivered the tips of Chen Rushi's hair. The girl's knuckles whitened as she clutched her cell phone. On the screen, those "no love left on Earth" sentences are being taken out of context by netizens and made into emoticons. Just now Under the Sea was at number 7 on the new songs chart. Joe E suddenly spoke out. The latest refreshed ranking had dropped to 42 as his thumb crossed the list page. As if by appointment, the major platforms quietly pulled the song from prominence. Zhongli fished out a mint and threw it into his mouth, the coolness sliding down his throat. Turning toward the office, the wind picked up by the hem of his coat awakened the dumbfounded crowd. Mr. Jiang shouldn't. Zhang Yang was in the middle of his sentence when he was suddenly tugged by Chen Ruwashi's sleeve. The girl's eyes were still frozen with undissolved water mist, but the corners of her lips were unconsciously curled up. A few hours ago, she caught a glimpse of Jianli still revising Under the Sea. Soon, Jianli re-entered the corridor, tossing the silver USB flash drive to Chen Yushi. This healing version of Under the Sea. It should not be too late to practice. Shui Jilu grabbed the USB flash drive and plugged it into the laptop, his fingers shaking so much that he almost couldn't poke the connector. the moment the intro to the healing version of Under the Sea flows. Zhang Yang suddenly covered his mouth and took 2 steps backward. So last night you had Ruwashi-san post a song all night long. Chen Ruwashi stared blankly at the distinctly different melodic directions, suddenly realizing that every turn of phrase had a hidden mystery. The depressing descending tones of the original version are all flipped to an upward scale. In the lyrics, too late becomes in time. Zhou Yi's monitor headset slipped down his neck, and without bothering to write it, he turned his head to look at Zhongli. Those depressing passages that were criticized all over the internet. In the healing version it actually all becomes a build-up to the desire to get out of the way. Like the rainbow that comes after a rainstorm. One must experience the darkness to read the light. Heat is our best trailer. Zhongli clicked on some encrypted folder. Inside, 20 versions of Under the Sea are neatly arranged. From the initial somber echoes of the deep, to the final version of Dawn of the Dead. Each note records a trajectory of metamorphosis. Shuijilan slapped his own thigh hard. You've already calculated that they'll limit the flow of the original version. It's only at this moment that I can see the game. When the whole internet was criticizing the depressing version, the cured version came out of nowhere and was nothing short of a nuclear reversal. The marketing numbers that swear the most have in turn become megaphones for free publicity. When Rachel Chen was trying to sing the chorus, the vocal lights suddenly blinked twice. The girl herself didn't even notice that the lines of her shoulders and neck, which had been tight, were stretching in the melody. The healing arrangement hides a wind chime-like clarity. Each transposition is like someone gently holding a falling soul. Now the pressure goes to Mr. Zhou. Zhang Yang crouched in front of the mixing desk and giggled. He finally understood why Mr. Zhongli had separated the release. When the entire internet's attention is drawn to negative public opinion, the healing version is like a fresh spring buried in the desert, just waiting for some opportunity to gush forth. A glance at his wristwatch showed that he had 6 hours before the live competition. Well, everyone should rest and get ready. I've got to get back to the hospital. Looking forward to what you all do tonight. Zhongli lied and turned to leave the studio, ready to go home and catch up on some sleep. Chapter 150, Seeing the Moon in the Clouds. The twilight has just colored the dome of the I.T.S. Hall, and the internet is already abuzz. The number of bookings for major live platforms is like a wild horse out of control, running wild all the way. The Weibo servers are even experiencing a traffic tsunami of epic proportions. This is despite the fact that the tech department ran a third emergency expansion 6 hours ago, but the page refresh rate is still lagging like a PPT screening. Short video platforms keenly smell the traffic flavor. Fire up the hashtag Best Beat Century Duel exclusive special effects. Music industry bigwigs have come down to join the powerful battle for public opinion. Veteran rocker Zhang Jun took to his personal microblog to take the lead. The line "Some people make music into a math problem. Zhongli writes music as an electrocardiogram." Sharp mockery of the stereotypes and rigidity of the academy. At the same time, it highly praises the sincerity and emotion of Zhongli's music. The godfather of folk music, Zhang Weiwei, is more subtle and introspective. He posted a photo of a vinyl record player in his Netflix update. The singing needle hovers precisely over the trill of As You Like It. The accompanying text is a poignant. There are some sounds that can stand up to 50 years of single loops. Between the lines, all that comes out is an appreciation for Zhongli's musical works. College counterattacks followed. Wang Limin, a professor at Central Music, did not mince words of praise in an exclusive interview with Music Week. Jomobai's new song ushers in a new era of melodrama. He said, straight away, the spine is heightened to an unprecedented level. Famous composer Tan Dun, moreover, directly retweeted the spine demo, and commented that the Academy of 60 years of accumulation, tonight to see the real chapter. A few short words, full of confidence in the strength of the Academy. Netizens are jumping up and down in the melon fields, and the hot search terms are mutating by the minute. Hashtag Mr. Chow versus Mr. Kong, buy it and leave it. Hashtag. This topic quickly rushed to the top of the hot search list. The heat remains high. The comments section is lively. The first hot comment is a classic for "Well, my concubine Cheng Die stills pee" picture. On the picture, Cheng Die's eyes are flowing with flavor. The accompanying text is a line full of flirtation. You two simply cooperate to count the ball. The humorous tone instantly ignited the comment section. The number of likes crossed the 100,000 mark in just a few seconds. Outside the IHS, the support flags of various fans were waving in the wind, like surging waves, and could not be seen at a glance. The scalpers even took advantage of the situation to inflate ticket prices. Tickets that were originally a few $100s were hardened to 5-figure sky-high prices. Even so, tickets are still hard to come by. Girls in Chinese dresses hold up lamps with the words "Lift the Clouds and See the Moon" printed on them, in contrast to the elite fan club in suits across the street, pulling up the banner "Mumbai" like snow pressing green pine. A stark contrast. The two camps are clearly separated. In the center was a group of watching journalists, Long guns were set up on portable folding chairs, waiting tightly against the entrance for fear of missing a single moment. At 7:59, the warm-up music in the stadium came to an abrupt end, and the lights on the floor dimmed instantly. 8 chasing lights split the darkness. Host Wahoo stomped on a dynamic drum beat and popped up on the main stage. Welcome to the live broadcast of Best Buddies Season 2, exclusively titled by 6 Nukes Dash. Signature phrases instantly ignite the atmosphere. 10 4K HD cameras turned to the audience in all directions. The sound that erupted from the entire audience was deafening, almost toppling the stadium roof. At this time, the atmosphere in the backstage lounge was very different from the off-site enthusiasm. Instead, it was like the calm before the storm, oppressive and breathless. Chen Ruoshi closed her eyes tightly, her chest rising and falling violently. It seems to suck all the air out of the room in order to relieve the inner tension a little. Zhang Yang and Lu Yutong were no better. The two sat side by side on the couch, their spines straight and rigid like two statues. Only the slightly trembling fingertips gave away the inner waves. After all, underneath the stage tonight is a blacked-out crowd of over 20,000 people. That tsunami of cheers could be heard clearly through the walls. Just imagining that scene is enough to make your heart race and your palms sweat. Shuijilu and Joey appeared much calmer. After all, the two had seen the big time. What concerts hadn't they been to? I've been in more dramatic bouts than this. This little scene wasn't enough to mess them up. Shuijilu even had the presence of mind to unscrew the thermos slowly and methodically, sipped his goji berry water with an old-fashioned look. It was in this suffocating silence that the lounge door was pushed open. The first person to catch the crowd's eye was Tomato Terrace powerhouse Zhou Ming. With a warm smile on his face, he sidestepped the person behind him. Upon seeing that the visitor was actually Jiang Li, the few people in the lounge had a look of surprise on their faces in unison. Mr. Jiang? Chen Ruoshi was the first to exclaim. Shouldn't you be in the hospital watching a live broadcast right now? Zhang Yang and Lu Yutang also stood up violently and looked at Jiang Li with a face full of surprise. Although Shuijilu and Joey didn't say anything, their eyes were equally full of questions. After all, in everyone's opinion, the best place for him to be at this moment is a hospital room. Facing the crowd's surprised gazes, Jiang Li wore a faint smile on her face. Waving his hand, he signaled that there was no need to be nervous. The signal in the ward is so bad. How can live broadcasting be as painful as being in the battlefield in person? Gaze swept over the slightly nervous faces of the crowd. Don't worry, it's a guaranteed win. Everyone just needs to play normally. After tonight, I believe everyone here's curiosity will be raised a notch or two. Just then, a corner of the backstage access curtain was lifted. The sharp footsteps of the program director came from far and near, breaking the frozen atmosphere in the lounge. Quickly walking to Zhou Ming, he lowered his voice. The words flew out of his mouth as he reported the latest situation. Director, the song for the first round on Jomubai's side has been finalized. Golden Witch Hazel. After saying that, the guide paused, and his gaze turned to Jiang Li with a slightly inquisitive meaning. Mr. Jiang, what song is your side going to put out in the first round? Who is the singer? The host's side is waiting for the pass, and it's about to be strung out. In an instant, all eyes converged on Jiang Li. Under the slightly nervous gaze of the crowd, he was seen smiling slightly. Looking relaxed, he took the tablet handed to him by the guide. As the winner of the first round of competition, tonight Jiang Li is the ring keeper and has the right to adjust the order of the entries. The show's crew obviously respected that rule as well, coming to ask his opinion first. On the screen, information about Jomubai's song for the first round of competition was displayed. The Witch Hazel. Below the song title, comes a detailed description. Adapted from the remnants of the Neishang Yui song, it is a modern approach to recreating the grandeur of the Tang dynasty. The arrangement boldly employs chimes and organ, two instruments with contrasting timbres. It strives to collide the unique spark of classical and modern fusion. In the column of performers, a very weighty name was written: Lin Xingya, principal soprano of the Central Opera House, the youngest Chinese soloist in the Golden Hall of Vienna, resident artistic director of CCTV's Classics, a series of titles that almost visualize the word strength. Especially striking is the fact that the introductory text is specifically labeled. Xingya Lin's florid soprano is able to touch the G6 note. The G6, for the vast majority of singers, is an unattainable height of range. It was enough to see that Lin Xingya's singing skills had reached the top level of the pyramid. Chen Ruoshi, Zhang Yang, Lu Yutong and the others also came over and looked at the information on the tablet. Upon looking at Lin Xingya's dazzling string of resumes, several people's faces were all, more or less, showing a few moments of self-shame. After all, compared to such Hall of Fame singers, there's a real insurmountable gap in professionalism between them. The pop stars. Jiang Li quickly skimmed through the information on the tablet, and his mind was already clear. Offering such an ace in the first round, Jomubai clearly wanted to make the first move. Hand the tablet back to the guide. On our side for the first round we have The Drunkenness of the New Noble Concubine, sung by Lu Yutang. The words landed and the lounge fell silent once more. All eyes turned to Lu Yutang in unison. The teenager's slightly nervous face was now tinged with eagerness. Jiangli also looked at Lu Yutang. Little brother Lu, is there any confidence? Lu Yutang laughed, his timbre steepening. The original clear voice instantly became gentle and charming, with androgynous charm. In the old days it certainly wasn't, but the work that Mr. Zhang gave me was completely customized for me. The ability to maximize my strengths and avoid my weaknesses. To be so not yet confident. Then it would be better to go home and follow in my father's footsteps and continue to sing in my green. There was a hint of teasing self-deprecation in his tone. And yet, it's just the right amount of tension to ease the atmosphere. Chapter 151, Golden Wisps and Neon Clothes. The meteorology of the Tang Dynasty. On the other side, the stage. Host Wahoo receives a backstage guide cue. Clearing his throat, he silenced the cacophony of voices on the floor. Next, please enjoy the first song of the second round of competition. And the song that Mr. Joe Mubai's team will be the first to play Golden Witch Hazel. The chasing light swept over a certain cool side face in the VIP section, and he deliberately stretched his voice. The singer of this song is our Chinese Music Hall of Fame soprano, Ms. Lin Qingya. Immediately after that, a chasing beam of lights hit the center of the stage with precision. The elevated platform slowly rose, and Lin Qingya appeared in everyone's line of sight with it. The audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. The sound wave almost toppled the roof of the stadium. Lin Qingya? It's really Lin Qingya. My god. Joe Mubai actually invited Lin Qingya here. This is too much. Lin Qingya is the chief of the Central Opera House. Ah, a singer of this caliber would come to this kind of variety show? The Academy faction is serious this time. Ah, the first round is a direct king bomb. Yes, Lin Qingya is a florid soprano with a range that can go up to G6. Who can top that? It feels like the winner is already divided. Once Lin Qingya is out, what chance does Zhang Li's side have? There was a lot of talk in the audience, and everyone was shocked by Joe Mubai's large sum of money. Lin Qingya's appearance definitely injected the Academy school with a shot in the arm. It also made the audience look forward to the song Witch Hazel, with great anticipation. After all, there is no doubt about the strength of the hallowed soprano, and as opposed to that, it was a concern for the Jiangli warriors. In the eyes of many people, although Jiangli's team had a stunning performance in the first round, but compared to a singer of Lin Qingya's caliber, there is still a huge gap. What's more, Joe Mubai came up with the song this time, or the Golden Witch Hazel, adapted from the remnants of the Neishang Yui song. The name alone is enough to get people thinking. Shang Tang Weather, a blend of classical and modern, plus Lin Qingya's G6 florid soprano. The staging of this song is unimaginable. Many viewers were already sweating for Zhang Li. The lady in the front row, wearing a Chanel suit, clutched her platinum Hermes bag violently in her hand. The hands of the self-published blogger carrying a DSLR in the back row shook. The camera bumps into the neighboring Big Brother's answering banner. Joe Mubai actually managed to hire Lin Qingya? The director of the record label who wore gold-rimmed glasses. His body leaned forward. Her nose was almost pressed against the backrest of the front seat. The last time she performed in public was at the 70th anniversary of the founding of the National Theatre. The girl in the JK uniform diagonally across the room quickly scratched open her cell phone's encyclopedia page. Whisper it to your companion. The youngest soloist in Vienna's Golden Hall. CCTV Spring Festival Gala artist in residence. Is this resume for real? The announcer duly switched to a crowd reaction shot. The old man in the linen tunic, stroking his goatee, shook his head slowly. The Academy school, this is to bring out all the treasures in the bottom of the box. Zhang Li's side sends a singing child. I'm afraid that even the sound of people's breath change can't be heard. I heard that when Mr. Lin rehearsed, he almost toppled the roof. The groundskeeper, who was hanging up his work permit, came up to the photographer's ear and muttered, when that voice of hers came out, my canopy is still tingling. A small commotion erupted in the second-tier stands. A few ants holding banners reading Li River column were busy handing out throat lozenges. The leader lowered his voice and instructed, be smart during the voting session, and when you hear little brother Lu open his voice, howl me to death. The boy in the back row wearing a baggy sweater suddenly snorted. A traffic star playing against the national team? This wave of my brother Jiang is afraid to be cold. The moment the chasing lights dimmed, 36 bronze chimes slowly descended from the dome. The metal pipes of the organ, lit up secondarily on both sides of the stage. Lin Qingya's wide sleeves flicked up, the moonlight silk jacket rippled in the blower, and the gold bracelets clashed with a clear, broken sound on her wrists. The scene quieted down. All that was left was the breathless heartbeats of the audience. The intro plays, not the magnificent orchestral chorus one might expect. Instead, the melodious sound of chimes, like the wind that traveled through the millennium, brushed everyone's ears. Immediately afterward, the low, mellow tones of the organ join in. intertwined and entwined with chimes. The bustle and clamor of Chang'an in the Tang dynasty is blended with the weight of history. Open your voice momentarily. The lyrics, adapted from the Dunhuang scrolls, resonated in every corner of the venue with the aftertaste of the Tang dynasty. The golden K-Dawn bell opens 10,000 households. The jade steps of immortal battles embrace thousands of officials. Neon dresses trailing wide belts, fluttering and ascending to heaven. Chasing lights gild the array of chimes. Waves of organ sound wrapped in Lin Xingya's flowery voice rushed up to the G6 register. The audience was completely blown away by Lin Xingya's singing. It is as if you were in the court of the Tang dynasty, witnessing the scene of song and dance. The room was silent for a few seconds after the song was sung. The applause that ensued erupted almost toppled the roof of the stadium. The live broadcast room even exploded, with pop-ups pouring down like a waterfall. Now that's a divine piece of work, isn't it? It's got goosebumps. Mr. Zhou has stuffed Shengtang weather into the arrangement. Press my frantic pulse. MS. Xingya Lin's florid soprano voice is simply superb. This is the real heavenly voice. The combination of chimes and pipe organ is so creative, isn't it? The combination of east and west is magnificent. Zhongli, I'm stupid. The opening game King Bomb, how can this still play? My heart aches for Mr. Jiang for a second. It feels like he's really going to be crushed by the academy this time. Don't panic upstairs. Until the last minute. It's not certain who the deer will be. I believe in Mr. Jiang. Meanwhile, on social media, countless academy bigwigs have updated their dynamics and praised the Golden Witch. Sun Zhongshu, the president of the Central Sound, posted, "The arrangement of the Golden Witch is textbook. The use of chimes and organ is bold and clever. It has a classical flavor without losing its modern innovation. The 12 rhythms of the bells and chimes correspond to the 12 houses of the zodiac, and the bass of the organ pedals simulate the morning drums of the Daming Palace. This is a new idea for the direction of arranging in the Chinese music scene," the famously venomous music critic Lu Jiuqing, on the other hand, said. The Golden Witch Hazel is both a depiction of the weather of the flourishing Tang dynasty and a reflection on the rise and fall of history. The chimes deconstruct the frivolity of modern pop with every accent. The organ continues to sound like a long river of history rushing by. When the line "The Palace opens at the end of the 9 heavens, and all the nations worship the tassel of the crown" came out, it's time for the history of pop music to be divided into pre-Golden Witch Hazel and post-Golden Witch Hazel epics. Predictably, for a long time to come, all of the Witch Hazel will be an insurmountable mountain to climb. On this track, the comments of these bigots quickly festered on the internet, sparking a wider discussion. The Dean of Central Sound has spoken. Looks like the Golden Witch is really something. Poisonous music critic Lu Jiuqing said it was insurmountable. So it seems that Jiangshan has really met his match this time. If I were Jiangshan, I'd already be thinking about abstaining by now. The opening round is a king bomb. Mr. Zhou is not giving Jiangshan a chance to live. Jiangli, I cracked. I really cracked. How can this be compared? Everyone's eyes were focused on Jiangli. Wanted to know how he would cope in the face of such a powerful opponent. The musician who has worked countless wonders is in front of the mountain that is Witch Hazel. Is it still possible to perform a miracle and see the moon again? Chapter 152, the male and female are indistinguishable. The whole internet blows up. Ready to blow up the field? In front of the stage lift, Jiangli moved his eyes away from the tablet. The hydraulic rods of the lift platform hummed slightly, jarring the soles of his feet with a subtle numbness. Raising his eyes to Liu Yutang, his breathing suddenly stopped for 2 seconds. The teenager faded from the usual elegant appearance. Wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress like water mist around the body. The hem of the skirt is embroidered in gold thread with a picture of 100 birds facing the phoenix. The 3 strands of pearl tassels are used to put the green silk into a stunning bun. The gold step slung between her hair shook with fine gold flecks in the overhead light. The most mesmerizing thing was the pair of exquisitely traced peach blossom eyes. Diablo eyeliner drags the end of the eye 3 inches. A light sweep of coral blush on the eyelids, while dropping his eyes slightly, actually really threw a few points of Yang Guifei drunken languid charm. Even though Jiang Li's Taoist heart was firm, he still couldn't help but take a few more glances. Predictable. After today, I'm afraid there are large numbers of male netizens who are heartbroken and female netizens who are ecstatic. The guide assistant stood there for 3 seconds holding the script, not even realizing that the paper was scattered all over the floor. Even the styling director, who was used to seeing beautiful people, forgot to chew his gum and stared straight at the knot in the teenager's throat. There's a little young girl with a walkie-talkie in her hand. Stealing a glance at Liu Yutang, she blushed as if she was about to drip blood. There's also a bold male photographer with a camera on his shoulder. The camera was disliking Liu Yutang's face. Absolute. Absolute. Truly absolute. If this were broadcast, the ratings would explode. This little brother Liu is really stunning. Better looking than all those actresses. I'm a male. I'm almost mesmerized by him. This wings throwing, the soul is gone. There was a lot of mingling among the surrounding staff. There was more curiosity and inquiry in his eyes than amazement. After all, in the eyes of the vast majority, the man's anti-Dan role has always carried a bit of mystery. What's more, Liu Tang was such a young, handsome teenager. The contrast is certainly more topical. Mr. Jian, I am ready. Liu Tang raised her water sleeve to lightly cover her lips. This opera-programmed action was done by him in a natural way. Jian Li coughed lightly to withdraw her eyes. Fingertips subconsciously rubbed the metal guardrail of the elevator. Suddenly, he understood why there was an ancient allusion to looking to kill Wei Jia. Some beauty does possess the power to kill on a physical level. Tried the ear return? Turn your attention to business. In the afterglow, he caught a glimpse of two female stagehands hiding behind a curtain to take a sneak peek. Rio Meton sniffed and swiveled his neck to check the equipment. Masculine movements are matched with lush tang makeup, and the ambivalence rips out a thrilling attraction. Relax. Think of it as your usual practice. I'm sure you'll be fine. Straighten the teenager's somewhat lopsided gaiter for him. This action caused a thin blush to spread across the tips of Liu Tang's ears. A few interns who were secretly holding up their cell phones immediately covered their hearts. Finally, I understand what it means to have a beauty that is shy and a stone Buddha that looks down. Lu Mutong took a deep breath and took the handed microphone. The fingertips accidentally touched the back of Jian Li's hand. A coolness, very different from the rolling heat of his own palm. I knew that Mr. Jian was not in good health, but I didn't expect that he had been weakened to this extent. Mr. Jian, I'm a little excited. The voice was shaky, but the eyes were amazingly bright. The stage of your dreams is just around the corner. You could even hear the arena cheering like a mountain. It was a voice he longed to get into his blood. Thank you for the opportunity. Without Mr. Jiang, you might still be in the theater yourself, babbling and singing green. There will never be a chance to stand on such a stage in the limelight. Jian Li waved his hand. What's all this talk about thanks? Our studio doesn't have anyone who's an accessory to anyone. It's just a partnership and mutual fulfillment. Hua Xiao's voice was faintly heard in his ears. Ryu Tang knew. The time has come for him. Eyes steeped in determination. Carefully lift the wide-sleeved flowing fairy dress. Nodding in the face of the crowd, he then stepped onto the lift. The elevator rises slowly, until he could no longer see Liu Tang's figure. It was only then that Jiang Li slowly turned around and looked at Zhou Ming, who was not far away. Director Zhou, how is the video ready? Zhou Ming immediately nodded his head. It's completely ready. Every detail was confirmed 3 times as per your request. But, Mr. Jiang, are you really sure you want to do this? Jiang Li looked calm. I have an advantage that Zhou Mubai doesn't have. That's, for every song, you can find the archetypal story. Music is not just a pile of tricks. It is a vehicle for emotion and storytelling. And that, in turn, is the power to move the heart. It turns out that in the morning Jian Li lied to Chun Ruoshi and the others about going back to the ward to rest. Didn't actually go back to the hospital or home. Instead, they went straight to the tomato counter to find Zhou Ming. Tell him to find a way to produce music videos for the songs 10,000 Borders and The World Gives You. Time is rather tight, and it's not like one story can hold up to the length of the MV, so you can only pick these 2 songs to focus on. Zhou Ming though knew deep down that this was an impossible task, but the thought that Tomato Terrace had been deeply bound to Jiang Li. Therefore, he had an urgent meeting with station manager Su Zhang and others, and drew on all the station's resources to rush the music video. Fortunately, the music videos for both songs don't require star power. With the concerted efforts of all the people, we were able to finish the shoot in a hurry. It's not like you need any special effects and it's faster in post. Finally, it's done. The other side. The moment the elevator stopped, the knot in Liu Tang's throat rolled slightly. He heard his heartbeat explode in his eardrums. It was like someone clutching drumsticks and rushing across their chest. Off stage, the sea of stars made up of fluorescent sticks suddenly darkened. Bang! The moment the chasing light split his head, Liu Tang instinctively closed his eyes. Immediately afterward the lights came on in large swathes, illuminating the entire stage as if it were daytime. Open your eyes again. The 3-meter-long water sleeves had spread like flowing clouds. 100 birds embroidered in gold thread take wing in the light. The audience erupted in a gasp of surprise. Host Wahoo was explicitly introduced during the crosstalk. The singer of The New Drunken Princess is a boy. But what stood on the stage now was clearly a breathtakingly beautiful fairy. Sophisticated makeup and flirty eyes. None of them exudes a strong feminine softness. The audience was confused. The programmer in the plaid shirt in the second row pushes his glasses so hard that the tip of his nose almost reaches the front seat. Dude, pinch me. If this was a guy I'd eat the keyboard. The companion next to him really reached out and twisted his thigh. The 2 men didn't move their eyes even when they grimaced in pain. The girl in the Lolita dress in the front row let her hands go. The glow stick rolled bone deep down the aisle. This uncharacteristically beautiful person is really a boy? The moderator misrepresented himself, didn't he? Not only the live audience, The thousands of netizens in the live broadcast room were similarly dumbfounded. Where's the Civil Affairs Bureau? I need all the information about this girl in 10 minutes. Where's the promised beautiful young man in the national style? It's a ING national style beauty girl. I don't believe it. This must be Missy. No rebuttals. My mom asked me why I was kneeling down to watch the live broadcast, and I said I was worshipping the fairies. This face value is absolute. 360 degrees of good looks. I can lick my screen for 10,000 years. 3 minutes. I want this makeup tutorial or I'll blow up the beauty section of the B station. Chapter 153, The Jiang Family is Creating a God. When the first line of "That Year the Snowflakes Fell" is sung, the knot in Lu Yutang's throat slid gently with the bite. The male's original voice is as clear and crisp as snow, but the tail end of his voice is glutinous with kunku. The lyrics flow out like a kunzanite. Don't say who is right or wrong, feelings wrong or right. Just want to dream with you and get drunk again. Goldfinch hairpin jade scratch head, is your gift to me? Neon feather dress song several rounds, for you to sing and dance. The step shaker trembled lightly with the tilting motion of the head. The male section carries each turn of phrase with grace and poise. The second verse of the main song shifts steeply to dance recitation. The teenager's wide sleeves half covered his face, and his eyes changed to a female accent. Love and hate in a flash. Raise a glass to the moon, love like heaven. Drunk in the arms of the king, dreaming of love and the great tang. The transition between true and false tones is as silky as a glaze flowing. Opera throwbacks ripple through the stadium dome. The male section sings Jianmen Pass with distinctive rolling of the throat knots. The neckline is soft as spring water when we move to the female part of the song Hagoromo. The girl in the Lolita dress shivered and fumbled for the small mirror, repeatedly gestured to the position of the knot in his throat. Originally, I thought that Lu Yutang was the girl who was immortal, but when the powerful male voice rings out, the illusion is mercilessly shattered, grudgingly accepting the fact that he's a boy. Now, however, the flirtatious and graceful female opera singing came out. The audience was completely confused by the androgynous voice. No way? A guy can sing with that kind of vocal range? It's not scientific. Can someone tell me if he's male or female? Completely messed up. The worldview is falling apart and I need a reprieve. The live streaming pop-up was even suddenly cut off for 2 seconds. Immediately afterward, it exploded at triple speed. I'm so stupid. Is that voice serious? Seamlessly switching between male and female voices? What kind of voice is that? Little brother, I can. Little brother can do it. Just typed out the address of the civil office. And you're telling me it's a man? My mom asked me why I was on my knees licking the screen, and I told her I was learning falsetto techniques. Case solved. This is a member of the devil's cult who ate the hermaphrodite strain. I just gave my roommate the Sisters of the Immortals, and now he's asking me to pay him back. I don't care. A little boy mommy is a mommy too. Mommy loves you Sisters, punch the duck. Tonight, we'll all be Mr. Lu's harem of beauties. When the number of viewers on the live broadcast surpassed the 60 million mark, the pop-up pool suddenly exploded with clusters of dark red bubbles. The ghoulish text mixed in with the rainbow farts is particularly harsh. What else can some people do besides gender reversal? Is dressing up as a woman considered artistic innovation these days? Jiang Li is at his wit's end, right? He just knows how to pull a stunt like this. What about the song itself? The Academy is the orthodox music. You want to win witch hazel even with this kind of speculation? Idiot. You know how to show off your sex appeal. It's vulgar. It's a bad taste. Suggests best shot be renamed Paris Drag Show. It doesn't take much thought to realize that these sour speeches must be from Joe Mubai, or Academy fans. After all, Lu Yutang's performance was too amazing. It has already seriously threatened the Golden Witch. So naturally, some people will not be able to sit still and jump out to throw dirty water. But these skepticisms were soon drowned out in a sea of praise. The vast majority of netizens were completely overwhelmed by Lu Yutang's performance. There have been online rants against the shady black fans. Sour chicken jumping like my family's open dumplings. Just went to look at the super talk of the week. It turned out to be a gathering place for 985 high school students after all. The per capita etc into the essence, automatic lifting of the bar. Black people are advised to download the anti-fraud app to prevent jealousy from burning out the CPU. Sour chicken retreats. My Lord Lu relies on strength. Some people are just jealous. Which of my teacher Zhang's songs are not classics? I'm afraid some people's ears are not working well. Vulgarity? Lowbrow? Some people haven't seen real beauty, have they? I suggest you hang an ophthalmologist. The Golden Witch Hazel is good, but that's the sound of the temple. My family's The Drunken Princess is the best on earth. Understand? The live room was filled with smoke and sparks. The arguments for and against it are so loud and lively that it is comparable to the Chinese New Year. But no matter how much the black fans screamed, they couldn't overshadow Lu Yutang's performance, or the drunkenness of Nu Guifei. The stage has completely blown up, and Lu Yutang's name was destined to resound all over the internet. Meanwhile, Inside the office of the Dean of the Southeastern Conservatory of Music, the rosewood incense burner rises with curling smoke. Shin Huayuan's knuckles lightly knocked on the mahogany desktop, his eyes focused on the tablet computer. On the screen, the Best Shot Live competition screen plays. Beside him sat a white-haired, hale and hearty old man. Zhao Yanqiu took off his gold-rimmed glasses. The mirror legs knocked crisply against the edge of the flat panel. For the uninitiated, it's all about watching the hustle and bustle of the stage. But professionals like them, what you see instead is the doorway, the skill and strength behind the performance. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the future. This kid from the Jiang family has seen his power grow again. This exclamation by Zhao Yanqiu is not an empty one. As a titanic figure in the music industry, he has an eye for all styles of music. The song The Drunkenness of the New Noble Princess sounded to him. It was practically tailor-made for Lu Yutang. A perfect display of personal character and professional strength. The kid from the Jiang family uses an electronic lute to simulate the broken plucking of a moon lute. And you listen to this over the door. Zhao Yanqiu's fingertips hung 3 inches above the screen, and the incense string between his wrists crashed out with a muffled sound. The back of the willow pie's brain picks up the airway transitions and actually fits in tightly with the EDM beat. Based on traditional Peking opera Qingyi singing, it also skillfully combines electronic pipa and modern percussion arrangements. Instead of appearing incestuous, this fusion, instead, it reinforces the sense of dramatized conflict in the traditional play. The Drunken Beauty. What's even more rare is Lu Yutang's background in the Peking opera family. It gives him an extremely precise sense of theater bite and body rhythm. The live feed cuts to a close-up of the knot in Lu Yutang's throat. The boy is singing Jianmen Pass in his native voice. Zhao Yanqiu suddenly pressed the pause button. See? The gang kid buried a 9-step transposition in the chorus. It's taking a green singing voice and using it as a vocal instrument. The one word, many notes transposition gives the singer a high register, both metallic and silky, which is very rare. The more he talked, the more excited he became, and he seemed to be completely immersed in his expert analysis of the music. Most importantly, the melody is very catchy and catchy. It has a traditional opera flavor without losing the spread of modern pop music. This kind of work is able to magnify Lu Yutang's personal strength exponentially. In the first round of the competition, Mu Bai was afraid that he would lose. This kid from the Jiang family is creating a god. Ginkgo leaves rustle outside the window. Shin Huayuan got up and pushed open the carved wooden window, and the night breeze swept in with the fragrance of osmanthus flowers. Old Zhao. Ah, old Zhao. I told you old guys a long time ago, to throw an olive branch to this kid Zhongli. But you, one and all, just can't see the so-called wild ways of others. Shaking his head, he spoke with a tone of helplessness and regret. How's that? Now they're telling us in action what it means to be a wild card? That's all us academics with our eyes wide open. It's just a label for other factions. In fact, people are both musically skilled and professional. None of them are inferior to those juniors of our academy school. These words silenced the gushing Zhao Yanqiu. He frowned, as if thinking about something. After a long time spoke slowly. Old Shun, words can't be spoken too soon. This is only the first round of sparring. Mu Bai, this time, could make 12 points. It's too early to draw conclusions about the deer. Shin Huayuan smiled without saying anything. Turning around brought up the sandalwood fragrance floating. A corner of the rice paper on the desk was lifted by the wind. The words he had written that morning. A great sound is a great sound, were revealed. Do you think the Jiang family kid is a vegetarian? When that kid was hospitalized, he could beat those juniors with just any writing. Eyes went to the tablet again. On the screen, the lights are bright in the Wuxong Arena. Chapter 154, Master Certification. The whole network. At this very moment, the last lute overtone echoes from the Wuxong Dome. The sea of stars made up of glow sticks suddenly boiled over. When the last line of Dreaming Back to the Great Tang Dynasty ends with an opera. When Lu Yutang gathered his sleeves and saluted, no one rose to applaud the 30,000 people at the scene. It wasn't until he straightened his back to reveal the knot in his throat that the mountain of sound boomed. The guide camera catches a certain male spectator wiping tears from his eyes as he howls. I lost my first love before it even started. It's pathos, quickly made into an emoticon package by the netizens of the live broadcast. The accompanying text, "Where's my big wife?" sweeping across the hot search. The girls in Chinese dress in the front row turned red and shouted "Brother, kill me" at the top of their lungs. Do it again. Do it again. The waves of chants were so loud that they almost toppled the roof of the arena. In the shadows of the VIP seats, a certain noblewoman stared at the androgynous figure on the stage and murmured, "So much for Mr. May returning 7 times that year." Inside the backstage lounge, Zhou Mubai's face was horribly gloomy. Dead eyes on the monitor screen. The androgynous face seemed particularly harsh at the moment. Gu Mingchun leaned back against the sofa and snorted as he tugged his bow tie loose. "Mubai, don't take it to heart. Isn't it just a gimmick of a man dressed as a woman?" The folk faction is at its wit's end. doing all these dirty tricks. This song, The Drunkenness of the New Noble Lady, is frankly cheesy. It's only popular because of the male-to-female backstabbing gimmick. The audience is all about the novelty and forgets about it in a couple of days. Really didn't hear it? Joe Mubai, however, slowly shook his head, his brow furrowed in concentration. This kid is deconstructing traditional theater accents at every turn. The electronic lute lays down the bottom notes and hides the variable logic of the workhorse score. It's taking 1,000 years of theater culture and using it as fuel to build a new engine for pop. Gu Mingcheng bristled in disbelief. Innovation? It's just peaking opera with pop music? How can that old stuff be considered innovative? Joe Mubai took a deep breath and tried to calm his tone. He blends peaking opera singing with modern pop arrangements seamlessly. It's a whole new kind of state-of-the-art narrative song that's never been seen before. What does that mean? That kid started a new genre. Gu Mingcheng froze, seemingly not expecting Joe Mubai to give such a high rating. A new genre? As for that, isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Joe Mubai suddenly burst out laughing. That laugh was wrapped in 3 parts self-deprecation and 7 parts bitterness. What is the concept of starting a clan in a martial arts novel? People are in their early 20s and they are standing at the top of the mountain waiting for the later to challenge them. We're still halfway up the mountain counting who has an extra stepping stone. The knot in Gu Mingcheng's throat rolled twice. Even if he Zhongli is a genius, it's always impossible with so many new songs. Where do you think I got all that stock? Joe Mubai lowered his voice to interrupt him. His eyes flooded with blood. Do you really think I wrote Golden Witch Hazel in seclusion? Teacher Huang was hospitalized with water hanging over him to change the score. Do you really think no one knows? Gu Mingcheng was shocked by his rare seriousness. It's something that's between the two, an unspoken secret. In fact, only one of tonight's tracks, Spine, is an original by Joe Mubai. Get someone to touch up or even ghostwrite the rest. Only, neither Xin Huayuan nor Zhao Yanxiu knew about these inside information. On the other hand, with the first round of 2 songs all sung, the word explosion popped up on the Weibo Hot 100 list in crimson color. Lu Jiuqing, the famous venomous music critic, is sitting in front of his computer, looking at the taunts in the comments section of the microblog. The old face went green and white, sneakily deleted the earlier tweet praising the witch Hazel. Another new blog post made up on the fly. The tone of his voice turned 180 degrees, as if the person who had been raving about the Golden Witch before wasn't him at all. Zhang Li's song New Noble Princess Drunk is simply out of this world. Not only has it created a new genre of peaking opera national-style narrative song, it even takes the genre to an unimaginable height. Straight up, if anything, the Golden Witch does what no one has done before on the classical crossover circuit. Then, The Drunken Beauty of New Guinness is a straight-up new track. Both are high and low. As soon as the tweet was sent out, the comments section underneath was flooded with netizens. Mr. Lu, your speed of changing faces is comparable to a Sichuan opera masterpiece. The one who complimented the Golden Witch Hazel just now. Could it be you from the parallel world? Mr. Jiuqing, the wallflower is a real hammer, but I'm standing with you this time. Mr. John's wave is really powerful. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Lu has started blowing up the river god as well. Looks like it's really too much to top. Lu Jiuqing, I don't want face but this song of Jiang Shen's, it did make my face all swollen and swollen up. Suggest checking if Mr. Lu's number was stolen. This rainbow fart is making me so densely phobic. Mr. Lu starts a class, the name of which is On How to Kneel Elegantly to a New School Patriarch. Laughs, some music critics have springs in their kneecaps, don't they? Sisters look quickly. Mr. Lu certified Jian Li to start a sect. Rounding up my brother is the martial arts champion. Netizens flirted with Lu Jiuqing for seeing the wind and steering the ship, while also feeling happy for Jiang Li. Listening to Lu Jiuqing's meaning, he was practically labeling Jiang Li as a generation master. Ability to create your own genre. This is definitely something that can only be done by a patriarchal figure in any field. What's even scarier is that Jiang Li is only how old? Starting a sect in his early 20s. If this is spread out, I'm afraid those old-timers of the academy school, their coffin boards won't be able to hold it down. In addition to Lu Jiuqing, the personal accounts of the other academy bigwigs who had spoken earlier had all been attacked by the general public, such as Sun Dean of the Central Sound, composer Tan Dun, Prof. Wang Limin and so on. These important figures in the academy. The microblogging comments section has been reduced to a large archaeological site. Netizens rehashed their previous comments praising Joe Mubai. All sorts of banter and playful comments are coming out of the woodwork. Didn't someone say the Golden Witch Hazel was textbook level before? Now that the drunkenness of the new noble concubine is out, should the textbook be rewritten? Still pretending to be dead? Here comes your collector. Suggests opening a face-punching pain index and wants to crowdfund ice packs for professors. Mr. Tan Dun, didn't you say that the academy has been accumulating for 60 years, and that we'll see the real chapter tonight? Now that the real chapter is out, What do you think? Suggest that Elder Tam stick his face out. I've got Jiangshan's special ice compresses here. Prof. Wang previously boasted that the backbone created a new era of melodrama, and now that the drunken new concubine has created a new genre. May I ask what era comes after the new era? The scene of the collegiate bigwigs collectively pretending to be dead is like a class group suddenly being checked out by the homeroom teacher. Huaxia Music Academy official microblogging originally topped the unorthodox music heritage, quietly replaced with neutral congratulations to all participants. The official website of the Central Opera House hurriedly pulled down the Lin Xingya interview and replaced it with a report on a sympathy performance by an 18-line actor. It's as if the Twitter hot list has been enchanted. Hashtag Jianli opening the sect and hashtag Lu Zhoujing sliding kneeling pose teaching hashtag take turns on the top. Sandwiched in the middle was a strip of abrupt Zhou Mubai's fan closed mic. Click through and it's all Academy Iron fans breaking defense factoids. There was a girl with the ID of Mubai Ru Shui who suddenly changed her name to Li Riverfish Really Fragrant after posting 20 crying dynamics in a row. Knowing the hot list question how to evaluate Jianli is certified to open a new genre, underneath. An anonymous user's analysis post was topped with 30,000 likes. In layman's terms, Jianli himself wrote a secret martial arts book. Now the whole jungle has to play by his rules. What's even more frightening is that this secret book is extremely compatible, and the Academy School's set of internal martial arts suddenly doesn't smell good anymore. A music anchor in a Shake Shack livestream narrates while watching a livestream. Note that this theater accent turns popular, equivalent to a 360-degree crotch dunk on the basketball court. The key people wearing Chinese clothing to complete. Now the pressure is on Chao's side. Unless he can rub a nuke on the spot. A secondary forum quietly floated up with hot posts. In About My Push suddenly become martial arts master. The owner of the detailed list of Jianli works. And finally summarized, Zhengmen disciples here. Do not serve to fight. The followers are clear to play the stunt. Welcome, Master Jiang. The Sun and Moon sect sends its congratulations. The Five Swords sect is under a lot of pressure. The Melon Eaters found that the major media outlets tacitly avoided the word collegiate. This subtle attitude resembles the expression on the faces of relatives who gather around to watch the bears tear down their homes during New Year's Eve. Both want a reprimand and are afraid of getting in trouble. Chapter 155, this time, it's his Zhou Mubai who should win. On the other side, the stage. Lu Yutang had just retreated to the edge of the stage with the hem of her skirt. Suddenly, he was pinned in place by Huaxiao's "Wait a minute" that rang through the arena. The host quickly stepped forward to support the teenager's wrist in vain and turned to gesture backstage. Please ask Mr. Lin to take the stage again to talk about creative writing. Lin Xingya stepped on 10-centimeter high heels and came from the shadows. The moonlight silk jacket hem swept over Lu Yutang's feet, bringing up a silk if not jasmine fragrance. His fingertips inadvertently brushed the back of Hua Xiao's hand as he took the microphone. Professional smiles so sweet they use honey. I just heard Brother Ryu open his voice backstage and it scared me so much that I had to touch up my makeup 3 times. Lu Yutang's fingers clenching the water sleeve tightened abruptly. The gold thread embroidery hurt my palm. That's what reminds me of the pre-game rehearsal canvassing session. But the words of thanks that I had prepared in advance had long since been forgotten due to my nervousness. On the contrary, Lin Xingya carried a sense of calm confidence between her hands and feet. He spoke eloquently in front of the entire audience, with a clear and infectious voice. I'm grateful to the program for building artistic bridges and to Mr. Mubai for helping me break out of my comfort zone. Thanks even more for enjoying The Golden Witch. This song incorporates a lot of heart and soul from our team. I also hope to be able to use this song to let everyone feel the profoundness of our Chinese culture. The speeches were dripping with flavor, showing the meaning of the songs while subtly drawing the audience closer. It was generous and showed off the singer's demeanor. Sister kills me. I've learned enough manners for 20 years. The national team is the national team. Walking with BGM. What the is elegance? It never goes out of style. Help, Mr. Lin seems to be giving me a staff meeting. This speech was written for you by the Central Bank's news department, right? As the microphone was passed to Ryu Yutang, the sound of the teenager's throat rolling was mic'd up. I'm actually a little nervous and forgot what I was going to say. The scene erupted into good-natured laughter. A male audience member yelled, "Don't be afraid, brother, mommy loves you." The lead camera cuts to the backstage lounge. Jiang Li was coughing with his tiger's mouth against his lips. The pale knuckles contrasted sharply with the black mask. Mr. Gang's coughing makes my heart flutter. Sick and weak beauty attack X national style beautiful young man subject. I'll knock the CP out. Put a pair of pants on in front. Civil Affairs Bureau warning. On stage, the teenager took a deep breath. A clear voice with sincerity and coyness, slowly flowing in the stadium. To be honest, this is the first time I've been on such a big stage and my legs are still shaking slightly to this day. I'm really thankful that Mr. Zhang Li was able to give me this opportunity. Let me stand here and sing to you. In fact, my performance may not be considered perfect and leaves a lot to be desired. This song was after Mr. Zhang Li learned of my experience. customized for me overnight. If it wasn't for him, I probably would have played worse tonight. After saying that, Lu Yutang bowed deeply to the audience. Once again, the scene erupted into applause. Wahu took the microphone and announced with a big smile on his face. Exciting times are here, ladies and gentlemen. The voting channel for the first round of competition is officially open. The words just fell on the big screen behind the two men. Below Lu Yutang and Lin Qingya's names, the number of votes began to jump rapidly. Punching duck. Sisters, for the sake of your little brother's magnificent face, vote up. I'm betting 50 cents that Mr. Lu will win for sure. I have to vote for him just because of his voice. Upstairs, the pattern is small. Mr. Lu relies on strength. Strength? MS. Lin Qingya also sings very well. Ah, flowery soprano absolute. But, sorry, I love more little brother. There's no way around it. Who made this a world of faces? Face value is justice. The big screen numbers are like a runaway horse. Lu Yutang's votes are soaring by 5 digits per second. Lin Qingya's rise, however, was like a pause button had been pressed. The girl in the JK uniform suddenly jumped up and screamed. Broke a million. Witness history. The fastest million votes in draft history. Sister Lin's expression management is going to collapse. The cameraman adds a chicken leg. I want to see your sister's reaction. When the final score was set at 327,000,000 to 890,000. Lin Qingya paused for half a second as she raised her hand to straighten her earrings. In the end, there was no suspense. Lu Yutang won the first round by a landslide. Looking at the final number of votes on the screen, the smile on Lin Qingya's face stiffened a little. She thought to herself that tonight's play of The Golden Witch was perfect. Both the vocals and stage presence were impeccable. But I didn't expect to lose to an unknown newcomer. And, to lose so completely. A wave of defiance crept through his mind. But in front of the entire internet audience, one has to maintain a graceful posture. Lips brushed the teen's ear as he turned to embrace Ryu Yutang. Congratulations, Mr. Zheng really picked up a treasure. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Qingya turned toward the side of the stage. Around the corner of the hallway, the sound of high heels suddenly stopped. Jiang Li leaned against the wall when he just brushed past. The sickly teenager didn't even notice her. Could have written the drunkenness of the new noble princess and predicted her kills at every turn of phrase. Sister Lin steps off the stage as if she's my BFF who failed the exam. About the national team being countered by the folklorist. Who said anything about eating a keyboard? I've got some dried mama here. Seeing Lin Qingya walk off the stage slightly stiffly, the host Hua Xiao's guide voice sounded in his earphone. The corners of his mouth lifted into his trademark smile once again. Clearing his throat, he brought the audience's attention back to center stage. Everyone, the two singers, Lu Yutang and Lin Qingya, just gave a wonderful rendition. It's so evocative. But, the excitement continues, deliberately selling out and stretching his voice. This next singer, that's awesome. He's bringing this song that's going to take you all on a trip to a midnight show on Broadway. The audience's curiosity was ignited and they were talking to each other. Speculation on who the great singer is that Wahlberg is talking about. Please welcome Berklee College of Music full scholarship winner and Dolphin Tone Queen Zhang Ying's royal producer, Shen Xinghe. With floating walls, the chasing lights abruptly went out. The sound of the elevator gears clacking together was extraordinarily clear in the darkness. In the backstage lounge, Zhou Mubai tugged his tie loose and reclined on the sofa. The monitor's blue light reflected the jawline cold and hard as a knife. Gu Mingqing's hand that was handing over the bubbly water hung in midair and was stopped by him with a look. Ever heard of Faded? Gu Mingqing froze for 2 seconds. The Alan Walker song? The producer of last year's Billboard #1 single was Leon Blass. Zhou Mubai flexed his fingers and tapped the coffee table, shocking the gold glasses to slip off the bridge of his nose. That maniac was busy arranging Rihanna's world tour when he composed the score for Floating Walls. The air stood still for a moment. Gu Mingqing's hands shook so much that the bubbly water spilled on his suit pants. The name Leon Blass means top production level in the European and American music scene. Winner of 5 Grammy Gramophone trophies, Beyoncé's royal songwriter. Just last year Rolling Stone magazine named him the alchemist of 21st century music. He always stole first place in my major at Berkeley. Zhou Mubai snorted out a laugh and ran his thumb across the photos in his phone's album. The scene shows the blonde young man sitting on the windowsill of a piano room holding an electric guitar. The sun gilded the rebellious mohawk. This asshole listened to a demo of Floating Walls and called me over the ocean at 3 a.m. and said he wanted to shoehorn it into his new album as a hit. Zhou Mubai has full confidence in Shen Xinghe's upcoming performance of Floating Wall. The song is a product of his collaboration with Leon Blass. Speaking of this fellow student, Zhou Mubai's heart was filled with admiration and jealousy. Not only does the other person have amazing creative talent, he is also an all-round musician who sings and writes. The work is stylistically versatile, managing both pop and rock. It can also play jazz and classical. And most of all, Zhou Mubai felt fortunate. This fellow student and friend of the Wall of the Floating World spoke extremely highly of it. It was even stated that the song was fully equipped to hit the Grammys. The monitors suddenly lit up. Xinxingha's black tuxedo is adorned with crushed diamonds, flowing into a galaxy with the movement of her raised hand. The moment the prelude sounded, the hairs on the back of Gu Mingqing's neck stood up in sweat. That's not a regular instrument. Instead, subway announcements, stock market bells, and airport announcements were sampled and rearranged, mixed into an industrial rock drum beat. Leon is best at composing with urban noise. Jomubai loosened his shirt collar. Last year he recorded 72 hours of ambient sound at a London underground station. Made Urban Pulse took the best arrangement at the All England Music Awards. See the shifted speed treatment on the chorus? Jomubai's index finger traced out the pentagram in the air. Leon sampled the bells of the New York Stock Exchange and tuned them to the C major scale. This musicalization of realistic noise is known in academic circles as Glassian arranging. Lean back against the couch with your eyes closed. The applause from Berkeley's commencement day rang in my ears. He and Leon stood side by side on the podium. Offstage sat Universal Records executives who had come to poach. This time, it was his Jomubai who should win. Chapter 156, Even You Think I'm Knocking? On the other side, the stage. The chasing lights dimmed abruptly. It then relit up. 24 laser beams crisscrossed into a crown of thorns. The elevator gear sound overlaps with the subway entry sample tone. Drums wrapped around the stock exchange bells exploded. Xinxingha was dressed in a well-tailored tuxedo. Exudes a strong British aristocratic flavor between his hands and feet. The audience was briefly silent before bursting into cheers. Apparently the anticipation for Jomubai's battle team's secret weapon was equally drawn out. An intro with a classical opera vibe, pulling tens of thousands of people on the scene into the foggy streets of London in an instant. Dismantling the bricks of dusk, skeletons bloom violets. Slowly, he opened his mouth, his mellow and magnetic voice, like the sound of a low piano. It instantly grabbed everyone's ears. Etched and rusted brass door rings, obsessions rooted in the veins. The lyrics have a classical British flavor, but are skillfully integrated into Chinese music elements. The collision and mingling of Eastern and Western cultures is shown to the fullest by the Wall of the Floating World. The stage lights change accordingly, sometimes dark and deep, sometimes bright as day, showing the floating world depicted in the lyrics. The melody builds to a crescendo and the singing reaches a crescendo. The chorus blows up in the G4 range. The veins on the side of Xinxingha's neck rippled. On both sides of the stage, the hydraulics roared to life. The 6-meter-high mirrored wall shatters in sections as the scale climbs, taking apart the disguise of this floating world. Skeletons everywhere who sings, corrupting the soul desire. Obsession deep-seated nowhere to hide. The audience was completely abuzz. The song The Floating Wall, both the melody, the lyrics, and the singing are perfect, especially the ingenious mirror rhyme technique. It's even more breathtaking. The applause and cheers were deafening. The old man in the tang suit violently pulled off 3 white whiskers. He heard a variation of Plum Blossom hidden in that oboe interlude. The international students in the back row covered their mouths and choked. Scottish bagpipes added to the harmony section. It reminded her of the cinnamon cake yells that always rang out from downstairs in her apartment when she was studying abroad. The live stream is even exploding with pop-ups at a dizzying rate. I would call it the best of the day. This is what quality pop music should be like. Who says the Chinese music scene is finished? Wall of Floating World is the first to disagree. This arrangement, this intention, it's perfect. After listening to this song, it feels like all those slobbering songs I was listening to before were nothing. My ears have been cleansed. Xinxingha is awesome. Gu Mingqiang is awesome. The Academy faction is really zooming in this time. The lyrics are so well written, aren't they? Every word is heartfelt and hits the soul. I feel like I've been stripped naked and thrown into the sun. I'm already up on a single loop. This song is definitely going to be a hit. It's going to be the song of the year. The major music platforms and media outlets have also moved on. The music critics spilled thousands of words. A comprehensive interpretation of the floating wall from multiple dimensions such as intention, arrangement, and singing technique. Trend Music Vane directly hailed the song as a landmark work in the Chinese pop music industry. It is considered to have marked the beginning of Chinese pop's maturity and sophistication. The Sheepskin Daily News, on the other hand, cuts through the cultural angle. Praise for the deep social insight embedded in the lyrics of The Floating Wall and the precision with which it captures the mood of the times. The internet is even more favorable. Self-media verses are scrambling for retweets, and all sorts of second creation content is coming out of the woodwork. Topics such as hashtag floating wall YYDS hashtag and hashtag best golden song of the year floating wall hashtag rocketed to the top of the hot search list. The collegiate camp was so demoralized that it seemed as if it had locked up the victory ahead of time. But surprisingly, in the face of such pomp and circumstance, the Academy bigwigs, who had previously spoken out in high profile, chose to remain silent en masse this time. Like the calm before the storm, the atmosphere seemed a bit eerie. Instead, It's the younger generation of musicians in the academy who can't hold back their excitement, have jumped on the bandwagon, wanting to capitalize on this win to add another fire to the floating wall. In the live broadcast room, a certified Central Sound Composition Department lecturer ID, begin professional deconstruction of the floating wall. Ladies and gentlemen of the water, let me give you an in-depth analysis of the subtleties of the song The Floating Wall. The main part of the song features a very advanced two-voice overlapping narrative, a voice melody line and a 5-degree cyclic modal progression, a cleverly constructed picture of urban imagery. The B section utilizes differential intervals, which meticulously depicts the soundscape of city life. The two intertwine to complement each other. Together, they create a unique atmosphere that is both bustling and noisy, yet full of detachment. What's more, the chorus of Floating Walls is an original use of the mirror rhyme technique. Listen carefully to the chorus spin. The upward melodic part is paired with open accents like demolish and wreck. It's very impactful to listen to. The downward melodic part, on the other hand, corresponds to the dentals such as eclipses and deacons, slightly obscure. The two create a sonic hedge between them. It's a masterpiece of craftsmanship and subtlety. The netizens of the live stream were listening to the clouds and were confused. Where's the class rep? Save the children. Unknown. I feel so powerful. Translation. This song is awesome. Although I don't understand it, it feels instantly advanced. The central tone lecturer speaks differently. Every word is recognized and connected like a heavenly book. This one is called Professional Academy YYDS. After listening to the teacher's analysis, I feel like I'd become a music connoisseur too. Cross my arms. JPG, this 985 waste is like going back to high math class. Netizens have said that they don't quite understand the jargon, though, but after the lecturer interpreted it that way, it instantly feels like the song Floating Walls has been elevated several levels above the rest. The premium feel pulls right through. The wave of cheers almost toppled the roof of the industrial stadium on the occasion. The Fragrant Hill Sanatorium, however, was quiet and peaceful. Elderchin put down the last page of the document in his hand, his knuckled hand gently kneading his brow. Slightly tired after a long day at work, take off your old glasses and rest them on the corner of your desk. Get up and walk to the window. A view of Fragrant Hill in the distance, shrouded by night. I was going to go for a walk in the yard to soothe my muscles. Just walked out of the den. The secretary was then seen clutching her tablet and watching with great interest. Hearing the commotion, Xiaoli hurriedly raised his head and saw that it was Chen Lao. Hurriedly got up. New Noble Princess Drunk has more than twice the online support than Zhou Mubai's team. I always feel that Zhangli didn't realize your intention of knocking him down last time. Young people are still somewhat. Give me the tablet. Elderchin stopped and tilted his head, cutting off the secretary's words. Half a waning moon hung from the flying eaves of the sanatorium. Take the tablet. Watching Shinxinghe singing Floating Wall on the live broadcast, he suddenly snorted out a laugh. Tuning the bells of the NYSE to the C major scale is a lesson in that Leon Blast trick. The secretary's knuckles whitened as she picked up the thermos. It was clear to see the veins on the side of Chen Lao's neck, pulsing under his old skin, like the shadow of a dormant dragon hitting a thundercloud. The Chow Kid thinks he can steal the day by bringing in fellow Berkeley students to help him? If Chinese music is to rely on the arrangement techniques of the barbarians, what is the difference between inviting foreign craftsmen to repair the Forbidden City and relying on them to hold up the stage? The entire Academy faction combined is actually not as smart as that brat alone. Li froze. I thought that Chen knocking John Li was to pick up the Academy again, but now, listening to the strings, that does not seem to be the case. Was there a deeper intent that he hadn't read into? Otherwise, you wouldn't use the almost coddling term brat. The old man did not immediately answer Xiaoli's doubts, but pointed outside the courtyard. Come on, walk me outside. The night wind rolls up the pine waves. Only a few dim streetlights gave off a soft glow. Only after walking to the gazebo did Elderchin slowly open his mouth. Is it possible that even you think that I'm knocking that brat? Chapter 157, like the lyrics of the song, Never See You Again. I thought that you wanted to remind Mr. Jiang too. Li's voice trailed off. When it came down to it, it was already possible to vaguely guess something. It's just that it's never a good idea to jump out and show yourself off at a time like this. Pine needles are falling all over the chessboard. Mr. Chen picked up a black stone in his hand. Moonlight wandered over the cloud-patterned tunic, plating his withered form as a stone lion guarding the mountain gate. That brat knows I gave him two choices. If you want to go to the table to play chess, you have to show the strength to match. Otherwise, be honest and be a pawn to check and balance the academy. With his nature, he certainly wasn't willing to be just a pawn. Being able to beat Jomubai wasn't a surprise at all. Do you know why I let the Jiang family boy choose? The chess piece knocked against the alabaster board and the secretary snapped back. The tablet in his hand nearly slipped. Culture at sea is the Shangwenling of the new era. The old man tapped the chess piece on the Tianyuan square and looked in the direction of Wuxong. The corners of his mouth tugged into a razor-sharp smile. The god I'm going to make has to be a fire-hardened Longquan sword. not a diamond-encrusted ceremonial sword. If that kid can really decapitate the Zhou family kid's Western mirror, it's the Ministry of Culture's ocean-going fleet that has a flagship. Xiao Li's heart shook. Finally, I understood Chen Lao's deeper meaning. It turned out that the old man's expectations of Jiang Li were far more than just knocking and mentioning. Instead, they're going to push him to a higher position. It soon became clear how important this matter was. The competition for cultural soft power has long been a battlefield without smoke. For China to stand among the nations of the world, cultural output is vital. Chan's knockout. Or perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it hardening. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear the weight. Domestic humiliation is nothing. If this god that is created is compared to the international arena, then China will also be reduced to an international laughingstock. Sovereign? Not enough. Jiang Li wanted to become a god representing the standard of Chinese music. Just have to come up with something that shuts everyone up. I'm afraid this is the real intention of Elder Chen. The sound of pine waves engulfed the flat aftermath. Looking at the board, the secretary suddenly winced. How is this a variety showdown? It's clearly a new era of cultural fixation. Meanwhile, inside the gym, Shen Xingha had already finished singing The Floating Wall. She made a graceful curtain call and retreated backstage to the thunderous applause of the audience. The lights came back on and the host, Wahoo, walked fitfully back to the center of the stage with his trademark smile. Everyone's enthusiasm was fantastic. Did Mr. Shen Xingha's The Floating Wall rock your hearts? Deafening cheers erupted from the crowd in response to Wahoo's question. I know that everyone must still be reeling from the shock of The Floating Wall, but the excitement continues. There is a deliberate pause to whet the audience's appetite. This next song, it was inspired by one of the 9 most famous bays in the world, the Gulf of Alaska. That magical sea will have 2 very different colors on the surface of the sea due to the different density of the water. The dark blue and light blue are distinctly different from each other. It's like some of the emotions in our lives obviously care about each other, but it is like 2 parallel lines that can never intersect. It's saddening and poignant. The magnetic voice tells the meaning of the song. The audience quieted down and listened intently. And next, the teacher who is going to sing this song for us will be no stranger to you. He is the last overall winner of I Am a Singer, Zhang Yang. Let's welcome Zhang Yang with the warmest applause. As soon as the words left his mouth, the stadium instantly boiled over. Countless fluorescent sticks waved, converging into a sea of bright stars. Screams and cheers rang through the arena. The lights dimmed abruptly and the whole place was plunged into darkness. Immediately afterward, a piano intro that sounded like the tidal wave of an ocean sounded. A gentle and slightly melancholic melody. It instantly transports the audience to the serene and deep blue sea. Gulf of Alaska? Sounds like a story in the title of the song. Yeah, the intro is so good too. It feels like ocean waves. What style of song would you guys say? A love song? It's very likely. Didn't Hua Xiao just say that? Something about obviously loving each other but not being able to be together. It just sounds so sad. I have a feeling it's a love song, too, and it's definitely the catchy kind. The crowd included some viewers who were more familiar with internet gossip. Already the story behind the song is being whispered. I think I've heard the backstory of this song, and it's related to that day in Jiangshan's live broadcast room. That young lady named Lin Yutong. I heard that too, like it's a regret between her and her ex-boyfriend? Yes, that's her. I was in the live broadcast that day, listening to Miss Lin Yutong's story the entire time. When she cried so hard and completely lost control of her emotions. Didn't Jiangshan say that at the end? Guess the story of Lin Yutong and her ex-boyfriend shouldn't be over yet. Still waiting to see the sequel. Hey, let's hope it ends well. A piano intro wrapped in a salty sea breeze roamed through the audience. As the lights come on gradually, deep blue beams of light flowed slowly across the stage like frozen seawater. Zhang Yang stood in front of the standing mic with his eyes downcast, brewing his emotions. Behind them, a large LED screen changes to a wondrous view of the Gulf of Alaska where dark and light blue meet. When the last note of the prelude falls, slowly, he opened his eyes with a faint sadness in them. God, can't you see that I love her very much? How can 2 people who obviously love each other, you want to break them up? The voice was slightly raspy, but full of emotion. Each word seemed to flow from the depths of the heart with a kind of sadness that could not be broken free. It brings out the pain of having to separate when you are obviously deeply in love. As the song progressed, Zhang Yang's body leaned forward slightly. It's as if you want to pour all your emotions into it. The eyes were misty and sad. It was like looking out to the distant sea, where the love of his life was beyond his reach. Heaven forbid that you should ever secretly tell her that there is someone thinking about her on countless late nights. The chorus is steeply pitched. A number of people shed tears without realizing it. Every word of helplessness and regret in the lyrics is like a knife poking right into the most painful point of the memory. The melody doesn't have a heartbreaking sadness, but in a slightly sad voice. Each rhyme is wrapped in the impotence of a fatalistic arrangement. The crowd. There was a girl with the characteristic gentle temperament of a Jiangnan woman. curled up in her seat and crying silently, wearing a plain dress. In her arms, she clutched the white bear doll that Chen Xiaoman had given her. Lin Yutong had known it for a long time. The song Gulf of Alaska is based on her story. Will make his debut in tonight's game. So with the 20,000 red packets given by Mr. Jiang, he bought a ticket in the front row from a scalper. Instead of chasing after unseen stars, rather, it is better to understand that it is saying goodbye to the wrongly paid youthful years. The chorus falls. One last chord accent, picking through memories like a needle. Lin Yutong tried to bury her head deeper and lower. Fear still retains the loss of control and squirming in this chapter of life. Chen Xiaoman, I listened to everyone and put down the past with dignity. You are no longer unattainable, and I'm much less likely to pine for the past. Going forward, keep going back. I can definitely walk out of here. We must never see each other again. As the lyrics say, Chapter 158, Praise and Disparagement. Your ass is crooked to your grandmother's home. Straight from the booth. Netizens were initially too caught up in the enormity of the impact of the floating wall to fully come back to their senses. But when Zhang Yang's story-filled voice rang out, the pop-ups have quietly changed again. This song is so gentle, it feels like my heart is melting. Just listening to the title of the song, it feels like one of those beautiful, and a little sad, love songs. Help! I can't stand this deep male voice. My ears are getting pregnant. Zhang Yang chose the right song this time. This kind of unflinching love song is the most touching. I have to admit that the melody and lyrics of Gulf of Alaska do have the power to move the heart. Zhang Yang's play was also impeccable. The unique smoky voice brings out the kind of hopelessness and regret in the song. Soon, the first verse of the main song was finished. The comments section of the live broadcast had been flooded with all kinds of praise. Sounds good. It's really good. I feel like my ears are going to explode. The lyrics are written in such a way that they poke at your heart, right? Two people who obviously love each other. You want to break them up. Instant tears. Zhang Yang's vocals are really solid. This kind of delicate song tests a singer's ability to empathize the most, and he held it perfectly. I feel like this song is going to be a hit. The melody is so catchy. You can't forget it after hearing it once. Jiang Shun produces a fine product. Kneel down and ask for the sound source to go online. However, when the chorus section begins, when the mood of the song builds to a climax, some more rational voices are starting to surface on the pop-ups as well. The songs are good, but there's always something missing. I can't tell you. Compared to the floating wall, it still seems to fall short of being interesting. The love song track is so rolled up with so many classics that Gulf of Alaska, while good, still feels a little bit like it's falling into cliché. Maybe it's because the floating wall was so amazing that it stretched expectations too high, and Gulf of Alaska didn't blow up as much as I thought it would. It's not that it doesn't sound good, it just feels, well, middle of the road, I guess. No particular surprises. These comments, which are not a dismissal of the Gulf of Alaska, it's just a little less than amazing when you compare it to the previous work, regardless of the theatrical state of the drunkenness of the new noble lady, or the pioneering experiments of the floating wall. All are filled with a strong sense of personal style and innovation. In contrast, Gulf of Alaska serves as a standard love song. It's emotional and melodic though, but at the level of innovation and breakthrough, it is indeed a little less. Those loyal fans of the Academy, naturally, will not let go of this opportunity to nitpick. Some academics have begun to speak out on major social media platforms. Most of them adopt the strategy of raising the bar before lowering it. First, it's definitely the Gulf of Alaska. Then the conversation turns and brings out the floating wall for comparison. It creates a scene of Jiang Li being beaten from all sides. An associate professor at the Kawanan Conservatory of Music then posted a lengthy essay on Twitter. The title is called The Creative Dilemma and Breakthrough of Popular Love Songs from the Gulf of Alaska. The article begins with unstinting praise for the Gulf of Alaska. Jiang Li's song Gulf of Alaska is undoubtedly one of the best in the recent Chinese pop scene. The intro of the song features a wave sample with delayed electric guitar. It subtly creates a sense of empty and deep space. In the chorus, the tidal surge imagery is simulated through the constant rising of key. The emotions cascade until they explode and are infectious. The interlude is punctuated by the insertion of seagull calls and whale song frequencies. Not only does it enrich the oral layers of the song, more metaphorical dual imagery of loneliness and watchfulness, deepening the song's theme, spilling hundreds of words, complementing Gulf of Alaska from arrangement to singing, from intention to technique. It's as if the song has reached the height of the peak of Chinese love songs. However, in the second half of the article, the writing takes a sudden turn. Admittedly, Gulf of Alaska has reached a fairly high level of excellence on a production level. However, it is not difficult to compare it with Joe Mubai Warrior's Floating Wall. There is still a significant gap between the two in terms of musical ideas and creative awareness. Walls of the Floating World boldly employs urban noise samples and skillfully blends industrial rock with elements of classical opera. A musical world of postmodern deconstructionism is constructed. It's edgy and experimental in a way that traditional pop love songs like Gulf of Alaska can't match. The emergence of the floating wall is suspected to have pointed a new direction for the Chinese pop music scene. That is, to break out of the established framework and to explore and innovate. In order to truly create excellent works of the times, read through the whole thing. It's ostensibly a compliment to the Gulf of Alaska, but in reality it's a cudgel. First, it's extremely flattering, holding the Gulf of Alaska up on a high pedestal, then drop it hard with a butt. It also took the opportunity to tout the superiority and innovation of the floating wall, implying that Gulf of Alaska is mediocre and backwards. This kind of praise and blame routine, quickly recognized by the netizens. Laughing, the academics are back to their cynical ways. After all the compliments, the last sentence, sincerely, is the main point, right? This professor is too hypocritical, isn't he? On the surface, he boasts that Gulf of Alaska is good, but in reality, he's still stepping on one and kneeling on wall of the floating world. Breaking out of the established framework, the courage to explore and innovate. Translation: love songs are cheesy. Experimental music is advanced. The academics are disgusting. Floating walls is advanced. So advanced that I can't understand it. I don't understand it. It's better to listen to grounded love songs like Gulf of Alaska. At least I can understand what's being sung. Can the academics stop pretending? All they know is how to make some kind of masculine music and detach themselves from the masses. Good music should be able to move the heart, not by piling up jargons. Some academics have forgotten what they do for a living, haven't they? Without an audience, who are you going to listen to your high-class music for? For your own amusement? Netizens were in mockery mode. Breaking out of the established framework, the courage to explore and innovate. To put it nicely, does it not mean that you can't make up a good melody and can only make up some fancy stuff? The Academy's innovation is to complicate simple things and make good songs difficult to listen to. End of story. The professor's got his ass handed to him, doesn't he? When the floating wall is direction and the Gulf of Alaska is creative dilemma? Despite the attempts of the academics at professional interpretation and comparative analysis, to disparage the Gulf of Alaska and elevate the floating wall. But in the minds of the vast majority of internet users, the Gulf of Alaska remains their favorite. Chapter 159, Shin Shaman. You must learn to look ahead. At this point, inside the backstage lounge, Chen Ruwashi quickly swiped the screen, her eyebrows furrowed. The delicate makeup can't cover the worry on her brow. Shui Jilu looked at the music reviews that were all over the place, and his face was equally not very good. What's this? What's this all about? Couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. What's the point of saying Gulf of Alaska in a roundabout way that it doesn't work? On the screen, the titles of various music review articles stood out. The creative dilemma and breakthrough of pop love songs from the Gulf of Alaska. Golden Song of the Year? An in-depth comparison of Gulf of Alaska and Floating Wall. The end of love songs is tacky? A creative exploration of Gulf of Alaska. Between the lines, it looks like an affirmation of the Gulf of Alaska. In reality, they're all comparing it to the floating wall, alluding to the fact that Gulf of Alaska fell short. Chen Ruwashi sighed and put down her cell phone, looking towards the sofa. Zhongli, who looked calm. Mr. Jiang, don't take it personally. These music critics love to get all bent out of shape. They are. I'm just jealous of how good our songs are. Shui Jilan also hurriedly agreed. Yes, old Jiang, this is the best little brother Yang can do. Who would have thought that Zhou Mubai's song Floating Wall was so evil? That arrangement? I've never even heard of it. It's really impressive. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement. Zhang Yang has played at the highest level. Nah, the Floating Wall is truly amazing. If we had put Drunken New Concubine behind in the first round against that song Floating Wall, we definitely wouldn't be in this situation now. Chief of Staff, Ming Zhou, couldn't help but make the assumption. With a tone of regret, Jiang Li shook her head and didn't say anything. Mr. Jiang, what are you laughing at? Chen Ruwashi was a bit puzzled. How can he still laugh in this situation? Jiang Li flexed his fingers and knocked on the coffee table. The corners of his lips curved in a slight arc. Walls of the floating world style, practically copied from a Glacian arrangement. Bullying the country cannot go directly to the extranet to check the information? He could tell there was something wrong with the arrangement. Those in the circle who really know what they're doing can certainly see it. It's not necessary to do this kind of thing in person. I have my own great scholar to argue my case. Thinking of this, he twisted his head to look at Zhou Ming on the side. Director Zhou, help by some hot searches and push the song Floating Wall to the TikTok Hot 100. Ha? Zhou Ming wondered if he had heard wrong. Mr. Jiang, what did you say? Buying a hit? For the Floating Wall? Not only Zhou Ming, but everyone else in the lounge also looked puzzled and stared at each other. Totally don't understand what operation this is. The internet is now bragging about the Floating Wall stomping on the Gulf of Alaska. Why are you spending money to build up your opponent's momentum? Lao Jiang, are you mistaken? Shui Jilu asked cautiously. We should be trying to suppress the popularity of the floating wall right now. Why are we helping them publicize it? Look at the puzzled expressions of the crowd. Jian Li's words contained a smile. Wait till you see the show. The excitement is yet to come. Follow Jian Li's instructions. The staff is preparing to buy the hit to push the floating wall to overseas platforms. On the other side, as Zhang Yang's last note fell, the stage lights also dimmed. The audience was still immersed in the melody of Gulf of Alaska. A small commotion suddenly came from the stage near the front row of the stage. At first, it didn't attract much attention, but soon, the guide seemed to catch something and quickly cut the close-up to the big screen. The original noisy scene instantly quieted down. Just see the screen. A girl curled up like a wounded cat, crouching alone on the seat. His head was buried deep between his knees, his shoulders shaking slightly. Suppressed sobs spilled intermittently through his fingers. The camera cuts to the young lady, crying so hard. Was it moved to tears by Gulf of Alaska? It's really a great song to cry to. Jiangmen Master has deep inner strength. A love song that directly makes people cry. Zhou Gongzi, I thought pulling out an AK-47 would be fierce enough, but I didn't expect Jiangmen's master to go straight to tear gas. Missy, don't cry. Hug. The song is fake, but the sadness is real. This is good music. It sings to the heart. Netizens have speculated that the girl was so deeply touched by the song that she lost her voice. The song, after all, is inherently full of regret and hopelessness. It easily resonates with the emotions of the listener. At that moment, a slightly rushed figure suddenly appeared in the picture. It was a tall, thin boy, wearing a clean white t-shirt and a pair of jeans washed out, carrying a black duffel bag. There was also a slightly bulky suitcase dragging in his hand. The boys are white and have good features. Looks like a college student who hasn't been out of school long. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, and his breathing was a little short, like it was in a hurry. Somewhat nervously, he looked around, as if searching for something. There was a noticeable pause in his footsteps as his eyes touched the girl huddled in her seat, carefully moving towards the girl. The closer he got, the more tense his expression became. The originally fair face was even more reddened at this moment. Stopping behind the girl for a moment of hesitation, finally mustering the courage to, gently, call out a name. Yutong. The voice was not loud, even a little hoarse, but in the silence of the gym, it was crystal clear. The body of the girl, who had been crying inconsolably, froze violently. The sobbing stopped abruptly. Slowly, she looked up, her tearful eyes blurred in the direction the voice came from. Upon seeing the familiar yet unfamiliar figure in front of him, the whole person froze. All expression was frozen on his face, leaving only his eyes filled with tears. It shimmered with crystalline light as it was reflected in the light. Yutong, I'm back. The boy spoke again. 6 simple words, but instantly hit the girl's heart. Lin Yutong's tears could no longer be held back and came out of her eyes. Opened his mouth to say something, only to find that his throat felt like it was clogged with something. Choking back a sob, he was half speechless. Looking at the girl in front of him, Chen Xiaoman had mixed feelings in his heart. Yutong, I'm also a fan of Mr. Jiang. That day in the live broadcast, I see the stories you tell and hear the words you say. I realize that you've been waiting for me all these years. I'm sorry, Yutong, for making you suffer so much. This time, I want to be selfish and not listen to my family anymore. Can you get me back to you? Lin Yutong could no longer control her emotions. The grievances, thoughts, and expectations accumulated in the bottom of the heart completely exploded at this moment. No longer could they care about the stares of those around them. What with their reserve and decency? Crying up and down, Chen Xiaoman panicked, put down the suitcase, tightly embraced the girl who lost her voice and cried, "What's the situation? What is this divine unfolding? Am I reading this right? That boy is the ex-boyfriend of Miss Lin Yutong? Oh, my God, is this the real-life version of a broken mirror? It's so touching." So, this is a sequel to Gulf of Alaska? The river god is true to his word. I give full marks for this reversal. Even the best idol drama of the year wouldn't dare to shoot like this. The audience even cheered and shouted spontaneously, "Blessings to the lost and found couple." The applause was so long-lasting that it looked like it was going to topple the entire stadium. That's when the girl finally stopped sobbing. Struggling to push the boys away, he said calmly, "Chen Xiaoman, you have to learn to look ahead. Probability is that we won't be able to go back." Chapter 160, This Wave of Face Opening. Lin Yutong's words had not yet fallen. The sound of a soda can rolling down suddenly came from the front row of the audience. Carbonated drinks gurgled down the steps, fine bubbles in the spotlight, like the milk tea that Chen Xiaoman spilled by mistake on Christmas Eve that year. The boy froze in place, the joy of reunion still on his face. The light under his eyes didn't have time to fully blossom either. It just froze instantly with those words. It's not just him. The entire stadium, and even the tens of millions of viewers in the live stream, both were dumbfounded by the unexpected answer. Chased him to the concert and confessed his love in front of so many people. It's all about getting back together any way you look at it. Who would have thought that the plot would do a 180-degree split? The live broadcast pop-ups even instantly exploded into fireworks. What? What's going on? Am I stuck? Missy, is this a rejection? Did I hear you right? No, 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 no. The plot is reversing too fast. My brain can't keep up. Wait, let me run through this. So this is refusal to get back together? Sister's back looks like the boy god who sent me a nice card. Civil affairs moved in. Where's the head pressing squad? This mother fetus solo suddenly penetrated the true meaning of love. The ex is like an expired hot pot. Smells good but will be scuttled. Netizens quickly split into two factions. Part of the group felt that Lin Yutong had done the right thing. Why do you break up when you say break up and get back together when you say get back together? It was you who disappeared in the first place, and now you want to start over with back? Another part of the internet feels. Chen Xiaoman was able to give up everything abroad and rushed back overnight. This sentiment is hard enough, and looking at him, it doesn't look like he's faking. Maybe there's some kind of unavoidable pain in the ass. However, amidst all the controversy, an unexpected point of view began to gradually take over. The song, Gulf of Alaska, was originally poorly felt, but now, this real-life drama between Lin Yutong and Chen Xiaoman, however, has just the right amount of that feeling to fill in the blanks. Suddenly, the song Gulf of Alaska is so flavorful. I'm sorry, but I don't know what to say. I only thought it sounded good before, but now I feel sour in my heart. The kind of regret and hopelessness in the lyrics feels so real. It was just an ordinary love song, but now it has a soul. Who says love songs must be bad? As long as there's a story, it's not a song. It's a work of art with warmth and soul. At this point, the guide camera ghosted over the two men's faces and cut 3 close-ups. Lin Yutong clutched a tissue and turned to leave. Chen Xiaoman yanked over the shoulder bag and poured out the craft paper bag, and yellowed movie ticket stubs snowballed. I miss not talking about anything. Mr. Guide, don't cut it. The kid's gonna eat dog food. Now the pressure is on the do not disturb crew. Laughing. The sound synthesis turns into an emotional column in a second. This wave of Jiangmen Main in the atmosphere. Archaeologists applied a fight in the 2018 Avengers 3 ticket stub. Is this the real-life version of Love at the Break of Dawn? This is ING called Pure Love Warlord. My ex-boyfriend can't even remember what he ate last Wednesday. Okay, folks. Host Wavu's voice rang out at the right time, bringing the slightly out-of-control atmosphere back to the main stage line. Is not the sudden dog food? Choked a little confused? It's okay. Our best buddies are always so full of surprises. It will never bore you. The comment carried just the right amount of flirtation. Both skillfully respond to unexpected situations. In turn, the audience's attention was redirected back to the next part of the competition. Have to admit it. Hua Xiao's control of the rhythm of the stage, as well as the mobilization of the atmosphere on the scene, are all first class. After some gags, the attention of the audience, too, was drawn away from the little episode just now. Refocus on the stage. Well, jokes aside, the game goes on. Next we have 2 teachers, each giving their post-game testimonials. First of all, please welcome Mr. Shen Xinghe Shun. Applause. Shen Xinghe took an elegant step and returned to the center of the stage once again. Still the same sassy British do-gooder. When you lift your hands and feet, you exude a natural self-confidence and calmness. Take the mic. First, he nodded slightly and greeted the entire audience. I'm honored that the floating wall has been recognized. This song incorporates a lot of my personal interpretation of music. More importantly, of course, it could not have been done without the full support of Mr. Zhou Mubai. He has worked tirelessly for this competition. It took countless days and nights to create. It can be said that this song unites a great deal of effort and energy from Mr. Zhou. I'd like to take this opportunity here. To Mr. Mubai, I express my sincerest gratitude. If people like the song and agree with our musical philosophy, please cast your valuable vote for Shen Xinghe for the floating wall. And even more so, vote for the hero behind the scenes, our Mr. Zhou Mubai. When he finished, he once again bowed to the audience and thanked them, passing the microphone to Zhang Yang beside him. Compared to the slight nervousness of his first appearance on stage, Zhang Yang was obviously much more relaxed at this moment. There was even a smile on his face when he took the microphone. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Yang, a singer who jumps up and down in the melon fields. This comment caused a lot of laughter and the atmosphere became noticeably more lively. After the joke, the tone was slightly more serious. Just now, Mr. Xinghe said that the wall of the floating world condensed Zhou Mubai's heart and soul, and I have no doubt about that. To be honest, Mr. Zhang didn't put much thought into the song Gulf of Alaska. If memory serves, it seems to have taken less than 20 minutes. Of course, I'd like to say that, vomiting is certainly honorable. But how good a song is doesn't depend entirely on how long it takes to create it. The most important thing is whether the song itself can move the heart and resonate with the listener. And the song was inspired, as you can see. It's the story of Miss Lin Yutong and her ex-boyfriend. There's really not much to say. Mr. Zhongli is awesome, and that's the end of it. After saying that, Zhang Yang also bowed to the audience. Hand the microphone back to Wahoo. These words can be described as firing on all cylinders. Each word is like a cannonball, landing precisely on the academy position. What do you mean? Didn't put too much thought into it? It's not obvious. Are those fancy innovations that some people are making just to fool the ghosts? What's even better is that Zhang Yang also emphasized that it's not the length of time that makes a song good or bad. The subtext is saying, be accountable to your audience. Not just talk about showmanship and innovation. This is like pointing the finger at the other side and calling them putting the cart before the horse. As soon as the words left his mouth, the audience exploded. The girl in the hanbok pinches a glow stick and turns her head to bite her ear at her best friend. This wave of sticking face open. I'm afraid Mr. Joe's face is going to turn green. The boy in the back row with the fisherman's hat slapped his thigh. Mad. It's ing wild. But I love it. The live broadcast pop-ups instantly split into two camps. The speed at which the supporters swiped the screen was comparable to the red envelope rain on New Year's Eve. 20 minutes to write a song to hang the Academy's heavenly pride. Is Master Zhang cultivating immortality or getting high on drugs? Suggest checking if Zhongshen is an alien. Earthlings should write songs with a basic law in mind. Zhou Gongzi bursts his liver all night long. It's better than a flash of light when Zhongshen is squatting in the pit. There's even speculation that the song New Drunken Princess, which started the theater's national style genre, is the one that started it all. It is also a product of inspiration. River God writes a song that explodes because he treats his listeners like human beings. The opposition has taken a different approach to yin and yang. Certain people don't even pretend anymore because God rewards them with food. I suggest that Zhang Yang be the spokesperson for the rabies vaccine advertisement. He's got the strength to bite anyone he sees, exerting too much sense geo. It's easy to invite blackness to Zhongshen. These opposing statements, very tacitly, did not cue Zhongli, because it's common knowledge that he's talented. Opening your eyes is purely looking for abuse. Chapter 161, Dimensionally Downgraded Strike. You know? Seeing that the flavor of gunpowder was getting stronger, Hua Xiao hurriedly took the microphone with a smile. The phrase "thank you for your wonderful speeches" skillfully brought the topic back on track. Next, it's time for the exciting second round of voting. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, every vote you hold in your hands is crucial. This will determine the final outcome of this competition on Best Shot. The big screen lights up for a moment. Walls of the floating world and Gulf of Alaska votes like two soaring curves. It started beating like crazy. Initially, the floating wall led the vote by virtue of its head start. Straight from the booth, Academy fans are swiping like they're on a wild goose chase. The floating wall duck punch. The Academy will never be a slave. This is what high-class music should be like. All those songs are a waste of time. Shin Xinghe will win. Mr. Jomu by YYDS. However, Gulf of Alaska has a strong aftertaste, especially just now that sudden idol drama bridge, but also let countless netizens called head. Melon lovers were ignited with enthusiasm and joined the voting army. Vote for love. Kiri and Manami must be happy. Medium is love. Zhangman Master YYDS. The votes are catching up. Let's work harder to send Zhongshen to the C-suite. The Gulf of Alaska votes are surging at a meaty pace. Walls of the floating world's lead is being eroded a little bit. The two curves dogfight and chase each other. It was a thrilling sight to see, and I couldn't breathe a word. The votes are biting off more than they can chew. It's like a godly fight. Wahoo mobilized the scene. Gentlemen, the critical moment to decide the winner has arrived. For those who are still on the fence, please hurry up and cast your precious votes in your hands. The live streaming pop-ups were rolling even more frantically. It's so exciting. I'm going to have a heart attack just watching the votes. I can't. I have to go buy quick-acting heart pills. This is even more stressful than checking scores on the college entrance exams. Last second rally. Punch the duck. Duck rush. Just as everyone was holding their breath and getting so nervous that their palms were sweating, the voting lanes finally closed. The numbers on the big screen stopped jumping. Gulf of Alaska, 587-6321 votes. The floating wall, 587-5999 votes. Gulf of Alaska narrowly edged out the floating wall. Wow! Washo let out an exaggerated gasp of surprise. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. At the last minute, the Gulf of Alaska pulled off a stunning comeback. Congratulations to Zhang Yang. Congratulations to Zhongli Battle Team. The scene instantly erupted into deafening cheers. Countless glow sticks waved frantically, capping off a thrilling battle for votes. Stage side, Shin Xinghe looked at the results on the big screen and his face became a bit ugly. Silently, he turned and walked off the stage without a word. The back was slightly forlorn. On the other hand, Zhang Yang grinned his trademark silly smile. Right after Shin Xinghe, he walked off the stage. Hua Xiao withdrew his eyes and the smile returned to his face once again. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy 2 songs in a row with very different styles. Isn't everyone getting a little tired of the aesthetic? It's okay. This next song, I guarantee, will definitely turn everyone's heads, even ears. Next, let's give our warmest applause to a heavyweight guest. She is the Hmong song non-geneticist, the highest voted demon kicker in the Voice of China history. CCTV National Treasure Resident Music Advisor MS. Wu Na. She'll be giving us a very unique piece of dark folk music in a very unique style, Eclipse. The moment the dust from the polls settled, the media squatting in the broadcast room stirred. Major news sites, app clients, entertainment section headlines, occupied by a breaking news story. The Academy faction loses again. Zhou Mubai defeats Jiang Li. The myth is shattered. The music scene is changing? Grassroots musician Jiang Li double kills the Academy in 2 rounds of competition. In-depth analysis, behind the phenomenon of Jiang Li. Is it a change in the era of popular music? Losing Zhou Mubai, a representative of the Academy, meets his Waterloo. The fall of the top stream. The Academy Twilight of the Gods descends. One headline is more eye-catching than the other, and the wording is more exaggerated than the other. Social media platforms are even blowing up outright. Hashtag Jiang Li wins again over Academy. Hashtag Zhou Mubai loses again. Hashtag Academy can't do it anymore. And other topics. It quickly shot to the top of the hot search list and the heat continues to soar. Marketing numbers are like cats that smell fishy. All sorts of sensationalist articles at your fingertips. Shocker. The Academy myth is shattered because of this man. Powerful explosion. The mysterious power behind Jiang Li is so terrifying. Good in-depth essays. The decline of the Academy. An inevitable choice of history? The title is outrageous and the content is even more true. Yet, they are partial to catching the public's eye and harvesting wave after wave of traffic. Even people who don't usually care much about the entertainment industry. It's also been forced to be copied by this overwhelming news. Collegiate, Zhou Mubai, Jiang Li, these keywords, like a virus, it spread across the internet. Netizens are even more New Year's Eve-like, jumping up and down on major platforms to eat melon. All kinds of comments pop-ups flying all over the place. Lively as a food market. Ha 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 ha, I can't live to laugh. Sit and wait for Lord Jiangmen to capture Mengwu 7 times. Who is Jiang Li? So fierce? Even the Academy has been knocked over by him? Sit back and wait for the Academy faction to fight back. I don't believe they can keep losing. Counterattack? Counterattack with your head? Jiang Shen's wave is a face opening, and the Academy is straight up seconded. Heartbroken for Mr. Zhou. I guess his mind is broken now, isn't it? The mind is broken +1. Being hung by the same person twice in a row. No one can stand it. What really set off a national frenzy was the Jihu Hot Post. How do you evaluate Jiang Li's use of love songs to topple the Academy's orthodoxy? The most liked response came from a 985 voice graduate student, and it started off with a bang. Thanks for the invite. People are in the piano room. Just smashed Steinway. Let's put it this way. Zhou Mubai is like a Jedi with a laser sword. As a result, Lord Jiangmen backhandedly pulled out a two-way foil, a descending blow. Get it? The comment section is full of playful messages, suggesting that Mr. Zhou switched to selling quick-acting heart-saving pills. This wave of inventory will surely be cleared quickly. The academics embroidered white flags all night long, with threads in the shape of pentagrams. Jiang sect master kills crazy. Can you change the sect grips next time? Just when the whole network is playing with the terrier, an entertainment number with millions of followers suddenly releases an in-depth long article. Huashan sword fight or power play? The secret war of capital behind Jiang Li and the Academy. The article hints at this with the use of spring and fall writing. This music showdown is actually a microphone-grabbing campaign launched by an internet nouveau riche to traditional entertainment. Good man. Is this melon ripe? The capital war is like Luang Pao. Class rep highlights, Jiang Li equals Mei Changsu. Academy school equals Prince Yu. Music ring equals hunting palace sacrifice? Laughing doesn't live. Suggest the author to directly write about the fact that I ate a melon and suddenly traveled to a power game next time. Soon after, another $1 million marketing number dumped an article. It opens with the sensational title, Bottom of the Sound Variety Dark War, from Jiang Li's reversal to the change of power in the entertainment circle. The main text is written in a spy movie tone. Sources familiar with the matter reveal that the showdown is really the ultimate game for the old and new forces. Per capita with a profit? The contents of the opening map are all made up. Suggest checking if the editor's ancestors were Nostradamus. Got it. Jiang Li is holding Zhu Yuanzhang's script. Zhou Mubai is Chen Yulian Plus. Chapter 162, Playing Deaf and Dumb is a wind vane in itself. The best is the long 9-panel picture posted by a music vlogger. The first 8 are of past Golden Globe winners, pictured with the Academy patriarchs. The last photo is Jiang Li's ID photo with the caption "The new king is in power." There's a god comment hidden in this tweet retweet. Jungmin main ID photo than others like fine-tuning. This wave is the value and talent of the double blitz. Suggest the academy set up an anti-Lee alliance. And send a lightning rod to prevent Jiangshan's apocalypse for joining the club. Is there anyone in charge? Writing so many golden songs in less than a year. The production team's donkey wouldn't dare to be so diligent. At first, netizens thought these self-publishers were up to no good. For the sake of eyeballs, they dare to say anything to the public. So I guess they will soon be interviewed by the officials. Even the rose gold bracelet set. After all, this kind of topic rises to the level of discourse and ideology. It's always been taboo to touch it in this country. But bizarrely, the ever-sniffy Netflix office is playing blind en masse this time. A well-known barbarian spewed another rumor under the article. The editor actually returned in seconds kisses. We are just nature's movers it. It also comes with a panda head tucked in hand emoji. This made many netizens start to mutter. No way, is it really that much? It's just a music competition. What's with the right to speak? Hiss. So exciting? I love it. It always feels like there's some kind of ulterior motive behind this. Secrets +1. Academy's loss this time is a bit fishy. It doesn't feel like a matter of mere strength. Academy, I can still salvage it. Resuscitation? I'm afraid it's too late. Jiangshan's wave is a king's bomb, and he's directly dumbfounded. This is now but anyone with a good sense of smell and some status. All savored the unusual flavor from this unusual wind of public opinion. There are some things that aren't good to poke right through in the open. Then they will use this kind of civil mouthpiece to release some signals. So far no official background accounts have come down to debunk these rampant rumors. That in itself speaks volumes. It is also because of this unspoken understanding. Those bigwigs who usually sit firmly in their seats finally can't sit still. More and more. Figures who call the shots in all walks of life. Unexpectedly, the eyes. To this originally only in the circle of the small fire of the audio variety show Best Buddy. Capital. China World Trade Center Phase 3 top floor rotating restaurant. Neon flows like the veins of the city, flickering incessantly outside the glass facade. Su Shixuan, the head of the Rongchang Group, slowly put down his cigar cutter and rubbed his fingers on his jadeite trigger. Eyes calm, he scanned the rising ratings curve for the program on the tablet. To the suited secretary behind him, he raised his hand in a gesture. Informed the Variety Investment Department that I want to see a detailed title quotation for Best Buddies tomorrow. Thousands of miles away in Hangzhou, deep in the CC wetland, a plaque hung with a water flow goblet in the tea room. The dense aroma of tea curling up. Lu Mingchang, vice chairman of the Writers Association, held up the presbyopic glasses that rested on the bridge of his nose. A thin finger flicked across the screen of his cell phone, resting on the words "dimensional strike." This old man with writings and other writings suddenly let out a meaningful light laugh at the celadon tea light in front of him. Xiao Lu. He looked up and instructed the young assistant standing by. Change the theme of this year's Literature and Arts Symposium to Circle-Breaking Communication of Traditional Culture in the Age of New Media. Shenzhen Bay 1. Penthouse duplex apartment. The floor-to-ceiling windows provide a nighttime view of the illuminated city. Snapdragon Lin, vice president of Byte Leap, yanked off his slightly constricting tie, eyes sharply fixed on the backstage of Jitterbug, the string of rapidly skyrocketing data on the topic of #academics. Picking up the iced Americano on the table, he heaved it violently onto the table. Immediately form a special project team. Within 3 hours, I want to see the traffic mapping of all of John Lee's works. This includes the overseas version of TikTok. Focus on analyzing his influence among the younger groups overseas. These bigwigs who usually have the same color as Tarzan. At the moment it's a different mindset over the same program. Top private club, Bund 18, Shanghai. Lee Mo, gold partner at Red Circle, shakes amber whiskey between his fingers. The puck hits the wall of the glass with a crisp clink. Nudging toward an investment banker beside him, he gestured for the other to look at the TV screen that was playing on mute on the wall not far away. On the screen, there was a live competition for best shot. See? Li Mu lowered his voice with a hint of playfulness. The fact that the office of the Internet Information Center is playing deaf this time is in itself the most obvious weather vane. After a pause, he added, "My old husband, who is a professor at the University of Political Science and Law, broke down and asked me for the videos of the first few episodes of the program, saying that he wanted to look into it." Hundian Film City. Inside a spacious and comfortable nanny car, a top streamer who just finished a day of filming, was putting on an eye mask and swiping my phone in boredom. When I inadvertently glanced at the hot search list, John Lee won the Academy again. Electrocuted. He bounced up from his seat. One tugged at the agent beside him, and his voice splintered in pitch. "Quick, contact the tomato station." Eyeliner fainted into a panda. "I also do not care about remedying." The tone of voice eagerly, as if afraid of missing any great opportunity. "Next time you help out with the singing session, even if it's upside down, you have to put me on it." Can't you see that even Mutai's official microblogging site is liking Jianli's superlatives? The wind has changed. It's going to change. Meanwhile, the Southeastern Conservatory of Music. The red flag sedan slowly drove away from the college gate and merged into the twilight streets of the capital. In the back row, Zhao Yanqiu flipped through the tablet in his hand, the screen reflecting his meticulous silver hair. A couple of veiled insider messages that passed quickly through his fingertips. At first, it was thought that Chen Lao knocked Jiangli. It's just the usual trade-offs used by the higher-ups, balancing collegiate and grassroots factions to maintain the delicate ecological balance of the music scene. In hindsight, he was wrong, and very wrong at that. Where is Elder Chan playing any kind of balance? It is clear that he wants to quench Jiangli into a sharp sword to split the solid artistic barriers of Europe and the United States. The thought of it was a clearing of the mind. The weight of the word culture abroad is much heavier than previously thought. This is to make the cake of the Chinese music scene bigger. Make it a super cake big enough to share with everyone. They, the old guys, could naturally follow suit and get a not-so-small share. Not to mention, being a Chinese musician, it is an honorable and unshirkable responsibility and mission to carry forward the culture of one's own country. Only, Zhao Yanqiu frowned slightly. The sword, not from the academy. Rather, it grew wildly from the grassroots, carrying with it genes that were difficult for the academy to control. So much for that. I'm afraid that the cake they, the old guys, will end up getting a much smaller share of it. The bottom line is this. The target of this sword is, of course, the art world in Europe and America, far away from the ocean. But sword energy has no eyes. It was inevitable that it would hurt the academics who were close by. Didn't realize. An audio variety show that was originally only a minor hit in the biz. In a silent manner, it has evolved into a battle to determine the ownership of the discourse power in the entertainment industry. It's done. The academy can't afford to lose. And it can't afford to lose. Eyes sank down, fingertips pausing on the tablet for a moment. Finally pressed the screen out and put away the tablet. From the inner pocket of his suit, he slowly pulled out an old black flip phone. Fingers rubbed the slightly aged body. It's like caressing an old, dusty object. This was when he was still with the Tone Association, a dedicated internal communication line personally gifted by Mr. Chun. Several highly respected old-timers can be reached directly. Hesitate for a moment. Zhao Yanqiu finally dialed that familiar number. Phone call connected. A deep and slightly raspy voice came through the receiver. Yanqiu, calling so late. What's the matter? Elder Wu. It's me, Yanqiu. Zhao Yanqiu spoke in a respectful tone and slowed down his speech. There's something I'd like to report to you. It's about that recent audio program Best Buddies. On the other end of the line, the one honored is Wu Lao. It's none other than the titanic figure of today's Chinese music scene, Wu Yaozu, a flagship figure in contemporary critical realist music. The work is profound and sharp, hitting the pain points of society. He is known as contemporary Lu Sun. His work is perhaps not as widely popular on a mass level as the slobbering love songs, but in intellectual and literary circles, it wields unrivaled influence. One could even say, to a certain extent, Wu Yaozu's comments represent the values and artistic heights of the Chinese music scene. Chapter 163, Art, Not Defined by Traffic? Zhao Yanqiu is well aware of the need to reverse the current passive situation of the academy. It was necessary to utilize Wu Yaozu's supreme position in the music industry, as well as his power of speech. On the phone, Zhao Yanqiu will be the best shot race, as well as the current intensifying public opinion trend. Originally informed Wu Yaozu, emphasis is placed on Zhou Mubai's third-round competition piece, Eclipse, not pop music for the masses. Rather, it is dark folk music of great artistic exploration. Elder Wu, this kid Mubai is very talented, and the Academy School's heritage and strength is by no means comparable to those claptrap spiels. Zhao Yanqiu's tone was pleading, but now the internet public opinion, almost one-sidedly touting that Zhangli, there is a misunderstanding of the Academy. Therefore, I would like to implore you, my dear old man, whether you can come forward to say a few words at an appropriate time to steer the direction of public opinion. Let those netizens understand that truly valuable literary work should never just cater to the public and please the market. On the other end of the phone, Wu Yaozu was silent for a moment. The powerful voice sounded again. Yanqiu, I understand what you mean. The persistence and exploration of the Academy does deserve more respect and understanding. Tell you what, I'll post the article now, with the theme of artistic value, never defined by traffic. A few of my thoughts on current pop music. Is that okay with you? Hearing Wu Yaozu's words, Zhao Yanqiu felt relieved in his heart. It's a done deal. There was Elder Wu, a great god, personally coming down to wave the flag for the Academy School. What waves can those internet rabble-rousers make? In the final voting session, Mubai will surely be able to turn the tables and seal the victory in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Zhao Yanqiu's taut expression finally stretched. Elder Wu, with your words, I am relieved. The Academy School, will never fail your expectations. On the other hand, Wu Yaozu hung up on Zhao Yanxiu. Turn on your computer and click on your browser, skillfully typing that familiar URL into the address bar. Since retiring, I rarely use the social platform anymore. The Twitter icons have all become a little strange. I didn't forget the account number, and I still remember the password. Log in successfully. The slightly lagging page was instantly flooded with countless messages. It was so colorful that it was a little hard to see his eyes. Wu Yaozu frowned and directly clicked on the publish box and started editing the tweet. Fingertips fly across the keyboard and lines of text are quickly generated. How can a work of literature and art be just for the sake of pleasing the ear? How can it be just to make the public laugh? True art enlightens the mind, leads the way and enhances style. It is never a pandering, vulgar pandering. Back then, Mr. Lu Sun abandoned medicine and turned to literature, using his pen as a knife to dissect social ills and awaken the sleeping people of China. His writings are as sharp as a dagger, as profound as a rock, with words that weep blood and sentences that comb the heart. Can it ever be to please the public and cater to the market? Categorically no. Mr. Article is the diatribe of battle, the horn of the times, the cry of the nation. Some may say that Mr. Liu Sun's writings were, at that time, also controversial and even incomprehensible to some people. True art is often solitary, ahead of its time, and needs time to be tested, but never, therefore, give up the pursuit of art and lower the requirements for the depth of thought of the work. Literary and art workers should have the courage and commitment to lead the times. Do not get lost in the flow of traffic, indulge in applause, fall into the market slavery. The masses appendage, sprawled out, hundreds of words were written, scripture is quoted throughout. It's full of collegiate flavor. Check a couple times to make sure there are no typos. The statements are also powerful enough. Only then did Wu Yaozu take off his old-fashioned glasses and rub the bridge of his somewhat sore nose. Move your finger to the mouse and click the publish button. Sent successfully. The page immediately showed the tweet that had just been posted. Wu Yaozu nodded. This article was written with a lot of heart. It is both highly theoretical and incorporates examples from Mr. Lu Sun. It can be well argued and rigorously argued. I'm sure those netizens will read it and get a general idea of what it means, even if they can't fully understand it. Actually, even if Zhao Yanxiu didn't make this call, this article was still going to be posted. Others can see how important this game is to the Academy. How could he not see that? Even he himself had realized the importance of this duel earlier than Zhao Yanxiu, otherwise it wouldn't have risked a late season. Personally ghostwriting for that kid Zhou Mubai. Write that song, Eclipse, which you consider to be the pinnacle of your work. The song, over the years, is his deep insight into social reality, a heartfelt satire and critique of some of the inherently futile and persistent problems of modern society. That Mubai kid may be young, but he does have a couple of skills when it comes to arranging music. It's amazing how many non-sequiturs can be skillfully incorporated into a song. It instantly raises the tone of the whole piece several notches. Such a vomit-inducing work. If it cannot be recognized by the public, will it not be a waste of a jewel? That's why this article was necessary to publish. Otherwise it's just by those who are ignorant. And how can one savor the profound philosophy of life contained therein? Those people, who only know how to follow lip-syncing songs and indulge in love affairs. Where is the knowledge to appreciate works of art with depth and substance? Wu Yaozu shook his head, a disdainful smile on his lips. At this moment, inside the stadium lounge, Gu Chang was staring at the screen of his cell phone. The internet has exploded with talk about the bid. All sorts of tidbits of information are flying around. The original sound variety competition has been elevated to the heights of the future direction of the music industry. The more he looked at it, the more his brow furrowed. That uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. Losing 2 rounds of bidding in a row forced him to admit it. That guy does have a couple of tricks up his sleeve and is far tougher than one would think. Writing songs is just ridiculously fast. What's even scarier is that every capital is precisely guided, straight to the heart and to the defense. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a downward spiral. It even felt that Zhongli was simply the son of destiny written in novels. Opened Goldfinger. It's unstoppable all the way. Couldn't help but twist his head to look at Zhou Mubai. Instead, he found him clutching his cell phone, with if anything a smile at the corner of his mouth. A look of cloudiness and confidence. Mubai, the internet is going crazy. Aren't you worried? Gu Chang finally couldn't hold back the curiosity in his heart and opened his mouth to ask. Zhou Mubai sniffed and lifted his eyelids to look at him, his expression still calm. Handing the cell phone to Gu Chang, his tone was light and rhetorical. What have I got to worry about? Accepting the cell phone, Gu Chang quickly skimmed the contents on the screen. Only then did he notice that it wasn't those internet comments that Zhou Mubai was reading. Instead, it was a blog post signed by Wu Yaozu. The article is sharply worded, pointing the finger at Zhang Yang's onstage comment that the good or bad of a song does not depend on the length of time it takes to create it. It was criticized for its claptrap, putting the cart before the horse, and as a desecration of the art of music, old Mr. Wu actually went down himself. Gu Chang looked up in some surprise. I asked Mr. Wu to compose this song Eclipse on my behalf, originally for the purpose of raising my strengths and avoiding my weaknesses. Zhou Mubai paused and continued. The strength of the academy is its depth. Those so-called inspirations and talents are certainly important, but it takes time and experience to really move people. Pointed to the article on the screen. Jiang Li's biggest drawback is that he's too young and might be able to write amazing pop songs, but it lacks sufficient social experience to back it up. There's simply no way to write artwork that has real depth, that is thought-provoking, that is critical of the times, that has a long aftertaste. And Eclipse is different. The song's intention, pattern, and depth are not something that young people like Jiang Li can reach. What's more, now there was old Mr. Wu himself, refuting Zhang Yang's remarks. I don't need to say more about his old man's influence, do I? Gu Chang nodded thoughtfully, vaguely understanding Zhou Mubai's intentions. This is going to be the bottom of the barrel. Directly from the theoretical heights, it dismisses Jiang Li's musical ideas. The high ground of public opinion is thoroughly occupied. Zhou Mubai seemed to be satisfied with Gu Chang's reaction, and the smile at the corner of his mouth intensified. The other works that came after Eclipse were all about this kind of subject matter with social implications. I've set the stage. Next, it's up to Jiang Li how to take it. Stand up and walk to the window. Eyes cast to the night view of the illuminated city in the distance. There was playfulness in his tone. Sometimes it's not always good to be held in high regard. After all, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Jiang Li can occasionally write a piece or two with social depth, but it's not possible to have social depth in every one of them, is it? Don't forget, he's only one person, and on our side, standing behind us, is the entire academy. Pulling opponents into areas where they excel is the winning tool. Next, let him feel it. What do you mean? Descending blow. Chapter 164. Those who planted the trees in the past will enjoy the coolness of those who come after them. On the other side, the stage. As Hua Xiao's words fell, the lights in the room were instantly engulfed in darkness, immediately followed by the creepy ringing of a bell, which abruptly echoed through the gymnasium. It's like the life-suppressing Brahms of a Western Hunan corpse chaser. The atmosphere of the scene was drawn into a treacherous and unpredictable situation. Many of the audience subconsciously held their breath, and their hearts rose to their throats. Immediately following it was an obscure incantation. It was like floating from a distant time and space, with a savage odor, with electronic synthesizers for a psychedelic soundscape. Out of nowhere, the stage turns into a distant ritual scene. The whole audience heard this style of music for the first time. I only felt chills running from the soles of my feet straight to my head, and my scalp began to tingle. Advanced. Too advanced. A spectator exclaimed in his mind. This unprecedented experience refreshes their perception of hauteur. Right in the middle of this breathtaking atmosphere, the stage lights suddenly came on. See 12 bronze Nua face hanging in midair. In the chasing light flooded with cold and ghostly light, Nua opera cadence wrapped in electronic reverb breaks through the air. Wuna stepped barefoot onto the altar-like stage, the Miao silver waist chain around her waist clashing with a regal shattering sound. The remnants of the ancient book in his hand fell into the copper basin. The tongues of fire licked the prophecy of the fluorescent confusion guarding the heart in the pushback diagram. In the rising flames, the face was reflected in light and dark, adding a bit more mysterious color. Wait for the creepy vibe of the intro to be laid out to the hilt. Werner finally picked up the microphone. The drums beat like a torrential downpour, flinging away the waist-length silver jewelry, and the raspy, smoky voice rips through the darkness. 3 night clappers knocking soul streamers. Yellow talismans can't suppress greed, anger and delusion. Clay tires plated with gold and swallowing incense, which bodhisattva fairies fools. The lyrics are obscure, yet full of biting irony. Between the lines, it's a relentless scourge of feudal superstition, as well as a deep analysis of foolish human nature. With that eerie, creepy melody, countless live spectators only felt their scalps tingle and a sense of inexplicable fear surged through their hearts. It's as if you're actually in the middle of an ancient ritual. Blood, brutality, ignorance, mystery. Various negative elements are interwoven to create a chilling atmosphere. The guide camera sweeps across the stage. The little girl in the JK uniform is moving into her boyfriend's arms. The fluorescent hairbrush reflected the tragic little face. The live broadcast pop-ups were even like snowflakes floating by. The live feed pop-up stood still for 3 seconds. DNA moved. This is ING Netherworld BGM. Shanxi Corp's catching team is looking for a background musician. 5 insurance. 1 gold. Food and accommodation. Suggests inscription. Suggested for inscription. This can protect against zombies at the midnight show. Contemporary young people's superstitions. Forwarding koi carp plus electronic wooden fish plus cyber fortune telling. I just threw out my grandmother's health food, and now I'm on my knees watching the broadcast. The lyrics are better than the anti-fraud app. We suggest the Civil Affairs Bureau to play it on a loop to prevent love brain. When Woona sings, it's better to scan the code to check for nucleic acid than for a godmother to tell the auspicious time. 12 exorcising faces suddenly reversed, revealing the bloody QR code on the back. Dry ice sprays on the side of the stage in the shape of demons and ghosts, wrapped in manhwa opera chanting, from all sides to the audience encircled. My mom asked me why I'm kneeling down and knocking on an electronic wooden fish, suggested to be included in the 9-year compulsory education, which works better than the ideology and morality class. I just burned 3 incense sticks for the god of wealth, and now I feel a vague pain in my conscience. Woona stepped manhwa opera footwork around the field 3 turns. Now silver headdress tinkling crashed the last strand of melody. When the remnants of the copper pot are rolled into an ash butterfly by the blower, the big screen lit up steeply with a blood-red warning banner. Feudal superstition is harmful to people and themselves, and changing customs is beneficial to the country and the people. Dead silence. No one dared to breathe for 10 whole seconds. The girl in the hanbok suddenly jumped up and clapped, her hair in a bun with a shaky step. Good scolding. My second uncle was cheated out of his coffin money last year by a charlatan. The yell pierced the spell. The applause converged from a few scattered points into a thunderclap that shook the ground. The number of viewers on the live broadcast surpassed 30 million. The pop-ups were so thick they could have covered Woona's figure during her curtain call. This wave is in the atmosphere. Surface netherworld song style, kernel socialist core values. Just got back from the fortune teller's booth and the guru said I had a bloodbath tonight and then got zapped by the lyrics on the air. With the end of Woona's singing on the internet, that blog post by Wu Yaozu has only begun to fester. At first, it spread only on a small scale, but after several professors, as well as big V's in the music critic community retweeted it, the momentum immediately became overwhelming. These Academy bigwigs either directly retweeted Wu Yaozu's blog post with their own professional interpretations. Old Mr. Wu's high-level, one-liner, profoundly analyzed the shortcomings of the current popular music creation. The emergence of Eclipse is undoubtedly a strong shot in the arm for the Chinese music scene, and its artistic value far exceeds what traffic can define. Either that or further elaborate on Wu Yaozu's views from his own professional perspective. For example, at the Central Conservatory of Music, Zheng Huaigu, a professor in the Department of Folk Music, sprawling thousands of words long, from the perspective of ethnomusicological heritage and innovation, praise for Eclipse's use of differential intervals in Hmong fly singing, alluding to the atonal character of Western expressionist music. This cross-cultural deconstruction is a postmodernist audiovisual feast, hence the conclusion. The song is not only highly artistic, it also carries the burden of cultural transmission. It is a landmark work of folk music for the new era. There's also the director of the WASC, who interprets Eclipse on a psychosocial level. Think the lyrics and the intention of the song. It deeply reflects the confusion and anxiety of contemporary young people during the period of social transition. It is a masterpiece that can resonate widely and has epoch-making significance. The articles and opinions of these collegiate bigwigs are quoted and highly specialized. Let's get those who otherwise know nothing about Eclipse. It felt enlightening. So this song is so powerful? Listening to the professors analyze it, it feels instantly superior. Before, I only felt that the song was a bit netherworldly, but now it seems that I was too low in the realm to understand Mr. Zhou's good intentions. Gained posture. I'm going to go study hard and improve my art appreciation. Wei Jin style bone meets Saibwa Nuwa opera. Jikong fiddle Woona disc. This wave is the traditional culture of obscene earth rebirth, suggesting expedited approval for heritage projects. Next door Korea is double stealing again. As the Academy speaks out, the winds of online opinion begin to quietly shift. More and more netizens are starting to revisit the song Eclipse. A number of netizens have even begun to reflect on their previous listening tastes. I feel that pop songs that are just good are too shallow and vulgar. We recommend that those with slow evolving ears purchase Introduction to Ethnomusicology to make up for it quickly. I used to listen to songs just for fun, but now it seems that I am too low. Real music is supposed to shock the soul and enlighten the mind. You can't have both good sound and depth. Understand? You can't deny artistic value just because you're a hyena. For a while, identifying with and following the depth of the songs became almost an online political correctness. A game blogger posted the melody isn't as good as the BGM for the boss fight I'm pushing, immediately washed into a sieve. Suggested ear donations to veteran artists in need of hearing aids. You are suitable to listen to learn catcalling. After all, brain capacity and song style match. Prolonged listening to vulgar music damages the prefrontal cortex. Protect your IQ and start rejecting vulgar music. Seeing the winds of opinion shift on the internet, various media platforms, as well as countless self-media accounts, have flocked to it. No effort has been spared to push the envelope in order to rub it in and grab traffic. There are all kinds of headline-grabbing articles out there. In-depth good reads. Academy rising strongly. Pop renaissance? Shocker. After listening to this song Eclipse, I smashed my home stereo overnight. It's not Chinese if you don't turn. Eclipses the real light of Chinese language. Even a number of these self-published media outlets have the shadow of the Academy's push behind them. Chapter 165, Zhongli, the Hexagonal Warrior. These people are well versed in the laws of online communication, know how to use public opinion to create buzz and steer the wind. The tide of public opinion is growing, driven by the combined efforts of the Academy and some of the media. Eclipse also moves away from the slightly more niche dark folk music. It jumped to the center of the internet buzz. It is held in high regard and worshipped by countless netizens. Meanwhile, backstage in the lounge, Zhang Yang slid the screen of his cell phone, his face changing color. One moment he'd scared, the next he frowned slightly. Handing his cell phone to Zhongli, he pointed to the densely packed comments and analyzed articles on the screen. Teacher Jiang, look at these comments on the internet now. The wind seems to have changed. Zhongli took her phone and quickly skimmed through the comments that had been bumped to the front row. As it happened, public opinion went just as he had predicted. Tilt in the direction desired by the Academy. The Academy has put in the blood this time. The water arming and the marketing numbers are all on board. It seems to be really urgent. Zhang Yang's tone was tinged with worry. Mr. Jiang, with this move of theirs, will it have an effect on our next matches? Zhongli smiled and put the phone back on the table with a relaxed expression, not in the least affected by the tide of public opinion online. Impact? What's the impact? I'd like to think it's a good thing. Good thing? Zhang Yang was a bit puzzled and failed to understand what Zhongli meant for a moment. Isn't the Academy trying to emphasize that songs should have depth and artistry? Take the public's attention and shift it from nice to listen to have depth. Just let them lead. After a pause, Zhongli's tone was playful. The more you emphasize depth and substance, isn't that building up old Shue's momentum? Building momentum? Zhang Yang was even more puzzled. Zhongli smiled and asked rhetorically, who says a good song can't have depth? You can't criticize the times anymore? And who is it that says that pop has to be superficial spitball songs? Looking around, his eyes fell on Zhang Yang, Zhou Yi, Chen Ruoxi and the others. What do you guys think of Ugly? Is it a deep enough song? Is it ironic? The crowd was stunned at first. Then realization dawned on him, a relieved smile on his face. It's certainly profound enough. The Ugly One is an absolute classic. Zhou Yi was the first to nod, his tone affirmative. This song satirizes those sick aesthetics and it just hits the nail on the head. Nowadays, people are so focused on the outside that they neglect to build up the inside. This song is a reminder to value inner beauty, Chen Ruoxi added softly. And it's not just a monstrous aesthetic that the Ugly One is satirizing. It's more of an encouragement to those who are not confident in their appearance. Be brave and be yourself. Don't live in the eyes of others. Zhang Yang also reacted with a look of realization on his face. I see, Mr. Jiang, you're saying that the Academy faction is now creating this trend of public opinion. Ostensibly, it is devaluing pop music and elevating the value of Academy art. It's actually helping to publicize us. Zhongli smiled and nodded. The children are teachable. Think that by emphasizing depth and artistry, we can be outdone? It's a fool's errand. Really good music is never one-dimensional. Good and profound, popular and artistic, are never opposites either. Rather, they are capable of coexisting. Which of our next few songs doesn't have depth? Which song is not concerned about social reality and expresses humanistic concern? The Scent of Rice is ostensibly about a rural idyll. It is actually reflecting on the fast-paced life of modern society, which brings anxiety and depression to people. A reminder to slow down and take in the beauty of life. Under the Sea, not to mention, focuses on the depressed community, with warm melodies and lyrics that bring hope and strength to those in darkness. Isn't that profound and socially relevant? There's also The World Gives You, which tells it from a different perspective. To slow down, to feel the beauty in life, to cherish the people and things around you. As for the last song, 10,000 Borders, this song is more of a direct expression of love for our country and pride in our nation. Promote the concept of a community of family and national destiny. Isn't that more valuable and meaningful than all that pretentious art? Zhang Li's gaze was like a torch as he swept over everyone present, his tone sounding loud and clear. Our songs are not only good, they are soulful, warm and able to touch the heart. The Academy's attempt to use depth to suppress it is simply misplaced. Their little trick is doomed to fail. Just while cheering Zhang Yang and the others on, a new round of competition has kicked off. Hua Xiao's passionate voice penetrated the whole room. Next, let's give our warmest applause to welcome the powerhouse vocalist, Mr. Shui Jilu. Wow! The deafening cheers nearly toppled the roof of the stadium. Countless fans shouted Lao Shui at the top of their lungs. The elevator gears snapped together with a dull clack. In the center of the stage, a platform slowly rose. The intro played in due course. Deep drum beats pounded the audience's heart. Finally, a chasing light cut through the darkness and landed precisely on the lift. Shui Jilu appeared in everyone's view. Late wore a plain white mask that covered most of his face. The more silhouetted and mysterious it becomes. Darkness, masks, chasing light. Simple stage elements create a sense of unrivaled oppression. The prelude ends with the opening of the mouth at last. The thick and slightly raspy voice instantly grabbed everyone's ears. If the world is dark, I'm actually beautiful. In and out of love. Consumed at best. The lyrics are straightforward. It's even a bit colloquial. No half-assed piles of obscure rhetoric, but with a hint of sadness and self-deprecation. Inside the gym, there had been raucous cheering. It ended abruptly the moment the song started. Everyone held their breath. A number of audience members frowned slightly, as if pondering the meaning of the lyrics. This song, it doesn't seem like it's quite what it's cracked up to be. Again, it's needling. The bar for understanding this song, Ugly, is quite a bit lower than Eclipse. There are no metaphysical allusions, no difficult to pronounce rhetoric. Some of it is just the most plain, straightforward lyrics. More crucially, the melody is surprisingly catchy. Listening to it just once, you can't help but hum along. The spread is simply terrifying. Inside the live broadcast room, after a brief silence, the pop-up screen instantly exploded. When old Shui opens his mouth, goosebumps rise. The lyrics are a bit of a thing, and when you look at them closely, they feel a bit ironic. Also a critique. Lao Shui's song is much more intelligible than Next Door's Eclipse, without so many twists and turns. Jiangmen Master plus Lao Shui. This combination is simply King Ba Ma. The academics are fighting with their heads. I announced that Jiangmen is the main YYDS. The netizens were overwhelmed. The combination of Shui Jilu and Jian Li was simply an invincible existence. And by the looks of it, the song Ugly also carries social depth. The Lord of Jiangmen terrorizes as much as he does. It's almost like a hexagonal warrior, with no dead angles in all directions. The academics are afraid there's nothing to say. Chapter 166, he can afford to be a master. In the meantime, the traffic on Chang'an Street. The red flag sedan ran over the dappled trees. Vehicles on both sides of the road slowed down to avoid the traffic and voluntarily gave way to a lane. Inside the carriage, Zhao Yanqiu flexed his fingers and knocked on the leather armrest. Fingertips then tapped on the tablet, closing the live feed that was playing. His body leaned back and closed his eyes, a rare look of fatigue passing over his face. The driver caught a glimpse of the old man's brow creases stretching into furrows in the rearview mirror. Knowingly, he turned the car stereo down 2 clicks. After a slight hesitation, he couldn't help but ask softly, "Elder Zhao, have you encountered anything troubling you?" Zhao Yanqiu didn't open her eyes, only slightly sideways. Looking out the window of the car at the city streets that were speeding by, he nearly mumbled, "The form is a bit grim. It's unfavorable for us academics." "You mean the best shot competition?" Zhao Yanqiu sighed softly, and was considered to have acquiesced to the driver's speculation. Mubai has already lost 3 songs in a row. The next 3 rounds of competition, if it is difficult to win again, I'm afraid, the days of the music world will really change. The driver's tiger's mouth, clutching the steering wheel, turned slightly white. "When you were watching the live broadcast, Elder Zhao, I did pay attention and listened to a few ears. The first 2 rounds, which Hazel and the floating wall lost, and this is understandable, but the 3rd round of voting hasn't started yet. Even the singing on Jian Li's side hadn't even ended yet, and now he was asserting that Mr. Zhou was going to lose. Isn't a little too early?" A stifled laugh rolled out of Zhao Yanqiu's throat, and he raised his hand to lower half of the car window. The October wind, wrapped in the scent of flowers, blew the silver threads at the temples into a messy mess. "You don't understand the situation this time. It's different from the first 2 rounds. Originally, I asked Mr. Wu to step in, because I wanted to steer online opinion toward the depth of the work. In fact, that blog post by Wu Lao did work very well. The success has caused many netizens to start reflecting. Isn't it too superficial to be all about sounding good?" Speaking of this, Zhao Yanqiu sighed in a slight tone, but bad is bad in. The Zhang family boy, also keenly aware of the change in the wind direction of public opinion, actually pulled out a very deep piece as well. And the caliber is far above that of Eclipse. The driver sniffed, an incredulous look on his face, opened his mouth to say something. Again, there was some hesitation to speak. Zhao Yanqiu noticed the driver's expression. "Say whatever you want. It's okay, Elder Zhao." The rumor I heard before was, the lyrics to the song Eclipse were actually written by none other than Master Wu Yaozu himself. Therefore, you just said that the standard of Jiang Li's work is far above that of Eclipse. I'm a bit not quite understanding. Zhao Yanqiu smiled with an insight into everything, seemingly asking a rhetorical question, but also seemingly asking himself a question. They think they're hiding it well? Actually, I know everything. Shaking his head, his tone was one of regret and disdain. Eclipse is a well-intentioned song that seeks to criticize the fickleness of the current music scene, as well as the bias of the public's aesthetics. But the problem lies in the arrangement of the song. In the pursuit of so-called hauteur and artistry, a large number of borrowed Shangxi corpse bell, as well as Nuwa opera incantations and other elements with a strong feudal color, to create the arrangement. At the end of the day, the lyrics are tinged with satire of feudal superstitions. What's the difference between that and picking up a bowl to eat and putting it down to curse? The only explanation is that the arrangement of the song and the lyricist are not the same person at all, and the lyrics of Eclipse clearly bear the sharp critical style of Wu Lao. That's why, the first thing I remembered was to call Elder Wu. The driver laughed in realization. It's still you who see through it, seeing through the doorway at a glance. The tires rolled over the speed bumps, startling a flock of pigeons. Zhao Yanqiu brought the topic back to John Lee's Ugly Bastard. But this song Ugly Bastard by the Zhang Family Kid, the arrangement and lyrics just seem to flow so well together, so well integrated, that it's obvious that they're from the same person. Crucially, the song is big on that too. The driver's curiosity was thoroughly piqued, and he hurriedly pursued the question. What's the preoccupation, Elder Zhao? You just don't whet my appetite. The car pulls into the underground tunnel. The overhead lights cast bright and dark shadows on the old man's face. He fumbled for his rosewood pipe, but didn't light it, only resting it on the tip of his nose and sniffing it. The song arrangement of Ugly Bastard is based on a distorted electric guitar riff. The tone is inherently cold and depressing in an industrial age kind of way. Coupled with a dense electronic soundscape, it instantly builds a depressing atmosphere of an urban concrete forest. It makes you feel breathless when you hear it. Even more subtle is the chorus of the song, via a sudden overall drop in key, creating an auditory contrast of great magnitude. This contrast is a clever metaphor for the social dystopia of beauty and ugliness perception in contemporary society. What was considered beautiful is suddenly pulled down and made ugly. This sense of falling short hits home, and the bridge passage, which is a godsend, added chanting-style singing. This treatment further strengthens the critical nature of the song and makes the intention more profound. In terms of arranging techniques alone, River Boy's Ugly. It's more than a few levels more advanced than Mubai's Eclipse. He is jokingly called Lord Jiangmen by netizens, and it's really not a false statement. A generation of masters can afford to be. The driver listened with rapt attention, although not well versed in specialized music theory. However, Zhao's in-depth explanation made him feel the extraordinary nature of the song Ugly. A few inaudible sighs came from the back seat, mixed with the bitterness of the smoke. It did not fall into the rising moonlight of the city of 49. On the other hand, deep in the old hutones of 49 City, Wu Yaozu's purple bamboo courtyard is dipping into the moonlight. After posting that blog entry, he paced out of his study. Shaking a bushel fan, he walked slowly to the old acacia tree in the courtyard. Find a bamboo rocking chair to cool off in the evening breeze. The herring moon peeked out from behind the clouds. The cool moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, dappling the courtyard. It illuminated this part of the world as bright as day. The old tube radio rustled the empty city, extraordinarily melodious in the stillness of the night. I have been retired for many years and have long been accustomed to a life of leisure. The weekdays are nothing but listening to opera and practicing. It is to grow flowers and plants in the yard and to take care of oneself. This time if it wasn't for that Mubai kid pleading again and again, Zhao Yanqiu called again personally, said it was a matter of the rise and fall of the entire academy. He will categorically not meddle again with these flurry of mundane matters. Just when the eyes were closed and immersed in the aftermath of the Peking opera, the hand shaking the bushel fan suddenly paused. There were 3 long and 2 short knocks at the door. Mrs. Wu got up and walked towards the courtyard door. Open it. The ones found standing were actually several of Lao Wu's former colleagues. I only saw these old professors who, on a normal day, were unchanged by Tarzan's collapse. At this moment, however, they were all stony-faced and looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Mrs. Wu was slightly surprised, but she still sidestepped out of the way and welcomed the crowd into the courtyard. Old Wu was out in the yard cooling off. Wang Huili, vice president of the Central Academy of Music, removes his gold-rimmed glasses to wipe his sweat, followed by the director of the Institute of Ethnomusicology, with the chair of the Department of Composition. Mrs. Wu guided them through the hanging flower gate. The sound of the 3 men's leather shoes on the bricks startled the sparrows under the eaves. Step into the shade and ease your footsteps. Only Wu Yaozu was seen lying on a rocking chair with his eyes closed, pretending to sleep. Chapter 167, The Common Sense of Elegance and Vulgarity. That's what makes it scary. Elder Wu, Wang Huili carefully called out. Wu Yaozu slowly opened his eyes and swept his gaze calmly over the crowd. Old Li? Old Wang? Why are you here? What are you doing here so late? A few people exchanged glances with each other, seemingly weighing how to speak. In the end, it was Wang Huili who took the lead. Elder Wu, we are trying to ask your old man to come out and preside over the big picture. Presiding over the big picture? Wu Yaozu sniffed and frowned slightly. The body leaned back to lie more comfortably. Shaking his bushel fan, he asked slowly, Yanxiu's work has always been extremely reliable. How come he suddenly remembered that he wanted me, an old man, to come out? Several people looked at each other, momentarily speechless. Seeing this, Wu Yaozu had already guessed a few points. What? Is there something wrong on Yanxiu's side? Can't he even handle this small matter? It's not that Zhao didn't do a good job. The director of the Folk Music Institute hastened to explain. It's just that Zhao Lao, he seems to be somewhat compromised. Compromise? Wu Yaozu sat up straight. Compromise what? Compromise with whom? That's the same Zhongli. The head of the composition department sighed and said helplessly, Elder Zhao, he contacted us and said he wasn't going to continue targeting that Zhongli kid anymore. Instead, they advised us, also change your mindset and learn. Learn to be unashamed and learn from the young. Unashamedly? Learning from the young? When Wu Yaozu heard this, he couldn't help but shake his head. What nonsense is Yanxiu talking about? Going to learn from a brat who doesn't even have the smell of milk? It's simply ridiculous. Yes, Elder Wu, the director of the Institute of Folk Music, couldn't help but be indignant. This is simply to throw the face of our academy school, which has been in existence for decades, to the ground and stomp on it, giving away the voice of the Chinese music scene? If we were to give it up to your old man, we could still accept it, but let it go to a brat who came from the wild. We'll never be able to swallow this. Wu Yaozu was silent for a moment and slowly closed his eyes, seemingly thinking about something. Opening his eyes again after a moment, he asked rhetorically, So, is Eclipse losing again? When several people heard this, they all fell silent and nodded silently. The head of the composition department added, Rather, not completely lost yet, but, looking at the current trend, I'm afraid it's close. Wu Yaozu said to his wife in a hurry, Mate, bring me my tablet. Mrs. Wu answered and turned to walk into the house. He soon walked out with a tablet computer and handed it to Wu Yaozu. Taking the tablet, he slid his fingers skillfully across the screen. Tap on the live streaming platform and go to the Best Buddies live stream. At this point, Xue Jilu's singing has ended. The stage is brightly lit. The host, Wahoo, was smiling broadly, announcing the real-time data of the online voting. Only on the screen, the votes for Ugly skyrocketed. It has long since left Eclipse far behind. The gap is still widening. How is this possible? Wu Yaozu stared incredulously. How can those people vote for something that has no depth when I've turned the tide of public opinion around? One of them rushed to pull up a playback of the Ugly sing-along. Handing it to Wu Yaozu, he said, Elder Wu, if you take a look at this song, you might understand. Wu Yaozu frowned and clicked on the replay video. On screen, Xue Zhixie is wearing a white mask and standing in the center of the stage. The intro plays and the drums are deep. The melody is slightly depressing, yet surprisingly catchy. Immediately afterward, a slightly raspy voice flowed slowly. If the world is dark, I'm actually beautiful, in and out of love, consumed at best. Wu Yaozu stared carefully at the lyrics, his brows getting tighter and tighter. La 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 la. When he heard the chorus, his face became more grave. I have to admit, the melody is really catchy and highly communicative. The lyrics are straightforward, but savor them. Yet it also carries a satirical and critical view of society's deformed aesthetics. This song, putting down the tablet and rubbing his brow, he said in a complex tone, that's something. On the surface it appears to be a love song, but under the imagery of ugly, but hidden, a deep reflection on the sick aesthetics of the current society. What's more, it skillfully blends depth and pop. The elegance of it, that's what makes it really scary. An unspeakable taste slowly rose in his heart. His self-proclaimed ambitious blog post, spilling thousands of words, it was meant to do justice to the academy and steer the course of public opinion. But now it seems that it is actually a nod to the Zheng family kid to do the graft. The lyrics to Ugly are as blunt as they come, but they're word for word. The insight is profound and the satire is biting. It put him in a trance to his younger self, only this old and deep. It's hard to relate to a teenager in his early 20s anyhow. When you look more closely at that arrangement, it's even more professional and complements the lyrics. Even at his peak, it would have been difficult for him to write something of this caliber. Lifting his head, he swept his gaze over the few people present. Muffled thunder rolled from his throat, startling the acacia shadows 3 times, taking the fire set up by the academy school and roasting your own yams. This hand of Tai Chi by the Zheng family boy, beautifully played. Hearing that Wu Lao had similar thoughts to Zhao Yanxiu, these people immediately panicked. The director of the Academy of Theater Research spoke up in a hurry. Elder Wu, never. You must think twice. If the result of tonight's match is really John Lee's complete victory over our academy faction, then from now on, I'm afraid that the academy school will really be reduced to the accompaniment of the Zheng family boy alone. This is never good for the development of the Chinese music scene. Wang Huili was even more anxious to stomp all over the moonlight. Elder Wu, the literary world can't become a one-man show. otherwise it will end up similar to the model theater back then. All of us, I'm afraid, will become puppets and bury the Academy School's 60 years of heritage. At that time, in the 9 Springs, I wouldn't have the face to see the seniors of the Academy School. What's the rush? Wu Yaozu cut off the conversation and said with a certainty in his tone, "Do you really think that, old man, I will bet all my treasure on Mubai?" The teacup in the hands of the head of the Department of Composition fell to the ground with a crash. It was only then that the crowd noticed that the old man still had a yellowed sheet of music spread out on his lap. The word Wheatwave is faintly visible in the crease at the foot of the page. First, the 3 remaining pieces in the competition, with the exception of that one, Spine. The remaining 2 songs are not composed by Mubai himself. Secondly, even if I do lose, I have a way to turn things around. When several people heard these words, they all showed curiosity and asked after them. Elder Wu, the way you said is. However, he saw Wu Yaozu shaking his head, and after a long time, he slowly said, Mr. Luo from Shangjiang, Mr. Li from Baodao. When they wrote songs for Teresa Teng 30 years ago, folks I'm afraid haven't carried the collegiate flag yet. The next competing piece, the lyrics and music of Waves of Wheat, is the heartfelt work of the 2 patriarchs who have been in seclusion for half a year. The director of Monaco suddenly coughed violently, his gold-rimmed glasses slipping to the tip of his nose. Elder Wu, could you be talking about Mr. Luo Shi of Shangjiang and Mr. Li Shang of Baodao? This statement was made. The few people present all sucked in cool air, their faces covered in shock. If it's really these 2 striking out, then the quality of the song Wheat Waves is simply guaranteed to be at the top of the heap. Luo Shi, a master of lyrics, has a vivid pen and countless classic lyrics from his hand. Li Shang, the godfather of Chinese pop music, is a creative genius who has made countless divas famous. These 2, any one of them is enough to influence the Chinese music scene. If the 2 join forces, the power would be simply unimaginable. The director of the Theater Institute rubbed his hands together in excitement, a smile returning to his face. If it's Mr. Luo Shi and Mr. Li Shang making a move, then there's indeed nothing to worry about. The strength of these 2 people, looking at the entire Chinese music scene, who can come out on top? Wan Huili also nodded his head repeatedly, and the color of worry on his face was swept away. He couldn't wait to ask, Elder Wu, then what is your backstroke? Wu Yaozu twirled his whiskers and smiled, suddenly getting up. The moonlight gilded a cold silver rim on the rickety spine. If Mubai is the one who can't help himself, he has his own sharper sword, turning the tide well. Can't say right now. When the time comes, you will understand. Chapter 168, Lying in the Incinerator. Meanwhile, backstage in the lounge, Zhou Mubai stared at the screen dead on. Image. Host Hua Xiao is using his infectious voice to announce that Shui Jilax has won. The cheers from the crowd almost penetrated the walls of the lounge. The overhead light splits ghastly white cracks in the face. Mechanical rubbing of gold-rimmed glasses. The lenses are always fogged up as if they can't be wiped clean. The calm and collected demeanor that had been maintained finally disappeared. In its place, there was an unspeakable gravity. The loss of 3 consecutive compositions left him feeling a pang of suffocation. How could I not have thought of that? The Eclipse, which was personally directed by Wu Lao, failed to resist Jiang Li's sharpness. Perhaps, he really wasn't a match for Jiang Li, but it's not just Academy honor that's at stake in this game. It's more about his own body name and future. Definitely can't lose. Gu Mingcheng, on the side, was even more agitated than Zhou Mubai, pacing back and forth in the lounge like an ant on a hot pan. His mouth was still mumbling, and beads of sweat were seeping out of his forehead. Earlier, Mubai had sworn to guarantee with those capitals, it will definitely be able to beat Jiang Li and get the development rights to adapt the Immortal Sword series. Those capital predators are also looking at Mubai's origins in the Academy. He also has a gold-plated background overseas. That's why they're willing to drop tons of resources and even go so far as to tear themselves apart from Tomato Terrace and Jiang Li. The camp is now long in the making. There are only 2 paths left before us. Either that, or they beat Jiang Li and get the development rights for the Immortal Sword adaptation. Together with the capital behind it, we will share the huge cake worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Which is Xianjian going to see? Either that, or you're a total loser, watching the huge benefits that are at their fingertips, completely out of their reach. It is said that capital drips blood and filth from every pore. This statement is by no means an empty one. Once the hundreds of billions of dollars of benefits are missed, I'm afraid neither he nor Mubai will have a good ending. It's the physical level. The real sense of no good can come of it. Capital money, but it carries the smell of blood. The knots in Gu Mingcheng's throat rolled up and down as he violently pinched his throat to mimic the Manan accent. That night at the Singapore Yacht Club, Mr. Lim poked at the contract with his cigar and said, either you lie down and count your money, or you lie down and go into the incinerator law. Zhou Mubai's fingertips suddenly tightened. Not long ago, the email from the funding agency flashed across my mind. The attached surveillance screenshot of a certain Southeast Asian contractor before he disappeared gave him nightmares all night. Those gentlemen in suits talk about wiping out the competition. It's as casual as discussing which turf to replace on a golf course. Gu Mingcheng looked at Zhou Mubai with panic in his eyes. What's next? We can't really wash our necks and wait to die, can we? Exhaling a mouthful of smoke, he frowned in the smoke. It looks like that Zhongli kid is very well prepared. I'm afraid that the next 3 songs will only be more powerful than the first 3. If we lose, Zhou Mubai's eyes flinched as he cut off Gu Mingcheng's words. The previous anxiety and irritation instantly disappeared. In its place, there was a haunting calm. The eyes were horribly cold, like ice in the winter months. We know we can't afford to lose. And how can those capitalist predators not know? Standing up, he walked over to the floor-to-ceiling windows. With his back to Gu Mingcheng, his tone was low and slow. I was hoping to take the rights to the Immortal Sword series fair and square, but now it seems that this path won't work. There was a pause, and the corners of his mouth curved into an icy arc. There are some things that we don't have to do. The capitalist predators will figure it out. Gu Mingcheng stubbed out his cigarette and raised his head. Somewhat dubiously, he looked at the back. What do you mean? Zhou Mubai slowly turned around, looked at Gu Mingcheng, and said word by word, what happens if no one sings on Zhang Li's side for the last 3 songs? Gu Mingcheng's heart thumped, and chills instantly spread throughout his body. Looking at him incredulously, his voice trembled a little. Are you trying to? Zhou Mubai corrected the statement. The tone was awfully quiet. It's not what I want. It's what the capitalist predators want. Gu Mingcheng sucked in a cold breath. There was silence. Nothing was said. Only looking at Zhou Mubai in a daze. Out of nowhere, the person in front of him felt a little strange. No longer the spirited and talented Zhou Mubai. Rather, it's that will do whatever it takes to get what it wants. Can't find the right words to describe it. Only the nature of the game, it seems, has changed. At the same time, the stage chasing lights suddenly tightened up. The guide's urgent countdown came from Hua Xiao's earpiece. Between camera switches, the bow tie is quickly adjusted and the glottis rolls out in a professionally angsty tone. Next, please welcome our 7th competing guest tonight, also a heavyweight singer, the king of folk music, Mr. Lai Wei. He will bring us a brand new single, Waves of Wheat, which was created by Mr. Zhou Mubai himself. Let's welcome Mr. Lai Wei with the warmest applause. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a deafening cheer erupted. A surge of glow sticks instantly engulfed the empty front row seats. Lai Wei. The name undoubtedly represents the pinnacle of Chinese folk music for many seasoned fans. He has conquered the ears of countless listeners with his highly recognizable voice and subtle expression of emotions. He is especially good at using the technique of gentle and melodious transcription, delivering the emotions embedded in the song in a silky smooth manner. Pair this with his ability to accurately control the mood of the lyrics and the flow of the melody. It makes each piece fascinating and evocative. Many of the spectators were even whispering with excitement. No one expected that Zhou Mubai was able to bring the near-retired folk king out of retirement. It is important to realize that Lai Wei has rarely appeared in public, not to mention participating in a program of this competitive nature. The Lai Wei curry alone is worth the price of admission. Some people even felt that it was worth the trip to hear Levi sing in person. The guide camera sweeps through the audience for a close-up, caught a certain middle-aged female audience member covering her mouth in tears. She clutched the faded 90s poster in her hand. The words Levi's national tour can be seen in gold stamping. Washo's tailpiece was still echoing in the dome, and the elevator gears were already biting out a metallic thrum. Dry ice gushes from both sides of the stage like collapsing mountains of snow, holding the center circular elevator as an island. The guide cuts to a backstage shot at the right time. The close-up of the side of Riwei's face with her eyes closed and her head tilted back caused the scene to plummet into an eerie silence. The index finger is tapping on an acoustic guitar resonator box, and the percussive sound is diffused through the floor return speaker. Knock, knock, knock. Each sound is like stepping between the audience's heartbeats. A white-haired old man in a tang suit stood up in the VIP section of the front row and raised his binoculars with a trembling voice. The young man next to him hurriedly assisted. Take care, President Zhang. It's him. There's no mistaking it. The old man pointed to the crescent-shaped scar on Levi's right earlobe. He gave a benefit performance for a disaster area in 1987 and got a scar when he fell off the stage. The whispers spread radially. Didn't I say that Levi retired to open a tea estate in 1998? How much money did Zhou Mubai have to drop? The circle jerk in the back row wearing a ducktail sneered. Money? King Lai turned down $20 million in appearance fees in 2003. Now guess how many zeros his guitar strings are worth? The director of Diagonal Culture suddenly interjected. Know what kind of tea Li Wei is drinking now? That 3 mother trees to Hong Pao and Wui Mountain. Last year's auction price converted to $40,000 per gram. The sound of cold breaths was heard in succession. The noblewoman in the Chanel suit fiddles with her diamond ring. I heard that Zhou Mubai's lineup of helpers this time The curiosity has to go up? Ho ho ho. Duck Ton lowered his voice. My cousin in the tomato table said the last 2 rounds of help singing guests of the dressing room. The security level is higher than the presidential suite. There were cries of alarm. The atmosphere of the scene was instantly pushed to a new climax, though this time, it was augmented by a new song tailored by Joe Mubai. But I'm afraid that just one song is not enough to make this diva stoop to his level. What's more, if it's true what the rumors say, there are 2 other big names with even higher curiosity. So how amazing should the appearance fee be? Where did Joe Mubai get so much money? Surely he can't get it himself? It's not that simple. Doesn't he have those old antiques from the academy school behind him? The academy school? Although those old guys are rich, they aren't to this extent, are they? It's even more unlikely that they would drop so much money to give a junior a stage to sing on. That's true, but who else but the academy would make such a big deal out of it? The crowd murmured and speculated about the true identity of the mysterious big brother behind Joe Mubai. After all, it was possible to spend a heavenly sum of money to pave the way for Joe Mubai. Its financial strength is evident. Of course, there are those who are pessimistic about this. Even if Joe Mubai invites more bigwigs, so what? On Jiangmen Master's side, just one old Shui and one Joe Dong are enough to lift the entire battle team curry. Yeah, not to mention that the song Joe Mubai wrote isn't as good as Jiang Menju's. I'm afraid Joe Mubai is going to lose all his money this time, and the investment of that mysterious big brother behind him is probably going to go down the drain too. Chapter 169 Betting those gutter rats won't really do it? 3 beams of chasing light pour out like moonlight when the stage goes dark. Riwei sits cross-legged in front of the mic stand with her ukulele in her arms. In the silhouette of the band behind them floated the outline of the Grammy winner. The drummer is Peter, who recorded For You Too. The bassist is from Coldplay's Royal Team, and the keyboards are the ghostwriter who produced Adele's album. These multi-million-dollar musicians are willing to be green at the moment. The fingertips of the instruments are tuned with pilgrimage-like devotion. The strings swept out 6 overtones, and the summer night cicadas roamed out of the acoustic. The knots in Ri's throat quivered slightly when she opened her mouth. Her voice like moonlight soaked by a mountain spring. July fireflies fall into the weak manor. The wind shakes the hem of your shredded skirt. Cicada molts still hang on the old acacia tree, eavesdropping on our youthful panic. The lyrics are simple yet heartfelt. There's no fluffy rhetoric piled on. There is also no staged expression of imagery. There's just a genuine outpouring of emotion. Inside the gym, tens of thousands of spectators held their breath and listened quietly to Levi sing. The originally noisy scene became unusually quiet at this moment. Only the sound of Levi's song echoed through the arena. On the faces of many of the spectators, there were expressions of mesmerization. Some people gently close their eyes and get lost in the mood created by the song. Some raise their heads slightly, as if feeling the warmth and healing of the song. What's more, their eyes were slightly red, as if the song had touched the softest place in their hearts. I have to admit, a heavenly king is a heavenly king. This is a true powerhouse vocalist, with such a powerful infectious energy from a simple stage presence. Yes, compared to those fancy stage effects, King Lai's singing is a breath of fresh air. Listening to King Lai sing makes you feel like your whole body is relaxing and all your worries have dissipated. The melody is fresh, the lyrics are heartfelt, and it's simply a divine song. The audience was buzzing, raving about Levi's singing. No one was expecting it. The long-retired folk king has not aged well and is still so strong. After singing just a small section, he had already conquered the hearts of the entire audience. The chorus plummets into a light rap, Riwei's fingertips scraping on the ukulele to create the crunch of rain on a banana. Saying it's a wheat wave is actually a heartbeat thumping. Saying I'll go to the sea but I'm stuck in the ridge. Grandpa's straw hat buckles the whole summer night, and the cicadas burn a hole in the starry sky. Older music fans on stage violently covered their mouths. This was Levi's stunt of singing Birchwood in 1998. I didn't realize it was more refined after 20 years. The old president in the tang suit suddenly burst into tears, his cane stomping to the beat and muttering. Back in the day, he sang for 4 hours straight at the workers' complex and ended up with this breath change. The other side, Shuiji Lax is walking with slightly tired steps towards the backstage lounge. Singing on stage is extremely exhausting, even for an Iron Man. Not to mention he's still flesh and blood. The cell phone in his pocket vibrated abruptly, breaking the silence of the hallway. Glancing at the caller ID, it was an unfamiliar number. After a slight hesitation, he pressed the answer button. An inaudible electronic voice, male or female, came from the other end of the line. Mr. Shui, the show was great, but a great show always comes at a price, don't you think? Shui Jilu's heart fluttered, and chills instantly ran from the soles of his feet to the back of his head. The other party didn't seem to need a response, and continued with his own words. Your family is at peace and your children are adorable. I hope that peace continues. After that, the phone was hung up. Only a beeping busy signal was left, echoing in the empty hallway. Shui Jilu's face turned pale, as if the blood had been drained from his entire body. and his hands and feet were cold. Clutching his cell phone tightly, fine beads of sweat also oozed from his forehead. Frozen in place, his mind went blank. After a long time he woke up with a start and walked quickly to the restroom, pushed the door open for a moment. 3 gazes zapped over at the same time. Zhou Yi's knuckles whitened as he clutched the mineral water bottle. The folds of the sheet music in Lu Yutang's lap were in disarray. Even Zhang Yang, who was always so loud, cowered in the corner of the sofa and chewed his nails. The burnt, bitter smell of instant coffee hung in the air, and the central air vents hissed. Old Shui, you got the call too? Zhou Yi tugged his tie loose, bruises sliding under his throat as he swallowed. 3 cell phones lay on the coffee table, their screens still lit up with real-time street views of different provinces. In front of an elementary school in Hebei, a moon gate in a Soviet-style garden, and a clothesline in an old residential building in Chongqing. The figure in the gray jacket is in every frame, with just the right amount of pixel blur. Shui Jilu froze for a moment, instantly understanding something. A slap on the head dawned on him and he blurted it out. I told you that things aren't that simple. It should have been expected that those people from the Academy faction would jump over the wall in a hurry. Zhang Li sat in the corner and remained silent, observing the crowd's reaction. Seeing the chagrined look on Shui Jilu's face, he gently shook his head. Old Shui, I'm afraid that this matter has nothing to do with those old antiques of the Academy sect. Not collegiate? Zhou Yi was a bit puzzled and asked with a frown. Zhang Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he analyzed in a quiet tone. Those old-timers of the Academy still have literary pride in their bones. If they really want to get into something, at best they'll be pressuring public opinion, or allude to it in their work, never by such underhanded means. Zhang Li's analysis caused the crowd to fall into deep thought. Yeah, the academics, those old farts, claim to be cultured, to be honorable and decent, categorically would not do something so low. Who could that be? Zhang Yang scratched his head in confusion. It's not the academics. Could it be those black fans? But how can black fans have so much energy to find out our family's whereabouts? The corner of Zhang Li's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Those who can have such great energy and have made a connection with us, besides those who colluded with Zhou Mubai, who else can there be? Capital predators? Zhou Yi's face changed, and his voice became a bit gloomy. You mean, it's those people? Zhang Li nodded. From the beginning of the showbiz rectification movement, I've been in trouble with those people. It was thought that after Chen Lao's hammering, they had settled down, but now it seems that these people still can't change their dogs. Once the core interests are touched, these people will still be desperate, disregarding their principles and daring to use any underhanded means. So, what do we do now? Little brother Yang panicked a little, his voice trembling a little. Will they turn on our families? Zhang Li shook her head, dipping her fingertips in water and drawing 2 circles on the glass coffee table. The usual warm water boils the frog in capital circles. No tying up people or breaking windows, just so you know they can reach out at any time. After all, it is a society governed by the rule of law, and it can only think of pressurizing us in this way. When the police come, just say you happen to be passing by. Lawyer letter sent to counter-sue you for defamation and dragged on until the show wrapped up. Zhang Yang suddenly kicked over the trash can and the Coke can rolled to Zhou Yi's feet. Are we just going to let people take advantage of us? Let's go on air now and expose them. And then what? Zhang Li turned his chair, the incandescent light illuminating the crusted bite mark at the corner of his mouth. Bet these gutter rats will actually do it? Chapter 170. So Zhang Li is also a graduate. The words turned, and the tone became a bit heavy. For the next performance, the 3 of you, Old Zhou, Old Shui, and little brother Yang, should not go on stage. Not on the field? Zhang Yang exclaimed in shock, his voice changing tone. Next it's time for big brother Zhou to take the stage. There's also the healing version of Under the Sea, which was originally planned to be a duet between me and Sister Ruwashi. Now that we're gone, how will this gap be filled? Shell ripped open 2 shirt buttons. Old Jiang, I'll be on for the next 3 games. Don't they dare touch my family, and then live the rest of your life in remorse? Zhang Li got up in a huff and knocked over the thermos with his wrist. On the screen Levi is taking his curtain call, and the applause spreads like a tidal wave through the corridor. Zhang Li pointed at the man with black framed glasses somewhere in the audience. This man has been following Old Shui for a long time. Zhou Yi slammed his fist into the wall, beads of blood oozing from his knuckles. Asterisk 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 in hell. Played dirty. So you guys hurry home now. Zhang Li drew out the wipes and handed them over, his voice steady as if he was talking about the dinner menu. Drive-through basement exit B2. Zhou Yi, Shui Jilu, and Zhang Yang's faces became even more ugly. Of course they knew what Zhang Li meant and understood their current situation. Family is their weakness. Those people have seized on exactly that. Only then did they dare to threaten them so recklessly. Lao Jiang. This. Zhou Yi looked embarrassed and wanted to say something. Shui Jilu also frowned inside. How about Lao Jiang? Letting this match go? The big deal is to admit defeat. Zhang Yang nodded in agreement. Yes, Mr. Jiang, safety is the most important thing. The competition or whatever, losing is nothing. Jiang Li's tone was firm, rejecting the crowd's proposal. No, I can't admit defeat in this match. But, Zhang Yang wanted to say something else, but Jiang Li raised his hand to stop him. Don't forget, gentlemen, that I also come from a science class and have systematically studied vocal technique. Only in the past was plagued by a medical condition that prevented him from singing. It led everyone to think that I was just a musician who could write songs. What's more, Ruwashi and I are all alone, unlike you, so hurry up and don't worry about me. Ha! Zhang Yang froze, unable to react to Jiang Li's meaning for a moment. Zhou and Shui Jilu also looked at each other with a look of surprise on their faces. Rather forgot about that. Lao Jiang is not only a songwriting genius, but also a professional singer with a degree in the field. Lao Jiang, what do you mean? Jiang Li smiled slightly and nodded. I'll take the top spot for the rest of the show. Hearing Jiang Li say this, the crowd was relieved and breathed a long sigh of relief. Lao Jiang, then we. Jiang Li waved his hand, cutting off Zhou Yi's words. Don't say anything and hurry home. Getting the family settled is the only thing that matters. Just leave things here to me, old Jiang, then we'll come back to give you a hand after we get our family settled. Zhou Yi said solemnly. Shui Jilu and Zhang Yang also nodded their heads and said that they would be back as soon as possible. Jiang Li nodded and watched with a smile as Zhang Yang, Zhou Yi, and Shui Jilu hurriedly left. When the three Zhou Yi men left in a hurry, the room was quiet for a moment. Only then did Chen Ruwashi speak up, breaking the silence. Why don't we just let Willow-chan take the top? Your voice. Before the words were finished, they were cut off by Jiang Li's raised hand. Instead of responding directly to Chen Ruwashi, he turned his gaze to Lu Yutong, who had been silent. Why don't you say anything, little brother Lu? Any thoughts? The teenager hunkered down in the corner of the couch, his fingertips repeatedly rubbing the edge of his cell phone. On the screen is a capture of my father in costume, taking his curtain call at the pearly gates. His voice was a little shaky, but his tone was unusually firm. Mr. Jiang, I don't want to give up this opportunity. This is the closest I've ever gotten to my dream. I would like to bet on it. There is still some time before the last song 10,000 Borders. I want to pick up my father and receive the scene. If my father is at the concert, those people shouldn't dare to do anything to my father. As for what happens after this game, Ryu Tang had stopped thinking about it. And don't dare think about it. The car will come to the mountain. If something really happens to me and my father at that time, that's what we were meant to do. Jiang Li frowned and shook his head. No, little brother Lu, you'd better go back. Opportunities abound later, but family is no substitute. Don't make a small mistake. It's not worth it to risk so much for a competition. Lu Yuetang looked a little gloomy. Mr. Jiang, my father said the play is bigger than heaven. I know you are doing this for my own good, but I really don't want to go back. You have known me well. If you back down and abandon it because of this obstacle, then how can I have the face to follow you in the future? What's more, I wish my father could have been there in person. Witness my brightest moment with your own eyes. At that moment, Chen Ruwashi, who was quietly listening from the side, also opened her mouth to advise. Why don't we just let little brother Ryu stay? Your voice is always a problem. It's getting better, but it can't withstand this kind of tossing and turning. What if it gets worse? Besides, Elder Chen needs you to keep the academy faction in check. Then it will never be left alone. Those people, even if they are bold, they don't dare to mess around under Chen Lao's eyes. Jiang Li's clenched fists unclenched and fell into deep thought. Fingers tapped lightly on the desktop, one at a time, in a slow, heavy rhythm. Rather neglected to mention that, since Elder Chen intended to support him in checking the academy sect, how could he let himself get into trouble so easily? Even if those people were arrogant, they wouldn't dare to blatantly go against Elder Chen. After a few moments of contemplation, he finally looked up. Well, little brother Lu, 10,000 Borders is still reserved for you to sing. Ruwashi has a good point, and I believe that the moment I take the stage, Elder Chen will understand what happened. Rather, I was so concerned that I didn't think of this layer. On the other side, the stage, when the last line, your eyes are lit up at the end of the wheat, and the whole universe holds its breath, hits the ground. The parry of Riwei's flicked toggle was just in time to be captured by the chasing light. The toggle spun and crashed into the VIP table, triggering a mad rush of 7 or 8 pairs of hands. The cheers that erupted nearly toppled the stadium dome. The applause was deafening and enduring. A sea of fluorescent light spread from the audience to the live broadcast. King Lai's sword has not yet grown old. This voice is superb. This is real music, and it brings tears to my eyes to hear it. Best of the night. I declare the best of the night to be the song Wheat Waves. The song is good and the person sings well. Joe Mubai has finally done something this time. There's one thing to say, the songs are really good. but King Lai is the soul. It feels like the song adds half to King Lai, and King Lai adds half to the song, mutually accomplishing each other. Upstairs sums it up perfectly. The song and the man are perfect. Chapter 171, Where's the Promised Mystery Guest? Netizens have said that Waves of Wheat is the best thing they've heard tonight. This assessment is shared by almost everyone. Few people offered rebuttals, and the screen was filled with approving pop-ups. Many netizens believe that the song itself is certainly excellent, but Levi's rendition is where the song really shines. Diva strength. Hard-hitting songs taken to a whole new level. Of course, there are some relatively rational netizens who feel that Waves of Wheat is a rare gem in its own right. Lai Wei singing can only be the icing on the cake. It's great work meeting a top-notch interpreter that produces such stunning results. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, the host, Hua Xiao, once again took to the stage. The iconic smile was still on his face. Instead, an imperceptible suspicion flashed under his eyes. Just now in the headset, the guide suddenly transmitted a prompt for him to temporarily change the crosstalk. It puzzled him a little. Still, it quickly adjusted itself, and its tone became more and more enthusiastic. Ladies and gentlemen, have you been amazed by Mr. Lai Wei's Waves of Wheat just now? I'm sure there are, but the surprises continue. This next singer will definitely exceed your expectations. An even bigger surprise for everyone. As for who exactly is this singer, please allow Hua Xiao to sell a secret and keep it a secret for now. However, I can sneakily tell you that the name of this next song is called Rice Scent. Just listening to the title of the song, you can tell it's a song just like Waves of Wheat, an idyllic, fresh and healing piece. So next, let's give our warmest applause to the singer of The Scent of Rice. Hua Xiao purposely dragged the end of his voice, trying to mobilize the curiosity of the audience. However, these words left the audience a little confused. Surprise? A bigger surprise? The Scent of Rice? Everyone originally got the news that the song Rice Fragrance, shouldn't it be sung by Zhou Tianwan? What's so surprising about that? Can you call something that everyone knows a surprise? Just as the crowd was puzzled, someone suddenly realized something. A sharp nudge to his companion signaled a quick look at the message on his cell phone. Look, it's out on the internet. Being pushed so much by his companion, the man also hurriedly took out his cell phone and opened the microblogging to quickly browse up, only to see that at this time on the microblogging hot search list, quietly appeared some small news. The title are very eye-catching. Shocking insider. Zhou Yixuejilax and the others are suspected to have left the stage early. Out of the blue, the singer of Inari is a mystery. Program Group Emergency Public Relations? Zhou Yixuejilax collectively absent from the subsequent competition. Tap these messages. It's mostly catch-as-catch-can content posted by marketing numbers, but all mentioned a common point of information. Shui Jilu, Zhou Yi, and the others seem to have left the gym. There's even paparazzi taking blurry pictures. A black commercial car pulled out from the underground garage of the stadium. The license plate number is vaguely recognizable as Zhou Yi's car. When these news came out, it instantly ignited online opinion. The comments sections of major media numbers are crowded with comments from melon-eating netizens. People have been hearing the wind for a long time. It said that Lord Jiangmen had customized a new song, Rice Fragrance, for King Zhou Tianwang, will be sung at the upcoming games. Now host Hua Xiao has personally confirmed that the next song is Rice Scent, but the original singer, who was scheduled to sing, was revealed to have bailed out early? This had netizens talking and speculating about what was going on. What's going on? King Chao has run away? No, the performer is running away from the show? The show is going to collapse? Eat melon, waiting for a reversal. Could it be that sect Master Jiang has fallen out with Zhou Tianwan? Upstairs has a big brain. How can we break up? Wasn't it always harmonious before? Or it could be that Jiang sect master invited another more powerful big shot, and Zhou Tianwang, knowing that his strength was not good enough, was disgruntled and left the stage in anger? Thoughtfulness. Showbiz is deep. Upstairs, you've read too many conspiracy theories, haven't you? What kind of a man is King Chao? So he's just a little wary because of this? However, some relatively sensible netizens soon came forward to refute these speculations. It's impossible to break up. If it's true, why did Shui run away with it? It's probably some kind of emergency. Otherwise it's impossible to be absent en masse. Instead of speculating here for no reason, it's better to look forward to the next song, Rice Scent, and who will actually be given the opportunity to sing it. There might be a surprise. Makes sense. Sit back and wait for the answer to be revealed. Program, surprised? Surprised? Exciting or not? Ha 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 ha. Happy to have a little skin upstairs? Other than that, all I want to know right now is, who the hell is going to sing The Scent of Rice? Wait online. Hurry. The stage lights dimmed abruptly. At the same time, the sound of the mechanical operation of the elevating platform sounded again and slowly rose. The cacophony in the gym also subsided. All eyes focused on the center of the stage. the lilting acoustic guitar takes the lead. Crisp whistles followed, interspersed with a few realistic cricket chirps, instantly transporting the audience to a tranquil idyll. The elevator rises higher and higher. On the stage, a figure slowly appeared, with an acoustic guitar in his arms. He was lean and upright. The audience froze. The live streamers were also confused. Holy, am I right? That guy on the stage is Jiangshun? Jiangman Master himself sang on the stage? No way. I've got my pants down, and this is what I'm shown. Where's the promised mystery guest? Amidst the shocked gazes of countless people, Zhang Li held his guitar and stood fixedly in the center of the stage. The chasing lights came on, and the soft light poured over his body, making him look more and more elegant. The strings are plucked and warm colors flow out. Immediately after that, a slightly magnetic voice slowly sounded. To the world, if you have too much to complain about and fall down, you are afraid to move on. When the first line of the lyrics came out of the mouth, the room instantly exploded. The stage projects ripples of golden rice ears. The ground screen by Jiang Li's feet suddenly exploded with firefly special effects. 20 laser lights, weaving the illusion of a river of stars flowing through the dome. The cuffs of the made-to-order denim shirt are rolled up to the elbow. When plucking the string, the muscles of the lower arm pull on the pale blue blood vessels in the wrist. Professional-grade chest resonance gives the tailpiece a honey-warm texture. The guide camera sweeps across the front row of the audience. The girl in the Chinese dress, the support stick in her hand snapped, fell to the ground. The music critic in the fisherman's hat next to him rips off his hat, exposing the top of his half-bald head to the air. He gestured at the vocal position. Cephalic resonance. It's a ING standard demonstration in a Berkeley textbook. Remember when you said home is the only castle? Keep running with the river of rice. Jiang Li sidestepped and stepped on the ground screen trigger. The mechanical rice ears on either side of the stage suddenly rustled and swung. The drummer intersperses 16th notes with sandhammer simulated wind-blown wheat sounds. The live stream was even full of question marks and exclamation points flying in unison. Chapter 172. Jiangshun is still a student of science. Is it really the river god himself singing? I spiral upwards in place. Jiangshun sings so beautifully too. This warm tone color. I'm melting straight away. My mom asked me why I was kneeling down to watch the live broadcast, and I told her I was listening to the gods sing. Everyone thought that for this song, Rice Fragrance, Zhang Li would invite some heavyweight guest to sing. After all, he's always been a behind-the-scenes creator figure before. Who would have thought that people would plunge into a guitar on their own? The problem is, it's also sung so beautifully that it doesn't sound amateurish at all. At this point, there was finally a responsive netizen on the air, who began to science. Shocking secret. Jiangshun is from the science class. He's a vocalist. Upstairs shocking my ass. When I am a singer wasn't even finished. Jiangshun live said it. It's just that you newbies don't know about it. Really? Jiangshun is still from the science class? That's too impressive, isn't it? I always thought that Jiangshun was just a composer, but I didn't realize that he was so good at singing as well. He's an all-around ACE. I just got back from checking out the information. This guy majored in voice and minored in composition, and he sang an excerpt from Turandot for his graduation presentation. Wait for me. The alumni group is passing around his final exam, Tibetan Plateau. The high C is so fast, it can shatter the glass. Now, the live streaming netizens became even more excited. I didn't realize that sect master Jiang had hidden such a hand. Singer-songwriters are already a rarity in the Chinese music scene. Instead, Lord Jiangman is a much more powerful singer-songwriter. One word makes a big difference. Singer-songwriter, meaning that the songs you sing are written by yourself. But a singer-songwriter means to continue to output work for others on top of the former. The two are not at all in the same order of magnitude. It can be said that even if you look around the world, there are only a handful of singer-songwriters, and none of them are international superstars. Lord Jiangman is hiding a handful of King Bomb-level nukes. It wasn't thrown outward until this moment. I've come to my senses. Jiangshun is going to blow up the venue. Kingfisher warning. Non-combatants, please evacuate quickly. River god, sorry. I'm actually a singer who's been held back by music. Ha 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 ha. The truth upstairs. Jiangshun can obviously rely on his face to eat, but he has to rely on his talent. River god, actually, I have something even more powerful, but it's just not convenient to reveal it for now. Expecting Jiangshun to zoom in. I can't wait. Screams erupted from the floor, startling the night herons outside the arena. The leather-clad rock veteran wiped his face. Found myself in the chorus, standing up without realizing it. The elite man in the suit next to him is typing furiously on a cell phone memo. Textbook handling of strengths and weaknesses. The third verse of the main song is deliberately tucked away to leave enough room for the final outburst. Achievement is not the goal. Making yourself happy and joyful, that's what it's called. Zhang Li walked to the edge of the stage and pointed one knee to the ground. The force of his fingertips sweeping across the guitar startled a string of cheerful overtones. The girl in the Lolita dress is crying and voicing her best friend. Jungman's main vocal range change is as smooth as Dev's. Is this a human being who ate CDs? As he got up, Jongli touched off the guitar pickup. Instead, it took advantage of the accident to do an a cappella oratorio. The loss of backing vocals instead exposes even more horrific detailing. Each turn of phrase carries a tremor of breath, like the husks of rice rolled up by the evening wind as it passes through the sunbeds. On the other side, in the backstage lounge, the moment the catchlight beam hit Jongli and the music started, Jomubai also bounced violently from the sofa as if he had been struck by an electric current. Eyes glazed over, staring dead on at Jongli in the screen. His mouth opened to say something, but he found that his throat felt like it was blocked and he couldn't make a sound for half a day. Turning his head to the side, Gu Mingcheng looked at him, found a dumbfounded expression as well, no better than his own. Ming Chang, you know Jongli he can sing? Jomubai's voice was a little dry, with an incredulous tremor. Gu Mingcheng shook his head numbly, his eyes empty, as if his soul had gone out of his body. It took a while before he came back to his senses and stammered. No, don't know I always thought that he was just a young man who could write songs. Who would have thought that he could sing, and it was sung so well, so professional. Gu Mingcheng silently added in his heart. Jongli in the screen was upright and focused. The song came together and the entire gym fell silent. All that was left was his clear, magnetic voice, echoing through the arena. Whether it's breath control or intonation, it's all perfect. There is no trace of amateurism to be seen at all. Where is this like a grassroots musician? Clearly a professionally trained singer. Jomubai's brain went blank. The calmness and composure that he had felt before had all melted away at the moment. In its place was deep shock and bewilderment. Subconsciously picking up his cell phone, his fingers flew across the screen. Stop after a few moments. His face became even more ugly, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I said, how could one come out of nowhere? Can shake the foundation of the Academy School of Grassroots Musicians? It turns out that this Zhongli is also the class origin. The cell phone screen. In the Academy's internal system, the Zhongli file page stings the retina. Clear S+ grades in voice majors. The soprano section of the song Tibetan Plateau in the end of semester repertoire video. It shook the cell phone. First in vocal specialization. Joe Mubai muttered, his heart filled with chagrin and remorse. Should have thought of that a long time ago. How can you be fooled by those old academics? Those old guys, who claimed that Zhongli was a folk school wildcard, were not worth mentioning at all. He himself had believed it, and had preconceived the idea that Zhongli was just a lucky grassroots. It's really stupid. These old farts, they're really harming people. Seeing this, Gu Mingcheng hurriedly opened his mouth to comfort. Mubai, don't worry too much. So what if he's number one in vocal music? I've never seen him sing either. I'm afraid his skills have long since regressed. What's more, doesn't he still have throat cancer? Definitely not playing to its original strength. Therefore, not enough to worry about. Not enough to worry about twice in a row in an attempt to placate himself. Hearing Gu Mingcheng's words, Jomubai's face eased a little. Nodding, he murmured, let's hope so. But in his heart, he was still filled with uneasiness. Zhongli's performance was really too much out of his expectation. The bottom line is this. The other side has increased their leverage with Chen Lao. He had a very bad feeling about this. Chapter 173, Dogs Don't Like People. Meanwhile, the Fragrant Hills Sanatorium. The octagonal gazebo is dipped in twilight. The alabaster chess table reflected the cold light of the flatboard. Chen Lao's index and middle fingers were holding Yunzi suspended in midair. On the live feed, Zhongli is holding an acoustic guitar and singing The Scent of Rice. Science class? Rather interesting. Secretary Li quietly replaced the hot tea. The mist of water rising from the rim of the Celadon marigold swept over the old man's temples. He noticed that Chen Lao's wrist bone that was holding the chess piece was pressed downward by half an inch. This is the body language that characterizes when you hear key information. Picking up his cell phone, his fingertips flew across the screen. After a moment, he bowed slightly and approached Elder Chen. Found out some information. Comrade Xiao Jiang graduated from the voice department of the Qinglu Conservatory of Music. Turning the phone screen towards the chess scales, top of the 23rd professional class. Under the tutelage of Professor Lin Hemming, the crunching of the black seeds knocking on the scale startles the sparrows. Elder Chan covers the tablet with a chess game. Department of Vocal Music. Zhang family boy's condition is related to the throat, diagnosed in 24. The laryngoscopic biopsy report showed third-degree damage to the vocal cords. Secretary Li clicked on the black and white image in the encrypted file. The attending surgeon was Mingjiang Su of the People's Hospital, and the post-operative evaluation concluded that the patient was unable to return to professional singing. The mosquito-repellent lamps at the corners of the gazebo suddenly buzzed. Chen Lao's fingertips skimmed over the incrustation on the rim of the chess jar. Now that's quite a song. Lifted his chin at the live feed. Zhongli was rubbing the end notes of Inari into the fading sound of insects. The old man smiled 2 deep lines of decree. Only the smile did not reach his eyes. Secretary Lee hurriedly added, "There's another situation. Just now Joe E and a few others suddenly left the stage before the show. It should be. Those funders are starting to use some less than honorable tactics. Need to step in and stop it? No need." Chen Lao cut off his subordinates to ask for instructions. The sound of Yunzi knocking on the star position was 3 times heavier than usual. Looking at the black and white dragons that were twisted into one place on the chessboard, it sounded like a review of some ancient battle. A hardened Longquan sword is ultimately a pendulum if it has not been stained with blood. Stress. It's a must. Without pressure, how can we force out that little guy's potential? And how can one see how far he can really go? But make sure they are physically safe. The voice turned steeply cold, carrying the stern aura of a superior. Drop your eyes as you blow away the tea froth. The angle was just enough to hide the harshness that flashed through his pupils. Wait for those people to touch the red line first. If they really dare to do anything out of the ordinary, they will not be tolerated. The mountain breeze rolled in the night dew and poured into the gazebo. Secretary Lee hurriedly nodded in response. A certain economic work conference 3 years ago, the old man said in the same tone. Let the bullets fly a little longer. 3 months later, 7 listed companies were delisted at the same time. On the live feed, the sound of 10,000 people cheering at the scene came faintly. Instead, Chen Lao stared at the black and white pieces scattered on the chess scales. When Jian Li gave his curtain call, he suddenly pushed the scales to get up. Add a fraction to the funds allocated to the Qinglu Conservatory of Music for Educational Reform. Roger that, on my way to set it up. On the other hand, the Southeastern Conservatory of Music, Dean's office. The evening breeze wrapped around the sound of laughter coming from the direction of the playground, blowing the desktop rice paper rustling. On the screen, Jiang Li's guitar strings were still vibrating. The rhythm of Xin Huayuan's index finger knocking on the edge of the window, however, was disorganized. Sighing, the crease in his brow deepened. The boy Mubai, after all, could not suppress his greed and anger. Early on, when he sensed that he was getting too close to those capitals, he himself had, more than once, knocked this favorite student. The academy's biggest pet peeve is getting tangled up with capital. Capital for profit. Rules are nothing more than tools to break in their eyes. Young people are often too blinded by immediate benefits to see the crisis that lurks. After all, he was young at heart and took his words at face value. Now that fire has been lit by capital, and the fire is spreading much faster than expected. Once it gets out of hand and burns down on the academy, it's no small matter. Thinking of this, Xin Huayuan picked up the tablet on the table and dialed Zhao Yanqiu WeChat. The video call connects for a split second. Zhao Yanqiu was prolonging the manuscript of Offering Nephews and Nephews. The wolf hair is hanging over the last stroke of the character. Ink dripped onto the cooked rice paper, haloing the hideous scars. You can't sit still either? Zhao Yanqiu rested the wolf hair on the brush holder and took off his old-fashioned glasses and took a breath. The white mist floating on the lenses could not hide the essence of the eyes. Xin Huayuan turned his computer screen toward the camera. Jiang Li's clear singing was crashing into the silence of the room. See the weak mix in that kid's voice change area? Lin Hemming's closing stunt. Master Chan wants to quench his sword, but too much fire will hurt the furnace. Mubai has been making more and more moves lately, and that's not a good sign. He set up the stage and let the Zhang kids sing the show. It's just that if this theater is going to collapse, you have to bring down the corners first. Zhao Yanqiu understood what Xin Huayuan meant, and his tone became serious. Are you saying that he borrowed the power of capital to suppress Jiang Li? I'm afraid there's more than suppression. Xin Huayuan slowly shook his head, the bottom of his eyes carrying a deep concern. Mubai is now a bit out of control, under the guise of capital, destroying the rules of the game. This tactic has touched the bottom line. Zhao Yanqiu was thoughtful. The old man should not intervene for the time being. So far, it looks like the old man is going to quench the sword. Shen Huayuan nodded, but on Mubai's side, it's an unstable factor. We must draw a line with him as soon as possible. Draw the line? Zhao Yanqiu repeated, with hesitation in his tone. Will drawing the line now make us look too much of what? Shen Huayuan's tone was stern. Too ruthless? Too realistic? Lao Zhao, the academy is not a charity. Mubai is already in deep mud. If he doesn't cut it, once the east window is revealed, the entire academy school will be implicated. Zhao Yanqiu was silent. Collegiate reputations are hard-earned. It must not be jeopardized by Zhou Mubai's mistakes alone. You're right. After this game, it's a chance to cut what needs to be cut, and it has to be cut clean. It is better to be early than late. Xin Huayuan emphasized. Mubai is now like a time bomb that could explode at any time. He must be plucked out of the collegiate ranks before it gets completely out of hand. Meanwhile, on stage, the last lyrics of The Fragrance of Rice fall as if a breeze is blowing over the waves of rice in the fields, leaving a peaceful and beautiful afterglow. However, this tranquility was shattered by deafening cheers. Inside the gym, tens of thousands of spectators chanted the same name in unison. A mountainous, tsunami-like wave of sound. It almost took the roof off the arena. River God, Jiangshan, Jiangshan. Neatly organized slogans resounded through the Wuxang Stadium. The audience waved their glow sticks and gathered into a sea of bright stars. The moderator's voice rang out at the right time. With a smile piled on his face, Wahoo once again walks onto the stage. Thank you, Mr. Zhongli, for this song, The Fragrance of Rice. It's so good. I'm sure everyone is feeling as excited as I am at this moment. Next, let's use even more enthusiastic applause. Please welcome the king of folk music, Mr. Lai Wei, to the stage once again. Chapter 174, the most romantic tie in Chinese music. To the cheers of the entire crowd, Ri Wei wore a smile on her face as she walked straight towards Zhongli in the center of the stage. Wrinkled palms hung in midair. The tiger's mouth still has calluses from the ukulele. Zhongli's eyelashes fluttered, seemingly a little surprised by Levi's move, but quickly responded by extending his hand as well. Sweat-stained fingertips as they touched each other's palms, obviously stuttering at the thick callus. It's a 30-year career on the stage, branded with medals. The two palms are clasped, seemingly symbolizing the Chinese music scene, the handover and inheritance of the old and new generations of musicians. When I sang Birchwood back in the day, an older gentleman on stage said that ballads are poems that grow in the wheat. Ri Wei turned to the audience, catchlights gilding the silver-white tresses. Now this field of wheat, it's time for a new sun. What an afterthought. There are many talented people in the world, each leading the way for hundreds of years. The old man in me can finally retire in peace. People, you can't be old without being old. The stage is still in the hands of you youngsters who are coming after you. The live streaming pop-up instantly exploded the server. Grid. This is the pattern of the older generation of artists. Mr. Joe's face at this moment references the green grassland. Withdrawing the 20 million appearance fee overnight. Dog's head. Grandpa Lai is passing on his life's work to Master Jian. Martial arts movie BGM. Elder Li Wei is joking. You are old and strong. Your sword has not yet aged. It's definitely not a problem to sing for another couple of decades. We, the juniors, have to learn more from our seniors. The knot in Zhang Li's throat moved. The left hand behind his back unconsciously gripped the sweat-soaked hem of his shirt. This tiny stress reaction was accurately captured by the guide and immediately triggered a new round of pop-up mania. Zhongshan's little gesture when he's nervous pokes me so much. On the surface, calmly smiling, but in reality, frantically pulling the corners of his shirt. Help! Is this anticlimax real? Hua Xiao then spoke up, easing the embarrassment for Zhang Li. Exciting times are here. Next, it will be time for the canvassing session. First, let's invite Mr. Lai Wei to say a few words for us. Ri Wei took the microphone and swept her gaze across the room. The stage must be entrusted to a young man like Xiao Jiang, who can withstand the hardships. He's the hope of the Chinese music scene. Honestly, I'm so ashamed of myself after listening to this one today. So, I hope we can support him more. Try to cast your precious vote in your hand for Mr. Xiao Jiang. These words could be said to have given Zhang Li an extremely high evaluation. Once again, the room erupted in applause that lasted forever. This is the highest respect one can pay to those who have gone before. It is also a recognition of Levi's breadth of mind and temperament. The pattern opens. I'm with Uncle Lai. Zhou Mubai's expression at the moment belike, you're noble. You're great. Suggest checking Uncle Lai's bank card. I suspect Lord Jiangman has secretly charged the annual membership fee. Chowder, first of all I didn't mess with any of you. Breaking defense family. This wave is the ballad god himself crowning Jiangshan. Mr. Zhou now looks like a non-collector who drew a card with kryptonite but drew a dead right SSR. Grandpa Lai, didn't expect it. Did you? I'm the one who hides the skin of Jiangman's master. There are all kinds of segments on the air. Netizens admired Lai Wei's generosity and pattern, and they also bragged extremely about Zhang Li's talent and strength. At the same time also did not forget to tease Zhou Mubai's miserable encounter. Zhang Li also didn't expect that Elder Li Wei would canvass for herself in public. I thought those words were just a formality. I didn't expect this old-timer to be so bright and open-minded. The microphone was handed to himself. Holding the hot microphone, Zhang Li's throat knots rolled as he met the sweat stains soaking through his collar. The other side handed not only a microphone, but some kind of heavy legacy. Thank you for the affirmation of Senior Ri Wei, and please support Senior Ri Wei. After all, standing here represents more than just yourself. It is more of the heritage and underpinnings of Chinese folk music. As for me, I've been lucky enough to win 3 songs. It really doesn't matter that much to me if the song wins or loses. A circular screen in the dome of the arena exploded with fireworks effects. The guide camera swept across the lines at the corners of Ri Wei's eyes. Catch the old man's fleeting smile of relief. Wahoo took over the microphone at the right time. As Mr. Lai said, this stage needs more fresh blood like Mr. Jiang. But with fresh blood, you need a veteran escort too, don't you? Okay, back to business. The exciting fourth round of voting lanes is officially open. Please use your hand speeds to prove that you are not surfing 2G. With Hua Xiao's voice, the giant screen behind the two men, the number of votes climbed like a rocket. The live broadcast pop-ups were even denser, almost flooding the screen. Countless netizens are scratching their heads in front of their screens. Can't wait to have 2 tickets. One vote for the esteemed King Levi in tribute to the classics. The other vote goes to Yokohama's Jiangmen Lord in favor of innovation. The problem of choosing between the two makes countless netizens suffer from dyslexia. Help! I want to vote for both sides. This is the problem of the century. Voting for Grandpa Lai is sentimental. Voting for River God is the future. I'm cracking up. The program is so bad. They're deliberately messing things up, aren't they? It's forcing people who have trouble choosing to die. What choices do adults make? I'll cut my vote between 2 accounts. Handicapped people go berserk. Has the program team considered the hand speed of singles for 20 years? Suggest the show opens up a VIP double ticket channel, and I'll immediately kryptonite an annual membership. Jiangmen owners quickly open the hit list channel. I want to prove mother's love with my New Year's money. Hua Xiao's passionate voice sounded again, pushing the atmosphere of the scene to the highest climax. Exciting times are coming, folks. Let's get to the final countdown. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 3, 2, 1. Voting lanes, close. The moment the countdown hit 0, the numbers on the screen were finally set. Incredible. Lai Wei and Jiang Li's votes were surprisingly completely equal. Washo couldn't help but let out a gasp. This is the most romantic tie in Chinese music. Both teachers delivered unparalleled performances. Let's give them another round of applause. The excitement continues. The next teacher to appear had used his voice to build the 9 heavens of the fairy world. His voice is ethereal, pure and highly recognizable. Singing the last word of Forget the River in the studio, the original author renewed the 30,000 word extra on the spot. I am sure I don't need to tell you that you have already guessed the identity of this teacher. Let's give our warmest applause to Lin Yuxing for Deep Blue. Go back in time a few minutes. The lounge overhead light cast a shadowy pall over Zhou Mubai's face, staring at the hands that Li Wei and Jiang Li were holding on the screen. His knuckles pinched white. Gu Mingqing's neck veins rippled and he violently kicked over the coffee table. $20 million fed to the dogs. Does the old man Lai think we're just a bunch of jokers? Collect the money without shaking your hands and turn around and stab us in the back. Grabbed the fruit bowl of Cheerios and smashed it against the screen. Purple red juice exploded across Ri Wei's smiling face. Chapter 175. You didn't expect it, did you? My son's big move is a nuclear bomb. Go back in time a few minutes. The lounge overhead lights cast a shadowy pall over Zhou Mubai's face, staring at the hands that Li Wei and Jiang Li were holding on the screen. His knuckles pinched white. Gu Mingqing's neck veins rippled and he violently kicked over the coffee table. $20 million fed to the dogs. Does the old man Lai think we're just a bunch of jokers? Collect the money without shaking your hands and turn around and stab us in the back. Grabbed the fruit bowl of Cheerios and smashed it against the screen. Purple red juice exploded across Ri Wei's smiling face. Zhou Mubai suddenly remembered not long ago, the days in Zhanjiang, Su Yanzhou's old bungalow by the sea. Posters of stars from the 90s are revealed in the peeling siding. Yellowed Songs magazines are stacked dangerously high in the corners. That last craftsman of the Chinese music industry wakes up at 5:30 a.m. every day without fail to record the sound of the tide. The cassette player rustled like it was mocking the speed music of the streaming age. Gu Mingqing turned his head to look at the silent Zhou Mubai. What now? Do we just let it go? If I don't teach this old thing Li Wei a lesson, I won't be able to swallow this breath. No, let the legal department send a lawyer's letter now. Zhou Mubai rubbed his distended temples. His eyes swept over Gu Mingqing's twisted face. Try touching Lai Wei? The Chinese music scene is full of his students. Get up and push the window open. The air-conditioned breeze poured in with the shouts of River God from the audience. This next song, Deep Blue, is a relic that Su Yanzhou has been grinding for 7 years. Gu Mingqing was suddenly as quiet as a goose that had been strangled. Of course he knew Su Yanzhou, a ghost songwriter who swept across both sides of the Taiwan Strait in the 1990s. The song Rouge Buckle, written for Fei Sun, is still the ceiling of Hong Kong music. The old man let it slip 5 years ago that he would no longer sell songs. Last year Sony offered 8 figures and begged for a jingle, all but ate it up. How did you handle that stubborn ass? Gu Mingqing's voice was weak. Zhou Mubai's medical history sheet of Su Yanzhou's youngest daughter floated in front of his eyes. $400,000 for congenital heart surgery. Pressed into the bottom shelf of an old 5-drawer dresser. Stacked with the unpublished manuscript of Deep Blue. He merely pushed the craft bag with the check through at the right time. By the way, I am attaching the appointment list of top cardiologists in Renha Hospital. There is a price for being human. Zhou Mubai did not answer Gu Mingqing positively, but said meaningfully, Mingqiang, this society, in the end, is still made up of people. To be invincible in this society, it is actually enough to follow 4 words: human heart, human nature, Human nature is well understood as a collection of needs based on desires. The human heart, on the other hand, changes all the time. Some insight is required. Just be able to accurately grasp the other person's needs and gain insight into their thoughts. Then strategize accordingly. And there's nothing anyone can't take. Gu Mingqing's open mouth looked like a fish deprived of oxygen. For the first time, I realized that the shadow on Zhou Mubai's cheekbones was so heavy enough to swallow a man. But isn't that old man famous for burning manuscripts rather than changing half a word? So it's the original Deep Blue. Zhou Mubai pulled up the document, and tea stains were still visible on the scans of the lyrics page. Recording ambient sounds against the sea every day. I picked up over 700 versions of the intro wave sound alone. Tap on a certain recording, and the sound of the tide is mixed with the undercurrent of an old cassette tape. Listen to this interlude. He had to wait for a typhoon day to record a reef crash and ended up breaking 2 ribs. Gu Mingqing suddenly felt cold. Thinking about the hot search not long ago, Su Yanzhou fainted on the beach and sent to the hospital. In the rescue footage captured by the paparazzi, the old man was still clutching the recorder in his arms with a death grip. From the direction of the stage comes Wahoo's rousing crosstalk. Zhou Mubai turned off the Deep Blue demo that was playing, and the whale-like intro came to an abrupt end. The song has been honed since 2018. And the lyrics alone have been changed in over 400 drafts. It's good news that the Wheaton Wave has a tie. It's a bit premature to say win or lose before the game is over. On the other side, the stage, the fiddle and cello intertwine with layers of string introductions. It's like being in the infinite depths of the ocean. There was darkness all around, oppressive and breathless. The elevator gears make a muffled noise. Lin Yusheng's posture of tilting his head with his eyes closed was like a drowning victim surfacing. The main part of the song is sung in an extremely restrained whispering style. Drowned moonlight freezes in my collarbone as fish nibble at my penultimate nerve. The song was low and depressing, like a boulder pressing down on the heart. It's suffocating as hell. The audience held their breath, as if they were really in the bottom of the ocean. There was darkness all around. There was nowhere to run but the cold sea water wrapped around himself. This deep-sea phobic patients have suffocated. Suggest with Jiangshin under the sea to eat better, dog head. Suggest checking Lin Yusheng's DNA. I suspect he's the reincarnation of Siren. Help! Is this brother's larynx equipped with an inverter motor? However, when the chorus comes in, the repressed emotions exploded instantly. The drowned carved their testament in whalebone. The tides are the book of life and death that Poseidon flips through. The soprano voice carries the power to tear everything apart. Lin Yusheng uses a lot of air voices and vibrato techniques. It brings out that sense of suffocation and longing in the lyrics. It was as if a drowning man was desperately struggling in despair, eager to grab the last straw. The contrast of emotions is extremely strong. From repression to explosion, from despair to hope, the huge drop instantly captured everyone's heart. The audience was completely shocked by this amazing performance by Lin Yusheng. Almost at the same time, everyone couldn't help but stand up. The eyes followed the figure in the center of the stage. It was like being pinned in place, unable to move. The live broadcast pop-ups were even denser, almost flooding the screen. I can't breathe with this song. I feel like I'm really suffocating. Deep Blue? That's a great title for a song. It perfectly illustrates the depressing depths of the ocean. I feel that this song is similar to the mood of Under the Sea written by Jiangmen Master before. Both have the same feeling of suffocation. Yeah, but Deep Blue feels more advanced. Not that I'm saying, this Deep Blue is too well produced. It feels like it's a few notches above Under the Sea. Finished. Jiangmen's owner bought a ticket and ran away overnight. Mr. Joe is starting to zoom in, isn't he? The front is just an appetizer. The back is the main event. Jiangmen Master feels a bit weak afterward. The big moves are all in the front. Suggest that Jiangshin's next song be renamed Kelp, focusing on going with the flow, laughing and crying. It's over. Jiangshin is going to bring Under the Sea out for a fight? It's like taking a kick against an intercontinental missile. Family. Duke Joe, didn't expect it, did you? My son's big move is a nuclear submarine. As the sound of Lin Yu soared on his knees for the last part of the whistle, 12 dry ice machines spewing liquid nitrogen. The fog spread over the knees of the front row of spectators. Some people see visions. Countless blue whale skeletons were slowly rising from the cracks in the earth screen. Inside the director's booth, some ear-returned guide mumbled something. How is this a competition? It's a deep-sea torpedo blowing up a fish pond. Chapter 176, is Mr. Joe embroidering? As predicted by the earwig-wearing guide, no one knows if deep-sea torpedoes ever blow up fish ponds, but the internet is really blowing up. The Lin Yu sound song is not over yet. The hot lists are like lit firecrackers, blowing up one after another. The speed is dizzying. Hashtag Weekly Mubai Deep Blue behind the scenes creative story hashtag. Hashtag music craftsmanship returns hashtag. Hashtag the Chinese music scene needs to slow down hashtag. Popular phrases related to Deep Blue. At an alarming rate, it dominated the top of the Hot 100 list. the heat continues to climb. There is a hidden tendency to explode. And it all started with an article that was quietly circulating on all the major self-media platforms. The title of the article is full of thought-provoking implications. 2 years of grinding a sword. 400 drafts of lyrics. Jomubai with Deep Blue tribute to the craftsmanship, the Chinese music world. Please slow down and wait for your soul. The article begins with a heartfelt pen. It depicts the tremendous amount of effort and time that Jomubai put into creating the song Deep Blue. For the creation of this song Deep Blue, Mr. Jomubai spent 2 whole years, during which he overturned the demo countless times. The lyrics alone were revised over 400 times. Every lyric has been worked out and polished to perfection. Between the lines, Jomubai's craftsmanship in music creation is strongly emphasized, molded into one that spares no time or effort. It is also important to create the image of a music craftsman who creates masterpieces. Immediately afterward, the article takes a turn. Jomubai's spirit of craftsmanship began to be compared to the current state of the Chinese music scene. The target is the phenomenon of fast food music and lip-syncing that has become so prevalent in recent years. Looking back at the current Chinese music scene, the assembly line mode of song production is prevalent. Crude spitball songs are popping up all over the place. It seems that as long as the melody is catchy and the lyrics are straight to the point, it's a quick hit. As far as song substance and quality, there is very little to go on. This phenomenon of bad money driving out good money is seriously eroding the roots of the Chinese music scene. In the long run, where will the future of the Chinese music scene lead? Impassioned, word for word, the spearhead is directed at the current ills of the Chinese music scene. He blamed it on the market's pursuit of lip-sync songs and the neglect of music craftsmen. At the end of the article, it is the golden age of Chinese music in the 1980s and 1990s. Contrast this with the current era of lip-syncing. This is an argument for the importance of craftsmanship in the Chinese music industry. In the 1980s and 1990s, the Chinese music scene was able to produce so many classics. It was because there was a group of musical giants like Su Yenzhou at that time. They disregarded fame and fortune, devoted themselves to creation, and polished their works with time and effort, which led to the splendor of the Chinese music scene. And nowadays, when we indulge in the fleeting pleasures of lip-syncing, should we not reflect on the fact that people are killing the future of the Chinese music scene with their own hands? The article isn't signed throughout, but between the lines, it reveals a strong collegiate flavor. By no means can the average self-published journalist write about it. As for who the article actually came from, no one knows, but this article came up. But it has found the perfect outlet for public opinion for the Academy, which has been on the back foot tonight. Those Academy music critics who were originally laid to rest online, marketing numbers, and a huge number of collegiate fans, became instantly excited. There have been a lot of retweets of this article, and based on the article's viewpoint, a new round of public opinion attack on Jianli was launched. Laughing to death. Some people's fans don't wash. A song written in a few minutes has the nerve to touch Mr. Joe's 2 years of hard work? 2 years in the making? 400 drafts of lyrics? Is Mr. Joe embroidering? The song is good, but there's no need to blow it up to the sky, right? Boycott the spit song. Reject industrial saccharin. The Chinese music scene needs really good music. The comments quickly polarized into 2 camps. One side supports Jomubai's spirit of craftsmanship and believes that Deep Blue represents the future direction of the Chinese music scene. The other side felt that this was an overinterpretation by the Academy, and even had the suspicion of citing Jomubai. Either way, the article manages to pull one back for the Academy. It even vaguely holds the upper hand in public opinion, only in this seemingly vociferous attack on public opinion. Yet there is one detail that is quite playful, one might even say nuanced. Those Academy's top bigwigs, such as Zhao Yanxiu, Shen Huayuan, or Wu Yaozu, who has been retired for many years. These were, in days gone by, the titans of the Academy who needled the world. And yet there is collective silence. Not a single person stepped forward to wave the flag for Jomubai. Not to mention that no one has publicly stood in solidarity with the views of this article. Instead, other Academy stalwarts have gone down, joined this powerful battle for public opinion. The first to speak out was a senior professor. He spilled out a long post on Twitter. The title is From the Arrangement Technique of Deep Blue, The Road to Elevation in the Chinese Music Scene. The article provides an expert insight into the subtleties of the arrangement of the song Deep Blue. The most commendable aspect of the Deep Blue arrangement is its skillful use of sound frequencies. Jomubai has skillfully incorporated the 52 Hz sonic frequency of killer whales, which is real in nature, into the low-frequency part of the song. This frequency, known as the loneliest whale song, carries in itself an extremely strong emotional implication. What is even more amazing is that this frequency is capable of producing infrasound resonance with a specific band of human brainwaves. This resonance can act directly on the listener's nervous system, unconsciously triggering deep-sea memories in the collective subconscious of humanity. It's a kind of ascending shock from physical hearing to neural resonance. It is a height that traditional pop music can hardly reach. Although netizens may not fully understand the technical details, but words like 52 Hz whale song, brainwave resonance, elevated impact, it sounds high enough. Unknown. Looks like Deep Blue is really awesome. 52 Hz whale song? Brainwave resonance? I don't understand it, but it feels so powerful. They said it's a subliminal impact. What's the point of being a fan of the song? He was followed by Yen Xiang, a well-known musician in the circle, also in his own op-ed. From a lyrical perspective, further reading on the excellence of Deep Blue, what strikes me most about the lyrics of Deep Blue is its strategy of material lyricism. The suicide note is carved in whalebone, a lyric that takes the remains of a deep-sea creature and transforms it into an emotional vehicle, implicitly follows the logic of physical evidence in marine archaeology. Just as the coral accretions on the shipwreck's porcelain record the passage of time, Deep Blue through the imagery of a whalebone suicide note, the elevation of private emotions into a monument to deep-sea civilization. This material lyricism gives the songs a depth and thickness that transcends pop music. It is no longer simply an emotional catharsis. Rather, it is a profound philosophical reflection on life, time, and civilization. Yen Xiang's reading is similarly filled with a collegial flavor. Countless netizens exclaimed, mysterious. Physical lyricism? Tablet of deep-sea civilization? What's all this? I don't get it. I can't read it, but it feels so powerful. How can you interpret the lyrics of a song as a monument to deep-sea civilization? Some people don't even bother to read the lyrics, right? Chapter 177, Blink if you're going to be kidnapped. There are also musicians who dissect the uniqueness of Deep Blue in terms of its sonic aesthetics. The most surprising aspect of Deep Blue is its use of sound montage. The songs subtly incorporate the sonic elements of cassette tape bottom noise. Cassette bottom noise, as an oral cornerstone of the 90s music industry. Contrast that with the digital sound quality of contemporary streaming. This sound montage restores both the grueling environment in which Mr. Joe Mubai was working, another miscellaneous spectral curve that alludes to the passage of time, the fatalistic nature of the cassette wearing out with each play. It becomes an auditory manifestation of the creator's life consumption. This extreme pursuit of detail reflects Mr. Joe Mubai's reverence for music. A card with a noise floor? How can you say that? I can't even listen to a song without the background noise. You've never heard of cassette tapes, have you? Cassettes are the tears of the times. It's a sentiment. Do you understand? Can a cassette tape's background noise be interpreted as an auditory manifestation of life depletion? The Academy's ability to interpret this is horrible, isn't it? In addition to the arrangement, lyrics, and sound aesthetics, others take a more subtle angle. For example, the number of revisions of the lyrics to argue the craftsmanship of Joe Mubai. Drowned moonlight freezes at the collarbone, a lyric that punctuates Deep Blue, but few people realize that the lyrics. It was Mr. Joe Mubai who finalized the lyrics after revising more than 400 drafts. This repeated polishing forms words that transform the feeling of deep-sea suffocation into a palpable physical experience. Moonlight is anthropomorphized into a drownable fluid. The collarbone, the slimmest bone in the body, becomes the container. The flux effect resulting from the collision of the two. Pressurized environments that can instantly immerse the listener in the deep sea. This polishing of words, it reflects Mr. Joe Mubai's extreme pursuit of art. It is this craftsmanship of excellence. It's what made Deep Blue a masterpiece. Over 400 drafts of lyrics? Just to change one lyric? Mr. Joe is writing his thesis here? I'm afraid you haven't written any songs upstairs, have you? One good lyric is worth 10 songs. Do you know what a word is worth 1,000 words? One time, Academy experts, scholars, and music critics of all stripes have taken their own perspectives, an all-encompassing, multi-layered, three-dimensional interpretation and blow-by-blow of Deep Blue. These people quoted scripture in quotes. Take every detail of Deep Blue and scrutinize it under a magnifying glass. The academics are coming down en masse to support Mr. Joe. Deep Blue is indeed awesome, but is this Academy touting too much? It feels like it's pushing a little too hard. While some people's Under the Sea will only consume depressed people, Joe's Deep Blue has a more far-reaching social significance, and the highs and lows are immediately distinguishable. How can a song like Under the Sea be compared to Deep Blue? It's an insult to the listener's ears. Is it hard for some people's fans to stop watching and admit that their brother is not as good as others? These comments were quickly met with strong backlash from John Lee's fans. Fart. How is Lord Jiangman's Under the Sea consuming depressed people? Did you see that? Under the Sea is a mouthful? You haven't even heard of a song that's a mouthful, have you? How can some songs compare to the depth of Under the Sea? Certain people are really sour. Their own brother can't make it, so they come to blacken our river god. Bah! Shame on you. Wait and see. It's us, Lord Jiangman. Who won't lose? Jiangshan will always be a god. Don't believe in rumors and don't spread rumors. Wait for Jiangshan's next song. Inside the stadium, The dome magnesium lights dimmed. Lin Yusheng's final line. The drowned moonlight freezes at the collarbone. Still collides between the steel-framed structures. Instead, the room fell into an eerie silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A full 10 seconds passed. Inside the large arena, not a single sound could be heard. The guide reacted extremely quickly and the camera switched instantly. On the huge LED screen behind them, countless faces were enlarged, occupying everyone's sight. The girl in the camel-colored top has mascara smudged into undersea algae, was covering his twitching nose with the palm of his hand. The boy in the ducktail hat at the back of the slant tilted his head. The knots of his throat rolled in the arc of a swallowing choke. The huffing and puffing in the bleacher section rose and fell like the waves of a rising tide. After a brief silence, applause came in like a tidal wave, from sparse to dense, eventually converging into a thunderous wave of sound. Whispers resounded in the crowd, exchanging information about the shock of the song just now. It's so great. This song, it feels like I've been pulled into the deep end of the ocean for a walk. Yes, it's depressingly breathless, and there's an indescribably soothing quality to it. Me too. It feels like my heart is empty and like it's being filled with something. Below the stage, at the entrance to the elevator, Chen Ruwashi closed her beautiful eyes tightly and took several deep breaths in an attempt to calm the turbulent emotions within her heart. The bombastic performance of Deep Blue was like a huge mountain pressing down on her heart, making her feel pressure like never before. The song is so deep in meaning and so emotionally charged that it almost consumes you. Just as he tensed and his palms went cold, a warm wrapping sensation suddenly came to his wrists. Chen Ruwashi was slightly stunned and opened her eyes, twisting her head to look, only to see Jiang Li holding her right hand tightly, his fingertips rubbing over the raised bones on the back of the hand, breaking the curled fingers apart one by one. Take it easy. The voice was soft, but carried an inexplicably reassuring power. This time, you're not fighting alone. Listen. Taking her hand and pressing it to his left breast, I'm 3 beats ahead of you. The heartbeat through the fabric of her shirt was rapid and heavy, slamming into her palm. Chen Ruwashi snorted out a laugh, and her eyes warmed up as she laughed. When the elevator gears start to turn, Jiang Li suddenly tugged her back half a step into the shadows. Block the camera overhead angle with your back. The makeup is smeared. Pulling the spare pin concealed in her lapel, he removed the silver iris brooch and pinned it in her hair. This is just right. The roar of mechanical bites engulfed the unspoken words. Chen Ruwashi counted her heartbeats as she stepped onto the last step of the elevator. The starry sea of fluorescent sticks that filled the arena abruptly went out. In the darkness, a warm touch cut across the end fingers. Jiang Li hooked her small thumb around hers and gently shook it twice. The next moment, the lights snapped on. Jiang Li appeared on the stage holding Chen Yushi. In an instant, tens of thousands of spectators erupted into deafening screams. Only this clamor was mixed with subtle dismay and confusion. After all, in the vast majority of people's minds, Jiang Li and Chen Ruwashi's relationship seems to have remained at the level of good friends. Although there have been CP fans online for a long time, tirelessly digging for all sorts of clues, trying to prove that there is an ambiguous affection between the two that goes beyond friendship. But Nay, the rightful owner, never responded positively, so much so that the cry of CP fans always seems to be a little understated. But now, the two are holding hands and stepping onto the competition stage in a dignified manner. What is this? This? A silent official announcement? The guide camera sweeps across the audience. The girls in the support shirts have covered their chests in a tsetse cupping gesture. A vocal roar came from the bleacher section. River God, blink if you're going to be kidnapped. It instantly sparked laughter. Chapter 178, Brahmin-style rap, the whole house. The internet will always react faster than the field. The live stream pop-ups were instantly flooded with question marks. What? Did I see it right? My God, Lee is holding hands with Yuhi? Ah! The CP I'm high on is real. It's real. Calm down upstairs. Maybe it's just for stage effect. Don't lie to yourself. That's it. There's a lot of hand-holding in the business. Don't be so sensitive. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. It must be true. It must be true. Hugs from the sisters in front. Though, but I still want to say that Ruwashi-san is really pretty. The stage lights suddenly dimmed. Wahoo interjected at the right time to control the scene. It seems that the audience, my friends, is interested in the two teachers' hand care. The banter sparked a wave of laughter before the conversation took a sudden turn. This next song, though, may require you to have your blood pressure pills at the ready. Before the words were out of his mouth, the big screen popped up with an information page about Under the Sea. After the names of Chen Ruwashi and Jiang Li, the word adapted was clearly displayed. Really changed the words. Jiangman Master, this is to confront Deep Blue head-on? High energy warning ahead. Non-combatants, please evacuate quickly. Zhou Gongzi nuclear submarine warning. Jiang Shenrun, this is not a drill. Chen Ruwashi loosened her clasped hands and turned to Li Mei. The iris brooch in her hair refracted a cold blue light. Zhongli retreated to the piano and lifted the lid. The black and white keys are reflected in the pupils, shattering into sparkling waves. I'm dying with this look. Jiangshan is taking the dark pianist route today? Help, they're stuck at the point of even looking at each other. What kind of pre-war preparation is this? The Civil Affairs Bureau's demolition team is in position. We'll take the two teachers away after the song. The stage darkened abruptly, leaving only a few trailing beams of light, as if they were phosphorescent flames wavering in the deep sea. The ghostly blue light reflected on Chen Ruoshi's slightly powdered face. More set off the skin white than snow, clear and beautiful. A piano intro roams through the audience. Chen Yushi's ethereal tones fell wrapped in the original lyrics. Scattered moonlight passes through the clouds and hides from the crowd, laying into the scales of the sea. The guide cuts to the side camera position at the right time. The silhouette of Zhongli playing the zither with his eyes downcast ripples, like a mermaid trapped in a glass tank. Yet the audience expects an adaptation, a subversion. It's called surprise, but this is still the original Under the Sea after all. In the audience, subtle whispers began to emerge, like the chirping of cicadas on a summer afternoon. It's not big, but it's big enough to show the doubt and disappointment. Ha, that's it? I thought the Jiangmen master was going to make some big move. Where's the promised nuke to nuke? Take the original and hit someone else's nuclear submarine? Pants down and this is what you're showing me? Really? The live stream pop-ups also became sparse. Apparently, the audience's enthusiasm for the original Under the Sea was a little worn out. Just when everyone thought that it was going to be a mediocre performance, the first verse of the main song draws to a close. Chen Nuxi's singing voice also faded until it disappeared, just a second before the melody is about to transition into the chorus. Zhongli, who was originally sitting in front of the piano, suddenly got up, grabbed the microphone that's been ready for a long time. The lights changed abruptly. The original ghostly blue chasing light was instantly replaced by a blazing white light that instantly illuminated the entire stage. Zhongli's thin lips slightly opened. Brahmsian rap penetrates the reverb. The knots in his throat rolled in a scriptural rhythm under the catchlights. You love the salty scent of the sea breeze, stepping on wet gravel, and you say that people's place should be back in the sea. It's a far cry from the desperate and depressing tunes of the original. If the original Under the Sea is to drag one slowly into the deep sea and feel the suffocation and despair, then Zhongli's rap adaptation is in the deep sea, tearing a crack hard. Let the sunshine pour down and give people the power to be reborn. The audience erupted into a neat huffing sound. It was as if an electric current ran through the body, numbing it from head to toe. What had been a cacophony of whispers came to an abrupt end. In its place was a suffocating silence. Everyone was stunned by the sudden shift. No one expected that Zhongli would actually rap his way through the chorus of Under the Sea. And the results were so stunning. I explode in place and ascend to heaven. My mom asked me why I was kneeling down to look at my phone. This rap is too good. It's like the chanting of Sanskrit. It hits the depths of the soul. Goosebumps fall all over the place. What kind of special effect is Jiangshan using on his voice? It's simply amazing. Who said you're out of talent? What the is this? It's a ing drain. Duke Joe, didn't expect it, did you? My son's nuclear submarine is actually a submarine toy. I announce. Starting tonight, the rap version of Seabiscuit is my new sacred song. What's the original? I'm not familiar with it. Help! I feel like I've been purified. The original emo mood was instantly cured. After listening to Jiangshan's rap, I feel like my entire being has been elevated. In situ epiphany. Amit Bob Buddha. The live stream pop-ups instantly exploded. Countless, absolute, God raps dominate the screen. The originally sparse pop-ups suddenly became densely packed, almost flooding the screen. Everyone was completely overwhelmed by Zhongli's stunning adaptation. No one expected that. It's amazing how the originally funereal Under the Sea can still be imbued with such hope and strength. Sometimes like the bottom of the ocean, grief is not something that can be empathized with in a few words. When you are alone, when you say that being loved is but a fluke, child, please don't forget that there were gentle voices calling you by name. Zhongli's flow accelerated steeply. Fingertips traced over Chen Ruoshi's hand hanging in the air. The moment the two staggered past each other, 12 sets of chasing light beams split the dry ice fog. Brand the silhouette on the ring giant screen. This high-energy segue. My canopy is flying. Jiangmen's main soundtrack is fitted with a turbo, isn't it? The one who just said he's exhausted comes out to be beaten. Does your face hurt? Help! Help! It makes me want to save the world right away. A nuclear submarine is nothing. Master Jiangmen will summon a star destroyer. I suggest we look into the structure of Jiangshan's vocal cords. Is this a human voice? The last verse of the two-voice chant rings out. Spring rains, summer cicadas, tomorrow is a good day. Fall winds pick up, snowflakes are light. You can't see the seasons at the bottom of the sea. The shot cascaded over the dome of the auditorium. As the last trailing section dissipated into the vents, the scene still maintained an eerie silence, until a certain sobbing awesome cut through the silence. A mountainous wave of sound instantly toppled the roof. Chapter 179, My Big Move is a Mental First Aid Kit. The gym after the show. Still basking in the aftermath of the sobbing awesome. However, the internet, an adaptation of Under the Sea, but it has already set all social media platforms ablaze. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room, scrolling wildly at a speed of 999 plus per second. The server was nearly paralyzed. Who said you've run out of talent? Come out and get complimented. This is a ING masterpiece. I declare that the rap version of Under the Sea is officially my mental totem. Who's in favor? Who's against? After listening to this version of Under the Sea, I feel like my entire being has come to life. All the emo I had before vanished in an instant. Duke of the Week, my nuclear submarine. Seems like it does. It's just a toy. Suggesting that Seabiscuit be nominated for Heritage. This is definitely the strongest healing divine song of the year. It's not just the average netizen. Many professionals in the field, too, were the first to express their appreciation for the adapted version of Under the Sea. Among them is the music critic Lu Jiuqing, who is known for his poisonous tongue. Just after the competition ended, Lu Jiuqing updated his microblogging on Fire. After listening to Under the Sea by Zhang Li and Chen Ruoshi, all I have to say is that it bombed. The original Under the Sea is certainly a classic, accurately depicting the inner world of a depressed person with its extreme depression and despair. The lyrics are word for word devastating. There's nothing left on earth. Everything scatters into smoke and the world has abandoned you. Were so blunt as to be breathtaking. The adapted version of Under the Sea, however, skillfully tears a hole in the despair and introduces hope and warmth. The change in lyrics is the finishing touch. How tragic is the original waves washing away the blood. Adapted as The Waves Sing a Lullaby, it instantly dissolves the gore and adds a soothing power. Scattering ashes into the sea is utter abandonment and despair. The return place back to the sea, on the other hand, elevates the imagery of death to the level of philosophical reflection on the destination of life, with an instantly lofty intention. The new rap passages in particular are a godsend. Zhang Li's monologue-style rap is like a beam of light in the darkness of the ocean floor. You are an important presence. Someone's star. The road leads to me waiting for you. A lyric that is a call and response from the deep, intertwined with the ethereal voice of Chen Yushi. A perfect intertextualization of depressing and healing. It makes the whole song more emotionally layered and infectious. This adaptation not only retains the delicate emotions of the original Under the Sea, more than that, it gives the song a whole new life. It allows the listener to empathize with the pain while also feeling hope and redemption. In this age of mourning culture, the appearance of an adapted version of Under the Sea is certainly of special significance. It reflects the complex attitudes of contemporary young people towards mourning culture. We all need to empathize with the pain, but more than anything we desire to be healed. In a high-pressure social environment, songs are needed to vent emotions. More than anything, we need songs to give us spiritual support. Zhang Li's adapted version of Under the Sea undoubtedly accurately hits the emotional pain points of contemporary young people. It's not just a song, it's more like a cure, healing for every soul in late-night emo. Let me end with a slightly cheesy one, but the infinitely more apt word to describe this version of Under the Sea. Fish for hope, warmth, and the power of life. This long blog post by Lu Jiuqing is a classic. From lyrical intent to emotional depth to social significance, the adaptation of Under the Sea was analyzed and praised in depth from all angles and perspectives. Once the blog post was sent out, it was quickly reprinted by major music platforms and media outlets. The comments section was instantly packed with clueless people. Mr. Lu YYDS. This music review just speaks to my heart. Translation. Jungman Lord is awesome and it's over. Suggest Mr. Lu to open the human language translation channel. This scum needs subtitles. Understood. Zhongshan opened a mind massage parlor at the bottom of the sea, dog's head. The metaphor of fishing at the bottom of the sea is perfect. It's both graphic and vivid, and it instantly captures the essence of the adapted version. Mr. Lu deserves to be a venomous music critic and boasts about people. I love this rainbow fart. This music review by Mr. Lu can be used directly as a model for language reading comprehension, right? In addition to Lu Jiuqing, there are many folk musicians. It also analyzes and interprets the adapted version of Under the Sea from a professional point of view. For example, the independent musician Cat in the Headphones, just dissecting the excellence of the remixed version from an arranging perspective. From an arranging standpoint, the original Under the Sea creates a sense of ultimate solitude with its minimalist arrangement style and single guitar accompaniment, accurately portraying depressive states of mind and triggering listeners' empathy for the culture of mourning. The remixed version of Under the Sea, on the other hand, features a bold and innovative arrangement. Chen Ruoshi's ethereal and clear voice, and Zhang Li's calm and powerful rap, form a sharp contrast and tension. The emotion of the song is pushed to the climax of persuasion and calling, especially the remix of the chorus. The original chorus melody remains depressing and low, while the remixed version adds rap with a more powerful and rhythmic rap, to express the core of the song, instantly raising the energy field of the song. The lyrical imagery is also hopeful. Spring rains, summer cicadas, tomorrow is a good day. Using natural imagery, as a metaphor for hope, dissolves the original suffocation. Both retain the original's realistic portrayal of pain. Another firm gesture to convey the belief of living. This arrangement is innovative. Make the remixed version of Under the Sea more than just a funeral song. It's more of a healing God song. It reflects the contemporary youth's need to both empathize with pain and their desire to be healed. And the adaptation, Under the Sea, certainly balances the two perfectly. It allows the listener to find emotional catharsis in the song, but also gives the listener the strength to keep going. The music review by Cat in Headphones also resonated with many netizens and attracted a lot of likes. Mr. Cat's analysis is spot on. The arrangement of the adapted version is really great. The layers and emotional tension are all drawn out. The original arrangement does seem a bit thin. The remix is much richer and more powerful. Mr. Cat deserves to be a professional. He can decipher so many things from the arranging point of view. Admire. After reading Mr. Cat's analysis, I feel like my love for the adapted version of Under the Sea just got a whole lot bigger. This depressed person protested effective, suggesting that the bottom of the sea be included in health insurance. The internet continues to be abuzz with discussion about the adaptation of Under the Sea. Know the number one question on the hot list under Counselor Su Ling's 1000 zip answer is topping the headlines. The adapted version builds a musical field for cognitive behavioral therapy through natural imagery such as Tomorrow is a Good Day. It is recommended to be introduced and played in all hospital psychology departments. Suggested for inscription. This is a modern version of Guangling San. My family, Jiangmen Master, didn't expect it, did you? This seat's big move is a mental first aid kit. Where's the Civil Affairs Bureau? Hurry up and weld Jiang Shen and Goddess Chen to the stage. When the hashtag Undersea Rapper is actually a psychiatrist exploded off the hot seat. The top post of a depression superlatives has already reached 100,000 likes. I used to think it was cold under the sea, but now I realize there are hot springs under the sea. The accompanying picture is a screenshot of the stage where Jiang Li raises his hand to catch Chen Rushi's harmonizing voice. Halos condensed into rainbows at their intertwined fingertips. Chapter 180, The Patriotic Card, played to the fullest. The heat wave hadn't faded from the stadium after the show. The audience couldn't get enough of discussing the blowout performance that had just taken place. On stage, Wahoo came out with a big smile on his face and set the atmosphere on fire again. Ladies and gentlemen, the exciting moment has finally arrived. Next, let's turn the stage over to a couple of teachers. Listen to what they have to say to everyone. The spotlights converge again. Jiang Li and Chen Ruoshi stood side by side at the center of the stage, receiving cheers from the entire audience. Jiang Li took over the microphone after Lin Yusheng finished his speech. Thank you so much for enjoying this remixed version of Under the Sea. Actually, to be honest, the original Under the Sea did have a very short creation time and was done very quickly. The audience quieted down. The live broadcast pop-ups also slowed down, waiting for Jiang Li to follow. But after the song was written, I always felt like something was missing. That feeling is like, it's like a dish that's full of flavor, but always feels like it's missing some soul. After a pause, Jiang Li seemed to be thinking about how to express his thoughts more accurately. Suffering, it's true, requires empathy, but I feel that suffering should never be consumed. So the night before the contest started, I changed many versions of the manuscript. Overrides a lot of ideas. It was only then that the current version was finalized. A version that I find, myself, quite satisfactory. The tone is calm, but reveals a seriousness and dedication to music. Recently online, I've seen a lot of voices saying that the Chinese music scene needs to slow down and needs more craftsmanship. I couldn't agree more on this point, but at the same time, I feel that inspiration and craftsmanship are, in fact, not in conflict. Good inspiration, coupled with careful polishing, makes for a really good piece. His eyes became soft and looked at Chen Yushi beside him. As for the inspiration for Under the Sea, it was actually Arshi who told me her story. She was miserable during that time and just stuck in a quagmire that was hard to get out of. It was music that gave her renewed hope to live. So, I just want to use music to bring hope of life to more people, even if it's just a little bit. In fact, behind each of my songs, there's a vivid story. That might be considered my little creative trait. Good music is never a disease-free experience. Rather, it's a refraction and microcosm of all of life. Jiang Li's canvassing manifesto is devoid of florid rhetoric. The live audience, however, was deeply impressed by his creative vision. The applause came in like a tidal wave. The live stream was also recognized by netizens. Lord Jiangmen is so right. This is how good music should be. Ooh, Jiangshan is really so gentle. Kudos to Lord Jiangmen for his creative vision. This is the real musician. It's so good to say that inspiration and craftsmanship are not in conflict. Jiangman's main pattern opens up. Lord Jiangman changed the script overnight. This is the real respect for the stage and the audience. Hua Xiao took over the conversation at the right time, pushing the atmosphere of the scene to a climax again. Thank you Mr. Jiangli for sharing. I believe we all felt Mr. John's love and craftsmanship for music. So, the exciting voting session is now officially open. On the big screen, Lin Yuxing and Jiangli and Chan Ruoshi's names below. The two curves began to soar. What's the point of saying that? This vote is definitely for Lord Jiangman. I recognize Lord Jiangman's creative philosophy too much. Must support. Redrafted overnight. Full of sincerity. This vote for Jiangman Master is well deserved. I'm sorry Mr. Lin, although your deep blue is also great. Lord Jiangman's Under the Sea pokes me even more. There's no way around it. Lord Jiangman's songs just have soul. This vote is a must. Sisters cut the trumpet. Jiangman's curve is jammed. On the giant screen, the curve behind Lin Yushang, after briefly surging higher, quickly stalled. On the contrary, the curve behind Jiangli and Chan Ruoshi is all the way up. The eyes of the audience were glued to the big screen. Time passes by. Hua Xiao's voice also became agitated. Last 10 seconds countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. The entire audience held their breath and their hearts raced with the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Voting lanes closed. The voice dropped and the curve on the big screen finally settled. Jiangli and Chan Ruoshi are a distant second behind the curve. The final vote count finished ahead of Lin Yusheng. Yes, Lord Jiangman won. I knew it. Jiangman Master YYDS. Well deserved. Under the Sea Punch Duck. The gold song of the year is scheduled. Zhou Gongzi, my nuclear submarine toy. Finally lost to the mental first aid kit. Congratulations to Lord Jiangman. Congratulations to Goddess Ruoshi. You guys are the best. As per usual, Wahoo once again used his infectious voice. Thanks to Lin Yusheng, Jiangli, and Chen Ruoshi for their wonderful performances. There was a slight pause before continuing. This next teacher, that's a heavyweight guest. It's not too much of a stretch to say Tarzan's North. He is one of the few military singers in our country and has been the finale singer of the National Day Gala for 10 years. He has sung the theme songs for countless melodramatic movies. His songs have grown with generations and inspired us to go forward. I believe his name has long been familiar to everyone. That's right, he's Mr. Lu Zhanxiong. Let's give our warmest applause to Mr. Lu Zhanxiong. Bring us a swashbuckling melodic symphonic rock, Red Flame. As soon as the words fell, the entire room was as silent as if the mute button had been pressed. Abruptly silent. Immediately afterward, the sound of steady, powerful footsteps came rushing in like 1,000 horses, stuck to the rhythm of the clanging military drums. It struck above the hearts of all. The sound, as if from a distant battlefield, was like a trumpet close to the ear. Instantly pulls everyone's thoughts back to those heady days. Gold and red interlaced particle light effects wrapped around the elevator gears roaring. Lu Zhanxiong's gray sideburns were stained with artificial snow foam. 3 rows of medals are pinned to the collar of the straight uniform. As soon as they opened their voices, the powerful lyrics exploded like a cannonball in every corner of the stadium. The mighty pass is as true as iron. The blood-stained marching robe reflects the long night. The steel spear picks through 1,000 layers of snow. The mountains and rivers are monuments to the oath. Meanwhile, the huge LED screen at the back of the stage, silhouettes of military parades in China over the decades, advancing from the founding ceremony black and white film, 50s parade tank tracks, run over modeled film scratches, and now the step from the head. Beacon fire quenching the blood of heroes, War Eagle tearing the moon in the clouds, Iron Armor Torrent shaking the sky K. Lu Zhanxiong's chest resonates with the Iron Armor Torrent shaking the heavenly K, mixed with a sample of the sonic boom of the fighter fleet during the National Day Parade in '59. It shook the front row audience seats slightly, from the initial slightly youthful Q, to today's well-equipped and imposing modern army. A scene that looks like a long river of history flowing before your eyes. The red flame burns out the old years. The red flag rolls in the west wind. The 3 armies line up in battle and the mountains and rivers are swallowed. Dare to recommend Xian Yuan with hot blood. As the queue marched across the square in neat steps, when the mighty and majestic missile launchers slowly drove through Chang'an Street, the audience was instantly abuzz. Long-suppressed emotions erupted like a volcano. Screams, cheers, applause, converging into a deafening wave of sound. Inside the live broadcast room, the pop-ups were even more frantically scrolling. It was dense enough to almost completely cover the screen. Parade! What a foul! This is the King's Bomb. Goosebumps. This is what real men should listen to. I have no regrets about entering Huaxia in this life, and I will be a Huaxian in the next life. Tears. The lyrics are so hot. It makes my blood boil and I want to join the army to defend our country. This is a great move by Mr. Zhou. Straight to the parade. Who can stand it? Patriotic buffs stacking up. Who dares not vote? I'm not a Chinese if I don't vote. The 3rd Army Honor Guard came out to walk the runway family. These legs are longer than my life. Can I get the missile truck shipped? I'd like to put it in the neighborhood to scare the bears. Mr. Joe, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just doing my small part to let you all feel the power of the motherland. River God, it's over. It's over. How can we compare this? Just lie down and forget about it. Chapter 181, I don't have so much energy to amuse him. Who can say no to a military parade? Who can say no to a soldier boy? Who can deny a heart of love for his country? I'm afraid that many people, just for the stunning music video and the powerful military melody, will also not hesitate to cast a valuable vote for Red Flame. During the interlude, the trombone simulates a rocket liftoff sound effect. The countdown to the launch of Shenzhou V flashed on the big screen. This goes to the spring platform to recruit the old troops. The loyal soul does not extinguish the cast iron bone. 10,000 miles of the frontier buried sword place. And listen to the dragon chanting to break the dome. Lu Zhenxiong's hissing voice mixed with the scrolling subtitles of the list of the 98th flood martyrs. Zhou Gongzi opened this wave of pattern, directly sublimating the theme. Love it, love it. Jiangmen Lord, I admit, I really panicked a bit this time. Duke Zhou, didn't expect it, did you? My son's big move is a patriotic nuclear bomb. Backstage at the show, on the other side, Zhongli and Chen Ruoshi walked into the contestants' lounge side by side. Pushing the door open, he found someone already waiting inside. It was no one else but one of the Tomato Terrace's real power players, Zhou Ming. Mr. Zhongli, Mr. Chen, I'm bothering you too. Zhou Ming piled a polite smile on his face and took the initiative to welcome him. His posture lowered. Director Zhou is polite. What is it that you are looking for us for? Zhongli's tone was light and calm. Zhou Ming didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his intentions. It's like this, Mr. Lu Zhenxiong's side has a temporary matter, and the next song, Spine, will also be sung by him, so it might have to be moved up. Early? Chen Ruoshi was slightly surprised. Well, the program decided on an ad hoc basis. Zhou Ming nodded and explained. That's why I rushed over and asked for your opinion. Mr. Zhongli, early performance of Backbone? Zhongli raised her eyebrows imperceptibly, her heart understanding. Zhou Mubai could probably guess a few points of what drug he was selling in his gourd. However, he had no problem with the offer. It's good to stall a little longer. After all, Willow-chan had gone to pick up his father, and it would probably be a while before he could make it back. I'm fine with that. Director Zhou will arrange it. Seeing that Zhongli was so forthcoming, the smile on Zhou Ming's face grew even wider as he nodded repeatedly. Then thank you so much, Mr. Zhongli. That said, there was no intention of leaving. Instead, he wanted to say something, as if he had something to say. Is there anything else, Director Cho? Zhou Ming hesitated, but still closed the lounge door. There's something I feel the need to tell you in advance. You say, it's about this game tonight. I always felt, Zhou Mubai's side probably won't be willing to lose just like that. I went over to their lounge just now and saw it was a mess. Things were smashed all over the place, and the atmosphere was very off. So I have a hunch. They'll probably use the fact that you're singing on stage for something. Have to be more careful. Zhou Ming's reminder fell on Zhongli's ears, but it seemed a bit redundant. These, he had expected. It would be strange if Zhou Mubai didn't have some backhanders. Don't worry, Director Zhou. Zhongli shook her head, her tone calm. Zhou Mubai has a backhand. Don't I have one? Not to mention the problems with the arrangement of The Floating Wall. On the last song Deep Blue Alone, don't you guys recognize the style of arrangement of any of the seniors? Also, there's a clear cut between the Eclipse arrangement and the lyrics. Definitely not from the same person. If I really want to mess with him, Zhou Mubai, I don't even have to show up myself. All it takes is a little leakage of that information to the small-time media. It'll be enough for him to drink. Zhou Ming was shocked when he heard this, and an incredulous look appeared on his face. Mr. Zhongli, what you mean is, the reason I didn't do that was to give him something to fall back on. But if Zhou Mubai doesn't know what's good for him and has to make some small moves, then I will show no mercy. To resist foreign aggression, we must first secure the interior. The next focus has to be on the immortal sword out at sea. Don't have that much energy to tease him. On the other side, the stage, Lu Zhenxiong's last lyrics fell. The aftermath still reverberates through the arena. It was instantly drowned out by a mountain of shouts. Wind! Big wind! Wind! Gale! One voice was louder than the other, and one wave covered the other. This is not the end of the battle cry, but the trumpet plays. Invisible forces rushed through the stadium, the patriotic fervor ignited by red flame. It is the warlike gene that is deeply imprinted in the blood of every Chinese son and daughter. In the live broadcast room, the pop-ups were also rolling densely, so fast that it was impossible to see them. The biggest conservatives in the country are really the general public. Conservatives? Think the radicals are too conservative. Other countries treat China as an imaginary enemy. But China is different, never ready to take on the world alone. This is the moment, both live and on air. Patriotic fervor was high among all. There are even professional scholars who have published long articles on social media with words of certainty and prediction. The Red Flame will surely become the war song of a new generation of strong armies. The national pride it awakens will be like a red-hot flame, illuminating the path to the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. In this warm atmosphere, the host Hua Xiao once again took to the stage in a robust manner. How was this song Red Flame by Mr. Lu Zhanxiong? Want to hear it again? Think. Think. The deafening reply nearly toppled the gym roof. Good. After hearing such an enthusiastic outcry, we, at Tomato Terrace, have always been the most spoiled fans. Since everyone wants to hear it, it must be arranged. Next, let us once again give our warmest applause. Please welcome Mr. Lu Zhanxiong, who continues to bring us an equally stirring song, Spine. I'm sure many of you have already heard the demo of this song online. To be honest, I'm also very curious about the full version of Spine, and what kind of shock it will bring. It's just that. Washo paused slightly, concern in his tone, just a little worried. Can Mr. Lu physically handle it? Lu Zhanxiong took the microphone, his face solemn. It's an honor to be able to sing the backbone, and it's not exhausting to be tired in order to sing it. The words were so loud that they instantly set the room ablaze. The applause was thunderous and long-lasting. Good, Teacher Lu has said so. So next, let's turn the stage entirely over to Mr. Lu Zhanxiong. With that, Dash retreated to the side of the stage. In a flash, the stage lights dimmed again. The entire gym was plunged into darkness. Only a chasing light in the center of the stage remained, illuminating the figure of Lu Zhanxiong. The enthusiasm of the entire audience was fully brewed during Lu Zhanxiong's short break. Accompanied by the sound of rushing military drums, strong bass and electric guitars begin to soar wildly. The lights snapped on and countless beams of light intertwined, baked Lu Zhanxiong as if he were a god of war descending. Driven by the strong rhythm, the audience has begun to stir. The live broadcast pop-ups are even more like a dike flood. Coming directly? Aren't you really afraid of timeouts? Coming. I've been waiting for this. The Red Flame hasn't been heard enough. What's going on? Programmers, you really know us. Dog's Head. Chapter 182, The Backbone. The big screen suddenly lit up. It's not the grandiose landscape one might imagine. Instead, it's a slightly blurry, even somewhat distorted film quality image. The first frame shows Qian Lao curled up in his hospital bed. The infusion tubes were wrapped around exercise paper, and yellowed manuscript paper was filled with missile trajectory formulas. Decades of smoke, decades of wind and rain. You use your spine to support the dignity of the nation. The powerful lyrics outline these Medal of Honor recipients in one stroke. For the country and the nation, the great deeds of silent dedication to a lifetime. With your blood, you watered the flower of prosperity. With your life, you wrote the chapter of the times. The scene gradually transitions to the humiliating historical events of modern China. Immediately after, the Dongfanghong No. 1 satellite was successfully launched, and Dongfanghong resounded throughout the world. Model of 2 bombs and 1 star undergoes rigorous testing in wind tunnel. Researchers are meticulous and determined. 100 years of sinking, 100 years of shouting. You use the spine. Hold up the unyielding dignity. During the interlude, the rousing melody slows down abruptly. In its place is a sharp and solemn soundcode mashup. Distinguish it carefully. Heck, it's from Newsmax. Audio clips of those historical events. From the sound of the return bell of Hong Kong and Macau to the high-speed railroad piercing through clouds and fog. From the organization of the Olympic Games to the Shenzhou spacecraft. From the test flight of the 6th-generation aircraft to the successful maiden flight of the C-919. Each sound carries a heavy history. Before the song was over, the audience had already been deeply shocked by the song Backbone. A wave of unspeakable emotion flooded through my heart. The sense of historical weight is overwhelming and breathtaking. It's so shocking. This song, it feels like it goes straight to my bones. Yes, it brought tears to my eyes to hear that if it wasn't for the dedication and commitment of these seniors, where would we have the good life we have now? Honor all the national soldiers who have dedicated their lives to the rise of China. They are the backbone of our nation. The live broadcast room, moreover, was covered with densely packed text. Holy, straight up tears. This is the real King Bomb. I give full marks to Mr. Zhou's hand. Military parade plus medalists plus historical footage mashup. This wave of operation by Mr. Zhou is simply at the nuclear bomb level. How can Lord Jiangmen compare? Heartache Jiang Door Master for a second. Zhou Gongzi this big move released. Simply do not give life ah. It feels like Jiang Sect Master has been reduced to dregs in seconds. I'm already worried about Lord Jiangmen. I feel like I'm going to be rubbed on the ground by Mr. Zhou tonight. Oh. Don't panic. I'm sure the river god still has a plan. Until the last moment, it's hard to say who will win. At the end of the song, Lu Zhanxian pressed his medallion to his chest and hissed out the last two lines. Do not say that the scholar has no guts. Dare to call heaven and earth to sink into the sea. China has its own spine in. Try to see who can be the enemy of the world. A large screen flashes images of workers in various industries bowing to the metal. It finally settles on a space view of the Chinese territory. More and more of the live audience spontaneously stood up, faced the stage, faced those great figures on the big screen, and pay solemn tribute. The trembling military salute of the veterans in the front row, shivering slightly at the camera. On the other side, inside the lounge, crews were scrambling to clean up debris on the floor. That's what remains of the wrath of Mr. Tao. After venting, Jomubai instead calmed down, his eyes staring vacantly at the screen. It was scrolling with all kinds of professionals and netizens, praising Red Flame and Spine. At that moment, the lounge door was pushed open. Gu Mingcheng walked in with a grave look on his face, spying clearly. For the next two songs, Zhang Li's side will not be on the stage to sing. Hearing this, Jomubai's face, which had been slightly eased, actually sank again. His brow also furrowed again, disappointment showing in his eyes. The disappointment was even more intriguing than the anger that preceded it. Gu Mingcheng saw through the mind with just a glance and asked tentatively, Mu Bai, are you trying to? Jomubai carried his hands behind his back and walked over to the window, overlooking the night outside the stadium. It's true that the rules of best shot don't say that musicians can't be singers, but they don't say they're allowed either. Zhang Li coming off the stage to sing would have been unfair to the other contestants. There were 7 songs in total, and Zhang Li came down to sing 2 of them, one of which was still a tie. There are only 6 songs left that can really make the difference between winning and losing. Of those 6, Spine and Red Flame are solid winners. Just pressure the tomato channel to rule under the C null and void. The situation becomes a 3-3 tie. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Gu Mingcheng. Is this okay? The tomato channel's position is very clear, clearly on Zhang Li's side. So how can it help us suppress Zhang Li? Jomubai shook his head, the corners of his lips hooked into a meaningful smile. Ming Cheng, you have to understand what the core purpose of the tomato table is. It's the continuation of the show's heat and saving the suspense for the 3rd installment so as to maximize the benefits. Now it seems to be on Zhang Li's side, but it's just profit-driven. What's more, let's not forget that the sponsors of Best Shot are overwhelmingly our people. Big Stick with Honey Dates. Don't believe the tomato table won't give in. Besides, Zhang Li came on and sang 2 songs. We are asking for nothing more than a loss in one of the games. It also gives the tomato table room to maneuver. Let Su Zhang not have a hard time in front of Zhang Li. He's a smart guy and knows what to do. Meanwhile, the city of 49, deep in the old Hadong, inside the purple bamboo courtyard, a few starlights leaked between the shadows of the acacia trees. On the carved stone table, there was a chessboard and a laptop computer next to it. The Best Shot live competition is playing at this time. The cheering in the stadium, even through the screen, penetrated the silence of the Zizuyuan. Wu Yaozu was sitting upright with a bushel fan in his hand, gently shaking it. Beside him, Wang Huili, the vice president of Central Sound, and several equally pivotal figures in the music industry, sitting in a circle. Eyes were focused on the computer screen. The end of Spine fades in the live feed. Thunderous applause erupted in the gym. Wang Huili was the first to break the silence. This kid, Mu Bai, is really something after all. The Red Flame or the Spine, all of them are considered to be one of the few masterpieces in the country in recent years. Wu Yaozu sniffed, and the bushel fan shook with a slight frequency. A cold snort of disdain escaped his nostrils. A little something? Humph. Wiley, you're afraid you've been fooled by appearances. Putting down his bushel, he pointed at the screen, his tone tinged with sarcasm. The scenery on stage is nothing but a puppet. Do you really think Red Flame and Spine are his Jomubai's handiwork? Wang Wiley was slightly stunned and looked at Wu Yaozu with some confusion. Elder Wu, what do you mean by that? Could it be that these 2 songs were not created by Jomubai? Creation? The corner of Wu Yaozu's mouth skimmed, and there was contempt in his tone. Jomubai, at best, was involved in the side projects of the songs Eclipse, Floating Wall and Spine. The real lead author. Someone else? Someone else? Wang Huili became even more puzzled and asked after him. Elder Wu, is this person you are talking about? Wu Yaozu twisted his beard and slowly spat out 3 words. Zhang Mingyuan. Chapter 183. What the world gives you is not suffering. Zhang Mingyuan? Wang Huili frowned, pondering the name carefully. But how could he not recall that there was such a person in the Chinese music scene? Forgive my ignorance, Elder Wu. Is this Zhang Mingyuan? Mingyuan ah. Wu Yaozu sighed, and his eyes became a bit distant, as if he had fallen into memories. Speaking of which, this child is also considered Yanqiu's close disciple. Vice Chairman Zhao's close disciple? Wang Huili exclaimed in shock, an incredulous look on his face. Who is Zhao Yanqiu? That's a collegiate titan. a leading figure in contemporary music. What kind of talent and brilliance must it be to be accepted by him as a close disciple? Wu Yaozu nodded and continued. This old man, Yanqiu, has protected this beloved disciple too well over the years. It's almost snowed in and little is known to the outside world. You know what a hit is? The idea of the inkling was to be at the most appropriate time. Launch this kid Ming Yuan and shock the entire Chinese music scene. Wang Huaili came to a realization. No wonder he had never heard of the name Zhang Mingyuan. Turns out it was deliberately hidden. Then what kind of god is this Mingyuan that he can make Elder Zhao think so highly of him? Wu Yaozu smiled. This child, Mingyuan, is indeed a musical wizard that comes along once in a century. In terms of talent, in terms of giftedness, it was even better than Yanqiu back then. Don't you look at him as a young man. In fact, he, Zhang Mingyuan, was the only judge under the age of 40 on the Golden Bell Awards organizing committee, and the kid has never been out of the country. In recent years, a lot of music has become popular on the market. It's all from that kid Ming Yuan's handiwork. So awesome. Wan Huaili and the others were staggered and became even more curious about this Zhang Mingyuan who had never shown his face. Wu Yaozu continued. It's just that during this recent period, Mingyuan and Yanqiu have had some conflicts. Run to me and complain. Said there was some disagreement with Yanqiu. In terms of musical philosophy. Disagreements? Wang Huaili was puzzled. What kind of disagreement could cause the master and disciple to fall out? It's the same old academy versus folk music battle. Wu Yaozu shook his head, helplessness in his tone. Yanqiu is still academically inclined in his bones, always finding folk music too kitschy and lacking in depth. But this kid, Ming Yuan, believes that music should be appreciated by both the elegant and the vulgar. One shouldn't be stuck in the same old rut and confine oneself to an ivory tower. What a battle of ideas. Wang Huaili nodded thoughtfully. There has been a long history of conflict between the academy and folk music. I didn't expect it to affect Zhao Yanqiu and his favorite disciples as well. Wu Yaozu sighed and continued. This child, Ming Yuan, lacks nothing now but a name. He told me that he wished he had the opportunity to let the world know about his talent. Proof that his musical philosophy is correct. In that case, let's step on Jiangli to get to the top. Also show the young people who only know how to chase traffic. What true musical talent. On the other side, the stage. The curtain falls on the Land Warrior song, and the excitement still reverberates in the stadium. Wahoo walks onto the stage again with a slightly regretful smile on his face. Thank you very much to Mr. Lu Zhanxiong for the wonderful performance. However, Mr. Lu needed to leave the gym first because he was not feeling well. Let's thank Mr. Lu again with applause. The applause was thunderous, both to thank Lu Zhanxiong and with anticipation for the rest of the program. Hua Xiao's words turned to a lighter tone. I know that what you, the audience, are most looking forward to at this moment must be this next piece. After all, everyone can't wait to find out. What kind of work will Mr. Zhang Li come up with to defend his position as the reigning champion? So, to make a long story short, let's welcome Mr. Chen Ruoshi again. Bring us the song, The World Gives You. As the words fell, the lights in the gymnasium abruptly dimmed. Darkness spreads like a tidal wave, swallowing up all the clamor. When the chasing lights came on again, Ruoshi Chen was already standing at the center of the stage, dressed in a long, moonlight white dress. The hem of the skirt trailed to the ground like moonlight spilling down, cool and holy. At the same time, the huge LED screen behind them lit up. What emerged, however, was the music video. The image shows a very ordinary-looking delivery man traveling through the city streets, riding an electric bicycle. The figure is hurried, drowning in the crowd unobtrusive. Just when the audience was a little confused, Chen Ruoshi's ethereal voice slowly sounded. It flowed like a clear spring, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Some people set off fireworks. Some people chase the evening wind. Borrow a ray of time. Hold a piece of starry sky. Stop. Wait. Don't rush. The dream maker has made good dreams and deserves my praise. The song is soft and intertwined with the silhouette of a delivery man running around in the music video. It left the audience a little puzzled. What does that mean? Putting on a delivery man's music video? Is the song a celebration of suffering? Not quite. The lyrics sound pretty gentle. The dream maker has made good dreams worthy of my praise doesn't feel like suffering. I'm most annoyed by this stand-up work. What's all this talk about glorifying the underclass, when in reality it's still about being high and mighty and consuming other people's misery? It's hard to believe that this is the strength of the Zhang clan master. Just as the skepticism began to spread, in the crowd, another voice rang out. I don't think it's a glorification of suffering. Do you guys look at this music video and think it looks familiar? Why do I get the feeling that it's like that story that I saw on the main livestream in Gangnam? If I'm not mistaken, what this music video is trying to express should be the story of Lao Zhou artificially making snow for his daughter Snowflake. Those around him looked at him with some confusion, signaling to continue. The young man cleared his throat and began to tell the story he had heard on the air. Snowflake, nicknamed Star, suffers from congenital heart disease and has been in the hospital since birth. Never seen snow before, but she loves it. In order to fulfill his daughter's wish, Lao Zhou tried to make snow for her. The last surgery had only a 50% success rate. In order not to leave regrets for his daughter, Lao Zhou used his most clumsy way to guard his daughter's dream. The story unfolded in a low voice, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone around. The originally noisy gymnasium gradually quieted down. By the time the young man finished his story, a live audience had gathered around him. The men were silent. The original doubts and incomprehension were all transformed into deep emotion at this moment. Inside the live broadcast room, the pop-ups, which had been scrolling rapidly, slowed down. All the netizens savored the song, and the stories behind the songs. I don't know how long it took, but finally someone slowly typed a line on the pop-up. If the spine and red flame are a macro-level review of China's decades of development and change, then the song The World Gives You focuses on the present. On the bottom, deconstructs the effects of decades of change in China on ordinary people from a micro perspective. The pop-up seemed to be a wake-up call. It instantly resonated with countless netizens. Upstairs, the pattern opened up at once. I thought Jiangshan was going to pull the crotch, but I was wrong. Yeah, come to think of it, but anyone living in a war zone couldn't write such lyrics full of gratitude and happiness. Ooh, I cried listening to it. Lao Zhou's story really poked me too much. A father's love is like a mountain awe. Chapter 184, Zhang Li's creative brilliance. And then there's Lin Xia, whose calmness in the face of death really blew me away. Who says we young people are the beat generation? We're the best. Geography teacher Chen Meiyun is also great. Chasing your dreams for decades and measuring the land with your feet. That's real romance. Jiangshan is really great. From the grand narrative to individual care, this pattern, this intention, I directly kneel. The most important thing is that this kind of story is not far away from us. Lao Zhou, Lin Xia, Chen Meiyun, they're all living, breathing people around us. They're ourselves. When Chen Ruoshi's ethereal voice accompanies those ordinary faces in the music video, as they flooded into the eardrums of everyone on the scene, the purple bamboo garden, deep in the old hutong, also fell into silence. Wu Yaozu originally still wore a disdainful expression, but at this moment, it gradually solidified on his face. Wang Huili was even more unable to sit still for a long time, slightly leaning forward for fear of missing any of the lyrics. This song, murmured, with an incredulous awe in his voice. It's not simple. It's really not simple. The central highlight is the intention. The song doesn't fall into the cliché of celebrating the good that floats on the surface. Rather, it is an extremely poetic, yet philosophical look at man's relationship with the world and with life. Fireworks, stars, love songs, thunder, sickness, emptiness, seemingly unrelated imagery. But the song is skillfully blended together to form a tension-filled, yet dialectically unified whole. The world gives us not only flowers and applause, but also thorns and bumps. Life itself is a gift. Both good and bad times are part of the world's gift and are worth cherishing and feeling. Speaking of emotion, Wang Huili's voice even trembled a little. The eyes that looked at the screen became more and more frenzied. This perspective of unity of opposites is simply exquisite. Beyond suffering narratives and beyond cheap chicken soup for the soul. It's not pop, it's philosophical poetry. Just as Wang Huili radically dissected the intention of The World Gives You, the head of the composition department picked up on that as well. Only, he didn't seem to notice. Wu Yaozu's face had become increasingly ugly. Dean Wang is right. This song is indeed lofty in intent, but even more commendable is its deep excavation of the core concept of gifting. Pushing up his glasses, his tone became serious. The world gives, the word gives, is the soul of the song. It implies that nothing in life is to be taken for granted. Rather, it is a gift and a present of all things in heaven and earth. Whether it's sunshine and rain, or wind, frost, snow and sword, they are all gifts from the world, all worthy of gratitude and acceptance. This is a song that is not only singing about good things, more than anything, it is guiding the listener to a mindset of gratitude and acceptance, to face what the world has given us, including the good, the not so good. This includes possessions as well as losses. It's a very positive philosophy of life. It can help the listener to establish inner peace and tranquility in the midst of a complicated world. The song is also perfect in terms of the atmosphere it creates. Calmness and introspection are the most prominent features. In the lyrics, a great deal of natural, quiet imagery is chosen. Examples include evening breeze, starry sky, insects, moon, the evening star and so on. The imagery combines perfectly with Chen's ethereal, clear voice. It creates a serene and far-reaching mood, leads listeners to explore inward to contemplate the meaning of life and pursue the soul. Before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by Wu Yaozu. The bushel threw itself at the chessboard and gave the order of expulsion. You guys go home first, I'm tired. Several people looked at each other, but they saw that Wu Yaozu's face looked bad, fear of bad luck, so they all got up and turned away. In the meantime, the internet was also set off by The World Gives You. All major media platforms prominently featured the song. Related posts, music reviews, and music video breakdowns are springing up all over the place. It dominated the social media hit lists. A live broadcast on the Shakeology platform. The male anchor, who wears black-rimmed glasses and has meticulously combed hair, sits upright and speaks eloquently to the camera. The title of the live broadcast is even more direct and crude, Divine Song of the Year? In-depth analysis of Chen Yushi's The World Gives You. Gentlemen, let's talk about the song The World Gives You today. It's a great song. The words are so well written. It seems so plain, but it's so beautiful. The imagery is used in such a brilliant way. On the screen, the lyrics are enlarged and the anchor points to the screen, analyzing them line by line. You see, some people set off fireworks, some people chase the evening breeze, and the mood is drawn out in the opening two lines. The fireworks are gorgeous and the evening breeze is gentle. At once, the listener is transported into the delicate emotional atmosphere. And then there's this: borrow a wisp of time and hold a starry sky. Time and starry night, both very grand imagery. But here it is made palpable and romanticized by a poetic approach. The live stream pop-ups were instantly active. The old driver's analysis is spot on. This imagery is brilliant. I'm enlightened. Is this the legendary sense of superiority? Fireworks, evening breeze, starry sky and thunder. This is a perfect word. I feel that every image pokes my heart straight. Seeing the enthusiastic response from the pop-ups, the anchor parsed even more vigorously. There's also the contrasting techniques, which are a big part of the song. Worms versus thunder, curved moon versus evening star. These contrasts may seem contradictory, but they are in fact unifying. Shows the richness of the world, and the many facets of life. It gives the song a deeper meaning. It feels like every comparison is philosophical and thought-provoking. I announced that the song's lyricist is an absolute master. Zhongli, that's right, it's me. The anchor, amused by the pop-ups, laughed and continued. The lyrics are also interestingly structured, layering on top of each other, from natural scenes to personal life, and then to emotional reflection. From light to dark, guide the listener step by step into the core of the song. And, have you noticed that the lyrics are very colloquial? Like stop and wait and catch up. This colloquial expression instead makes the songs more relatable. It's easier to resonate with. It doesn't feel condescending and difficult to understand. Listening to you is better than reading 10 years of books. I've forwarded this parsing video to my language teacher so she can learn from it. My mom asked me why I was kneeling down to watch the live broadcast, and I told her I was listening to a guru lecture. In addition to the old man in the music world type of anchors, major music forums and review sites have also been flooded with professional articles. A nuanced analysis of The World Gives You from an arranging perspective. The famous music critic Earl Day published a long article in his personal column, Ethereal Sound, Philosophical Realm. John Lee's arrangement and analysis of The World Gives You. The article opens with high praise for the song's arrangement. John Lee's arrangement of The World Gives You is a model of simplicity. The melody is overall calm and soothing, without intentionally pursuing ear-catching explosions. Instead, the focus is on creating an atmosphere of peace and tranquility. This melodic line fits highly with the mood of the lyrics. Together, they build the song's philosophical and introspective feel. The melody line is calm and introspective in the main part of the song, with a slight rise and fall in the chorus, but the overall tone remains soothing. This treatment takes into account the qualities of Chen's voice. It also complements the overall theme of the song. For the soundtrack, John Lee makes extensive use of acoustic instruments such as acoustic guitar and piano, creates a clear, ethereal soundscape. This technique avoids clamoring for attention. Focus your listening attention entirely on the voice of Chen Yushi. The purity and texture of the vocals are emphasized. Once the music review was released, it immediately attracted widespread attention. Chapter 185, There's No Turning Back. Meanwhile, inside the lounge, Jomubai looked at the soaring hot search phrases in his cell phone screen. The hashtag philosophical hashtag world gifted to you followed by 3 explosive words. That uneasy feeling in his heart grew stronger. It can't go on like this. If this momentum is allowed to develop, once the game is really lost, there is no way to explain to the capital behind it. Those people didn't drop a lot of money just to see him, Jomubai, return in defeat. Even if they really wanted to make an issue out of John Lee singing on stage, it would also have to be in the context of making sure that for the last 2 songs, he'd have a solid win. Mubai, don't worry too much. Gu Mingcheng tried to comfort, but his voice seemed a little understated. The song is really good and quite touching, but to say that it can be compared to Red Flame and Spine is still short of the mark. After all, our 2 songs are patriotic feelings, and this kind of height is not comparable to ordinary works. Even if The World Gives You is about the same level, but with the additional option of patriotism, Zhongli is definitely no match for you. Don't worry, the winner will definitely be you in the end. Zhou slowly shook his head and raised his eyes. Looking sharply at Gu Mingcheng, he asked rhetorically, how can you be so sure that the next song Zhongli is going to release will not be a patriotic theme? One sentence, like a blow to the head, instantly rendered Gu Mingcheng speechless, frozen in place. The smile on his face froze, and he was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to answer. So, what now? Gu Mingcheng was a bit flustered, originally thinking that he was winning. However, Zhou Mubai's rhetorical question made him realize that things were far from simple. Without answering immediately, Zhou Mubai got up and walked to the lounge wall, reached down and pulled back the curtains. Outside the window, the night view outside the stadium was breathtaking. Neon flashes and traffic flows. The night breeze blew in with a cool breeze, gently ruffling the ends of her hair. He was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Ming Chang, come here for a moment. Although Gu Mingcheng didn't understand what kind of medicine Zhou Mubai was selling in his gourd, but went to the window as instructed. The two stood side by side, gazing out the window together at the illuminated night scene. The program shows that the singer for the last song is Lu Yutang. Zhou Mubai's voice was very soft, but it clearly reached Gu Mingcheng's ears. There was a pause and a turn of the head. Gazing deep into Gu Mingcheng, he slowly asked, Ming Cheng, if you were Zhongli, what would you choose between a champion and a teammate? Like being struck by a bolt of lightning, Gu Mingcheng instantly froze in place. The blood faded from his face and was replaced by a terrified pallor. Wide-eyed and incredulous, he looked at Zhou Mubai. It was only after a long time that he snapped back to his senses, his voice carrying a tremor, almost a hiss. Mubai, are you crazy? What do you want to do? Don't do anything stupid. Absolutely not. Once something happens to Lu Yutang, you'll be completely finished. There's no turning back. Zhou Mubai let out a bitter smile and gently shook his head, eyes staring vacantly out the window, despair and madness in his tone. There's no turning back. Moreover, the words were not far away. There was a sudden harsh sound of brakes at the street intersection. It was followed by a loud crash and the crisp sound of breaking glass. Gu Mingcheng's legs went limp, just like a deflated ball of leather, flopping down to the ground. His face was pale and his eyes were wide with terror as he stared at Zhou Mubai in death. His lips trembled, but he could not utter a word. Zhou Mubai, however, acted as if nothing had happened. God calmly closed the window, cut off the noisy night air and shrill sirens outside the window, retraced his steps back to the couch and nestled in. Close your eyes and start to fake sleep. It was as if everything just now was just an irrelevant farce. On the other hand, inside the Zhongli lounge, a deafening roar exploded like a flat thunderclap. It penetrated the walls of the lounge and shook people to their core. Zhongli violently bounced up from the sofa. A quick scan of the electronic clock on the wall. The time points to the moment when Ryu Yutang should have arrived at the gym. Bad. Although it had been anticipated that Zhou Mubai might be making small moves behind the scenes, he also warned Lu Yutang in advance to be careful and watch out, and it would be best to come by subway, just to be on the safe side. The biggest worry, however, was that Lu Yutang didn't take his words to heart in order to hurry, choose the faster, but also riskier, cab. The uneasiness spread quickly. Zhongli rushed out of the lounge with an arrow step. The sight outside the gym instantly made his brain go blank and buzz. A cab, the front of which was completely twisted and deformed, was billowing smoke. The pungent smell of gasoline and charring filled the air. Zhongli's feet were heavy with lead. One step at a time, moving stiffly toward the site of the accident. Force yourself to calm down. With trembling hands, he dialed the emergency number, rushed to report the address of the gym and the scene of the crash. Just on the verge of approaching the miserable cab, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of two figures on yellow shared bicycles approaching quickly not far away. The person at the front was none other than Lu Yutang. He was followed by an old man with gray hair. Both men apparently saw the shocking crash scene as well. The face instantly turned white. What had been a brisk ride also became a stagger. Ryu Yutang braked violently, couldn't be bothered to lock the car. Just bring his father stumbling and rushing to Zhongli's side. Mr. Jiang. The voice carried a noticeable tremor. The face was as pale as paper. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Luckily you were right on top of things. Explaining incoherently, with a hijacked sense of celebration. Originally my father and I came here by taxi. When I was about to arrive at the gym, I suddenly remembered your previous advice and felt a little uneasy in my heart. Just rushed to get the driver to drop us off halfway and ride our bikes over instead. It's just that I accidentally left my cell phone in the cab. I didn't expect to. Lu Yutang's voice became lower and lower, and in the end it was almost completely drowned out by choking. Zhongli raised her hand to stop Lu Yutang from continuing. So Yuri, don't say anything for now. It's going to be your turn on stage soon. Take the old man into the gym first. Just leave this side of things to me. Lu Yutang took a deep breath and tried to calm his excitement. Not hard. Assisting his father, whose face was equally ugly, he walked quickly toward the gym across the street. Witnessed the Ryu family's father and son walk into the gym. Only then did Zhongli turn around. Once again, he looked at the still burning cab. The fire crackled as it greedily licked the bodywork. The heat wave was so intense that it made your eyes hurt. The first order of business is to save lives. Quickly stepping forward, he stepped around the warped front end and pulled the door open with all his might. The driver had fallen into a coma and his body was stuck in the driver's seat, his life and death unknown. Zhongli clenched her teeth and used all her strength to break open the deformed car door a little bit. The unconscious driver was then carefully dragged from the vehicle. Tow it to the relative safety of the road. Stay away from vehicles that are still burning. That was a slight relief. It wasn't long before sirens came from far away and several emergency vehicles roared in. Paramedics quickly got out of the car and began emergency resuscitation of the driver. Zhongli walked over to a paramedic who looked like a leader. Pulling cash out of his pocket, he quickly counted out $20,000 and shoved it into the other man's hand. Doctor, use these for emergencies first. I still have some things to take care of here, so I'll definitely visit the injured in the hospital when I'm done. Also, please help us contact the families of the injured. There should be surveillance in this neighborhood. The vehicle in question surely can't get away. The paramedic took the money, nodded his head, and said he would take care of it as soon as possible. Watching the emergency vehicles whiz by, Zhongli exhaled a long, cloudy breath and clenched his fists tightly. Originally, there was no intention to take things too far, still thinking about leaving Jomu by a few points of face. But now, seeing this battered cab, a complete change of heart. Since Jomubai is so unscrupulous, then don't blame him for being ruthless and unforgiving. Chapter 186, there must be an explanation for this. Meanwhile, the stage lights dimmed. The room was silent for a split second. Immediately afterward, applause, cheers, and screams instantly flooded the entire stadium. Countless glow sticks converged into a sea of bright stars, waving madly. Host Huashao once again walked onto the stage in high spirits with a big smile on his face, picked up the microphone and asked in a loud voice, "How about, ladies and gentlemen of the scene, how's this song The World Gives You by MS Chen Ruoshi?" He was answered with even more deafening cheers, and a wave of shouting. "Good dash, awesome dash, Goddess Yuhi." Huashao nodded, his smile grew even wider, raised his hand to signal for silence, and continued, "I'm sure everyone's heart is filled with curiosity after enjoying such a stirring song. That is, will our teacher, Zhongli, write a melodramatic work or not?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the curiosity of the audience was instantly ignited. One stretched his neck, eyes burned into the center of the stage. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were even more frantically scrolling up at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Huashao, don't sell out. Speak quickly. Can Lord Jiangmen write or not? That's it. Hurry up. Don't be a pain in the ass. I'm sure Lord Jiangmen will write it. What else is there to ask? Cut the crap. Bring up Lord Jiangmen's melodramatic masterpiece. I told you, Jiangmen's micro-perspective is so powerful. The macro-perspective must be even more explosive. Looking forward to the River God's melodrama. I feel sure it will be another God-sealing piece. Don't blow it too hard upstairs, in case you pull your crotch." Pulls crotch? No way. Absolutely impossible. Jiang Shen's work is a masterpiece, even if it's good enough. At best it's a tie with Mr. Zhou's Red Flame and Spine. In the face of the audience and netizens' enthusiastic response, Huashao's face smiled more and more mysteriously. There was a deliberate pause before he spoke slowly. "I can tell you very responsibly, not only does Mr. Jiangli write melodramatic works, but I had the pleasure of listening to them in advance. Honestly, after listening to it, I have only one feeling." Pause again to whet the audience's appetite. Only then did he spit out 4 words in one resounding sentence. "Heat, tears, filling, tears, wa dash." The scene was boiling. There were shouts, screams and whistles. It almost toppled the roof of the gym. The live broadcast pop-ups were even more completely explosive. All sorts of colorful characters, emoticons, and exclamation points were all over the place, flooding the entire screen. "Hot tears? Don't scare me, Mr. Wah. Really? Huashao are listening to cry? Is Lord Jiangmen zooming in this time? Hot tears. Sounds awesome. Lord Jiangmen's melodrama. I'm pulling my expectations straight up. I can't wait to hear it. Hurry up. Don't wait. Huashao, if you don't tell me the name of the song, believe it or not, I'll crawl along the net and beat you up." Washington, people on stage, just about to open their mouths. "Don't cue." Seeing this, Huashao knew that any more selling would cause public anger. Even smiled and waved his hand, saying, okay, no more selling out. So next, cut the crap. Let's give our warmest applause to Mr. Lu Yutong. Bring us 10,000 borders. The 10,000 frontiers? It sounds so domineering. It's still fresh in my mind that Lu Yutong sang the drunken princess in female disguise. What surprises will you bring this time? It seems that Sect Master Jiang is really optimistic about Lu Yutong. The house lights went out abruptly. The stadium was plunged into a deep darkness. The only thing that shone faintly was the scattered glow sticks in the audience, like dots of starlight. Just as the crowd was holding their breath, a chasing light cut through the darkness and projected precisely on the elevated platform in the center of the stage. With the sound of slight mechanical operation, the elevator slowly rose. The upright figure gradually appeared in everyone's line of sight. Lu Yutong wore a well-tailored white mountain suit, which further emphasized his elegant and upright posture. The huge LED screen was also lit up. A drone view unfolds a magnificent picture. The camera flies over mountains, rivers, grasslands, border posts, and finally settles on the national border. Just then, the gentle female voice flowed out slowly. The red sun rises in the east. Its avenue is full of haze. How fortunate I am to have been born in your arms, to carry a lineage of blood flowing. Immediately afterward, a clear, rousing male voice rang out. The sound articulation is silky smooth and seamless. Hardships are shared. Blessings are shared. The spine is erected. Our country's 10,000 borders with benevolence and love. 1,000 years of undying faith. The audience rose from their seats in surprise, their eyes locking onto Lu Yutong on the stage. The live broadcast pop-ups are even more dense, and it's almost impossible to read the content. What did I see? Lu Yutong's little brother's reversal is absolutely amazing. This vocal switch is too silky smooth. Kneel down. Under the sea owes little brother Lu Yutong an apology. If Lu Yutong were to sing it, he could hold up the whole show by himself. The king of cost-effective. Jiangmen main YYDS. This vision is perfect. No wonder Jiangmen master arranged Lu Yutong to the grand finale. So it's a king bomb. 1,000-mile horses often exist, but bull does not. Little brother Lu Yutong is truly fortunate to have met Sect Master Jiang. In the backstage lounge, Elder Lu's eyes moistened as he looked at his son on the stage through the monitor screen. Quietly, he turned around, his back to the door, silently wiping away the tears that came to his eyes. At that moment, the lounge door was pushed open. Elder Lu heard the commotion and turned around in a hurry. Upon seeing Zhongli, he bowed deeply with a somewhat flustered expression. Mr. Jiang, thank you. Thank you for giving my son this opportunity. Zhongli hurriedly stepped forward and held Elder Lu's arm, stopping him from continuing his bowing motion. Uncle, you are too kind. These honors are all deserved by Xiao Lu. He's good kid and a very talented singer. It will definitely lead to greater accomplishments in the future. Elder Lu saw that Zhongli was so sure of his own son. Eyes reddening again, he nodded vigorously and choked back a sob. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for thinking so highly of him. He grew up wanting to excel and make a name for himself and his family. Today finally, didn't let you down. Zhongli nodded. Uncle Koyanagi, he did well, really well. You should be proud of him. Elder Lu seemed to remember something and hesitated, but still opened his mouth to ask. Mr. Jiang, that car accident thing. Hear the word car accident. The smile on Jiang Li's face disappeared and was replaced by a gloomy one. I'll take care of this matter. Don't worry, uncle. If it wasn't for Sayuri's quick reflexes, I'm afraid it's no one else who's lying in the hospital right now. I'm not a saint, and others have bullied their way to the top. If it's still obsequious in being a lousy person, I wouldn't deserve to be called Zhongli. Chapter 187. I don't agree with this championship. The night wind, creeping up the branches of the fragrant hill sanatorium, blowing the leaves rustled and whispered the message of a mountain rain. In a corner of the sanatorium, the ancient gazebo stands. Chen Lao was sitting upright, and the flat light reflected the furrowed wrinkles on the old man's face. The melody of 10,000 borders flows from within the tablet, through the gazebo and into this impending mountain rain. Elder Chen's ancient, wave-free face was rippling at this moment. That's an endorsement of 10,000 borders. Secretary Li walked slowly into the gazebo, jacket in hand. It was gently draped over Chen Lao's shoulders. Elder Chen, it's late at night and it looks like it's going to rain. Why don't you go back inside and watch? Be careful of catching a cold. Elder Chen, however, only waved his hand slightly, his gaze still resting on the tablet. The body doesn't move. The only thing that can move the heart is a melody in the ear, even humming along to the tune of 10,000 borders. Seeing this, Secretary Li did not try to persuade him more and stood silently. From time to time, hot tea is refilled for the elderly. The wind was tightening, but the pavilion was silent. Half the time, the song ended. Only then did Chen Lao put down the tablet, raising his eyes to the secretary. His eyes had a quizzical look in them. Little Li, this song 10,000 borders by the kid from the Jiang family. Do you hear anything? Secretary Li thought a little, shook his head, and confessed. It's a really good song to listen to. It's imposing and quite gripping. But to say the doorway, I really haven't heard it yet, so please instruct Elder Chen. The old man rose slowly and paced to the edge of the gazebo, eyes cast to the increasingly cloudy sky. The night was like ink, and it weighed on the hearts and minds of the people. The subtlety of this song, lies in the word melt, pointed to the night sky and then to the tablet. Rooted in the traditional Chinese pentatonic tonality, the main theme is set in the gong tonality, with a core of gong C, with feather A and horn E, which are pentatonic scales. As soon as I opened my mouth, that oriental flavor came out. The chorus, again, is skillfully transposed. For example, from C to G house, one pulls up the emotional tension. That rising sense of the red sun rising in the east comes out. There was a pause, as if recalling the details of the song. The harmony is designed to use mostly functional chords, but then it's smart to add some additional tones, like sixths and ninths. This blurs that westernized feeling of traditional harmony. Instead, it's more in tune with our national aesthetic. The old man gave an example. It's like that line, "How fortunate I am," with a sixth stacked over the dominant chord C. It's wonderful to have that ethereal feeling all at once. Turning his back, he continued to pace. The main part of the song, with its meandering melody, uses a cascading technique, like the red sun rises in the east line, CEGA, one level up, symbolizing the steady march of China. The chorus is different, with big jump intervals, like bearing a lineage of blood flowing. It's a straight octave jump, and the emotion explodes in an instant. Pausing, his eyes look like they could pierce the night. Rhythmically, a 4/4 beat is the basis, but for the chorus, syncopation is used again, like standing up the spine to break the rhythmic inertia and enhance the sense of momentum. What does this allude to? It is the awakening of the national spirit. The instruments used are the guzheng scraping to symbolize the magnificence of the mountains and rivers, and the sustained long notes of the xiao to create historical depth. There are also Chinese drums, and when the drums beat, the sense of ceremony comes out. Most interesting, the gangster kid also added low-frequency electronic sound effects to pad the grand background. But as soon as this electronic sound and traditional folk music collide, it's got that ancient and modern collision feel to it. It also suggests the reconfiguration of traditional culture by modernity, an insightful dissection into the doorway of the 10,000 borders. It shows his deep knowledge of music theory. Secretary Li responded with a smile. It's still you, Elder Chen. Who's great? Where could I have heard all these doorways? Elder Chen, however, shook his head and corrected him. It's not me who's great, it's the Jiang family kid. This time, singling out the entire academy notwithstanding. Each piece is a big deal. It's really hard to imagine that he created this all in a few days. Except for the Jiang family kid, I can't think of anyone else who could carry the banner of culture at sea. As soon as the words left his mouth, Secretary Li's cell phone rang. Apologetically, he bowed slightly towards Elder Chen before walking outside the gazebo to pick up the phone. In the meantime, a long brewing rainstorm poured down. The pouring rain smashed into the flying eaves of the gazebo, shattering into millions of silver beads. A few minutes later, Secretary Li hung up. When he came back again, the suit's shoulders were blotched with dark watermarks. Whispered a few words in his ear. After the old man heard this, his calm face instantly clouded over. Grabbing the white pieces in the basket and tossing them into the curtain of rain, the pieces hit the banana leaf with a crunch. These people, they are really bold. Spinning around, he looked at Secretary Li. Tell Chang that the Cultural Ports Inspection team is out early this year. Anyway, remember, it's time to knock it down and bring it to justice, but not too much fanfare. This sort of John's boy needs to be hardened again. If you don't have the fire, you won't be able to fight those barbarians. Also, Immortal Sword at Sea is just the first step. Don't let those people just stare at the piece of cake in their hands. Take the long view. Don't worry, Elder Chen. I'll get right on it. Secretary Li nodded knowingly and turned around as his leather shoes crushed the rain-covered light. Chen Lao sat alone, listening to the sound of distant footsteps merging with the sound of rain. Suddenly, he hummed a passage from the opera 10,000 Borders. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and it was as if heaven and earth were covered by a huge curtain of rain. Only the old man in the gazebo stood still. On the other side, the competition scene, with the end of Lu Yutang's singing, the audience was still reeling from the shock of 10,000 Borders for a long time. The host, Wahoo, came on stage again with an intense smile on his face. Thank you, Mr. Lu Yutang, for this stirring rendition of 10,000 Borders. It was brilliant. The applause was thunderous and long-lasting. Washo raised his hand to signal for silence. As Mr. Lu Zhanxiang is not feeling well, he has taken the first step to leave the gymnasium, to ensure that the competition is fair and equitable. The scheduled final round of the canvassing declaration session will not take place. Next, please base your overall performance on the last 4 pieces. Vote for Mr. Zhou Mubai and Mr. Jiang Li. The one with the highest combined votes at the end will be our second round competition winner. Next, the exciting part is about to begin. Please hold on to your seats. Live and in the broadcast booth, vote for the musicians you support. With a command from Washao, the voting channel was officially opened. In the live broadcast room, the pop-up screen was instantly screened by the word Zhongli. What's the point of voting? What's the point of voting? Once 10,000 borders comes out, it'll be a direct success. Upstairs is right. All borders is YYDS. This vote must go to Jiangshan. Although Mr. Zhou is also not bad, he is still almost interesting compared to the god of Zheng. It can't be helped. The pattern is different. The realm is different. There is no comparison. I announce that the winner tonight is Jiangshan. Sit back and wait for Jiangshan to take the title. I can't wait for the third round of competition. 5 minutes went by in a flash. Good. Voting lanes are about to close. Final 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Huashao's voice echoed through the stadium, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. 3, 2, 1. The voting channel is closed. Thank you, viewers, for your active participation. On the big screen, votes from both sides were being counted at a rapid pace. All eyes were glued to the big screen, holding their breath as they waited for the final results to be announced. Moments later, the tally came in. Zhongli is way ahead in terms of votes. Undoubtedly another landslide victory. Just as Washo was beaming, when it was announced that the winner of tonight's championship was Zhongli, the mutation was sudden, only to see Zhou Mubai, who was originally supposed to be backstage, rushing straight onto the stage. One grabbed the microphone from Washo. The scene was in uproar. Everyone was stunned by Zhou Mubai's sudden move. Zhou Mubai held the microphone and swept his gaze across the room. This championship, I don't agree. What the hell? Mr. Zhou is up to something. Disagree? Why don't you agree? The results are in. You want to cheat? Mr. Zhou is unable to afford to lose? This is too low. There's a good show to watch. I knew Mr. Zhou wouldn't admit defeat so easily. Sit and wait to eat melon. Let's see what Mr. Zhou is up to. The atmosphere of the scene instantly became tense. Chapter 188, An Accidental Stumbling Block. Zhou Mubai gripped the microphone tightly and swept his gaze across the room. Ladies and gentlemen, I realize that you may be puzzled, even dismayed, that I am interrupting the presentation of an award, but please believe that I, Zhou Mubai, am by no means a sore loser, much less to intentionally target teacher Zhongli. The tone was sincere and the stance was low, trying to calm the audience. The reason for coming forward is not any questioning of Mr. Zhongli's ability. On the contrary, Mr. Zhang's talent is obvious to all. Every one of his works is a classic. This is something I sincerely admire. Against the winner because I'm against the best shot format of the show. And all musicians, even the future of the entire Chinese music scene has deeper thinking. When this was said, there were even more murmurs. The audience looked at each other in disbelief. Couldn't understand what drug Zhou Mubai was selling in his gourd. The live streaming pop-ups also rolled like crazy. Netizens have speculated about the real purpose of Zhou Mubai's move. Ignoring the audience's reaction under the stage, Zhou Mubai continued on his own. Best Buddies tests the understanding between musicians and singers. It's the delivery of the musician's creative vision and the singer's understanding and interpretation of the work. The duty of a musician is to focus on the creation itself, the melodies, emotions, and thoughts that are in his head. It is delivered to the singer through notes and lyrics. Then the singers use their voices to present these musical pieces perfectly to the listeners. And Mr. Zhang is not only a great musician, but also a superb singer. In previous competitions, the pieces Rice Scent and Under the Sea were sung. The show was great, but from a rules perspective, I don't think that's entirely consistent with the original intent of the Best Buddies program. One might argue that the rules don't explicitly prohibit musicians from moonlighting as singers, but what I'm trying to say is that rules are dead and people are alive. It is important not to stick to the letter alone, but to understand the spirit and intent behind the rules. Best Buddies belongs to all musicians. We should work together to keep the game fair and square, instead of letting anyone, using a loophole in the rules, to gain an undue advantage. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and his voice became high-pitched. I hope Ms. Zhongli doesn't misunderstand. Standing up for him today is in no way meant to negate his talent and hard work, much less steal the title. Just hopefully by my questioning, it can provoke a deeper reflection on the relationship between music creation and singing, being able to make Best Buddies, and the entire Chinese music scene, toward a healthier, more equitable direction. After saying these words, Zhou Mubai let out a long sigh of relief. Hand the microphone back to Wahoo and step back to the side of the stage. This high-level comment caused a furor in the audience. I'll go. What does Mr. Zhou mean by this? If you can't afford to lose, just say so. Why are you talking so much? That's right. To put it bluntly, it's still not jealous of Jiangshan's strength. He can't compare himself to others. And the intention of musicians and singers? I think he's just trying to give himself a leg up. trying to save his honor after losing the competition, having been comprehensively hanged by Jiang Shen's song before, and now questioning the results of the competition. This is to completely discredit himself. The vast majority of the audience scoffed at Zhou Mubai's remarks, think he's making excuses for his failures. You can't afford to lose, and you're acting all righteous. It's just sickening. Of course, there was also a small portion of the audience that was seriously thinking about the questions raised by Zhou Mubai. What Zhou Mubai said seems to be a bit reasonable. As Mr. Zhang Li is composing and singing, it does seem a bit like he's exploiting the rules. However, you can't blame Mr. Zhang Li for this, right? If you want to blame it, you can only blame the program organizers, who made them not consider this situation. That's true, but it really isn't fair to the other contestants for Mr. Zhang Li to sing himself. Fair my ass. If you ask me, strength is the hard truth. Jiang Shen can write and sing, that's his skill. Zhou Mubai can't do it himself. So don't be sour here. The debate intensified, and the atmosphere of the scene became extremely complicated as various views were exchanged and collided. At the same time, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were even more completely explosive. Zhou Gongzi, this wave of operation, I directly laugh you, cannot afford to lose, look ugly. What about the pattern? Where's Mr. Zhou's style? Where's the promised unicorn style? This is it? Mr. Chow, I'm not down to lose. I just don't think this championship is in line with my understanding of music. Dog's head. There has never been a shortage of great minds on the internet. Soon, some of the broad access and no more netizens. An in-depth analysis of this operation by Zhou Mubai. Family members, I've come to my senses. This wave by Mr. Zhou, on the surface, he's questioning the result of the match, but in reality, he's acting. Fine talk about fine talk. Eat your melon in the front row. Who is Mr. Zhou? He's just a young man from a well-off family. Where did he get so much money to smoke SU7 for Gu Mingcheng and invite heavenly kings to stand? The money spent on this, I'm afraid an ordinary person wouldn't be able to earn it in a few lifetimes, right? Hiss. Seems to be the case. Before the light to see the crowd. Did not think so much. That's why it's said that there must be a gold master father behind Mr. Zhou, and the gold master's father must have something in mind. What? You want to see Mr. Zhou as a person? The pattern is small, isn't it? The capital behind Mr. Zhou. The figure is the Immortal Sword IP adaptation and development rights. The truth. Immortal Sword, that's a big IP. Who wouldn't make a fortune if they got their hands on it? I see. Capital wants to take the big cake of Immortal Sword through Mr. Zhou. As a result, I didn't expect Lord Jiangmen to come out of nowhere and directly steal the cake. The capital is certainly not willing to take a basket of water and empty Mr. Chow is going to be liquidated. That's why they jumped to question the results of the race and try to make a big deal out of it. Only the bigger the fuss, the less capital will dare to act rashly. The big man analyzes the head. I'm enlightened. It turns out that Mr. Zhou is the most miserable worker. Not to mention selling his songs, he has to worry about being liquidated by the capital. Oh, heartache for Mr. Zhou. Don't wash upstairs. Mr. Zhou is richer than you even if he's miserable. But then again, Sect Master Jiang is too fierce. One man single-handedly taking on the entire academy school, and messing up all the capital plans. Jiangmen Master, I'm sorry, the strength is too strong, and I became a stumbling block accidentally. This pulling the threads from the cocoon. Incisive analysis, recognized and sought after by countless netizens. Of course, some netizens scoff at such conspiracy theories, think it's pure overinterpretation to forcefully whitewash Zhou Mubai. You've read too many conspiracy theories, haven't you? What capital liquidation? It's all in your own head. That's right, Mr. Zhou can't afford to lose means he can't afford to lose. What's the point of pulling so much crap? I see this analysis is purely to wash the ground for Mr. Zhou. Capitalists read it and call it straight from the inside. I don't believe in capital conspiracy theories anyway. I just think Mr. Zhou is a clown jumping the gun and can't afford to lose. No matter what conspiracy or young conspiracy. It's over if Jiangmen Master is powerful anyway. Chapter 189, lift the table then. In the meantime, a black Audi A6, speeding in the direction of Wuxong Stadium. Su Zhang, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed in the back seat, snapped his eyes open, brows furrowed. He instructed the front driver, Old Wang, drive faster. Immediately, he felt that it was not secure enough, so he picked up his cell phone and dialed the number of Zhou Ming, the person in charge of the concert. Just after the call was connected, Su Zhan lowered his voice. What's going on stage? Why the sudden chaos? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on it? On the other end of the phone, Zhou Ming's voice was tinged with panic and uneasiness. Station manager, I'm dealing with it. Zhou Mubai rushed the stage and said that he disagreed with the championship result. Disagree? Su Zhang's voice instantly rose. Who is he to disagree? The votes are in. What do you want? Questioning Mr. Zhongli? Or questioning the impartiality of our tomato stage? No, you're mistaken. Station manager Zhou Ming hurriedly explained. Zhou Mubai said. He was talking about the race issue, saying that Mr. Zhongli as a musician as well as a singer is not in line with the original intent of Best Buddies. Also said to consider for the future of the Chinese music scene. In fart. Su Zheng cursed angrily and unceremoniously interrupted Zhou Ming. I think he just can't afford to lose. He's not capable, so he's looking for an excuse to cause trouble? No matter what he, Zhou Mubai, wants to do. You now immediately, right now, let the host announce the winner to Mr. Zhongli. After such a big mess, you have to take responsibility for this. Also, stabilize teacher Zhongli. Don't let the situation continue to fester. Zhou Ming on the other end of the phone answered yes repeatedly. Yes, you're right to criticize. Station manager, it's all my fault for not thinking things through. I didn't expect Zhou Mubai to come up with this. I'll go to Mr. Zhongli's lounge and explain it to him. Su Zhang was silent for a moment, his tone slowing down slightly. You have to remember that behind Zhou Mubai stands the entire academy school. Some people, some things, don't end well once they come out into the open. I don't need to tell you how powerful the academy is. The entire Chinese music scene, and even the entertainment industry, occupies half of the country. Tearing them apart won't do Tomato Terrace any favors. What's more, it's the capital behind the academy faction that's the most difficult to deal with. He was repeatedly assured by Zhou Ming that he would handle the matter properly, and has personally rushed to Zhongli after the restroom. Only then did Su Zhang slightly lower his heart and hang up the phone. Rubbing his somewhat swollen temples, the worry in his heart did not completely dissipate. The most crucial thing now is that Chen Lao's attitude is still unclear. How far will this titan support Zhongli? And how much tolerance will there be for academics? These are unknowns, and no one has a clue in their mind. Cooperation and competition is the mainstream of society. Doing things with three faces will make it easier to see each other in the future. But no sensible person would tear themselves away from their competitors. Having a Zhou Mubai is already enough of a headache. But think about it. Zhongli is also just a young man in his early 20s now. When you're young and famous, you're supposed to be high-minded. Zhongli was already considered well-cultivated enough. Only this time, the nature of the matter was equivalent to Zhou Mubai riding on Zhongli's neck to defecate and urinate. A man of clay is still on fire, let alone a teenager who is famous and has already entered the vision of the bigwigs at the top. Whether others had the ability to lift the table or not, Su Zhang was not sure, but Zhongli totally has. I'm afraid he'll get in over his head and turn the table over, leaving everyone without food. It's not uncommon to see ghostwriters in the business. Sometimes, in order to push their own juniors to the top, many high-powered bigwigs will write on their behalf. It's like that movie Farewell My Concubine. It's clear to almost everyone who directed it, but I've never seen any of the insiders. Put this on the table. This one is called industry taciturnity. It's a fact that the youth is not enough. Those like him who are in the media industry do not want to see the withering away of talents. After all, everyone has to be at the table for dinner. Once Zhongli dismantled Zhou Mubai's hiring of a ghostwriter in front of thousands of netizens, not only will Zhou Mubai become an object of ridicule across the internet, even those bigwigs who live high up in the clouds can't avoid being verbally abused by netizens. Even many of the juniors who have already made their mark on the scene will also be implicated in this matter. The odds are that the fact that you once hired someone to write for you will be picked up as well. This is the equivalent of moving the cheese of the entire entertainment industry. Zhongli will only struggle if she wants to mix in the entertainment industry in the future. And Tomato Terrace had already placed all their bets on Zhongli as the Tomato Terrace helmsman. He would never allow Zhongli to completely bury a good situation due to any irrational behavior. Thinking about this, Su Zhang's heart became even heavier. Little ancestor, don't do anything impulsive. This is a wrong step, and it could very well be the end of everything. On the other side, inside the lounge, when Zhou Mubai grabbed the microphone, the sentence "this championship, I do not agree" exploded in the stadium. Zhongli's face didn't have the slightest change in expression. Only silence rose slowly. There were no words, no anger, not even a show of surprise. Looking at the teenager's reaction like this, Chen Ruoshi's heart instead became more uneasy. She knew Zhongli. The calmer it is, the more often it represents a raging undercurrent building up. Hurriedly stepping forward, a tight grip on Zhongli's arm. The beautiful eyes were full of worry, and her voice was tinged with trembling. Don't go to. Zhongli turned her head sideways and looked at Chen Ruoshi. The cool eyes carried a coldness. Chen Ruoshi's heart flinched at the look. The words that came to his lips were a little speechless for a moment. She knew Zhongli was angry, and this time, I'm afraid it's moved to real anger. Ruoshi, let go. Zhongli's voice was soft, Chen Ruoshi bit her lip, but the force on her hand didn't decrease by the slightest bit. Instead, it became even more forceful. Shaking his head, his tone held a plea. Don't be impulsive, okay? Stirring up Jomubai's business now will have unimaginable consequences. Think about it, the entire entertainment industry would be involved and the tomato channel would be targeted. What about the rights to adapt Immortal Sword? Studio, hundreds of people waiting to start, trying to persuade Zhongli with reason, hoping that he would calm down and look at the big picture. After all, offending the entire entertainment industry for one Jomubai, even giving up benefits that are within reach, not a smart move by any stretch of the imagination. Zhongli's tone became icy. Do you think it's a matter of being offended now? They've gone out of their way to want the Lu family's father and son dead. If it wasn't for little brother Lu's resourcefulness and getting out of the car early, I'm afraid we wouldn't be here right now, but going to the morgue to identify the corpse. The words carried a palpitating chill. Chen Ruoshi was shaken, and the force in her hands couldn't help but loosen a few points. Adaptation rights, don't want them, Zhongli said decisively, his tone without the slightest wiggle room. Today we can buy a murderer. Tomorrow we dare to set a building on fire. Waiting for us to go into the crematorium with the adaptation rights? Chen Ruoshi was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to respond. There was a moment's silence, but eventually he didn't let go. He just clutched Zhang Li's arm tightly, as if he wanted to use his own body temperature to appease his inner rage. Zhang Li sighed and raised her hand to touch Chen Ruoshi's head, her tone slowing down a bit. Today it's the Ryu's father and son, tomorrow it'll be you. Who knows? I'm very insecure as a person. All instability. Nip it in the bud. There was a pause. Don't worry, with Elder Chen above us, those people can't turn over the sky yet. The old man wants to quench the sword. I prefer to be a piece of steel that can't be quenched. Being able to lift the table is what makes the top take notice. After all, it's never just the academy that fights me. Chen Nuxi eventually nodded. Got it, but I'm going with you. Zhang Li's expression was serious as she pushed Chen Ruoshi's hand away, her tone strong. No, you can't follow me. I was destined to be a target this time. You don't have to follow me into this mess. With that, he turned around and was about to leave the lounge. Zhongli, behind her, came the choking sound of Chen Yushi. Zhongli stopped but did not turn around. I just don't want you to be alone and become a public enemy of the entertainment industry. A voice with a sobbing tone, full of helplessness and vulnerability. I'm really so useless. I can't do anything but rely on others for shelter. Even the obsession to live. It's also about wanting to see someone healthy. Said couldn't hold back any longer. Hands over face weeping silently. Zhang Li frowned slightly and turned around, looking at the teary-eyed girl. Sighing, he muttered, what a pain in the ass. Then walk up, strongly breaking off one of Chen Ruoshi's hands covering her face, dragged her out of the restroom. ______.